Friends, today I am going to explain Disaster Necromancer. If you have not subscribed the channel yet, please subscribe and also like the video. Lin gives them a blank stare, asking them if is it really that shocking he's still alive. The hammer-wielding girl, blushing, admits she even went through the trouble of making him a gravestone. Lin's face darkens, and he has no idea how to respond to that. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang, not far away, spots Lin and rushes over. Lin asks him what's going on here, and Zhang, looking all serious, points behind him, saying that those guys don't want them to enter this dungeon. Lin, realizing it's not the dungeon he was looking for, still raises an eyebrow out of curiosity. Zhang goes on to explain that the dungeon produces something called the Heart of the Earth, which is a legendary item. It turns out that, among all knight professions, becoming an Earth Knight is the ultimate dream, a final class evolution that every knight desires. Captain Zhang recalls how once a divine-level Earth Knight single-handedly held off 10 demon lords, securing a crucial victory for their human race. But here's the catch: to become an Earth Knight, the most important thing to have is the Heart of the Earth, and it only drops in this particular dungeon, which rarely appears on the upper levels of the Eternal Trials ground. He also mentioned that this item only works for humans. This is why the abyssal demons and dragons go out of their way every time to block the humans from getting inside. Zhang was frustrated looking at the entrance being blocked, but Lin just nodded thoughtfully while thinking to himself, even though that item might not be useful for him personally, if it helps humanity, then he's going to take it. Up in the sky, the demon spots Lin approaching and bursts out laughing, wondering if they were serious, sending over a level 33 kid. He initially thought it was some sort of reinforcement, but seeing how young Lin was, he figured he'd make a tasty snack instead. In the demons' minds, there was no way the humans could break through and enter the dungeon, but something was bothering the little succubus. She sensed something off. She could sense Lin carried a mark left by a top-level succubus, which could only mean that this guy had been hunted by one of their strongest. But how could he still be alive if that was the case? The rest of the demons overheard this, and suddenly they weren't so cocky anymore. However, they decided to let the dragons go in first, and then swoop in to pick up the leftovers. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dragons were quite angry. They could sense something familiar on Lin, almost like the cries of their fallen warriors. This caused them to wonder just how many of their kind had Lin killed to give off such a vibe, despite their urge to attack Lin. But the smarter ones in the group pointed out that if Lin had killed so many of their own, he had to be very strong. So the smart play was to let the demons make the first move and then clean up after. It seemed like both the demons and dragons had the same idea. Lin glanced at both camps, noticing neither side was making a move. Clearly, they were hesitating. Well, if they weren't going to do anything, Lin wasn't about to sit around wasting time. He turned to the hammer girl next to him and casually told her to follow him into the dungeon. The girl blinked, thinking she'd heard him wrong. She even pointed at herself, wondering if it was just the two of them. Lin didn't bother explaining much. He started walking while telling her that 2 of them were more than enough. Lin had his own reason for picking her, as he believed her collection skill might come in handy later in the dungeon. She was a bit worried, wondering if they'd just go in like this. Won't these guys just attack them? Before she could overthink it, she got the team invite notification. Lin reassured her with a calm grin, telling her to trust him. Lin casually cast skeletal armor on the hammer girl as they approached the dungeon's entrance. Both the demons and dragons watched in confusion, wondering why the other side wasn't making a move. Just as Lin had predicted, neither side dared attack first, and with that, the 2 of them made it right up to the dungeon entrance and under everyone's watchful eyes, teleported inside together. The demons turned to the dragons, accusing them of waiting to swoop in after the fight. The dragons stared right back, saying the demons were the untrustworthy ones. Inside the dungeon, they found themselves in a canyon-like environment, lit by the strange glow of the surrounding plants. The girl was looking around with curiosity. This was her first time entering this dungeon, and she was clearly excited. Wasting no time, Lin summoned a bunch of skeletons to scout ahead. Soon, a map formed in his mind. The dungeon wasn't too complicated, although the map looked massive. But it all led to one straight path. But then, one of his skeletons was suddenly attacked. He rushed to the spot and quickly spotted the culprit. A massive python-type monster that had tightly coiled around one of his skeletons. The detection spell revealed it was a level 50 earth serpent. Its attributes weren't particularly high compared to the monsters Lin had faced recently. The girl, eager to prove herself, jumped in with her massive hammer while saying she got this. A few minutes later, she used her collection skill to finish off the serpent, and the system rewarded them both with 1 million experience and 2 earth shards, 1 from the drop and 1 extra from her collection skill. After reading the item description, Lin noticed that he would need to collect 1,000 earth shards to make a complete heart of the earth. As expected, her collection skill was going to be a game changer. Curious, Lin asked how many times she could use the skill at once. She held up 2 fingers while grinning, saying it could go up to 200. After getting the response he was looking for, Lin then devised a plan. He would lure all of the dungeon's monsters into one spot, letting her use her skill on as many as possible in one go. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement, flexing her bicep, getting quite excited. The skeletal warriors sprinted off in all directions, luring out every monster they could find. Soon the monsters poured in, pythons like the one from before, centipedes emerging from underground, and spiders crawling down the cliffs. In no time, the skeletons had rounded up over 100 monsters. Although excited, actually seeing these monsters all at once, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never seen something like this before, let alone fought so many at once. Seconds later, Lin cast a slowing curse. Massive red shackles materialized out of nowhere, locking down every single monster and immobilizing them. The skeletons, not ones to waste an opportunity, hit the monsters a few times, and then backed off, giving the girl a last hit. But the real show was just about to start. Now it was her moment. With a determined grin, she gripped her massive hammer, took a deep breath, and unleashed her mass collection skill. With the appearance of so many monsters in front of Cyan, he was not even afraid and continued to use his collection skill. Despite the very evil looks of these monsters towards him, he was a bit horrified and just retreated because even though his level was high, he could not bear to be targeted by so many monsters at the same time. Even so, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors were able to easily stop all the monsters coming in his direction, leaving Cyan to do his job and continue to lure these monsters in his direction. It turned around a little, and he saw Lin Moyo, who was a little surprised at the current situation. But despite this, he was just seriously looking at the many opponents in front of them without showing any signs of panic. He raises his palm to prepare his corpse explosion, making it glow a brilliant red. He just took the current situation seriously and stared at the opponents until there was a very loud explosion that could be heard throughout the Earthworld. That loud explosion reverberates and shakes the whole place. Cyan couldn't take the deafening sound repeatedly, so he was forced to cover his ears from fear and almost fell to the ground. He just tried his best not to be affected by that explosion and turned his gaze away from the direction it came from, even though he knew that the explosion was coming from Lin Moyo. After a few seconds, the dust that enveloped the entire area just subsided. The deafening explosions stop, and the monsters can only be seen stopping in their tracks. After the death of so many monsters, Cyan uses his collection skill to gather the earth fragments scattered in the area, and with the help of this skill, they receive an additional 94 times, doubling the amount of what they get. Earth fragments. As Lin Moyo sees the bright energy that comes from Cyan's use of her collection skill and the benefits it has, Lin Moyo can only smile. He didn't expect that they could double what they could get and their income from the dungeons. Even if they sacrifice a spot in the party and reduce the overall strength of the group, a collection master is still very important. Lin Moyo begins to understand the reason why professionals who possess the master collector profession are always sought after. Lin Moyo knows that he can't finish their gathering there. That's why he tells Cyan to prepare himself again, because that's only their first wave of monsters coming, because there's more to bring his skeleton warriors, who will soon be able to return and go to their current position. When Cyan heard this, he was shocked and trembled because he did not expect that it did not end there. He just turned around and asked Lin Moyo what he meant by this. When Lin Moyo heard this reaction from her, it made him think and wonder because he did not expect this woman's relatively weak heart and her cowardice, which is why he could not believe how she reached such a high level. Even though this girl felt a little scared from her first farming experience with Lin Moyo, she still obeys and trusts Lin Moyo and her skeleton warriors to protect her and stop the monsters to be attached to him. Because of the new trust in his companion and the courage he gets from it, he returns to the front and faces the many monsters that are going to where they are now. He prepares his collection skill, which causes his energy to spread around his body. He could only see so many monsters rushing in his direction, but he didn't move. He was just entertaining himself and thinking. In the middle of his thoughts, he was asked a question and understood that it seemed to be Lin Moyo's way of killing so many monsters. Cyan starts to use her skill, and while watching Lin Moyo's, she just kept thinking about how this woman was able to reach level 55 despite her personality. Even though Lin Moyo notices this, he doesn't miss this woman's ability, and also sees that her fighting ability is not that bad, where she is able to deal with and control so many monsters flawlessly. Lin Moyo was just thinking as he let Cyan and his skeleton warriors kill some of the monsters that were charging at them so that he could have a corpse to use, and after his momentary amusement in his own mind came the right time to intervene, he would have turned into a fight. Lin Moyo confronts these monsters, and when he uses his corpse explosion, there is a very strong red explosion that envelops the whole area and makes many monsters feel fear rushing towards them. Because of this, their lives are being taken away without them even noticing. After they killed the monsters, Cyan could only go to recover his fatigue and rest a little. You just let him go and tell Lin Moyo that it looks like you're finally getting used to this kind of widespread killing of so many monsters. He was also starting to not feel any trepidation facing so many monsters now. After they rest for a while, Lin Moyo continues their journey and tells Cyan that they should go to the deeper part of the dungeon they are in. Cyan immediately follows her, and in the middle of their journey, Lin Moyo can only be asked in her surprise how this woman is able to reach level 55. Cyan answers honestly, explaining to Lin Moyo that Laio took him and others to the dungeons they go to level up. It's also common that he doesn't need to fight examples, and all he needs to do is follow their party and use his collection technique. Lin Moyo was even more surprised at this and continued to question this woman because from what he saw, her fighting ability was not that bad, and within the core area she knew very well how many monsters she could handle. Use his skill. He explains that it is because of his talent that he is given permission to know how many monsters he can and must fight. Lin Moyo is just amazed because he did not expect this woman to possess such a great talent in addition to her very rare profession. Lin Moyo can't speak yet, and you know that if the talent that this woman has is put into a professional katun in fighting, she will be a perfect professional. But Cyan is not that bad anymore. Then, continuing their journey, Lin Moyo was asked why they built a tombstone just for him inside the dungeon. I can only advise Cyan where to feel it and explain to Lin Moyo that after he took the ancient Luan bird from them and went in both directions, they saw huge explosions from afar and felt its power. Because of the power they felt, they thought that Lin Moyo had died, so to remember him, they built a tombstone and put his name to honor his heroism and his saving them. When Lin Moyo heard about it, he was calmed down, and from what this woman said, he understood that it looked like that was what they would do naturally, leaving Lin Moyo unable to deny that that was the only thing that could be done of the majority. Even so, that tombstone has been destroyed and may now be gone from the dungeon. That was the most important thing for all of them now. So they continued their journey only to find Cyan facing another wave of approaching monsters that Lin Moyo's skeleton Wario sent to him. He swings his mallet and uses his collection skill, and after that quickly finishes his job where they finish off all the monsters present. Lin Moyo completed the cleaning of these monsters and using Cyan's skill quickly collected the earth fragments that were scattered. He just receives a notification informing him that he receives 108 earth fragments, an additional 108 and 8 using the collection skill that duplicates it again. When Lin Moyo saw the amount of earth fragments they obtained, he immediately understood that it was enough for their purpose inside that dungeon. It was only 2 hours after they entered that dungeon, but they were able to obtain the necessary earth fragment right away. Lin Moyo releases all of them from his storage space flying, and as he releases them, they immediately release a dazzling light, and in an instant all the earth fragments gather to form a rock surrounded by red crystals. As soon as it is built, a system notification appears informing Lin Moyo that the item in front of him now is the Heart of Earth, which is a very important item for evolution towards becoming an Earth Knight. As Cyan watched the formation and appearance of this black one in front of them, he could only say that with the help of that item, it would be possible to once again make an Earth Knight appear in the human field, and with the help of this profession they are another strong profession in their painting. Lin Moyo begins to touch the Heart of Earth, and when he approaches it, it gives a strange feeling. Lin Moyo knows this because he has collected many pure elemental crystals. He notices that you are not the Heart of Earth from the pure Earth elemental, and seem to harbor a strange type of energy that is all too familiar for him. As Lin Moyo thinks about what that familiar feeling is, he begins to understand that it is the same energy he gets in his job evolution. Here he begins to connect that it looks like the Heart of Earth can really change a professional, even making it even more a job evolution. Cyan's eyes widened from the surprise of seeing this and could only say that from what he heard, the Earth Knight that the Heart of Earth could bring about was very powerful. He just explains that he has never seen that profession, but from what he read in a book, it says that being an Earth Knight is the ultimate of being a knight that is stronger than being a Holy Light Knight or something to an Elemental Knight, as well as to the Dragon Knights of the Dragon Clan. It was unlikely there could be anything compared to this. Dragon Knights are the strongest knight profession of the Dragon Clan, and their numbers are very few. The encounter between the Dragon Knight and the Earth Knight was a battle that the Earth Knight easily won. Lin Moyo could only say that he might have a chance in the future to see the Earth Knight with his own eyes. As they continue their tour of that area, Cyan begins to wonder and asks Lin Moyo if that dungeon is just that simple, because it seems that what they can find in it doesn't end there. He informs Lin Moyo that they haven't encountered even an elite monster or even a boss during their tour inside the dungeon. From what Cyan said, Lin Moyo understood that it seemed possible to have more than one Heart of Earth, so he knew that they needed to speed up and find more monsters that they could kill. So he encouraged Cyan. Then you immediately followed him. As they went straight, they faced a deep chasm. When they look at others, they feel a strong wave of heat that goes along with the air. Cyan shouted a question because it looked like they were reaching the real Earth Heart world. The landscape in front of them was filled with huge chunks of rock and flowing rivers of pure lava. The amazing scenery of that place amazed the two, where Zion couldn't stop praising it for having its natural beauty. Lin Mo Yu was getting used to this woman's reaction, and there was no point in reminding himself of it. Lin Mo Yu's eyes and his powerful spirit noticed the strange things happening in that place. Because there were black dots showing in the lava, he could feel that they were monsters hiding. Even though he was in a nightmare-level dungeon, the level of the people there was still very high, which is why Lin Mo Yu was not too complacent. To check the condition of the area below them, Lin Mo Yu ordered one of his skeleton warriors to jump. It follows immediately, even though it is certain that it will face death. Lin Mo Yu knew that this kind of sacrifice was necessary for what he wanted to achieve. When this skeleton warrior jumps, the tentacles of a green plant immediately appear and have thorns on all parts of its body. It quickly grabbed Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warrior, and with the movement of its huge body, it spread very hot lava around. In an instant, it contained the skeleton warrior and pushed him under the boiling lava. This monster was so fast that Lin Mo Yu couldn't even break free and noticed it too late. The skeleton warrior tries to make sure that if the unit is lost, it can't do anything until it is drained of life. Lin Mo Yu was just standing upstairs with Zion, who couldn't believe what they saw, because Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warrior was dying immediately. They do not know what creature they are facing now, because it is hidden under the lava and its entire body cannot be seen with only the eyes. The system just informed Lin Mo Yu that one of his skeleton warriors is dying, a sign that it looks like it's coming to an end. Zion couldn't believe what he saw and was just shocked. Despite this, Lin Mo Yu knew that he could not stop there. Even though one of his skeleton warriors perished, he still ordered many of them to rush down to kill the monster below that had taken the lives of their comrades. They didn't hesitate to follow Lin Mo Yu's order to send them ahead, whereupon he immediately followed along with Zion. Upon the arrival of the skeleton warriors, the monster hiding under the lava immediately panicked. There is a huge explosion that spreads boiling lava, accompanied by a large number of gal aims that come out and miss some of the skeleton warriors that are there. They didn't even notice what happened and just floated in the air while being held by the gal aims. Their speed is so unbelievable that their eyes can't even keep up. Even so, Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors continued to hunt down that monster and find out what it really was. Led by Lin Mo Yu's skeletons, they safely reached the location of the real body of the monster with Zion. They face it fearlessly, and when Lin Mo Yu uses his detection technique on this plant that has a single flower and a lot of gal aim wrapped in thorns, where it is realized that this is the elite leader called Earth Flower. It is at level 52 and has 60,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 80,000 physique, along with its whip pollen regeneration skill and its ability to be immune to any fire and tribute attacks. Lin Mo Yu seriously looked at the monster in front of him and could only ask if this was the monster that was making it difficult for them, that they couldn't even keep up with the speed of its gal aims. Despite this monster is not a big problem for Lin Mo Yu because he has already fought many more difficult ones. He just asks if that's all they need to fight, but Lin Mo Yu's words seem to have some bad luck, because when he says them, the lava lake explodes again, and from it appear a lot of fish that possess a strange appearance and thorns on its back. Apart from this, these fish also have sharp fins along with their strong skins that allow them to stay inside the boiling lava of the fire. With the arrival of these enemies, the two of them just prepare themselves to face them. Lin Mo Yu found out that what they were facing were earth firefish, who were at level 50 and had 40,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 50,000 physique. Even though there were so many of these terrifying fish, Lin Mo Yu was still not afraid and could only seriously watch their movements as he prepared his skill. He knew he couldn't let them do what they wanted, and using his skeleton fangs, a lot of sharp pieces of bone came out of the ground he was preparing to unleash on them. As the fish approach, they are immediately pierced by sharp pieces of bone, killing them instantly. Their fearsome appearance is no match for Lin Mo Yu, who easily kills them. Tons of notifications just appeared on Lin Mo Yu informing him that he was able to kill a level 15 Earth Firefish, giving him 1 million experience points and an Earth Fragment. With the amount of these, it is possible to get many Earth Fragments. After Lin Mo Yu kills the Earth Firefish, he puts it aside and gathers all the corpses of the fishes to the side for him to use later. Even though they had large holes in their sides, Lin Mo Yu knew that they still had a lot of vitality that he could use to blow them up. When Lin Mo Yu killed the Earth Firefish that were coming to their place, Zion could only tell him and thank him for what he did. Even so, he was ashamed to inform Lin Mo Yu that he thought he could kill those firefish by himself, and Lin Mo Yu had no sleep. That banter that happens when the two of them meet is only going crazy when the Earth Flower sends its herbs to where they are. These two are just surprised and turn to the source of this life. The two creatures heading in their direction quickly closed the distance in front of them, but even so Lin Mo Yu was still unnerved and just let them come to them. Mang and protecting his head for the upcoming attack from the Earth Flower, but he didn't expect Lin Mo Yu to protect him again. His expected attack from the Earth Flower could only be stopped near him due to Lin Mo Yu's skeleton armor enveloping him and not letting him receive any negative effects from hitting him. To start their counterattack against the Earth Flower, Lin Mo Yu orders one of his skeleton warriors to throw a stone at one of the corpses of the Earth Firefish going towards the Earth Flower, in its attempt to stop the skeleton warrior and sending one of its tentacles to stop him from doing what he is doing. Everyone is late because the skeleton warrior has already completed his mission. The Earth Flower just watched the corpse go to where it was until Lin Mo Yu used his corpse explosion on it. The corpse of Lin Mo Yu's mana fish begins to be salted until the intense red light that heals from the inside of the corpse appears only to be removed as it is about to explode. In the next few seconds, there was a violent explosion around the Earth Flower, enveloping it with a powerful attack from Lin Mo Yu. With its help, he was able to deal a lot of damage to it, stopping all of its attempts to attack Lin Mo Yu and his skeleton warriors as well. From the explosions, he is able to remove many of the leaves of the Earth Flower. It received heavy damage from the continuous blasts. Zion didn't waste any more time and reluctantly used his collection skill to help Lin Mo Yu. Fireworks coming from the right caused bright energies to envelop the Earth Flower, but it did nothing. In the next few seconds, the Earth Flower rose up again with so many holes in its body, but it still didn't die. Despite its perforated body and withered parts, it begins to heal with a skill tagline called Regeneration. The dust begins to settle, and it becomes clear to both of them what the situation is that they are facing. Just as Lin Mo Yu had expected, it was really difficult to fight the plant-like monsters because they possessed such a strong vitality. It was only then that Lin Mo Yu understood that it looked like he needed to kill it with just one attack to ensure that it would die immediately and not be given a chance to heal itself. Lin Mo Yu gives a quick order to his skeleton warriors to pick up the corpses of the Earth Firefish. They throw it at the crown of the Earth Flower, and when it reaches the top, Lin Mo Yu immediately uses his corpse explosion on it. The corpse of the firefish begins to glow again, a sign of their imminent explosion. In one eyelid, there is a huge explosion that is much stronger than the previous one. The strength it possesses is enough to crush all parts of the Earth Flower's body, spreading it all over the place. Its body is being crushed without enough remaining parts to heal. It dies completely, and the system car Lin Mo Yu sends a notification confirming his successful killing of the Earth Flower, which gives him 2,100,000 experience points, including 500 Earth Fragments and an additional 500 from the collection skill. As Lin Mo Yu saw the amount they got from the monster alone, he couldn't believe it because they actually got enough earth fragments to build another Heart of Earth. He could only tell Cyan that it would be better for them to have more combat resources such as the Heart of Earth. Their journey didn't end there because it wasn't the last boss of that dungeon. That's why he told Cyan that they should continue their tour inside the dungeon. On their way, they were able to reach a place where a waterfall of pure fire was located. The two of them stared at their surroundings, where Cyan immediately noticed that their experience inside the dungeon was very strange. He couldn't understand why there were no monsters around them. Even Lin Mo Yu understood that the situation they were in was not normal and that something was wrong now because usually the areas around the bosses did not contain any monsters at all. It was only then that Lin Mo Yu began to understand that they were deepening the situation, and when he observed their surroundings, he immediately realized what they were facing now. A boss just appears from the thick smoke. The system informs him using his detection technique that this is the weakened territorial boss Ancient Earth Dragon. It is at level 55 and has 100,000 strength, 60,000 agility, 60,000 spirit, and 120,000 physique. It has skills called Flame Dragon Breath War Trample Dragon Tail Sweep and properties that reduce the damage it receives from physical and elemental attacks by 70%, and the effects of curses are greatly weakened. This monster can only be found with its eyes closed and not having any reaction to the arrival of Moyo and Cyan. As Lin Moyo and Cyan faced this big dragon that appeared, they couldn't believe it. Cyan wondered what it meant when his system information informed him that this was a weakened territorial lord boss because he had never encountered anything like this in the time he had been entering dungeons. He was once again preparing himself and raising his weapon for whatever this boss might do. Lin Moyo simply answers and tells him that he too is not sure what they are facing now and what state the dragon is in. The fire dragon remained with its eyes closed and seemed indifferent to the intruders in its territory. A few seconds passed and it opened its eyes, revealing the formations inside it. The eyes of the dragon Kinnalan Moyo were staring as he finally noticed its presence. The earth dragon was immediately alerted to the appearance of familiar creatures in its territory and rose from its slumber. When the earth dragon raised its head, it immediately stared at Lin Moyo and Cyan. As soon as this dragon got up, it immediately released a very strong force that combined with the very hot winds inside the fifth dungeon, it caused a lot of damage, but with the help of Lin Moyo's skeleton armor, it quickly, in fact, they can easily prevent its effects. They were also not blown away by the force from the earth dragon's attack. The sudden awakening of the dragon only alerted Lin Moyo a little and seriously watched the enemy's movements in front of him. He raises his hand and summons his skeleton warriors to protect and assist him in dealing with this. Beside him appear his skeleton warriors connected to his own energia. As soon as Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors emerge covered in his own energia, he immediately gives them orders and directs the dragon to secure them. His skeleton warriors quickly follow with their eyes focused on the dragon in front of them and run to fight it. Despite their quick action, they immediately understood that they had a big problem, and it was the big lake of pure fire that was between them and the dragon. They can only stop at the edge of the lake as the dragon begins to move its huge body and is now facing the skeletons. Its body seemed very heavy. The earth dragon faced the skeletons now, and as he stared at them, they noticed that only one of his eyes was open and his right eye was closed. The lake is dripping from its mouth and horn. It can only be seen on the right side of its face that it looks like it has suffered a severe injury. The dragon raises its legs as the hot lake flows over its body as it falls. It prepares one of its attacks to launch its attack on so many that would invade its territory. The fact that it raised its feet was only a sign that it was using one of its war trample skills. Along with a strong angle, it stomped its foot with tremendous force into the lake of pure fire, spreading the lake that was there. It reaches the location of the skeleton warriors, who are just shocked by the sudden attack. They did not expect the arrival of a large amount of harmful lake in their direction, which causes them to be crushed. Moyo couldn't believe it and backed away. The heat of the attack made him sweat. What he saw in front of him was so disturbing that he was forced to use his arm to cover his face. When Moyo saw the damage suffered by his skeleton warriors, he immediately released his skeleton general, who was standing right behind him and was ready to follow his orders. While full of his own spirit in his right hand, Moyo begins to understand that if just one attack from the dragon causes severe damage to his skeleton warriors, then they will definitely not last long. And if the attack is repeated, his skeleton warriors will surely be destroyed. That's why his undead general is there to stop it. He immediately orders his undead general to support his colleagues, and when he comes out, he immediately raises his weapon to use his Legion heal skill. The white light emanating from it immediately enveloped the entire area and healed the skeleton warriors who had received severe damage from the dragon's attack. Skeleton warriors wait for themselves to heal before they completely rush at their opponent again, because if they force themselves, they will surely only face destruction. Moyo himself also knew that it would be difficult to kill the dragon that possessed 120,000 physique along with its very high defensa, so he could not kill it suddenly, and the only thing he could do was to gradually consume it all its cheers. To start this part of Moyo's clan, he uses his slokers on the dragon. The red chains coming from his back quickly went to the dragon's location. When the chains reached the dragon, it was not happy because it immediately straightened its body and began to disappear. Even though its body is wrapped in red chains from Moyo, it can still move. It can be seen in his eyes that he is very angry, and when he disappears, he spreads the lava around him. You are restless with what Moyo is doing and want to take revenge on him. Also, because of the dragon's character and tagline, it is not tied to Moyo's curse. Using its wings, it easily unhooks the red chains from its body, reducing its slowing effect on all its movements. Moyo notices the weakening of the effect of his curse because of the nature of this boss. Even with the situation that Moyo was in, he knew that it was better than not helping them at all. While the dragon was confused by the chains from Moyo, it was still trying to make sure that if it disappeared and removed the pillar from its body, Moyo's skeletons would no longer fall to the ground. Next, the skeleton mages unleashed their attacks that they had prepared earlier. A large number of elemental spells consisting of pure ice and lightning elemental attacks begin to erupt to deal heavy damage to the dragon. The dragon only screams at the damage it takes from the sheer number of attacks it takes. Even though it received a lot of damage, the earth dragon still didn't budge, and it only caused it to continue to disappear. In the anger of the earth dragon, it uses its war trample skill again. It stomps its paws on the ground with great force, causing a strong shockwave and blowing hot air inside the dungeon. The Moyo, who was far away from the attack, was still affected by it. I hope that the powerful force of the attack would have knocked him back, but with the help of the effect of his skeleton armor, he was invulnerable. He just adjusts his paws on the ground while fully accepting the dragon's attack. It just puts his arms in front for extra protection. After the attack made by the earth dragon, Moyo knew it was time for him to launch his own attack at that time. He stood gracefully while raising his right palm to show off his skeleton fangs. Sharp bones from the ground appeared, starting to point in the dragon's direction. In an instant, you immediately connect these sharp pieces of bone to the dragon, who didn't even bother to throw it into his body. It just stared at Moyo's attack and wondered what it was for. The dragon didn't know what was going on until it realized that the skeleton fangs were just a distraction. Because Moyo followed that up with his soul blaze that attacked the dragon, causing it to disappear. It could no longer bear the pain of tearing its soul and could only scream very loudly. It raised its feet to walk towards Moyo's direction. His skeleton warriors who were in front of the dragon no longer noticed and paid attention. Lin Mo-yo notices the dragon walking in his direction, and that's when he understands that he seems to have succeeded in shifting its attention to him. He knew that if he was able to deal heavy damage to the dragon, it would focus on him, but due to their distance, it would take some time. Therefore, to seize the opportunity, Lin Mo-yo immediately orders his skeleton warriors to secure it and secure it. Zion is also ready with his Arabasa, whatever Lin Mo-yo orders him to do. As soon as Lin Mo-yo uttered his order, his skeleton warriors quickly followed, running to the dragon's location to meet it and give them their skills. It wasn't just the skeleton warriors that were getting ready, as from behind them, the skeleton mages were also unleashing their skills to deal damage from behind, while the skeleton warriors were messing with the dragon. The dragon was only able to turn to their unit too late because so many ice and lightning elemental attacks were coming from behind him. It would have tried to launch a counterattack, but was unable to do so. I watched as Lin Mo-yo's skeletons rushed forward with mutual cooperation, where the skeleton mages covered the area that the dragon could see while the skeleton warriors only assisted in the attack. He was just stunned while watching them and felt a great admiration. Only then did he truly understand how Lin Mo-yo was fighting bosses and why he was so brave to enter the core area even though he was only level 33. He couldn't believe at first why that boy possessed so much courage. After seeing the strength he possessed, it made sense. When Zion stepped forward to watch, he didn't rush forward, so Lin Mo-yo caught his attention and asked what he was building on the side. He was immediately told by Lin Mo-yo to go there immediately and release his collection skill. Zion was taken aback by Lin Mo-yo's order to him and immediately responded by announcing his arrival. Zion quickly launched forward to impale his mallet and use his skill towards the dragon. The dazzling light from his collection skill immediately went in the direction of the dragon. These strands of energy immediately went to the dragon and enveloped its entire body. While Lin Mo-yo was serious that he was facing a dragon, he knew that he could not waste the opportunity and stop the fight, so when he gave the order to his skeletons to finish the fight and kill the dragon that was in front of them. If they stop it, they might receive unnecessary damage to their force. Lin Mo-yo knew that he had to end the battle as soon as possible, so he raised his hand and aimed his palm at his skeleton warriors. He uses his primordial runes enhance troops' skill to further strengthen their skills. The mark appeared above his hand, and in the next few seconds a light appeared that enveloped all the skeleton warriors present. They receive a strong boost from their master and feel a strong drain on their attributes and damage. They just stood there as if absorbing this energy that made them stronger. After receiving the full blast of reinforcements, Lin Mo-yo's skeleton warriors wasted no time. They immediately grab the enemy and jump in the air to attack the big dragon as well. With their swords in hand, they were ready to ambush him. The dragon, looking up, could only see so many little ones headed his way and wasn't too concerned about their arrival. It doesn't really notice all the enemies coming at it because of its only remaining eye. When Lin Mo-yo's skeleton warriors arrived to attack him, the dragon began to understand that he couldn't underestimate Lin Mo-yo's skeleton warriors coming his way. As his swords hit him, he felt the intense pain it caused. The dragon didn't expect the severe damage that these little ones could cause. It was helpless against the sheer number of skeleton warriors climbing over its body and trying to single it out. With all the damage that the dragon will receive, it loses its balance, so to regain it, it stomps its left foot on the ground. He successfully regained his own balance and now readied himself for a counterattack. The dragon knows that it will die if the current situation continues, so it is serious. Its right eye, which had been closed for a while and was not being used, was forced to open to continue using it and watch the movements of the skeletons around it. Zion, seeing how the dragon slayer used his eye with his cousin, knew that he was in a desperate situation. This girl didn't expect the dragon's actions. It was stunned until the dragon opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth can be seen, and with its mouth wide open, it can only be seen that it is gathering fire at the tip of its tongue. They quickly realized that in the time it took to prepare the attack, it was sure to cause grievous damage. They were immediately cornered, especially Cyan, who immediately shouted to get Lin Moyo's attention. It knows that the dragon prepares for its attack one by one, especially for its duration. He understood that if it hit, it would definitely cause severe damage to them and Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors. Lin Moyo, who was watching the dragon attack without even getting nervous, and continued to face it. He stared at the dragon and watched all its movements while asking if it was seriously trying to use his skills, because if this was what he was planning, Lin Moyo couldn't allow it. He knew that the dragon's attack would only cause great destruction, especially to those who had acquired a very powerful skill. Lin Moyo aimed his left hand at his opponent and prepared his soul blaze. The huge amount of fire that was forming in his own spirit united in front of him to once and for all release it from the dragon. The dragon manages to finish his preparations and unleashes his massive attack. At the same time, Lin Moyo was able to quickly land his soul blazed on the dragon's head and disrupt its attack. The focus of his fire was only diverted so that he could no longer do anything right in the direction where Lin Moyo and his disciples were. When the dragon was released, it just spread a lot of lava around him that engulfed the land. Cyan, who saw how the dragon unleashed its massive attack, was just horrified by its intense ability to destroy. While the fire of the dragon was still spreading, it just sat down and was behind a big rock to protect itself. It crammed its entire body into it to protect from potential attacks. He feels so much fear and tries to calm himself down. It can be seen in his eyes that he did not expect such situations and forgot that all he needed to do was to trust Lin Moyo with his own life. While this woman was hiding, the battle was still going on outside. The dragon's attack ends, which is why it becomes a signal for Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors and skeleton mages to take action. Its skeleton mages from afar unleash their ice and lightning elemental attacks. It quickly doomed derecho to the dragon's location. While they were messing with the dragon, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors rushed forward with no sense of fear. Even as the hot lava spread from the vast lava, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors poured money into it. With their swords in hand, they knew the fight was almost over, and they just needed to get their attacks right. When the dragon finally opened its wings to escape, everyone was caught because Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors succeeded in killing it. They are able to deal enough damage to kill it instantly and prevent it from launching any more attacks. It also helps to weaken the dragon they've caught before they even start fighting. The big body of the dragon was just laying down in the lava of pure fire, while the dust was scattered there as a sign of a fierce battle that happened in front of them. A notification appears to Lin Moyo informing him that he successfully killed the ancient earth dragon, giving him 5,500,000 experience, including an earth dragon armor, an earth crystal, an earth gem, and a heart of earth. Except both of you, he also receives additional earth dragon armor, earth crystal, earth gem, and heart of earth using Cyan's collection skill. The earth dragon armor they receive is an item that only warriors can use. It is a platinum level defensive equipment that increases all attributes of the user by 2,000 and reduces damage received by 20%. It also possesses a skill called Full Defense, which grants its user an additional 10 times defense and reduces all damage received by 80% for 1 minute, which can be used on its 2-hour cooldown. Next is the Earth Crystal, which can be united with other elemental crystals to form the Elemental Divine Stone, which equalizes the chance of a profession upgrade in the 3rd profession evolution. If more elements are mixed, its effect will also be stronger where it can be used separately to increase the physical resistance of its user. But after it is used separately from other elements, it cannot be used to form the elemental divine stone. The next item is the Earth Gem, which permanently reduces physical damage received by 50% and has a chance to grant a physical type skill. If it is used in the second profession evolution of a Holy Knight, it greatly increases the chance of a profession upgrade. The last item that Lin Mo Yo gets is the Heart of Earth, which is a necessary item for the evolution of an Earth Knight. When Lin Mo Yo saw the rewards he had taken, he was stunned and couldn't believe it because he didn't fully expect an elemental crystal to appear there. He was very surprised by this, and with Xian's collection skill, all the rewards he received were doubled. Lin Mo Yo couldn't stop praising the overpowered collection skill of that woman. After the fight, Xian comes out of hiding and immediately praises Lin Mo Yo for being powerful. Even though he is still a bit shy, he tells Lin Mo Yo that he is able to kill the boss very easily, and because of his presence there and his killing of the Art Dragon. He is just thankful because otherwise it would have been taken from his death by dragon fire. Lin Mo Yo was only seriously listening to everything this woman was saying. He throws an Earth Gem at Xian and tells him that he must use the stone. Xian accepts what Lin Mo Yo gives him, but he wonders why he gave it to him especially, and he didn't do much, and all he did was use his collection skill. Lin Mo Yo just stuffed him and told him to stop talking about anything and use it immediately. He reminds Xian that they still need to farm inside the dungeon accordingly, so they can't waste arrows at any time. Lin Mo Yo's words seemed to silence Xian and became serious. Even though Lin Mo Yo's tone was like that, it wasn't angry and instead was happy because of everything he got. He just took out his elemental divine stone and smiled because there was finally another element he could sign into it. The earth crystal, he confides in it and celebrates himself as he finally has the 3 elements of the elemental divine stone. With Lin Mo Yo successfully finding one of the missing pieces of the elemental divine stone, he wastes no time and brings these 2 out to unite. As he activates it, the earth elemental stone approaches the divine stone and generates energy that causes the earth elemental stone to begin adding to the core stone. After only a few seconds, Lin Mo Yo had successfully mixed the earth elemental stone, and it now possessed 3 elements. His elemental divine stone that possesses fire poison and earth elemental now increases the chance of gaining a professional advancement by 10% when used in the 3rd job evolution. After its union, the stone immediately goes to Lin Mo Yo's hands where he first observes it. After seeing the information about this, Lin Mo Yo immediately put his elemental divine stone into his storage space to hide it and not show it to others as much as he could. He just thought to himself that the 10% that his current elemental divine stone could provide was too low, so he still needed to find other elemental crystals to strengthen and unify it. As for his other items that he got, he knows that he doesn't need to use them at the moment because of his high stats. On the other side, Xian can only be seen having just finished using what Lin Mo Yo gave him. It's about her use, and by the end of it, she's just enveloped in a Maposio light, letting Lin Mo Yo know that this girl looks like she's got something good. This light completely disappears from Xian's body, indicating that the fusion seems to be complete. Lin Mo Yo was just observing this girl and waiting for her to talk to him. Xian is very happy. I hope that what Lin Mo Yo gave him will have an effect, and you will love him. She only smiled when she faced Lin Mo Yo, and because of this her wonder increased. That's why she asked the woman if she received any skills. Xian informs him that he is able to acquire a physical skill called Stun. The system informs that this is a skill that gives him a set chance to give a stun effect to his opponent for 5 seconds, which he can use once during its 1-hour cooldown. The higher the gap between the user's level and its target, the shorter the duration of the stun effect that may be inflicted on the enemy. Xian, who receives this skill, is just happy and jumps in front of Lin Mo Yo. He was celebrating because he was finally able to get a warrior-type skill, so he was very grateful for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo just praises her and informs her that this woman's skills are good. He is happy with Cyan's reaction, and after hearing that skill, he knows that it has great potential because if Cyan's strength is higher than his future opponent, it can cause an infinite stun effect. But he knew it wouldn't be a good skill in a battle involving a group. These two are just starting to leave, and as they are enveloped in light taking them out of the dungeon, Lin Moyo tells Cyan that she needs to prepare. Because after they left that dungeon, Lin Moyo immediately used his cooldown talisman to reset the dungeon, and the two of them continued farming inside that rezo. Cyan doesn't calm down here, who just agrees to kill Moyo because he knows that he has a lot of benefits that can be obtained from him, and there are only more than 4 hours left before that dungeon is completely closed, so the two of them are trying to enter it once or twice more. Outside the dungeon gate, Yayo can only be seen awaiting the return of these two along with Zhang Wenshan and other professionals of the human side. They just watch those two show up, and their lights show up in front of them. These two eventually appear outside the dungeon where Lin Moyo immediately grabs his cooldown talisman to immediately remove the cooldown of the dungeon they entered. Zion, seeing Lin Moyo's cooldown talisman being released, was just amazed at its display. Lin Moyo uses his own cooldown talisman instead of the advanced cooldown talisman given to him by his master. Lin Moyo moves quickly, and within 2 seconds of their exit, these two enter the dungeon again. These two disappear again, and their re-entry into the dungeon is seen by all the dragon professionals and abyssal demons present. It seems that outside the dungeon, the three sides are still continuing to face each other and have a small fight between them all. It seems that the confrontation between these three only continues until the dungeon finally closes. One of the professional people who was watching how Lin Moyo and Zion came and went immediately wondered why those two were immediately entering again after they came out of the dungeon. They were just wondering if the two of them were able to clear the dungeon or if they just retreated because of their sloppy attempt here. Professionals only think that these things exist because they all know that there are no other exits from that dungeon because it is very special and can only be exited by successfully clearing it or waiting to be forced they exit by closing it. In that dungeon, there was not even any item that could help them to escape. Despite these doubts in Lin Moyu's own camp and his fellow professionals, Zhang Wenshan still believes in Lin Moyu and knows that everything will be possible for him especially, and he knows what the real its ability. Only those who saw how Lin Moyu fought knew how strong that boy really was, and it wasn't that difficult for his skeletons to quickly finish that dungeon. He just turned to his colleagues and informed all the people present that that incident involving Lin Moyu would definitely get the attention of the dragon professionals and abyssal demons present, so there was definitely a high chance of launching these attacks the next time Lin Moyu came out of the dungeon again. He reassures them and prepares them for the return of Lin Moyu to help him from the surprise attack from the enemies. The people there don't think twice, and they immediately agree that they understand what they need to do especially, and they also know how important it is that they have an Earth Knight that only Lin Moyu can fulfill, so for sure they will try to kill Lin Moyu and take it away from him. On the other side, where the dragon professionals were, they could only see a very dangerous look left in their eyes, and their veins were showing with extreme anger, all focused on Lin Moyu. They were annoyed with Lin Moyu especially for what he was doing, and it was as if he was deliberately insulting them. One of the dragon professionals gave orders to his colleagues that they needed to prepare because the moment Moyu came out of the dungeon, they would immediately launch a deadly attack on Lin Moyu to kill him immediately. All the dragon professionals and abyssal demons out there knew that they couldn't let the side of humanity have another Earth Knight again because it would be too much trouble. They all recognized how strong it was because a god-level Earth Knight was stronger than the other 3 legendary professions, where it would be a greater threat against them in battle. Because of their defeat at the hands of an Earth Knight, there was a strong edict within the Dragon Clan that they had to prevent the birth of Earth Knights on the human side at all costs, because otherwise it would only lead to big gap in their power. Finally, these two arrive back inside the dungeon. The light that brings them inside can be seen, and the second Lin Mo-yu enters the dungeon. The surroundings around him are very familiar. As he stood at the entrance, he immediately thought of how he would end the dungeon. He just remembers that the cooldown for his enhanced troop skill is 1 hour, and he knows to himself that without that skill, it will be difficult for him to defeat the dragon boss. It was then that Lin Mo-yu began to understand that it looked like the fastest time he could get to clear that dungeon was 1 hour if he thought about the cooldown of his skill. As Lin Mo-yu stood there and thought about his plan to clear that dungeon, an idea came to his mind, and he remembered that there were so many earth flowers and earth fire fish that were found inside the dungeon that he could use. It was only then that he found out that he didn't have to rely on his enhanced troop skill, and as long as he was able to move very quickly, he could use the earth flower corpse and the earth fire fish for his corpse explosion to quickly clear the inside of dungeons. The earth flower's vitality is so high, that's why Lin Mo-yu wanted to know what effect it would have on killing the dragon. Lin Mo-yu just smiled as he tried to understand what the effect of exploding the corpses of the monster leaders like an earth flower would be against the boss of the dungeon. With his new strategy in mind, Lin Mo-yu was just happy because if the cooldown time of his enhanced troop skill was included, he could finish and farm inside that dungeon 3-4 times before it was completely over. Disappear. With his newly thought-out method, Lin Mo-yu just turned to Zion and immediately asked him if he had ever tried to speedrun a dungeon before and if he knew how to do it. Zion, hearing about that thing for the first time, could only ask what it meant. Since this girl didn't seem to understand what the principle behind Lin Mo-yu's straight guidance was, she explained it in a simple way. He tells Zion that he only needs to accompany Lin Mo-yu on the run later as he gathers all the monsters inside the dungeon. After they have collected all the monsters they can attract, only then will Zion use his group collection skill in whatever suits their situation. He tells Lin Mo-yu that this time they will focus more on speed and not on collecting all the monsters found inside the dungeon. He can let the rest of the monsters be there and sacrifice a small profit because he needs to save his energy for the bigger monsters. Because of their speed in clearing the dungeon, it is inevitable that they won't kill someone. But despite this, Zion can't miss using his collection skill on the dungeon leaders and the final boss of the dungeon. Even though what Lin Mo-yu is planning is a bit scary, Zion does not hesitate to agree to his idea and just faces Lin Mo-yu seriously while letting him know that there is no need to worry because he will do everything he can. Able to obey Lin Mo-yu's wishes. At the end of their conversation, Lin Mo-yu didn't waste any more time and immediately put the skeleton armor on himself and Zion to protect themselves from the enemy's upcoming attacks. And in their running, Lin Mo-yu only says that now that Zion agrees and knows what strategy they need to do, there is only one thing left that they need to do, and that is to carry out the plan. At Lin Mo-yu's command, his skeleton warriors appeared around him, and from the shadows they appeared to do his bidding. He doesn't release all of his skeletons and only leaves a few of them to be followed by monsters to collect them. When they finally came out, Lin Mo-yu gave the order for them to run immediately and start searching for their targets. Skeleton warriors run with the wind inside the dungeon to find the monsters that are there. At that time, it was not grown up that the search had to be stopped, and what they had to do now was to run to the end. Lin Mo-yu simply let some of the monsters that were too hidden and let them live to save time. Lin Mo-yu and Zion followed the skeleton warriors to prepare themselves for their upcoming encounters with the many monsters that the skeleton warriors would take. Their attention is focused on the front and waiting for their return. After only a few moments, the skeleton warriors were able to attract a large number of monsters towards them. and the number of them passing through the dungeon was increasing. Even though Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors could help the monsters that were there, they did not stop and just continued to do their duty. The many monsters that are there just naively follow and chase the skeletons. There were so many kinds of monsters, and it looked like Lin Mo Yu's harvest was good now. As Zion continued to follow Lin Mo Yu, he just watched how they gathered so many monsters and sent them to them. It was only then that he began to understand the concept of what Lin Mo Yu called a speed run, where they would finish off all the monsters found throughout the dungeon as quickly as possible. As he thought about it, he was also starting to feel a little nervous. When he looked behind him, he could only see so many monsters that Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors had managed to tame. Even though the number of them is very large, he uses his talent, and by doing so he calms down and his mind becomes clear. Even though the dust was scattered all around from the running of many large monsters, Zion still stopped to face them and follow Lin Mo Yu's orders. He turns and runs to face them with his huge mallet in hand. He trusted the skeleton armor that Lin Mo Yu had given him that could protect him against so many monsters. He continues his initiation and informs Lin Mo Yu that his collection skill can only work on 200 monsters in one use. Due to the number of monsters in front of him, Zion understood that he needed to choose a side to prioritize and not be completely surrounded by them. He takes his right side and slams his mallet on the ground to use his collection skill. With his beating, a blinding light appeared that covered the entire area and immediately went to the monsters. He caught the attention of 200 monsters where they gave up on their target at the same time and quickly rushed towards Zion. Zion did not run away from them and instead ran around the monsters. He tries to avoid the attacks of his opponents while waiting for the chance that he can use his skill again. After a few seconds, he gets another chance to use it and slams his weapon into the ground again, causing a massive explosion enveloping the monsters with energy from his collection skill. They also get their attention and go to his place. After Zion gathered them, it was time to do his work. He just stood there while preparing his skeleton fangs skill. Huge seed pods emerge from the ground that Lin Mo Yu prepares to fight the monsters headed their way. He just stares at them seriously and observes their movements. Upon the arrival of the monsters, Lin Mo Yu immediately released his skeleton fangs, one of them without thinking twice, and in his attack, many of the large centipedes were hit and pierced by it. They die instantly, and at the same time, the vitality of their corpses that can be used later on will not be used up. With these two working so well, Lin Mo Yu just turned to Zion to praise him for his excellent work shown in gathering monsters and using his collection skills here. Zion seems to be laughing at this praise that Lin Mo Yu is receiving and is sincerely grateful for it. He only blushed a little. After they finished killing all the monsters on that side of the dungeon, they didn't waste any more time and continued their journey. If they want to finish the dungeon in their allotted time, they should move on. The skeleton warriors picked up the large number of corpses of their slain monsters and ran forward where they were jumping off the cliff without a second thought. Next to them were Lin Mo Yu and Zion, who didn't hesitate to follow and jump towards the edge of the cliff. As they both fall, Zion is ahead where he tells Lin Mo Yu that he will first use his collection skill on the dungeon leaders they will meet in the next part of the dungeon. Lin Mo Yu is also using his skill to re-release his skeleton warriors and help clean up the monsters they encounter. When they arrived at the second part of the dungeon, which was a world made up of burning flames, they quickly killed all the monsters there. Those who steal the earth fire fish from the firefight are quickly killed by the skeleton warriors who simply pierce their bodies and place their corpses on their swords for later use. The fish were not even able to fight back, and many of their corpses were left to be pierced by the swords of Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors. After the earth fire fish, Lin Mo Yu immediately went to the location of the earth flower to attack it. He could only see in front of him the flower with so many tentacles that housed sharp thorns and had the ability to move very quickly. Despite this, Lin Moyo is not afraid and just faces it. He is just waiting for Cyan to use his collection skill here and double their reward that can be obtained here. Cyan didn't speak anymore and went directly in front of the earth flower to use the collection technique on it. The earth flower immediately uses its skills against Cyan, where it quickly lashes out with its tentacles but is blocked by its skeleton armor, which easily protects its life. After his mission, Cyan immediately returns to Lin Moyo's side so that he is the next to do his action. Cyan just smiled at Lin Moyo, explaining that he is now able to use his collection skill on the opponents in front of them. After getting this confirmation from him, Lin Moyo immediately takes action and orders his skeleton warriors to throw the corpse of the earth fire fish at the earth flower. The corpses of earth fire fish quickly surround the earth flower that Lin Moyo uses with his corpse explosion. From inside their body, a bright red light comes out that serves as a signal that they are about to explode. In the following seconds, there was a powerful explosion that severely damaged the earth flower. Cyan, who can see how easily Lin Moyo and his skeleton warriors kill the monsters they encounter. Cyan understands the full meaning of a speed run that Lin Moyo was referring to him earlier, because he really does not waste even a second to find the monsters that are there. He just couldn't believe it because less than 30 minutes had passed since they entered the dungeon. That's why what he was doing now, storming inside the dungeon, was so amazing, because they were making progress inside it so fast. After they killed the earth flower, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors immediately did their job, where they immediately collected the corpse of the earth flower to use it for their fight against the last boss of the dungeon. They take all the corpses they come across, including earth firefish. Since the corpse of the earth flower was so large and its tentacles extended, it would be difficult to pull it. That is why the skeleton warriors separated the corpse of the earth flower with their swords and carried them. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors quickly run to the location of the last boss of the dungeon with their secret weapon. As Lin Moyo sees the fast movement of his skeleton warriors, he urges Cyan to speed up his movement and join them, because it's time to speedrun again and kill the boss of the dungeon immediately. They quickly found the location of the ancient earth dragon. They didn't wait for the fire to descend and approached the roar of the ancient earth dragon, and even though it was in such a state, it still possessed incredible strength. It only faces Lin Moyo's force until Lin Moyo gives an order that causes the skeleton warriors to throw all the corpses they brought to the earth dragon. The dragon is now showered with so many corpses, and as it sees so many corpses heading in its direction, the dragon begins to wonder and does not understand what this means. It only watches the arrival of these corpses until the end so that it can understand what is happening around it. In the next few seconds, there are huge explosions that replace the entire dragon and cause great damage to it. The dragon was not even able to protect itself or even escape from that place, as it was engulfed in huge explosions. Despite this, the earth dragon doesn't stop there and still has the strength left to launch attacks of its own. As the dust around him still cleared, he could only be seen raising his foot and trying to use his war trample skill. He was about to step on his foot, but immediately Lin Moyo used his slow curse skill to stop his movements. It was left with its foot raised and delayed in its preparations for its skill. Lin Moyo fearlessly faced the huge dragon while suppressing all of its possible movements. Lin Moyo knew that he couldn't let the dragon use his skill against them, because it might cause them to receive unnecessary damage and prolong their stay inside the dungeon. He just tells the dragon that he can't waste his time here, and they hurry off to catch up with the dungeon timer that's about to end. In Lin Moyo's rematch with the Earth Dragon, only to be found using the same strategy it used on him in their first encounter. He used his slow curse on the Earth Dragon to stop it from moving and causing massive damage to his skeleton warriors. He immediately follows it up by blocking its incoming attacks by using his soul blaze to disrupt it. The earth dragon, whose soul was burning and soul blaze was placed on its head, could only scream from the pain it felt from the burning of its soul. He tries to put out the fire and moves his body quickly to extinguish the fire, but he can't do anything against the spreading fire that causes him great damage. Lin Mo-yo's skeleton warriors, seeing how the earth dragon was struggling to put out the fire and now agitated greatly from the pain it was receiving, wasted no time and ran quickly and charged forward to take the opportunity is thrown in front of them now. They used their powers properly to quickly get to the ancient earth dragon's abode. They carried the corpse of the earth flower they encountered and its tentacles, which they tore into many pieces. In their fast running, they immediately released these corpses towards the ancient earth dragon's place as they followed it and waited for their master's action. In the next few seconds, Lin Mo-yo immediately uses his corpse explosion on the galloways, who start to glow red only as a sign that it is about to explode. Lin Mo-yo's skeletons were now following these corpses and preparing their swords to attack the earth dragon after the impending explosion. They watched as the dragon was immobilized and unable to escape the impending explosion. Lin Mo-yo, who was watching the whole incident, could only see how fearlessly his soldiers rushed forward, and to help them he now ordered the corpses he was throwing to explode. When he puts his hand in front of him, he puts his own spirit on corpses. In the next few seconds, there was a huge explosion engulfing the entire area and enveloping the entire ancient earth dragon, who was helpless against the explosions. It can only be found in the middle, surrounded by thick flames, while finally taking the full damage he inflicts. In the next few seconds, the earth dragon was staring at Lin Mo-yo with a hint of anger in his eyes and could only see him pointing his hand at him. Lin Mo-yo seems to be the last thing the ancient earth dragon sees before it dies, because the next few times it loses its life. With the severity of the damage he received from Lin Mo-yo and his skeletons, he successfully kills him, and a notification appears informing him that he has successfully killed an earth dragon, giving him 5,500,000 experience, including an earth dragon armor, an earth crystal, an earth gem, and a heart of earth. Pal Yuan here, he also gets additional rewards with the help of the collection skill used by Zion on the Earth Dragon, which gives him one additional reward that doubles everything he gets from what he kills. Zion, who saw how Lin Mo-yo easily killed and finished off a powerful boss like the ancient Earth Dragon on his own, was stunned for a moment, even when he showed how Lin Mo-yo finished off the boss that was earlier. He couldn't believe what Lin Mo-yo was showing him and couldn't stop praising him in his mind for his amazing speed in clearing dungeons. As he stared, Lin Mo-yo just told him that they needed to leave that place because they could dance for time and they should continue their journey to start the next round of their clearing again. Inside the dungeon, Zion, who is still left dumbstruck by what he saw, doesn't agree with this anymore and just agrees to Lin Mo-yo's wishes because he is not too tired of what he did to him and can continue. Again, he let them out of the dungeon from inside it, and in an instant only their bodies were found, which were gradually taken out and ended up in front of the entrance of the dungeon. A bright light appeared in front of the entrance, which signaled that Lin Mo-yo and Zion were back again, attracting the attention of all the miscreants, including members of the Dragon Clan and Abyssal Demons. In their quick exit from the dungeon, they did not waste their time to notice what was around them, and as they faced the entrance, Mo-yo quickly used his cooldown talisman to remove the cooldown of the dungeon, and again they can enter it. Light enveloped them again, moving their bodies back into the dungeon. Abyssal demons and dragon professionals outside were just restless because they couldn't understand what was going on. They were completely surprised as to why that professional was returning to the dungeon. They are just wondering if they are confused and if they see the situation right in front of them because they reappear even though only 30 minutes have passed since they re-entered there. For them, It is no longer a good reason that those two are clapping when they clear the dungeon, and it starts to enter their mind that maybe the two are finishing the dungeon quickly. Zhang Wenxian, who also saw how Lin Mo Yu and Mu Ziyan entered the dungeon, felt the same as the abyssal demons, all dragon professionals present, and couldn't believe the speed Lin Mo Yu was showing in their going in and out of the dungeon. With Lin Mo Yu's insane speed in clearing dungeons, one begins to understand how great that man is, and his skill when it comes to farming dungeons compares to the speed of an entire party of professionals. The shock that was showing on his face was replaced by a wide smile because he knew that the human camp would now achieve a lot with the help of Lin Mo Yu. Along with this smile, he knew that with the speed that Lin Mo Yu had shown in his 2 clearings, he would still be able to farm within the dungeon 4 or 5 more times, possibly giving them more items. He knew for himself that the birth of Earth Knights in the human camp would be unstoppable, and if this continued, the Heart of Earth body would definitely not be lacking for the next hundreds of years with the help of the sacrifice Lin Mo Yu was making now. Humanity's camp will surely have a lot of strong professionals now who can fight against the powerful forces of the abyssal demons and the dragon clan. It seemed that in the air, Zhang Wenshan's reaction was becoming the opposite of what the abyssal demons and dragon professionals were showing, seeing how Lin Mo Yu could get out of the dungeon. They are just confused as they see the two re-enter because their speed here is unbelievable. They don't understand what's going on because those two just entered the dungeon, but how do they manage to get out again? They know that what they see is not an illusion because it is difficult to deceive their eyes. Even the abyssal demons who saw what was happening couldn't believe it anymore and grew angry. Nerves appeared on their foreheads as they shouted to inform their companions that those two people were entering the dungeon again. Even so, they couldn't make a Pedalos Dolos action to rush because there were also many professional people guarding the front of the dungeon who could also fight them. The abyssal demons begin to have predictions that Moyo might actually be able to clear the dungeon. But the big question now in their minds is how he can do it at such a speed. The abyssal demons simply forgot to think about what was happening inside the dungeon and continued to make a plan to counter Lin Moyo. One of them was simply telling his colleagues that there would be no next chance for Lin Moyo. Because of his coming out later, they needed to make sure that they would not be able to get Moyo out of that place alive, and repeat his exit in and out of the dungeon. Zhang Wenshan, standing on the chin, could feel their surroundings starting to change, and notices how the desire of their enemies to kill grows. It is immediately understood that they want to cooperate with Lin Moyo and kill him immediately so as not to get any more Heart of Earth or to disturb it. Zhang Wenshan knew that their opponents seemed unable to contain themselves, and they are about to take action to stop Lin Moyo. Even though there were so many of their enemies around, Wenshan was still not afraid and urged them to rush forward. Because they are ready to face so many enemies especially, and this is a necessary sacrifice for the camp of humanity. Because they cannot let them disturb Lin Moyo in his gathering of the Heart of Earth. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo and Ziyan are found repeating their strategy, and the cooperation between the two of them is becoming more organized, and they can easily clear the entire dungeon. As they did earlier, the skeleton warriors easily kill the earth flower and take its tentacles to make their weapons. They jumped off the cliff and only saw the thick dust covering the entire area. Lin Moyo observes their surroundings and feels that something strange is about to happen. Despite this, Ziyan doesn't seem to be happy with what they are doing, and he feels that they seem to be even faster this time. And he feels that they will be able to clear that dungeon in no more than 35 minutes. Lin Moyo continued to look at their past Earth Dragon, and while he was staring at the front, he was stunned and could not believe what he saw next. In front of him is the Earth Dragon standing, and it can be noticed that it is no longer weak like the ones that Lin Moyo had when they cleared the dungeon earlier. It's not like the one they came across in their clearing earlier, where the Earth Dragon was just lying there. In the present moment, it is still waking up and is now staring at the two seriously. The dragon just kept silent and looked at the two as if he was waiting for these two to return. The dragon's stare at him in its last moments on their second clearing seemed to be a sign of waiting for him. Cyan, who notices the strange happening in front of them, just eats a great surprise in him. And it asks Lin Moyo what is the reason for the Earth Dragon's sudden rise and change of situation inside the dungeon where it wakes up. When the two finally arrived, the Earth Dragon immediately opened its mouth for an attack. It can be seen in its mouth that the energia is being accumulated, and unlike its previous attacks, it can be noticed that it possesses stronger power. It's serious, and you can see in his eyes that it's no longer weak like the ones that Lin Moyo has caught. Lin Moyo was immediately alerted and told Cyan that they had to leave the dungeon because something unexplainable was going to happen inside the dungeon. Before they could completely leave that place, the Earth Dragon unleashed its attack that released a loud scream that also quickly ended. A terrifying wind passed through the entire area, piercing through the bodies of all of them like a knife. The Lin Moyo remains standing where he is as his skeleton armor begins to map attack and is about to break. Even though he was able to keep his foot on the ground, the opposite happened to Cyan and his skeleton warriors as they were thrown around with the strong wind. They cannot control themselves, and the only result is that they fly away from you, Lin Moyo. As the Earth Dragon screamed, it only left Lin Moyo alone standing there while his companions were found lying on the ground. His skeletons are blown away and fall to the ground where they are unable to move. Even Cyan, who is among them, Lin Moyo does not know if he is alive or dead. Lin Moyo just stared at his teammates while the Earth Dragon's eyes were all focused on him. Its eyes shine through the dust, and it can be noticed that its right eye is working. Using its power to teleport, the Earth Dragon immediately appears in front of Lin Moyo. He stared at it, and while Lin Moyo was facing his big head, he just backed away a little in shock while properly positioning himself. The Earth Dragon's eyes were staring at Lin Moyo, and from this he felt a bit of fear seeping into his bones and into his mind. Despite the fear of his feelings, Lin Moyo noticed in the eyes of the ancient Earth Dragon its intelligence and emotions. He immediately realized that the Earth Dragon in front of him was very different from the one they fought earlier. It is not clear to Lin Moyo what is happening in front of him now, and the progress of things is beyond his understanding. As he stared there, the Earth Dragon suddenly spoke. Every time he opened his gift, it released a strong wind. This catches Lin Moyo's attention and tells him that he is overdoing what he is doing. Looking down on Lin Moyo from above, the Earth Dragon tells him that people like him are always told not to do the same thing more than 3 times, as the saying goes, it will be bad luck. He also asks Lin Moyo how many more times he will try to kill him. When you hear Lin Moyo in the deafening speech of the Earth Dragon, he is surprised and recoils because he actually spoke in front of him. It's only then that you know that the situation he's in is becoming more and more unbelievable. He is just dumbfounded, and his head starts spinning in search of an answer, because he has never encountered such a situation, and after thinking about all the causes and effects of it, he is left confused. The Earth Dragon began to ask questions to find out if the real body of the ancient Earth Dragon was real, and not just a fake version of it. At Lin Moyo's question, the Earth Dragon became angry, spewing out its water and yelling at Lin Moyo while asking what he thought was happening in front of him. The powerful blast from the Earth Dragon was enough to shatter Lin Moyo's skeleton armor, disintegrating into so many pieces. Even though his armor was flying around him, he didn't try anymore, because if the Earth Dragon could remove his skeleton armor with just one blow, he knew he could easily kill him, so there was no point in trying anymore. He will leave it. That dungeon doesn't give him any way to escape, so all the items to escape from there don't work. Even so, Lin Moyo still speaks and politely tells the Earth Dragon that it appears to be breaking the laws. At that time, Lin Moyo was able to predict that the Earth Dragon inside the dungeon was just a clone, so it was called a weakened version, but in front of him now, its true body was showing. Despite facing such a scary situation, Lin Moyo manages to calm himself down and find the courage to speak up. The Earth Dragon, who couldn't believe what Lin Moyo had said, began to lose consciousness, and as he moved, the lava spread around his body. He asks Lin Moyo what he is saying. As he uttered his words, his atmosphere also dissipated, and this terrifying aura went up into the sky as if it wanted to destroy the entire dungeon. With this loss of the Earth Dragon, only this power can be felt affecting the outside of the dungeon. Lin Moyo's colleagues outside immediately wondered what was happening and wanted to know what was happening in the dungeon because it was filled with strange energy. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what was going on because how the entrance of the dungeon was glowing now. Despite the Earth Dragon's threats and screams in front of him, Lin Moyo is not afraid and tries to calm himself down. Lin Moyo explains that the ancient Earth Dragon seems to be breaking the law, and from the level of the Earth Heart Dungeon, a creature like him shouldn't be able to appear. The Earth Dragon laughed loudly, causing the entire dungeon to roar. Lin Moyo just waited quietly and felt what the dragon's intentions were in front of him. He just answers and tells Lin Moyo that believe it or not he can crush him and turn him into ashes with just one dragon breath from him. Even so, Lin Moyo is not afraid to answer and inform the Earth Dragon that he knows that it will not kill him. From what he said, Earth Dragon's interest in him is increasing now and asks Lin Moyo how he knows this. Lin Moyo continues his speech and smilingly tells the Earth Dragon that he really wants to kill him. He did it a long time ago, and he is gone now, especially since the gap in their powers is so big. Other than that, it didn't necessarily just stop the movement of his skeletons and momentarily knock his companion unconscious. Because of all this, Lin Moyo only guesses that the Earth Dragon is there to warn him and has no real intention to finish him off. Lin Moyo is calm and will talk and knows that the worst result he can get is his own death, so he should not be nervous and believe that his prediction is correct. The Earth Dragon laughed in front of him and confirmed Lin Moyo's prediction while praising it that it looked really good. The Earth Dragon explains that it is only there to see what kind of person is capable of making his other self suffer so badly. It also confirms Lin Moyo's prediction and informs him that it really has no intention of eating him and is only there at that time to make a deal with the two of them. When Lin Moyo heard this, he was just surprised, and even so he still let the dragon speak. The dragon does not continue to tell him what he wants from Lin Moyo, and he explains to him that at the moment he does not have what it takes to make the agreement between the two of them. He informs Lin Moyo that he can do it when he reaches the true center of the upper layer. It will wait for him. It did not leave any information for him and released a strong fire around him. In the next few seconds it disappeared and joined the flames that disappeared. It's exactly the same as how the monsters disappear inside the core area that turns into starlight. When the Earth Dragon left, it left strong flames, so Moyo covered his face, and while this happened he realized something the Earth Dragon mentioned about the middle of the upper layer. As he looked up at the many pieces that had come from the Earth Dragon, Lin Moyo was just dumbfounded thinking about the monster that was located in the very center of the upper layer. Only then did he remember what Moyo had told him about the boss who was found there who had no party and no strength. When he and Lin Moyo talked, he understood that it would not be easy for him to deal with this because he did not expect the Earth Dragon to have such high intelligence and ability to communicate. Lin Moyo remembered about the ancient Luan bird, and from what he noticed, it seemed to possess intelligence and also saw the same as the Earth Dragon in its eyes, but from the Luan's intelligence it was just like a child. Compared to the ancient Earth Dragon, it is equivalent to an old man. The skeleton warriors of Lin Moyo and Cyan begin to regain consciousness. He held his head while trying to stand up. He questions Lin Moyo and wants to know what happened just now. Lin Moyo just explains to him that the dungeon has changed, but now the boss they should have been able to fight is gone. That kind of mutation when it came to dungeons was very rare, and he had only heard about them, but he didn't expect to see it in front of him. Cyan is just anxious, asking Lin Moyo if it's okay, especially since it looks like he's the one left to deal with the mutated boss. Lin Moyo is just calm, telling him that it's fine, and now that they can't do anything inside the dungeon, it's better that they go out and it's all over. All she needs to worry about is the Dragon Clan members and abyssal demons who are out there waiting for their return, because it's time to deal with them. As they both went out and began to wrap the light, an ideal entered Lin Moyo's mind and asked Cyan. He wanted to know what he could get if he used his collection skill on Dragon Clan members and abyssal demons. Cyan just looks at him and wonders. He explains to you, Lin Moyo, that he doesn't know either because he has never tried it before. While they were slowly disappearing from inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo was just telling him that they would be able to get out later. He should try it on the enemies who were waiting for them. This woman answers enthusiastically, but Lin Moyo is just joking with her, but Cyan answers seriously. Light begins to appear outside the dungeon, and all the enemies present know that the two are about to break out. They immediately prepared and dismounted while going to their positions to ambush Lin Moyo and Cyan. One of the dragon professionals immediately signals to his colleagues to rush the returning human members. Together with the dragon professionals, the members of the Abyss are also arriving, rushing towards it. They all have one goal, and that is to kill Lin Moyo, who carries the heart of Earth that they fear can strengthen the human force and bring more problems to them in the future, especially the formation of Earth Knights. They rushed quickly, and while flying they headed straight for Lin Moyo with their weapons. They knew that they had to rush quickly because otherwise the human camps would read their movements and stop them from starting. Despite their quick attack, the human camp expected their attack, so under the leadership of Zhang Wenshan, it headed to the front to use his skill to protect all of them and their returning comrades. It uses its group protection after raising its sword to place a solid barrier around them all. Despite him questioning his barrier, the Dragon Clan members didn't bother to break it as they unleashed their spells, easily breaking Zhang Wenshan's barrier. The red energy balls coming from the sky easily penetrated the barrier. Seeing that Zhang Wenshan's barrier was unable to withstand the rain of attacks, Yayu immediately went to their front to help him. As a knight, it has the same skills as Zhang Wenshan, which is why it also uses the same group protection that keeps a barrier around them all to protect them and wait for Lin Moyu's return. It looks like Lin Moyu is making a comeback because upon his arrival he sees the attack of the dragon professionals. It observes all their movements and stares at them to scare them. He will tell all the enemies who are now surrounding them and trying to get through that it looks like they are actually attracting death to themselves, so he will give them and parent them trying to get through as if they are really attracting death to themselves himself. That is why he will give them. And Tutu parent their preference. All the demons and dragon monsters together started attacking our hero. They wanted to kill our hero at any cost because they did not want our hero to take the heart of Earth with him. Both demon and dragon monster do not like each other, but if any Earth Knight is born from this heart of Earth, then the existence of both will be in danger. So they do not want our hero to leave from here, so they decide to kill all the humans present here and do not want to leave anyone alive. When our hero suddenly came out of this dungeon with Xiangxian, these monsters attacked him and to save his life. Zhang Wengxian came with his whole team, and at this time he stands right next to our hero and seeing the attack of these monsters. Our hero tells him to let them all come down. He listens to our hero and smiles because he knew what Lin was thinking. Laughing, Zhang Wengxian gives some orders to one of his team members who was a mage, and as soon as he gets the order from the captain, The mage uses the Forbidden Sky ability, due to which a light goes into the sky and the whole sky gets illuminated. Seeing this sudden attack of light, all the monsters get scattered here and there because due to this attack there is light everywhere, and these monsters are not able to see properly. And when that mage attacked, all the monsters flying in the sky come down because that mage has banned the air there, due to which now no monster can fly in the air. The demons and dragons who were able to fly in the air and attack our heroes by taking advantage of the air can no longer do so because all the monsters start falling forcefully on the ground through Forbidden Sky. Seeing this, they were a little worried because this could be a little harmful for them. However, these monsters do not lose their morale after seeing their numbers. Even while staying on the ground, they think that they will finish them off. Forbidden Sky is an attack that will last for a maximum of 1 minute, and if they hold on for that long, then they will be able to maintain their absolute advantage again. Thinking this, they are all smiling a little. However, the smile on their faces vanishes when our hero summons a lot of skeletons. Seeing so many skeleton warriors in front of them, these monsters get a bit confused as to what all this is. Our hero does not want to give any chance to all these people. Right now there is an air ban, and he knows that it will not last for long. That is why he has used the strong soldier ability along with summon the skeleton there. As soon as our hero calls his skeleton army there, Xunxian standing far away quickly uses the group collection technique. Now she knows the whole rhythm of our hero, what he will do and say next. So before Lin could say anything, she did what our hero asked her to do. We all know about Xunxian's ability. Their blue shining colored threads start appearing which fall on all these monsters. After seeing this, all the monsters were unable to understand what it was because this attack did not cause any harm to their body. That's why they are a bit confused. And just then our heroes' attacks start, and in one stroke lightning, fire, tornado, wind, every attack starts falling on these monsters, and in one stroke the whole area was surrounded by all these attacks, and all the people standing far away are watching this, and Zhang Wenqian smilingly says that it is all over. Yayu was standing next to him who could not understand what Wenqian was saying. Seeing Yayu a little confused, Wenqian explains to her that when Commander Lin uses his rune, the result is already decided, and then he also tells her that the skill that Lin has just used, that skill had killed the Abyss Fire Spirit instantly. And here this storm of mixed attack of our hero was killing all the monsters present there, and as these monsters were being killed, our hero was getting notifications of getting continuous experience points. As many monsters, as many notifications come. Our hero did not use Corpse Explosion because Corpse Explosion is not necessary with powerful soldier skill. After killing so many monsters, Zhang Wenqian also got a lot of experience points, due to which she is immediately transferred to 1-star Colonel. Seeing this, she is very happy because it is a surprising experience for her. And so many points are also useful for our hero. His level has also been upgraded to 34, which means that he has also been upgraded. His Corpse Explosion has also become level 5. As soon as the level of Corpse Explosion increases, our hero becomes very happy seeing this because he was waiting for a long time for the upgrade of Corpse Explosion, which has happened, and with this talent bonus, his killing range has now become 50 meters and damage has also tripled. If Lin keeps getting fresh corpses in large quantities, then it is possible that he may explode the entire abyss. As the level of both of them increases, Zhang Wenqian says in surprise that I never expected that the collection technique would be effective on these demons and dragons. Then our hero starts getting some more notifications which are related to Zhang Wenqian's group collection technique. It was clearly written in the notification that with Zhang Wenqian's group collection technique, he can obtain Demon Core Fragment, and by using the Demon Core Fragment, he can surround himself with demonic aura for 1 hour. And then another notification also comes where it was written that Dragon Bloodline Essence has been obtained through the collection technique, and the low-level Dragon Bloodline can be used in many things like making potions, making battlefield equipment, and many more things. As soon as Lin sees this notification, he gets very surprised. The most surprising thing was that he can envelop the devil aura with himself because it was a very good thing for him. If he ever enters the abyss, then it can be very useful for him, and he never expected that the collection technique can also obtain such a thing. And at this time, the whole area was just filled with a monster's body, seeing which everyone was surprised. Yeyu was a little surprised to see this. She could not believe her eyes that it ended so soon. It was not even a minute away. Everything was over. Wenqian, standing nearby, hearing this, laughs and says that this group attack is the best skill of Commander Lin. Along with both of them, the whole team also starts talking among themselves. They had not expected that something like this would happen, and the monsters would be destroyed so soon. Our hero had used the origin rune, so these people could not believe that even a level 34 person could use the origin rune. After this, Lin gives Xiangxian a teleportation stone, which will be useful in contacting both of them. While leaving after giving this stone, he says that if by chance you find the dragon dungeon, then inform me, I will come to help you, and after saying this, our hero starts leaving from there. Seeing our hero leaving, Xiangxian asks him in disappointment, "Are you leaving?" Then our hero tells him that the center of the earth dungeon has disappeared. So there is no use of staying here because our hero still has to complete the task given to him by his teacher. As soon as our hero leaves from there, Xiangxian becomes very sad. Some feelings for our hero had arisen in her heart. That is why her face also turned red. Then Yeyu comes there and says, "What happened? You cannot see him going." On hearing this from Yeyu, Xiangxian says in a shocking manner that it is not like that, sister. Do not talk such nonsense. Then Yeyu further teases her and says that our little Xiangxian is blushing. Hearing this, all the people in his team start laughing, and Xiangxian shouts and tells everyone that it is not like that. I was just excited after seeing the special clear methods of his dungeon, and anyone else would get addicted to seeing his special methods. It is just like that. Don't talk nonsense. Then after this, the team also starts leaving from here and starts talking among themselves. They ask Xiangxian to tell us how she cleared the Earth dungeon in just 40 minutes, because till now the best record in the history was of 6 hours. Then Xiangxian tells everything that happened in the dungeon. Then after 10 days we see our hero who has reached the core area. Then a monster comes in front of him, and as soon as the monster comes it sees our hero. As soon as it sees our hero, it runs away from there in fear. Our hero has been promoted to 1-star colonel, so he cannot kill any more demons and dragons. He starts thinking that the dragon who has escaped now may spread news against me in the upper space. Those dragon monsters were able to escape from here because our hero cannot fly, which is still a matter of disadvantage for him. Then we see a demon queen's territory where there is a huge eye around which flames are coming out, and he asks someone if the work is done. Meanwhile, we see the demon queen who, as soon as she comes there, says angrily, "Lian, you know what the consequences could be of disturbing my sleep." Hearing this, Flame Eye Demon says, "I don't care about the consequences, and I just want to ask you. Do you know that Lin Moyu is present in the eternal trial field?" Then he himself guesses things and says, "I know everything what is going wrong, and I also know that you clearly know about this." Then the demon queen also smiled and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Yes, I know he is present in the eternal trial field. But why should I tell you this? What are you to me?" Then the demon queen also tells him that when you know that Lin Moyu is in the eternal trial field, then why don't you send someone to kill him? Hearing this, the eye demon angrily says that give me all the information about Lin Moyu, where he is. Flame Demons was very angry at the succubus queen that you know that Lin Moyu is my enemy, yet you did not tell me even once. Hearing his words, the succubus queen gets angry and asks him, how do you know that I did not send anyone to kill him? I sent Crimson Moon and Abyss Fire Spirit to stop him, but they could not kill him. Then after this, the queen takes out a crystal, which is probably tracking our hero alive, and while taking it out, she tells the Flame Demon that you know very well about the rules of the eternal trial field. So if you have the ability, then you do it yourself. At this time, a bright light was coming out of the crystal, and it contained all the information about our hero that Flame Demon needed. And while handing over this crystal to Flame Demon, the succubus queen said while leaving from there that from now on, don't bother me or else you will have to pay for this. After saying this, the succubus queen left from there and Flame Demon started looking at that crystal. And after this, the story directly shifts to our hero, where our hero has finally been upgraded one more time. Now his level has become 35 and with the increase in the level, his attributes have also increased, such as the level of gold level skeleton warrior has also become 35 and his power has also increased according to his level. Gold level skeleton mage is also of level 35 and his attributes have also increased. Even the capacity of the Legion member of the Undead General has also increased. Now he can operate 350 Legion members. It has been a long time since Lin came to this eternal trial field, and now he does not even know the time and date because that time has disappeared from his eyes. Our hero still has 4 levels left. If he is unable to find the Dragon Palace, which is at level 39, then he will have to return from here empty-handed. Although many people need it for job change and upgrading their career, but our hero is upgrading very fast even without it. Although if we compare him with his sister, Lin is still very slow because her sister has great potential to become the youngest god-level powerhouse in the history of the human race. All these things are going on in Lin's mind and thinking about all these things. He was slowly moving forward, but then he sees a light in the middle of the mountains. This light was shining very brightly and was going straight into the sky, and the breath of dragon blood was felt from it, and seeing this, Lin gets a little surprised and a thought comes to his mind that can this be the Dragon Palace? And as soon as he thinks about this, he starts running very fast towards the location of the light. And after some time, he reaches the place of light, but he finds something else in front of him. The vision of heaven and earth was not showing there, which was making our hero feel a little strange. Because when the copy of the Demon Dragon Palace appears, there will inevitably be visions of heaven and earth, attracting people from the 3 tribes to come there. And apart from feeling the aura of the Demon Dragon Palace, there is no strange phenomenon in the world. So there can be 2 possibilities for this rift to be like this. One possibility is that this dungeon is not fully formed yet, so heaven and earth have not been seen yet. And the second possibility is that this is not the Dragon Demon Palace. And even after reaching right in front of this dungeon, our hero is unable to take any decision because he does not want to leave it either. For him, this is a coincidence, although he is able to feel that there must be something wrong inside it. But nothing matters, and he wants to go inside it first and see what will be inside it. To check this dungeon, our hero first uses his detection ability, and as soon as he uses it, his ability fails because in the meantime a barrier appears there and takes our hero inside it. This is an abyss barrier inside which our hero is now trapped, and seeing this, he is very surprised that who is doing this. Dragon Crystal has been deliberately used to bring Lin here. This Dragon Crystal contains the breath of the Dragon Clan, however it is used for awakening. And as soon as our hero sees that crystal, he gets very surprised. He understands that by using this Dragon Crystal, the aura of the Dragon Clan was revealed, and now he understands that this is a trap. And then after this, the one who traps our hero comes here. This is Flame Demon who comes behind our hero, and our hero turns back and looks at him and says that you are the one who trapped me, Flame Demon. And Flame Demon looks at our hero and laughs, and says that now no one can save you. Our hero also smiles after listening to him, and says that it seems you are fully confident to finish me. Lin knows that this is upper space, and the Flame Demon can only release its projection here, and if our hero is stuck in the barrier, then he has no fear of it. And he again teases the Flame Demon a bit, and says, do you want to trap me forever and kill me with hunger and thirst? But still Lin is a little afraid of what Flame wants to do. He still doesn't know its intention. Hearing such words from Lin, Flame Demon gets a little angry and asks Lin to enjoy his last moments because he had brought such a plan to kill our hero that our hero will forget everything and die completely. He wants to kill Lin by making him an idiot, a fool whom he can later kill by breaking him into pieces, and while saying these things, he was releasing very powerful pressure. Seeing Flame Demon so confident, our hero was a little doubtful about where he got so much confidence from. However, he has already activated the skeleton armor and has also summoned many skeleton warriors. Before the fight between these two, fog starts forming inside the barrier. At this time fog was present inside the entire barrier, and our hero was not able to understand what was happening here. This barrier has covered a radius of 1 kilometer, and there is not a single monster in this barrier, there is only fog. Our hero was a bit worried about how Flame Demon is going to deal with me. Lin is not able to understand anything after seeing the fog, but he starts thinking of a way to open the barrier, and Lin's skeleton armor has not given any reaction yet, which shows that this mist is non-toxic and harmless. Then suddenly there is some reaction inside the barrier which directly attacks our hero's mind by creating a radius wave. Our hero could not understand what it was, and he slowly starts forgetting many things, and then we see that everything around our hero had disappeared. And when he comes out of the pain of that radius wave, he could not understand what he was doing here. He was confused that it seems that I should not be here. But I am here, although his current memory was telling him that he is still a student and he is preparing for awakening. Then we see our hero's friend who comes and tells him that Lin, now it is your turn, hurry up and go. Then after this, the principal calls our hero for awakening, and on hearing the name our hero starts going for awakening. However, when he was going on the stage, he was feeling very strange. He felt as if he had already done this. He felt many things were forgotten from his memory, which is confusing our hero a lot. As Lin Mo Yu stepped onto the platform, he received his awakening, where there were strong gusts of wind around him, and he could feel the force in his body. Even though it felt strange, he still continued to face it, and just focused on finishing the ritual. The magic circle he was standing in began to form, and the job transfer began. As he activated the magic circle, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and strong lightning bolts thundered throughout the area. You wouldn't believe it because this was the first time this had happened. And from the dark clouds came out a huge number of them, with weapons and flags that they raised. This dark wind carrying these creatures appeared at the same time, as Lin Moyo's job transfer occurred and an illusion was formed. Lin Moyo, seeing this, felt a strong force, and knew that the creature in front of him was very strong. Even so, he knew that what was happening was very familiar, and it was even more difficult to think of it as something wrong. But he couldn't really remember what it was. It was just so intense that he was looking at it, and in his mind he had a little doubt about what was in front of him. Even so, he faced it with courage, and observed what would happen next. He looked at the creatures in front of him, and he saw a skeleton warrior wearing golden armor, riding a horse covered in bandages, and only skeletons left. Even though they looked weak, each creature, that was there emitted an incredible energy that sent fear into everyone who saw it. From everything Lin Moyo saw, He knew that what was happening in front of him was far beyond how terrifying and amazing it was in his memory. Even though he didn't fully understand what was happening, he knew that he knew what they were. From above, a creature riding a dragon appeared, while wearing a long cloak. The dragon he was riding let out a loud roar that could be heard throughout the area. It had green-colored voices on its body, as the two of them seemed to be looking at Lin Moyo. He could only think that he had seen that scene before, and he felt that that scene was very familiar to him, and that it wasn't the first time he had seen it. If he looked from a distance, there were more skeleton warriors located around the dragon. While Lin Moyo was busy looking at the millions of skeletons in front of him, the creature riding on top of the dragon suddenly stared at him and looked at Lin Moyo while its eyes were full of strong energy. It could only be seen that it was just a skull, but despite this, it exuded a powerful energy that enveloped him. As it raised its head, it suddenly looked in Lin Moyo's direction, pointed its finger in his direction, and gently used its power until a strange energy came out of it that went straight to Lin Moyo's body. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in front of Lin Moyo, and from that sound, it was obvious that he had been affected. In front of Lin Moyo, he suddenly lost consciousness, and the scene in front of him shattered and cracked. All the illusions that enveloped him disappeared, while the energy that the creature had blasted at him was still left in his own body. It didn't take long for Lin Moyo to get up again, and he was just surprised by what happened. He still felt that energy enveloping him, and while there he found himself standing in the middle of the eternal trials. And what he experienced there was like a dream. He was just waking up and was surprised because he knew that the place he was in now was the eternal trials. But it seemed that while he was staying in that dream, he forgot everything, and all his memories were gradually disappearing. Lin Moyo focused his own power to wrap himself, and the energy that was spreading through his body was different and his flames were getting stronger. He was just thinking that everything he saw earlier seemed like a dream, and in that dream he forgot everything. He knew that if he continued like this, he would surely become a fool, who did not know what he was doing and was naive to whatever was happening around him. Lin Moyo continued to feel himself, and his eyes could only see that they were full of flames. He observed himself and noticed that his body was burning. Even so, it did not hurt even though he was burning, and instead it felt warm and comfortable. Not only was the outside of his body burning, but every corner of his body was also involved. He did not understand what was happening and was just wondering about it while observing his own body. While continuing to understand what was happening to him, he could only hear so many small explosions accompanied by screams that were immediately recognizable as coming from those who were being hurt. There Lin Moyo understood that it seemed that what was enveloping his fire was soul flame, and a large number of unknown things were burned inside his body. So he felt his own soul blaze burning him, but he did not receive any damage. He continued to hear screams from the pain of being burned by his fire. As he was enveloped in thick fire that continued to burn so many creatures inside his body and heard their snares, it was only then that Lin Moyo understood that everything he saw was just an illusion and caused by the creatures that surrounded him. While he was there, he began to remember something his master Bai Shen told him about a creature that belonged to the Abyss Demons because there was a unique and mysterious but very dangerous demon among them. These are creatures called Abyss Illusion Demons, and their bodies are smaller than a hair, and they usually gather to form a large group, and a small group contains about 10 million Abyss Illusion Demons. When these demons manage to penetrate the body of their target, they will create an illusion that will gradually destroy the soul and erase its memory, causing it to completely destroy the feeling of a person who gives meaning to their life. After their target's soul is decomposed and destroyed, they become mere puppets that can be controlled by anyone or even the Abyss Illusion Demons. When they succeed, their target will become a fool and will no longer have any control over themselves, causing them to become puppets of the Abyss Illusion Demons. From what Lin Moyo remembered, he was only a little scared, and he knew that they were so small and so unique that even his skeleton armor did not have any reaction against them. This did not make their action of entering Lin Moyo's body any more prompt. Before they entered their target's body, they did not have the ability to attack, which is why even his skeleton armor did not work against them. Lin Moyo knew that if it were not for the necromancer who appeared in his dream and that incident during his job transfer, they would have definitely conquered him and he would now be a fool. Until now, the flames surrounding Lin Moyo's body continued to flare up and burn all the abyss illusion demons in his body. Lin Moyo prepared his soul blaze in his palm, and after gathering them, he released it around and affected his own body. When he uses Soul Blaze, it spreads throughout the area and contains all the abyss illusion demons around him. That was the first time Lin Moyo had used Soul Blaze on himself, and he didn't expect it to have such an effect that someone like him would fall in love with a miracle. Using Lin Moyo's mind, his Soul Blaze exploded around him, and the fire continued to spread. From the large ball of fire that was formed, countless screams came from the fog, and the abyss illusion demons hidden around Lin Moyo were burned without even being able to protect themselves. They couldn't believe it because Lin Moyo was actually able to successfully find their location and know how they worked. It seemed that this soul blaze of Lin Moyo was the enemy of the abyss illusion demons because of its wide range. The abyss illusion demons couldn't believe it because they couldn't understand what kind of fire was enveloping them because they were all burning to death. As Lin Moyo spread his soul blaze around him, he had two goals he wanted to achieve, and the first was to kill all the abyss illusion demons around him, and the second was to defeat the flame demon king that he saw before he was completely under the illusion of his enemies. Lin Moyo screamed and was very angry as he released the Flame Demon King to face Lin Moyo and stop hiding. The big eyes that had healed from the Flame Demon King showed and just laughed at Lin Moyo while telling him that he was just a child who knew nothing. He explained to Lin Moyo that he was the Flame Demon King and that he was born to control all types of fire. That's why he was so happy, because Lin Moyo thought that he would make him kill him using just his small fire. He couldn't believe that Lin Moyo was playing with fire right in front of him and threatening him with it. Because of what the Flame Demon King did against him, Lin Moyo was very angry and confronted him while gritting his teeth and telling the Flame Demon King that if he really wasn't afraid of his flames, he should try it. Lin Moyo wanted revenge because he almost fell into that illusion and was close to not being able to recover, but with the help of that mysterious creature, he was able to save him one last time. After Lin Moyo prepared his soul blaze, he immediately released it in the direction of the Flame Demon King, whose eyes could be seen floating there while waiting for the flames to come to him. The flames coming from Lin Moyo danced in him paped, which he focused all his strength on to use on the Flame Demon King. Even though the Flame Demon King only had one share of his opponent and he controlled it from a distance, Lin Moyo knew that he should still try to rush it. The Flame Demon King was no longer able to resist Lin Moyo's attack and was brave enough to accept it with all his might. He was a lunatic in accepting Lin Moyo's attack, and while he was there, his body began to burn and he felt his own soul burning. Within the Abyss World was a towering castle surrounded by flowing fire. This castle was floating while having many protruding rocks. Lin Moyo used his soul blaze on the Flame Demon King's projection, allowing him to break through, and using his connection to the darkness, a powerful flame suddenly appeared on the Flame Demon King's head located in the far part of the Abyss World. As he sat on his throne and controlled the large eye to fight Lin Moyo, he did not expect that his soul blaze would reach him. He only found that his head was burning while he was there. When the fire reached him, the Flame Demon King immediately felt the pain that it caused, and he was only able to bow down to the damage he felt. That was his first time feeling his soul being burned. He was writhing in pain and could hear screams within the Abyss World. The pain he felt even in his own soul was so intense that it caused loud screams, and his palace began to shake with his screams. The Flame Demon King's disciples immediately went to his place just to take action and see the condition of their king. They just found him kneeling on the floor with his palms on the ground. He couldn't bear the pain he felt, and his disciples asked him if he was okay, where they were very worried about him. Because of the anger the Flame Demon King felt, he immediately released a strong gust of fire that devoured his own disciples. They were no longer able to defend themselves and were burned. They were left with only ashes there, while the Flame Demon King was able to escape from the pain he felt, and the soul blaze that was enveloping him was now dying and losing its effect. He was left with only one left to try to stand up from his crouch, while looking at his hands in annoyance, while telling everyone present that they would not let anyone know about the humiliation he suffered at that time. After he collapsed to the ground due to the injury he received from Lin Moyo, he just walked back to his Flame Demon King throne to sit down while carrying the humiliation he received from Lin Moyo. He spoke angrily as the dust settled around him and said that he promised to kill Lin Moyo. He told him that if he was still brave and wanted to lose his patience, he should remain in the eternal trials forever. After the Flame Demon King sat down and returned to his throne, the Flame Demon King gave an order while raging in his anger. He told his disciples that they should pass on his order to others to do everything they could to kill Lin Moyo. At the same time, the Flame Demon King's large eye fell into the eternal trials and disappeared. But at the same time, a black piece of stone appeared from the sky. Lin Moyo remembered this because the succubus queen had also used it in her appearance, and using this type of black stone, she was able to use her own power within the upper layer. Lin Moyo took it and placed it in her palm while looking at the information on it. He learned that the black stone was called the Demon King Gem, and it was formed from the power of an Abyss Demon King that possessed its own power. From Lin Moyo's observation, he could see that it didn't seem to be very special, and he didn't see any use for it, so he decided to keep it for a while he looked for a use for it. To continue his cleansing of the area, Lin Moyo used his soul blaze and expanded its scope, burning all the Abyss illusion demons around him, and even though he couldn't see it, he could still kill them. Lin Moyo didn't know how many Abyss illusion demons the Flame Demon King had brought with him at that time, but he still planned to burn them all. A small number of Abyss illusion demons are not that bad, and their lifespan is not that long. When their number is large, they become terrifying creatures that can kill a person with a single blow. It is difficult for a professional to protect themselves against Abyss illusion demons. Even Lin Moyo, who is wearing his own skeleton armor, was still affected, and his memory was about to be erased. This also serves as a warning for Lin Moyo that his skeleton armor is not a solution for everyone, and there are still creatures that his skeleton armor cannot withstand, so he cannot always rely on it. While Lin Moyo was there, the barrier that was wrapped around him began to crack. Its pieces were just falling, and while Lin Moyo was there, he began to take a deep breath and think about what had happened to him. He was just grateful to the creature that helped him, because otherwise he would have surely fallen into the Flame Demon King's trap and become a brainless person forever. That time, he was just lucky, but it was hard to say what would happen to him next. Lin Moyo just promised himself that he must learn more about the Abyss and must look for information about it, because the Abyss world was too strange, because it was full of so many things that he did not understand. Lin Moyo knew that he would definitely be a target of the Abyss Demon Kings, especially with his very high potential, and he had high confidence in his own profession, especially as shown by that illusion where he saw an army consisting of millions of skeleton warriors. He knew that in the future he would become stronger, but even so he could not understand what he saw in that illusion and who the creature was that helped him. He was trying to understand what it meant, or maybe who the creature was that helped him. Before he could continue his thoughts, a teleportation stone suddenly appeared in front of him. It glowed, and when he saw Lin Moyo here, he immediately understood that it was the teleportation stone that Moyo had given him before their separation. Lin Moyo was immediately surprised and happy because he knew that Moyo seemed to be able to find the Dragon Palace, which is why it was giving him a signal. Lin Moyo hid his skeletons, and after that he used the teleportation stone. This transmission took a while, lasting 2 minutes, and from Lin Moyo's guess, the distance between the two of them was about 30,000 kilometers. He didn't expect that the two of them were so far away. When Lin Moyo arrived at that place, he immediately felt the power of the abyss, the blood aura of the dragons, and the aura of the dungeon. Just from all this information, he immediately felt the good news even before he had even stepped foot in it. Lin Moyo now knew that what was in front of him was definitely the real Dragon Palace dungeon. It seemed that in that place were found abyss demons, dragon professionals, and human professionals who were under a constant battle, and the fight between the three of them was not allowing each other to enter the dungeon, especially since the item found inside was very important to each race. When Lin Moyo arrived at that place, Moyo immediately noticed him smiling and turning towards Lin Moyo's direction and was happy because that man was now in trouble. Lin Moyo was sure in his mind that Moyo could really find the real Dragon Palace because in front of him the heaven and earth phenomenon that was its signal appeared, and under it was a dungeon vortex that kept turning. When the dungeon and a dragon's head appeared in front of the dungeon gate, Lin Moyo used his detection technique and saw that he was given 3 choices in the Dragon Palace dungeon, which was at level 53 and had 3 types of difficulty: normal, nightmare, and hell. This released the true energy of the Dragon Clan, and while Lin Moyo was there, Moyo looked at him and asked how he had shown that he was able to find the Dragon Palace dungeon faster than Lin Moyo. As the two joked, Lin Moyo was just grateful. If it weren't for Moyo, Lin Moyo wouldn't be able to find the dragon for the dungeon even if he searched for half a month. They were separated by thousands of kilometers. Lin Moyo's gratitude was genuine, and during their conversation, Moyo just waved at him while informing him that he no longer needed to thank him. Besides, the level of the dungeon in front of them was very high, so Moyo would have a hard time here especially, and he was too weak so he couldn't enter it. He just told Lin Moyo that he knew that Lin Moyo could farm inside the dungeon many times, so if there were too many dragon crystals, just give it to him as a thank you if possible. They both knew that the item they would get from that dungeon could be used many times, even though their talent tagline could only be awakened once. You guys, if Lin Moyo succeeded in using it, the dragon crystals would no longer be Silby. Lin Moyo didn't hesitate and agreed to this offer from Moyo. He knew that he would definitely die if he tried to enter the Dragon Palace dungeon, especially if there was an accident and he was only level 42. Moyo was rushing Lin Moyo into the dungeon and telling him that they didn't know how long the Dragon Palace dungeon would last, and that he might disappear soon, so it would be difficult for them to find him again in the Eternal Trials. Even so, Lin Moyo didn't immediately start entering the dungeon and made Moyo wait because he needed to call a colleague there before he could completely clear the dungeon. He took out the coordinate transmission stone from Lin Moyo's hand to inform his colleague of his location. Moyo, seeing what Lin Moyo was doing, was just surprised because he knew what Lin Moyo was like, and apart from this, there was no one else Lin Moyo could think of to call when he cleared the dungeon. After 2 minutes, he was able to reach the location Lin Moyo had sent him. She was carrying her Nazgul big mallet, so Moyo could easily figure out what that woman's profession was. Of all the professionals, only one could use that kind of karmis, and that was being a master collector. Moyo was completely unexpected for that woman to appear in their presence. Moyo's tagline was so informative when it came to dungeons and professionals, that's why he immediately recognized what Cyan's profession was when he saw her. At the same time, he knew what Lin Moyo was planning to do, and that was to bring the Master Collector to clear the dungeon, and with his help they would be able to farm inside the dungeon and get the rewards they could get from it. Just by Lin Moyo showing up in that place, some of the abyssal demons immediately recognized him. They knew that they had to kill him immediately, and from their Majesty's order they had to kill Lin Moyo without showing him any mercy, especially all this healing from a creature that Lin Moyo had humiliated. It seems that the dragon professionals are thinking the same thing, because there is a firm order from the Dragon King, who has given everyone under him a mission that they must kill Lin Moyo. It seems that Lin Moyo's reputation is spreading throughout the Eternal Trials, and his opponents can easily recognize him. Both the Abyssal Demons and Dragon Professionals are rushing in quickly, where they are just working together and not interfering with each other, because their main mission is to eliminate Lin Moyo. They put aside the fight between the two and want to finish off Lin Moyo as soon as possible to remove a huge thorn in their side. Lin Moyo can see that their strength is not that bad and their level is still at level 55 because they are also trying to enter the Dragon Palace. Lin Moyo's opponents are not hesitant, and it seems like each of them is leaving their positions just to focus their attention on crushing Lin Moyo and never letting him return from that place. Due to the orders of their superiors and their desire to avenge their comrades from their deaths at the hands of Lin Moyo, the Dragon Professionals and Abyssal Demons moved quickly. They wanted to follow the heavy order imposed on them to kill this young professional from the humanity in front of them, because they knew within themselves that it would definitely be a bigger problem if his level was higher and stronger. Moyo, seeing this, could not believe it and wondered why their opponents were so angry against Lin Moyo, and did not even let them know that there were other professionals there. He was just wondering as he watched so many opponents heading in their direction and furiously attacking Lin Moyo. It seemed that they wanted to kill that man, so he could not understand what Lin Moyo had done to make the Dragon Professionals and Abyssal Demons feel so badly against him. What was even more surprising was the presence of these two races that were usually at odds and did not cooperate. But now they were all in front of him, as if they were all cooperating, and as if they had the same hatred, that they did not interfere with their previous hatred against each other and were now united with Lin Moyo to finish him off. While all this was happening, Lin Moyo was just waiting and standing there while watching the many enemies heading in his direction. He was not afraid of their presence and was even glad that there were so many enemies now in front of him. From the side of the Dragon Professionals, they could only be heard shouting to their colleagues that they needed to make sure that the man in front of them died now. They were all furious and very angry against him. It seemed that the Abyssal Demons who rushed in with the Dragon Professionals had the same opinion, because even though the Dragon Clan members were next to them, they did not interfere with them and quickly rushed in to kill Lin Moyo. At that moment, Lin Moyo felt that it was time for him to use his power to match the numerous enemies in front of him, covering the entire sky with their numbers. Even though their level was very high and their number was very large, Lin Moyo was the only one who bravely stood in front of his skeleton warriors and ordered them to come out. His terrifying energy was showing as his skeletons prepared themselves for the upcoming attack. When they all came out, his skeleton warriors did not waste any more time, rushing forward and running quickly to meet their enemies. Even so, Lin Moyo knew that his skeleton warriors would not be able to match their flying enemies. He was sure that they would only be defeated if he forced his skeleton warriors to face the Dragon Professionals and Abyssal Demons due to their inability to fly. But even so, they were still reluctant to fight. To help the skeleton warriors with their weakness and make the battle even between them all, Lin Moyo's skeleton mages prepared their own elemental attacks. Just by using this, and with the enemies in close proximity in front of them, it would definitely work, and they would knock many of them down before their fight even started. If they continued this, they would be able to reduce the strength of their enemies, and in their short preparation, they would quickly unleash their attacks. The Dragon Clan members and Abyssal Demons were met with a huge number of elemental attacks from the skeleton mages. There were so many of them that it was impossible for them to avoid the constant receiving of damage from all of them. The entire sky was filled with lightning, fire, and sharp ice shards, while Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors were just below, meeting the enemies as they descended. As part of Lin Moyo's plan, the use of elemental attacks against the abyssal demons worked. Lin Moyo's attacks were received by a large number of abyssal demons and dragon professionals, causing them all to be skinned. The damage they were taking was too much for their bodies to handle, and even though the dragon clan members had a natural resistance to elemental attacks, they were powerless against the sheer number of attacks they were receiving from the skeleton mages. They were just falling from the sky as their bodies burned and were helpless until they lost consciousness and fell. As Lin Moyo had expected, many of them were already falling even though their real fight was not yet underway. He knew that by consuming them while they were charging furiously, it would be effective, especially when they were close together. Zion, who was watching all this happening in front of him, could only cover his mouth as his eyes widened because he couldn't believe what Lin Moyo was doing and how effective a wave of attacks from his skeletons was. He was just amazed and at the same time shocked by the brutality of Lin Moyo's method of killing his opponents that he did not even let them defend themselves or even return. From what Lin Moyo had shown in front of the abyssal demons and dragon professionals, they knew that it would be difficult for them to face that man, and it made sense why they had a strike order that they received that they had to kill Lin Moyo. The dragon professionals gave orders to their companions that they had to leave that area and fight as much as they could, because otherwise they would be overtaken by the powers from Lin Moyo. When they faced the same opponent, the abyssal demons also knew that they could not stop staying in that area because otherwise they might be the ones to follow their dead comrades. Like the dragon professionals, they also gave orders to fight from that area. They all accepted that it seemed that they were not Lin Moyo's opponent and that they just had to wait to see what the stronger members of their race would do and how they would deal with that monster from the human camp. The two races increased their speed and knew that it would not be easy for them to reach this point, so it was better for them to run first and wait for help, because otherwise they would just get lost and die in vain. It was better for them to return alive than to spend their lives without achieving anything. Because of this, Moyo decided that it was better not to chase them and continue their entry into the dungeon, which was their main goal from the beginning. He tells Zion this and explains to him that they don't need to worry about the dragon professionals and abyssal demons anymore because they won't try to trouble them anytime soon, especially since they saw what their fate would be if they tried to face Lin Moyo and his skeletons again. Zion feels relieved because of Lin Moyo's words and only backs down a little from what he showed earlier. Even so, he trusts Lin Moyo and says that if that's the case, they will be able to clear the dungeon without worrying about the sudden attacks from the enemies. Even though the dragon professionals and abyssal demons tried to save themselves from the destruction from Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors, they still couldn't be carried away and watched Lin Moyo from the sky. They knew that it would not be good for them to go down, and by staying at that distance, they would be able to escape immediately if Lin Moyo tried to attack again. Shadowring was scared by the many skeletons that were surrounding him, and with Lin Moyo confident that they would not rush at him, he and Xiangxian started to leave that area and enter the Dragon Palace dungeon. The abyssal demons and dragon professionals, who were usually considered each other's enemies, were just upstairs wondering what to do. The abyssal demons were just saying that Lin Moyo wanted to enter the dungeon, but they didn't know what they could do. They knew to themselves that it would be difficult to fight Lin Moyo from what they had shown them. The dragon professional was a little annoyed with him and told the abyssal demon in front of him that they would not be Lin Moyo's equal, and that they would surely die if they tried to face him. This was just giving a suggestion to the abyssal demon because they knew that they could not let Lin Moyo enter the dragon dungeon and get an item from that place because he would definitely become stronger and it would be difficult to fight him in the future. So he wanted them all to just enter the dungeon and join him inside. The abyssal demon who heard this thought that it seemed like a good idea, so he just smiled and told the dragon professional that he agreed to his suggestion. The members of the two races present thought that if they could ambush Lin Moyo inside the dungeon, The other professionals around would definitely not be able to help him, and they would definitely be able to save him. Moyo, who was left outside and only allowed Lin Moyo and Zion to clear the dungeon, watched the reactions and what their opponents were doing above. As he observed the two, he couldn't understand what these two were planning, but it seemed that in their dealings, the two were now coming to an agreement and had a plan to help Lin Moyo. Even so, Moyo didn't know what they were cooking up to get rid of Lin Moyo. He just couldn't fully understand what they were trying to do despite Lin Moyo's easy way of getting their comrades to clear it. It didn't seem to take long for Moyo to find out the answer to his question, because in the next few seconds, the dragon professionals and abyssal demons began to rush towards the dungeon's entrance. He couldn't understand what they were doing and what was happening because why were all their opponents trying to enter the dungeon as well? He was just too surprised by what they were trying to do, and he was just shocked while he was left outside. He could only wonder why the dragon professionals and abyssal demons reacted like that against Lin Moyo especially, and in their long history it had not changed because the three races had always fought each other and sometimes they did not agree. But now the situation was changing because of the appearance of Lin Moyo. The two races now had an enemy that they could unite and plan to overthrow him, because if they just let him grow stronger, it would definitely be a huge problem for them in the future. As Moyo stayed in that place, the professionals also arrived later. They were wearing uniforms and had hoods on their heads and capes. As they stared at the dungeon tunnel in front of them, they were just wondering why there were so few people waiting in that place. Apart from this, there were no professional dragons and abyssal demons guarding the entry of professional people into the dungeon, especially since they knew how important the item that could be found inside was. The professional people who were there were just thinking that maybe they were just lucky and that they were among the first to find the dungeon and reach its tunnel. Moyo noticed the arrival of these professional people, and while observing what they would do, he just stayed outside while letting them enter the dungeon. He didn't even tell them what the situation would be if they got inside. He just looked at those professional people who were celebrating because they were the very first ones to discover the tunnel of the dungeon, completely unaware of what the truth was. They just let them enter the dungeon without even thinking about the reason why the professional dragons and abyssal demons didn't show up. Moyo, who continued to watch, could only think that the situation before him seemed to be the first in history, and that was probably the most they had ever managed to enter the Dragon Palace dungeon. It seems that the dungeon will be crowded now and Lin Moyo will face many people inside that dungeon. At the same time, Lin Moyo and Zion are able to travel peacefully inside the Dragon Palace dungeon. They have arrived inside the dungeon of a towering castle while they are surrounded by a needy yellow environment, and they have not seen anyone they meet. Zion, seeing the environment they have reached inside the dungeon, is just celebrating and is very happy because they are able to go to the Dragon Palace dungeon where the ice dragon is. When Lin Moyo hears about the ice dragon, he is just wondering why Zion is celebrating and what it means to have an ice dragon in that place. Zion explains to Lin Moyo that what they are now in is the home of the ice dragon, and the environment of the Dragon Palace dungeon is different. It changes every time it enters, so professionals will not encounter the same one when they enter it at different times. He also explains that sometimes they will be able to go to an environment where a fire dragon is found. Sometimes they will encounter an ice dragon guarding the dungeon. Aside from those two types of dragon, there are also other types of elements that can include magic dragons. Historically, it seems that many types of dragons have appeared inside the Dragon Palace dungeon, and it just depends on the luck of whoever enters the dungeon. He then says that the most difficult to fight among the dragons found in the Dragon Palace dungeon is the Black Dragon, and the Ice Dragon is the easiest to face compared to other dragons that can be found inside the dungeon. Its appearance is more frightening, and its power is stronger compared to other elemental dragons. Lin Moyo just says that he now understands the situation and just tells Zion that he should just find the right opportunity later to use his collection technique and get many items inside that dungeon that rarely appears. While Zion is happy with the dungeon they entered and the peace of mind because of Lin Moyo's presence by his side, he just tells him that he doesn't need to worry anymore and just leave using his collection technique on him. As they continue walking, they manage to reach a cave with a large opening in the middle of a mountain. Before they can enter that place, Zion explains to Lin Moyo that there are no other monsters found inside the Dragon Palace dungeon, and the only thing they will see inside it is a boss. As long as Lin Moyo can kill the dragon that they will encounter later inside the dungeon, this will be considered a win, and you will be able to get the reward from the dungeon. When Lin Moyo heard about this information, he immediately activated his skeleton armor, and he was not even afraid. Instead, he just smiled and immediately had a plan in his mind. He immediately thought of a straight gear to face the only boss that he couldn't use his corpse explosion. He could tell by the look on his face that the dungeon they were in was a dungeon that was really suitable for him. As they continued walking towards the entrance of the dungeon, they could only see the eternal darkness inside it, and at the same time they could feel the wind forming and getting stronger. It continued to get stronger until they could feel it with every step they took closer to the dungeon. Even though they were both covered in skeleton armor, Zion could still feel the effect of the cold from that wind, and it seemed to be coming from the ice dragon located at the end of the cave. Zion was getting cold from the wind while Lin Moyo continued walking towards their opponent. Finally, they were able to catch up with the voice of the dungeon. Standing in front of them was a large dragon that made them look so small, and it seemed like the extremely cold air they had been feeling earlier was coming from its body. Its presence was enough to cause such gusts of wind. Lin Moyo used his detection technique on the boss in front of him and found out that the angel-level boss ice dragon in front of him was at level 55 and had 100,000 strength, 60,000 agility, and 120,000 physique. Apart from that, it possessed 3 skills related to yellow such as ice and snow big freeze and ice blast, along with this trait that ice elemental damage cannot be matched and can reduce the elemental damage as physical damage it receives by 50%, including the weak effect of curses against it. As Lin Moyo saw the attributes of the ice dragon in front of him, he couldn't help but praise how high they were and knew how powerful they were. Even so, Lin Moyo and Nessus Index still didn't give up in the slightest because he had already faced more terrifying enemies. He just used his own power and summoned his soldiers to come out and teach the large lizard in front of them a lesson. His body began to swell with his energy, and as he gave his order, many of his skeleton warriors came out of the shadows ready to fight. They just lined up while holding their swords, and the energy from Lin Moyo was unforgettable. In the next few seconds, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors completely surrounded the ice dragon. Even so, ice didn't move. Dragon, and knowing that it would be difficult if he let the skeleton warriors get close to him, he used his wings accompanied by a loud scream to repel the skeleton warriors who were trying to get close to him, and because of the strong gust of wind coming from him, the skeleton warriors were forced to plant their feet on the ground while trying to block the gust of wind coming from the ice dragon. They just clung to the ground while waiting for the attack to end. In the next few seconds, the attack was over and the strong gust of wind passed. So Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors wasted no time in charging forward. While carrying their long swords, they charged forward without fear of the large enemy in front of them. As they charged, the ice dragon noticed that the skeletons could not be brought closer to him. So he used his skill and released a strong blast of cold air, and at the same time sharp pieces of ice coming from the dragon's mouth. Its force was so strong that it pushed the skeleton warriors who were trying to approach him back, and when they tried to approach, they were frozen and covered in ice. Their speed in attacking was stopped, and the ice dragon succeeded in not receiving any damage from them. It seemed that the range of the ice dragon's blast was not limited to that because it reached the location of Lin Mo Yu and Zion Zion. They were hit by an attack from the dragon, but they didn't receive any damage due to the skeleton armor Lin Mo Yu had used on the two of them. They just covered their faces to avoid being hit by the flying pieces. They were left stunned by the force of the attack. It seemed that the ice dragon's spread of its breath had successfully stopped the advance of Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors. They just shivered and tried to move, but they were helpless against the thick ice that was completely covering their bodies and preventing their movement. No matter what they did, they couldn't make their bodies move no matter what they tried to do. When Lin Mo Yu's undead general saw this, he immediately took action and raised his weapon to use his military strength skill to strengthen his skeleton warriors. And with the help of that skill, he removed all abnormal states that were only effective against enemies who were at least level 60 of his legion members and strengthened their inner strength. As the undead general raised his weapon, red energy came out that enveloped the entire area and was received by the skeleton warriors present there. The ice effect that enveloped their bodies was removed, and they were finally given the ability to move again. When the ice dragon saw this, it didn't hesitate and immediately used its feet to jump up from where it was standing. It began to fly and flap its wings, sending strong gusts of wind. While flying through the air and staring at the skeleton warriors who were elsewhere, it raised its head and used its skill where it gathered its cold energy in its mouth. Everyone present watched the ice dragon prepare its attack, and while they were there, it began to snow. Zion, who was elsewhere, was just wandering around and noticed the snow falling above their heads, and while this was happening, she was just wondering what would happen next. The snow continued to fall, and it seemed that everything it landed on was freezing and losing its ability to move. Another of the secret warriors it hit immediately froze and was no longer able to move. As Lin Mo Yu saw this, he knew that it would be difficult to fight the ice dragon, especially since it had the ability to fly and his skeleton warriors would not be able to reach it. He was just annoyed because it seemed like he and his skeleton's lack of flying was becoming a big problem. Even though he wanted to clear the dungeon a few more times before it would disappear, it seemed to be getting worse, so he knew that he couldn't waste any more time, and he really had to end the battle between the two dragons. Lin Mo Yu could only think of a way to quickly finish off the ice dragon in front of him. It would just continue, and the dragon would just keep flying to escape his attacks. After a few moments, Lin Mo Yu had come up with a plan, so he quickly gave an order and blocked Zion to tell him to retreat and stay away from him because of what he was going to do next. He was surprised by Lin Mo Yu's words, but he had great confidence in her, so he just backed away and followed Lin Mo Yu's wishes. When Lin Mo Yu made sure that Zion had gone away and was at the right distance, Lin Mo Yu brought out his Tornado side and went to his position to use his evocation skill. From his surroundings, the surrounding became more intense. He continued to do this until he gave the order to his soul-devouring king to come out and face his opponent. From Lin Mo Yu's Tornado's side, numerous souls came out that surrounded him and possessed the same energy as Lin Mo Yu. They just kept spinning until they began to form the body of the soul-devouring king. It finally came out and appeared in front of Lin Mo Yu, showing off its towering body. It is in its second state, and it is only informed that Lin Mo Yu's own soul-devouring king is in the state of being a soul and a level 50,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 30,000 spirit, and 50,000 physique with a skill called Soul Devouring, second phase, and Shock and Scream. It also possesses the ability to bypass any defenses of its opponent and physical immunity, which is their strength, allowing it to bite and devour everything. After Lin Mo Yu's own soul-devouring king appeared, he immediately gave it the order to rush towards their opponent, the ice dragon, and show what he could do. Lin Mo Yu wanted his soul-devouring king to take down the ice dragon in front of them and help his skeletons reach it. As the soul-devouring king made a quick dash, the ice dragon noticed his presence, alerted by his appearance as he continued to use his skill. He knew that it would be difficult to fight this disciple of Lin Mo Yu who was heading in his direction. With the appearance of Lin Mo Yu's soul-devouring king, the ice dragon seemed to change its priority and focus all its attention on it. It just stared in the direction of the soul-devouring king while wrapping its own body in energy to protect it from the upcoming attack of Lin Mo Yu's soul-devouring king. The two of them just remained facing each other and waited for the clash that would occur when they met. With the appearance of the soul-devouring king of Lin Mo Yu's disciple, it seemed that the ice dragon was becoming a priority and was focusing all its attention on attacking its own body of the disciple of. A huge number of dragons and demons start coming together to attack our hero, and Mo Yun standing behind our hero is very surprised to see this. She could not understand what he has done that these dragons and demons who are enemies of each other are coming together to attack him. And here the whole army of dragons and demons together with whoever was present, they were all coming together to attack our hero. They were all saying just one word that he should not survive from here, kill him. Even after seeing them all coming, our hero does not retreat. Instead, he summons a lot of skeleton warriors and mages there. The skeleton warriors were ready for a physical attack, whereas as soon as the mages are summoned, they start magical attacks. Lightning, fire, and ice attacks start falling on them from the sky, and those who managed to escape and were falling down were being killed by the skeleton warriors with the help of their swords. Shunxian gets very surprised to see this performance of our hero, because even though she had seen the speed run of our hero in the Dragon Dungeon, she has seen such a sight for the first time, which seems very amazing to her. Seeing so many of their comrades die in one stroke, the other dragons and demons get very scared and start running to save their lives, and while running away they were saying in fear that run away from here as fast as possible because we are not his opponents. After killing more than half of the demons, our hero looks at Shunxian and asks her to enter the dungeon with him because he knows that whoever is present there right now does not have the courage to trouble them, and Shunxian also knows that now no one will trouble them. So she agrees with our hero and gets ready to go inside. And after this both of them enter the dungeon. Seeing them going inside, the demons and dragons present in the air were scared and were not daring to come near them. Instead, they were shouting at each other. Both the dragons and demons were saying to each other that he wants to enter the dungeon. What should we do now? Then the dragons say, what can we do? We are not his opponents. However, they can also enter the dungeon, so they also think of going inside, and this will be a great idea for them. Seeing all of them going towards the dungeon together, Mo Yan, who had not gone inside the dungeon, gets very scared. She was unable to understand what they wanted to do because all of them were entering the dungeon together, so Mo Yan was shocked. Because these three tribes have always hated each other and have always been fighting each, but with the arrival of our hero, the situation has changed. Our hero is now alone, and these three tribes who were enemies earlier have come together. As soon as the whole army of demons and dragons enter that dungeon, at the same time some human professionals also come there who, seeing the scene there, were unable to understand why there were so few people there. They thought that there would be demons and dragons here, but they could not see anyone there. They were wondering whether we are the first batch to reach near this dungeon. So all of them were considering themselves lucky because they would be the first ones to enter this dungeon, and they happily enter this dungeon without wasting any time. And here our hero, along with Shunxian, enters the dungeon of Demon Dragon Palace, and this place was completely covered with ice, and Shunxian is very happy to see the sight here, because it is the palace of an ice dragon, so she finds herself, I was feeling lucky. Hearing about the ice dragon, our hero gets a bit confused because he did not know why there is only an ice dragon here. Then Xunxian tells our hero that the environment of the Dragon Palace always keeps changing whenever you enter it. Then Xunxian starts telling our hero about it, that every time you enter it, its environment will keep changing, like sometimes there will be a fire dragon, sometimes an ice dragon, and there will be magic dragons of other elements as well, and dozens of kinds of dragons will keep appearing every time you enter it. And the most difficult among them is the black dragon, while the ice dragon which our hero has just encountered is very simple. Whatever Xunxian has told our hero, he understood it, and he tells Xunxian to wait for my right moment, and at that time you use your collection technique. Xunxian listens to our hero and says not to worry about it. And the biggest thing is that there is no other monster in the Dragon Palace. There is only a boss here, and as soon as the person entering it kills the dragon, he will clear this dungeon, and there is only one boss in this dungeon, and such a dungeon suits our hero very much, so that no other weak monsters come in between, and he keeps fighting only with the strong ones. Both of them were moving forward while talking, and while moving forward our hero also activated the skeleton armor because he does not want any sudden attack to come and damage them, and this place is also very cold. Even if our hero is not feeling this cold, but Xunxian is shivering with this cold. After walking for some time, both of them come in front of the boss of this dungeon. This boss was very big, and it is a hell-level boss whose level is 55, and in skill it can create ice and snow as well as extreme freeze and super ice explosion. The attribute of this dragon boss was very high, and it was a strong boss, which Lin understood as soon as he saw it, so he cannot take this fight lightly. So without wasting much time, he summoned a lot of skeleton warriors there and sent all of them to attack this dragon boss together. Upon receiving the order from their master, the skeleton warriors start physically attacking the dragon one by one. However, the dragon is not affected by these small attacks, but gets irritated by these small attacks and launches an extreme freeze attack on all the skeletons. This attack was very dangerous because it froze all the skeletons coming from the front. And our hero also feels the impact, but the skeleton armor protected him from this impact. All the skeletons were frozen, but then the Legion General comes and recovers them by boosting the abnormal state of all the elements, due to which all the skeletons recover again. Seeing them all recovering and coming towards him, the dragon, which was sitting on a rock for a long time, flies in the air and attacks with ice and snow. This time the attack was more powerful than before because snow falls slowly from the sky, and whatever it falls unfreezes completely, and all the skeletons present there get caught in its grip and start freezing. Here our hero is getting very angry after seeing the dragon, and on the other hand he is also angry that he cannot fly, which is a very problematic thing for him. Our hero wants to clear this dungeon many more times, but right now he does not have enough time to waste here, and it will not be possible for him to continue like this. In thinking this, our hero himself decides to jump into this fight and asks Xiangxian to stay away from it for some time. For this fight he goes ahead and summons his scythe, and as he equips his scythe, he summons the Soul Eater Insect King there. This Soul Devourer King of our hero is also of level 50, and its attributes are also high. After summoning it here, our hero sends this Soul Devourer King by ordering him to kill this ice dragon and make it fall on the ground. On receiving Lin's order, Soul Insect King starts moving towards the dragon, and seeing him coming towards him, the dragon becomes very angry. Perhaps he has sensed the danger, so without wasting much time he attacks with a super ice explosion, due to which the entire environment changes. As soon as the ice dragon uses the ice explosion ability, the entire cave starts getting affected by the ice explosion. Small rocks of ice start falling from everywhere and falling on the previously frozen skeletons, destroying them. The ice dragon keeps moving here and there and continuing its attack. Lots of ice-sharp rocks fall on Xiangxian and Lin as well, though our hero managed to protect himself and Xiangxian with the help of skeleton armor. He still faces some trouble, and on the other hand, Soul Eater Insect King is heading towards the dragon at full speed. And as soon as Soul Insect King reaches close to the ice dragon, he bites on its tail to which the ice dragon screams loudly, and due to its screaming the cave starts getting destroyed because its roar was so loud that it shook the whole cave, and here our hero quickly recalls the Undead Legion General again. When the cave was getting destroyed, our hero shouted loudly and asked everyone to defend themselves, and in this Xiangxian was also trying to control herself, but the destruction in the cave was happening so fast that no one was able to understand because 42 skeleton warriors and 25 skeleton mages got eliminated at the same time. Due to the loud roar of the dragon, we also see our hero's skeleton armor getting destroyed, although he quickly activates it again. Luckily for him, most of his undead army recovered in time, otherwise they would have been wiped out, which would have been very harmful for our hero. And then we see Xiangxian, who is unable to stand properly, moving towards the dragon to help our hero and attacks it. When she attacks the dragon, she uses the stun technique, which is the same ability that she achieved in the previous dungeon with our hero. Xiangxian was continuously attacking the dragon by using this ability because with this stun can damage any target with a certain probability, and whenever she was attacking the dragon was also getting damaged, and when our hero sees that Xiangxian has attracted the attention of the dragons, then our hero considers it a very good opportunity because this is the only opportunity when our hero can attack him. The dragon was feeling dizzy due to the stun, and our hero considered this a good opportunity, because in these 5 seconds the dragon will remain trapped in the stun ability, and our hero wants to use these 5 seconds very well. So without wasting much time, he sends skeleton army, and immediately he prepares Soul Flame attack, and meanwhile Xiangxian uses collection technique along with stun attack. After this, the dragon starts getting attacked from everywhere. To make full use of these 5 seconds, our hero started getting magical attacks done by the skeleton mage. Lightning, ice, fire attacks were happening from all sides, and physical attacks were also being continuous on the dragon, due to which the dragon gets damaged a lot in a short time. Due to many attacks, the dragon falls on the ground, and at this time the other skeleton warriors standing below start attacking with violent blows. Big swords start entering the body of the dragon, due to which the dragon gets very angry, and in a short time 5 seconds are over, and the stun effect also gets over. And as the dragon regains consciousness, seeing itself so damaged, it becomes enraged, and it stands up in anger and screams loudly, due to which the cave starts shaking again. The dragon was so angry that he was ready to attack again. However, our hero does not want to give the dragon any more chances. So without wasting much time, he sends the Soul Insect King towards the dragon, and when the Soul Insect King is moving towards the dragon, our hero uses Soul Flame on the dragon. At the same time, due to which the dragon cannot stop the Insect King from coming towards him. And as soon as the Insect King reaches the dragon, he bites on his neck and removes more than half of the mass from his body by cutting it. With just one attack, the ice dragon falls to the ground writhing in pain, and our hero's army takes advantage of this and jumps to attack the dragon together and attacks it. So much that in a few moments the ice dragon is destroyed. After the death of the ice dragon, both our hero and Xiangxian got a lot of experience. And along with that, she also got the dragon crystal. Due to the collection technique, our hero got 4 dragon crystals, and there is a certain chance of awakening any talent from the dragon crystal, and there is no time limit to use it. After killing this dragon, our hero thanks Xiangxian for this because if Xiangxian was not there, then our hero would not have been able to do anything here. After listening to our hero, Xiangxian blushes and says lovingly, "Hey, there is no need to thank me. Have you forgotten? You were the one who gave me this ability, so it is not good to thank me." And after this, we all know that our hero does not know how to clear the dungeon once. He thinks of clearing it again. Hearing this, Xiangxian becomes very happy that yes, we are continuing again, and after talking, both of them come out again. When they come out of the dungeon, they do not see anyone in the outside world. Seeing which, both of them are surprised that where did all the people go from here? Just then Mo Yun arrives there, who is happy to see our hero. Although she says a little seriously that because of Lin, all the three tribes who were enemies earlier entered the dungeon together, and this time the three tribes are not fighting for life and death, but they are fighting to destroy you. After listening to this from Mo Yun, our hero understands that this is the reason why there is no one outside. Our hero also knows that he will find all the troubles in the dungeon itself, and although our hero is not afraid of these small troubles, so he enters it with Xiangxian, saying that he will continue to clear the dungeon again. And when our hero enters the dungeon this time, the environment is different, and Xiangxian gets a little scared after seeing the environment and says that it seems that this time we will encounter the Black Dragon. So Lin Moyu, without thinking much about them, enters this dungeon again with Xiangxian, and this time after reaching there, the environment here had changed. This time they are going to fight with the Black Dragon, according to Xiangxian. Before going to this dragon, Lin Moyu activates Soul Flame because as we all know that in a dungeon like this, there will be no other monster except the boss, so he directly reaches the location of the boss monster. Lin Moyu passes through the dark cave and reaches the dragon, whose glowing eyes are visible in the darkness. And actually, this is a black dragon. It is a hell-level boss whose level is 56, and in skills it can do Earthquake, Explosion, Dragon Tail, Sweep, Crazy Charge, and it looked much more powerful than that ice dragon because there is difference in its length and width. Seeing Lin Moyu in front of him, the dragon screams loudly. That single roar of the Black Dragon had scared RMC a lot, and he understood that whatever was going to happen next was not good, and he immediately, but many skeletons were also summoned. But due to that roar of the Black Dragon, all these people started moving from here to there. The Black Dragon does not stop even for a moment after seeing the skeletons there, rather as soon as he sees them. He attacks them with a crazy collision, and the attack of that Black Dragon was so fast that RMC was late in calling all those skeletons back to him, and at the same moment, Lin Moyu gets a notification of destruction and elimination of 18 skeleton warriors and 18 skeleton mages. After dealing with some of the skeleton hordes, the whole area turned into dust, but inside that dust we see the glowing eyes of the Black Dragon, who without waiting for a moment attacks with a big earthquake explosion. He hits both his claws on the ground, due to which the whole area starts shaking. It was such an impact that Xiangxian and RMC were not able to handle themselves properly. The ground below also starts breaking due to the dragon's attack, and the skeletons start dying one by one. This time, 48 skeleton warriors and 28 skeleton mages of RMC were eliminated. However, even after destroying so many skeletons, RMC still has many skeletons left, and RMC cannot let his skeletons die continuously. So now he takes this fight seriously, for which he uses the strong soldier ability on all these weak skeletons. As soon as this strong soldier buff is used on these skeletons, their bodies regain energy, and they stand up again with a powerful expression. After activating the buffs on all of them, RMC sends some skeletons towards the Black Dragon. Just then we see that Xiangxian, who was standing quietly for a long time, also starts going towards the dragon to attack without telling RMC. Seeing her, RMC stops her in confusion and says, "Come back here." RMC is calling her because if Xiangxian goes near the dragon, then her life can also be in danger. Xiangxian did this because she had activated her fighting instinct talent and she was moving towards the dragon with the help of this instinct. Seeing her moving ahead like this, RMC gets very confused because he too had come to know which ability she had activated. However, he was not surprised by this because he had been feeling strange for Xiangxian for a long time. And after seeing her like this, RMC understands that she has a natural talent to win battles. Xiangxian crosses all the small obstacles coming in her way and reaches the dragon, and as soon as she reaches him, she uses the collection technique on him. Although the dragon was watching her coming towards him, and before Xiangxian's attack could hit him, the dragon's dragon tail starts moving towards Xiangxian for the attack. The dragon attacked with its tail, and its tail was moving very fast towards Xiangxian. Seeing which, Xiangxian gets very scared, and RMC standing far away also gets very scared. Seeing this, because this attack of the boss was very fast and RMC cannot come in between immediately and save Xiangxian. Even though Xiangxian is fighting with instincts, it is very difficult for her to dodge this attack. Seeing that attack coming towards her, Xiangxian gets angry because this dragon was teasing her for a long time, so she controls herself and in anger attacks the dragon's tail. Both the attacks collide together, but we all know whose attack is more powerful. The dragon's attack was more powerful, which hits Xiangxian, breaking RMC's skeleton armor and gives a heavy hit on Xiangxian, due to which she collides with a rock. However, due to the help of the skeleton armor, she is not seriously injured by the dragon's attack. Even though Xiangxian lost to the dragon in terms of power, she did what she wanted to do. She used stun on the dragon, due to which the dragon will now remain in confusion for some time, and RMC considers this attack of Xiangxian very lucky because in these 5 seconds only RMC has to seize this opportunity. And these 5 seconds are such in which all his troops can attack the dragon by staying in a strong state without any interference. He quickly sends all the skeleton troops to the dragon for a violent attack, and as soon as all the skeletons get the order from their master, they all start attacking the dragon in groups with huge swords. Explosion flame, ice rainstorm, tornado storm, 5 thunders. Everything seemed to be continuous coming on the dragon, and RMC was also using soul flame in this. Due to all these attacks, the dragon starts writhing in pain, but he can't do anything, and in a short while the dragon falls down on the ground. And after some time, Xiangxian comes and smilingly asks RMC whether we are successful. Hearing this, RMC also smiles and says that your skill has once again made a great contribution. Hearing this from RMC, Xiangxian starts blushing a little, that I did not expect to be so lucky that I would be of so much help to you. After this, the dragon is completely destroyed, and both of them get a lot of experience and other things, like they got Dragon King certificate and Dragon Crystal. Taking the dragon certificate in his hand, RMC looks at it carefully because he was not able to understand what this thing is. This is a certificate of the dungeon. This is a certificate from the lower floor to the eternal trial field. RMC does not know much about it yet. What will it be used for? And RMC had never expected that after the death of the Black Dragon, such a thing would be dropped here. This dragon certificate is the certificate of the lower layer dungeon, so RMC decides that when he goes to the lower level, he will definitely go to the Dragon Palace there. Even after this, Xiangxian asks to continue this dungeon again. She wants to kill more dragons of this Dragon Palace, and after clearing the dungeon, both of them start teleporting to the outside world again. As soon as they go out, both of them come inside again. This time both of them reach the Wind Dragon Cave. This time very strong wind was blowing in the dungeon, and Xiangxian tells RMC that it seems that this time we are going to face the Wind Demon Dragon. Just then we see that the Wind Dragon starts flying from the air and starts attacking all of them. RMC also starts getting the element attack done on that dragon through continuous mages without waiting. Seeing the dragon in front of them, both of them remain cautious. But Xiangxian says that even the black demon dragon could not fight us. Then what is this? Let's capture this wind dragon and finish it off. As soon as the wind dragon sees RMC and Xiangxian, it opens its mouth and directly attacks them with a storm like wind. The attack was moving towards RMC at full speed, and Xiangxian stands in the front to stop that attack, and as soon as the attack comes close, Xiangxian attacks that attack, which collides with each other, and Xiangxian takes advantage of this and quickly reaches the wind dragon and attacks its head. Xiangxian used stun attack, which means she is continuously using the same trick. She thought of attacking this dragon and confusing it so that she can stun it for 5 seconds by attacking it. Xiangxian's weapon hits the dragon's head, and Xiangxian might be happy that she made this dragon dizzy too. But as soon as Xiangxian's weapon hits the dragon's head, the dragon pushes it away from its head along with Xiangxian's weapon. Seeing this, Xiangxian is very surprised because this was the first time when her stun did not work, and it forced her to think that the dragon did not faint. However, Xiangxian wants to try that attack again because the cooldown of that attack is only 1 minute, so she can use it again. After this, Xiangxian started continuously doing stun attacks on Wind Dragon. She was attacking every time, but her attacks were not working every time. So she was continuously trying stun attacks on a cooldown of 1 minute, thinking that maybe this time the attack will work. But even after continuously attacking, her attacks were not having any effect. And Xiangxian was very tired of attacking for a long time, but still she was continuing her attack, and finally in the end Xiangxian's attack works, and as soon as the attack hits the dragon's head, the dragon starts getting dizzy, and due to the dizziness, it falls on the ground, and finally Xiangxian is very happy to see that at last it has shown its effect. Seeing Xiangxian's hard work, RMC is very happy because she had worked very hard for this, and now it is RMC's turn to take further action. For this, he activates the Soul Flame and uses it on the dizzy dragon lying on the ground, due to which the dragon starts writhing in pain, and in this we see that the entire army of skeletons was moving towards him, and as soon as they go, they attack him continuously and kill him. Both of them killed this dragon very easily, and now as Xiangxian is continuously clearing the dungeon with RMC, she is becoming more and more skilled in it, and to gain more experience, Xiangxian asks RMC to clear the dungeon again. On hearing which, RMC agrees because he needs such a partner who does not back down from clearing the dungeon. After this, both of them go out of the dungeon and enter the dungeon again, and this time both of them face the poison dragon, and they clear it in the same way. After this, both of them keep on entering the dungeon one after the other, until now both of them have also faced the fire dragon and lightning dragon, and both of them did not face much difficulty in killing those two dragons, and after dealing with both of them come out again. RMC and Xiangxian together cleared this Dragon Palace dungeon 8 times, and the happiness of this was visible on Xiangxian's face, and RMC also took great advantage of Xiangxian's collection skill. Till now Xiangxian had also collected 72 pieces of dragon crystal with the help of her skill. This time when RMC and Xiangxian come out of the dungeon, Mo Yun asks them to speak in a low voice and also asks them to get out of this area as soon as possible because the dungeon will disappear soon, and both the demons and the dragons that have gone inside, it will come out of this dungeon very soon. So she suggests RMC to get out of here as soon as possible. Hearing such scared words of Mo Yun, RMC tells her to relax and says that he is in no hurry to leave from here, and as soon as Mo Yun hears these words from RMC, he gets nervous and asks, "What do you want to do?" And immediately after this RMC summons a lot of skeletons there because he wants to commit genocide here now. He is also thinking of killing every dragon and demon coming out of this dungeon. RMC stands right in front of the dungeon door with his entire army and asks Xiangxian to use her technique on everyone, to which Xiangxian replies that you don't worry about it. No one will be able to escape from my skill. After this, we see that some human professionals come out of that dungeon. On seeing them, RMC respectfully tells them that sorry, but please leave from here as soon as possible. But they don't listen to RMC and instead arrogantly tells him that why should we leave from here when we can refresh this dungeon again. However, in this, the captain of the human professionals recognizes RMC that he is Lin Mo-yun, and immediately after recognizing RMC, he tells the people who are showing arrogance to keep quiet, and on seeing RMC, he again says that okay, we agree with you and we will go from here. Hearing such things from their captain, they get very surprised and ask that captain, why are we leaving from here? Then their captain tells them that we are leaving from here because the person standing in front of us is Lin Mo-yun. Then someone else says that if he is Lin Mo-yun, then what is the problem in it? No matter how powerful he is, he alone cannot block the door of the dungeon. Then their captain, while leaving, tells them in a simple way that you all will come to know about it very soon. After standing in front of the door for a long time, as soon as RMC senses the arrival of the enemies, he asks everyone to be ready, and he has prepared everything till now, like he has activated the skeleton armor on everyone and along with that to fight them. He immediately uses the strong soldier ability on all the skeletons so that he can finish these enemies in one blow without giving time. Dragons and demons were coming out of the dungeon door in very large numbers, and as they were coming out, Xiangxian was using group collection technique on all of them. All of them did not know what was going to happen to them yet. And to block all of them immediately, RMC uses these skeleton fangs all around the dungeon, and as soon as these skeleton fangs are used, many demons and dragons start dying due to its impact, and the dragons and demons that were suddenly coming from the door could not understand what was happening because many of their people in front of them were getting killed by the sharp objects. Immediately after using the skeleton fangs, RMC without stopping sends the skeleton warrior towards them. Upon receiving the order from their master, the skeleton warriors start killing the living dragons and demons trapped in the fangs. Soon after this, all of them start getting elemental attacks. After some time, all of them understand who is doing this. They see Lin Mo-yu in front of them, and they realize that it is Lin who is killing all our people. Seeing so much destruction, Mo-yun asks to quickly evacuate all the human teams present here. He was repeating the same thing again and again, that the human teams should quickly leave from here, and on seeing the scene here, the human team also started running away from here because they were all running to save their lives. And on the other hand, RMC gets ready to explode the corpse because he had not seen an explosion for a long time, and immediately after this, he explodes, due to which that area gets affected by the explosion, and seeing this, the human professionals get very surprised. The people who were arguing with RMC a while ago understand after seeing this that why he had the intention to get us out from there as soon as possible. As Lin Mo-yu cleansed the dragon professionals and abyssal demons, he easily destroyed them and killed them without even breaking a sweat. None of them were able to get close to him, and with his use of corpse explosion, he easily eliminated the numerous enemies trying to kill him. The professional people who had gone to the side after following Lin Mo-yu's order for their own safety were found watching the battle unfolding in the presence of Lin Mo-yu and the two races. They were stunned and could not believe what they were watching because they knew that all the abyssal demons and dragon professionals in front of them had levels exceeding level 50. They knew how strong they were especially, and they had faced some like this in the past, but they did not understand how Lin Mo-yu was able to kill them as if they were so soft. His companion who was there also reacted the same and was sweating with fear that he felt from what Lin Mo-yu was showing, because this was not a normal thing that was happening. He just accepted the situation and told his companion that it was not because the dragon professionals who were there were so soft, but that all of that was happening because of Lin Moyo's great strength. Lin Moyo was not the only one taking action now, because when Moyo saw the current situation, she immediately flew to bury the abyssal demons and dragon professionals who were trying to escape from that place. When they saw that Lin Moyo was easily destroying them with his skills, they began to understand that they were making a big mistake now, so they tried to leave to save their lives from imminent destruction. Despite their attempts, Moyo did not seem to allow this, and to help Lin Moyo, he used his flying band skill to prevent them from escaping from that place. A strong light appeared around her and his horse while they were on top, beginning to envelop the enemies that were there. They were surprised because they suddenly felt their ability to fly disappear. They began to fall to the ground and were now gathering. The explosions that were happening continued to blow away and devour all the enemies that came close to it. It destroyed the surrounding explosions and did not allow anyone to survive. The professional dragons and abyssal demons that Moyan had sent down were caught in these explosions and were unable to protect themselves, so they ended up in their final destination. After just a few minutes of continuous explosions, the battle ended where Lin Moyan could be seen standing in the middle of a vast area where he was surrounded by the corpses of his enemies who had done nothing against him. They were dying due to various attacks on their bodies that they could no longer handle, so their corpses were covered with his skeleton fangs. The dust was still blowing in that area, showing the vastness of the corpses that were covering it. At the end of their cleaning of that area, only one crystal was in their hands, and at the same time, the entire area was filled with golden light. These were military merits that came from the enemies they killed, and Mu Xiangxian and Mo Yun just accepted them, unable to believe how much they were getting. They were just amazed by this military merit because it was too much for them, and they had not yet been used to being with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked at his own military merit and realized that it seemed that the successive attacks of abyssal demons and dragon professionals had equaled his merit to a total of $270,000. Of all the battles he has gone through and the enemies he has encountered in the past, that is his biggest defeat when it comes to enemies, and because of their very high levels, he has gained a very high number of military merits, but it is still not enough for him to get a promotion in his rank. He was now focusing his attention on his goal in going to the Eternal Trials and his search for the Dragon Palace dungeon. In his hand now was the dragon crystal that he had been waiting for and searching for a long time, because now he knew that it was very important from the information he had received, because it could awaken the talent of a professional. His journey inside the Eternal Trials was very beautiful, and he gained a lot from his clearing the dungeons. He received 72 pieces of dragon crystal from his clearing the dungeon. But now he had 273 pieces of dragon crystal from the ones he collected from the corpses of his opponents. Upon entering the Dragon Palace dungeon, the dragon professionals and abyssal demons cleared many times, and because of their numbers, they were able to collect a lot of dragon crystals. However, in their assumption that they would hide them, it seems that they were mistaken because they encountered Lin Moyu and helped her collect them even more, which would surely strengthen the power of humanity. In their mistake, they did not expect to accidentally help Lin Moyu. Now that Lin Moyu had finished his mission in that place, he looked around at his companions and told Xiangxian and Mayan that it seemed better for them to leave that place. Also, because of their good harvest in that place, these two women were very happy because of the many benefits they had obtained from killing the dragon professionals and abyssal demons with Lin Moyo, so they immediately agreed to his wishes and agreed to it. The three of them started walking and left that place to continue their journey within the Eternal Trials. As they left, they were watched by many professionals who saw how beautiful everything they showed, especially Lin Moyu. One of them was just wondering how many dragon crystals Lin Moyo was able to collect and obtain after killing so many dragons. His simple wonder was only stopped by his captain and told him that he should not think about this matter too much. He also warned him not to have any bad intentions or even try to rob that man, because if he decided to rob Lin Moyu, his skeletons would definitely not show mercy, and he would experience the fate of the dragon professionals and abyssal demons who tried to fight him. When the man heard this, he immediately turned around and replied that he would not attempt it and that he would not be willing to sacrifice his life just for that. It seemed that he did not read that his captain was just joking, but also because of the fear he felt towards Lin Muyo, especially with everything he had shown. He could not help but feel a little nervous, especially with things related to Lin Moyu. As they continued their journey, the three were able to find a place inside a dense forest. The trees here were very tall, and the plants here covered the entire area. When they found it, Lin Muyo knew that it was a good place to release their dragon crystals. They sat and talked, and while they were there, Lin Moyu sent them there to get the dragon crystals and use them for their awakening of another new stage. Lin Moyu does not deny his dragon crystals that he obtains, and even though he has not used them himself, he lets these two use them before him. He does not worry that he might run out of dragon crystals, especially since they have obtained so many from their enemies and within the dungeon itself. Lin Moyu now asks these two who among them will be the first to use the dragon crystal. Mo Yun answers this and immediately volunteers to go first. She explains to the two of them that he has not yet had any awakenings in his talent when he undergoes his job change for the second time, which is why the use of the dragon crystal when it comes to obtaining his own talent is affected. She also informs Lin Muyo that the chance of obtaining and awakening a talent with the help of a piece of dragon crystal is around 10 to 15%. Also, because of the relatively low chance of success, she informs Lin Moyu that she does not know how many dragon crystals he needs before he can continue to awaken her own talent and succeed in obtaining it. Even so, they do not have a problem with the amount of dragon crystal, because it is certainly enough for the three of them to obtain a new talent. To awaken a talent, a normal professional needs 7 to 10 dragon crystals, which is only a small amount because some people use 20 dragon crystals just to awaken their own talent. There are also some who are able to succeed using only 1 dragon crystal. If you think about it, as long as there are enough dragon crystals, a professional will definitely succeed in awakening his own talent. Mo Yun took a dragon crystal and placed it in front of her face while using his energy on it. She waved it, and suddenly there was a dazzling light coming from the dragon crystal that began to spread in the area. In the next few seconds, Mayan's entire body began to be enveloped in light, and a strange power was now spreading. The aura of the dragon crystal was very complicated, especially since it possessed the power of the abyss and dragons that mixed with other inexplicable powers, and after mixing, it formed its strange appearance. The light continued to spread, and the energy released by Mayan became stronger, dazzling the two who were watching him. That's why they covered their eyes, but Lin Moyo still continued to watch and observe it. By using it, Mayan should be able to see things related to the talent she will gain. But she doesn't see anything here. After a few moments, the light from the dragon crystal fades and Mayan just speaks, informing his companions that she doesn't seem to be succeeding. Despite her sloppy use of the dragon crystal, there is no sign of disappointment on Mayan's face. Apart from this, Lin Moyo brings out a large number of dragon crystals which he places in front of him while telling him that he shouldn't bother with them anymore because they have a large supply of dragon crystals. Mayan calmly accepts this and fills up the second dragon crystal and continues to use it to awaken his own talent. She thanks Lin Moyo for what he did, but Lin Moyo just rejects it while telling him that that is part of his contribution. So she doesn't need to worry about how many dragon crystals he needs to use because they don't lack them. Mayan reuses the dragon crystal he took and brings it closer to his chest. She focused on his activation and continued to wear dragon crystals until Har's 16th dragon crystal, where she was not discouraged by her sloppy swallowing. She was finally succeeding in his 16th test, and now Mayan began to be enveloped in dazzling light again, and this light was even stronger than before, so we both knew now that she seemed to be succeeding. The light that enveloped H began to fade until they could only see him accepting his new talent. With his victory, her body was filled with light as she was slowly lifted into the air. She began to look like a goddess who was very beautiful and very holy. After she took her talent, she fell to the ground and felt a strange energy coming from her body. Mu Xiangxian was amazed by this and was amazed by the new Mayan. Xiangxian is very happy for Mayan and approaches her, asking Har how she feels now and what talent she was able to obtain. Mayan's face is very calm as she is filled with joy at this continuous victory. She informs Xian that she is able to obtain the talent of Holy Flames. She explains that with the help of that talent, she is now able to give all his attacks the effect of Holy Flames, where his power and attack power are greatly enhanced. This becomes more effective against abyssal demons, causing the damage she inflicts on them to hit them several times. Mayan is originally a summoner of the Holy Spirit, and his body and skills possess holy power. This holy power has the ability to weaken abyssal demons and increase the damage against them by 50% or more. Now that Mayan has received the Holy Flames, its power against abyssal demons is even stronger. Xiangxian, who heard all this explanation, was amazed at what Mayan was able to receive and praised him because that talent really suited her. Mayan just laughed and thanked Har for that compliment. Har's face didn't even hide his triumph and just smiled as he told Xiangxian that it was her turn to face her awakening talent. She was the one who picked up the dragon crystal next and was holding it now as she brought it close to her face and stared at it. She felt a little nervous and just wondered to herself if she would be able to succeed with this. She was deep in thought. She knew she had to do it. She didn't hesitate any longer and held the dragon crystal tightly while infusing it with her energy to activate it. He strained his eyes as blue energy began to emerge from the dragon crystal, which was different from the one you received. She calmly received that energy and tried to activate it, but he didn't succeed in her first attempt. Xiangxian used the dragon crystals one after another to try to succeed in awakening his own talent, only one after another. Faced with the failed awakening, she continued to use it until her 12th attempt, where the light surrounding him changed. Mayan and Lin Moyu immediately felt this sudden change in the energy surrounding Xiangxian, which is why they immediately knew that it seemed that her talent awakening was ending and that it was finally succeeding. Mayan just watched this and observed everything that was happening to her. In the next few seconds, Xiangxian also began to float slowly as his blue energy enveloped him and the light surrounding him gradually weakened while her eyes were closed. Xiangxian's appearance now can be compared to Mayan's appearance after her own awakening, especially her body. While watching it now, his appearance was very beautiful, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, he didn't care and didn't even notice it. After Xiangxian's awakening of her own talent, it seemed that the light that enveloped her was ending, and she was gradually descending to the ground. After he opened her eyes, she immediately turned to his companions while informing them that she had succeeded in obtaining her own talent. Her talent was called Must Heat, and with the help of this talent, she would definitely be able to hit his attacks and skills every time that talent worked. It couldn't be missed, and the special effects of the skills also worked 100%. When Lin Moyu heard about this, he only remembered Xiangxian's part in their dragon slaying. He knew that his stun skill was a huge thing that helped them kill their opponents in just seconds. Lin Moyu now thought that if he used that talent together with his stun skill, it would definitely work against the bosses, and Lin Moyu thought that it was a cheat against killing dungeon bosses. Lin Moyu now felt that it seemed like it would be easier for them to clear the dungeons now if he brought Xiangxian along to fight the bosses in the future. Now that the two had finished awakening their own talents, they were now looking at Lin Moyu. They smiled at him as they told him that it looked like he was the one who would face his talent awakening. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate any longer and wasted no time and picked up a dragon crystal. Lin Moyu's energy immediately leaked into the dragon crystal he was holding, and he immediately activated it, releasing a faint light. He brought it closer to his body while closing his eyes and pumping energy into it. This was just to let them know that he was going to try to succeed now. Like the two, Lin Moyu was also unable to succeed in his first attempt. But even so, he still continued to use the dragon crystals. Hours passed, and on his 8th attempt, the energy surrounding his body began to change. This was similar to what happened to the two, so they immediately knew that Lin Moyu was able to succeed. Lin Moyu was still focused on what he was doing, and he felt that he had begun to be enveloped in a strange energy coming from the dragon crystal. In an instant, this energy suddenly dissipated and a black aura enveloped his body that he could not even see. Mayan and Xian could only close their eyes at what they saw while backing away a little. They realized that it seemed that Lin Moyu had succeeded and was able to obtain the talent called Summon Life Chain. With the help of this talent, a life chain is created between Lin Moyu's skeletons in a set area, and all damage received by Lin Moyu's skeletons will be shared by all skeletons located in that area, and in fact he can use it within a 20-meter area. When Lin Moyu saw this, he immediately gasped and did not expect it. He began to understand how it worked and realized that the skeletons within that area only had two choices, and that was whether they would die together or live together. He was amazed at the effect it had, but the effect of that talent was so strong that he knew that if his skeletons faced a very strong pot ache but only had a small cough, his skeletons would definitely die immediately. Even so, he just thought that with that method, as long as his skeletons did not encounter a boss that could kill quickly, the deaths that his skeletons would face in the future would definitely be greatly reduced. He knew that that talent had both good and bad effects, but it only depended on the situation at that time. He no longer had the right to regret the effect of his skill and could only accept it, but he was shocked and did not expect the system to appear, informing him that its owner, Lin Moyu, was able to awaken a talent. Also, because the system received this information, it now began to adjust and strengthen his talent to suit Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could not believe what he was seeing because this system appeared again. It had not been seen since his job change, and after that there was no news from the system. He did not fully expect that now that he was able to awaken a talent, that system would appear. The system was now starting to adjust his talent, informing her, but even so, Lin Moyu did not know how it would adjust the talent he received. Mayan and Mu Xiangxian, who were watching Lin Moyu, were shocked by the sudden occurrence and could only wonder what the event was in front of them. They didn't know what it was because wasn't Lin Moyu's awakening almost over, but why was it suddenly getting stronger again? The light that enveloped Lin Moyu was now blowing the two away. The energy coming from him was getting stronger, and they couldn't understand it, so they had no choice but to wait for Lin Moyu. But as they looked at the ball of light in front of them, it started to have strong lightning, and the energy was spinning towards the center. Even so, they still trusted Lin Moyu and felt reassured that he was capable of surviving no matter what. A few minutes passed, and the system adjustment for Lin Moyu's talent was also completed. Lin Moyu was informed of this, and he only learned that his current talent was being changed to Summon Life Link. He was explained that, with its help, all the lives of his skeletons could be connected to each other, where they could all receive damage together, and at the same time they could also heal at the same time. When Lin Moyu saw this talent, he was immediately happy, and at the same time couldn't believe it because it was so powerful. After adjusting his talent system, It seemed that his skeletons could actually die and live together, leaving none of them behind. Now he was no longer disappointed in his talent and only praised it because it was a true god-level talent that could help him in the future. There is no limit to the area where his talent works, and as long as it is Lin Mo-Yu's skeleton, they will share the damage their teammates receive. Lin Mo-Yu's skeleton mages located in the back can also provide assistance to the skeleton warriors in front and fighting. Even if his skeleton is inside his summon space or outside, this life connection can still work, and for Lin Mo-Yu's skeletons inside, they can recover their lives faster. His skeleton's ability to survive every battle they face is now more equal. Lin Mo-Yu returns to his companions. He once again has a huge smile on his face. Looking at his companions, she notices their eyes filled with wonder and wants to know what talent he has acquired. They ask him where he simply says that his skeletons are now connected and their lives are one. Hearing that here, he can't believe it anymore and just praises it because he knows that with the help of his talent, it only means that his skeletons won't die and it will be almost impossible to kill them all at once. As a summoner, he knew how powerful that skill was, and Lin Mo-Yu's skeletons only had two choices. Either none of them would die or they would all die together, but it would be very difficult to do so. Lin Mo-Yu just smiled and told himself that ancient Lewin was no joke. If he faced it again, Lin Mo-Yu still felt that there was still a big chance that he would lose to it, and he didn't have enough confidence in himself. He still felt that he would lose if he defeated a boss like ancient Lewin. With the three of them awakening their respective talents, it seemed that their encounter would end there, so Lin Mo-Yu asked the two what their plans were for the next one. Lin Mo-Yu had already completed all the missions Bai Shen had given him, so he could go back and go home. Zion informs that it seems that she needs to return to his companions because Mo-Yun and his companions still need him in the party, especially since he is the one who quantifies the items obtained by a party, since he is also the collection master. But this is no longer his job because with his new talent he will be able to better contribute to the battle. Mo-Yun explains that it seems that he will stay within the Eternal Trials for now and continue to level up there a little. Lin Mo-Yu just takes the lead and lets them leave. Even though these two are a little hesitant to say goodbye to Lin Mo-Yu, they still leave. Mo-Yun flies away on his horse while Zion uses his teleportation scroll to return to the knights who were with him. Lin Mo-Yu is left there while watching his companions leave and now leave him. He just smiles as he bids farewell to them. He doesn't regret it anymore because they have obtained so much within the Eternal Trials. Watching as his companions seem to be leaving, Lin Mo-Yu took out his teleportation scroll to return to his master. He told himself that it seemed like he needed to return to reality and that he needed to meet his master. He was just thinking about Ningyi and wondering what that woman was doing. He couldn't wait to see her because she had brought so many gifts for him at that time, like the dragon crystals and the earth gem. Lin Mo-Yu was about to activate the teleportation scroll, but he was immediately surprised because an attack was coming from above towards his head. He pointed at it and couldn't believe the fast attack coming towards his direction. He didn't expect it, and when he was about to go home, suddenly someone interrupted and someone was digging its own grave again. When RMC is thinking of leaving from here using the teleportation scroll, suddenly he is attacked. Even though the attack was sudden, RMC's skeleton armor blocked the attack, and as soon as the attack hit him, a huge explosion occurred. This attack was very powerful because its impact was felt by RMC after the attack. How powerful this attack was, and when RMC looks at the person who did this attack, he realizes that a group of many elite demons are coming towards him together from the sky. If we judge by their aura, then almost all of them are demons above level 55. However, indirectly RMC can collect more military merit through them before leaving here. To finish all of them, Lin uses Poison Star Ring. The level of Poison Star Ring is 10, and it causes damage with poison within its 10-meter range. which causes Sadie equal to 100 points of power every second, which lasts for 10 seconds. When RMC uses this ability, poison mist begins to form around him, and with a talent bonus, his poisonous mist can now spread up to 100 meters and deal 1,000 points of strength damage per second. And now the duration of this poison star ring can also last up to 100 seconds. As soon as Lin uses this ability, the entire area gets covered with poison, and seeing this gas suddenly, all the demons stop in the air because they came to know that this is a poison element skill, and they think of going away from it. However, as soon as they think of going away from RMC, Cursed Chain comes out from inside that poisonous gas and starts catching them one by one. All the demons get scared after getting trapped in these cursed red chains, and whoever is trapped in it starts shouting to others that due to this curse our speed has become very slow. These people are not able to understand whether he is a human or a boss in the form of a human. How can he use poison and element skills as well as crush skill? Although by this time all the demons were trapped in his clutches. Then in this we see a demon who cuts his hand and drops his blood on all these demons. As soon as the blood falls on other demons, the cursed chain on them starts breaking. However, seeing this, other demons get very scared and in panic ask Death Demon, "What are you doing?" Then Death Demon tells everyone that I have reduced Lin's curse by other curses. This demon did this because his curse only has the ability to reduce defense. So Lin's strangle will not have any effect on his ability. RMC was also standing below and watching all this. Seeing the generosity of this demon, he thinks that even though he is smart and intelligent, but due to this his defense is down, and in this way he is looking for his own death. After getting free from the cursed chains, all the demons together start coming towards RMC shouting that Lin, "Now you are going to die," and all of them were ordered by the Demon King and are asking RMC to accept death. As they all march towards RMC, they are suddenly attacked and some demons start dying because of it. No one could understand what was happening. Then we see little fangs emerging from the poisonous mist, which start entering the stomachs of all these demons one by one. As soon as the other demons see this, they get very scared, and in this RMC immediately thinks of using corpse explosion. He brings some corpses in between them and raises his hand to explode them. As soon as the demons see all this, they get scared and think of running away from here. But by then it was too late. The corpse starts exploding, and the living demons who are running away from here start getting caught in its grip and getting killed. So that some demons do not escape, RMC explodes for some more time, and due to continuous explosions, that area becomes completely silent. Now there was nothing there, only dust, and a few body parts of demons were scattered on the ground. RMC is just thinking that all of them should die in this attack. But as soon as some dust clears, RMC's eyes fall on the Death Demon, who has a tool in his hand at this time, and his body is completely injured. Seeing him, RMC says that it seems that you survived, even though the condition of this demon is so bad. He laughs and says to RMC that I never expected that you are so powerful. And now he understands that it is not surprising that the Demon King wants to kill you. RMC's strength is so much that he cannot kill him in hand-to-hand combat. So he thinks of dying with RMC. So instead of pointing the weapon of his hand towards RMC, he turns it towards his own stomach, after stabbing his weapon in his own stomach. This demon, while dying, tells RMC to remember an important thing, that remember the person who killed you is called Black Sky Demon. And after some time, this demon starts self-exploding, due to which the whole area collapses with dark energy. RMC also gets very scared after seeing this, because this explosion is very powerful. The power of the explosion is so much that due to this energy, RMC's skeleton and armor also shatters, and because of this energy he collides with a rock. As soon as he collides with the rock also breaks and starts falling on him. After this, the story shifts somewhere else where after the death of the Black Sky Demon, someone else feels the presence of his death, and he opens his eyes and says in anger that who is so brave that he killed my son. Then after this he says some ritual-type spell in which he calls the Abyss Soul by his name Dark Lord to come to life. And as soon as the ritual is completed, we see Black Sky Demon who has been revived. Then Dark Lord standing in front asks him to tell his father who killed him, and Black Sky Demon comes on his knees and says that I blew myself. After listening to the whole story, the Dark Lord says that he is a human necromancer. Such a young genius must be a treasure for the human race. And this Dark Lord can also feel the aura of the succubus on RMC. So it did not take him long to understand that other demon kings are also already targeting him. Then to confirm this, he asks others whether there is any succubus sent on him, and if yes, then I think I should go to the succubus queen for this. Then the story shifts to RMC, where RMC summons skeletons to come out of the rocks, and as soon as the skeletons arrive, they remove all the rocks and RMC is seen coming out of this rock, who sits down comfortably because this was the first time someone has equaled him, and luckily RMC had summoned lifelink and damage, otherwise don't know what would have happened to him, and also his skeleton was all injured. However, he doesn't have time to think much anymore. It's time to get out of here, so he looks at the scroll and starts activating it. After spending a long time in the Eternal Trials, where he had encountered so many enemies and had also gained so many benefits from it, he was finally able to return to the human world. He was now coming out of Baishan's garden drinking his tea in peace. As soon as he arrived there, he immediately smelled the fragrant tea and the sound of the wind, thinking about his garden. Finally, he was able to return. With Lin Moyo's appearance, Meng Anwen did not expect him to drink tea alone. When he saw Lin Moyo bowing in front of him, paying his respects, he told him to rest because his masturbation was not there yet. He explained that his master had gone to the Hall of Heroes and had been hanging out there for a long time, where he would also return soon. After making his preparations, he would definitely return immediately to welcome Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was just grateful and bowed while waiting for Baishan to return. Inside the Hall of Heroes, Baishan was found with Mu Xinghai, Mo Yun's grandfather, where both of them were just sitting there and watching over the souls of their beloved disciples and granddaughter. They remained in that place to ensure their safety. During all the time that Mo Yun and Lin Moyo were inside the Eternal Trial, only the two of them remained there. Lin Moyo's soul imprint was stronger compared to when he first entered the Eternal Trials, which meant that his level had greatly increased at that time, and it was the same as Mo Yun's. The two of them didn't feel any danger from the soul imprints of the two, so their faces were calm, but Baishan suddenly laughed and said that the boy was coming back, so he started to tell Xinghai that he would be the first to return and leave that place. When Lin Moyo returned to Baishan's, he could feel his soul imprint changing, which Baishan was accurately taking. Moyo hadn't returned yet, but Xinghai felt that there was no danger to his granddaughter life, so he started to stand up and said that Baishan would accompany him when he returned. He asks her if he can go there together because he also wants to see Baishan's student and see in person how talented he is. This old man is also becoming more interested in Lin Moyo, and since Baishan's standards are so high, it means that a disciple who is accepted by a professional like him, who is considered a god of mankind, must be a true genius who is unmatched by others. As for the level of being a genius, this can only be known by watching, so this old man wants to see it in person to compare and see who is stronger between the two of them and his granddaughter. When Baishan hears this, he immediately laughs and agrees to go together to return. He wants to show that old man and himself what Lin Moyo has been able to gain from the Eternal Trials. It is explained that in the entire world of mankind, There are only a few people who are given the right to enter the entire time that Lin Moyo is inside the Eternal Trials. Beishin and Mu Xinghai are the only two people who are inside it, and no one else has been able to enter. The gate of the Hall of Heroes was broken after the two of them left, and the entire place began to become quiet again. After a few minutes, Beishin and Mu Xinghai were able to return to Beishin's courtyard. Lin Moyo was surprised by this and did not expect the return of these two. Lin Moyo wondered who Beishin was with when he returned because this old man was wielding his own powerful aura as well as his companion Black Horse that was enveloped in strange energy. He knew what the Holy Thunder Beast was next to him, so he immediately guessed that it might be Moyon's grandfather, the legendary summoner of humanity, Mu Xinghai. He continued to marvel at the presence of that old man, but suddenly his master spoke, smiling happily after seeing his disciple get away without much damage. He just told him that it seemed like he was able to reach level 35 so quickly. He praised him for what he did because he had raised his level so quickly. The old man was not enough Lin Moyo to greet his master as well as his companion Xinghai. When Xinghai heard the greeting from Lin Moyo, he was just surprised and did not expect that he seemed to know him, so he just asked how he knew him because they had not seen each other before. Lin Moyo just smiled and replied saying that he and Moyon were the same in some things and their similarities were too close, so Lin Moyo was just guessing and was confident that he was right. Apart from this, Lin Moyo also explained that there probably were no other summoners who could walk together and be with their master except for someone like Xinghai, who was also a legend of a person. When the old man heard Lin Moyo's answer, he just laughed, and because he did not expect this boy to immediately guess his person. He just praised him because he had the ability to see the truth. Despite all this, it was quite easy for Lin Moyo to accept all of this, and the key to this was that Lin Moyo saw Xinghai's companion horse, which was very rare to catch something like this one that Mo Yun had. Even though the old man was praising Lin Moyo, he could only think to himself that Lin Moyo was only level 35 and his profession was quite special. He admitted it, but he was still very surprised as to why someone like Beishin, who rarely accepted his own disciple, would value him so much. He looked Lin Moyo up and down and couldn't see anything special about him in the end. The three old men were now sitting in front of Lin Moyo, and now the four of them started talking about all of Lin Moyo's experiences. His master was asking him directly because he wanted to know what his experiences were in the Eternal Trial that time and if he was still able to get good opportunities. Lin Moyo began to speak and recount his experience inside the Eternal Trials, where he first said that as soon as he entered it, he immediately buried the soul-devouring insect king. He informed them how he finished it off and killed it. He then told the information about his fight with the soul-devouring mother, where he defeated it by using his immense strength. Next came the great earth centipede, which despite its huge body, he still managed to defeat. After a few minutes of Lin Moyo's story, it ended and the two elders couldn't believe the stories they were hearing. It seemed that they still didn't want to believe Lin Moyo's stories because it didn't seem very plausible since he said that he was able to kill the soul-devouring mother and also the great earth centipede. The two elders were just sipping their tea to calm themselves down and remove the shock from their faces. But all of this was too unbelievable, so they asked Lin Moyo if everything he told them was true. Lin Moyo was just seriously facing and nodding to answer that all the information he had informed them was true. From the information that the two elders received, Bai Shen and Xinghai could no longer hide their amazement and shock, where these two just looked at each other. And they could see in each other's eyes that everything was unbelievable and impossible. There was a deep silence when the four of them saw each other, but it was only broken when Meng Anwen suddenly laughed very loudly. When Meng Anwen suddenly laughed, Lin Moyo could no longer understand what this old man was laughing at. As his laughter grew louder, the shame that Bai Shen and Xinghai felt also worsened. These two were ashamed again and fell silent and looked down. Lin Moyo couldn't understand what was happening and felt that there might be a story behind this laughter. While trying to hold back his laughter to tell what had happened, Meng Anwen was able to calm herself down and began to tell that in the past, Bai Shen and Mu Xinghai led a group of professionals to fight the soul-devouring mother. But as a result, they were unable to find and fight the soul-devouring king because they were forced to retreat by the soul-devouring king who they had not even killed. The two didn't give up yet, and because they didn't want to go home without doing anything within the eternal trials, these two set out to find the great earth centipede again. But they were almost poisoned to death. Meng Anwen continued to laugh while saying that the condition of those two upon their return was very pitiful and embarrassing. As Meng Anwen continued to laugh uncontrollably, Bai Shen began to speak and said that Meng Anwen was the same as before because they invited him and called him to join them, but she refused. Other than that, he only laughed at them when they returned where their situation was pitiful. Meng Anwen just replied and said that she already knew that she would not be able to fight those two powerful bosses, that's why he didn't feel any shame in not joining them. These two were embarrassed again because those two battles against the soul-devouring king and great earth centipede were just some of Bai Shen's defeats in his life, and if he couldn't get rid of that shame, it wouldn't be good for his story. Bai Shen always teased the two of them with these stories from the past. Xinghai was also drawn into this story because that time Bai Shen had just convinced him to join in fighting the boss, but they didn't win. Because of this, Bai Shen started talking and told Meng Anwen to forget and not mention those things because it had been a long time since it happened. Xinghai didn't like this, telling Meng Anwen that he was overdoing her jokes. Hearing these stories from Meng Anwen, Lin Mo Yu was just amazed at herself and surprised while wondering if it was really that difficult because her master had never been able to defeat those two bosses. The two of them started to get serious and asked Lin Mo Yu what rewards were given for killing the soul-devouring mother and the soul-devouring king. Lin Mo Yu didn't lie anymore and said that there were 3 important dark things that he had obtained: the soul crystals, soul gems, and the soul devour insect egg. Lin Moyu continued his story where he and Moyun managed to meet where they completed the primordial rune and continued to have it as a unity in their bodies. Moyun managed to obtain the primordial rune, but when his own fusion was about to finish, the abyssal demons suddenly arrived and attacked them, but they were able to win and fight them off. In addition to this, the two of them managed to go inside the god's chosen realm, where they were able to navigate the floating rocks until they reached their border, while Lin Mo Yu managed to reach the very end of it. The 3 of them couldn't believe all the stories they were hearing and were just stunned. Mu Xinghai, who learned about his father's experience, was silent, and Meng Anwen, who was the calmest of the 3 of them, opened her eyes in shock. All 3 of them had one thought because none of them could have expected that Lin Moyu would go through so much in just 2 months of staying inside the eternal trials. The way he told his stories calmly would surprise anyone for so long, and if he added to it, it seemed that even the god-level powerhouses who had already been through so much were scared. Lin Moyu started to take out the earth gems and heart of the earth. Lin Moyu told the story that these were the ones he got from the Heart of Earth dungeon. There were so many of them that it filled the entire table, and the elders present couldn't believe it. Meng Anwen could only say that with the help of those many items, it would be possible for the human camp to once again give itself the opportunity to have earths that would surely strengthen their strength. Bai Shen agreed with this and said that it had been so many years since humanity had last created and had an Earth Night, so this would be a very important event in history. Lin Moyu returned these items to his storage space as Meng Anwen confronted him and praised him for his great contribution to humanity. He made him promise that he would reward him later. Despite everything Lin Moyu has gone through and all that he has been able to achieve and obtain very important resources for the camp of humanity, He refuses this reward from him and says that it is what he should have done, and this is his contribution to humanity. Next, Lin Moyu takes out the Dragon King certificate that Lin Moyu managed to obtain from the Dragon Palace dungeon. Before finally entering that dungeon, he had to face many demon kings who tried to kill him, but they did nothing to succeed. Lin Moyu explains that it seems that the Dragon King certificate can be used to enter the Dragon King Palace dungeon located in the lower layer of the Eternal Trials. Lin Moyu ends his speech there and hides his experience within the core area, especially about the ancient Earth Dragon, because he feels that it seems that he does not need to talk about it anymore. Besides, he still felt a little ashamed that he was chased and almost killed by the ancient Lewin, so he understood Beishin's feeling of shame. After Lin Moyu said this, his master told him that only a few people were able to obtain the Dragon King certificate and that it was located in the lower layer, just like Lin Moyu had predicted. He simply told Lin Moyu that he would only know the details about that dungeon once he got there, and that he would not talk about it anymore. Suddenly, ManhwaRecap interrupted Beishin's words while informing Lin Moyu that his master could not help him with this matter because that man had not yet been inside the Dragon King Palace. ManhwaRecap broke the silence between the four of them again, only to laugh at Beishin for yet another humiliation he had suffered. Beishin did nothing and remained silent while accepting all these insults that were being directed at his disciple. Lin Moyu just watched the interaction of his friends where he just smiled and brought out a lot of dragon crystals in front of them while still blocking Lin Moyu. He showed them to all of them and explained that that was what was left from all of their used ones. When the three saw this, they just backed away in shock. They stood there while looking at the many dragon crystals in front of them that you wouldn't believe how many were there, which made Beishin Lin Moyu ask how many times he had finished and cleared the Dragon Palace dungeon. He just wondered if he had exhausted the contents of the dungeon. Because of the shock of the three, they were stunned after they stood up. Beishin began to remember the efforts Lin Moyu had made in the Tyrant Desert dungeon to continuously clear it, and considering the amount of time Lin Moyu had spent in the Eternal Trials, it seemed possible that this would happen. Lin Moyu had just told him that most of the dragon crystals that were now in their proper state came from the abyssal demons and dragon professionals he had killed. Beishin had not paid attention to Lin Moyu's rank when he arrived, but now he noticed what his rank was on his military badge, which was a 1-star colonel. When he saw Lin Moyu's rank, he couldn't believe it because after reaching the rank of a colonel, a professional would need 1,000,000 military merit just to increase it by 1 star. His disciple was now becoming a rank, and he could only wonder how many abyssal demons and dragon professionals he could kill in the eternal trial to become a 1-star colonel. Mu Xinghai seemed to notice this and was just taking a step back and couldn't believe what he was seeing because there was no record of a level 35 1-star colonel in history. ManhwaRecap added that being level 35 was unbelievable because he too had never seen a 1-star colonel even at level 45, which was why Lin Moyu's current rank was so unbelievable. Everyone present knew that it wasn't easy to reach the rank of 1-star colonel because it was a very difficult job and almost all 1-star colonels were considered demon killers. Within the army, the status of being a 1-star colonel was considered not low, and if Lin Moyu were to join the army, he could have thousands of people to lead. From everything he heard, Xinghai started to turn away from the table while saying that it was too boring now, so he excused himself and left the three of them. Bai Shen looked at him and told him to wait a little longer because Lin Moyu had not finished all the information and reports he had given them. It seemed that this old man did not want to hear about Lin Moyu's achievements in the Eternal Trials because it would make his granddaughter look bad. He was just annoyed by Bai Shen's words and told him to just let him go because he was already worried about his granddaughter. He wanted to go back inside the Hall of Heroes to check on Mo Yun's condition and ensure his safety inside. The three of them just let Xinghai leave. When they felt that he was back inside the Hall of Heroes, Bai Shen started to get serious and looked at Lin Moyu while telling him that now that the old man was gone, he could tell the two of them what really happened inside the Eternal Trials. He seriously asked Lin Moyu what level of divine power he was able to obtain when he entered the God's chosen secret realm. He knew that the test given by the God's chosen secret realm would be different every time anyone entered it. But no matter what test they faced, the level of divine power that could be obtained in the end would still be the same. Manhwa just interrupted and told Bai Shen that he didn't need to ask about it anymore because Lin Moyu was definitely able to obtain a higher level. Bai Shen simply replied and told him that isn't it normal for those younger than him to be better, that's why he should have achieved higher here. In the past, Bai Shen had managed to raise his power of divinity to level 5 within the God's chosen secret realm, where he broke the highest record of all mankind and was now passing it on as a good story. As he remembered everything that had happened to Lin Moyu, he only thought that the divine cauldron was too mysterious, that's why he didn't seem to tell his master about it, and instead just answered his question and whispered that he was able to reach level 30 power of divinity. Hearing this, Bai Shen was a bit disappointed because it seemed that Lin Moyu could only achieve level 3 power of divinity, which was lower than him. He just continued to drink his tea, but Bai Shen suddenly understood something, and it seemed that he didn't hear his disciple properly. He was surprised by what he was seeing and stood up. He slammed the table and asked him again what level he was able to reach inside the God's chosen secret realm. Lin Moyu calmly replied and said that he was able to reach level 30. Since he didn't know anything about what he was able to do, Bai Shen was just wondering how this was possible because he too was only able to reach level 5 before, but he was able to match the highest record of humanity. Manhwa was on the sidelines and laughed at Bai Shen's reaction. Just like he had said before, it seemed like Lin Moyu had actually reached a higher level from inside the God's chosen secret realm. Lin Moyu hesitated to say it and shook his head before he continued to inform his master that in reality he was able to reach even higher and was actually at level 35. His master about the divine cauldron definitely didn't understand why it was rising even higher now. His master was silent from everything he heard and knew that his disciple was experiencing an abnormal event today because this had never happened before in history. Since he also had no idea about everything that had happened to him, it was understandable that he did not know that Lin Moyu was capable of increasing his power of divinity when he leveled up. He could only hold his forehead while nodding and telling Lin Moyu that he could go back and rest for now. Even though he hoped that Lin Moyu would be able to surpass him, the way he surpassed him was too intense. He wanted Lin Moyu to be sent away first so that there would be some peace within his yard. Lin Moyu obediently left and immediately carried out the order from his master. He teleported away from the garden while the two elders continued to talk. Bai Shen confronts Manhwa again while insisting that his disciple is now better than his guru, so he should be happy. Manhwa notices that Bai Shen doesn't seem to be feeling this way, so he asks him if he's being hurt by this. While he sees that Bai Shen isn't too happy, Manhwa is happy. He smiles in front of him while saying that her face seems to be saying something different, which is the opposite of what she says that he's happy with him disciple's achievements. Bai Shen just answers, still showing a little annoyance, and tells Manhwa to stop talking because she doesn't know anything. He just explains that because Lin Moyu is so strong, he doesn't know what kind of training he should give his disciple. Manhwa continued to sip tea while telling Bai Shen that what he needed to do now was simple, and to just let him follow the same path he had taken in the past where he had faced so many dangers alone to grow stronger. He also advised Bai Shen to just let it go and see how far he could travel on his own path. Hearing this, Bai Shen was stunned and wondered if this meant that he should just watch from the sidelines and see what he could achieve with his own strength. As Lin Moyu left, he headed straight to Fortress No. one via the teleportation array. He wanted to conquer the military skills training ground of Fortress No. 1, and because of the skills he had acquired, he recently needed to practice and level up his skills. Even though he was practicing in his free time, he still hadn't gotten very good at them and was currently only at level 10. Of his skills, only Poison Starring and Corpse Explosion were the only ones he hadn't been able to level up. He knew that the nature of his profession meant that the higher his level, the more difficult it would be for him to level up his skills, so it was better to practice while it was still early until he got tired. Lin Moyo went inside the skills training facility of Fortress No. 1 where he continued to practice his Poison Starring until he got tired. He was sweating and a little out of breath from his constant use of his skill, but since he was able to obtain the power of divinity, his fatigue was getting better very quickly. Finally, he was able to succeed and level up his Poison Starring to match his current level of level 35. This skill of his now was able to cause poison damage within a 35-meter area that could cause damage equivalent to 350 damage per second that lasted for 35 seconds. Now that he was done with what he was doing, he only remembered that his contribution points had now reached 6,000, and now he could easily join the Creation Academy. All his hard work was now paying off, and he would definitely be accepted here. He could only think that it seemed like if he succeeded in entering the Creation Academy, he would be able to fight alongside his older brother in the future. Lin Moyo was just coming out of his training and saw a towering red light coming from outside. He and the other professionals were just wondering about the strange event in front of them. Lin Moyo couldn't understand why a teleportation array appeared in that area, so they were immediately alerted by the strong Beidanga. The fortress is now being closed, and its war mode is being activated. All the soldiers inside the fortress were assigned one by one, and all those inside stopped where even those who came from inside their rooms were brought out. Suddenly, an order came out informing them that all low-level professionals below level 40 must remain inside the fortress, and they were not allowed to leave and only remain ready to fight. High-level professionals above level 14, slightly below level 60 must go to Fortress No. 6 using the military teleportation array. High-level professionals above level 60 must go to Fortress No. 7 using the military teleportation array. The duty order was for the top professionals who were ordered to go to Fortress No. 8 using the assigned teleportation array. The professionals who were there immediately went to their assigned stations and they followed the orders. When a war begins, everyone within the Shangxia Empire can become a soldier and participate in the war. As soon as Lin Moyo heard these orders, he immediately went to the teleportation array and told the guard to send him to Fortress No. 6. But he was immediately stopped and told that low-level professionals like him could not leave and should only stay and guard Fortress No. 1. Even so, Lin Moyo knew that he could not stay in Fortress No. 1 because even though he was only level 35, his power would be wasted if he stayed there. The guard continued to warn him that he should leave Lin Moyo alone because his level was low, and if he went to a higher level of battle, he would definitely die. As soon as this notification comes in the entire fort, RMC moves forward to go to number 6. Although he is still below level 40, so the guard asks him to stay in fort number 1. But then Lin Moyo shows him his badge and asks if I am eligible to go there through this. As soon as the guard sees this, he gets very nervous because this badge of Lin Moyo is on 1 star, which is a very big post. The guard has now understood by seeing this colonel badge of RMC that he is not an ordinary person. So he respectfully bows to Lin Moyo and says that according to the rule, you are eligible to go to any fort. After this, Lin Moyo immediately orders to send him to Fort 6, on hearing which the guard says okay and allows Lin Moyo to go there. Then after this, we directly see the fortress number 6, where after this notification many professionals have come into action and one by one they are taking their positions. In this we see a person at the top, who is at level 63, and he is Legion Overloaded, which is on a 3-star colonel. His name is Nai-jun, who is looking at the view below very calmly. Then an old man who is a level 53 formation master, and whose name is Jang Kyan, comes to him and seriously asks Nai-jun whether he knows which Demon King's army this is. Nai-jun is serious after listening to this old man. Looking at the Demon King army, he says that I have not yet found out which army it is. Then this old man tells Nai-jun to remain calm, because even though this enemy is a bit mysterious, but this old man has activated the formation in the whole city, due to which he feels that there will not be much loss. While both of them are talking, Lin Moyu comes from behind them, and as soon as they see Lin Moyu, they directly ask him where this young man is wandering, and then Nai-jun's eyes fall on Lin Moyu's badge. And on seeing him, he is very surprised that he is a 1-star colonel. Lin Moyu is still surprising everyone, because how can someone so young and secondly be a 1-star colonel despite being at level 35? However, this old man has recognized Lin Moyu, because he has seen Lin Moyu during Awakening, and seeing Lin Moyu, he says in surprise that he is also here. As soon as Nai-jun hears this from the mouth of this old man, he asks him, "Do you know him?" Then Jang Kyan starts telling about RMC that we met once, and I was the one who presided over the job transfer ceremony of this young boy. And also tells that I never expected that he will reach level 35 in just a few months, and his upgrade speed is very fast. As soon as Nai-jun hears this, he gets very nervous and looking at Lin Moyu in confusion. He says, "What are you saying?" He has changed his job just a few months ago, and he is the new professional of this year. While saying this, many things are going on in Nai-jun's mind, as if he was thinking about RMC, that how is it possible that in just a few months he got promoted to a star colonel. Seeing Nai-jun so shocked, Jang tells him another surprising thing. This little guy is not an ordinary guy. He is also the national champion of this year. As soon as Nai-jun hears this, he becomes even more panicked. Then he remembers that not long ago, a second lieutenant was born, the youngest in human history. Can it be him? After listening to all this, Jang thinks that I will be surprised what kind of surprise this boy will give us when this war starts. As soon as this conversation ends, Nai-jun looks down and sees that all the human professionals are standing below. He lifts his sword and encourages everyone, saying that everyone should turn on the Legion mode. Everyone can join the Legion. At this time, 3 people are standing at the highest point of the fort. First among them is Legion Commander Nai-jun, whose level is 63, and he is Legion Overload. Then Jang Kyan, who is a level 53 Formation Master. After this, RMC is a level 35 Necromancer. All 3 are standing at the top of the fort and are encouraging people. After this, the Legion is formed and Nai-jun is its commander. All the military merits will be collected together, and after the war the merits will be distributed. And now all the companions are teammates, and due to the formation of the Legion, no one's skill will cause accidental injury. Then after this, the last message comes for everyone that the army has been completely completed. If you people run away from your enemy out of fear and do not fight him, then you will be punished later. As soon as everything is completed, and as soon as these people see the level of Lin Moyu, people start talking among themselves. They were not able to understand who this Deputy Legion Leader is, and how can he become Deputy Legion Leader after being at level 35. Then someone says, "Is this level 35 person not sending himself to the mouth of death?" Then someone else says, "Does this seem like our relative who is thinking of taking advantage of our military merit by coming here?" These people were talking to each other like this when one of them shouted and said, "I remembered something, some time back in the World Professional Championship. There was a person named Lin Mo Yu who broke the challenge record of the tournament. Then someone else also said, yes, I also remember. That person's name was definitely Lin Mo Yu. But at that time he was at level 27. How did he raise his level so quickly? After this, many people accept the ability of RMC that if such things are there, then he must be a genius. But some people are waiting for the battle in which they will see the fight of Lin Mo Yu to see how he fights. Then after this, there is a loud roar in that area. This was the time of the arrival of the monsters who had reached near the fort, and their smell had spread in the entire area. As soon as Lin Mo Yu feels this smell, he knows it to be familiar because this is not the smell of any devil of the abyss, but the smell of the people of the Dragon Clan. Then we see that the people of the Dragon Clan are flying in the sky in that entire area and coming towards the fort. Their number is very large, and they have surrounded the whole sky, and all of them have weapons in their hands. As soon as Zhang sees all these in the sky, he gets very scared and fearfully says that this is the sub-dragon army of the Dragon Clan. Zhang is surprised to see them because they were defeated and thrown out of the Yuan battlefield 1,000 years ago. So no one expected that the Dragon Clan had actually found a way to come back here. However, Naijun has come into a fighting position because whether it is dragons or demons, all of them are enemies of the human race. At this time, the dragon's siege ship is also flying in the sky. There are only people of the Dragon Clan all around the sky. They have come here with big weapons and big ships. Seeing all of them, Naijun quickly increases the legion. Due to this, the humans present there get buffs. Everyone's strength, agility, every stat point has increased due to this. Seeing all this, Lin Mo Yu becomes very happy because now the time has come for him to collect military merit points again. At that moment, Zhang standing nearby releases his energy in the big eye present there and activates the formation in the whole area. As soon as Zhang's energy goes into that big eye, an energy comes out from inside it which collides with the ship of the Dragon Clan. When the energy coming out of that eye goes to hit the ship, at the same time an energy beam also comes out from the ship and both the energies collide with each other. There is dust there for some time, but as soon as the dust clears, we see that nothing happened to the Dragon Clan ship. Seeing this, Zhang says that this attack failed. However, he has not accepted defeat yet because he has activated a formation around him and he is ready for one of his highlight moves. Zhang quickly gets ready for his next attack. However, while he is preparing for his next move, we can see sweat on his face, as this is probably a very powerful attack, and as soon as the attack is ready, lightning starts crackling from the entire sky, which forms an energy type and starts moving fast to hit those dragons. However, before this lightning bolt hits these dragons, a protection shield comes around them which protects all of them from this lightning. Naijun, who is watching this attack, quickly tells Zhang to notice one thing, that look carefully that warship is absorbing your power. Because this siege warship of Dragon Clan combines both attack and defense, and looking at it, it seems that it is really a very powerful ship. Now that Zhang has done this attack, he does not want to take it back, so he has found his next attack in this attack as well. He first wants to make it absorb more power, and then as soon as this ship starts attacking, Zhang will have a chance after that. And exactly what Zhang had thought happened. As soon as the ship absorbed the power, it immediately launched an energy attack towards the fort. This attack was very powerful, and its pressure could be felt by the people present there. And as soon as this attack happened, we see that Zhang has again activated his formation ability, and immediately he also makes a powerful attack towards this ship. This attack was so powerful that it broke the defense shield around the ship and also its defense tools. With Zhang successfully firing his lightning from the formation, it was able to completely break the extremely strong barrier of the Dragon Clan's Sage ship, after which they exchanged attacks, and he shattered the magic crystal of their ship. The barrier that the dragon ship always protected was broken, and the lightning that came from the human camp was able to pierce it and hit the dragon ship, causing severe damage. Also, because of the breakage of its magic crystal, the ship could no longer handle the flow of energy that caused it to explode. The dragon professionals near the ship were all affected and were affected by the powerful explosion. They began to fly away from their ship to save themselves as they watched their most powerful weapon begin to fall from the sky. It just went to the ground and they could no longer take advantage of it. Only a few parts of it were left to explode. As he did so, Zhang Chen began to celebrate, laughing at his victory over the opponents, especially since he was the one who was able to win the exchange between the two camps. Despite their strong opponents, he was able to defeat them in a game of puzzles, and in the end he was able to win. As he said, when the dragon ship attacks, only then will he have a chance to defeat his opponent. Even though it was his first time fighting a dragon ship, he was still able to find his opponent's weaknesses and knock them out. That's what it takes to be a good formation master, where you need to find your opponent's weaknesses in the small details that he sees. Despite his victory, he knew that everything didn't end there, and he still paid a lot to knock out the dragon ship. The fortress Anima's shield was Nasus era and could not be easily restored and repaired, leaving them with no protection at this time from the approaching enemies. He had to use the formation inside the city only as a last resort because otherwise they would surely be destroyed. This was the moment they had been waiting for, where the Shengxia army and the evil dragon army would finally meet. The fortress Anima's shield was Nasus era and could not be easily restored and repaired, leaving them with no protection at this time from the approaching enemies. He had to use the formation inside the city only as a last resort because otherwise they would surely be destroyed. This was the moment they had been waiting for, where the Shengxia army and the evil dragon army would finally meet. To give his side an advantage, especially with their small victory, Zhang reactivated the formation and used its remaining power. He used a skill called Forbidden Sky, which caused the fortress that had lost its light to begin to shine again. From his location, a vast wave of energy spread out, reaching a vast area in the sky that stretched for 100 kilometers where flying was prohibited. With this help, they no longer needed a god-level mage, and no special skills were required just to use that skill, because a formation master like him could use the formation method to create a vast forbidden area to fly. The energy from this spell continued to spread, enveloping all the dragon professionals present and stripping them of their ability to fly and removing their advantage of staying in the air that ordinary professionals could not reach. When it was overtaken, the dragon professionals present, where it would be impossible to escape from 100 kilometers, began to fall, and their wings did not move. They had no way to try to escape, and instead he pretended to face their opponent and just prepared themselves to fall to the ground. Despite this happening, the professional dragons were not nervous and instead began to laugh. Even though their pets and they themselves were falling from the sky, they were not bothered by their inability to fly and were just telling them that they had been expecting this type of strategy for a long time, where people would try to prohibit them from flying in the air. They just waited for themselves to fall until they easily regained their balance and were now standing on the ground. After they reached the ground, they wasted no time and began to rush and run towards the fortress, where they were ready to fight and compete. There were several thousand soldiers from the Dragon Clan camp with their pets who began to rush towards the fortress, and behind them were archers, mages, and their healers. Their leaders gave orders not to be afraid and to continue their attack because the defense of the human horde coming from their formation was broken, so all they had to do was kill those inside it. It had been several thousand years since they last set foot inside the Yuan battlefield, and the members of the Dragon Clan wanted to show their true power in that battle. They only have one mission, and that is to defeat the one person guarding it and successfully enter the Yuan battlefield. Every soldier of the Dragon Clan can be seen with the desire to kill in their eyes and want to prove themselves in the real battle that is coming. Lin Moyo, who is observing the movements of his opponents, can only say that it seems that their opponents number more than 10,000, where there are 800 groups consisting of 12 dragon professionals, and each group consists of 3 knights, 3 archers, 3 mages, and 3 healers. From what Lin Moyo can see, it seems that their composition when it comes to forming a group is a bit different compared to how professionals do it. With the help of 3 healers of each group, along with the very strong vitality of the members of the Dragon Clan, the ability of each group to fight and last in each battle becomes very strong, where they can maintain themselves for longer. They don't care when it comes to the profession of their members, but they only differ in strong and weak bloodlines that are different compared to them. While Lin Moyo was thinking, the dragons began to approach. To start their fight, Naijun raised his sword, which began to be an armor of light, where he released its latest state before their fight even began. To strengthen their camp and give their soldiers an advantage, he uses his morale boost skill. With the help of this skill, the fear that the soldiers feel is removed and their ability to fight is strengthened, and within 10 minutes their power when it comes to defense attack is increased by 30%. Now that each race and camp has been able to prepare, they are both ready to fight. The gates of the fortress are opened, and the first group of soldiers are coming out of the city, where they are ready to fight, while on the high walls of the fortress are also located the mages and archers of humanity. They aim their weapons and prepare their spells to release on the approaching enemies. They are just waiting for the signal from their leader. But as they observe the battle unfolding, they are shocked by what they see. They cannot believe what they are seeing, and they lose their focus on the battle because they do not understand what this man is doing and who he is. Those on top of the wall were wondering if that man was losing his mind and what he was trying to do by charging alone. They knew that that man would only die because on the other side was the Dragon Clan army consisting of thousands of members. So what could this monster do by charging alone without thinking? From the top of the wall where the leaders of the human camp were located, Lin Moyo was just defeated, leaving Jun and Zhang behind. He left and went straight outside the city and appeared in front of the human camp. From his jump from a high place, he landed right where the dragon professionals were and faced them all while the others watched him. They still couldn't understand what he was making a decision and just watched him. The soldiers who were there, who served as the main defense against the dragon professionals, were wondering why someone was ahead of them. Their eyes widened because they couldn't understand what this man was trying to do, especially since he was showing the arrogance of trying to push himself to his own death. They didn't know what he was trying to do because on the other side was the Dragon Clan, which consisted of so many members, so what could he do if he rushed alone? They all thought that the man was losing his mind, so some of the professionals behind him tried to convince him to go back, but he ignored them and continued walking. Jun, who was on top of the wall, had nothing to say and just shouted as he asked what this man was trying to do. He explained that before the 3rd level of job evolution, it would be impossible for him to face and fight an entire army consisting of 10,000 members, no matter how powerful he was. He could only say that the man was really losing his mind, and he said that he needed to call Lin Moyo back. He was about to leave, but Jiang Chen suddenly approached him and put his arms in front of him to stop him from leaving. He didn't want to interfere with Lin Moyo and just told him that he didn't need to worry anymore and that he should just watch what would happen next. When he looked ahead, Jun's eyes started to widen because he couldn't see anything in front of him because so many skeletons were starting to appear around Lin Moyo. In others, he can only be found bringing out his Thanatos side, causing it to be covered in terrifying energy that spreads throughout the area. Along with his undead general, Lin Moyo also brings out his numerous skeletons from the shadows that appear from his space summon. He is surrounded by so many of his disciples that you would not believe the number. These numerous skeletons form their own ranks as if they were part of a hawkbuck. Jun and Jiang Chen, who are above, cannot believe what they are seeing because of the number of skeletons Lin Moyo has and realize that he also has his own army. Even the other professionals who were there speaking ill of Lin Moyo immediately close their mouths and are amazed by what he is showing now. A strong gust of wind pours into the Yuan battlefield, and the true number of Lin Moyo's skeletons can be seen, and even though their number is not as large as the dragon clans, they are not that powerful. When the dragon professionals see Lin Moyo here, they immediately recognize him. They stop their attack and know that the army is what they call the Death Army, and they immediately know that they belong to Lin Moyo. They just inform their comrades that the Dragon King has issued a strict order where they must kill Lin Moyo, and if they succeed, they will receive advanced level dragon blood that will allow them to enter the ancestral dragon pool someday. Now that the members of the Dragon Clan have determined their priority mission, they return again to rush in and kill Lin Moyo as soon as possible according to their king's order. Their attention is focused and rushing towards Lin Moyo especially, and what he did within the Eternal Trials is passed on and heard by them in the Dragon World. Within the Dragon Clan, he is already on the list of those who must be killed if the members of the Dragon Clan see him. Despite this, Lin Moyo is not stupid and knows that he needs to protect himself and at the same time kill his enemies. He begins to surround himself with members of the Dragon Clan to form a formation to kill him. He is not afraid of this and knows that he cannot use his slokers to slow down his enemies, especially since the members of the Dragon Clan have high resistance against all types of curses, so they can easily remove them with the help of their healers. Lin Moyo decides to just use his poison star ring. From where Lin Moyo was standing, a green cloud of poison suddenly exploded and began to spread rapidly throughout the area. The Dragon Clan members present were immediately enveloped in it, and with the help of the poisonous mist, it carried the powerful poison element that the Dragon Clans would definitely not be able to withstand. A large number of them began to be poisoned, and one by one they began to scream out their feelings because it was so painful for them. They could not bear their feelings and warned others to be careful of this poisonous attack. Even though they were all above level 50, they couldn't help but notice the damage they were receiving from Lin Moyo, who had high attributes that were further enhanced by his talent, which they had to endure every second, but their vitality was rapidly decreasing. Due to the sudden poisoning of their group and the decrease in their HP, the Dragon Clan's healers were very busy. They had to heal all their members who had received damage because apart from removing the effects of the poison, they also had to heal the reduced vitality from their comrades. To give the healers time to heal their comrades, the Dragon Clan's mages and archers simply scattered. From their side came a multitude of arrows and spells that they cast to take action against the human camp. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with countless arrows and meteorites, all heading in Lin Moyo's direction. The professional people watching here could not believe the number of attacks coming towards them. They began to panic because they had no idea how to stop all this, and even if they managed to survive, they would surely receive a heavy price. They were nervous and sweating while doing nothing to counter all this. In front of them was Lin Moyo, who was fearlessly fighting and continuing what he had to do. His skeleton armor began to glow, appearing to protect him from the oncoming attacks. As arrows and meteorites approached his direction, he gave orders to his skeleton mages to fight back and use their own attacks. Lin Moyo's skeleton mages immediately prepared their elemental spells at once, their staffs becoming covered in various types of elements. They unleash it together towards the oncoming attacks where various elemental spells meet the arrows and spells from the Dragon Clan, preventing them from going in their direction. With the lightning, fire, and wind that go with its attacks, its direction changes. Despite what Lin Moyo did, other attacks are still able to hit the ground, causing it to cause severe damage. It spreads along the fortress wall and in the direction where Lin Moyo is located. The numerous meteorite spells and arrows were directed towards Lin Moyo, so the professionals present thought that it looked like it was the end of Lin Moyo. They couldn't believe what had happened and just watched all this happen without taking any action. They just said that Lin Moyo was too arrogant for what he did, and even though he had his own army of skeletons, it was still not enough to match the number of members of the Dragon Clan, and besides, his level was lower than all of them, so what could he do against 10,000 opponents? Despite this, the other professionals who were there noticed something, and their colleagues told them that this did not seem to be the situation for them because they now saw him still alive and standing in front of their fortress. A large number of Dragon Clan members were approaching them, only being prepared by Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors to face them. Despite the many attacks they received, they did not seem to be harmed. None of Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors die from the attacks and remain strong to face the oncoming Dragon Clan members. The professionals watching his fight are in disbelief and cannot understand how he does it. What they don't know is that Lin Moyo possesses a skill called life links. With the help of this, none of his skeletons die and spread the massive damage they receive to everyone they share. The damage they received was not that heavy, and to heal their wounds, the undead general appeared, raising his weapon to use his skill called Legion Hill. From his weapon, a bright white light spread throughout the area to heal all the skeletons. Lin Moyo knew that he could not be stopped with the help of his skeleton army's life link, which was added to the healing they received from the undead general. Lin Moyo felt that no one could defeat him because as long as the dragon professionals were incapable of killing all of his skeleton warriors at once in an instant, they would surely remain alive and immortal. The strategy of killing him to stop his skeletons would also not work because that would only pass on the damage he would receive to them, and his skeleton armor was already worn out and could withstand so many attacks. Lin Moyo now knew what he needed to do after all his preparations because he had to collect corpses to start his plan. The professionals present were left to continue watching and could not believe that he was able to survive all those attacks. In a battle between two races, they became mere spectators on the sidelines, letting one of their members fight. What should have been a bloody battle was avoided. From what he saw, he knew that their battle would only continue to result in a draw if his skeletons could not break through the formation of the Dragon Knights who were being continuously healed by their healers. Lin Moyo thought that it seemed that having a corpse for him to use in his corpse explosion could be the only solution to this. Suddenly, he was about to leave the Legion, but his colleagues received a notification informing them that their Deputy Legion Commander, Lin Moyo, was being voluntarily removed. When the professionals present saw this, they could not understand what this decision was, and they did not know what Lin Moyo was planning to do. Naijan, seeing this, could not think of a reason why Lin Moyo was leaving their legion, which made him wonder what this man was trying to do. An idea suddenly entered his mind, and he could only guess that Lin Moyo might want to kill all the members of the Dragon Clan by himself. He didn't need to think about it too deeply, and the total military merit that could be obtained from the dragons in front of them could reach up to 20 million. He couldn't think of any other reason, and knew that if Lin Moyo could succeed, he would become a god general. Lin Moyo was just starting his purification and raised his hand to use the primordial rune mark. With the help of this skill, he can increase all his attributes and his skeletons by 200%, and all damage caused by his attacks will be given an additional 500%. With this decision, Lin Moyo only thinks that he is not a saint because he kills all these enemies together. But they will all share the military merits, and even if he receives a bonus, Lin Moyo still lacks, or maybe it is better for him to leave the Legion and take it all for himself. If he succeeds in his plan, he might even scare his master when he returns. As he strengthened, a blue light spread through his skeletons, making them more alive. His entire skeleton army was visibly strengthened, and in an instant they underwent a profound transformation. Their performance improved and their power increased greatly. The professional dragons who were watching their opponents' actions began to become anxious and felt a little afraid. They don't understand what's going on and how those simple skeletons can suddenly become so powerful. They have no idea what skill Lin Moyo used that gives him the ability to completely strengthen his skeletons. Despite this, they know that they can't disobey their king's orders, so they just give orders and tell their companions to ignore those skeletons and go straight to kill them. The dragon professionals who have already figured it out think that's the best plan for all of them, because if they can kill Lin Moyo, then naturally these skeletons will be the next to die. Lin Moyo won't let them succeed in their plan and lets the skeleton general come to him to protect him in case something happens. His skeleton warriors were already stunned, ready to fight, and just waiting for the order from Lin Moyo. He trusted in the power of his skeletons, which were now strengthened by his skill, and while the Dragon Clan could see them, they did not have any idea how to get through Lin Moyo's many skeletons to kill him. Their plan to prioritize this would be very difficult, especially with Lin Moyo's powerful skeletons surrounding him. In an instant, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors moved so fast that they could not keep up with them. Now that Lin Moyo only needed a corpse to start his plan to use his corpse explosion, a skeleton warrior immediately appeared in front of a dragon knight using his rage strike skill. This attack was so fast and powerful. With the help of the many reinforcements it received, the skeleton warrior succeeded in killing it with just one blow of his sword. When Lin Moyo saw this, he was happy because he had finally completed his requirement and knew that now that he was able to get the first corpse, the end of their upcoming battle was set. He was now sure of what the future of the dragon professionals present would be, and that this would definitely be their end. Lin Moyo pointed his palm at his corpse, which he immediately got and used with his corpse explosion. This very fresh corpse would definitely have high vitality, and since the damage that could be caused by the corpse explosion was based on it, there would definitely be many more here, which is why Lin Moyo could only say that everything was over for them. His palms began to glow with red energy accompanied by his spirit. In an instant, red lights also emerged from inside the corpse of the dragon professional, which was just removed as its explosion from Lin Moyo's core expression would begin, causing the destruction of everything present. After Lin Moyo killed one of the dragon professionals present, he wasted no time in using his corpse explosion, causing its corpse to glow, which he had been waiting for. Now that he had obtained the first corpse he needed, he could kill his opponents one by one. All those present watching the powerful explosion were not sure what Lin Moyo's skill was and were wondering what would happen next. Lin Moyo just smiled now that he knew that his opponents had no escape. With the vast range of his skill, there would definitely be a series of explosions that would kill all the surrounding dragons in an instant without them even being able to defend themselves. After these explosions, only a large number of corpses could be seen lying around. They could do nothing against Lin Moyo's skills, leaving them defenseless, especially since Lin Moyo was already very skilled when it came to fighting members of the Dragon Clan. He repeatedly used his skills against them, and only he knew how to counter their attacks as well as their skills. In front of him now, he could see several thousand corpses of his opponents, which for him was a great opportunity that he could not miss. The professionals who were stunned or left on the sidelines watching the ongoing battle because they could do nothing against the high-level dragon professionals could not believe what Lin Moyo had done and were stunned. If we talk about the dragon professionals, they also feel the same sense of wonder because they did not even pay close attention to what Lin Moyo did and what happened to their colleagues whose bodies were now lying there lifeless. They have no information about the skills Lin Moyo used and are left sweating and nervous about the monster they are facing now, especially since they will definitely be the ones after their colleagues if they are not careful. Despite this, they still need to complete their mission, and they should wait for what their superiors will do. While they are talking, the corpses that are there begin to glow. Lin Moyo didn't waste his time, and even though he used a lot of spirit for his first attack, he immediately followed up his corpse explosion with another one. He couldn't give his opponents a chance to escape from that area, So he used the corpses he had accumulated to eliminate the remaining dragon professionals there and take his rightful reward for all of this. There was only a clear sign that the corpses in front of them were about to explode. Because of this, the dragon professionals present felt an immediate sense of fear and understood that if they could not escape from that place, they would surely be like their previous colleagues. They felt fear in their bodies, and the only thing running through their minds was the need to fly and leave that place as soon as possible. Despite their haste, the second round of explosions from Lin Moyo's corpse explosion began again. The entire area was enveloped in his energy, as well as red explosions illuminating the entire area. The dragon professionals who saw this were trying to keep their own units away. They could do nothing in the vast area of Lin Moyo's skilled, and if one of them got too many, it would definitely continue until the number of people who could kill them was exhausted. Even if they tried to escape, their hope of escaping was very small, especially since they were surrounded by corpses that could swallow them at any time. With so many dragon professionals there, they were trapped between two large rocks and their path was very narrow to leave that area. They just watched their comrades begin to be affected by the explosion that was happening in front of them, which easily spread to all those affected by it and died. The explosions continued, and from the location of the previous corpses, the explosions spread quickly. With the number of professional dragons present, it would be impossible for them to survive and escape from the rapidly spreading explosion. Because of this, they are trapped and trying to leave. Most of them know that they cannot face Lin Moyo and the skill he is doing now because they will surely be like their previous comrades. The best decision for them now is to immediately run away and escape from that place. But because of the very crowded place and the number of them there, they can do nothing. They knew that there was no point in facing Lin Moyo and that he was a true monster that would only kill them if they could not escape the wide area of explosions it was causing. Despite the professional dragons' attempts to escape from that area and save themselves from their destined death, they were still unable to do anything to fight fate. The explosion caused by the corpses of their comrades who were being scattered from around them was quickly reaching them. All they could do was scream and ask for help, but it didn't do anything. The entire area was filled with loud explosions accompanied by the screams of professional dragons who felt intense pain that didn't last long because they died instantly. They couldn't get any help and were left to die. The explosions that were happening didn't stop, and the professional dragons who were stuck on solid rocks weren't given the chance to escape and separate themselves from the corpses of their comrades, which would surely be their end. You stampede them to get away from it, but it spread so quickly that it killed all the dragons it hit. They had no choice but to accept their fate. But their strength wouldn't be exhausted because there was a group that was able to separate themselves and would definitely not be affected by the explosions. Because of the many dragon professionals that Lin Moyo was able to kill, a lot of military merit began to spread throughout the area. He was showered with a lot of this along with contribution points and experiences that were increasing rapidly because he was able to kill his enemies quickly. After a few seconds of collecting his military badge, there were so many merits around that Lin Moyo's body began to glow white. Also because of the experience he received from the many kills he made, his leveling up was also increasing. When Lin Moyo saw this, his military merit increase was unbelievable because his rank was increasing twice. His promotion as a colonel was unbelievable for everyone present, especially since they knew what it took to increase their star, which required 1 million military merit. Jun, who saw this, had no idea how what he was seeing now was possible because he never thought that getting a promotion while in the position of a colonel would happen so quickly. With what Lin Moyo did now, he was able to increase his rank by 2 stars, which was unbelievable for everyone who saw it, especially the 2 elders who knew how hard they had gone through just to reach their current rank. In their experience, it took them many years of non-stop fighting and killing enemies, sacrificing their lives before they finally gained a star in their rank as a colonel, But now Lin Moyo was gaining these stars very easily, going to 1 star every second. It was crazy to think that their ability was so great, and they knew that if this continued, Lin Moyo would definitely rise to become a divine general from the vast military merit he would gain from the dragon professionals. Yu was left wondering if he should form a relationship with Lin Moyo and let him accept him to join, but Nai-jun just told him that he should feel ashamed. Despite this, he only replied and told him that having shame was useless because becoming a divine general was what he most wanted to achieve. The explosions had not stopped, only increasing the number of those killed by the dragon professionals. They could not protect themselves and were trapped while trying to run from that place, especially since they had no ability to fly after Zhang Chen left them on the ground. The explosion continued to spread red colors, killing everyone in its path. We see that the scene was shifted and the Dragon Clan professionals bought someone on the battlefield with a mage staff. Lin realized that this entity was feeling off and that something ominous is going to happen. We get a close-up to this new monster with white hair, with 2 horns protruding from both sides of its head. And this monster started using its staff, and a purple glow was emanating from its weapon, causing a dark aura to materialize in front of everyone. And after a while, the humans realized that the creature was actually creating a portal for someone to enter the battlefield for reinforcements. After a while, a level 70 Dragon Clan warlord emerged from behind the portal. And the monsters started cheering for their savior, realizing that a strong reinforcement has appeared in front of them. Meanwhile, both the Nai-jun and the Zhang Chen were shocked by this revelation, realizing that it is a level 70 Dragon Clan warlord, and it is akin to a dragon warrior equivalent to a 3rd-tier profession among humans. The Zhang Chen realized that the situation was becoming dire by each passing second, because even they do not have any 3rd-tier professional in the fortress number 6. The Nai-jun started thinking logically and analyzed the situation, knowing that a level 70 Dragon Clan warlord professional shouldn't be showing up at fort number 6. And the old man started sensing the defense spell of Fort 9, realizing that its pressure was not letting up. And the suppression array over there was getting weakened in energy, and it was giving the Dragon Clan professionals the perfect opening to strike. Seeing this dangerous dragon warrior here, Zhang has already asked for help from Fortress 8. He has asked for help from them with the help of his formation. Although it will take some time for the support of top professionals to come here. And then Nai-jun also says that Lin Moyu has a lot of skeletons, so he will definitely be able to hold them for some time. And here in the field, the dragon warrior, as soon as he arrives there, starts running towards our boy. His speed is so fast that if anyone comes in his way, he can destroy him with just a slight push. When the dragon warrior was moving towards Lin Moyo, the magician raises his stick and releases an energy-type attack towards the sky, which goes a little high in the sky and starts surrounding some area. As soon as the mage's attack surrounds the area, the skeletons start feeling some strange sensation in their bodies. And after a while their bodies start disappearing from there automatically. The mage had used a summoning forbidden skill due to which our boy is now restricted from his summons, and now he cannot use them anymore. When Lin Moyo comes to know about this, he also gets a little disappointed, and he tries to call his skeleton again and again, but he also understood that now he cannot use it. Nai-jun gets very scared after seeing Lin Moyo not using his power. He also came to know that Lin's spell has failed. That is why he is very nervous. Seeing him nervous like this, Nai-jun says that I have immediately requested them to send someone here quickly. At this time, Lin Moyo is standing all alone below the fortress, and in front of him is the whole army of dragons and that dragon warrior as well. And at this time, the other human professionals standing above the fortress had understood that something is wrong. Then someone else says that being a necromancer, his most powerful skill is to summon creatures. But when his summon has been forbidden, then how can he fight without his skills? Everyone present there is surprised that what will Lin Mo-yu do now. However, our Lin Mo-yo is still standing very calm, seeing which some people say, but look at Lin Mo-yo there. He does not seem to be panicking even a bit. Here on the battlefield, that mage sends that level 70 warrior to attack our boy, and Lin Mo-yo has become a star god general by now. He becomes alert on seeing the attack of that dragon warrior and immediately activates his skeleton armor. That dragon warrior moves forward after making one of his attacks. This attack of his hit our boy's skeleton armor, and our boy felt the effect of this powerful attack, because even after being in this skeleton armor, he can feel its powerful impact. Until now, our boy's skeleton armor was also shattered with just one attack. After the first attack, the dragon warrior was ready for the second attack as well. But now our MC does not want to let him come close to him again, so he uses skeleton fangs to stop the dragon warrior. As soon as the skeleton fangs move towards the dragon warrior to pierce him, at the same time he starts cutting the skeleton fangs with the help of his weapon. Now this attack of our Lin Mo-yo also becomes useless, but there is still no fear on the face of our Lin Mo-yo, even though he does not have a skeleton. But he has the courage that he can still finish him off, because the effect of strengthening of his soldier has not ended yet, so his damage is still enough. By now our boy had activated the soul flame as well. The soul flame is glowing in his hands, and he immediately uses it on the dragon warrior. Due to coming in the grip of this soul flame, the dragon warrior loses his concentration, a bit due to which the fangs start piercing his body. Even though it is a level 70 warrior in the eyes of Lin Mo-yo, it is very weak in front of the monsters of Eternal Trial Field, due to which our boy is not afraid of it at all. At this time, the skeleton fangs had entered the entire body of that dragon warrior. There were big fangs in his chest too. However, he pulled out the fangs from his chest and shouted loudly that I will kill you. But then again the soul flame attack comes and engulfs him and starts burning, due to which the dragon warrior is writhing in pain, and his screams of pain are heard in the entire area. While doing all these attacks on this dragon warrior, Lin Mo-yo got very irritated because this dragon warrior was a stubborn fighter who was not giving up easily. But then our boy gets very scared after seeing something, because that dragon warrior is now thinking of exploding himself and is thinking of killing RMC along with himself. While exploding himself, he tells Lin Mo-yo that let us die together. Seeing this, RMC was quite scared because this is not a good news for him, because when a level 70 warrior explodes himself, its impact will be quite impressive. After the dragon warrior realized that he could not defeat Lin Mo-yo with his own strength, especially if he had mastered his beastly power, he decided that it would be better to just let him die. By using his own vitality and spirit, he could cause a huge explosion that was happening right now. Lin Mo-yo sees this very powerful explosion coming towards him. He is being felt in all directions and knows that there is nothing he can do about it. He will just prepare himself to accept it with all his strength because he is no longer given the humanity to descend from that place. Those in the fortress see their hero Lin Mo-yo very close to the explosion that is happening. They were blinded by the bright light that was coming in its direction, and they didn't know what Lin Mo-yo's fate would be now, but they were sure of one thing because if she died it would definitely be the end of them if the professional they called for help hadn't arrived. A large cloud shaped like a lotus that came from the explosion rose across the sky, and that explosion had an incredible power that seemed like it could destroy the entire world. The strong gusts of wind coming from it were enough to destroy parts of the fortress. It shook non-stop, and as the fortress received it, the walls that were designed to withstand strong attacks could be seen, but now it seemed to be crumbling. Large chunks of rock were falling, filling the entire area. All the professionals present were protecting their eyes and covering this unit. They were not far away in their desire to see what had happened now, and what was happening to Lin Mo-yo, who was in front of that very strong explosion that even though it was so far away, they could still feel it. They were both stunned and speechless, unable to say anything about what had happened now. Na Young's reaction to this is not good, especially since she didn't expect the dragon warrior to choose to blow himself up after failing to defeat Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo seems to be able to push him to the limit and force him to do nothing against her, which puts him in a very desperate situation. Zhang Chen is just wasting the two of them because the youngest divine general of the body is dying while he is only level 37. Even though they haven't seen the end of everything yet, they are already thinking about when Lin Moyo is killed because the power of that explosion will not be able to survive even the level 70 professionals of the Sangkat personnel unless they are knights. What's worse is that Lin Moyo is only level 37, so no matter how strong he is when it comes to fighting, that he can crush an army even if he is alone, and he can easily defeat a dragon warrior who is at level 70. His weakness is still obvious because his level is very low, which only means that his physique is low. If Na Yung is not mistaken, he should know what Lin Moyo vitally possesses that is no different from ordinary level 37 professionals. All the professionals present are just a waste for Lin Moyo, especially with his abilities, and even though his skeletons cannot be used, he still possesses enough power to defeat a level 70 dragon warrior, which only proves how unbeatable he is. But now it's too late because Lin Moyo's arrival at that place is not correct. The dazzling light from the explosion begins to fade, and the cloud and dust that enveloped that place begins to disappear. In everyone's view, a person appears who immediately catches everyone's attention. They were just letting their comrades look in that direction because someone was trying to escape the explosion. Lin Moyo appeared before them all, and his skeleton armor that was glowing immediately gave them a signal of who was approaching them. He was walking slowly towards their direction and seemed to not have received any serious injuries from the explosion that had occurred, which was too strange for them. You wouldn't believe that someone like him could survive that kind of suicide from their opponent, so they wondered how he could do it and realized that his abilities were abnormal when it came to defense, not believing everything. They were just amazed by his strength because even a level 60 professional wouldn't be able to escape from that explosion without taking damage. Although Lin Moyo seemed calm on the outside, he felt a little nervous earlier when he faced the dragon warrior's suicide, and he knew that he could only thank his skill because if it weren't for it, he wouldn't be here today. With the help of his lifelinks, he is able to pass on the damage he has received to his skeletons and undead generals. Even though their side receives heavy damage, none of Lin Moyo's skeletons die, and within his summon space, it only takes them no more than half a day to fully heal. So for Lin Moyo, he does not receive any disadvantage. He accepts that if a stronger boss comes to repeat what the dragon warrior did, he will definitely not be able to survive, and he knows that as a summoner he should not look ahead and just let his disciples do the work, but he doesn't worry about it too much because he relies on his passive skill that transfers the damage he receives to his skeletons. That's why his level is now increasing. That's why the enemies he faces also require him to focus on it and not give up. If he faces 2 or more dragon warriors who will blow themselves up, he will definitely have nothing to lose, and he will not be able to repeat what he did today. Lost in his thoughts, Lin was snapped back to reality by the cheers of the crowd. Slowly, he made his way back to the fortress. On either side, everyone was shouting, "Lord Divine General." They all bowed as he passed. The Legion commander, Na Yung, and the old man, also Zhang Kaiyan, who had been on the high platform, came down to greet him. Lin, ever respectful, gave a small bow to the old man. It wasn't just because of his age, but also because this was the man who had overseen his class transfer ceremony a while back. The old man smiled and said, the first time he met Lin, he could already tell our boy was destined for greatness. However, he never imagined he'd become a Na Yung this quickly. And perhaps by now, he would have to start referring to Lin as Lord. Lin smiled and said he was just lucky. He joked that if someone else had conducted the ceremony, His profession might have been completely different. The old men laughed too, but he admitted that all he did was perform a simple ritual. The Legion commander then walked over to report that the battle at Fortress number 6 was over and asked what Lin planned to do next. Lin asked about the situation at the other fortresses. Old Men responded that he had already checked and the other fortresses were stable for now. He asked if Lin wanted to go to another fortress for support. Lin shook his head. Since everything was under control, he didn't feel the need to chase more military merits. He even felt a little bad for having all of the merits to himself. The professionals nearby quickly disagreed, saying that Lin was the one who had defeated all the enemies and he absolutely earned everything. Just then, the teleportation array lit up and a top-tier professional appeared. He looked like a knight, weary from travel, and his first question was, "Where is the dragon warlord?" However, he quickly sensed something felt off. The silence around them seemed too strange. Looking at the relaxed faces of the people nearby, the man wondered if there was actually any fighting around here. The Legion commander walked over and explained that the dragon warlord was dead. The knight stood frozen for a moment, scanning the area. There wasn't even a level 60 in sight. How had they managed to defeat a dragon warlord? He then explained that the warlord had self-destructed after being cornered by Divine General Lin. The knight was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. He had thought Divine Generals, also Nai Yung, were supposed to be stationed at Fortress number 9. Following the gaze of the crowd, the knight finally saw Lin. But what caught the man's attention was the purple badge. The knight gulped, initially surprised, but immediately bowed in respect, introducing himself as Knight Commander Dongfeng, greeting Lin as Lord General. Lin nodded and thanked him for stopping by today. Feng smiled while telling Lin that he is just merely following orders. And with the mighty presence of the Divine General in the fortress, a mere dragon warrior is nothing worth mentioning. But even when the man knew the potential of Lin, he was still not able to believe that he was sensing an aura only of level 37. It was then that the man thought that maybe Lin was someone of a way higher, just masking his level down so that he can help weaker people without actually getting restricted to do so. As the scene shifts to a few hours later, Lin was contemplating in his head, realizing that if someone in the battlefield had the skill that seals any kind of summoning in the battle, then it would be the biggest disadvantage for or our Lin Moyu, and it would become one of his weak points. He decided to ask his sensei about this situation and wondered if he would have some kind of tricks up their sleeve. The scene shifts back to the hanging place of the old men, also Meng Anwen. And as Lin teleported there, he was shocked to see that only old Meng was present at the place. After realizing that Lin has actually become a divine general. Even the old man Meng was shocked, asking him about how he did so. And Lin explained that he just obliterated the entire army of the Dragon Clan professionals at Fort 6. The old man was serious, realizing that Lin definitely had the potential of becoming a legendary warrior. He told our boy that his teacher has headed over to Fort number 9, but he should be back at any moment now. Suddenly, a whooshing sound happened behind Lin, and as he turned around, he saw that his master was back. And as soon as he teleported at the place, he was shocked to see that Lin had actually become a divine warrior. After this, our boy tells them all in detail about all the incidents that happened in Fort number 6. As soon as Bai hears this, he starts smiling because our boy told him that he had killed an entire group by himself. And during this, he had also left his group to get military merit experience. RMC was feeling guilty when he left the group. But Bai tells our boy not to feel bad for it because human race needs a god-level powerhouse more and anyway. If there was a young general like our boy, then anyone can guess that they all would have willingly handed over their military glory to him. Because Lin Moyu single-handedly destroyed a whole group. Then he explains to our boy that if anyone tries to talk nonsense, Then just beat him until he surrenders. Then after this Lin Moyu tells about what he has come here for. He tells his teacher that during the battle in Fortress number 6, his summoning skill got restricted and he asks for a solution about it. Hearing this from Lin Moyu, Bai comes laughing and patting our boy's shoulder. Says that of course there is a solution here, but your current level is not enough. You will have to be at least at level 40 to use it. After this, he starts taking our boy to the place where he will get the solution. After this, the story shifts to the room of Mo Xing, the president of Genesis College, where Bai had reached with our boy. As soon as Bai reaches here, he starts introducing RMC about the person sitting on the chair in front. He says that this old man is Mo Xing, the dean of Creation College, who is also Mo Xinghai's younger brother. And at the 89th level, this old man is only half a step away from reaching the God level. He is very likely to become the 11th God level expert in the Shangxia Empire. As soon as RMC hears about this, he respectfully bows his head. And then Mo Xing smilingly asks Bai if he is his student. In response to this, Bai smilingly asks, "Yes, and how did you like him?" After this, Xing laughs and says that this boy is really great. But it is a bit unethical of you that you brought a disciple who is not a student of my Genesis College, and are openly demanding theft of the resources of my Genesis College. Then Bai also laughs and says, "What is the point of grabbing resources? My disciple is the top scholar of the country and a student of Ziyaging Academy, and he is fully qualified to join your college. If you don't believe me, then check it yourself." After this, Xing accepts Bai's suggestion and calls RMC to know about him, so that he can find out how many achievements this boy has. RMC is standing there quietly in front of him. Then Bai tells him to stand quietly and not be scared at all. As Lin Mo Yu and his master Bai Shen visited the old man Mo Xinghe, he continued his observations about all the information he saw about Lin Mo Yu. He just told them that they didn't need to be afraid of him and that he wouldn't kidnap his disciple. In addition, he didn't hesitate to let Lin Mo Yu take the equipment given to his students there, where he would match the progress of the geniuses within Genesis College. He looked at the main details about Lin Mo Yu, where he only found out that he was only level 37, but his contribution points reached 110,000 military merit. As soon as the old man saw this, he immediately screamed and couldn't believe it because the national champion of that year was able to reach level 37. Lin Mo Yu's strengthening and leveling up was so fast because it had only been a few months since he won the national competition and earned the title of the greatest genius of that year. His speed was something he had never seen before, and that wasn't the only thing that surprised Xing. Because he had also learned that Lin Mo Yu's tagline was that his contribution points reached 110,000, which was very high, which made him think that the information he was seeing now might be misleading. Lin Mo Yu and his master wondered how he was doing this. Bai Shen started walking towards the old man's table where he was facing him and asking Xing if he knew that the legendary old man had his own disciple. All the top-level professionals and powerhouses of the Shangxia Empire knew about that old man, and from what Xing he knew, that old man's disciple was considered a great genius who could not be matched by anyone, and the only proof of this was that that old man only accepted one disciple in his long life and put all his effort and teaching just to train that disciple. He valued his disciple so much that he gave everything. And since it was his first time, accepting it meant that the talent of that disciple was unmatched. Bai Shen began to explain that the old man's disciple was Lin Mo Han, who was no match for a great genius, but that woman was also Lin Moyo's sister. When the old man heard about that information, he felt even more shocked by the talent of those siblings because as a family, they had the same blood flowing through them. It seemed that they had the same untapped potential when it came to becoming professionals. Lin Moyo's sister was so strong that her younger brother Lin Moyo should not be so weak and not far from his sister's talent. To further surprise this old man, Bai Shen whispered to his disciple and told him to show the old man in front of them his military badge and scare him to death. Bai Shen wanted to brag about Lin Moyo's Divine General badge that he was able to obtain after consuming so many dragon professionals. Lin Moyo seemed to be naive and agreed to his master's wishes and followed them, so using his energy, he released his military badge. He presented it to the old man in front of them, and as soon as his military badge came out, it began to glow, illuminating the entire room. The purple military badge with gold trim was proof that Lin Moyo could truly become a divine general. Seeing this, Mo Xinghe was speechless because he didn't expect Bai Shen's disciple to be able to become a divine general. He knew that even though his military badge as a divine general was at 0 stars while he was also a divine general, he was already at level 89 and only had 1 star on his military badge. Thinking about it now, it seemed to mean that the level 37 man in front of him was almost the same in terms of status compared to him. He didn't really feel it too much, but he felt a bit shocked because their differences were so great and yet their ranks weren't far apart. Seeing Lin Moyo's tagline of military merit, he could only think that if he was able to obtain all the contribution points that his tagline had now, it would only mean that his tagline power when it came to fighting had surpassed his current level. He is able to compete with professionals who are even higher level than him because of his tagline that ranks above most, even those who are already level 50 or 6. If this is the case, it is no longer surprising that Lin Moyo has 110,000 contribution points named after him that he can use. That is not all he notices because as he observes Lin Moyo, he sees a mark on his hand that is very familiar to him. His eyes immediately go to it and recognize that it is the mark of the primordial rune. Now that Lin Moyo possesses that mark, it only means that he is able to survive within the eternal trials, and that he spent 10 days facing the extreme danger that he certainly did not give him an easy time and tormented all beings who would encounter it. Mo Xinghe just stood up from his seat while informing the 2 men in front of him that according to the rules of his school, Lin Moyo had indeed obtained everything needed to join Genesis College. Based on his Rango contribution and having this, it meant that his acceptance was almost certain. But even so, he still couldn't just be let in, and he still had to pass the exams he had to pass to enter. Mo Xinghe walked with his hands folded and informed Lin Moyo that he needed someone to follow him for the exam he was under. Inside Genesis College, where this school was located on a remote and hidden island where it was surrounded by strong waves from the vast ocean that hid it. Professionals who wanted to go here needed to know its exact location just so they could get inside the school. The facilities inside were so vast that many professionals spent their time working out. The 3 of them walked, with Lin Moyo just following the 2 old men who were talking while looking at the vast area. Mo Xinghe began to explain to them that that day happened to be the exam day for Genesis College and the students there were undergoing the exams they had prepared. The 3 largest colleges in their country held these small exams every month, and there was a big exam held once a year. If the students who took this exam to measure their abilities failed to pass the given tests, they would be immediately expelled from the college and would not be allowed to enter it again. They would have no chance to return to that place and would only be given a chance after 5 years. While they were walking around, they noticed something that seemed strange to them. They didn't expect to see it inside that place. They were watching the others as a familiar face faced an abyss dog demon. The abyss dog demon aggressively charged towards this man, using his large club to attack. The man facing the abyss dog demon was Su Sheng, who Lin Moyo hadn't seen in a long time. He was sweating and tired from facing the abyss dog demon who was hitting him hard with the weapon he was holding, which turned into a San He, only to end up in the gulag. Mo Xinghe noticed Lin Moyo watching his lessons, so he approached him and began to explain to him that the content of their test that day was to last for 1 minute in front of their opponents. If the students couldn't last here, they would definitely fail and would have to make up for it in the next small test. This old man started asking Lin Moyo if he wanted to try their test and show them what he could do. Lin Moyo was not panicked and afraid of facing abyss demons, especially the weaker types like the abyss dog demon that Su Sheng was fighting now, especially since he had killed so many and had faced even stronger types of abyss demons. He could only say that it was fine for him and he would rather try it now. The three of them went to the students who were there where Lin Moyo was surrounded by the legendary Bai Shen and the Ding of Genesis College, Mu Xingyi. The presence of these three immediately caught their attention, so they quickly recognized that it was Lin Moyo. They were left wondering if he was really the one in front of them and if he had come to their place to join their Genesis. Despite this, they still felt a little angry at him because of what he had done in the past. Because of Lin Moyo, Genesis College had experienced shame and had been made a laughingstock from what he had shown. At the same time, Su Sheng was able to finish his own exam and was able to last against the Abyss Dog Demon. But it was not easy for him, and now he was left with no choice but to try and catch his breath and sweat. He turned around because of the noise of the professionals present and looked in Lin Moyo's direction, where he was left wondering why that man was there now. One of the teachers present guarding the exam takers began to inform Lin Moyo that now that he was at level 37, they would present a level 47 Abyss Demon for him to face. According to the rules of their test, they will present an Abyss Demon that is 10 levels higher than the student's current level to make it especially difficult, and it must last for 1 minute against a stronger opponent. The man points to a place where there is a light coming from a circle and informs that as long as Lin Moyo can survive under the Abyss Demon he is fighting for 1 minute, he will be able to pass the test. Despite what is being given to him, Lin Moyo apologizes to this guy and informs him that it will not be a difficult test for him to face the level 47 Abyss Demon. Despite this, he is still given his right opponent, and according to the rules of their test, it is 10 levels higher than him, not arranged just to strengthen or weaken him. Light began to emerge from the circle, forming the Abyss Blade Demon, whose form gradually took shape in front of him. The students of Genesis Academy who watched Lin Moyo and heard his apology were just proud of what he said. This kid who couldn't even reach the second job evolution and wasn't even level 40 was showing the kind of inner strength that they didn't know where to turn. Despite this, they could only say that all the newbies who came to them were so arrogant because they thought they were geniuses outside that school. But after they stayed inside Genesis College for a while, they would definitely be fine and get rid of their arrogance just like Su Sheng. Some of the students couldn't believe it because there were so many professionals there who had legendary professions. But they couldn't understand why he was the only one who was personally accepted and now accompanied by their Ding. They couldn't even imagine that it was because of Lin Moyu's specialness or because of his strength. Lin Moyu, who had been waiting for his opponents to appear, did not feel any nervousness at all and immediately guessed from the shadow of the Abyss Demon in front of him that it was a level 47 Abyss Blade Demon. It seemed that his prediction was correct and his opponent appeared for that occasion. Even though it was just an illusion, it still had the same sharp eyes that would scare ordinary professionals. But it had no effect on Lin Moyu, who had faced so many of these types of Abyss Demons in his wanderings. Despite his calmness, the reaction of the professionals present was the opposite because it seemed that the one Lin Moyu would be fighting now was the Abyss Blade Demon. They immediately felt fear and nervousness because they had already faced it, and from their experiences, this was the most difficult Abyss Demon they could face in that test. Because of the many characteristics of this demon, its ability to fight with its blades was difficult to guard. They were so excited that it looked like Lin Moyu was about to die, and they thought that he was scared because of his silence when his opponent appeared. The man who was guarding the test now gave the signal for Lin Moyu to begin his own test now that his opponent appeared. As he faced the Abyss Blade Demon, The demon wasted no time. Using its wings behind it, it charged towards Lin Moyu. The demon accompanied its attack by simultaneously preparing its two blades that were already sheathed in its tentacles. Despite the attack of this abyss demon that gave the professionals present the greatest fear, Lin Moyu was not nervous about it and had no intention of running or avoiding its attack, and instead just stood there waiting for his opponent to arrive. It placed its palm in front of it while preparing its skeleton fang skill to finish off that opponent. The Abyss Blade Demon had not yet managed to get close to his minion, but it was finished when Lin Moyu used his sharp bone fragments that he sent out from the ground and pierced his opponent. He didn't even give it a chance or even space to dodge, so he left it pierced and dead with just one skill. After Lin Moyu killed the Abyss Blade Demon, he turned away and no longer bothered the weak creature he was fighting. He turned to the guru who was supervising the exam and informed him that he thought the test they were giving him was over. His opponent was left alone, pierced by countless thorns while his blood flowed. The guru who was supervising the exam was sweating profusely and could not believe what he saw. He was still struggling to speak because he felt shocked because he did not fully expect that he could finish off Lin Moyu with just one skill in a second, what was considered to be a very difficult abyss demon to fight for most students. After a few seconds of being stunned, he began to stammer and declare that Lin Moyu had finished his exam. The professionals who were watching everything Lin Moyu would do against the Abyss Demon couldn't believe it because he would finish it off in a second and with just one attack. To them, it was unimaginable that he would do this because his mission was to last a minute against the Abyss Demon that was 10 levels higher than him, but now he was killing it easily. They all knew that for ordinary professionals, even if they were breeding legendary professions, it would be difficult for them to last more than 10 seconds against an Abyss Blade Demon, but Lin Moyu could only do it and kill it in no more than 5 seconds. The one who was most affected by Lin Moyu's actions was Su Sheng, who was still resting from his fight with a simple Abyss Dog Demon. He felt a sense of weakness in himself, and now understood that the gap between him and Lin Moyu seemed to be growing even wider, which he was sure would definitely grow wider as time went on. He doesn't accept it, but there's nothing he can do about it. Lin Moyu walks back and goes to Mo Shenghe. The old man immediately congratulates him and informs him that since he can pass that little test, he can be considered a member of their Genesis Academy from now on. Lin Moyu doesn't show any emotion from this acceptance and just thanks him for it. He didn't even have any difficulty with the test and passed it immediately. The invigilator of the student's exam was stunned and watched the conversation between Sheng He and Lin Moyu. His attention was drawn to this, and he was just wondering why their ding was treating him a bit strangely, but he didn't know what it was. In his dealings with Lin Moyu, he wasn't that harsh or strict, unlike his dealings with other colleges and even with those of the groups in his own school. Nothing could compare to his dealings with Lin Moyu. From what he could see, it was as if they were having a conversation between two equal beings. There was no conceivable reason for the commotion here, so he had to hide his surprise and wondered who Lin Moyu really was and what kind of personality he had for their ding to treat him like that. Outside Genesis College, the moon could only be seen shining brightly, while the strong waves crashed against the rocks around it. It was a quiet night, and not much was happening. Lin Moyu and Bai Shen were walking towards the rocks surrounding Genesis College, where they were just sitting on the side while talking. Bai Shen turned to Lin Moyu and asked why he didn't question him about his decision to send Lin Moyu inside Genesis College instead of sending him to Creation Seminary where his brother Mohan was studying in the dormitory. Even though Lin Moyu knew that his brother was there, Lin Moyu remained silent and didn't question him about his decision. Lin Moyu just smiled at his master and told him that his guru must have his own good reasons for what he was doing, that's why he was entrusting everything to him. He also believed that his master would not do anything to cause him harm. That's why it was better for him to not have any questions and follow what his master wanted. Bai Shen's story began with Lin Mo Yu. There was an old man inside the Creation Seminary where he accepted his brother Mohan as his own disciple, and he was the only one he accepted in his entire life. Because of this, Bai Shen was sure that because that old man accepted his brother Mohan as his own disciple, he would definitely do everything to train him and strengthen him. That's why all the resources that were the tagline of the Creation Seminary would definitely be given to his brother, and there would be nothing left for Lin Mo Yu which would cause his own growth to slow down. His strengthening would be slowed down, and they would have to split his brother up if the time came. So it would be better for him to lose his opponent and just go to Genesis Academy. Bai Shen informed Lin Mo Yu that even though he had a lot of resources, it was still not enough to match that old man's tagline, so Lin Mo Yu would definitely be slowed down when it came to his leveling up. It would be better if he went to Genesis Academy because there was another thing that would be very important when it came to Lin Mo Yu's strengthening. With the help of Genesis Academy and its resources, he could further increase his chances of obtaining career sublimation in his third job transfer. When Lin Mo Yu heard this, he was surprised and asked his master if elemental divine stones were not necessary when it came to raising his profession to the third evolution. It was very difficult to obtain, and only a few people had been able to complete the elemental divine stone throughout history. Bai Shen began to explain that the opportunity that Genesis College could provide and the increase in the chance of having a career sublimation did not conflict and could be used at the same time. So the percentage that could be given to him would be higher, so he would be sure to have a career sublimation. Although Bai Shen knew correctly that this opportunity from Genesis College could help his disciple, he had no idea what exactly this opportunity they could provide. All he knew was the effect it would have, and there was a light that represented it. It was located in the very center of Genesis Academy, which they kept very secret and could only be opened at a set time that even he did not know when. He just informed his disciple that he could not help him in that matter and that Moyo could only help himself to get that opportunity. If he wanted to increase his chances of getting career sublimation in his third job evolution, he would need to work hard and strengthen his name to get it. While the two were talking, a large bonfire was being built on a part of the beach where the professionals who were there were lighting a large fire and gathering and chatting next to it. One of these groups was Ling Yi's Han, where his juniors asked him if it was possible for him to meet and be with Lin Moyo inside the Eternal Trials. With what he had shown earlier, they had caught his attention and wanted to know more information about him. So they asked their senior if he could tell the story of their meeting inside that hellish place. Ling Yi's Han felt a little nervous and scared remembering all the things that had happened to the unit, but despite this, he still continued to tell them about his experiences. She began to tell them all about what Lin Moyo had done within the Eternal Trials. The professionals gathered there and drew attention to the topic of Ling Yi's Han's story, which he began by asking them if they knew about the level 55 boss within the Eternal Trials called the Great Earth Centipede. Even though most of the professionals had never been to that place, they had heard about it because from what they had heard, that boss was very scary. Ling Yi's Han began to share his experience and informed them that within the Eternal Trials, Lin Moyo fearlessly faced the Great Earth Centipede alone, where he was able to win and kill it using his skeletons. Even though there were so many of them, they still had to stay away from that area so as not to be affected by the intense poison from the boss. When these men heard Ling Han's story, they stood up and asked if it was true that he had actually done this where he challenged the Great Earth Centipede. They couldn't believe it and told Ling Yes Han not to joke with them because this was not just a simple matter. That was not the time for him to brag in front of them because they knew what that boss's true abilities were where even if he beat them, they wouldn't believe what he said. Ling Yes Han just kept quiet about what they were saying and was sure that if they knew that Lin Moyo was only level 30 when he tried to fight the Great Earth Centipede, They would be even more surprised, and they definitely wouldn't believe it especially, and he himself would have a hard time believing it if he hadn't seen all those things that happened right in front of him. He begins to break the silence between them all and admits to them that he also had the same reaction to them and also thought that Lin Moyo would definitely die when he went inside the eternal trials, especially at his very low level. He also tells them that when Lin Moyo first got his primordial rune, he was once chased by a high-level abyss demon. He and his party wanted to help Lin Moyo and protect him from enemies, but when they got there, they realized that it didn't seem like it was necessary to do so because he killed all those who tried to fight him without much difficulty. After all that happened, he became the enemy of all races within the eternal trials where both abyss demons and dragon professionals pursued him without giving him any rest while he was inside. Their doubts about what this man was saying were growing stronger, and they reminded him that the more he boasted, the more difficult it was for them to believe his words. They were left wondering if it was really true that he was able to obtain the primordial rune and was able to survive for 10 days without receiving help from other people and faced so many enemies all alone trying to take it from him. They all felt as if they were listening to a story from a future legend at the height of these stories. Their conversation was interrupted when suddenly a man came shouting and informed everyone present of a very good news because their Shengxia Empire was able to have a level 37 divine general. With his level, this was also equivalent to him being the youngest divine general in the entire history of their country and also the entire world. When the professionals present heard the news that the man was bringing, they stood up in shock and asked if what they heard was true, that he was only level 37. They knew that it was no coincidence that they were talking about Lin Moyo, who had achieved incredible things, and now they were hearing a story about a new legend of the youngest divine general in their history. For them, the arrival of that news was so strange that they asked the man what the name of this new general was to confirm their prediction. The man just nodded his head, and as expected, the man's face informed them that his name was Lin Moyo. When they heard this, they were stunned because this man was really referring to Lin Moyo and all of them because he could really become a divine general. The professionals present began to understand why their own people personally welcomed and accompanied Lin Moyo. They already knew why their ding seemed to be talking to someone of equal rank because they were both divine generals. However, the news reached them from abroad, where they simply informed their colleagues that it seemed that the Shengxia Empire was able to produce a level 37 divine general. For them, this news was a bit difficult to accept. The country also received this news, and the professionals of that country could not help but be the main trigger and attract attention to the appearance of the youngest divine general within the Shengxia Empire. They knew how amazing that news was because even though that divine general was only level 37, he was already able to compete and beat a demon king who usually needed to be a level 70 or higher professional just to compete with them. This amazing news reached all countries around the world, which attracted their attention because of Lin Moyu's presence in the Shengxia Empire. Manhwa now is found drinking tea and has a worried face where he asks Bai Shen if he really won't take action and intervene in the matter. He explains to him that if the current situation continues, Lin Moyu will definitely be regarded as a god by the people because of her actions. Bai Shen simply replies and tells him that he doesn't need to worry because it's better for them to let them brag more because the more fuss they make when it comes to spreading Lin Moyu, the better the results will be for them. He explained that he was doing this on purpose to find out everything about Lin Moyu. Besides, Lin Moyu had suffered a defeat at the hands of the Abyss Phantom Demon in the past, and he had been keeping Lin Moyu studying at Genesis College recently, so he wouldn't know all the things that were happening in the world if Manhwa was worried that it might affect Lin Moyu in his future steps. Because of the fast pace of things and the spread of news about Lin Moyu, the events became even more mysterious, so Manhwa could only ask Bai Shen if this meant that there was someone behind all the events that caused all of this. Bai Shen just confirmed this and informed the old man that someone wanted to praise Lin Moyu and spread his name before they finally finished him off. Because of this, he knew that instead of being stopped by a rumor, it would be better for them to spread the news even further and make it unbelievable to the point that no one would really believe in Lin Moyu's achievements. If they could achieve this, it would definitely be natural for the gossip about Lin Moyu to disappear, and they would find out who was behind this while keeping Lin Moyu safe. He knew that his disciple would be in danger if he was targeted by the members of the demon-worshipping society, who for him were the worst members of society and pests for him. So if they decided to play with him, he would give in to them and defeat them in their own plan. Moving inside the Genesis College library, which was very large and contained various records regarding history and information about the Abyss and Dragon professionals. Inside, Lin Moyu was opening a book and researching about his future opponents. He learned that abyssal demons are divided into 4 levels according to their blood type, which is related to their status in society. In these 4 categories, there are ordinary monsters, ordinary demons, so-called elite demons, and finally demon kings. If they are categorized according to their levels, there are 4 levels, which include low-level demons, high-level demons, top demons, and demon kings. Apart from them, there were some that were considered special by the abyssal demons, such as the Abyss Phantom Demon and the Abyss Fire Spirit. Lin Moyu was left scratching his head at all the information he had gathered about them, especially since it was so confusing. Knowing that, it seemed that the world of the Abyss was even more complicated than he had expected. So now he was struggling to understand everything about them if he wanted to face them. Then, he remembers about Succubus Mina, and after reading all these textbooks, he thinks that this clearly means that they were elite demons. It was no surprise that they were so powerful. They were such demons that they were even able to fight against the ancient Luwin bird. After this, Armek reads some more books in which he reads about more demons, where he finds out that out of the top 10 demon kings in the Abyss, only 5 were from the human race, and Dark Lord comes on the 4th rank. Then Armek remembers the Dark Fighter who fought with him, and then he understands that this Dark Lord is his father. After reading that book for some time, Armek closes the book. And at this time there was a smile on his face because it was written in that book that he is a demon king, so he can be reborn again through the soul mark. However, Armek is also smiling because if he killed him once, then he can kill him again or even the 3rd time. After this, he stands up, keeps the old book aside, takes out another book, and starts reading it. He is doing this because he wants to gain a lot of knowledge about the Abyss so that he does not get trapped in any Abyss Phantom Demon again. He spends a lot of time reading books like this. Maybe he has spent a month gaining knowledge about the Abyss, and he is still reading books, but then he gets a call from Xing. He picks it up and directly asks Dean what's the matter. On the other side, Dean apologizes for disturbing Armek and asks him to come out. At this time, there were many people standing in the corridor with Xing. He is standing in front of the library gate. Seeing Xingy standing there, other people ask him about whom he is waiting for because these people want to know who is there in the entire academy who can make Xing wait. However, all of them have a little information that it could be Lin Moyu. At that moment, Armek opens the gate and seeing Xingy right in front of him, he directly asks, "I don't know what Xingy wants to talk to me about, but looking at you, it seems that you are very serious." Armek also knows that something is serious because lately, the Dragon Tribe has gone crazy on the Yuan battlefield, and it is said that there have been a lot of conflicts. However, Armek doesn't know much about what's going on, so he asks for the full details. The Dean revealed that a recent anomaly had occurred near the Dragon Clan's trial grounds, specifically in one of the sub-realms connected to the Abyss Rift. This anomaly had been observed ever since the Dragon Clan returned from the dimensional battlefield. The trial grounds, which were remnants of ancient Dragon Clan ruins, appeared to have undergone significant changes. turning into a base for the Dragon Clan's legacy. Unexpectedly, these areas had become a hot spot of abnormal energy. The Dean continued, describing how the Dragon Clan's forces were now able to traverse directly through these rifts to various corners of the dimensional battlefield. They discovered that these rifts were actually left behind by the ancient Dragon Clan king as strategic remnants. However, the situation had worsened significantly. The Dragon Clan's soldiers and adventurers had suffered massive casualties in the thousands. Lin asked the Dean if it was possible to destroy the sub-realm causing the disturbances. The Dean explained that they had already reacted too late. The Dragon Clan had reinforced the sub-realm using special methods, making it accessible only from within. Entering the sub-realm was now the only viable option to destroy it. The Dean instructed Lin Mo to join forces with the military to infiltrate and dismantle the Dragon Clan's stronghold. Without hesitation, Lin Mo agreed, understanding the importance of the task. As they prepared to depart, they arrived at the entrance to the now one abyss rift of the dimensional battlefield. Lin and the Dean made their way to the entrance of the abyssal rift, where they met a high-ranking knight, Colonel Cheng. Cheng, a level 7 Holy Sword Knight and a 3-star colonel, greeted Lin respectfully, addressing him as General. Cheng briefed Lin and the Dean on the current situation. He explained that 20 days earlier, a Dragon Clan squad had emerged from the sub-realm and launched a surprise attack. Many defenders were lower-level professionals and were caught off guard, resulting in heavy losses. Cheng outlined the mission plan. A team had been assembled to clear the sub-realm's normal and nightmare difficulty levels. The ultimate goal was to plant a special detonating artifact and destroy the sub-realm completely. Lin, however, suggested that he tackle the Hell difficulty level alone. He expressed confidence in his abilities and believed he could handle the challenge. Cheng was initially shocked, reminding Lin that the Hell difficulty was designed for warriors at level 35 and above. It was known to be extremely dangerous. The Dean, however, reassured Cheng, vouching for Lin's strength and experience. Also, because of the support from another divine general who at level 89 was no longer speaking and only understood the current situation. He agreed to Lin Mo Yo's wishes, but he still reminded the divine general that he needed to be careful because their two teams who were going to both normal and nightmare difficulties would also try to speed up their clearing as soon as possible to keep up with Lin Mo Yo. He was now facing the entrance of the Dragon Outpost. He could feel the strange energy coming from it, and his mind could only tell that it was his first time entering a dungeon that was lower than his own level. Even so, he still wanted to see what that dungeon looked like now that it was being interfered with by the Dragon Clan camp. Now that Lin Moyo is facing the tunnel leading to the dungeon, he is already considering his options, and he no longer hesitates to make Sunday his mission. He chooses the Hell level difficulty of the dungeon for his need to clear it and blow it up inside. It depends on him whether their mission inside the dungeon will be a success, especially since Lin Moyo will be taking care of the hardest difficulty here. Because of what he saw, Zhao asked Mozing if the two of them could really succeed in the dungeon without bringing anyone to help. General Mozing, he simply told him that he didn't need to worry about Lin Moyo and that he could handle himself. He should not doubt his ability, and he said he was sure that not only would Lin Moyo be able to complete the dungeon, but he would also be the one to get the fastest record, where he would even beat the two groups that entered the other difficulties of the dungeon. Although it was still hard for Zhao to believe that someone like Lin Moyo, who was only level 37, would be able to clear a Hell difficulty of a dungeon. But now he had no choice because the only thing he could do was to believe Mozing, his words, especially since he was talking to a general and he shouldn't doubt his words. Mozing, he was just amused by this and seemed to be waiting to see a good performance from Lin Moyo. He chose the hell difficulty and entered the dungeon, where he felt a strange feeling as he revisited that place because it was very familiar to him and he had cleared the same dungeon so many times. He remembered that when he entered that dungeon he felt the feeling of being controlled by monsters for the first time, and it was not pleasant. But now he had changed and was coming back even stronger. The boss's control sweep skill, which he couldn't counter before using his undead general's skill. That's why he had a bit of a hard time here, but now he'll definitely be able to clear the dungeon more easily. As he continues walking, he catches up with some hell-enhanced elite monsters called mutated dragon spearmen who are at level 36 and possess 20,000 strength, 15,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 35,000 physique, along with their skill called Skill Sweep, which significantly reduces the physical and elemental damage they receive due to the effect of the Dragon Clan's power. As Lin Mo Yo saw the attributes of the enemies he was facing, he couldn't help but feel disappointed, because he thought they would be very strong, but they were still very weak. In his journey within the Eternal Trials, he had become accustomed to seeing monsters that possessed thousands of attributes in every corner. So a monster like this with a total attribute of only 80,000 was very weak to him and not even comparable to one of his skeleton warriors. He wasn't even interested in fighting them, so he just gave orders to his skeleton warriors to easily finish off the dragon spearmen in front of him. With just one word, his skeleton warriors immediately emerged from his summoning space, jumping and heading towards his enemies without them even realizing it. In an instant, a bloody massacre ensued where the dragon spearmen were unable to unleash a single attack against Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors just rushed forward, finishing them all off, and Lin Moyo couldn't use their corpses because of their very low physical strength of only 35,000, which was not enough for his corpse explosion. The skeleton warriors finished them all off, charging forward without stopping, spreading their blood everywhere. With the rapid movement of his skeleton warriors, Lin Moyo could only follow, barely able to look at the scenery around him because of the boring nature of his battle inside the dungeon. He couldn't believe it anymore because he felt like a bully who was bullying these weak monsters who could do nothing against him. He and his skeleton warriors continued to rush into the dungeon where they killed all the members of the Dragon Clan they encountered. He knew that the dungeon boss would not be able to do anything to him because of his undead general who could nullify the dragon's control skills. Continuing his walk, he managed to come across a familiar castle after only 10 minutes of walking. That place was so familiar to him that you immediately caught his attention. Its walls were unchanged and the same as he had seen when he first entered. But now he noticed more monsters on top of the castle, running around and screaming at him. As Lin Mo Yo looked at the others, he noticed that not only were there more monsters there, but there were new ones appearing there. He could feel the unique energy coming from them, and Lin Mo Yo immediately knew that these were real dragons and members of the dragon army. When the Dragon Clan soldiers saw Lin Mo Yo, they immediately showed anger towards him, causing them to flare up or head towards him, especially since they immediately recognized one of the cruel enemies of their Dragon Clan. They told Lin Mo Yo that he looked like he was looking for his own death because he was so brave to enter the dungeon alone. The Dragon Clan members were very angry with him because of his strong dragon aura, and in their eyes he was covered in the blood of their kind. They ended up in that place because they were ordered to enter the dungeon and be assigned to hell difficulty. In the past, they killed the humans who entered it suddenly where they did not expect the appearance of the army members. Despite these threats and threats to the dragon professionals, Lin Mo Yo just laughed at them and said with a serious face that the Dragon Clan army was able to maneuver inside that Christian and help the other dragons. Because of this, he knew that it seemed like he needed to clean up the inside of the dungeon, so he summoned more of his skeleton warriors from his summoning space that Lin Mo Yo ordered to rush in and kill them all where they should not leave anything behind. With so many of his skeleton warriors present, the entire area was filled with their terrifying energy. To begin their first attack, Lin Moyo first needs to unleash initial attacks, so he orders his skeleton mages to launch their elemental spells towards the castle. The dragon professionals did not expect this and were immediately surprised to see so many attacks coming in their direction. That was not their only problem, because from below, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors were moving quickly towards their castle, which was easily approaching due to the damage to the castle from the attacks of the skeleton mages. Their mission was to kill all the monsters on the castle walls and continue to rush forward into the city where there were invisible dragon monsters hidden in every corner. But the skeleton warriors easily cleared them. After just a few seconds, the entire area was in chaos and the walls of the castle were breached where the skeleton warriors easily finished off the dragon professionals who mercilessly received from them and easily died at the hands of Lin Moyo's disciples. There was great chaos until Lin Moyo's skeletons continued their march and reached the door where they collected the corpses of the dragons that were there, and Lin Moyo used his corpse explosion on them, causing a massive explosion that destroyed the door. Now he no longer needed to detonate it several times just to enter. As their path opened, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors walked together, whom he followed to rush into the city and kill the remaining dragons. After only 20 minutes inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo was able to get to where the dungeon boss was. His prediction turns out to be correct because, as he expected, he finds a statue that will be the boss of the dungeon where you will fight it. He notices that the boss is familiar and its level has been increased and its attribute taglines have been improved, but other aspects of the dungeon have not changed. That's not all he notices, because behind the statue, an army consisting of thousands of dragon soldiers can be seen lining up in a square formation where they are ready to fight. With such an army that includes the more powerful boss of the dungeon, it will be impossible for an ordinary group consisting of 5 members to finish the dungeon. But now the dragons that are there are only looking at them because they are facing Lin Moyo. The army is led by a commander who stands firmly while wearing armor, and his anger towards Lin Moyo is immediately noticeable because after entering the dungeon with his help, he immediately knows his presence, but he did not expect that within 20 minutes he will be able to reach their destination by killing everyone he meets. He moves very quickly inside the dungeon because it seems that even the monsters cannot slow him down in the slightest. He immediately feels the pressure from that man, where he warns his companions that what they need to face is coming. As soon as Lin Moyo arrives there, the commander of the dragon army does not waste time, where he immediately gives the order to his disciples to rush, and when he raises his sword, they immediately follow. In an instant, many members of the dragon clan run towards Lin Moyo at once, where they pass by the statue. They knew they had to kill Lin Moyo to appease their inner demons and avenge their relatives who died at his hands. As Lin Moyo saw this, he became more serious, and now he understood why he needed to clear the dungeon's hell difficulty, because it seemed that there were so many Dragon Clan soldiers hiding inside the dungeon, preparing themselves for their surprise attack on humanity. It wasn't just the soldiers that Lin Moyo needed to worry about now, because the statue in front of the dragons was starting to crack, which only meant that the boss was coming out. It cracked the cement around it and re-emerged to help its people fight against an enemy they needed to finish off. It stood up and released a powerful energy around it. It screamed very loudly, which excited the Dragon Clan soldiers who followed it in its movements. It was very large compared to the ordinary members, who were several times taller than them. All of them rush and run towards Lin Moyo, where their only desire is to finish off the hated enemy of their race. Despite their large numbers, Lin Moyo's own army would not be defeated, fearlessly charging forward to meet the vast number of Dragon Clan soldiers along with the dungeon boss who was working with them. Although they were slightly outnumbered, these soldiers were helpless because their level was so low that no matter what their profession, they could do nothing against Lin Moyo's skeletons. Their battle became one-sided, with Lin Mo-yo's skeleton warriors easily finishing off the soldiers and quickly advancing through the battle. Everything in their path was destroyed, and even their strongest knights were helpless against the attacks of the skeleton warriors. Lin Mo-yo's soldiers were eager to kill them all. They were not the only ones striving to achieve their victory, because after they killed several dragon professionals, Lin Mo-yo joined in where he was just observing the situation and preparing his corpse explosion in his hand, which was illuminated in red. It was enough to say that as long as there were bodies left in front of him, it was certain that he was the one who held the victory and his opponents would be unable to do anything once his skill started. Lin Mo-yo had the right to say these things, and after everyone was ready, he exploded the corpses, causing a massive explosion that the dragon professionals present there did not expect. They were just facing the red explosions and knew that they had to leave that place, but they could do nothing. The explosions spread quickly, and those affected by them became fuel, amplifying Lin Mo-yo's effect that enveloped the entire area. The red explosions engulfed the dragon professionals present, not giving them a chance to escape or save themselves. Despite their attempts to leave, they were still caught in the explosions and their bodies became additional fuel, amplifying the explosion and helping Lin Mo-yo. The army commander for the dragon clan began to feel extremely anxious and sweaty from everything he saw as his entire army was being easily destroyed by Lin Mo-yo. He had no choice but to watch all of his soldiers die helplessly. He knew that if this continued, it would be the end of them. The question kept running through his mind where he couldn't believe the outcome of their fight, that they couldn't even cause the slightest damage against him. Lin Mo-yo just kept standing there, enveloped in his energy, and his patience was enough to scare the commander of the dragon clan. In his eyes, he was facing a monster that they couldn't win against, and they were just waiting for their own death at his hands. The commander's eyes widened, and he couldn't understand what was happening now. Apart from that, he also didn't know what kind of skill Lin Mo-yo was using against him. What surprised him even more was why his dragon clan didn't have any information about Lin Mo-yo's skill that easily finished them off, and they couldn't even defend against. Lin Mo-yo just smiled at them as he explained that the reason why they didn't know the goal of his skill was very simple. He was just terrifying, letting them know that since everyone who saw that skill couldn't escape from him and was facing their own death, they shouldn't expect him to be able to do anything against him and these skeletons. After Lin Mo-yo had tripped the commander of the dragon clan soldiers a little, he quickly finished him off using his skeleton fang. Large, sharp pieces of bone came out of the ground, quickly piercing the commander's entire body, killing him instantly and spewing his blood all over the place. After Lin Mo-yo had cleared the dungeon, a dungeon gate with a strange color now appeared. This vortex represented the exit of the dungeon, which only meant that he was able to complete his mission inside the dungeon. There was only one thing left for him to do. Because of this, he takes out the chain scroll that Zhao gave him, where he uses a little mana to power it, and it starts to glow while floating. The energy coming from it connects to the exit of the dungeon. Now that he has finished his mission, he only needs to wait until both the nightmare and normal difficulty are cleared. If these are completed, he will be able to complete the mission, and when the 3 chain scrolls are summoned, there will be a series of explosions inside the dungeon. In front of the dungeon gate, Mo Shenghe and Zhao are found waiting for the news from their companion, and they can already see the change here and notice the purple light coming from it. So they immediately understand that it is Lin Mo-yo who summoned the scroll in his hand. Mo Shenghe is not surprised by this and can only tell Zhao that he should not have doubted Lin Mo-yo and that he should have believed in his ability as a general. Because his ability was proven, Zhao was embarrassed and scratched his head and told Mo Shenghe that it seemed right to him and that the divine generals were brave beings and deserved their titles because of their abilities that no one could even compare to them. He was just amazed because Lin Mo-yo was able to finish the hell difficulty of a level 35 dungeon in just 23 minutes and also killed thousands of Dragon Clan soldiers inside it. He knew that this was something that ordinary people could not do. Even though he had heard of Lin Mo-yo's achievements inside Fortress No. 6, he still doubted them, but now he had to believe it, especially since it was happening in front of him. He understood why the military had spoken to him directly and asked for his help. So those in charge of the military must know what they were doing. Now that the hardest dungeon on Hell difficulty is over, they just have to wait for Normal and Nightmare. After a few minutes, blue and green light comes out from the dungeon gate, which only means that the 2 difficulties can be finished and cleared. The 2 of them celebrate because it is finally over and the 3 difficulties of the dungeon are destroyed at the same time. So that dungeon will be completely destroyed and can no longer be used by the Dragon Clan in their future plans against their humanity. Now that they have managed to destroy it, the Dragon Clan will no longer have the opportunity to send their army near Fortress No. 1 with the help of that dungeon, keeping the professionals safe here. Inside the dungeon, Lin Mo-yo can already see the changes in his own scroll that are starting to be salted with fire-like energy. This caught his attention, and he immediately realized that it seemed like everything was ending on the other side, which meant that other professionals had finished their missions to clear other difficulties. As soon as Lin Mo-yo saw this, he knew that it seemed like it was time for him to leave that place and let the chain scroll do its job to destroy the copy of the dungeon. After looking at the dungeon for the last time, Lin Mo-yo chose to leave that place. But when he chose to leave, a notification suddenly appeared informing him that he could not leave that dungeon. He was immediately surprised and did not understand what the current situation was that he was in. It only made him wonder what was causing him to stop leaving that place. It seemed that the normal operations inside the dungeon were not working, and he could not leave now. He wasn't the only one having trouble leaving the dungeon, because this also happened in other Nightmare and normal difficulty dungeons where no one inside could get out. Outside the dungeon, Zhao's expression changed and his smile disappeared, replaced by anxiety. He couldn't understand what had happened and was left wondering what the situation was inside the dungeon and why he couldn't get out of it. He and Mozing immediately knew that something bad was happening inside the dungeon, and as they waited for someone to come out, nothing happened. The 2 of them were just confused as they tried to understand what situation they were in now. Lin Mo-yo tried several times to get out of the dungeon, but nothing really worked. He even took out his advanced dungeon escape talisman, which he used several times, but it didn't work at all. Tired of understanding that it seemed like the entire dungeon was being blocked off and no one inside it could get out, he began to understand why. While Lin Mo-yo waited inside the dungeon, he knew that it seemed like there was nothing he could do. So after 2 seconds, the chain scrolls began to explode at the same time, and the tunnel to exit the dungeon was immediately Nasus era. The entire dungeon shook violently, and everything inside the dungeon began to collapse and disappear. Lin Mo-yo felt the widespread destruction inside the dungeon and fell down where he was being pulled everywhere. The things inside it that had been arranged a while ago, forming its programs and energies, were now returning to their original form. Lin Mo-yo felt the emptiness that would heal from inside the dungeon, and as far as he could see, it was only filled with pieces of the old dungeon scattered throughout the area. He stumbled into a space where he found it similar to the dungeon he had burned, but now he could see other professionals who seemed to have come from the 2 difficulties of the dungeon. The destruction of the dungeon and their inability to get out of it causes them to meet now that the barrier between the difficulties within the dungeon has been broken. They too can see fear on their faces, and they don't know what to do, where they are only surprised by the appearance of Lin Mo-yo and the other professionals. Lin Mo-yo would have liked to help them all, but there was nothing he could do in his current situation. The extremely powerful force that spread throughout the dungeon was just flaring up, preventing him from taking any action. He was forced to protect himself first, and within the vast void, The terrifying energy was flaring up around him. The skeleton armor he was wearing was shining brightly, blocking the energy blasts that caused great damage. He could only hear his skeleton armor cracking, and he was sure that it would not be able to withstand the energy loss inside the dungeon, and the only thing he could do now was to reassemble and repair his skeleton armor over and over again. The collapse of the dungeon became more chaotic and intense, where the energy punishing them inside was unforgiving and felt by them. Even though he was lucky enough to be able to protect himself from the strong energy blasts around him, his companions were not so lucky. Because they were unable to withstand the blows of the dungeon where they were thrown to every corner, and this caused their bodies to be torn apart by the strong energy. They were only able to withstand for a few seconds until their bodies were torn apart. Lin Mo Yu was now blaming himself for not being able to do anything to help them and just watching them die. In an instant, Lin Mo Yu's entire skeleton armor shattered, causing him to suffer minor damage from the powerful energy blasts around him. From what he was experiencing now, he knew that there was nothing he could do to help his comrades and that he should only focus on saving himself and staying alive. His gaze was so intense, and you could feel his desire to kill because he knew that someone was playing with them despite everything that was happening right now. He just promised that he would find whoever was doing this to them, so he shouldn't show his face to Lin Mo Yu. But if he really wanted to take revenge, he first needed to survive because his skeleton armor couldn't withstand the energy loss in his environment, and he needed to continue using it to protect himself because otherwise his body would surely be torn apart like the other professionals he was with inside. He just held his own and put his skeleton armors back on about the opportunity that was red here. His anger towards whoever did this was also so intense, and he promised that if he could get out of that place, the one who did all this should hide because Lin Mo Yu would kill him. After enduring the brutal energy blast for a few seconds, something unexpected happened to Lin Mo Yu as it pushed him into a vast void where the space around him cracked, and he ended up in a place he was unfamiliar with. The intensity of the force he received immediately shattered his skeleton armor, but he did not receive any damage from it. He couldn't help himself from falling further and deeper into the void, knowing that if he couldn't escape, there would be no way to return. As the full force of the energy blast struck him, Lin Mo Yu thought to himself how it compared to the Demon King's earlier attack, which had caused immense destruction. Despite the intensity of the blast, the skeletal armor he wore saved his life, though the energy propelled him toward an unknown destination. It seemed this was the dungeon's way of ejecting Lin Mo Yu from its confines. Elsewhere, inside Bai Shen's courtyard, ManhwaRecap sat drinking tea, resting with his eyes closed. The calm air of the courtyard brought him peace as he reflected. Suddenly, something strange pierced through his tranquility, startling him. He immediately sensed that something terrible had happened to Lin Mo Yu. When Lin Mo Yu's master was informed, he shot to his feet, his energy surging in fury. "Where is he?" he demanded, his voice trembling with worry and anger. ManhwaRecap quickly reported that Lin Mo Yu was last seen in the Dragon Outpost dungeon of Fortress No. 1 within the Yuan battlefield. Upon hearing this, his master's face darkened. He slammed the table with such force that the teacup shattered, spilling its contents. Veins bulged on his forehead as his anger swelled. Without hesitation, he gathered his energy and prepared to teleport, consumed by a mixture of rage at whoever dared harm his disciple and deep concern for Lin Mo Yu's safety. It was still evident that the intense energy was coming out of his body and that he was already starting to head towards the place where his disciple had last landed. In an instant, he teleported inside the Yuan battlefield where his movement was so fast that you wouldn't believe it, and as soon as he arrived at that place, his body released a destructive energy that affected everyone around him, Nasus era. The teleportation he did so quickly was very dangerous because even advanced professionals would surely be crushed by what he did, but for Bai Shen he succeeded in doing it. He wrapped his body in golden energy that blocked the destructive energy of the void, which gave him the ability to quickly go where he wanted to go, and in just 10 seconds he was able to cross a very long distance and go right inside Fortress No. 1. It tore through the sky like lightning at an unbelievable speed. In just a few seconds, it appeared above the Dragon Clan outpost dungeon tunnel from its own yard. When he arrived at that place, he caught up with the dungeon that was collapsing, and the vortex to enter the dungeon was filled with chaos and was about to disappear. When Beishin appeared at that place, Zhao Zhexing immediately looked up and was amazed at the immense power that a powerhouse was now displaying in front of him. He was stunned and trembled because something was adding to the chaos that was happening, and it seemed that this was not enough because a god-level powerhouse was also appearing, and this was the White God. He was just speechless and could not speak properly because of the appearance of such a powerful powerhouse. Beishin, on the other hand, feels the disappearing energy coming from the dungeon, which is why he immediately realizes that it seems to be the dungeon that ManhwaRecap is referring to and that his most valued disciple is located there, who is now disappearing and they can no longer feel his presence. To take action on the disappearing energy from the dungeon, he appears near it and begins to surround it with his energy, which is preceded by the appearance of a large hand holding a tunnel into the dungeon. He grabs it and pulls it, removing the tunnel from its planting in the ground. In an instant, he suddenly closes the large hand, crushing the entire dungeon, and with this help, the situation of the tunnel of the dungeon that is collapsing unexpectedly improves. Beishin knows that the collapsing dungeon is not over yet, and they can still use it later if they want to save Lin Moyo. The way he used his power released powerful bursts of energy around him, forcing someone like Muxinghe to protect himself a little. He was sweating from what he saw, and now he understood that it seemed like that was the level of being a powerhouse. Knowing that, it seemed like the gap between him and Beishin was still too big when it came to their power that he couldn't close immediately. After he sorted out the situation and made a quick solution to their problem at the dungeon entrance, Beishin next went to Zhao Zhexing, feeling Lin Moyo's intense gaze on him and the aura of a god-level powerhouse sending a chilling fear through him. He shivered as he felt Beishin's intense desire to kill because of what had happened to his disciple. He couldn't move or answer Beishin's questions. He asks Zhao if they were trying to destroy that dungeon with their use of the chain scroll and who came up with the idea of asking for help from Lin Moyo to destroy that dungeon. Zhao couldn't speak and continued to tremble as he feared for his own life. Sweat was dripping from his eyes as he gaped and couldn't utter a word in front of the angry god-level powerhouse. Muxinghe immediately intervened, approaching Beishin and explaining to him not to torture that man too much because what happened to his disciple wasn't his fault. He simply explained that they had received a message from Fortress No. 9 and that they should just ask Lin Moyo about it. In addition, the orders also came from Fortress No. 9, including the chain scroll they used here. Listening to this, Lord Beishin smirked. He realized that the 9th Emperor was involved and mused that people had underestimated him after all these years. Suddenly, his aura erupted into a blazing inferno of golden energy. Lightning crackled around him as his power surged uncontrollably. The men nearby shrank back, trembling in fear of Lord Beishin's wrath. Amidst the chaos, ManhwaRecap remained calm, advising Lord Beishin to stay patient. He reassured him that Lin Moyo was unharmed and had ventured into the depths of the abyss. Lord Beishin calmed himself, understanding Lin Moyo's situation. He nodded resolutely, declaring that he would head to the abyss to investigate. His golden aura surged once more, and with a determined expression, he prepared to follow Lin Moyo into the unknown. Golden energy flared around Lord Beishin as he rose, his expression serious. He speculated about external forces meddling in important matters, suspecting they had infiltrated the higher ranks. Turning to ManhwaRecap, Lord Beishin questioned how he could be so sure of Lin Moyo's safety, especially after Lin Moyo had descended into the abyss. ManhwaRecap remained calm, sipping his tea. He revealed that Lin Moyu carried a special teleportation stone linked to him, a safeguard that ensured his survival. Lord Beishan, seeking more clarity, asked if Lin Moyu could return safely using the stone. ManhwaRecap confirmed it, reassuring him there was no need for concern. He added that Lin Moyu's delay in returning was likely due to his own plans. Accepting the explanation, Lord Beishan shifted his attention to the Ninth Emperor's involvement. With a firm voice, he asked how they planned to address the situation. ManhwaRecap promised to investigate thoroughly, vowing to uncover and eliminate the source of the interference. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu was deep within the abyss, a dark foreboding realm filled with swirling purple energy and a suffocating atmosphere. He stood amidst the eerie landscape, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. Muttering to himself, Lin Moyu remarked how the reality of the abyss was far more unsettling than he had imagined. In his hand, Lin Moyu clutched a glowing shard, an evil core fragment. The energy of Lin Moyu's abyss teleportation stone would recharge in 1 hour, allowing him to escape. But he would have to endure and survive for the next hour. Determined, he started moving forward. As he ventured deeper, he saw many monsters, some strange creatures drinking from streams of dark water in the abyss. To his alarm, the number of monsters kept increasing steadily. Lin Moyu began to sense that something was amiss. The energy flow in the area was shifting unnaturally, and monsters continued to pour in. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of energy struck the ground from the sky. Lin Moyu was taken aback. It was the strong scent of a light element. Puzzled, he wondered why there was a secret area in the abyss, exuding the smell of a dungeon, no less. The monsters, known to despise light elements, behaved strangely, fueling Lin Moyu's suspicions. With the unexpected opening of the dungeon, the entire area began to glow, and the energy flow changed dramatically. A new and overwhelming power spread through the area, leaving Lin Moyu stunned. He couldn't shake the feeling that the abyss was concealing an even greater mystery, a force that could reshape everything. He just smiled because he could feel the strong light energy from the white light and why it was showing up now. That's when he started to remember about the light elemental dungeon, which was one of the elemental dungeons where he could get elemental stones. He wasn't wrong in his feelings, and he didn't even expect it to show up inside the abyss. This face just made him think that this was his lucky day because he could get some light element crystals that he could use in his elemental divine stone. When he understood about this matter, he didn't hesitate to walk towards the tunnel of the dungeon. Even though it was very bright and he couldn't see anything, he continued to go inside the dungeon, and he knew that he wouldn't gain anything if he just continued to stare outside the tunnel, and it seemed like a good way to use his time while waiting for his abyss teleportation stone to be filled with energy again. Lin Moyu stepped into a mystical realm brimming with an intense electrifying energy. The air crackled around him, and every direction seemed to pulse with unseen power. In the center of this enigmatic world, he noticed something extraordinary, a radiant flame glowing with an eerie light. It was the flame of the abyss, a legendary source of energy said to enhance the power of anyone who dared to fuse with it. However, the system warned him that this process would be excruciatingly painful. Only the strongest could endure it. As Lin Moyu approached the flame, its glow seemed to call to him, but his attention was quickly pulled away. A deep guttural growl echoed from the shadows. There was a small chance that it would evolve into a high-level demon. Also, it could improve its level. During the evolution process, it had to endure severe pain. Lin Moyu moved forward and saw the demons present there, who were writhing in pain due to the fire. After seeing them, he became convinced that there was nothing surprising in this. These people were definitely trying to evolve. Meanwhile, some demons coming from behind saw Lin Moyu, and on seeing him, one of them shouted loudly, telling everyone that a human race was present here. Then he shouted at Lin Moyu and said how brave he was. How dare he come into the abyss? Unable to believe someone so fragile-looking would venture into a place teeming with danger, the demon's intent was clear. It would destroy Lin Moyu and take the flame for its own evolution. But Lin Moyu remained unfazed. A faint smirk crossed his face as he calmly stood his ground. He activated his skeletal armor, a protective yet sinister barrier that encased him in bone like plating. The armor hummed with dark energy, and Lin Moyu's confidence grew as he turned his gaze back to the flame of the abyss. Nearby, something else caught Lin Moyu's attention. A brilliant portal hovered in the air, surrounded by floating crystals that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The system managing this mysterious realm presented him with 4 difficulty levels. Each was marked with a skull icon, with the most menacing one labeled Hell Mode. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu selected the hardest option. As Lin Moyu entered the dungeon, 2 big eyes inside the abyss opened from within the fog, as if they had sensed an uninvited guest exploring their territory. Outside, the demons who had been in pain due to the fire of the abyss were now ecstatic. They had all evolved. Inside the unexplored temple, some demons reached near the light element dungeon and shouted loudly that this was not good. They quickly informed the senior demons, causing a stampede. On the other hand, Lin Moyu had entered the light element dungeon. In front of him stood a horde of hell-level elite monsters, light element spirits with a grade of 41. Their strength constitution was 5,000, and their skill allowed them to attack with strong light bursts while being immune to light element attacks. Surprised by the sheer number of light spirits, Lin Moyu took his first step forward. At that very moment, the stationary spirits began moving toward him, self-destructing as they approached. These self-destructing spirits continuously troubled Lin Moyu, affecting his vision even though their attacks caused no harm. Lin Moyu quickly shielded himself with his armor, minimizing the impact. Though he survived, Lin Moyu realized the spirits' explosions were merely a warning, a prelude to the challenges ahead. As the chaos subsided, skeletal warriors rose from the ground around him. The system indicated their presence as allies, and Lin Moyu knew he would need their support to progress through this perilous realm. Together, they moved cautiously, battling waves of enemies and overcoming traps designed to test their endurance. Eventually, Lin Moyu reached an immense staircase glowing with radiant light. At the base of the stairs stood 2 skeletal knights, their silent vigil adding to the mysterious atmosphere. The system revealed that this was no ordinary staircase. Every 100 steps climbed would grant Lin Moyu a reward, but the journey was more a test of resolve than combat. Lin Moyu began climbing the stairs. As he moved forward, he received a notification stating that after climbing 100 steps, he would get an item. Reading this, Lin Moyu mused to himself that this seemed to be a secret realm chosen by God, a test-type dungeon where combat was not required to defeat monsters. Despite the spirit's constant self-destruction around him, Lin Moyu remained focused and kept climbing the stairs. After climbing 100 steps, he found 5 bright crystal fragments. These were light crystal fragments that could be used as light crystals. Elated, Lin Moyu pressed on. After climbing another 100 stairs, Lin Moyu obtained more crystals. Combining the fragments created a large light crystal. At that moment, he received another notification. The system explained that this light crystal could be fused with other single-element crystals to form an elemental magic stone, increasing the chances of career advancement in the 3rd job. The more elements connected, the stronger the magic stone's effect. The light crystal could also be used alone to permanently increase light element resistance, though doing so would forfeit the opportunity to create an elemental magic stone. Lin Moyu fused all the light element crystals he found, creating a new divine stone. The system revealed its incredible power. The artifact not only boosted Lin Moyu's elemental attributes, but also increased his chances of advancing professions aligned with fire, earth, and light elements by 20%. Smirking, Lin Moyu knew the trial wasn't over yet. Determined, he continued climbing the glowing staircase. With each step, the green energy surrounding him grew stronger, fueling his strength. As Lin Moyu ascended, he could finally see the summit. A powerful celestial figure stood at the top, radiating overwhelming energy. In his hand, Lin Moyu held the Light Treasure Stone, an artifact capable of permanently reducing light element damage by 50%. The system highlighted its unique power. It could also grant a special light element skill when activated. Lin Moyu realized the connection between these trials and the treasures they offered. Each trial seemed to contain elemental crystals and powerful artifacts, pushing him to explore further. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu activated the Light Treasure Stone. A surge of energy enveloped his body, causing him to glow with a blinding light. The sheer brilliance caught him off guard as his body began to transform. He braced himself, feeling his power grow exponentially. At the same time, the celestial figure atop the staircase reacted. It began to glow brighter, its towering staff radiating golden light. The divine figure activated a powerful aura, as though preparing to confront Lin Moyu's newly awakened power. Angel wings appeared behind Lin Moyu as he acquired a new skill, Blessing of Light. This skill made him immune to negative statuses such as curses, seals, silence, and restraint. With a cooldown of 12 hours, the skill could be used every 30 minutes. Grateful for this ability, Lin Moyu thanked the angel and continued climbing the stairs. Finally, Lin Moyu reached a place where a box was kept. He moved his hand forward to open it. As the box opened, a bright light emanated from inside. Once the light dimmed, he saw his rewards, the Heart of Light, capable of awakening the God of Light, and the key of the Temple of Light, which could open the true Temple of Light. As Lin Moyu pondered the connection between these treasures and his earlier discoveries, a sudden surge of energy erupted behind him. A golden flower appeared, followed by a massive divine weapon descending toward him. Lin Moyu turned quickly, bracing himself for impact. While he was thinking, the statue of the angel began breaking, releasing a powerful light toward Lin Moyu. He remained alert, knowing this light was immensely powerful. As the beam of light went strong, it headed towards Lin Moyu, and it didn't seem to have any bad intentions against him because it wouldn't cause him any harm. The staff held by the angel statue turned into a beam of light for a short while and immediately returned to its previous NEU form after that, which flew and landed in Lin Moyo's hand as if he owned it. He was able to obtain information about this equipment because it was called the Monarch Scepter, but it was in an incomplete state. This is a legendary weapon that equals all attributes of 500,000. While holding it, Lin Moyu was just speechless, because it seemed like what he was holding now was a legendary weapon. Lin Moyu was just disappointed that it was not complete, and only after he reached being level 70 could it be used there, so in reality he could not yet use its true power. It has no damage and is not only incomplete, so it can still be used. The head of the weapon where an item would have been located is now empty, which is why the skill bonus of this legendary weapon is also missing. But even so, Lin Moyu is still happy with it because of the very high attributes it provides as a bonus to all his tagline attributes, and if you add them up, it will reach 2 million, which surpasses the most basic attribute tagline of a level 70 top professional. He still feels that of all the weapons he has obtained in his career, this is the most unique and the attributes are the most important thing for Lin Moyu. But now he can only see it as an ornament for now because he can't even use it. While observing his new weapon, he could only see in front of him what looked like the place where the angel statue collapsed and turned into a different one. A white portal opened, a way to escape from there. Now that the path to exit was in front of him, he ordered Moyu to hide his monarch scepter first and prepared himself to exit. He knew that there seemed to be many more demons waiting for him outside the dungeon, awaiting his return because of their greed to taste human flesh, so there would definitely be a big battle. He just smiled and knew that he couldn't keep those who loved him waiting for him outside the dungeon for a long time, because he could have chosen to leave the abyss and return to the human world and let the demons outside wait for nothing. Despite this, he still remembered them with his kindness, and because he was coming to the abyss, he would be happy to fight if he didn't have a good fight with them. Lin Moyu didn't say anything for a while because he was coming out of the dungeon exit where, as he expected, the abyss demons were there waiting for his return. When they saw Lin Moyu's shadow coming out of the tunnel, they just smiled and laughed happily because their food would be delicious that day and they would all have something to share again. He continued to be surrounded by people and could immediately feel their desire to kill Lin Moyu. All of them rushed in, and as soon as Lin Moyu came out, they all immediately flew towards this weak professional who couldn't even reach level 40. Lin Moyu just watched the enemies coming towards him and understood that it seemed that they were really only at level 45, and this only meant that they were just low-level demons coming from the nearby valleys full of demons. He understood that it seemed that with the chaos that was happening now, and if the news of his appearance spread there, the higher-level demons would definitely show up to take him away, which is what Lin Moyu would prefer. The demons present unleashed all their skills. Lin Moyu would go to try to kill him immediately and share his meat, but he would just stand there and accept all these attacks that were nullified by the skeleton armor he was wearing. He was strong and trusted the skeleton armor he was wearing, and even if it didn't work, he still had his damage transfer and lifelink to thank for all the damage to his skeletons. He continued to receive the rain of attacks that couldn't even penetrate, and his skeleton armor was shining. The demons unleashing the attacks could no longer believe what they were seeing because this man's extremely strong ability to defend their attacks was unacceptable. Even though he was only level 37, Tho was able to withstand all their attacks. So how was this possible? They didn't fully understand what had happened, so they suggested that their companions rush in together to crush him. Despite these threats from the abyss demons, Lin Moyu remained standing and smiling at them while asking those who were just waiting in front of him if he had the time to unleash his attacks now. He gave a signal to his skeleton warriors to rush in, where they emerged from their hiding place in his summoning space and immediately charged at all the demons nearby. The demons present did not expect this, and were immediately destroyed by the extremely powerful attack from the skeleton warriors. They were unable to even run or escape from them and accepted their death. With the skeleton warriors appearing in the small spaces between the numerous demons present, the opponents no longer expected the appearance of so many skeletons around them that were now crushing them. They were left wondering what was happening and where all these shadows were coming from. They immediately understood that these seemed to be Lin Moyu's disciples, but this was not enough to explain why these skeletons were so strong because they were able to finish off their fellow demons in just a second with their large swords. Their confidence in themselves suddenly changed when they saw how strong Lin Moyu's skeletons were. The skeleton warriors and the demons were now crowded together in the space where they had no place to hide and could not escape. After a few seconds, Lin Moyu managed to accumulate enough corpses. Lin Moyu smiled as he exploded them and used his corpse explosion, which was currently at level 6 and dealt damage equal to 35% of the opponent's physique within a 6-meter radius after it exploded. Lin Moyu pointed his palm at his enemies, and suddenly a thick red light appeared around them, followed by powerful explosions. When the corpses were filled with his energy, the explosions did not stop because of those who were involved in it. The area was filled with screams as the death of so many demons was said. After the previous ones died, powerful explosions could be heard one after another within the secret realm. The demons tried to escape from that area and use their wings to fly and save their own units. But it was still useless because the explosions that were happening were so high that they would still be affected. After a few seconds, the explosions ended and Lin Moyu began to walk around the entire area where he could only see the countless corpses of his enemies scattered and lying down. After only 10 seconds of consecutive explosions, there were no living demons left within the entire secret realm. Lin Moyu just wiped it off. looking like he needed to clear out those outside and give them a gift like he had given to the demons he had encountered just now. Lin Moyu continued walking, but when he was about to leave that place, he heard a loud scream from the depths of the secret realm, causing the entire area to shake. Lin Moyu immediately turned to see where that scream had come from and asked himself if there was a boss in that place. He was momentarily surprised because he had not expected that there would be a boss located within the small secret realm. A rapid wave of abyss fire color immediately emerged from the depths of the secret realm, heading in Lin Moyu's direction. Lin Moyu was ready to fight anyone at any time and was doing everything he could to understand his opponents. He first used his detection skill to see his opponents' attributes and understand their skills, but now he no longer needed to do so because the one in front of him was familiar. Lin Moyu could only smile at his opponent he was going to face now because it was an abyss fire spirit that he had fought in the past. Upon seeing this, Lin Moyu immediately charged forward, his entire body ablaze. It seems that a large amount of abyss fire has mutated due to various reasons and formed the abyss fire spirit. This is a special type of elemental creature. Lin Moyu smiled at the appearance of this opponent and simply asked him why he was in such a hurry because he really wanted to die immediately at his hands. He immediately told him to end their fight immediately and give him another fire gem like he had given him in the past, but he was not sure that this would happen again. While the abyss fire spirit was in front of Lin Moyu, it seemed to be trembling and wanted to kill Lin Moyu. It rushed forward without even observing what Lin Moyu was doing because it was already preparing its skill. As long as Lin Moyu had a lifeless body lying around him, he can explode them and make even the hardest bosses fall. The barrage of multiple explosions damaged the fire spirit from every angle as he was screaming in pain and agony, not able to believe that he was going to die as soon as he entered the battlefield. Finally, after a constant barrage and firecrackers for a few minutes, the system notified that Lin had defeated the abyssal fire spirit, obtaining a fire gem along with a lot of XP. But as Lin turned around, he saw that after the completion of the secret realm, the dungeon was about to collapse, and he should make an exit as soon as possible. Lin started running towards the exit portal while the scene shifts to outside the dungeon where the demons were waiting, wondering if Lin was defeated by the inner demons, because the dungeon was almost going to vanish. But what surprised the demons was that before Lin, multiple skeleton warriors were coming out of the portal with lifeless bodies that they have killed inside. And at the last, Lin emerged from the portal, telling all the abyssal demons that they are not going to escape in any way possible either. His hands were glowing with a crimson-red spear, as we all know that this was the third time Lin Moyu was going to use the corpse explosion skill. Then immediately after this, the skeletons start throwing those corpses towards those demons, who were waiting for our Lin outside. As soon as the corpse reached the middle of the group, Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion ability, due to which a bright light starts coming out from inside the corpse, and the demons present there get scared after seeing this. They did not know what it was, and immediately after this, explosions start happening and the demons start dying. At that time, there were many demons present there, and RMC had blown up only a few demons through corpse explosion. The demons who were standing far away and watching this were very angry. They were now planning to rush together and attack Lin Moyu. Soon after this, a lot of Abyss Bat demons start arriving there whose level was 49. And their skills were featured with Sonic Stance and Light Element Defense. They all start moving towards our Lin together for an aerial attack. Seeing all of them coming, Lin Moyu uses Corpse Explosion to attack them as well, for which he throws the corpses in the air and starts blasting them. However, as soon as the explosion stops, many of those demons were still alive. Despite the continuous explosions, the Abyss but demons still managed to survive and continue their flight despite the heavy damage they received, and they were bleeding from it. Lin Moyu couldn't help but praise the good defense they had, but he knew that they wouldn't last long against him. He just wanted to know how many more attacks they could take from him. He no longer worried about the ingredients for his cooked corpse explosion because there were so many corpses around him that he could use to get more corpses. With the repeated explosions that Lin Moyu released using his corpse explosion, the Abyss but demons couldn't last any longer, so they just died and fell from the sky. They were unable to do anything with the repeated attacks, and with their disappearance, the army of demons behind them was immediately revealed. They immediately became alert and their faces changed. They knew that now that they were starting to charge, it was too late to turn around and run away. All the remaining demons decided that they should rush in together and they had to kill Lin Moyu right now. They gave orders to their companions to ignore the skeletons in front of them and to kill the person who was controlling them all. All the demons present were furious and accepted their mission to finish Lin Moyu off right then and there. Despite this, Lin Moyu already knew what they were planning, so he raised his hand and used a corpse explosion on the many corpses around him. They began to glow red as Lin Moyu told them all that they didn't need to worry because none of them would be able to escape from that place because he would make sure to wipe them all out and no one would be left alive. Those who rushed Lin Moyu first were the first to die, unable to even reach Lin Moyu. The following demons saw this and wanted to flee because they knew it would be their end, but they were too late for this decision. The powerful explosions affected all the demons who rushed in, even those flying high in the explosion's reach. A large number of corpses of demons began to fall from those killed by Lin Moyu. Even though they tried to escape, they were still helpless against him. The entire lake was filled with the corpses and bodies of those who died from the Abyss demons, and their blood turned the water black. As they forced themselves to rush in, not a single one of them was able to touch Lin Moyu's clothes. While Lin Moyu was busy cleaning himself, he began to feel a strong aura coming from afar, accompanied by a scream telling him to die. A powerful sword energy closed the distance of 1,000 meters and immediately hit Lin Moyu, who didn't even realize it until he heard it hit his skeleton armor and caused it to glow. He was just wondering who was following to rush him. Lin Moyu knew that there was a large amount of abyss power within the sword energy that hit his skeleton armor, and he knew from the strength of that hit that it must be higher than level 55 who rushed towards him. When he looked up, he saw more than 100 black dots, and they were growing rapidly until Lin Moyu could only see flying demons. At the same time as they rushed towards him, the sword energies also roared and headed towards Lin Moyu's direction. Lin Moyu had seen what these demons were from books, and they were abyss sword demons, and the ones he was facing now were at level 55 and had 50,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 25,000 physique, and 50,000 spirit. They also had a skill called Sword Kai, and the damage they received from light element attacks was reduced by 50% and 30% from damage from dark element attacks. Abyss sword demons carried a sword made of bone at the point of their birth, and as their level increased their sword also became stronger, which was no weaker than the weapons possessed by humanity. They are good at using swords and Sword Kai, with each of them becoming an elite demon after reaching level 70. This is a demon that possesses high attack and defense, and if this type of demon does not lower its attack, it will continue to bombard Lin Moyu with sword energy from afar, which will definitely be a headache for Lin Moyu. As he looks around, he can only see so many swords and energy heading in his direction, and his skeleton armor can only withstand it and protect him. When Lin Moyu felt that his opponents were approaching him, he immediately gave the order to his skeleton warriors to separate the remaining corpses that were by their side and direct them towards those who were trying to kill Lin Moyu. He no longer interfered too much with the Abyss Sword demons, no matter what they were, and preferred to just let them receive the explosions from his corpse explosion. The many corpses that the skeleton warriors were throwing immediately noticed the Abyss Sword demons heading in their direction, so when they saw it, they knew that it would not be good if they let it get close to them especially, and they watched how Lin Mo-yo used it to cause powerful explosions to kill their fellow demons just a few minutes ago. Because of this, they immediately released fierce sword energies to slice through the approaching corpses because they knew that they could not reach them. The attacks from Lin Mo-yo's camp did not end there because his skeleton mages were also finishing their preparations of their elemental spells that they were releasing into Impapawid where the Abyss Sword demons were. Various attacks such as fire whirlwinds and sharp ice shards were heading towards them all at once. Despite the very wide range of these attacks from Lin Mo-yo's skeleton mages, the Abyss Sword demons still managed to guard against these attacks where they easily avoided all of them. Their attention was focused and the intense desire to kill Lin Mo-yo was felt in their attacks. They knew they had to clean up this trash that was able to enter their territory because in their eyes, what Lin Mo-yo was doing to them was a disgrace. Because they thought that they should be the ones to rush into humanity, and even if some of the people managed to enter the Abyss world, they would immediately become food. But now Lin Mo-yo was only killing so many of their members, which was very rare. Moreover, he was not a god-level powerhouse, just a low-level professional who was only level 37. Despite the chaos happening in front of him, Lin Mo-yo still remained calm and just watched the whole situation. He just felt that it looked like he would have a hard time fighting them, and that it would have been easier for him to fight them if he had a flying band skill that he could use to take them down and let his skeleton warriors clear the entire area of his opponents, because right now neither side was able to do any real damage to each other. The Abyss Sword demons were also unable to get close enough to Lin Mo-yo to cause damage to him, even though they were very good at dodging and flying through the air. Even though they were unleashing very powerful attacks, it was still not enough to kill Lin Mo-yo's skeletons because of his skill of spreading damage. After this, we see that all the demons present there started flying together, and all of them were saying that now this human race cannot do any harm to us. They were flying and going a little away from our MC. Seeing this, Armik is a little surprised that all those demons have flown in that direction. Is there something there which is pulling them towards itself? By this time, all the demons present there had left, and seeing them going in a different direction. Armik also wanted to go in that direction and see what was there. Who knows, maybe he would find the den of demons there. When Armik was moving forward, his skeleton was being continuously attacked from above, and the one doing these attacks was the sword demon and some other demons who were very surprised while doing the attacks. While they were continuously attacking Armik, they were talking among themselves, that is he really a human being? Why do I feel like he is a super world boss? The demons are still continuously attacking, and they are continuously talking about the fact that our attacks are so weak that we are not able to cause even a little damage to them. When did such a terrible profession appear in the human race? Why is it seeming more difficult to deal with it than the legendary Earth Knight? After a while the attacks stop, and at this time Armik is not visible anywhere. And at this time we can only see some demons who are flying in the air, and some demons are moving forward forming a square below. After this we see Lin who is chasing the demons while hiding and escaping in the bushes. He reaches a place where the city of demons was situated. He is very surprised to see that a city exists in the abyss, and at this time he is able to feel the breath of many demons from this city. Seeing this city, a wave of happiness arises in his mind, and after this he quickly summons many of his skeletons there and orders to siege the city. Seeing many skeletons around the city, the demons flying in the air who were guarding the city say that is he mad? How dare he be? No human race has ever dared to attack the city of Abyss. Even the dragon race, which is very powerful, has never done such an audacity. Then someone else asks that what should we do now? When Armek and his skeleton reach closer to the city, a bright light appears from a big building present inside the city which creates a protection shield around the city. Seeing this, Armek understands that a barrier has been formed around the city, after which he moves forward to break the barrier. After this, Armek jumps from his place and moves straight towards the barrier, and as soon as he jumps towards the barrier, he directly enters the city. He reached inside, but his skeletons could not enter, and seeing this, other demons get very scared that a terrible danger has arisen in the city. Even though the summoner has entered, his summoned beasts have been blocked. Now he will not be able to do anything. This is kind of meaningless for him. As soon as Armek enters the city, he calls his skeletons back into the summoning space, due to which the skeletons that were previously unable to enter the city due to the barrier around it start entering our MCS summoning space. When the demons see this, they get very scared. When Lin called his creatures to his summoning space at the same time, he started summoning them again inside the city, due to which many skeletons had now come inside the city to create havoc. The city guards present in the air get very frightened after seeing this and get ready for the fight. Then the fight starts from both the sides. Our MCS skeleton continuously starts moving forward, attacking the demons coming in its way, until now Armek had killed many demons and also collected many fresh corpses. After this, using those corpses, he starts corpse explosion inside the city, due to which the whole city starts getting destroyed and the enemies present inside it start dying slowly, and the sword demon present in the air is watching this and gets disappointed and just says to end it. Till now, Armek has killed all the demons that came in his way, and while killing the demons, he has now reached the main building of the city, and standing in front of it, he says, "I still remember that scene of the professional competition when the demons attacked the city. In the past, demons had attacked the human city, and now the situation is completely reversed. Now Armek is going to attack the demons in the abyss, because the demons had caused a lot of massacre by attacking the human city, and now it is our MCS turn. Lin has killed many demons in this abyss so far, and soon we see that a yellow light comes out of his body, and immediately a level up notification comes above his head that Armek has been leveled up. After this, he angrily tells all his skeletons that he wants this place. No one should be left alive here. After this, he walks and reaches in front of the teleportation array of the Abyss City. Seeing this, he says that perhaps demons use this teleport to go to other cities. Seeing this teleportation array, a thought comes in his mind that can I teleport to other demon cities through this teleportation? While thinking about this, an idea comes in his mind. With the help of one of his skeletons, he places the corpse of a demon in that array and says that I am a human being, even though the aura of demons is present on my body. Still, I cannot use the teleportation array of Abyss. The teleportation array of this Abyss can be activated only by demons. As soon as he activates it, by placing the corpse of the demon in the array, a bright light starts appearing around the array. This was a sign that Armek has activated the teleportation, and he is now going to teleport somewhere else. When the teleportation is activated, there are many city names written in front of it. Armek does not know where he is going, but he has to pick only one name that feels like a city to him. Meanwhile, many demons start arriving there, and when they see Armek teleporting, they say in anger that no, he is going to teleport, and we do not know which city he is going to go to. Then someone else says, quickly inform Joe and the Demon King about this. We cannot let him remain uncontrolled like this any longer. After completely destroying a city, Armek finds a teleportation array in that city, which could only be activated by a demon. So Armek activates that teleportation array with the corpse of a demon and reaches another city. He had reached another city through teleportation, and he is very happy for this, that I took a very good decision, and when I have come here, I will have to kill the people here too. So without thinking, Lin summons his legion troops there and quickly activates his skeleton armor too. Armek had summoned so many skeletons there that the city guards present in the city had got a glimpse of them, and when they see so many skeletons, here they get very scared after seeing it. They cannot understand anything. How did so many skeletons come here? After this, many demons start coming towards Lin to attack him, and he becomes very happy seeing them coming towards him. And then immediately after this, the fight starts. The skeletons continuously start killing many demons who were present in the city and who were coming for our MC. When the fight was going on, a continuous voice was coming from the middle of the fight that this is the enemy. The enemy has attacked us. Some demons who were coming from behind shout loudly that this is a human race. In fact, someone has dared to enter the abyss and attack us. Till now, all the demons that had come here were destroyed by Armik, and the other demons who were there started running away from here in fear and told to contact Jimo regarding this quickly. However, while they were running away, a demon corpse came flying in their midst, and immediately after that a massive blast occurred, due to which all the demons who were trying to escape from there got destroyed. Lin was killing demons in groups side by side, some with blasts and those who survived the blast and were trying to run away in their half-dead state. He catches them with curse chain, and then the skeletons go and start killing them with their big swords. This was a kind of revenge, because till now only demons were doing this to humans from the past. But now Lin is doing the same thing to them, because if he does not kill them today, then in the future these demons will only trouble the human race. So all of them will have to be killed later, so why not kill them completely now? After thinking about this, Lin continues to cause continuous damage to the city and continuously kills the demons present in it, and in a few moments he completely destroys the whole city. After this, the story shifts directly to Demon King Castle. This city is directly controlled by the Demon King, and the news of continuous havoc created by Armik is conveyed to the king that someone has come into the abyss and is creating havoc. On hearing this, Demon King becomes very angry that how dare he is, and it seems that humans are living in the deep world. Then after this, Demon King gives an order and also orders everyone to pass this order as soon as possible. On the other hand, Armik has completely destroyed the city till now, and now he is ready to go to another city. For this, he starts taking the dead body of a demon near the teleportation. However, at the same time, he starts feeling some movement in the city because he continuously feels someone coming towards him rapidly, because some attacks happen on his skeletons from above in the air, and when he looks in the sky, he finds that there are many demons flying and coming towards him. Seeing all those demons, it does not take much time for Lin to understand that there are high-level demons present here, but seeing them, he also becomes a little happy that there is a barrier here, and due to the barrier, these people will not be able to run away anywhere. To stop the demons coming from the sky, Lin throws the corpses of the demons present around him in the air and immediately uses corpse explosion, due to which as soon as the corpses reach among those demons, the blast starts and the demons moving towards Armik start dying. While killing all of them, he says that in the past, when abyss demons attacked the human world, did they ever think that such a day would come, and immediately after this golden light comes out of our MC's body, and he gets a level up notification. Now Armik has reached level 39, seeing which he is happy that at last he has reached level 39. Right now there is no one left alive in the city, so now it is time for him to leave from here. For this, he puts the bodies of the demons in the teleportation array and activates it, and when he activates the array, he finds out that the location of the transmission has changed, and seeing this, he understands that it seems that demons has already started reacting. Seeing such a reaction of the demons, Lin laughs and says that maybe they have set some trap for me, but never mind, I have to see what these people can do. Now he had an abyss teleportation stone in his hand and holding it in his hand. He says again that if there is a dragon den or tiger lair there, then I will quickly break this stone. At this time only one city's name was coming in front of Lin, and the teleportation array was also activated. So now he is allowed to go to only that one city, for which he agrees, and he was directly teleported to the Demon King city. As soon as he reaches the Demon King city, he had not even taken a step when someone attacked him fiercely. This attack was so powerful that Lin's skeleton armor broke, and he collided directly with a rock. Lin was severely damaged due to this attack, but he transferred his damage through Life Chain. This attack enraged him, and he slowly stands up and angrily says to summon the undead army. He then immediately activates his skeleton armor again, and the undead general uses his Legion treatment skill to provide strength to the skeletons. Lin said all these things without looking ahead, so when he stands up properly and looks at the demon in front of him, he gets scared because the demon in front of him was none other than the Ox King. Seeing RMC, the Ox King laughs and says that you actually withstood my punch. Seeing this fierce demon in front of him, RMC thinks that this is the four-winged barbarian Ox King. Lin never expected that the Ox King would come there by himself. However, then another thought comes to his mind that no, this is not true. This cannot be the real Ox King. If this was him, I would have died by now. This must be his clone. Lin was still thinking, but then the Ox King says that human race, what is your name, and how is it possible to massacre a city at just level 39, and how can you bear one of my punches without dying? Who are you, and why have you hidden your level? The Demon King asks all these things in anger. At this time, the entire army of demons was also present behind him. After listening to the Demon King, RMC does not reply to him, but laughs and says that since it is a clone, there can be a chance, and there are a lot of demons around, so we can try for it. To fight the battle ahead, Lin quickly uses the strong soldier's skill, due to which his skeletons are now fully ready to fight, and immediately Lin starts throwing the corpses around him, which he had brought from the previous city, into the group of demons. Seeing such insolence of RMC, the Ox King gets very angry, and moving his punch towards RMC angrily says, "How dare you take action in front of the king, and let me see how you can face my punch." Before the Ox King's punch can come towards RMC, Lin raises his hands and uses the corpse explosion skill, causing the corpses that were moving in the air towards the Demon King to explode. The explosion was very powerful, and it happened right in front of RMC. In this, we see that some skeletons were also destroyed, and Lin fell on the ground, and when he was on the ground, someone in pain tells him that you are not dead yet. Then immediately the undead general goes and heals everyone present there using Legion healing, and after listening to that demon, RMC says that you want to kill me, but you are not qualified for this. Even after getting injured by the Ox King, RMC does not take him seriously and laughingly sends his skeleton warriors to fight the other demons. On one side, he was in front of the Ox King. On the other side, all his skeletons went out to fight the other demons. Seeing Lin's action, the Ox King gets very angry and shouts angrily and says, "How dare you not take me seriously?" He was so angry at this time because RMC was having the audacity to fight him alone and was sending his other summoning creatures to fight other demons. Then a bright light comes out from the main building in the city and uses a summoning seal technique in the whole area, due to which RMC's summoning skill will no longer work in the city. However, we all know that RMC has found a solution to this weakness of his, and after coming into the abyss, he has also got the light skill, which is the blessing of light. It makes RMC immune to every negative status for 30 minutes. So now there is no fear due to the summoning seal technique on his face. The negative effects start moving towards him to affect him, however, due to the effect of blessing of light. The negative effects start getting destroyed as soon as they come near him, and at this time we can also see angel wings around Lin due to blessing of light, and then immediately after this a powerful blast takes place in the whole area, due to which a lot of pressure is created. Seeing nothing happening to Lin, the Ox King gets very surprised, and he shouts in anger and surprise and asks, "How is this possible? Why is the summoning seal becoming ineffective? What is your level? This can't happen. You are definitely not at level 39. Seeing all these things, the Ox King was very angry, so he could not tolerate it anymore, due to which he started moving towards RMC with full speed to kill him. He was moving towards RMC, shouting and muttering in anger, thinking of killing him in just a few attacks. Seeing the Ox King coming towards him, a smile comes on Lin's face, and he laughs and says to himself that I was thinking that this guy would never come down, but he came down in just a few seconds. After this, he orders his soldiers to bring the corpse as soon as possible. As soon as the skeleton warriors hear Lin's order, they start collecting the dead bodies around them by carrying them on their shoulders and come near Lin, and when they collect some dead bodies, then they start throwing them in the air. The corpses had reached the air, but RMC did not use corpse explosion yet, and seeing so many corpses coming towards him in the air, the Ox King does not understand anything and angrily asks, "What do you want to do by doing all these things?" And then after this he gets ready for the punch. After reaching near Lin, he starts continuously punching him. With just a few punches of Ox King, Lin's skeleton armor was broken and RMC was facing the punches of Ox King with great difficulty. For this, he was using damage transfer. He was transferring his damage to the skeleton warriors through life chain, due to which the skeleton warriors were damaged a lot. Immediately after this, the Under-General begins to use Legion treatment, healing the wounded skeleton warriors and giving them the strength to withstand further damage. Immediately after this, Lin, while getting hit, raises his hand and a red light starts shining from his hand, and he gets ready to do his favorite attack and says that now it is my turn. He was bearing the punches of Ox King for so long so that he could bring Ox King in, and when he attacks, the power of his attack gets doubled, and immediately after that we see that a powerful blast takes place due to which Ox King gets hit by it. RMC's attack hit the Ox King, but as the dust cleared we could see the Ox King's face. He was now even more angry. He throws a powerful punch at RMC to finish him off and says, "Now you are going to die." After this, he continuously starts attacking RMC with powerful punches. The Ox King keeps hitting RMC. He beats him up and makes him in a very bad condition. Now Lin's condition was very bad. Blood was coming out of his mouth. His whole body was damaged. Still he says with a smile on his face, "Is this all the strength that the demons have? Did he not eat anything today?" Hearing this from RMC, the Ox King gets enraged again, and this time he uses his full power to bring RMC down to the ground with just one punch. His punch was so powerful that when he hit the ground with RMC, the ground also broke, and when the Ox King punched him, he could see some corpses coming around him again, and immediately after this, there is a blast around him again. When the dust cleared, we could see the Ox King as well. He was also very much damaged. Probably he was damaged by being continuously hit by RMC's corpse explosion attack. Blood was also coming out of his mouth, and seeing his condition, he angrily says that I can't believe that I am not able to kill you. After this, he gets ready to attack again. This time he is moving towards RMC with an even more powerful punch and lying on the ground in a bad condition. RMC raises his hand and says, "Thank you for preparing so many high-level demons for me. And anyway, getting injured by the corpses of your own people is very unpleasant. Am I right?" Then RMC immediately explodes the corpse. As soon as he uses this skill, all the corpses around the Ox King start blasting. The Ox King, struggling under this attack, angrily says that if I survive, I will kill you. Lin has taken this dangerous step by making himself a scapegoat in which he seemed to be successful, and after completing his attack, he stands up. We can see that Lin's condition is very bad. Even the clothes on his body are torn. Now the whole area is surrounded by dust and Lin is not able to feel anything inside the dust. So he starts thinking that finally the clone of the four-winged bull king is finished. However, as soon as he says these words, He gets very scared because the air around him starts changing and a dark-colored aura starts appearing there, seeing which he says that the real form of the Demon King is coming. Before the real Demon King arrives, RMC wants to gain experience by killing all the demons present here, so he immediately uses the poison star ring. When he uses it, the poison gas starts spreading slowly in the whole city, and at this time we could also see a symbol around RMC from which that gas was coming out, and after using this skill, RMC thinks in his mind that the poison star ring is working very powerfully after being in strong soldier stats. And during this time, all the demons present in the city started dying in pain due to the effect of this poisonous gas. Whenever they were breathing, they were dying due to the effect of the gas. The entire city had now become a crematorium, and no one was alive here. And when the Demon King reaches here, he becomes very angry after seeing the condition of the city because he was seeing the dead bodies of his people. From old people to children, everyone was included in it. Seeing all this, the Demon King says in anger that I want to see you die. When the Demon King arrived here, he used Devil Charge, which caused devil energy to gather around RMC so that it could affect RMC. However, RMC immediately summons the Abyss Teleportation Stone and smilingly says that I am not so crazy that I can fight a Demon King in my condition. Seeing RMC teleporting from here, the Demon King quickly attacks him. But in the meantime, RMC teleports from there due to which the Demon King's attack hits the ground. And here Bai and Meng were sitting in the courtyard sipping tea when they both saw RMC teleporting, and after seeing this they said that it seems the boy Lin has returned. When RMC teleported here, very powerful dark energy was coming out from around him, which was affecting the entire courtyard. RMC was standing in front of both of them in a very injured state. There was no clothes on his body, and seeing him like this, and seeing such powerful dark energy around him, both of them started wondering that after all, what did this child do that such a terrifying murderous aura is coming out of him? With the help of Teleportation Stone, RMC teleports from in front of the Ox King's site and reaches directly in front of Bai and Meng, and the energy of murderous killing intent coming out from within him was affecting the entire courtyard. Seeing this, both Bai and Meng get surprised that what has he done that such energy is coming out of him. Seeing both of them so surprised there, RMC immediately bows his head in respect to both of them and says, "Teacher and Senior Meng, I have come back." However, that deadly energy was still coming out from inside him, about which Bai surprisingly asks, "What did you do in the abyss?" Lin starts telling everything in detail about the incident that happened with him in the abyss, whether it is the dungeon of the light element or all the information about the Ox King. He tells in detail how he faced all these dangers and how he was able to escape and come here through the teleportation stone after the arrival of the Ox King. As soon as Meng hears all this from RMC, he is surprised and asks, "Did you kill the clone of the four-winged barbarian Ox King?" Then Lin says that with the help of Origin Rune and relying on the newly awakened talent and a large number of demon corpses, I killed his clone, but this was possible because he decided to fight me directly. If he had decided to fight in vain or run away, I would have been helpless. On hearing this, Bai also says that the Ox Demon King is very stubborn and his temper is also very high. He keeps fighting till his death, but still you are very outrageous. After Bai, Meng also says that yes, he is right, and you are continuously creating new history. It was always the demons of the abyss who came to our human race to massacre the cities and kill people. But I did not expect that you would do something that no one had ever thought of. As soon as our Lin came here, he started telling the whole incident that happened with him in detail, and we can see the injury marks on his body, and the energy of continuous murderous intent was still coming out of his body. Worried about this, both of them say that too much murderous intent is coming out of you, which is not good at all. It will affect your mood a lot. Seeing Lin's situation, both of them advise that you are currently at level 39. Given your current situation, you should not play dungeons or level up, and you cannot transfer to another level right now. After listening to both of them, Lin agrees that everything will be done exactly as the teacher wants. Then after this, Bai strictly instructs Lin to go and read some books and relax. Then go and take rest for a few days, and during this time do not try to do anything inappropriate. Then after this, I will come to meet you in 2 days. On hearing this, Lin respectfully bows his head and says that okay, this student of yours would like to leave from here first. When Armik leaves from there, Bai and Meng start talking to each other separately, in which Bai seriously holds his head and asks in confusion, "Are you really sending me to find that man?" On hearing this, Meng says, "What are you saying? Can't you leave this little pride of your face for Lin?" As soon as Bai hears this, he hits his hand on the table and laughs seriously and says that you are still too young to say this to me. After this, the story directly shifts to Creation Academy, where Arlin is moving towards the academy. At this time, there are already many people present in the academy. When Arlin arrives there, their attention gets focused on him because the energy of murderous intent was still emanating from all around him. When everyone sees Lin coming, they are surprised and ask if he is Lin. Then someone else says that he is Lin, but what did he do that he is looking very murderous at this time? Our Lin was slowly moving forward through the crowd towards the library, and at this time people were avoiding even looking into his eyes because they were all very scared. After this, Lin directly comes to the library and starts reading books. While he was reading books, he felt a little relaxed in his mind. However, Lin could still see the dangerous energy inside him, which made him realize that this method cannot completely eradicate his murderous intent. While thinking about all these things, another thought comes to his mind, and that thought is to destroy all the demons from their roots. And as soon as this thought comes to Lin's mind, he quickly shakes his head in denial and says that I should not even think about this at this time. It has been 3 days since Lin read books in the library, and during this time he was continuously reading books. Then suddenly he gets a call from Bai in which Bai asks Arlin to come to him. On receiving Bai's message, Arlin goes to him, and when he reaches the courtyard, Bai talks about taking him directly to some other place, and after this both of them teleport from there to some other place. Bai brought Arlin to a place called Bloody Place. It looked very different, and the sky was also completely dark and red. When Arlin feels the energy of this place, the murderous intent inside him becomes more aggressive. Bai, standing nearby, also seeing the sudden change in mood of Arlin, quickly taps on his shoulder and diverts his attention and asks him, "Do you know where we are?" Arlin didn't know about this place, so Bai tells that this place is neither in human race, nor in abyss, nor in any dragon race area, just like you in Battlefield. And like Eternal Trial Field, this place is also an independent space, so it is known as Bloody Place. Then after this Lin asks Bai, "Teacher, can this place remove my murderous aura?" In response to this, Bai nods his head and says yes and tells that you can do this, but a dangerous old monster lives here. Before Bai could say his whole story, a voice comes which abuses Bai and says that that old man must be you and no one else. Bai becomes a little serious after hearing this voice because along with this voice he could feel and see a huge sword falling down from the sky, and after seeing such an action Bai also becomes very angry and says that, "Old monster, if you even dare to hurt my disciple, then I will break your old bones." Seeing that huge sword coming towards him, Bai also launches a powerful attack towards it. And in the meantime RMC had also activated the skeleton armor to protect himself. However, as soon as the two attacks collide with each other, Arlin's skeleton armor shatters with the mere impact of the collision of the attacks. RMC, seeing the power of the attacks and his skeleton armor being shattered by just 2 attacks, realizes that these 2 attacks are as powerful as the clone of the 4-winged Ox King, and his face gets sweaty just from feeling this power. And here on the other side, seeing the person who was attacking with the sword, Bai angrily asks, "Old monster, have you gone mad?" And then after this, the attacks of both of them collide with each other again, and Lin, standing far away watching the fight of both of them, thinks whether he is really a god-level strong man. The fight between the two continues like this. The unknown guy keeps attacking with his sword, while Bai counters the unknown guy with his punches, and our Lin, standing far away, is just watching this fight. While Lin is calmly watching this fight, suddenly some changes start happening inside him, and his calm mind, which was calm for a long time while watching the fight, suddenly starts awakening the murderous killing intent and starts pushing him to participate in this fight. And here, unaware of this, Bai is still fighting with that unknown person and dodging his attacks. He says in anger that "You are a lunatic. If I had known that you were going to do this to me, I would have never come to you." And on the other hand, now our Lin has completely changed. And only one word comes out of his mouth, that I have to kill him. So what if he is a god-level warrior? As long as he is my enemy, I will kill him. And then after this, he summons his skeletons there and uses the ability of strong soldier. Seeing so many skeleton warriors there, the fight between Bai and that unknown person stops right there. And then a powerful gravity pressure is applied on those skeletons, due to which all those skeletons stop right there. And the one who applied that pressure was none other than that old man who, looking at RMC, says that this small boy who is only at level 39 looks very scary. With Lin Mo Yu choosing to confront and intervene in the battle that was unfolding in the presence of Bai Shen and another god-level powerhouse, he did not feel any nervousness, and since this was his opponent, and with his unique desire to kill now, he rushed forward and took his own action to help his master. The first thing he did after this with his skeleton warriors was to raise his hand and point it at the old man using his slow curse skill, which sent a large number of red chains towards the opponent. The number of cadences was very large and enough to knock out even level 70 abyss demons. But Lin Mo Yu was a bit hesitant now because the opponent he was facing now was a god-level powerhouse reaching level 90, so he was not sure if it would work, but despite this, he still tried to make his own attack. The old man seemed to be watching Lin Mo Yu's actions, and not just letting him do his will on the side, because right now his attention was being drawn to what he was doing and his courage to make a decision to face him, even though the gap between their levels was so big. He just smiled at Lin Mo Yu's actions and was amazed because he didn't expect someone like him who was level 39 to try to use his skill on him. Apart from this, his attention was being drawn because Lin Mo Yu was about to use a curse on him that he could immediately read from the energy he felt from Lin Mo Yu's skill. When the chains came to this old man, they immediately hit his body, but he was ready to counter the curse coming from Lin Mo Yu, where he used his thick murder aura that wrapped his entire body and protected him from the skill. Using only his own energy, he is able to keep the chains from coming closer and at the same time break all of them, which are just scattering. None of them were able to get close to his body and Nasus era immediately after the energy coming from the old man. He smiled, and with what he did, he succeeded in weakening the curse effect just a little. Despite what the old man was doing to remove the curse effect, it seemed that Lin Mo Yu's attack didn't end there because he was sending his slokers after him with his soul blaze. His fire kept pace with the fast movement of the chains, which only served as a nuisance from the perspective of the god-level professional. It was hidden and only showed as if it was an effect of the skill, but it suddenly hit the old man. His thick murder aura didn't work to repel this fire, and when Lin Mo Yu showed his soul blaze to him, it immediately went to his head. The god-level professional didn't expect a skill to hit him from a level 39 professional, and now he was screaming in pain. He tried to remove the fire from his head, but it didn't work. Lin Mo Yu's use of his soul blaze on the old man succeeded in disrupting what he was doing, and now he immediately descended from the air. He fell down while screaming in pain as his entire body writhed from the burning. This man completely didn't expect to feel that kind of pain, and at the same time he was starting to challenge the very thick aura surrounding him, which reduced its effect. He started to weaken a little while still confused about what had happened. He was holding his head while kneeling on the ground and holding his sword after it fell from the sky. While the effect of Soul Blaze from Lin Moyo remained for a while, he could only wonder what kind of skill was used on him, and it seemed to have the ability to penetrate all defenses and rush into his soul itself. These skills are very rare, and now he couldn't even prepare against this skill and was completely affected by it. He completely did not expect to receive that kind of pain, and from someone like Lin Moyo who was only level 39, but it seemed that the surprise that this novice could show did not end there. He was not feeling well from the pain reaching his soul, but now Lin Moyo immediately followed up his attack by using his skill Poison Stellaring, which now spread a poisonous mist around the god-level professional. He did not expect the arrival of this ribbon because it immediately spread throughout the area that it was colored green. He was just surprised by what Lin Moyo was doing, because he also had the ability to use poison, which is why he felt even more interest and desire to know more about Lin Moyo. Aside from what Lin Moyo was doing using his Poison Stellaring, it was followed by him giving orders to his skeleton mages to prepare their spells, and after a little preparation, all kinds of elemental spells came towards the god-level professional who just stared at the altar and saw fire, lightning, ice and ipo coming in his direction. For a brief moment, this old man continued to be amazed by what Lin Moyo was showing. He was just watching all the attacks coming in his direction because it was reassuring about something. He gripped his sword tightly and prepared his own attack to counter all the spells and skills thrown at him, coming from a level 39 professional. This man looked at Lin Moyo and then swung his sword towards all the attacks coming at him. The powerful force from his sword was enough to match the attacks from so many skeleton mages. In an instant, he immediately countered all the spells from Lin Moyo's skeleton mages. It seemed that he really didn't consider his attacks a big threat, and the old man was confident that such attacks would not be able to penetrate him. It seemed that Lin Moyo hadn't given up on his attacks because he was preparing a new wave of attacks by gathering his fire in his right hand and his soul blaze now, hoping to cause damage to the old man. His eyes were shining, and it was clear that he really wanted to fight. The veins on his neck and face were showing only his fear, but it seemed that everything ended there because from behind him a hand was holding his shoulder. When Lin Moyo felt this, he immediately came back to his senses and suppressed his strong desire to fight and kill. His master went to his side and returned to him only to pat him and tell him to stop doing what was happening to him. Lin Moyo was surprised by what his master was doing, and while he didn't look good, especially with his deeper eyes, he immediately turned to his master. His appearance was unexpected, and he wondered what was happening now. It seemed that what his master did was reducing the killing intent in Lin Moyo's eyes, bringing his sanity back. His master just told him to return all his skeletons and hide them. Lin Moyo immediately obeyed his master and returned all his skeletons to his space summon. As the numerous skeletons surrounding the entire area began to disappear where they returned to the shadows, Bai Shen began to speak and shout, calling the old man and telling him that he should come down because he was now defeated and accept his defeat at the hands of his disciple. The old man appeared to still be enveloped in his terrifying energy, which now showed the disappearance of numerous skeletons throughout the area. It seemed that this old man had not given up yet, because even though he was surrounded by a green aura that came from the contact of Lin Moyo's poisonous mist with his body, he still continued to charge. He quickly jumped towards their direction and focused his gaze on them. He was heading towards their direction, and it seemed like he was trying to charge at them. Despite his terrifying appearance, he just jumped in front of them, and with great force he stood in front of them. Upon his arrival, This man was still feeling the effects of Lin Moyo's poisoning, which continued to cause him severe damage equivalent to thousands of points per second. As this old man stood in front of them, he screamed and used his energy to wrap his body, which was followed by an explosion. With this explosion, the effect of the curse and the poisonous energy in his body disappeared at the same time, removing its effect. After this, when he got down and approached them, this old man immediately stared at Lin Moyo and shifted his gaze to Bai Shen, asking him if this was his new student, to which Bai Shen replied and proudly told the old man that he was his new disciple, and asked him how he had shown himself and if he was no longer so bad. The old man just laughed at Bai Shen's words and informed him that what he had shown was not only beautiful but also lived up to his inherent courage. He laughed for a moment while looking at Lin Moyo and informed the master that even though this young man was only level 39, he was already very brave to attack a god-level powerhouse, and it seemed that he was not really afraid of dying even though everything was secured in his hands. Bai Shen just told him to stop all his useless talk, because it was as if he had not seen all that had happened a while ago, where his disciple had even tortured him a little. The two of them faced each other where their battle became equal, and they showed each other no shame and fought without hiding anything. They were already progressing with their introductions, and Bai Shen began to inform his disciple that the man in front of them was Yan Sheng, a god-level powerhouse with a profession as a divine warrior, where in reality he was at level 95. This man in front of them was just as strong as we had ever seen him, and now his body showed that he had gone through so much hardship and was wearing chains on his arms. Now that Lin Moyo knew the true identity of the old man in front of him, he couldn't believe it and was just amazed because he was facing Yan Sheng himself, whose name he knew from all the books he had read. He had only heard about this man from the books containing his information, where all the battles he had gone through were recorded. He is a being on the same level as his master Bai Shen, where they both have been a strong support for a very long time, for which person they have protected everything from enemies. From his readings there is a story that remains very legendary and is known by almost everyone, because in his most amazing story he faced 3 demon kings at once and without a companion. Despite the huge advantage of his opponents, he was able to kill one, and the remaining 2 were forced to flee from his sight to save themselves, while Kuang Sheng remained alive and whole. In reality, no one knows where this man is now, because he suddenly disappeared, and he decided to distance himself from others until Lin Moyu found this man inside that place. Because of his awe towards this old man, Lin Moyu immediately went to Kuang Sheng to bow down and pay respect to him while introducing himself. For the elders of humanity who fought for their welfare, Lin Moyu had great respect for them all because of their contributions and experiences. This kind of people were worthy of his respect. This man just nodded at what Lin Moyu was showing him. The 2 elders continued their conversation, where Kuang Sheng asked Bai Shen what his purpose was now in bringing his disciple to that place. Bai Shen just smiled at him and asked if he couldn't see what his disciple was currently in, and began to explain to him that his disciple had killed a large number of demons and was now enveloped in a thick murder aura that would change his personality if it continued. That's why the 2 of them were there to ask for help. Huang Sheng's expression changed when he heard Bai Shen's words, because he couldn't believe it when it seemed like he was targeting his own wealth, which was why he started telling her not to dream of getting it from him anymore and to stop dreaming because she wouldn't receive it from him. Bai Shen kept telling him that he was only asking for one thing from her, and that he wasn't using it, so it would be useless in his hands if he continued to hide it, and no one would benefit from his wealth. Apart from that, he reminded her that he also had a duty as an elder of humanity, because now that the younger generation was facing a problem, he must take action and do everything he could to help them. Quang Sheng didn't seem to agree with this at all and looked at Bai Shen intently as he smiled at him and told him that he had no problem if someone else's disciple needed his wealth and help, but now that Bai Shen's disciple was the one who needed it, they no longer needed to talk about it, and he should give up on his attempt to take it from him. Bai Shen couldn't believe what this old man was showing and behaving like he was already telling him that he was going too far. Furthermore, his disciple explained that Lin Moyo was the best genius of his generation and his peers, so he deserved to ask for his help, and why was it so important to talk about whose disciple Lin Moyo was? He also asked the old man if he wasn't surprised and didn't want to know how Lin Moyo had managed to accumulate such a thick murder aura that covered his entire body. Despite everything Bai Shen had said to him, it seemed like nothing could really convince this old man who was now turning his back on the two of them and pleading. He walked away from them while informing Bai Shen that he didn't need to interfere in matters related to this anymore. Despite his denial and telling the two of them himself, Quang Sheng still couldn't help but feel surprised and wanted to know how a level 39 like Lin Moyo could have such a thick murder aura at his level. He knew that this was very strange and surpassed the current level Lin Moyo, as this was his first time seeing such a case. Even as Quang Sheng started walking away from them, Bai Shen continued his speech and told him that his disciple had entered the abyss world alone where he faced demons. Apart from this, he also managed to destroy 3 entire demon cities and exterminate all the demons living there. Bai Shen's story doesn't end there because he also informed that Lin Moyo succeeded in killing a clone of the Demon King inside the Abyss world. When Quang Sheng heard that, he stopped in his tracks and couldn't believe what this old man was telling him. His attention was completely captured, and he turned back to them to ask again if what he heard was true, that Lin Moyo managed to destroy and kill everyone inside the 3 demon cities after falling into the abyss. He also wanted to know the truth about whether he had really succeeded in killing a clone of the Demon King. This old man stared at Lin Moyo with desire, and at the same time he felt a very strong force, as if it was going to squeeze him. Lin Moyo understood that under this force of a god-level powerhouse, he should not attempt to lie because otherwise he would definitely be crushed. His master was about to speak to support everything he said and stop what Quang Sheng unit was doing. But he immediately told him to just be quiet because he was not asking him and he wanted to hear it from Lin Moyo's mouth. Lin Moyo expanded on his master's story and gave the old man additional information where he told him that he had indeed succeeded in killing 3 demon cities along with all the people living there. Apart from this, he also succeeded in killing the clone of the 4-winged ox demon king, and before his real body could arrive to take revenge and crush him, Lin Moyo used his poison starring in the demon king city before he left and fled to the abyss. Quang Sheng began to think from all he had heard and tried to understand what the poison starring that Lin Moyo had mentioned was. He just remembered about the poison element skill that boy had used on him earlier. He felt that with the power of the primordial rune, it possessed enough power to kill powerful demons, and even a level 60 abyss demon would not be able to survive here. He stopped praising Lin Moyo in his mind for what he had done. He knew that even if they were cursed, they were unable to enter the abyss world to kill and crush the creatures inside it, but his disciple was able to succeed here. He remained silent as he stared at Lin Moyo because he knew that the boy in front of him could not be called a simple genius because he was already entering the territory of being a true monster. He kept thinking to himself because when he was only level 39, it would have been impossible for him to do the things that this boy had done in front of him. Even though it hurt inside him and he didn't really accept it, he had to believe that Lin Moyo was better compared to him and Bai Shen. It was not difficult for him to fight against enemies that were higher in level than his unit. It was unbelievable that Lin Moyo was able to kill demons that were at level 60, even though he was only at level 39. Apart from that, He also succeeded in killing a clone of a Demon King unit that was already at level 69 at that time, just a little before he reached level 170 and obtained his third job evolution. The intensity of Lin Moyo's troubles was unbelievable, which made his admiration for this boy even stronger. Beishan then started to speak, asking Kuang Sheng what if they changed the subject and thought that as a member of humanity and an older member, why didn't he just think that this was for the good of all of them, and if Lin Moyo was worthy of using that thing? After hearing Beishan's words, the old man agreed to give the thing, but he wasn't going to give up right away, so he let them know that there was only one condition before he finally let it go and gave it to them. Beishan didn't have a problem with this because he had already thought of everything that would happen. So he told the old man in front of him that he didn't need to think about so many things and not say just one condition because even with this little thing, Beishan would stop him. Because he was already drunk, he was just thinking that he shouldn't lose his shame anymore. Despite this opportunity that he was giving to Kuang Sheng, he didn't want the 10 conditions from him and instead just pointed at Lin Moyu while saying that he only wanted one thing, and that was that he wanted Lin Moyu to be his disciple. Lin Moyu didn't expect that and was just surprised by what this old man was saying. Beishan immediately patted his disciple's shoulder and replied to the old man while saying that he had no problem with that matter. He didn't even hesitate to agree to this condition. When he heard Lin Moyu's answer to Kuang Sheng's condition, he was stunned and couldn't believe what he had heard. Even Kuang Sheng was surprised by this gesture from Beishan because he didn't expect that he would just let his only disciple leave him. To his surprise, he asked Beishan if he had heard what his condition was right. He just turned his back on them while asking what big problem they were talking about because isn't it normal for a genius to have many teachers? Even so, Lin Moyu seemed to have a different opinion on this, but he couldn't say it. He just continued to stare at his master, but he couldn't see him. In his mind, his master's statement that it made no difference whether he had many gurus was incorrect. But despite this, he was not a fool and remained silent, especially in his current situation. This was so serious that if it wasn't resolved, no one knew what would happen to him next. Bai Shen didn't waste the opportunity by not giving Kuang Sheng any more time to take back his words. That's why he immediately reminded him not to take back their agreement because it was about to be established. He should also keep all his words and promises, especially as a powerful god-level powerhouse. As Bai Shen patted the old man's shoulder, he couldn't say anything about what was happening now, and he just felt like this man had just taken him. He knew that he needed to separate the two masters, but he now understood that it seemed too late for his plan, and as a noble god-level professional, he couldn't take back his words and keep his promise. Also, because of his anger at being deceived by Bai Shen, he could no longer control his feelings, so he punched Bai Shen and told him to leave his place. He could not accept that he had agreed to such a condition, and now he was easily defeated by this old man. Bai Shen managed to protect himself and block that punch. While he was throwing punches and protecting himself while preparing his counterattack, he just told them that they had to leave and that he would leave Lin Moyo in his care. At the end of the fight between these two old men, Kuang Shen returned to talk to Lin Moyo. He called him Palmado and ordered him to come with him. Lin Moyo quickly followed this old man, and now he was trying to adapt to the current situation and called Kuang Shen his master. The two of them continued their journey and came to a small hut surrounded by sturdy trees. The Bloody Land is a solitary space like Eternal Trials, although it is not as large. The Bloody Land is only about 100 kilometers wide, and now in the middle of it is a courtyard where the hut is located. There are no barriers in this courtyard, and only the trees serve as its barrier and protection. Within its courtyard are plants and flowers planted. These are not ordinary flowers and plants because they all possess an abnormal state of being red. The flowers here smelled like blood, yet at the same time they possessed high vitality. Lin Mo-yo did not expect to find such a variety of plants in the secluded bloody land where he thought no life would be found. When the two arrived at that place, Kuang Sheng simply informed Lin Mo-yo that during his stay in the bloody land, Lin Mo-yo would reside inside Kabongyan. Lin Mo-yo simply nodded and followed this plan. He began to ask his new group what they should do about his thick murder intent. Kuang Sheng lowered a black secret stone to him. Lin Mo-yo caught it and explained to him that Lin Mo-yo needed to place his thick murder aura inside that secret stone. As for his task of controlling his murder aura, he cannot teach it to her, and only she can teach it to herself, and she must learn it herself. Lin Mo-yo uses his detection technique on the stone, where he learns that the secret stone is called the Domain God Stone, which can be used to form his own domain. Kuang Sheng also explains to him that you don't need Lin Mo-yo to know about the knowledge of those things in the universe, and the only thing he needs to learn is how to control his own murder aura and put it inside the Domain God Stone. When Lin Mo-yo heard what this old man was saying to him, he immediately started to think of a way on how he could control his murder aura. He lets it out and begins to release the thick black energy that he has been trying to hide for a long time. The basis for what he was doing was Yan Kuang Sheng, because from what he saw, he exuded a very thick and powerful murder aura in his heart. But he was wrong to control it, so he understood that there must be a way for him to do it. But in reality, he didn't know how to do it himself yet. He was just trying to understand what the principle of the Godstone domain was and how he could control his own murder aura first. As Lin Mo-yo tried to use the Domain Godstone to control his intense murder aura that surrounded him, he noticed around him the same intense murder aura that seemed to come from his new master. He noticed the thick red energy that was different compared to what he had, and just from what he could see now, he knew that his master had the ability to control his own murder aura where it took on its own form and could affect his surroundings. It served as his own weapon that could not be captured like his current murder aura that only changed his feelings and perspective. Because of his observations now, he was getting more attention and trying to understand what was happening now. He was racking his brain just to find a solution and answer to how his master was doing it in such a way that he was no longer affected by the intense murder aura. If he continued his observations, he might be able to find the right way to control his own murder aura. After a few minutes of thinking, Lin Mo-yo continued his attempt where he headed to a part of the yard and sat down. He closed his eyes and used his focus to just try to control the thick black energy surrounding him. As he sat down, he began to understand that the most powerful attribute a professional possesses is his own mental strength or spirit. Because of this, he came to the conclusion that he might need to strengthen and use his own spirit and mental strength just to control his own murder aura and move it according to his wishes. Lin Mo-yo was now starting to use his own mental strength, and this energy was leaking into his surroundings, starting from the dark energy surrounding him. He was brave enough to do this, and he knew that he just had to trust himself, because if his master was able to successfully control his own murder aura and use it as his own weapon, Lin Mo-yo should be able to do it too. From his observation of that garden, he felt that the thick energy found within that area all belonged to Kuang Sheng and had his mark, which is why Lin Mo-yo understood that he might need to use his own spirit just to control it. He continued what he was doing, and even though he continued to fail, he still didn't give up until he was able to mix his spirit and the murder aura that enveloped him a little, and at the same time the Domain Godstone began to work, glowing and floating in front of him as he activated his power. Because of this idea he just continued to sit in his position while doing his best. While the signalman Lin Mo-yo was focused on what he was doing, Kuang Sheng passed in front of him where he could only watch what Lin Mo-yo was doing. He was amazed by his courage, and at the same time he began to pray and wish that his disciple Lord Bai would succeed in controlling it. Lin Moyo just continued what he was doing, using his own spirit just to control the thick murder aura that was enveloping his body. He worked hard at what he was doing and never tired of trying so many methods to find the right solution to it. He understood that what he was trying to learn was not a skill, and it would not be a simple thing that he could use after he learned it, especially since it was so difficult to acquire. Several days passed, but he still did not lose hope that he would succeed, and even though he had failed several times, he still continued, and instead of getting frustrated, he continued his hard work. He just sat there for a few days without moving while Kwang Sheng watched him for a few days, only admiring Lin Moyo's tagline and courage. He could only nod and praise Lin Moyo's tagline of hard work and not giving up despite his many mistakes, which is why he was starting to be convinced that Lin Moyo really deserved to be chosen as a disciple of that old man, Bai Shen. Now Kwang Sheng is starting to get to know him because at first he only offered Lin Moyo to be his disciple because he wanted to find a fight against Bai Shen, but now he understands that a good boy is in front of him now. 10 days have passed since Lin Moyo arrived at that place, and Lin Moyo is still working hard to find a solution to his problem. In the 10 days that have passed, he still has not been able to control his murder aura, where it almost went out so many times, where he still needs Kwang Sheng's help. But that day it looks like he will succeed there. He is starting to feel his control over the murder intent that is in his way. Above his head can only be seen his own spirit guiding his murder aura. Finally, he is successful, and he opens his eyes just to confirm his victory, where it says that he has finished what he needs to do. Finally, he succeeded now, guiding his burger aura towards the domain godstone, which began to absorb it into it. With a rapid sound, the domain godstone flew from Lin Moyo's hand and circled in front of him without stopping until the system notification appeared, informing Lin Moyo that he was able to obtain an awakening skill. But the current level of his killing field meant that he could not use it right now. As he watched Lin Moyo, Kwang Sheng was able to control his murder aura and place it into the domain godstone. He was surprised and could only say that he did not fully expect Lin Moyo to succeed. He knew to himself that he too had taken a long time in controlling his own energy in the past, because it took him almost 3 months to succeed in controlling it. But now Lin Moyo could do it easily and succeed in achieving this great thing in just 10 days. In his observations now, Kwang Sheng begins to wonder how strong Lin Moyo's mental strength and spirit might be to succeed so quickly. After Lin Moyo arranges everything and finishes what he does, he immediately goes to his new group to bow down in front of him and pay his respects, thanking him for what he has done. Kwang Sheng doesn't really like this kind of thing, so he tells Lin Moyo that he doesn't need to be so respectful to him. He gets straight to the point and asks Lin Moyo if he can acquire an additional skill now. Lin Moyo immediately corrects himself and faces his guru to inform him that he can acquire a skill called Killing Field. But it cannot be used at the moment. Kwang Sheng was just starting to explain to him that, of course, he couldn't use it, especially at his current level, which was too low for him to use the Killing Field, because if he tried to use it at his current level, he would definitely die. Kwang Sheng was just advising him that all he had to do now was to put all his murder aura inside his body into the domain godstone. If it was filled and fully charged, he could use the Killing Field skill. After this brief conversation, Kwang Sheng immediately turned his back on his disciple and told him to go first because he had something to do later. This old man was just telling himself that Lin Moyo was too hardworking and good at what he did, so he should probably tell him to do something else first. While all this was happening, the old man could only be found inside Bai Shen's small garden, where he was sitting a little floaty and drinking his tea. With him was ManhwaRecap, who was just sitting and chatting. He asked him if he thought Lin Moyo would be able to succeed in his mission. ManhwaRecap just laughed at him for a moment and said that he was still worried about that boy, especially knowing how talented he was. Besides, he didn't need to worry anymore because now that Kuang Sheng was taking action himself, what else did Bai Shen need to worry about his disciple? When Bai Shen heard about that matter, he started to feel a little bitter about his foolishness again and was annoyed at what he had done because that old man had gained a new good disciple for nothing. Mang Anwen just smiled at him and told Bai Shen that they should just focus on what they were planning for Lin Moyu and that they should prepare for his second job change, especially since he was about to reach level 40. These two elders wanted everything to be ready because it was time to upgrade when Lin Moyu returned to them. Bai Shen just reminded him that he didn't need to think about anything else and that everything was ready for Lin Moyu, where all they needed to do was to wait for him to return to them. These two elders knew that the second job change was very important and that nothing should go wrong with it, so they had to prepare everything they could. After this, the story again shifts to Lin, where again 10 days pass, and after 10 days, he puts all the murderous aura present in his body in that stone. And finally, now there is no murderous aura present in his body. Everything has been absorbed into that stone, seeing which he becomes very happy. When he ups his power, black-colored dark energy comes out of his body, but no killing intent can affect his mind. Seeing this, he becomes completely sure that now no deadly aura is affecting him, and now this aura is completely under his control. When Lin is checking his body, he sees his teacher in front of him, who is standing a little far from him. He is happy to see that the teacher has returned. However, when the teacher comes closer, Lin can feel a very strong smell of blood coming from Yan Guangsheng's body, and this smell was much stronger than the smell of Castlevania. At this time, Yan Guangsheng had a bag in his hand, which he throws towards Lin and says that whatever is in it, eat it and eat it raw. Seeing the bag coming towards him, Lin catches it and says yes, then takes out a piece of meat from the bag and starts eating it raw. While Lin was eating that piece of meat raw, Yan Guangsheng asked him a question. "Why did you not ask me what type of meat it is?" To which Lin replied, "What the teacher gave me, what is the need to ask? Whatever it is, it will be good." Then after this, Yan Guangsheng tells Lin about this place, that this place is called Bloody Land. It is an independent space, a relic of ancient times, 10,000 kilometers away from here. There is a beast called Bloodthirsty Python, and what you are eating is its meat. Hearing this and eating the meat, Lin thinks that the teacher had gone to fight that beast for so many days. Then after this, Lin asks the teacher, "Did you get any injuries while fighting?" To which Yan Guangsheng says, "These injuries are nothing. The bloodthirsty python is a god-level beast, after all. If you want to cut their flesh and blood, you will have to pay some price. I have been here for decades and have fought those guys countless times. I have become used to it." Lin never expected that his teacher would fight a god-level beast, and this thought touched his heart. While he was thinking this, Yan Guangsheng laughed and told him, "Finish eating it, and when you're done, be ready for fun." Lin suddenly stopped wondering about what his teacher meant. But before he can ask him, he came to realize in a painful way. Because blood started spilling out of his whole body, and it was hurting like hell for Lin. His whole body was feeling like it has been stabbed by thousands of needles. As Lin was almost screaming in pain, Kuang Sheng started explaining that the miraculous elixirs he had been drinking, which can boost all stats by up to 200 points, were made from the flesh and blood of a bloodthirsty python, and naturally, its effects are of the charts. But if Lin wanted the ultimate results, then nothing beats eating it raw. According to Kuang Sheng, if Lin cannot endure hardship, then he can never dream to become the ultimate powerhouse. What Kuang Sheng had gave Lin was the rare meat, which was going to make him into the powerhouse he wanted. Kuang Sheng knew that Lin was on the verge of his second transformation, and this was the perfect moment to stack those attributes so high that his second year gains will skyrocket. Lin was not able to bear with the pain, but Multiple notifications started popping up, telling him that his power, constitution, agility, spirit, and all the other attributes were increasing with 3 digits at one go. Quang Sheng knew that Lord Bai would have given Lin some nirvana crystals to increase his probability of awakening in the second-year profession, because the old man was pretty dependable on this regard. But as he had also told the teacher that Lin has ventured into the eternal trial battlefield, the man wondered about what level of the power of divinity has Lin experienced. Lin was not able to speak, but still, he told his teacher that he had finally hit level 39. But Lin was fumbling so much that at first, Quang Sheng heard that he was at level 3. Lin tried to correct his teacher once again, telling him that it is not level 3, but 39 instead. And this made the man drop his sword along with his guard, as he wondered about how Lin was able to pull off something like this. Lin told the man that he had reached the final destination of the sacred sanctuary, and had increased the divine level as much as he can. The teacher realized that Lin was having his power level soaring so high that some plans need to be fast-forwarded to keep Lin on track. This old man started asking him if he was afraid of death. Lin Moyo didn't know what to answer and just said that he didn't know himself because as a person who had never experienced real death, he couldn't say that it wasn't scary. The old man was happy with Lin Moyo's answer and agreed with him because there is a great fear that can be felt in everything between life and death, and it would be a lie to say that a person is not afraid when it comes to death. Because of this, he asked Lin Moyo again about his offer, because if he had a 50% chance of dying, if he faced an opportunity to become a super god level powerhouse, would he still be afraid of the high possibility of dying? When Lin Moyo heard about that, he immediately thought of the idea of becoming a super god level powerhouse that was more powerful than the considered adios and the strongest of humanity. He couldn't help but think about it deeply and be swallowed by this wonderful idea and offer that was right in front of him. He had so many things to think about if he was going to continue with this plan. After thinking for a long time and in his current breathless state, Lin Moyu still dared to answer and said that even though he felt a little scared from whatever he would face at the hands of Quang Sheng and the great opportunity he could give him, he would still do his best and try this matter. He knew that he would achieve nothing if he chose to stay in a safe position, and if he did not succeed in what he was doing, he would just quietly and calmly accept his own death, and instead of thinking about it more honestly. The old man's respect for Lin Moyu seemed to increase even more after hearing his answer. He smiled at her and laughed as he asked her again, what if he had to face 2 situations where he had to choose and put his life in great danger just to achieve whatever the reward would be at the end? Despite the old man's threats to Lin Moyu, he still chooses to follow him directly and show his dedication and determination to have the strength of will to overcome any trials he must face in order to possess such a powerful power, which is why he answers his teacher that he will stick to his previous decision and determination. Lin Moyu knew that even though he had no idea what he was going to face, he still chose to take on this challenge no matter what. Furthermore, even though no one knew how strong the so-called super god level powerhouse level of being a professional might be, he still knew that he really needed his courage and it had to be stronger than his current self and his future potential. The old man seemed even more pleased with Lin Moyu's answer and laughed at it. He told her that her tagline wasn't that bad anymore and praised her for the good she was showing in front of him, now because he liked her tagline courage. He just continued to let Lin Moyu know what they were going to do next. Since Lin Moyu's divine power level tagline was so high, he changed his previous plan and wanted to inform Lin Moyu of his newly formed plan to strengthen him and ensure that he would be able to achieve super god level powerhouse status in the future. Quang Sheng began to explain that even though all the parts that could be obtained from that monster were considered the same as bloodthirsty python meat, there were different effects that they could give to those who ate it. He informed Lin Moyu that the best part of that monster was its brain itself, followed by the meat from its heart and finally its other parts. What they needed most now was to get the best part from the bloodthirsty python for Lin Moyu to eat. Their only problem now is that humanity has not been able to obtain a python brain for a very long time, and even fresh meat from its heart is very difficult to obtain, requiring one to go through severe trials just to obtain it, especially since that monster is so powerful. Why did the old man have to fight it just to get a small piece of it? Also, since Lin Moyu had already eaten the bloodthirsty python meat before his second job change, it seemed like they would have to cut Lin's food back here, especially since his body would not be able to handle the effects of it since he was only 6 blasts away from its intense energy tagline. Also, due to the situation they were facing, Lin Moyu needed to eat the python meat right at the beginning of his second job change to ensure that it would have a good effect on his body and if he wanted to become a super god level powerhouse in the future. The old man explained to him that he needed to use the bloodthirsty python's meat attributes and taglines if he wanted to increase his tagline attributes to a level that no one had ever seen before. At the same time, Lin Moyu could also upgrade his tagline profession at the same time as he was undergoing his second job change. Besides, it would be better if he could awaken new talents like his powerful taglines in the present. If he followed this kind of method, he would be able to lay a very solid foundation for himself in the future that would help him achieve the status of a super god level powerhouse. Despite the great effect of this and the certainty that it would happen, there was only one thing he needed to think about because the associated risk of what he was doing was very high, where it depended only on his luck what his fate would be with having 50% Hansa to die because of the strength of the python meat effect. Even though Lin Moyu was still panting and tired from what he had experienced earlier from eating python meat, he was still strong and knew that he could overcome that. He let his teacher know that he believed in himself and always considered him lucky, so he was just considering whatever would happen to his future. Kuang Sheng seemed to really like everything he heard from Lin Moyu, and he was just saying to himself that it seemed like the old man Bai Shen was really lucky with this disciple of his. He had good feelings for Lin Moyu, so he made him wait and told him to stay in that place for a while because he was going to leave first to get a piece of python heart meat just for him. This old man didn't waste time anymore, and after saying goodbye to his student, he jumped very high using his power where he immediately headed to his planned destination while laughing loudly. Lin Moyu was just amazed because the old man took action so quickly and immediately left after hearing his answer. Lin Moyu began to worry, but not for his master because he knew that as a god-level ancient relic, the bloodthirsty python would definitely face danger even if it was as strong as his teacher, especially since you can't beat the strength of that old man. His heart was calm again, and he was sure that the old man would be able to return with the python's heart meat he had promised. He knew to himself that it seemed like the only thing he should do in the situation was to stay and wait for the old man to return with his little gift for him. He just thanked the old man for what he would do just for his sake. At the same time, his condition was also starting to improve, and the effect of the meat he had eaten was already going through his body and releasing his attribute. In fact, the meat he ate was able to increase his strength, physique, agility, and spirit by 1800 points, which you still can't believe, and you can't compare the effect to the magic potions he drank in the past. After waiting for 7 days, Lin Moyu continued his training until his master was able to return. But upon his arrival, he was enveloped in a thick black energy that was incomparable to what Lin Moyu had felt from this old man in the past. As he returned, he was panting and his fatigue was immediately evident. In addition, this old man's face and entire body were covered in bruises and wounds, with blood still flowing from his mouth and head. It was noticeable that Kuang Sheng seemed to have gone through great hardships fighting the bloodthirsty python just to bring back a gift for his student, where he placed the meat that he had worked so hard to obtain and fight its owner. which he placed in a golden box that was made just to maintain its freshness and not lose its effect over time. This old man did not speak any more and just smiled at Lin Moyu to let him know that it was fine. As soon as he arrived, he immediately threw the golden box containing the meat without saying anything to his disciple, where Lin Moyu immediately accepted and caught it. This golden box contained a strange energy that enveloped it and kept it sealed. Lin Moyu did not interfere with his teacher's current state, which was the old man's wish. This was his sacrifice for the younger generation, and he considered it only right that he should go through such hardship just to get that very important meat for Lin Moyu. He began to inform him that inside that box was the python heart meat, which he needed to remember to eat at the very beginning of his second job change. He also reminded Lin Moyu that he would be going through the unpleasant situation he faced in the past again, and even though what he would experience would be uncomfortable, he should bear it and enjoy the moment at the same time. Kwang Sheng laughed at Lin Moyu and said that he didn't know if he could watch Lin Moyu suffer in the future. But despite this, he still wished him to succeed and stay alive in his difficult time of eating meat. Lin Moyu was not amused by the old man's joke and remained silent because of the situation he faced after eating it just a few days ago, where he faced severe pain that he could not explain. But suddenly, the mind of Kwang Sheng shifted to another place as he turned around and sensed some people wondering about what they were doing there. Lin wanted to know about why Kwang Sheng was suddenly surprised. The master started explaining that some of the Empire's elders have shown up inside the bloodthirsty Crimson Realm with the aim of snagging some python meat for the main ingredient of their mystical elixirs. But the man knew that these elders were in for some really bad luck this time, because the beasts were already angered after the attack done by Kwang Sheng, and their temper was anything but pleasant. Suddenly, Kwang Sheng engulfed himself with the psychic energy, while grabbing Lin along with him inside his force field, as Lin's body started feeling light as it was floating in the air. The master started dashing towards the elders with insane speeds. And Lin, even when he was not doing any effort, it was hard for him to even keep up with the pressure, as he realized that this was the speed of a master-class warrior. As the scene shifts, we come to a different location inside the Crimson Realm, where a giant ancient boat was floating around in midair with multiple elderly-looking people in full robes. As soon as Kwang Sheng and Lin reached the place, the boy asked his master if all the elders of the Empire were god-level warriors. But Kwang Sheng just smiled, telling Lin that they were just fake gods. Lin was confused by this new term of false god, but Kwang Sheng was laughing continuously while telling Lin that the individuals who are struck at level 89 and rely on a lot of potions to reach level 90 are called false gods, as they did not organically grow themselves and cannot integrate their skills or even train them properly. According to Kwang Sheng, there was a world of difference between the false gods of level 90 and a real god-like warrior of level 90. And even when they are both of the same level, a true god-like warrior can crush many false gods with ease, even without breaking a sweat. While talking, Yan Guangsheng brings our Liu to the ship of that empire and lands directly on the ship. When all those old people see Yan Guangsheng there, some of them have a smile on their face while some people are serious. Those who had a smile on their face laugh and say that at last we have encountered Crazy God. Upon hearing this, Kwang Sheng said, "This time, you must fight your own battle. I will observe alongside my disciples." The elders felt a tinge of disappointment. But before they could respond, a lady emerged from the ship. She bowed respectfully and said, "Yayao greets Lord Yan Kwang Sheng. I have often heard about you from my father." This young woman was the youngest daughter of Dong Fengyi, the ruler of the Xia Empire. As soon as Kwang Sheng heard this girl, he asked her, "What else did your father say about me? Did he tell you how I taught him everything and beat him till he started crying for his parents?" On hearing this, the girl says that no, it is not like that. My father tells me that you are the pillar of the empire." Then after this, Kuang Sheng asks all of them whether you all have come here to get the meat of bloodthirsty python for this girl. As soon as the old people hear this, one of them says that please give us some favor, God of Madness. In reply to this, Kuang Sheng tells all of them that hey, don't make too much noise, just take care of yourself and don't get upset with us. Meanwhile, the eyes of the princess fall on RMC, and after seeing RMC, she thinks that this boy looks almost of my age and the mad god has accepted him as his disciple. Is he so talented? In her observation of Lin Moyu, she didn't see anything special about him, which made him wonder if Lin Moyu was really that good just to be accepted by the mad god as his own disciple and brought to that place. While the two sides were talking, they all suddenly felt a strange energy surrounding their ship. This energy was very familiar and disrupted the ship's flight, which made them immediately realize that it seemed to be the work of the monsters inside the bloody land. Kuang Sheng immediately knew what kind of enemy they were facing and reminded everyone present that they needed to be careful because the bloodthirsty python was coming in their direction. He knew that he wasn't wrong in what he was saying because it was only about him a while ago, and it seemed to be fading now if it was just added to the energy they felt in the room. The bloodthirsty python could quickly cover the distance between it and the ship they were all riding on, including the adults. It was circling the entire ship, and its terrifying energy could be felt enveloping the entire area. It seemed that its attention was focused on all of them, and they were becoming its target. From what he saw, Kuang Sheng knew that it didn't seem like he and Lin needed to interfere in the next events and informed the elders around him that the two of them were only there to watch the show that the python was coming. The cousins he had received from his opponent, the bloodthirsty python, were still fresh and knew that he would not gain anything from fighting another one and helping these weak creatures. Finally, they began to face each other, and the huge body of the bloodthirsty python could be seen. Its eyes were focused on the ship, and the two sides were now facing each other. The elders' side immediately formed a barrier to protect themselves from the monster's attack. To begin their fight and hunt the python, they immediately released thrusts from their ship where several energy beams hit the python's body. Also due to the damage it receives, the python simply retreats. Its unique appearance where it has horns and tentacles is a characteristic that defines its identity. In the attacks made by the ship, they succeed in penetrating its hard skin and are able to cause sufficient damage. In the wounds they make, its golden blood flows out. It seems that in accepting the attack, they only succeed in angering the python even more, which is now unleashing and waving its tentacles in the direction of the ship. It can use its very long body to repel its enemies and give itself some space to heal. It can only be seen that it is succeeding in what it is doing, and the ship that is trying to approach it is retreating. Lin, who was dazed by this, was forced to adjust his position and protect himself because from what he could feel, the monster they were facing was very strong. He was amazed and asked himself if this was the true power of the god-level monsters that he had not fully expected, and this was his first time seeing it with his own eyes. In his observation, he could not even follow its movements, and its attacks were too fast for his eyes to follow. Apart from this, the unbelievable strength of each blow that he felt in the gust of wind reaching him beyond the barrier that had been set up was also lacking. In the midst of the battle between the Blood Python and the forces from the Empire, it seemed that they were unable to anticipate the very powerful attack it was now sending at them, where the quick swipe of its tail at the ship they were riding on was enough to ruin their work and break the barrier that was surrounding them, stripping them of protection from this god-level monster that could pose a danger to all of them aboard. When they saw the breaking of their barrier, those present did not waste any more time, with one of the elders immediately taking action to repair it, which is why he released his energy and used his power. He informed his companions that he would be the first to repair their barrier and return it to its previous state because it was their greatest defense to protect themselves and their companions from future attacks by the blood python. With the help of one of these elders, their barrier is getting repaired. After they restore it, they prepare their ship again where they use this power to launch a new attack. This time, they are not just releasing a series of energy beams at the blood python, but they have used the power of their ship to form a gigantic sword that reaches 100 meters in length, which they use just to strike the large python on its side. They succeed in what they do, but as they prepare their attack with the large sword, they are bitten by the snake, recognizing that an attack in front of it can cause him great harm, so he can no longer just let it reach him. He stares at it, observing what his opponents are doing and at the same time preparing his own attack. Suddenly, along with his scream, the blood python's head begins to move clearly, immediately following it and causing thousands of lightning bolts to be released, which it aims at its opponents in the upcoming attack in front of it. As the lightning bolts arrive, it meets the attack from the large sword made by the people's god, and the opposition of these two powerful forces is enough to cause strong waves of energy that spread throughout the area. It seems that both sides are just killing each other, and their attacks are losing their effectiveness at the same time where none of their attacks reach their opponent. Despite using a powerful attack, the blood python's plan does not end there as it quickly prepares its large tail to strike its opponents where the surge of energy coming from its prepared attack can be immediately felt, which is why everyone on board the ship is alert. To solve this, the elders on board the ship quickly leave and meet the bloodthirsty python to face it personally. Their departure from the ship they are on is a stunning sight where they use their different energies to fend for themselves. They have different types of power that can only be noticed from the color of what they emit. These elders immediately go to their own places where they face the large snake and wrap themselves in thick energy so that they are not affected by the lightning it releases all around. The blood python is terrifying, but these elders are not at all powerful and fearlessly face their enemy monster. Lin Moyu, watching them confront the snake, began to understand that from their energy and what they were showing now, it seemed that those high-level professionals were a complete group where they had different types of professions such as being knight, warrior, mage, and archer. Not only that, but apart from the 4 elders who were fighting, there were 2 people left inside the ship, helping those on board and healing the wounds of those who had sustained injuries. As they left, Lin Moyu noticed that it seemed like what they had done was a formation to strengthen themselves and gain a slight advantage against the large snake. Lin Moyu was simply amazed by what he was watching because it was very rare to see a fight between top professionals, especially since it seemed like they were treating that large snake as a boss. He was so impressed by the strength these professionals were showing that he hoped that one day he would be able to reach this level and compete with them and the powerful monsters. While Lin Moyu was amazed by what he was watching, his teacher Quang Sheng suddenly interrupted and spoke, telling him to just watch what he saw in front of him and not take it too seriously and consider this to be a real battle when it comes to the strongest of them. He also reminded Lin Moyu that that was not the real way how true god-level professionals like them fought. It seemed that his disdain for these mere mortals had reached the point where he did not consider them to be of the same level, especially since he knew that there was a huge gap when it came to their powers. He began to explain to Lin Moyu that the reason why god-level professionals were called god-level powerhouses was that they did not need the help of others because their strength, while alone, was enough to defeat an opponent, and they did not need to form a group just to fight and show their true power when it came to fighting. So what he saw now seemed like a simple group of professionals forming a group to fight a strong opponent and not the true method of how god-level powerhouses fought. Even so, Lin Moyu was still a bit ignorant because this was his first time seeing something like this, and he had never actually watched a real fight between god-level professionals, and what happened just a few days ago was the short fight between Quang Sheng and Bai Shen. The old man was now adding to the explanation. To Lin Moyu, who was fighting alone, he could do what he wanted and leave if necessary without a group dragging him down. Munich Emperor, Lin Moyu would not immediately understand what he was saying unless he was able to reach the level of a true god-level professional. If that time came, his master Bai Shen would come to teach him, so he would not talk about anything for now. When Lin Moyu heard this, he somewhat understood what his teacher was saying, but only a small part of it entered his head. He only remembered his master Bai Shen because in his memory he could prove that he was a lone warrior when it came to fighting and had not yet formed a group with other professionals. He only thought that his master preferred to be alone when it came to fighting, and from what was recorded about him, it seemed that he had been facing his enemies alone for a long time. Because of his current troubles, Lin Moyu wondered if his master had needed support or perhaps healing from his colleagues. Lin Moyu was told that those at level 89 or even the Beijing God-level professionals would not be enough to become a true God level, and even if a group of more than 10 God-level professionals were formed, it would still not be enough to match a God-level powerhouse. When it comes to the final round of becoming a professional, even one level is very important because this one level ahead of them is very high in their eyes, which means that their strength is completely different. However, even so, there are still some who are not included in this method, because there are top professionals who are at level 89 who are close to becoming a true God-level professional, and they are called half-step God-level powerhouses, and their power is even higher compared to the Beijing God-level powerhouses who are at level 90. When Lin Moyu heard this, he immediately remembered the Creation College Mu Xing. Because no matter what his master Bai Shen said, he was one of the candidates to become the new God-level powerhouse of the empire. Returning to the battle between the Beijing God-level powerhouses of the empire and the Big Snake, it was still going on, and it lasted for several minutes where they were about to reach this climax. The group consisting of several elders of the empire are exploding and using their true power to confront the Great Snake, which is now starting to weaken, and if the current situation continues, it will definitely be defeated. They are unleashing their most powerful techniques to finish off the Great Snake once and for all. Their combined attacks hit the snake's body where it was enough to cause severe damage, causing it to go wild. It wasn't just the elders who were tiring themselves out to kill the large snake, because inside the ship there were still other elders controlling the ship. They gathered their power here and used the techniques contained in it at times to cause severe damage to the large snake in front of them. They took this great opportunity to create a large sword from the ship's energy where they controlled it to have a large form and appear in front of them. This sword, which was even larger compared to the ship, and the barrier appeared in front of them that they were activating. With a quick swing of its sword, it possessed enough force to cut off a large part of the tail of the large snake. The cut is so clean that it immediately slides and slides smoothly. This tail slides and the snake's blood spreads around where it goes to the sky. This tail reaches 5 meters in length and is a large piece of pure flesh and blood. The Moyo's eyes widened when he saw it because it was so large and several times larger than what he had eaten. This large piece of meat begins to shrink rapidly as it decays into its main body. In an instant, it shrinks and in an instant becomes only half a meter long. Quang Sheng explained that the reason it was so small was because of the loss of its unnecessary parts, which were spontaneously shed, leaving only the most important parts. He added that even though the meat from the python's tail was the lowest quality of bloodthirsty python meat and had only moderate effects, this piece of meat was enough for 5 people to eat. Its effects were very small compared to what Lin Moyu had eaten, as it only matched all the attributes of the 1500 points. Quang Sheng had killed the large python several times over the years, so he was well aware of its effects. With its tail being severed, the large python now seems to be in a panic, moving quickly and trying to move its body away from its enemies and protect itself. It was not expected that the people would successfully cut off its tail and move away to form a new plan to deal with them. Lin Moyu, who was watching what was happening now, was just amazed by everything he saw and could only say that with the current trend of events, the elders had the opportunity to kill the bloodthirsty python. But his teacher laughed loudly and informed Lin Moyu that it would be difficult to do. Apart from this, he also explained that if they were slow to escape from that place, there was a high chance that they would die right there and be knocked unconscious by that snake. But there was only one thing they could do if they wanted to stay in that place, and that was to ask for help from him. Kuang Sheng was overjoyed to see him, but even though he was doing this to them, he continued to look down on these elders, considering them to be lower beings than him. Because they were Peking God-level professionals, he was still a member of the Shangxia Empire, so he couldn't just watch them die. The elders were quickly trying to get the python tail meat inside their boat before the python even looks at them. But the lady saw that their attack was absolutely flawless, and the situation was looking absolutely fantastic. So she wondered about why the elders were not slaying the bloodthirsty python, and were instead running with the small piece of meat they had got. She was sure that the sword would do the trick, and it brutally damaged the bloodthirsty python. So she wondered about why everyone was in such a hurry to leave. But just then, the lady was going to get a surprise, because the python was starting to hiss with a loud echoing sound. And a bloodthirsty crimson aura started surrounding the creature all over, blinding all the elders, including the lady. Meanwhile, one of the old men was ordering all the others to be quick and get the python meat to the boat immediately, because the bloodthirsty python was really going to get as fast as lightning. Suddenly, heavy winds started howling against the current of the flowing boat, and Kuang Sheng started laughing devilishly while telling Lin that the show was about to begin. He wanted to ask his new disciple if he thought that the elders can slip away. And as Lin started looking around, he saw that the boat was getting covered with a bloodthirsty aura, even when it was continuously trying to materialize its shield once again. Lin realized that the boat was filled with the scent of blood and that the bloodthirsty python was actually craving some human flesh. After a few minutes, the crimson aura from the python disappeared and the creature completely transformed, becoming a level 96 god devouring bloodthirsty serpent. The python immediately clutched the flying boat into one of its fangs, and the ladies started shaking, wondering about what on earth that transformation was. The old experts present on the ship also got scared and started running here and there and shouting. They also could not understand how he came behind us so quickly. Then someone else says, "Quickly ask Mad God for help." Seeing this whole situation and this stampede, Kuang Sheng, standing in the middle of them, starts laughing loudly and says to our MC, "Did I not tell you that they cannot run away? How can the meat of a bloodthirsty python be obtained so easily? Though forget it, because we all are residents of Shangxia Empire, so I will help everyone without any reluctance." While saying these things, Yan Kuang Sheng was continuously increasing his power, and he will help all of them without any demand, because all of them belong to the same empire and at the same time. Everyone has taken the responsibility to help humans from monsters without any discrimination. And then immediately after this, Kuang Sheng sets out towards Python at full speed. Yan Kuang Sheng is moving towards the Python at full speed, and he has his sword in his hand, which he immediately turns towards the Python for attack. The sword energy of his attack was so powerful that it created a huge commotion there. And on the other hand, as soon as the old experts present on the ship see this, a wave of happiness comes on their faces. One of them says that we have got help. Mad God has taken action. He is helping us. Now everything will be good. With the arrival of the attack from Kuang Sheng, it manages to reach the blood python with an unexpected force, an attack that hits it with its large tentacle, causing it to report and release its grip. Its blood spreads all around while the elders regain control of their ship, which they now immediately activate to leave that area. due to the damage it received and the loss of its aim. This causes the bloodthirsty Python to become angry and now focus on the ship and Kuang Sheng. The elders insist on fleeing the ship they are riding from that area as soon as possible, because otherwise they will surely be outnumbered in the fight that will ensue in the face of Kuang Sheng and the snake. Just like the younger bloodthirsty python had attacked, the large snake was also preparing lightning bolts coming from the top of its head. In an instant, the snake sent all these powerful lightning bolts towards Kuang Sheng. Thousands of powerful lightning bolts continuously hit Kuang Sheng's face as he still remained in his position. Lin Moyu, who was watching all the happenings, didn't even pay attention to what was happening on the ship, and instead focused his eyes on Kuang Sheng to the point where he couldn't blink because he wanted to see what the real battle between god-level beings was. While Kuang Sheng was being rained down with so many lightning bolts, various energies suddenly brightened around him, surrounding him and seemingly protecting him. Lin Moyu couldn't believe what he was seeing because he knew that this was the so-called status aura that could only be used by supporters, so he couldn't understand what was happening now because it was obvious that Kuang Sheng was a god-level warrior. So how could he use it and increase his own power? With the help of that skill, Kuang Sheng's power continued to increase when it came to fighting based on it. After his little boost, Kuang Sheng continued his fight, advancing while carrying his large sword and accompanied by different colors of energy surrounding his body. Using his great sword, he cuts through all the lightning in front of him, completely stopping the attacks. After blocking the attacks coming at him, he launches his own counterattack. The great sword changes form, and with the sword he holds, it releases countless bursts of energy, each of which possesses immense power. It gradually grows until it reaches the snake, which now wraps its entire body in its own lightning to protect itself. From what Lin Moyu sees, he understands that it seems that Kuang Sheng's simple strikes with his sword are a skill with almost no cooldown when it comes to using it, and he just keeps releasing it. Its speed is amazing because in an instant, it can create so many sword waves. Kuang Sheng is able to make so many attacks that he can hit so many of them, and each sword energy that comes from him that hits has enough power to break the snake's scales. Because of these many attacks from him, the snake just roars in anger and its body gradually lights up. After the continuous attacks from Kuang Sheng, you also give the snake time to create its own counterattack. As it flies, it adjusts its body and many lightnings come out around it. With the number of lightnings that are there, the very dark void is illuminated. These lightning bolts were so thick that one was enough to crush anyone. In an instant, the snake aimed all of these lightning bolts at Kuang Sheng, fearlessly facing all of these attacks coming at him. Lightning bolts rained down on him from all directions. When these lightning bolts reached him, Kuang Sheng quickly made his own defense by wrapping himself in very thick sword energy. This white energy was accompanied by sharp bursts of energy that sang the lightning bolts of healing from the large snake. His entire body was filled with sword energy, causing it to glow. Lin Moyu, watching all of this, was stunned and couldn't believe what he was seeing. He could only ask himself if what he was seeing was real because in front of him was a battle between god-level beings. Their displays were unbelievable because it seemed like they had no cooldowns and they could use their skills whenever they wanted. In addition, one of the techniques they were using was powerful enough to be compared to forbidden spells. Lin Moyu seemed to be surprised, and now he understood what Kuang Sheng was referring to earlier about true god-level professionals. He also knew that it seemed like the battle between the two of them and Bei Sheng was just a joke, and it was nothing compared to what he was seeing in front of him now. As Lin Moyu watched all the events happening in front of him, he was stunned because he couldn't believe the strength and power that these two god-level beings were displaying in front of him. He understood that with the skills used by each side, he was afraid that if he faced even one of them, He wouldn't be able to save anything, and the combined defense that his skeleton armor life link damage transfer and other skills could give him would be useless and easily torn apart in front of all of them. He knew that no matter how many skeletons his tagline was, he could be sure that they would die immediately if he received even one of the skills coming from the bloodthirsty python. Because of this, he continued to feel nervous and sweaty as he watched from the sidelines. Even he couldn't believe himself that one day he would be interested in such a kind of creature that displayed unparalleled power that he never even thought was possible. Such a scope of destructiveness was something he had never seen before and understood now that he was experiencing it personally. Dongfang Yao shares the same opinion, stunned by what she sees and unable to believe it. She is amazed by what the old man is demonstrating now, facing the bloodthirsty python. She is also beginning to understand how powerful the mud god her father has spoken of truly is, possessing a power that cannot even be compared to the old men standing beside her today. As the exchange of attacks between Kuang Sheng and the large python continued, the old man was only succeeding in sharpening his sword slash, which easily penetrated the snake's defenses. Because of his attack, the python was only surprised, while the wounds that had healed from its many wounds on its body were scattered everywhere. It just stared at the many attacks coming at it. Even though its face was covered in wounds, the big snake still didn't give up. Because after the attacks from Kuang Sheng came, it bit and released the accumulated energy from its mouth, which turned into a lot of lightning that went in Kuang Sheng's direction. Even though it could only use its skill, it was easily able to deflect it. The attack made by the big snake reached Kuang Sheng, but it didn't let it easily escape because with the help of its big sword, it placed it in front of him to catch the lightning that was aimed at him. He was able to support it with his hands because of the extremely strong force coming from that attack. He was using all his strength to make sure it didn't pass him. Lin Moyu, who couldn't even keep up with the speed of the attacks being made, was also succeeding in following the lightning bolts heading towards Kuang Sheng. With those on the ship, they watched the battle unfold where they could only glimpse Kuang Sheng continuing to protect himself and not letting the thick lightning bolts reach his body. With the help of his strength, he is able to spread those attacks around. Even though he remains safe from the snake's attacks, his arm has reached its limit. With the overwhelming force coming from the lightning, he is forced to step back a little and use all his strength, which he focuses on his two arms, which are now starting to crack. He tried to spread his force all around so that it wouldn't continue to spread and tear apart his own defenses, which he would understand that he would have nowhere to go if he just stayed in his current position, so he tried to think of a way to just get out of receiving the attack. Immediately he came up with his own plan where if he succeeded he would be able to hit a counterattack. When he got his own chance to do what he was planning, he didn't waste any more time, and when he had a little space he immediately left from the direction where the many lightning bolts were heading and just disappeared from his position suddenly. Suddenly, it reappeared in front of the large snake that had not expected its appearance. It wondered for a moment where its opponent was going. But it seemed that Kuang Sheng was too late to follow its whereabouts because after it appeared, it immediately swung its sword towards its opponent who was shocked by what it had done. In a quick attack, it succeeded with a hit that caused severe damage to the large snake. With the wound it received, the python retreated, completely shocked by what it had received, and now there was a large wound on its chest near its head, causing a large amount of blood to flow from its chest, spreading all around. Lin Moyu, who was observing what was happening, saw how his teacher tore the python's very thin skin, which now had a wide wound on its fang. Lin Moyu was amazed that his teacher was able to cause such great damage to the python that its flesh was so deep that its flesh could be seen. Lin Moyu began to understand that it seemed that the meat of the bloodthirsty python's heart that was given to his teacher was being healed by a terrifying boss who was afraid of being powerless and powerless that he did not fully understand. knowing that it seemed that his teacher had really faced great danger just to obtain something that would greatly help Lin Moyu's growth. After Quan Sheng faced the terrifying god-level beast, he knew that he was now being given a very good opportunity to leave because of the severe damage he had caused it. He understood that it seemed like it was time to leave, so he immediately went to his student Lin Moyu, while quickly approaching him to grab him. Lin Moyu did not expect this action from his teacher, and was surprised because he suddenly appeared in front of him. He could not even follow his movements, and in an instant he grabbed him and pulled him to fly with him. He just let the ship remain in their place, while Lin Moyu and Quang Sheng quickly fled from the place now that they were given the opportunity, and the bloodthirsty python was a little confused now. The elders and professionals who were aboard the ship immediately noticed the departure of the mad god, so when they saw that the one they were holding on to and expected to face the large snake was gone, they knew that they had to obey and leave that place because otherwise they might once again incur the wrath of the bloodthirsty python. Now, without the help of a god-level professional, it would definitely be their end. As Lin Moyu and Quang Sheng flew away from that place, Quang Sheng began to explain to him that the two snakes he had seen earlier and faced were two different creatures because the smaller snake was called a bloodthirsty python, and the larger one was a creature that had evolved and grown stronger to become what was called a divine bloodthirsty dragon, where it was immediately clear what the difference between the two was. When the bloodthirsty python called for help, the larger and stronger divine bloodthirsty dragon came to his aid. Because of what he had been through, Quang Sheng wanted to know what Lin Moyu thought after watching the fight that had just taken place, so he asked him. While still shocked by everything he had seen earlier, Lin Moyu began to tell him that the small bloodthirsty python from earlier was actually stronger compared to the ancient loon that he had fought against during the eternal trials. But there was only one thing that bothered him because he didn't know who was stronger. He just wanted to know if it was truly stronger compared to the ancient earth dragon because a group of level 89 professionals couldn't even completely kill it, and from what he had experienced, the ancient earth dragon was truly terrifying. When Quang Sheng heard about the ancient earth dragon, he stopped in his flight and was surprised because he hadn't expected to hear that name from Lin Moyu. To make sure what he heard, he asked Lin Moyu again if Lin Moyu had mentioned the name of the ancient earth dragon correctly. He was just stunned, and now that I told them about their flight, they were just floating in the void. Since he couldn't believe that Lin Moyu knew about that name, he started asking him if he had seen it in person and how it happened. When Lin Moyu saw this, he was just surprised and wanted to know why his teacher was so shocked about it and had such a strong reaction towards the name of the ancient earth dragon. He just wanted to know what his teacher knew about that one. To start his story, Quang Sheng immediately took off his clothes, where he showed Lin Moyu a large wound running through his body. This is one of the few wounds that remain with him to this day. He informs Lin Moyu that that wound has been etched on his body for so many years that he can no longer remember it. Lin Moyu, observing this large wound, begins to wonder why it still remains on Quang Sheng's body, because isn't it very easy for god-level powerhouses to just heal that wound, but why does his teacher let it remain on his body? Because of this, he starts to form several guesses. Perhaps his master went through an intense battle against whoever inflicted that wound on him. Quang Sheng then continues his story, telling Lin Moyu that he has attempted to challenge the ancient earth dragon 3 times. 3 times he tried to fight it during his journey as a professional. The first time he encountered the ancient earth dragon was in his youth, when he was only at level 69. During this time, he and his companions who were of the same level managed to successfully enter the core area of the Eternal Trials as a group. During their journey, they happened to encounter the ancient earth dragon, but they had to fight against numerous obstacles in their path, and they fought all their encounters where they killed all the bosses that could be found within that area until they managed to get right in front of the ancient earth dragon. When they saw it, they immediately felt the immense power it possessed and its terrifying presence. Even though they were composed of a group of professionals who boasted the considered high level of being level 69, none of them present attempted to do anything. At that time, they just stared at the ancient earth dragon who was just watching them from afar until finally they couldn't do anything and were scared by the idea of having to fight that creature, so they were forced to just walk with their tails crossed. They were just ashamed that they left without doing anything, but it was a good decision because they managed to survive. The second time he encountered the ancient earth dragon again was when Kuang Sheng was at level 89, where he only needed a little bit before he finally reached becoming a god-level professional. What he did during that time travel was to find the space-time channel that connected their world and the eternal trials, where he was able to return to the core area of the upper layer. If it weren't for the space-time channel, it would be impossible for someone like him who was at level 89 to return and go to that place. He was looking for the ancient earth dragon during his visit there and wanted to take back the humiliation he faced at its hands, but in their fight he was out of luck. Without much effort, the ancient earth dragon struck him with its claws, a simple, effortless swipe. Yet the impact was immense. With just a single motion of its hand, he was instantly thrown out of the core area of the eternal trials, unable to do anything to resist. Despite this outcome in his second encounter with the ancient earth dragon, he did not suffer any wounds. The creature had simply expelled him from its territory without inflicting harm. By the third time, he had reached level 93 and had become a god-level warrior, far stronger than before. One day, he decided to return to the upper layer of the eternal trials once again to take revenge and reclaim the honor he had lost to the ancient earth dragon. Fortunately, he succeeded in finding the opponent he had long sought to challenge. Upon their reunion, he accepted a single attack from the ancient earth dragon, and that lone strike was enough to defeat him. However, this time, the ancient earth dragon did not immediately expel him from the upper layer. Instead, it spoke a single sentence to him. The words were simple, yet they carried an immense weight. The ancient earth dragon told him, "You are too weak to fight me." Even as the feared mad god recounted this moment, there was no trace of shame or anger in his words. Instead, he only pondered in curiosity, wondering just what kind of being he had faced. What shocked him the most was hearing the ancient earth dragon speak. He could hardly believe that a monster could communicate with him in a language he understood. Hearing this story, Lin Moyu was left in disbelief. He never imagined that the ancient earth dragon was so powerful that even his master, feared by many and revered as a god-level powerhouse, had been completely overwhelmed without landing a single strike. Even Lin Moyu now found himself questioning the true nature of the earth dragon. After finishing his story, Kuang Sheng shifted back to their previous discussion. He then asked Lin Moyu how he managed to encounter the ancient earth dragon despite his low level. He was eager to gather any information about the beast, one so powerful that even he had failed against it. Lin Moyu then recounted every experience and hardship he had gone through before finally meeting the ancient earth dragon. He held nothing back, revealing every detail to his master. Starting from the beginning, Lin Moyu explained that the dragon took notice of him because it was his first time encountering a talking boss monster. Kuang Sheng then explained that the higher a boss monster's level, the greater its intelligence. Such creatures could strategically utilize their environment and abilities to their advantage. However, the ancient earth dragon was the only being Kuang Sheng had ever met that could actually speak and communicate with him. From Lin Moyu's story, Kuang Sheng realized something: if the ancient earth dragon willingly engaged in conversation with Lin Moyu, then it must have had a deep interest in him. With this in mind, Kuang Sheng advised Lin Moyu, "When your strength has reached a sufficient level, return to the core area. Find the ancient earth dragon again and determine what it truly wants from you." Both of them have reached their residence while talking, and as soon as Kuang Sheng brings our Lin here, he says, "Well, I did what Bai Yuan told me to do, and now it is time for you to go back." This place is not suitable for staying for a long time. When Kwang Sheng was saying this, he seemed a little sad. Then he tells our Lin Moyu the further procedure. Remember to inject the deadly aura into the domain stone in the future. This thing has been ruined in my hands for so many years. I hope one day you will be able to use it. Kwang Sheng was saying all these things while entering the house, and our Lin smiles a little after listening to him from behind. He also came to know that Kwang Sheng is a little sad, and when both of them sit in the room, there is complete silence. No one was talking. Sitting in the room, RMC starts thinking that this divine stone of this area must be extraordinary. Teacher Kwang Sheng has really given me a lot. However, he was still unable to understand why his teacher was living in such an isolated place. Then our Lin takes out a cup of tea and bends down and says, "Please have some tea, teacher." Kwang Sheng's attention was distracted by our Lin's voice, and as soon as he saw our Lin, he starts laughing and laughingly says, "You are a very nice boy. No wonder Bai likes you so much." Then he starts drinking tea. After drinking tea, Kwang Sheng puts the teacup on the table and says to our Lin, "Okay, then let's go back. Now it is time for your second turn." Lin has come to know that it is time to say goodbye. So he bows down and respectfully says that this disciple of yours says goodbye to you, teacher. As the scene shifts, Lin was back to the human world and realized that he haven't bathed in the sunlight of the human world for ages. But two similar faces were also present there. It was the lady princess and the elder. And as the female realized that the disciple of the god of fury also returned from the bloodthirsty crimson realm, she got behind Lin asking him his name. But Lin did not even answer, shocking both the elder and the princess as he started going away. But the girl thought that Lin had zero manners, acting all high and mighty just because he is the so-called disciple of the god of fury. Even when the lady was really getting annoyed, she decided to leave the matter for now because the elder told her that the young man was having unyielding pride in him. And for the god of fury to take notice of him, he must surely be a top-tier genius. After that, the elder continued to the princess that as she had already consumed the bloodthirsty python meat, the king had already prepared for her class transfer, and all the preparations were nearly complete, so she should seize the moment and level up right now. As the scene shifts, Lin came back to the nostalgic hanging place of both the old men as one of them were sipping tea. At last, Lin Moyu finally arrived at the courtyard, where Meng and Wen immediately sensed his presence. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Moyu, he noticed a significant change. The murderous aura that once surrounded the young man had completely disappeared. Beyond that, his attributes had increased dramatically. From these visible changes, Meng and Wen realized that Kwang Sheng must have genuinely cared about Lin Moyu. It was clear now that he had not abandoned him during his time in the Bloody Land. As Meng and Wen sipped his tea, he informed the newly arrived Lin Moyu that his master, Bai Shen, was currently preparing for his second job change ceremony, a process that would likely take a few more days to complete. Additionally, he advised Lin Moyu to focus on leveling up first and reach level 40 before proceeding. Once he had achieved that, he could return and they could continue with the necessary preparations. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu did not hesitate or argue. Without delay, he bid farewell to Meng and Wen and immediately set off to level up, fully committed to reaching level 40 in preparation for his upcoming job change. Upon entering the dungeon hall, she found it brimming with life, and the people inside were eager to venture into the dungeons. For the students of Shujing Academy, this place was considered a paradise for leveling up. Even though the crowd and the noise were nothing new, there was an added excitement in the air, mainly due to the presence of Dongfang Gao inside the dungeon hall. Many people were drawn to her presence, unable to take their eyes off her. Her beauty and well-proportioned figure made her stand out, like a blooming rose incomparable to anything else. She had been at Shujing Academy for a long time and was a well-known member, yet no one truly knew her real identity. As she searched through the Reason Hall, she found herself in front of a dungeon gate with an unusual appearance. It was entwined with vines. Eventually, she discovered a dungeon suitable for her level, the level 37 dungeon possessing a water element, known as the Water God's Garden Dungeon. As she was selecting the dungeon's difficulty, she mused that since she was already at level 36, it was reasonable to challenge this dungeon, even if it was a level higher than her. With so many people watching her, she remained confident, knowing that the dungeon only had a nightmare difficulty level, which wasn't too challenging. She simply needed to form a strong team, and with her skills, she believed they could clear the dungeon together. Her confidence soared as she relished the attention from those around her. She took pride in her beauty, further accentuated by the elegant equipment she wore. Just as she was about to look for her team members, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The gazes of the people who had been fixated on her were now directed elsewhere. In one corner of the dungeon hall, a commotion arose as someone teleported into their location. It was Lin Moyu, just arriving from a teleportation array. Immediately, all the professionals within the dungeon hall recognized him. After all, he was a living legend known throughout the land. Lin Moyu stood there, silently observing the crowd without showing any trace of emotion. Even Dongfang Yao turned to look at him, puzzled as to why he was there and how he had arrived. She stared at Lin Moyu, still in disbelief, as murmurs filled the hall. Everyone was astounded by his sudden appearance and celebrated his return. Whispers of admiration spread throughout the hall, recounting his feats as humanity's youngest general, a man who had fearlessly fought against humanity's enemies. Voices echoed. This is the man who single-handedly slaughtered an entire battalion of the Dragon Clan 10,000 warriors, all by himself. His legend had spread throughout the empire. Dongfang Yao listened as people continued praising Lin Moyu. Though he wasn't as overwhelmingly powerful as some of the other generals, he was unmatched when it came to annihilating large enemy groups. People declared that no one at his level could rival him, and some even said that not even those at higher levels could match him. After all, he had slain a level 70 member of the Dragon Clan, an extraordinary feat, especially since he hadn't even summoned his skeleton army at the time. Everyone agreed that if General Lin Moyu reached his third job evolution, he would likely be capable of defeating the Demon King alone. Hearing all this, Dongfang Yao was left in shock. She now understood that the young man she had encountered in the Bloody Land was, in fact, Lin Moyu. It was no wonder that the Mad God had personally taken him as a disciple and guided him through the Bloody Land. As Lin Moyu walked toward the dungeon gate, Dongfang Yao stepped forward to intercept him, finally realizing his true identity. Previously, she had assumed that the rumors about Lin Moyu were exaggerated. She thought his strength was overhyped and that his achievements were impossible. But now, standing before him, she could no longer deny the truth. She spoke directly to him, addressing him by name, finally accepting that he had indeed become the disciple of the Mad God. Yet, despite her efforts to engage him, Lin Moyu showed no interest in her presence. He simply apologized and asked her to step aside, explaining that he needed to level up. His voice was calm, emotionless, as if Dongfang Yao were nothing more than a stranger to him. Even as she flaunted her beauty before him, Lin Moyu remained utterly indifferent. Dongfang Yao was taken aback. This was the first time anyone had spoken to her in such a manner. Anger surged within her as she questioned why she was being treated that way. Inside the dungeon, countless other dungeons could be seen within the dungeon hall. Lin Moyu understood that among all the god-level powerhouses at present, none had achieved what he had accomplished. He was certain that he would become a god-level powerhouse in the future. Inside the Water God Garden Dungeon, Lin Moyu found himself in front of a breathtaking view, surrounded by a pleasant and refreshing atmosphere. He was in a courtyard where water flowed freely, with large stone pillars standing in the middle of the garden, surrounded by water. The water element in this place was incredibly rich. Lin Moyu began recalling the process he had gone through in the Fire God's palace before. If he wanted to upgrade this dungeon, he would have to create a significant impact within a short time. This meant that he had to eliminate all the monsters inside as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu quickly assessed his opponent's fountain water spirits, which were enhanced elite monsters found around the stone pillars. These monsters were at level 37, possessing 14,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 10,000 physique. They had a skill called Package and had attributes that granted them immunity against water elemental attacks and physical attacks. Based on his observations, Lin Moyu saw that the monsters' attributes were not particularly high. However, the problem was that they were immune to water element attacks and physical attacks. He realized that his skeleton warriors would be useless against them, and only his skeleton mages, those without the water element, would be effective in dealing with them. Without wasting any time, Lin Moyu raised his right hand, releasing his spirit. In an instant, his skeleton mages, most of whom wielded fire elements, appeared along with an undead general to enhance their power. With a surge of dark energy, they emerged, filling the entire courtyard. Lin Moyu's skeleton army was now ready for battle. As soon as his skeletons appeared, the fountain water spirits immediately took action, charging toward them in an unusual manner. Lacking arms and legs, the spirits leaped at the skeletons. However, before they could get close, the skeleton mages unleashed their elemental skills, striking down the fountain water spirits. In an instant, the spirits were wiped out, their life force extinguished. With just the first attack, a large number of them had already fallen. Serving as tanks despite their ineffective attacks, the skeleton warriors rushed toward the enemies, charging through them while allowing the skeleton mages to cast their skills. The entire area was engulfed in various elemental attacks except for water elemental ones. The skeleton warriors paid little attention to the attacks they received from the fountain water spirits and continued running forward since the attacks didn't cause significant damage. The level 39 skeleton mages easily eliminated the level 37 Nightmare Dungeon elite monsters. Lin Moyu's skeletons moved swiftly, covering the entire area, making it unnecessary for him to take direct action. Since elemental monsters left no corpses behind, Lin Moyu couldn't use his corpse explosion skill. However, his skeletons were fast enough that he didn't even need that ability. The skeleton warriors spread out across the map, searching for all remaining enemies and allowing the skeleton mages to finish them off. Wherever Lin Moyu's undead army went, the monsters fell instantly, leaving Lin Moyu completely unbothered. He didn't even break a sweat. As a level 39 necromancer fighting solo in a level 37 dungeon, it was simply too easy. Walking calmly through the battlefield, allowing his skeletons to do all the work, he gradually formed a complete mental map of the dungeon. Wherever his skeleton army passed, only silence remained. Towering stone pillars stood in the distance, engraved with the image of a woman holding a trident, commanding the water. After a few minutes of continued exploration, along with his skeletons destroying everything in their path, Lin Moyu noticed that the tall stone pillars seemed to tell a story. Each of these pillars had carvings of various beings, including monsters and humans. However, what caught his attention the most was the woman he had seen earlier, especially since she was consistently depicted on the stone pillars. He started to understand that these carvings were telling some kind of story. He felt a bit of regret because, while most of the stones had been destroyed, he hadn't paid much attention to them earlier. Lin Moyu continued his mission, knowing that his task wasn't too difficult. Finally, he managed to eliminate all the enemies in the courtyards inside the dungeon. In less than 20 minutes, his skeletons had completed their work. As Lin Moyu wandered through one of the now ruined courtyards, he noticed the water in the center acting strangely. It was raging and swirling violently, catching his attention. As he observed the unusual phenomenon, he realized that the dungeon seemed to be luring him in, giving him a subtle push, as if encouraging him to dive in. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu leaped forward, diving into the swirling water, following its pull to explore its depths and uncover what the dungeon was trying to show him. Without delay, he plunged into the raging current and continued swimming downward. After passing through the powerful whirlpool, he found himself in front of an underwater palace. Massive fish swam around the grand structure, which stretched vast and immense before him. As he took in the breathtaking sight, a notification appeared, informing him that the dungeon had now been upgraded. Its current difficulty level had been adjusted, reaching hell-level difficulty. Lin Moyu was taken aback, astonished yet excited. Just like what happened in the Fire God's palace, he had once again triggered a dungeon upgrade after clearing out all the monsters outside. Now, a hidden section of the dungeon had been unlocked. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon hall, right in front of the entrance to Lin Moyu's dungeon, water began flowing from a mystical fountain, radiating an unusual energy that spread throughout the hall. In an instant, this strange energy surged, causing the dungeon gate to react. The fountain's water filled a small basin, and the energy it released was enough to breathe life back into the withered branches around it. Leaves began to sprout again, and crimson flowers started to bloom. All the professional adventurers present turned their attention to the sudden transformation. They pointed excitedly at the water god garden, which was now changing before their very eyes. Along with these changes, a familiar sound echoed throughout the hall, the same sound they had heard when the fire god's palace had been upgraded previously. Everyone now understood that the dungeon before them was undergoing an upgrade, and it was all because of General Lin Moyu. For the second time, he had successfully upgraded a dungeon. And now, the Water God Garden had officially reached hell-level difficulty. Since this was Dongfang Yao's first time witnessing and hearing about a dungeon upgrade, she simply couldn't believe what was happening. This was the first time she had ever learned about something like this. On top of that, she couldn't accept that Lin Moyu was actually right. She listened in disbelief as the professionals around her murmured about how the dungeon had now reached hell-level difficulty. She could hardly believe it, especially since just a few minutes ago, she had personally checked the dungeon's difficulty settings, and the highest level available had only been nightmare difficulty. Unwilling to accept what she was hearing, she rushed to the crystal orb at the front of the dungeon to verify everything herself. As she hurried forward, she couldn't help but feel shocked. She knew that the Water God Garden dungeon had existed in the dungeon hall for hundreds of years, yet in all that time, it had never undergone an upgrade. When Dongfang Yao placed her hand on the crystal orb, the dungeon's current status appeared before her eyes, confirming everything she had just heard. The Water God Garden dungeon had indeed been upgraded to hell-level difficulty. She staggered backward in shock, her mind flashing back to her earlier conversation with Lin Moyu. Everything he said had been true. Now, she also realized that because of this upgrade, Lin Moyu was currently fighting a hell-level dungeon alone. From what she knew, whenever a dungeon was upgraded, the person or group responsible would be forced to challenge the dungeon at its new, higher difficulty level. At the same time, she was aware that no one had ever managed to obtain elemental shards from this dungeon before. But now that the difficulty had been increased, water elemental shards could finally be obtained by professionals. At this moment, Dongfeng Yao wasn't just curious about Lin Moyu anymore. Instead, she desperately wanted to know everything about him. She simply couldn't understand how a single person could accomplish something like this. Returning to the Water God Garden dungeon, Lin Moyu wasted no time. As soon as he entered the underwater palace, he immediately summoned his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. They charged forward, but before they could fully enter the palace, a massive explosion erupted at its gate. Lin Moyu had not expected this. As the gate shattered, a powerful water element attack surged forth from behind the door, rapidly transforming into a trident that shot straight toward him. He saw the attack coming but realized it was too fast to dodge. Lin Moyu focused on the incoming trident, analyzing its details. He suddenly recognized it. He had seen this weapon before. On one of the stone pillars in the courtyard, there was always a carving of a woman holding this exact trident. The moment he identified it, the trident struck his body. However, he used his skeleton armor to shield himself. Upon impact, the weapon briefly glowed with intense light, and Lin Moyu was forced a few steps back. From that single attack, he understood that his opponent was far from weak. This confirmed his suspicions. The dungeon had indeed been upgraded to hell-level difficulty. Based on how his skeleton armor reacted, Lin Moyu estimated that his enemy's strength attribute was around 50,000. As his army of skeletons prepared to storm the palace, a sudden, blinding light erupted from within. Before they could advance, countless tridents materialized from the radiant glow, all aiming directly at Lin Moyu and his undead forces. Like a torrential downpour, the glowing tridents rained upon them, illuminating the entire sky. The skeleton warriors attempted to dodge the attacks, but some were struck. However, despite the intimidating appearance of the assault, the actual damage inflicted on Lin Moyu's undead army was relatively minor. Realizing this, the skeletons did not take the attacks too seriously. They continued their charge toward the palace, evading the falling tridents where possible. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu's undead general took action. Even though the skeleton warriors weren't suffering massive damage, he still activated Legion Healer to restore their lost HP. A soft white light spread across the battlefield, rapidly healing the skeleton warriors as they pressed forward in their relentless assault. As the battle raged on, Lin's skeletal warriors advanced steadily, finally breaching the castle's interior. At the heart of the grand hall stood a magnificent throne, upon which rested the trident of the water god. Even though it was only a duplicated projection, it radiated an overwhelming aura of power. However, to everyone's surprise, the throne itself was unoccupied. Lin found himself wondering, was there no ruler of this palace, or had the throne been abandoned long ago? But if that were the case, who was attacking them from within? Without hesitation, Lin signaled his skeletal warriors and mages to seize the trident. But the moment they approached, it pulsed violently, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. The aquatic energy surged forward, repelling the skeletal warriors instantly. Recognizing the elemental nature of the attack, the skeletal mages sprang into action, casting waves of fire magic to counter the water's power. The evaporating mist swirled through the hall as the warriors prepared to advance once again. But as they pressed forward, the trident's energy only grew stronger. A shimmering barrier of water enveloped it, and suddenly, the weapon summoned a massive aquatic dragon to defend itself. The creature soared through the air, its form constantly shifting and reforming as the warriors struck at it. No matter how many times they attacked, the beast simply reassembled itself. Realizing that brute force alone wouldn't be enough, Lin quickly ordered his mages to intensify their fire spells. The skeletal mages unleashed a relentless barrage of flames, boiling away the water dragon until it could no longer regenerate. With the dragon gone, the barrier protecting the trident finally shattered, leaving it exposed. Just then, a system notification flashed before Lin, revealing that a level 41 water deity projection had been present all along. With a strength of 60,000 and agility and spirit stats of 10,000 each, the entity was no ordinary foe. It wielded abilities such as Roar of the Tides and Eternal Freeze, and its traits included amplified water elemental attacks and a 50% reduction in physical damage received. Before Lin could process this, he noticed a figure materializing on the throne. A regal yet ethereal woman, composed entirely of water, now sat before him. Despite her breathtaking beauty, Lin knew she was anything but benevolent. She was an elite boss, and this was going to be a fierce battle. The queen's eyes snapped open as a piercing scream filled the chamber. But Lin, fully aware of the threat she posed, refused to give her an opportunity to strike first. Without delay, he unleashed a flurry of fireballs, aiming to end the fight before it could truly begin. Yet, the queen swiftly conjured a protective barrier, nullifying his attacks. Furious over the destruction of her palace, she grasped the trident, channeling its tidal energy into a devastating counterattack. The air grew icy as eternal freeze spread across the battlefield, instantly encasing Lin's skeletal warriors in thick layers of ice. But Lin merely smirked. Though the queen's speed was impressive, her power was underwhelming. If he had faced her at level 30, she might have posed a significant challenge, but now she was nothing more than a stepping stone. In response, Lin summoned his undead general, who materialized at the center of the battlefield. The skeletal warriors rallied, forming a disciplined battle formation that dispelled all negative effects and reignited their fighting spirit. One by one, they shattered the ice encasing them and resumed their charge toward the queen. Seeing her attacks fail, the Water Queen's fury intensified. Her flowing hair surged upward like a rising tide, a clear sign of her growing rage. But even as she unleashed more ice-based magic, the skeletal warriors cut through her spells effortlessly, advancing with relentless determination. Meanwhile, Lin was far from idle. He cast a slow curse, binding the queen's movements and causing her to cry out in agony. Seizing the opportunity, his skeletal warriors lunged forward, delivering a relentless flurry of sword strikes. The queen's agonized screams echoed through the hall as her form wavered. With a final shriek, she dematerialized into nothingness. A system notification appeared before Lin, confirming his victory and granting him valuable rewards experience points, 2 water elemental crystal shards, and a notification that collecting 5 would allow him to forge a clear water crystal. Lin estimated that he was still about 50% away from leveling up. He knew he would have to grind a bit more, but the rewards made it worthwhile. The water elemental crystals would be a crucial resource for enhancing his elemental godstone. But just as he was processing his gains, something caught his eye, a faint glow emanating from the corner of the hall. Turning toward it, he discovered the trident, now pulsing with a soft white aura. Curious, Lin stepped forward and reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed against the weapon, it began to dematerialize, reshaping itself into an elegant, radiant key. A new system message confirmed that he had obtained the key of the water deity, a relic capable of unlocking the true sanctuary of the deity. Additionally, he had acquired a water elemental gem, an item that permanently reduced water element damage by 50% and granted a one-time chance to obtain a water-based skill. Knowing the value of such an item, Lin wasted no time in using it before continuing his journey. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon hall, the sound of ringing bells filled the air. The moment the notification appeared, adventurers erupted into cheers. Another record had been broken. Lin had completed the Water God Courtyard dungeon in just 48 minutes and 22 seconds. The excitement was palpable. Some newcomers, including a certain princess, were bewildered by the commotion. Turning to an adventurer nearby, she inquired about the cause of the celebration. The answer was simple. Lin the Legend had done it again. "He breaks his own records every single time," the adventurer said with a grin. "And the crazy part? He still hasn't reached his true limit." The princess could hardly believe it. Solo clearing a hell-level dungeon in under 50 minutes was unheard of, yet everyone around her acted as if this was expected. Then, as if to prove their point, Lin emerged from the dungeon momentarily, only to step forward and select Hell difficulty once again. Without hesitation, he re-entered the dungeon for another run. The crowd went wild. Excited whispers filled the air as adventurers eagerly placed bets on how fast he would finish this time. Some wagered he'd complete it in 24 minutes, while others believed it would take longer. As the stakes rose and anticipation grew, the princess found herself at a loss for words. What had this man done to make the world react this way? What kind of power had they all witnessed? She could only watch in awe as Lin, the legend, set out to make history once more. The scene shifts back to the water god courtyard once again. But Lin feels a bit disappointed since the water crystal gem hasn't awakened any new powers within him. Still, he decides to speedrun the dungeon because now he has hell mode from the start. He knows the monsters will turn into ferocious beasts, but the experience gain will also skyrocket. At this pace, he will reach level 40 in just a few hours with the help of his undead general and legion of skeletal warriors. So, he orders all the undead to go all out and rack up kills to help him level up. Scene shifts. Just 5 minutes later, the surface level of the Water God Palace is already cleared. Lin dives deeper into the palace, once again facing the same pedestal and same trident as before. He knows he has already snagged the key item, meaning no one else can obtain the pure water gem, the water god's flute, or the water god's key. These were one-time rewards, and only he could claim them. Suddenly, the trident materializes, transforming into the water deity once again. She is furious over what happened before, splashing water at the skeletal warriors while wielding the trident to attack them herself. Scene shifts to Dungeon Hall. A sudden bell rings, signaling that another record has been shattered. As the audience checks the numbers, they see that the level 37 Water God dungeon has been completed in just 22 minutes and 58 seconds by none other than Lin Moyu. Those who bet that Lin would finish under 24 minutes are overjoyed, celebrating their huge winnings in dungeon points. Among these people, Yi Yao is also standing, seeing the excitement of the crowd and another new record in the dungeon. She is completely shocked and says it only took him 22 minutes. This is hell level difficulty. He actually solo cleared hell level. After that, she climbs the stairs near the dungeon and looking at the hell level difficulty symbol says, "Could it be that this dungeon's difficulty is not as high as I imagined? If he can do it, could it be that I can too?" Although Yi Yao was a bit hesitant while saying this, she still moved straight to the dungeon portal and directly selected the hell level difficulty. Without hesitation, she entered the dungeon. However, 2 minutes later, we see Yi Yao completely exhausted, injured, and leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. Seeing her in this state, our Lin, who is standing nearby, asks, "Are you okay?" Hearing Lin's words, Yi Yao looks at him and starts thinking, why did he come out of hell level difficulty without a scratch? After this, she tells Lin, "I'm not okay." To this, Lin responds, "Good," and saying this, he re-enters the dungeon. Watching Lin leave, Yi Yao looks at him in astonishment. Watching our Lin leave, she felt a bit jealous and said, "This guy? I have to figure out exactly how he's clearing the dungeon." After 20 minutes, our Lin clears the dungeon once again and steps back into the outside world. Seeing him come out of the dungeon so quickly for the second time, Yi Yao is utterly shocked and, in surprise, calls out our Lin's name. She was standing right in front of him. Seeing her like this, our Lin asks, "Is something wrong?" To this, Yi Yao replies, "Will you take me into the dungeon with you just once? Just one time." Hearing her words, Lin says, "With your status, forming a party shouldn't be difficult, right?" Listening to this, she starts pleading with him, "I want to experience the upgraded Water God Courtyard dungeon firsthand. Take me through it once, and in return, I'll take you into the Imperial database." To entice our Lin, she brings up the database and explains in detail. The Imperial database contains a lot of information that can't be found outside. Some things are even unknown to the Mad God himself. Hearing this, Lin finds her offer quite beneficial and sees no harm in taking her along. As he ponders, Yi Yao quickly adds, "Taking me with you won't cause you any trouble." After a brief pause, Lin replies, "I'll take you just once." Yi Yao immediately agrees, "Yes, just once." With both parties accepting the conditions, they prepare to enter the dungeon together. Scene shifts to dungeon portal. As Lin moves forward, a notification pops up. "You have invited Yi Yao to your team. Immediately, both enter the dungeon. Upon entry, Lin activates Soul Flame, while Yi Yao looks around in awe. "So this is Hell Mode difficulty," she mutters. Suddenly, her gaze falls on the skeletons being summoned right beside her. She is shocked and exclaims, "These are summons." As soon as the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages appear, they immediately launch attacks. The skeleton warriors charge forward for melee combat, while the skeleton mages unleash elemental attacks throughout the dungeon. Yi Yao, still stunned, watches everything unfold in disbelief. Seeing her frozen in awe, Lin tells her, "Stop staring, keep moving." Yi Yao snaps back and responds, "All right, let's move ahead." Destroying the outer area, Lin advances with Yi Yao. Curious, she asks, "Are all of these your summoned creatures?" Lin doesn't reveal everything just yet. Instead, he casually responds, "Check the Imperial records, you'll find everything there." By now, Lin has completely cleared the outer area and reached the water pond with Yi Yao. Looking at the pond, Lin tells her, "The Water God Courtyard's boss is below this." Yi Yao, surprised, asks, "We're at the boss already? It feels like we just ran through everything without a challenge." Without wasting time, Lin jumps into the water, saying, "Let's finish this quickly." Seeing him jump in, Yi Yao hesitates for a moment, but then follows. A few minutes later, they arrive at the Trident Throne, where the Water Goddess boss appears. Seeing the massive Water Goddess in front of her, Yi Yao is shocked. Just facing the boss puts her under immense pressure. She can barely move. But Lin doesn't waste any time. He instantly uses Curse Chain to trap the boss, and the skeleton mages unleash a barrage of elemental attacks. Within minutes, the boss is defeated. Yi Yao, who was struggling just to breathe, is completely speechless. It ended just like that, she thinks. Afterward, Lin exits the dungeon. Outside, he looks at Yi Yao and says, "We're done. Now, keep your promise." Immediately after, he disbands the team and walks away. Yi Yao just stares at him, unable to find the right words. Chapter ends. So, what will happen next? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and rate the chapter out of 10. We'll see you in the next video. Goodbye. It seems that the stubbornness of Dong Fang Yao has its limits. After her journey with Lin Moyo, a skilled male professional, inside the Water God Garden dungeon, she immediately returns to her place to begin researching Lin Moyo and his professional background. She even seeks the help of an elder to gather as much information as possible about Lin Moyo. As she starts reading about him, she finds it unbelievable that he has only been a professional for half a year and has already undergone a job change, yet he has miraculously reached level 39. She understands that Lin Moyo's rapid level-up speed is beyond ordinary methods. She reads that he was the champion of the team strategy competition, won the professional competition, and even broke a long-standing challenge record that had remained unbeaten for hundreds of years. On top of that, he ranked first in the national exam. Learning all this, Dong Fang Yao is in utter disbelief at how monstrous Lin Moyo's growth is. However, the most shocking revelation is that Lin Moyo was once the disciple of the mud god Kuang Sheng, and yet, somehow, he also became the disciple of the legendary god-level powerhouse Bai Shen. She wonders how Lin Moyo could have two immensely powerful mentors. What kind of monstrous professional is he to achieve such things? And how could someone like him appear within the Empire while still having time to level up? As night falls, Lin Moyo returns home after completing his tasks, finally reaching level 40. He lays out the clear water crystals he obtained. It is evident that he worked hard, clearing over 10 dungeons to collect them. These crystals are rare, and acquiring so many shows his determination. After clearing multiple dungeons, he prepares for meditation. The first step is merging the fragments of clear water crystals in front of him to form complete ones. Using his spirit, he levitates the crystal fragments, slowly fusing them. Once the process is complete, he successfully forms 4 clear water crystals. Then, he retrieves his elemental divine stone from his storage space. This stone already contains the fire, poison, earth, and light elements, which will enhance his third job evolution by increasing the job advancement success rate by 20%. As Lin Moyo places the elemental divine stone in front of him, it begins emitting light, attracting one of the clear water crystals. The crystal moves toward the elemental divine stone and fuses with it. Within seconds, the elemental divine stone is enhanced, now containing the fire, poison, earth, light, and water elements, increasing the job advancement success rate to 25%. After a long day of preparation, Lin Moyo checks his stats. As a unique necromancer, his strength, physique, and agility are at 4,506, while his spirit is at 8,330. He smiles upon seeing the improvement. The bloodthirsty python meat he ate significantly boosted his attributes. However, he feels a mix of excitement and concern, knowing that he has surpassed many professionals of the same level who are still undergoing their job changes. Now that everything is in place, it's time to focus on his second job evolution. With nothing left to do in his current location, he returns to Bai Shen's residence, where his master is already waiting. Bai Shen, who has completed all the necessary preparations for Lin Moyo's second job change, is impressed by his disciple's rapid progress to level 40 in just a few hours. Upon Lin Moyo's arrival, Bai Shen pats his shoulder and tells him it's time to leave. He informs him that everything has been arranged specifically for his job evolution. Without delay, the two teleport to the secret location Bai Shen has prepared. The area they arrive in is remote and desolate, with dark, stormy skies overhead. There is no sign of life in the vast land, making it the perfect place for Lin Moyo's job evolution. As he looks around, he senses an overwhelming elemental force in the area. Seeing his disciple's reaction, Bai Shen explains that this abandoned land holds ancient and primitive power. Moreover, it contains all elemental forces, making it the best possible location for Lin Moyo's job evolution. Bai Shen spent great effort finding this place to ensure the best conditions for his disciple's advancement. As Bai Shen begins setting up the magic formation, he tells Lin Moyo about a powerful creature, the wild beast, that once roamed this place. However, he assures Lin Moyo that there's no need to worry about it. He should focus entirely on his job evolution, leaving everything else to his master. Once everything is in place, including Bai Shen himself, he starts floating, unleashing immense energy. His overwhelming power shakes the surroundings as he activates the formation. From the energy he releases, the tall stone pillars in the area begin to tremble. These massive rocks serve as the foundation of the Grand Formation Circle, composed of countless magical components. This formation is a second-level magic formation, personally inscribed by Callan, a god-level magician, specifically for job evolution. Observing the formation structure, Lin Moyo notices many familiar items, including the Nirvana crystal and mermaid tears, which he had collected in the past. With everything set, Lin Moyo steps forward, bracing himself for this crucial moment. He walks to the center of the formation, surrounded by the towering stone pillars and essential materials. He sits down and focuses all his energy to ensure the success of his job evolution. As he concentrates, a powerful surge of energy flows into his body, drawn from the formation. The sheer force overwhelms him, making him tremble and sweat. Yet he persists, knowing that his attributes are rising significantly. Reaching a critical moment, he realizes it's time to consume the bloodthirsty python's heart, a rare delicacy given to him by Kuang Sheng. Retrieving it from his storage, he takes a bite, enduring the excruciating pain that follows. Balancing his energy control and the effects of the heart, he grits his teeth, knowing that losing focus could weaken the job evolution's impact. As the process continues, he can feel his body undergoing drastic transformation, pushing him further into the path of an unprecedentedly powerful professional. Lin Moyo screamed in pain as the overwhelming energy surrounding him began to surge chaotically throughout the area. He could feel the effects of consuming the python meat coursing through his entire body, the immense power overflowing within him. The energy flowed through his bloodstream, reaching every corner of his body. The excruciating pain forced him to his knees, and he struggled to remain conscious. He knew he had to endure this agony if he wanted to become stronger, but only one thought echoed repeatedly in his mind: this pain is unbearable. Lin Moyo had reached a critical point in his job evolution. The searing pain from the flowing energy within the formation combined with the unbearable torment from consuming the python meat. His veins bulged across his forehead and neck due to the sheer amount of energy surging through him. It even began to leak from his eyes and mouth. Despite all this, Bai Shen remained floating in the air, observing the entire scene. To him, everything was proceeding as expected. Even as Lin Moyo suffered and screamed in agony, Bai Shen simply watched over their surroundings, ensuring that nothing would interfere. Hovering in the air, Bai Shen carefully monitored Lin Moyo's condition and the area they were in. As he analyzed his disciple's transformation, he realized that the true job evolution process had begun. Just as he was about to shift his focus back to Lin Moyo, Bai Shen suddenly heard an unintelligible sound echoing through the area. The moment he recognized it, he understood it was finally here. Everything was still unfolding according to his plans, and the arrival of that presence was part of it. However, Bai Shen paid little attention to it for now because something even more important had arrived: the Shengxia Tower. It hovered directly above Lin Moyo, its massive chains extending from the heavens and spreading across the area, affecting the formation in powerful ways. As Lin Moyo endured the agonizing job change, visible changes began to manifest in his body. His clothes were completely torn apart due to the immense pressure surging through him. At the same time, another entity appeared, a terrifying beast. It was a monstrous creature with the body of a white tiger, glowing horns, and wings that shimmered with energy. Its claws radiated intense power, surrounded by a dense aura of raw energy. Bai Shen immediately recognized that the arrival of this beast was not a good sign. Without hesitation, he took action, soaring toward the approaching creature. As golden energy enveloped his body, he flew straight toward the white tiger, determined to drive it away. Bai Shen knew that this beast could not be allowed to interfere with Lin Moyo's job evolution. His duty was to protect his disciple, and failure was not an option. As he closed in, he gathered a massive surge of energy into his left fist and unleashed a devastating punch to the tiger's side. The sheer force of the attack sent the beast flying backward, caught off guard by the power of the white god. Bai Shen shouted at the creature, commanding it to leave the area. The beast, now engulfed in golden energy, was sent hurtling backward, struggling to regain control. However, Bai Shen knew that this was far from over. The first beast was merely one of many. More ferocious monsters emerged, bold enough to challenge a god-level powerhouse. These creatures hardened their claws with energy, preparing to strike. Bai Shen remained unfazed. As they charged at him, he smirked, eager for battle. At least, fighting them would keep him entertained while waiting for Lin Moyo's transformation to complete. The beasts roared, signaling their packmates to attack. Despite witnessing Bai Shen effortlessly defeat 4 of their kind, they showed no hesitation. However, Bai Shen was always one step ahead. Before they could strike, he unleashed a massive surge of energy, creating an onslaught of countless fists, each formed from his overwhelming aura. These golden fists rained down upon the monsters, forcing them back. The beasts, caught completely off guard, could only struggle in vain against the sheer power of Bai Shen's attack. They were sent flying, unable to mount any defense against the relentless assault. But the battle was far from over. more beasts descended from the sky, snarling and roaring as they prepared to overwhelm Bai Shen. Although there was a vast difference in power, these creatures refused to back down. They surrounded Bai Shen completely, yet he remained calm and composed. He watched them intently, scanning their every move. One of the monsters let out a deafening war cry, rallying the others for a combined assault. They showed no fear, even after seeing their allies obliterated. Bai Shen, however, had already anticipated their strategy. Before they could act, he struck first, unleashing another devastating wave of energy that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The sheer force of the blast repelled the incoming monsters, completely overwhelming them. In mere moments, Bai Shen eliminated all the beasts that had surrounded him. Just as he was about to lower his guard, a sudden attack came rushing toward him. Barely dodging in time, he watched as the attack whizzed past him, exploding behind him in a massive shockwave. For the first time, Bai Shen was caught off guard. He hadn't expected such a sudden strike. Where had it come from? His eyes narrowed as he searched for the source until he found it. And what he saw shocked him. A new enemy had arrived. Bai Shen's expression hardened. He had never expected to encounter a wild beast lord in this place. As far as he knew, only ordinary wild beasts roamed these lands. But this was no ordinary creature. The wild beast lord stood before him, resembling the other monsters in form. However, its body was covered in razor-sharp crystalline spikes. 2 energy rings circled its feet, radiating unimaginable power. Bai Shen realized that this beast was the leader of the others. It was the reason why the wild beasts had the courage to challenge a god-level powerhouse despite the vast difference in strength. The wild beast lord suddenly let out a thunderous roar, sending a shockwave of energy through the battlefield. The creatures that heard it instantly grew stronger, their attributes increased, their fear vanished, and their fighting spirit soared. An array of multicolored energy waves surged into their bodies, granting them a newfound power. With their leader standing before them, the wild beasts were now more determined than ever to fight. And so, the true battle began. After their brief regrouping, they fearlessly charged forward once more, now attacking fiercely as if they were in a frenzied state. Due to the power boost they received, their strength has increased significantly, and their speed is now incomparable to their previous state. Under the command of the Wild Beast Lord, who acts as the leader of the beasts, they function similarly to professional assistants, enhancing the attributes of ordinary wild beasts while also possessing a certain level of intelligence to lead them. With the increase in attributes and under the leadership of the Wild Beast Lord, the wild beasts grow even more ferocious in battle. Facing this situation, Bai Shen starts feeling an intense headache, knowing that these wild beasts are immortal, and he has no means to inflict lasting damage on them. From his previous experiences, he has yet to find a way to kill them, especially considering that the wasteland they are in is extremely mysterious. Humanity has rarely ventured deep into this place, leaving its true vastness unknown. The only thing they do know is that the wild beasts inhabiting this wasteland cannot be killed and are one of the greatest obstacles to traveling through the area. The only thing Bai Shen can do to prevent them from disturbing Lin Moyu is to use his strength to push them away, giving Lin Moyu the chance to do what he needs to do. As he confronts the wild beasts, Bai Shen unleashes a powerful surge of energy from his fists, launching a devastating attack toward the Wild Beast Lord in an attempt to drive them back and disrupt their formation. He shouts at the monstrous leader, demanding that it retreat from the area. Through Bai Shen's attack, he succeeds in crushing the wild beasts charging at him. However, despite his powerful strike, the battle is far from over. The Wild Beast Lord lets out a deafening roar, causing a blinding white light to spread across the entire battlefield. Through this roar, the Wild Beast Lord successfully revives the wild beasts that Bai Shen had just slain. Once again, they are enveloped in blue light, reappearing out of nowhere and charging straight at Bai Shen. As Bai Shen nears his limit while battling these creatures, he quickly glances back at the Shangxia Tower, seeking help from Elder Meng. He understands that to drive these creatures away, they must work together to prevent them from reaching Lin Moyu. Upon hearing Bai Shen's call for assistance, Meng Anwen immediately responds, channeling energy through the Shangxia Tower. A brilliant beam of light bursts from the tower, spreading in all directions. The emitted light contains enough power to repel the rampaging wild beasts charging forward. The beasts are forced to retreat, but they do not sustain any actual injuries, as the tower's energy is only capable of driving them back temporarily, giving Bai Shen a brief moment to recover. Meng Anwen helps Bai Shen regain his strength, allowing him to face the relentless wild beasts once again. As the desperate battle continues, an unexpected aid arrives. Suddenly, the entire sky and land are illuminated by a radiant glow from a 1-meter-long sword slicing through the heavens and earth, carrying an overwhelming murderous aura. The sword attack is so powerful that wherever its light passes, all the beasts caught in it are swept away. Every wild beast in the area is affected by this sword energy, unable to evade its massive range. As the attack strikes them, the wild beasts begin to show signs of severe pain, their bodies enveloped in a thick, murderous aura that makes them scream in agony, as if suffering an endless torment. The beasts do not understand what is happening to them, but all they know is that they are experiencing unbearable pain as the murderous aura tears through their bodies. This fierce attack comes from none other than Kuang Sheng, who laughs maniacally as he approaches the battlefield. He calls out Bai Shen's name, taunting him, claiming that this time he is the one winning because of the overwhelming force he has just unleashed. But his attacks do not stop there. As soon as Kuang Sheng arrives, he sends out even more waves of sword energy from his saber, each one carrying the same terrifying power as the initial attack. The dark energy infused within his strikes amplifies their destructive force. Through this deadly sword energy, Kuang Sheng successfully sends numerous wild beasts flying away. Even the wild beast lord, who had been watching the attacks being unleashed upon its subordinates, now shows signs of concern as it eyes the incoming sword slash. The creature hesitates, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Kuang Sheng's attack. It knows that if it gets hit, it might end up like its underlings, suffering immense damage. With the wild beast lord and its army momentarily halted, Kuang Sheng seizes the opportunity to approach Bai Shen. Moving at incredible speed, he quickly reaches Bai Shen's side, keeping an eye on the wild beast lord, who remains alert and watchful of their every move. The beast leader is clearly wary of Kuang Sheng's deadly sword aura. As the two warriors stand side by side once more, Bai Shen sighs and asks the madman why he has come here. Kuang Sheng simply grins and responds by asking Bai Shen if he isn't allowed to be here, especially since Lin Moyu is his disciple. If Lin Moyu is about to step into the second level of his profession, then as his master, it is only natural for him to be present. Bai Shen, however, is not pleased and questions Kuang Sheng on how he even knew they would be in this exact place at this exact time for Lin Moyu's job evolution. Kuang Sheng only laughs again, replying that if he wants to know something, he will find a way to know it. It is clear that he has no intention of revealing how he obtained this information, and Bai Shen senses this, deciding not to press further. Just then, the wild beast lord lets out another deafening roar. Its entire body is enveloped in an even thicker white light, triggering a response from the approaching wild beasts. Seeing this, both elders immediately understand that more enemies are on their way. Knowing they will soon be facing an even larger horde of wild beasts, Lin Moyu's two masters prepare for battle, surrounding themselves with their immense energy. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies, Kuang Sheng remains unfazed and even taunts them, inviting them to come at him. Even though he knows his murderous aura won't be able to kill the wild beasts, he is confident that he can still inflict significant damage on them. With his overwhelming confidence, he declares victory over Bai Shen in their ongoing challenge of who can contribute more to this battle. Bai Shen, having witnessed Kuang Sheng's ability to damage the wild beasts, can no longer deny that Kuang Sheng currently has the upper hand. However, for the sake of Lin Moyu, the two old masters put aside their differences. For once, they agree to fight together to protect their disciple. As an enormous wave of wild beasts rushes toward them, they unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Kuang Sheng's saber, infused with his murderous aura, slashes through the horde, wreaking havoc among the creatures. His immense power turns him into the wild beasts' greatest threat, preventing any of them from getting close. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu remains oblivious to the battle raging around him. He focuses entirely on his strengthening process, absorbing the surrounding energy into his body, causing his attributes to skyrocket. Sweating profusely and gasping for breath, he endures the immense strain, knowing that if he wants to reach the next level of his profession, he must withstand this trial. With the help of the bloodthirsty python's heart meat that he consumed, Lin Moyu gained a significant increase in his basic attributes. Now, through his second job evolution, these attributes are further enhanced and strengthened. His starting point was already far beyond comparison with other professionals. Despite the pain he was experiencing, he showed no signs of stopping, allowing his entire body to endure the suffering without interference. For him, everything happening was acceptable as long as it didn't kill him. He continued absorbing energy from his surroundings, and with the aid of his skeleton army, they shared the damage he was receiving. When his attributes reached a certain threshold, both the Nirvana crystal and the mermaid tears surrounding Lin Moyu exploded into brilliant light simultaneously. At that moment, the entire environment suddenly changed. The sky was engulfed in darkness. Black lightning crackled as energy gathered at a single point in the sky. The same phenomenon that had occurred during Lin Moyu's first job transfer was happening again. He once more found himself witnessing the vision of a necromancer, clad in a magical robe and wielding a thorn staff. A skeleton rested on the necromancer's shoulder, surrounded by an ominous and intimidating aura. In front of this necromancer, an overwhelming number of enemy ships emerged, millions of them, densely packed, filling the entire sky. Despite the sheer number of enemies, the necromancer stood firm, preparing to confront them all. As he raised his staff, the wind howled violently. With a single wave of his staff, an enormous army of skeletons materialized from the dense black clouds, assembling in vast numbers. Millions of skeleton warriors now faced the enemy ships, their numbers matching the invaders. Each ship spanned several meters in length. The necromancer then aimed his staff at the approaching fleet, and from it, a red glow and black dots emerged, illuminating the entire battlefield. In an instant, a massive explosion engulfed the sky, annihilating all the enemy ships and their occupants. No one survived the devastating blast. For a brief moment, the entire sky was dyed red, preventing anything else from being seen. After executing this devastating attack, the necromancer suddenly turned and looked at Lin Moyu as if acknowledging his presence. His gaze lingered for a moment, seemingly conveying that this was something Lin Moyu might achieve in the future. The necromancer then resumed his battle, while Lin Moyu remained on the ground, watching everything unfold. As he observed the scene, he found himself both mesmerized and confused by what he was witnessing. He didn't fully understand the events before him, but one thing was clear: the entity he had seen possessed immeasurable power. Once the vision ended, the crimson sky shattered like glass, and Lin Moyu was pulled back to reality. He remained kneeling, unable to speak, overwhelmed by what he had just experienced. At that moment, radiant light of multiple colors erupted from his body, overwhelming him with pain. The energy surging into him felt as though it was making his body explode from within. Using all the items around him, Lin Moyu channeled the overflowing energy, intensifying the brilliant light emanating from him. The long-awaited process had finally begun. Upon witnessing this, the two elders immediately recognized that Lin Moyo had entered his career advancement. What shocked them even more was the fact that his career sublimation emitted 7 different colors, whereas most professionals only displayed 3. As expected from someone with an extraordinary profession, his abilities far surpassed those of ordinary professionals. The elders understood that if Lin Moyo succeeded in overcoming the required trials, he would undoubtedly reach the level of a super god tier professional. They were ecstatic, as if they themselves had undergone the career sublimation. Thanks to Bai Shen's meticulous preparations for Lin Moyo's sublimation and Quang Sheng's efforts in boosting Lin Moyo's attributes using the bloodthirsty python's heart meat, all their hard work had finally borne fruit. They were overjoyed that Lin Moyo had succeeded. Despite the immense hardships Lin Moyo endured, he remained resilient, knowing that his trials were nearing their end. In return, he would receive immense benefits. As he floated in the air, he could feel his power growing stronger, and his attributes continued to rise. His suffering was coming to an end, yet his job transfer continued, reinforcing and strengthening him further. His profession was undergoing changes, gaining additional characteristics. The 7-colored light surrounding him began merging into a radiant white glow, enveloping him in a powerful aura. The formation surrounding him helped him absorb even more energy, further fortifying his body. The items around him seemed to be adjusting the conditions for something significant. Meanwhile, as Bai Shen and Quang Sheng fought off the wild beasts, they noticed Lin Moyo floating in the air, engulfed in a brilliant white light. Bai Shen immediately realized that another of Lin Moyo's talents was awakening. With the wild beasts temporarily retreating due to Quang Sheng's terrifying aura, the two elders had the chance to observe Lin Moyo's transformation. Bai Shen quickly understood Lin Moyo had acquired his 3rd talent. Upon hearing this, Quang Sheng was utterly shocked. He could hardly believe it and questioned whether fate was truly favoring Lin Moyo. If Lin Moyo could reach the 3rd level and use the talent stone, he might even awaken a 4th talent, something unheard of in professional history. The idea seemed impossible, but the thought lingered. Could Lin Moyo become the first professional to possess 4 talents? It was a question only time could answer. At last, Lin Moyo had acquired his new talent, Summoned Spirit Connection. This ability granted him, as a necromancer, a spiritual link with his summoned entities. When his spiritual energy was depleted, his summoned creatures would return their own spiritual energy to restore their master's strength. Lin Moyo couldn't contain his excitement. Under this talent, his spiritual reserves became nearly infinite. Only he truly understood how powerful his skeletons were, and with his vast army, his spiritual energy would never run out. He realized that, with this ability, he could keep fighting indefinitely without worrying about exhausting his spiritual reserves. As he was processing this, a system notification suddenly appeared, informing him that his newly acquired talent was being optimized and enhanced. Lin Moyo was stunned. He hadn't expected his talent to be further strengthened. Seconds later, the system notified him that the optimization was complete. His Summon Life Connection and Summon Spirit Connection had merged into a single unique God-tier talent fully connected. Although he now had only 2 talents instead of 3, these 2 abilities were far more powerful than before. Lin Moyo was astonished by the sheer power of his new talent. With fully connected, he could establish a complete connection with his skeletons, sharing damage between himself and his army. Additionally, his skeletons would share in his healing effects, and even the fatigue from skill usage and mana depletion would be distributed among them. He was left speechless. He never imagined that 2 of his talents would merge to form a unique God-level ability. From now on, he was entirely linked to his skeletons. Any damage he took, any resources he expended, would be distributed among his undead army. The system then announced that Lin Moyo had successfully undergone his 2nd job change. His mastery over new skills was beginning, and his existing abilities were undergoing fusion and enhancement. With this career sublimation, the Dead Soul King was born. A new skill bleeding curse was bestowed upon him. His skeletal armor became even more formidable, taking on a new form. The undead he controlled instinctively gravitated toward him, recognizing him as their new ruler. As the transformation settled, the formation around him dissipated, and the surrounding energy dispersed. Lin Moyo remained standing in a strange, energy-filled space, processing everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, the two elders finally found a moment to rest, as the wild beasts had ceased their attacks. Watching Lin Moyo complete his second job transformation, they smiled, knowing he had surpassed all expectations. However, just as everything seemed to be settling, a sudden uproar erupted. The wild beasts roared violently, causing chaos as they stampeded toward a single direction. A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. The king of wild beasts had awakened. When the two elders saw the appearance of this monstrous creature, which was 1,000 meters tall, making ordinary wild beasts and even the wild beast lord look like mere ants, they immediately became alert. They understood that they needed to get Lin Moyo out of that place as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would face serious trouble later. With this realization, Kuang Sheng and Bai Shen quickly made a decision. They flew swiftly, passing through everything in their path, where Era could sense them. Upon reaching Lin Moyo, their landing shattered the ground beneath them, sending large chunks of rock flying into the air. As they landed, they attempted to protect Lin Moyo, who had just completed his career sublimation. Now that all three of the M were together, Kuang Sheng and Bai Shen immediately called out to ManhwaRecap, urging him to take action, as it was time for the M to escape from that place. Above their heads, a blinding light radiated from Shengxia Tower. The powerful beam of light began to teleport them away before the monsters could target them. They knew it was time to leave that desolate place. Despite their swift attempt to escape, the Wild Beast King still sensed their presence. In an effort to prevent their escape, it opened its mouth and released a powerful surge of energy, transforming into a red lightning bolt. The Wild Beast King refused to let its targets escape, especially now that it had arrived to assist its subordinates. With an intense attack, the Wild Beast King successfully directed the red lightning, now even stronger and enveloped in black energy, toward Shengxia Tower. The attack was powerful enough to break the chains surrounding the tower. However, despite its efforts, it failed because, moments later, the tower began to ascend from that location. Surrounded by a thick golden aura, the tower lifted Kuang Sheng, Bai Shen, and Lin Moyo away from the battlefield. The three of them vanished without leaving a trace, successfully escaping. As they arrived, all three began teleporting within Bai Shen's courtyard. A blue glow illuminated the courtyard as they materialized. Upon arrival, Kuang Sheng immediately slumped down, exhausted, while Bai Shen struck his hand against the table in frustration. Having witnessed the Wild Beast King's attack on the tower, Bai Shen quickly approached ManhwaRecap to check if he was all right. Although slightly injured from the Wild Beast King's attack, ManhwaRecap reassured Bai Shen that he was fine and had only sustained minor damage. Kuang Sheng, too, acknowledged how terrifying that monster was. Even these three elders, among the strongest forces of humanity, had now experienced the sheer dread of the Wild Beast King firsthand. However, Kuang Sheng refused to let fear take over. He declared to his comrades that if he could level up 2 more times and strengthen his murderous aura, he would return to slay the Wild Beast King. ManhwaRecap simply advised him not to waste his efforts, stating that the creature wouldn't die and that it wasn't worth exhausting himself over it. Bai Shen explained that while the Wild Beast King wasn't invincible, the three of them could fight it, but the problem was that no matter what they did, they couldn't kill it. Thus, there was no point in confronting it. They chose not to discuss the matter further and instead turned their attention to Lin Moyo to check on him. Bai Shen asked him about the status of his job change. Lin Mo-yu revealed his Thanatos side while assessing his current state. He knew it was time to check what new skills had formed due to the fusion of his previous abilities, especially since he hadn't reviewed them after his job change. Additionally, he needed to inspect his attribute values. Currently, Lin Mo-yu was at level 40, with 23,825 strength, physique, and agility, along with 53,250 spirit. He possessed a special attribute that reduced physical attack damage and damage from poison, fire, light, and water elements by 50%. He had divine power reaching level 40 and still held the divine cauldron, which he couldn't use. Within his summoning space, he commanded 370 skeletons, with a capacity of 600, consisting of 200 skeleton warriors and 170 skeleton mages. He had two unique level talents, Comprehensive Amplification and Comprehensive Connection. His passive skills included Status Immunity and Damage Transfer. As for his active skills, he had Soul Blaze, Skeleton Armor, Skeleton Fang, Curse of Aging, and Poison Starburst, all at level 40, along with his Corpse Explosion at level 6. Additionally, he possessed rune skills, Strong Soldier and Killing Field, which he had yet to use. He also acquires a new skill called Summon Skeleton Marksman, which is currently only at level 1. Seeing all these changes, Lin Mo-yu feels a sense of amazement because he can't believe that many of his skills have been upgraded. Mal Iwan Preto notices that the attributes of the skills he is acquiring now are extremely high, even compared to most legendary level professions. The effects of his skills are becoming stronger, and now they are also gaining additional effects. Aside from this, he is also obtaining a new type of skeleton for his hook bow, which clearly shows that this will be an important upgrade. He simply observes all the changes in his skills and realizes that his divine power, which is now at level 40, increases his attributes by an additional 40% per level up round. Additionally, his mental power and fatigue recovery speed are now increased by 4,000%. His full amplification talent enhances the effects of his skills tenfold, while full connection allows him to link completely with his skeletons, sharing damage, healing, and spirit usage among them. His status immunity ability grants him immunity to all negative status effects, while damage transfer allows him to transfer all incoming damage to his skeletons. His corpse explosion, now at level 6, causes an explosion dealing damage equal to 35% of the exploded corpse's power within a 6-meter radius. His newly acquired skill, Gaze of Curse, curses enemies within a 100-meter radius, reducing their speed by 200% and increasing the damage they receive by 30% for 1 minute. His skeleton armor, now at level 40, summons skeletons to form an armor that grants 4,000 points of physical defense, lasting 5 minutes, and can also be applied to others. His skeleton fangs, at level 40, release sharp bone fragments to attack enemies. The number and power of the spikes depend on the skill level and the user's spirit. His Soul Blaze, at level 40, burns the target's soul continuously, dealing damage based on the user's spirit and skill level. His Poison Starburst skill releases poison to all enemies within 100 meters, inflicting damage equal to 4,000 points of strength per second, lasting for 100 seconds. When Lin Mo-yu explained all this information to his two masters, they were immediately shocked and speechless. They knew that Lin Mo-yu's attributes had surpassed those of some level 60 legendary professionals and were now comparable to some boss-level entities. Additionally, they recognized that the new talent Lin Mo-yu had obtained perfectly suited his profession. It was no surprise that it was a god-level unique talent, and thanks to this, his spirit energy seemed limitless. The two elders understood that, among all of Lin Mo-yu's peers and fellow professionals, no one stood a chance of surpassing him in any aspect. Meng Anwen agreed with everything the two elders said and asked Lin Mo-yu if his skeletons had also become significantly stronger. He then ordered Lin Moyu to summon some of his skeletons to demonstrate their current strength. Still surrounded by the thick energy in the area, Lin Moyu agreed to ManhwaRecap's command. He then summoned his skeleton warrior, which had now evolved into skeleton berserker. When he summoned a level 40 skeleton berserker of platinum level, which now had enhanced attributes, it emerged from the shadows. As it appeared, everyone witnessed its new form. It was covered in platinum armor and wielded a massive battle axe. This new level 40 skeleton had 55,000 strength, agility, physique, and spirit, along with a level 1 skill called Violent Blast, which allowed it to deal 500% of its strength as damage, usable once every 10 minutes. Upon seeing its attributes and presence, the three elders felt intense fear, and their bodies slightly tensed. From this new skeleton, they clearly recognized that even some bosses did not possess such high attributes. Quang Sheng couldn't stop himself from praising this skeleton, as he could feel just how powerful and ferocious Lin Moyu's new servant was. But that wasn't all. Lin Moyu also had other types of skeletons. He then gave the command for his skeleton mage to appear and reveal its new form. As it emerged, they discovered that it had evolved into a platinum-level Skull Tower Master, having reached level 40. It now possessed 12,500 agility, spirit, and physique, along with a massive 75,000 spirit. It had a skill called Elemental Explosion, which allowed it to combine the power of multiple elements to unleash devastating damage, based on the user's spirit attribute. Similar to the Skeleton Berserker, the Skull Tower Master was also equipped with platinum armor and could now control multiple elements. However, this time, the elders were no longer too surprised by what they were seeing. Using the skeleton warrior they saw earlier as a reference, they knew that even though the skeleton mage wasn't as physically strong, its attributes still surpassed those of many mage professionals. They concluded that Lin Moyu's ability to summon an entire group of skeleton mages meant that no ordinary mage could compare, as hundreds of skeleton mages under his control could obliterate their enemies in an instant. As the elders laughed, Lin Moyu began explaining to everyone that he could also recruit new members into his vast army of skeletons. He now gave an order to his newly summoned skeleton marksman to step forward. A simple skeleton appeared, unlike the previously summoned skeleton warrior and skeleton mage, because its appearance resembled the lower-level skeletons that Lin Moyu used to have. Since it was only at level 1, it did not yet possess powers comparable to its companions. It needed to level up to reach its full potential. Lin Moyu acknowledged this and explained to the elders before him that he had not yet been able to level up his new subordinates. He simply assured them that he would level them up and upgrade them to platinum-level skeletons within a short period. Because of Lin Moyu's abilities and his continued leveling up, his master, Beishan, decided to give him a gift. Beishan explained to Lin Moyu that he had prepared several things to aid in his career sublimation, but this particular item was what he needed the most right now. Beishan then tossed an item toward Lin Moyu, an immediate cooling amulet surrounded by a red aura. This amulet could remove the cooldown of dungeons below level 70, and it still had 30 uses left. Lin Moyu caught the gift from his master and expressed his gratitude. He immediately assured Beishan that he would make the most of the gift by quickly clearing dungeons. After bidding farewell to his master, Lin Moyu turned around and walked towards the dungeon hall to begin clearing dungeons again. As he left, Beishan proudly declared that Lin Moyu was worthy of being his disciple. However, Quang Sheng did not seem pleased with this statement. He turned to Beishan and told him to get out of his sight because Lin Moyu was now his disciple as well. Lin Moyu arrived at the dungeon hall, already dressed in his battle attire. As soon as he entered, he could hear the commotion of the professionals inside, who quickly noticed his return. All attention turned toward him, and the entire hall celebrated the return of General Lin Moyu. Everyone was curious as to why he had returned to the dungeon hall for the second time. They were all eager to see which dungeon record General Lin Moyo would break this time. However, Lin Moyo did not pay much attention to the people around him and instead headed straight for a dungeon called Tornado Plain. This dungeon was at level 42, allowing entry for players between levels 37 and 47. It only had 2 difficulty levels, Normal and Nightmare, and like the other dungeons Lin Moyo had previously entered, it did not yet have a Hell level difficulty. Standing in front of the dungeon, Lin Moyo stared at its hardest difficulty setting. He felt slightly disappointed, knowing that he would only gain a small amount of experience from clearing it. However, at the same time, he was hopeful. Just like the other dungeons he had conquered, there was a chance that clearing it would unlock its Hell level difficulty. The professionals inside the dungeon hall closely watched his every move. Seeing that Lin Moyo had entered the Tornado Plain, they quickly realized that his goal was to clear the Nightmare difficulty. If he succeeded, the Elemental Dungeon would be upgraded, unlocking a new difficulty level. Lin Moyo entered the dungeon and selected Nightmare difficulty. Inside, he found himself in a vast area filled with trees and grass. However, this wasn't the only notable feature. He could feel a powerful gust of wind swirling throughout the place. He couldn't help but comment that the dungeon felt comfortable and that he enjoyed its atmosphere. Despite this, he knew that he was there to fight. Raising his hand, he channeled his energy and prepared to summon his skeleton army. With a single command, all his summoned creatures emerged from his summoning space, filling the entire area. These were new versions of Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. The powerful wind inside the dungeon carried their overwhelming energy, sending a chilling presence across the battlefield. The skeleton army lined up, awaiting Lin Moyo's order to attack. As Lin Moyo observed the dungeon's conditions, he smiled, realizing that his army had become stronger than ever before. Compared to before his career sublimation job change, his forces were now on an entirely different level. Pleased with these changes, Lin Moyo was eager to test the true power of his new skeleton troops. Just in time, monsters began to appear before him. These were wind fairies, enhanced elite monsters at level 403, possessing 20,000 strength, 30,000 agility, spirit, and physique. A skill called Cyclone Ball. An immunity to wind element attacks. A 50% damage reduction from physical attacks. These creatures were pure wind element monsters, with no distinct physical features. They hovered in the air, controlling the wind as their primary weapon. To test the strength of his newly summoned skeleton marksman, Lin Moyo allowed it to make the first move. The skeleton marksman raised its bow and arrow, aiming at its target ready to strike. Even though it was only at level 1, it possessed the same ferocity as Lin Moyo's other skeletons. The skeleton marksman released its arrow, aiming at its enemies, but it was not enough to penetrate their defenses. In an instant, its attack lost its effectiveness after hitting the wall of wind created by the wind fairies. The arrows simply bounced off, failing to pierce through. Moreover, the wind fairies seemed to mock and insult Lin Moyo, as if taunting him for his ineffective attack. Their success in doing so only fueled Lin Moyo's frustration, making him burn with anger at the humiliation he faced before them. He fell silent for a moment before declaring that he would return to seek revenge for the disgrace they had inflicted upon him. But first, he needed to train and refine all his skills. 4 hours passed as he strengthened himself and leveled up his newly summoned skeleton marksman. After finishing his training, he was finally ready to unleash terror upon his enemies. Once again, he summoned his skeleton marksman to demonstrate its power by eliminating all the enemies on its own. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the professionals waited anxiously, wondering what Lin Moyo was doing inside. They couldn't understand why he hadn't emerged from the dungeon yet. None of them had any idea what was happening inside, and their curiosity grew stronger as 4 hours had already passed. Normally, clearing the nightmare difficulty of that dungeon shouldn't take that long, especially since the record completion time was only 2 hours. They could only speculate among themselves, questioning what was happening inside and why Lin Moyo had not yet come out. From everything he had shown so far, they believed he should have already cleared the dungeon and unlocked its hell-level difficulty. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo's skeleton marksman finally emerged, but this time it had a dark aura coming from Lin Moyo's summoning space. Now, it had fully manifested its new form, wearing shimmering platinum armor. At present, it had reached level 40, just like Lin Moyo's other skeletons. It now possessed 30,000 strength, spirit, and physique, along with 40,000 agility. Additionally, it had awakened a passive ability called Soul Lock, which ensured that all of its attacks would hit their target. As Lin Moyo observed his skeleton marksman's new form and abilities, he couldn't help but feel satisfied, especially upon reading about its passive ability. With Soul Lock, he could now guarantee that his attacks would always land, giving him an advantage against flying enemies from the Abyss and the Dragon Clan. The ability of these enemies to fly and escape would no longer be a problem. Lin Moyo would now be able to strike them no matter where they were. However, he set those thoughts aside for the moment. His priority now was to clear the dungeon. To showcase its newfound power, the skeleton marksman drew its bow. At the same time, a pure energy arrow wrapped in lightning materialized. This arrow radiated immense power, making it clear that it was on a completely different level compared to what the skeleton marksman had displayed when it was still level 1. With its focus locked onto its target, the lone skeleton marksman prepared its bow, ready to unleash its true power and reclaim the honor that Lin Moyo had lost earlier. It releases an arrow made of pure energy that swiftly flies toward the enemy. This arrow is infused with an enhanced spirit originating from the skeleton marksman itself. The attack from the skeleton marksman is so fast that one of the wind fairies notices it too late. Even though Lin Moyo's skeleton marksman's initial attacks had no effect on the wind fairy, everything is changing now, as the monster has become alert to the incoming attack. It perceives the incoming arrow as a significant threat to its survival. The small tornado-like creatures floating in the air panic immediately, knowing that with the speed of the arrow approaching them, they will be struck down if they are not careful. They take immediate action, dispersing and attempting to escape their current position as quickly as possible to avoid the skeleton marksman's attack. However, their strategy proves ineffective. Before they can fully flee the area, the arrow from Lin Moyo's skeleton swiftly catches up to them, easily piercing through the bodies of these wind and energy-based monsters. The tornado-like creatures are instantly destroyed, and their remnants scatter into the air, unable to do anything but perish. With just that one attack from Lin Moyo's skeleton marksman, a large number of monsters are wiped out. Thanks to its ability to track and never miss its target, the enemies have no escape. A notification appears, informing Lin Moyo that he has successfully eliminated a level 43 wind fairy, earning him 860,000 experience points. Seeing the results of his strengthened skeleton marksman, Lin Moyo realizes just how devastating its attacks can be. Satisfied with his summon's performance, he acknowledges its success. Now that he understands its true potential, he decides to proceed and seriously focus on clearing the dungeon. He is already completing his necessary objectives, and since the dungeon poses no challenge to him, he doesn't need to stay inside any longer. Within minutes, they obliterate all enemies in the dungeon. With the area cleared, Lin Moyo exits and decides to re-enter the dungeon to attempt setting a new record. Even though he spent more time than expected inside, he doesn't dwell on it. He knows that his time in the dungeon took longer than usual, but if he wants to claim a new record and unlock the dungeon's Hell difficulty mode, he must first leave and redo the Nightmare difficulty. As he exits the dungeon, he finds a large group of professional players waiting outside at the dungeon gate, anticipating his return. The moment he steps out, the professionals immediately take notice and inform their companions that Lin Moyo has returned. Their faces are filled with confusion, as they cannot understand why Lin Moyo took so long. They know he is already at level 40 and should have been able to reach the second stage of professionalism. Given his rapid rise in power, he should have been able to clear this dungeon easily. Moreover, they are aware that this particular dungeon is not extremely difficult, so Lin Moyo should have completed it quickly. Rumors spread among the professionals, speculating that something inside the dungeon must have hindered Lin Moyo's progress. However, this is puzzling, as no dungeon has ever managed to slow him down before he usually clears them in record time. They start questioning each other about what might have truly happened inside. Lin Moyo, however, pays no attention to their discussions and continues his mission. He re-enters the dungeon, standing calmly in the vast plains filled with powerful winds. Raising his hand, he summons his skeleton army once more. A terrifying energy radiates from him as his skeletons emerge. This time, his summoned creatures appear clad in new armor and have a completely different appearance after their job evolution. They look even more fearsome now, and their immense power can be felt immediately, far surpassing their former selves. Without wasting any time, Lin Moyo commands his minions to sweep through and eliminate every enemy inside the dungeon. His skeleton berserkers charge ahead to lead the attack, while his newly evolved skeleton marksmen and skull tower masters follow closely behind. Meanwhile, his skeleton warriors spread out to gather information about the area and locate valuable resources before launching a large-scale assault. Every enemy they encounter is annihilated without exception. Lin Moyo's map-making strategy also plays a crucial role, allowing him to navigate the dungeon efficiently and formulate a clean plan to clear it quickly, saving time. With his eyes closed, he observes all the changes on his map, monitoring his skeleton's progress and identifying the toughest and easiest areas of the dungeon. In one corner of the dungeon, a massive cluster of wind fairies has gathered. The powerful wind emanating from their presence alone signals their strength. For any unprepared professional group, facing these creatures would be disastrous. However, this is not the case for Lin Moyo's skeletons. As soon as his skeleton marksmen spot the floating monsters, they immediately unleash their arrows, tearing through the wind fairies' energy-based bodies. In an instant, the entire cluster of monsters is obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Lin Moyo's skeletons efficiently clear the entire dungeon, effortlessly eliminating every enemy in their path. No one is left alive, and their strategy is highly effective. With the support of Lin Moyo's skeleton marksmen, they easily handle airborne threats, thanks to their passive ability that ensures their attacks always land. Even after an hour inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo has yet to complete his clear. Meanwhile, the professionals waiting outside grow increasingly frustrated, as they had expected him to finish much sooner. At the same time, they were worried because they didn't know what was happening, why the dungeon had not yet received an upgrade, and why its hell level difficulty had not been unlocked. Disappointed, the professionals present began to leave, while others muttered that perhaps Lin Moyo wasn't as strong as they initially thought, and that he couldn't do everything. They were now beginning to accept that there were things he couldn't complete, especially when it came to dungeons, and that he had finally met his match. Some even laughed, saying that although he had remained at the rank of a divine general for some time, he was still far from becoming a true one, especially since his strength was naturally weaker compared to a real divine general. Despite the discussions about him outside the dungeon, Lin Moyo felt no urgency to speed up his monster killing. Instead, he continued to observe his skeletons as they exterminated all the monsters inside until, at last, he released an arrow that finished off the final monster in the dungeon. Now that he had killed the last one, it was time for him to continue exploring the dungeon and unlocking the next round. As he eliminated the final monster, a system notification appeared, informing him that the dungeon's difficulty was now upgrading and that the current difficulty was being adjusted to hell level. Lin Moyo could now feel the changes happening inside the dungeon, as the surroundings became engulfed by powerful winds that carried away pieces of rock. As expected, this wind element dungeon was unique compared to the previous ones he had entered. At present, he needed to eliminate all the monsters before the dungeon could upgrade, and he had finally completed this requirement. As the changes within the dungeon progressed, the winds surrounding him grew stronger, forming an enormous tornado. This massive tornado carried a unique energy found only inside the dungeon, and now Lin Moyo was facing it head-on. At last, he had unlocked this passage, and he noticed that it was an entrance leading to the true wind element dungeon. Just like in the water element dungeon, where he had to dive into the depths to fight the water god, he now had to enter this gateway to proceed. As he embarked on this journey, he began walking on the massive tornado that served as a staircase leading to the next round of the dungeon. While walking on the wind, Lin Moyo couldn't help but smile in delight. This was his first time experiencing such a thing, and it felt amazing, almost like he was flying. He could see everything happening below him and simply continued walking on the tornado, treating it like a staircase. He paid no mind to what he was doing and proceeded as if it was just another normal experience. He considered it similar to his previous dive into the water dungeon, except this time he was ascending into a massive tornado. As all of this took place, the appearance of the dungeon gate seemed to be changing. It was now adorned with tornado-like decorations, transforming what was once a plain-looking entrance. Beyond that, a powerful surge of energy emanated from within the dungeon, signaling that a major transformation was occurring. This situation closely resembled what had happened at the Water God Temple, where the dungeon gate became more alive after the upgrade. The professionals outside were forced to step back and shield their faces from the strong gusts of wind carrying dust and debris. At the same time, they were in awe and began celebrating because Lin Moyo had once again accomplished something astonishing. As expected, Lin Moyo did not give up and had now succeeded in upgrading the dungeon. Their general was the reason the dungeon had reached hell-level difficulty. Lin Moyo suddenly paused in his steps, observing the scene ahead. He noticed a floating landmass resting on top of the tornado, sustained in mid-air by a powerful force. Curious, Lin Moyo wondered what he had stumbled upon. To continue his journey, he followed the tornado path that connected his current position to the floating piece of land. As he reached this massive floating landmass, he realized that this must be the true cyclone plane, the actual dungeon for the wind element. The moment Lin Moyo set foot in the real dungeon, he immediately felt powerful gusts of wind, and he quickly realized something was wrong. At that moment, his skeleton armor activated on its own, sensing the imminent danger in front of him. The changes upon his arrival were evident, and he knew that the dungeon boss had likely taken notice of him. His gaze turned serious as he tried to understand the situation. However, he wasn't just dealing with the dungeon boss. Another powerful enemy had appeared before he could even reach the final battle. Standing in a vast plain similar to the one he had encountered before, where there were few trees, only an open field of grass and rocks, Lin Moyo looked up and spotted the source of the strong wind pressure he was feeling. A creature made entirely of pure wind energy loomed above. Its massive form bore 2 pieces of armor, one on each shoulder, while its entire body was composed of swirling air. This monster was known as the Tornado Elf, a Hell-type elite monster at level 44, possessing 40,000 strength, 10,000 agility, 50,000 physique, and 10,000 spirit. It had a skill called Whirlwind Attack and a special trait that granted it immunity against wind element attacks and physical damage. Lin Moyo immediately realized that this would be a difficult battle. Because of its immunity to physical attacks, only his skeleton mage would be effective against it, as his skeleton marksmen and skeleton warriors primarily relied on physical attacks. Lin Moyo let his minions take action, giving them the command to crush the enemy before them. Only a single skeleton mage was allowed to fight against the Tornado Elf, and to showcase its true power, it raised its staff, now enveloped by different elemental energies. This was due to its newly acquired skill called Elemental Explosion, which utilized all types of elements, merging them to create a more powerful attack. The skeleton mage unleashed its gathered attack, and upon impact, the enemy had no chance of escape. The tornado elf was easily obliterated, dying instantly despite its high stats. However, it wasn't the only thing destroyed. The impact also caused massive destruction to the surrounding area. As the destruction and dungeon clearing continued, Lin Moyo summoned more of his skeletons. The skeleton warriors led the charge, protecting the skeleton mages who followed closely behind. Lin Moyo then commanded his skeletons to swiftly cleanse the area and eliminate all the monsters in their surroundings. His skeletons immediately followed the order, targeting the tornado elves while the skeleton mages prepared their special attacks. In just a few minutes, they managed to wipe out all the enemies in the area. After Lin Moyo cleared that section, he continued exploring the dungeon, eventually reaching its end, where he found a palace floating on a massive rock formation. The path was difficult, as the only way to cross was by using the smaller floating rocks as stepping stones. However, this posed no problem for Lin Moyo. He recalled all his skeletons back into his summoning space before proceeding alone. Jumping swiftly from one floating rock to another, he navigated the area with ease since no enemies stood in his way. He continued his journey until he reached a section of the dungeon where he encountered a lion standing atop an altar, surrounded by familiar wind energy. Facing this monster, Lin Moyo realized that it was the boss of the Tornado Plains. At first, he felt nothing special from this boss, but once it noticed his presence, it turned to face him. The beast unleashed powerful gusts of wind in his direction, its piercing gaze locked onto Lin Moyo. This monster was called Wind God Mount, a Hell-level leader at level 47 with the following stats: Strength, 60,000. Agility, 70,000. Spirit, 25,000. Physique, 50,000. It possessed skills such as Whirlwind Attack and Wind Pressure Cannon and had unique traits, including immunity to wind elemental and physical attacks, while also reducing incoming elemental damage by 50%. Despite this, Lin Moyo was unimpressed. He felt disappointed that a Hell-level boss was only level 47, as he could defeat it even before his job evolution. Instead of wasting time, he ordered his skeletons to finish it off immediately. To start the battle, Lin Moyo closed his eyes and activated his new skill. He knew he had to restrict the boss's movements, especially since it was a wind element creature, meaning its speed would be a major problem. Using his skill, red chains emerged from his back, rushing toward the Wind God Mount. The chains swiftly wrapped around the boss, activating Lin Moyo's skill, Aging Curse. This curse affected all enemies within a 100-meter radius, reducing their speed by 200% and increasing the damage they received by 30%, lasting for 1 minute. As soon as the chains bound the Wind God Mount, it became confused, struggling to understand why its movements had slowed drastically. It let out a roar, attempting to break free, but to no avail. A skull symbol appeared above its head, indicating that it was marked and fully affected by the curse. Following their master's command, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors charged at the Wind God Mount, activating their skill, Violent Blast. This skill significantly enhanced their attack power, enveloping them in a red aura, their eyes burning with battle spirit. Wielding their newly obtained massive battle axes, the skeleton berserkers lunged toward the immobilized Wind God Mount, fully utilizing the effects of Lin Moyo's curse. In a relentless onslaught, the Wind God Mount was completely overwhelmed. Its wind energy dispersed, and it couldn't land a single attack. It was forced to take every strike from Lin Moyo's skeleton army. Gradually, it faded into nothingness, dying without resistance. With the boss defeated, Lin Moyo received several rewards from the elemental dungeon. Tornado Gem permanently reduces wind element damage taken by 50%, with a small chance to grant a wind skill. Wind God's Whisper, a small item that can be used to awaken the Wind God. Wind God Key can be used to unlock the true Wind Temple. Whirlwind Crystal Fragments X3. Once combined with 5 Whirlwind Oath Crystal Fragments, it forms a Whirlwind Crystal. Not interested in lingering any longer, Lin Moyo stored all the obtained items in his storage space and left the dungeon. He muttered to himself that he would need to clear this dungeon multiple times to obtain enough whirlwind crystals for himself and others. Outside the dungeon, loud cheers and celebrations erupted as the news of Lin Moyo's achievement spread. The sound of a large bell echoed through the dungeon hall, announcing a new record. The professional adventurers present were no longer surprised. They read on the dungeon records that the previous fastest time for Tornado Plains Hell level had been broken. Lin Moyo completed it in 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 51 seconds. They all understood from the bell's chime that their general had once again shattered expectations. But they knew an even bigger surprise awaited them, because every time Lin Moyo entered a dungeon, he would break and surpass his own records. As Lin Moyo exited the dungeon, the professionals eagerly awaited his return. They wanted to see how fast he had completed it and how much stronger he had become. However, Lin Moyo ignored their stares and silently walked away. Then, some of the professionals shouted in excitement, "General Lin Moyo has emerged." They all understood that it wouldn't be long before the bell rang again, signaling another record-breaking attempt. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Moyo stepped back toward the dungeon, placing his hand on the selection panel. Without hesitation, he chose the newly unlocked Hell level difficulty. A new dungeon challenge had opened, and he would be the first to attempt it. As he re-entered the dungeon, a familiar sight greeted him: the raging winds of the Tornado Plains. A smirk appeared on his face. He knew it was time to execute his plan: clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, because he needed more wind crystals than just one run would provide. With the relentless attacks of Lin Moyo's skeleton mages, they effortlessly land their elemental attacks on the elemental fairies they are fighting. The powerful surge of energy from their staffs is infused with various elemental forces, making it even stronger than a single element attack. This is the result of their evolution alongside Lin Moyo. The skeleton mages continue their advance, crushing every enemy they encounter without hesitation. No one escapes the wrath of their attacks as they hunt down every enemy within the Hell-level dungeon. Minutes pass as they relentlessly charge forward, unleashing their attacks, and eventually, they succeed in wiping out all the enemies. Meanwhile, Lin Moyo walks calmly through the dungeon, following the path he has discovered. At present, he is traversing a passage amid a massive whirlwind, heading toward the main round of the dungeon. He allows his skeletons to handle the action, knowing that as time passes, he will complete his dungeon exploration even faster. He is not particularly concerned about what he needs to do because his skeletons are doing all the work for him. Lin Moyo reaches a point in the dungeon where he must jump across large floating boulders to reach the palace at the core of the area. He effortlessly leaps across the gaps between the stones until he finally arrives at the boss's lair. At last, they once again face the giant lion. The massive beast stands atop a platform, sensing Lin Moyo's presence as he enters its territory. The lion does not welcome his intrusion and bares its fangs, attempting to intimidate Lin Moyo. Despite the boss's threatening display, Lin Moyo remains unfazed, showing not even the slightest hint of fear. Instead, he smiles, as if mocking the creature. It is as if he is laughing at this boss upon their reunion, knowing full well that he will crush it once again. Before finishing it off, he even greets the lion, treating it like an old friend, but he does not intend to show it any mercy. Within mere seconds, the battle is over so brief that Lin Moyo found his dungeon exploration far more enjoyable than the fight itself. He doesn't even consider the weak boss a challenge. With his victory over the Wind God Mount, Lin Moyo successfully breaks his own record, now displayed outside the dungeon hall. The professionals eagerly awaiting the legendary youngest general's performance check the dungeon entrance and discover that Lin Moyo has completed it in just 40 minutes and 32 seconds, significantly faster than his previous attempt. Upon seeing this, the professionals nod in approval just as expected of General Lin. His dungeon clearing speed is extraordinary. They celebrate this as a victory for humanity and their nation because Lin Moyo's speed is now 3 to 4 times faster than before. They understand the significance of this achievement and realize that Lin Moyo has not yet reached his full potential. His first attempt must have been an experiment, explaining why it took longer. The professionals are overjoyed as they witness the birth of a new dungeon record, one that will likely remain unbroken for a long time. As time passes, Lin Moyo continues making attempts to clear the dungeon, breaking his record with every run. The record for the Tornado Plains keeps dropping from 27 minutes and 15 seconds to 21 minutes and 47 seconds, then to 18 minutes and 26 seconds, and finally to 15 minutes and 33 seconds. The professionals watching him grow more excited each time he enters the dungeon, eager to see his true limit. Each time the bell tolls, they anticipate a new record, turning the event into a spectacle. Some professionals can hardly believe their eyes. They start questioning whether they are dreaming or experiencing an illusion. How is it possible for Lin Moyo to clear a hell-level elemental dungeon in just 5 minutes? Fear sets in as they acknowledge that future generations will struggle because no one will be able to break Lin Moyo's record for the next 100 years or more. Everything Lin Moyo is achieving now, his unmatched speed and record-breaking feats, will stand as an eternal challenge for future professionals. Meanwhile, others feel overwhelmed and nearly deafened because, from the very beginning, the dungeon hall bell has been ringing non-stop, each chime signaling yet another new record set by the same person. Despite Lin Moyo's unbelievable times in the Tornado Plains, he still doesn't seem satisfied. Staring at his latest 15-minute record, he wonders if there is another way to clear the dungeon even faster. Deep in thought, he questions whether he can beat his own record once again, knowing that the time he has set now is one that no one will surpass for a very long time. With that, he decides to attempt a speed run, ignoring experience points and skipping all unnecessary battles. If his plan succeeds, he will break his own record by several more minutes. Standing before the dungeon gate, he selects the Hell level difficulty, determined not to waste time fighting unnecessary monsters. Even if they attack him, he doesn't worry about the damage he might take thanks to his numerous passive abilities and skeleton armor. He can withstand their blows with ease. All he needs to do is run through the entire dungeon, reach the boss, and defeat it in mere seconds. As soon as he enters the dungeon, Lin Moyo immediately focuses on his goal. Only one thought dominates his mind. Use every ounce of speed to bypass all enemies and rush straight to the boss. If he succeeds, he will achieve a record even faster than 15 minutes. Without hesitation, he begins his sprint the moment he steps inside. Meanwhile, Ningyura arrives at Bai Shen's courtyard, visibly surprised and in a hurry to deliver urgent news. As soon as he steps inside, he informs Bai Shen about Lin Moyo's actions, how he is continuously setting new records in Hell difficulty. Not only did he unlock a new difficulty level, but he has also shattered record after record, bringing it down to just 15 minutes. However, Bai Shen is not surprised at all. Instead, he casually asks Ningyura, "What's new? Isn't this normal? After all, we're talking about Lin Moyo." This is not the first time Lin Moyo has broken a record. Ningyura calmly informs Bai Shen that with every entry Lin Moyo makes, he sets a faster and faster record. However, that is not the only reason Ningyura has come to speak with Bai Shen. He also asks if Bai Shen remembers a man from Shujing Academy who lived 600 years ago. At this moment, Meng Anwen joins the conversation, sipping his tea. He asks Elder Ning if he is referring to their senior Zhang Yina, who lived during that era. It seems that the elder's assumption is correct, and Ning Yura confirms that Zhang Yina is indeed the person he was referring to. Ning Yura then begins to recount the story of Zhang Yina, the president of Shujing Academy 673 years ago. Zhang Yina was a fearsome professional, one of the strongest warriors of his time. He was a level 98 Divine Light swordsman, possessing dual talent and dual sublimation. Moreover, he was considered the strongest potential candidate to reach super god level warrior status during his era. Such a possibility was extremely rare, proving how powerful this individual was. His immense talent and strength allowed him to reach unprecedented levels. During that time, a great battle took place at Fortress No. 9, where the Abyss Demon Camp dispatched over 100 demon kings. This posed an existential threat to all of humanity. If the demons had succeeded, it would have been their end. However, the demon invasion failed because humanity's god-level warriors stood against them. At that time, however, there were only 20 god-level warriors in all of humanity. Among them was Yang Yi, who bore the title God of Justice. He single-handedly fought nearly half of the demon kings. Not only did he manage to hold off such a vast number of enemies, but he also beheaded 30 of them alone over the course of the battle. Upon hearing this story again, Meng Anwen sighs deeply. He recalls that the battle was later called the Founding Battle, but unfortunately, Zhang Yi perished in the conflict. His body could no longer withstand the wounds he sustained while fighting so many demon kings. Despite his sacrifice, the Abyss demons never discovered the news of his death. Fearing the presence of the God of Justice, they dared not make any reckless moves for the next several hundred years, as they believed he was still alive and watching over humanity. The elders in the room understand the enormous contribution Zhang Yi made to the peace humanity enjoys today. He left behind a great legacy for future generations. At this point, Ning Yuren shares another revelation about Zhang Yi's final act before his death. Instead of letting his power fade away, he sealed all of his strength to create a secret realm. Fortunately, they know where to find this place. It exists within a dungeon hole. However, to unlock and enter it, one must fulfill a set of conditions. Zhang Yi established guidelines and restrictions, and only professionals who meet these conditions can access the secret realm. Hearing this new information, Bai Shen is completely shocked. This is the first time he has ever heard about any of this. He then asks the elder whether this means that his disciple, Lin Moyo, has already fulfilled the conditions to enter the secret realm. The elder simply nods and tells him that one of the conditions is to clear an L difficulty dungeon in under 10 minutes. To confirm Lin Moyo's accomplishment, Ning Yuren activates a screen, using his authority as the overseer of Shujing Academy and its dungeons. This allows him to observe everything happening inside the dungeon in real time. Pointing to the screen, Ning Yuren informs the two elders in the room that Lin Moyo has cleared the L difficulty of the tornado plains in just 8 minutes and 1 second. It appears that Lin Moyo's plan is succeeding, as he has cut his previous record in half. At that very moment, Lin Moyo's communication device beeps, notifying him that he has reached his target time. From Lin Moyo's perspective, his current clearing speed matches his previous best run. However, he realizes that he can no longer improve his time further. This is his true limit, the ultimate record for this dungeon. Just as Lin Moyo is about to leave the tornado plains, a mysterious portal suddenly appears before him. A strange gateway manifests at the original location of the Wind God Mount. It is an entrance to a secret realm, something that Lin Moyo finds incredibly unusual, especially since it appeared inside a dungeon. Before he can step forward, his master's voice suddenly reaches him, catching his attention. Lin Moyo is shocked. How is his master's voice reaching him inside the dungeon? It seems Bai Shen sought Ning Yuren's help to provide Lin Moyo with important information and a warning. Lin Moyo immediately recognizes his master's voice and wonders what is going on. Bai Shen explains that the portal in front of him leads to a secret location, created by the former president of Shujing Academy 600 years ago. However, no one has ever entered this realm before, not even Bai Shen himself. Since he lacks concrete information, Bai Shen can only say one thing. This secret realm contains tremendous opportunities, but also great dangers. Because of this, he leaves the decision to Lin Moyo, allowing him to choose his own path. Lin Moyo is astonished to learn that the incredible phenomenon before him is a legendary secret realm created by one of humanity's most powerful professionals. This realization intensifies his excitement. The mystery of the secret realm, one that even his master does not fully understand, piques his curiosity. He knows that if he wants to become even stronger, he must face whatever trials await inside. More importantly, he trusts that his ancestors would never create this realm with the intent to destroy him. Rather, it exists to strengthen humanity. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo makes his decision. No matter what dangers or challenges lie ahead, he will not back down. With that, he steps into the portal, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within. As Lin Moyo enters the secret realm, he is not met with an immediate battle. Instead, he is greeted by a breathtaking sight. He finds himself standing before a majestic waterfall, nestled in the heart of a lush forest. The serenity of the place is striking. There are no immediate threats, no monsters lunging at him. Still, Lin Moyo refuses to let his guard down. Despite the tranquil surroundings, he knows that danger lurks somewhere in this realm. His instincts prove correct. Just a few minutes into his exploration, a deadly sword energy attack suddenly flies toward him from behind. A golden blade, aimed directly at the back of his head, seeks to kill him in an instant. However, Lin Moyo is always prepared. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he detects the incoming attack just in time. With a swift leap, he dodges the strike. The sword meant for Lin Moyo instead buries itself into the ground. It was not just a simple trap that led to the sword's movement, because after it was released and lunged at Lin Moyo, a being with a human-like appearance arrived and picked it up. This entity radiated an overwhelming energy that surged from its body, spreading like lightning. The being was now fully revealed. Its appearance was somewhat unusual, resembling a ghost or a creature made entirely of pure energy. It displayed no facial expression and simply prepared itself by filling its body with spiritual power. On both of its wrists, two circular energy formations could be seen, acting as sources of strength to enhance its attacks. At that moment, the creature took on an even more human-like quality. Its face turned serious, and it pointed its sword at Lin Moyo. It seemed to be finishing its preparations, now challenging Lin Moyo to battle. Despite its youthful appearance, which was in stark contrast to Zhang Ying's aged looks, no one knew the true nature of this opponent. The only thing Lin Moyo understood was that this was a formidable opponent, and from what he could sense, he was up against someone powerful. Realizing the danger before him, he knew he had to be extremely cautious, otherwise he would be in serious trouble. Determined to take this fight seriously, he immediately prepared himself. To initiate his counterattack against the approaching swordsman, Lin Moyo raised his hand and activated his ancient curse. A multitude of crimson chains shot toward his opponent, attempting to bind and restrict his movements. As the chains drew closer, a skull insignia appeared, signaling that Lin Moyo's curse had taken effect. The unknown swordsman, recognizing the incoming chains as a serious threat, understood that he could not allow them to wrap around his body. Letting that happen would give Lin Moyo a significant advantage. Without hesitation, the swordsman repositioned himself, raised his sword, and prepared to strike back. As soon as he lifted his blade, powerful energy beams followed its movement. With just a single swing, he effortlessly cut through Lin Moyo's chains. The energy radiating from his sword was strong enough to completely nullify the curse's effects. Acting swiftly, he charged toward Lin Moyo, knowing he had to prevent the mage from preparing more spells by closing the distance between them. Slashing through all the chains obstructing his path, he continued his relentless advance, undeterred by anything in his way. Lin Moyo realized that he needed to stop this man from advancing toward him. To counter his opponent's actions and movements, Lin Moyo prepared his soul blaze. Flames gathered in his palm, and despite the unusual nature of his opponent, Lin Moyo strongly felt that his soul blaze would be effective against him. The moment his opponent saw the attack being prepared, he immediately became alert. He recognized that Lin Moyo was charging an attack that directly targeted the soul. This was the first time he spoke, visibly shocked by what he was witnessing. He knew that if he were hit by that attack, he would be in serious trouble. However, despite realizing the danger of Lin Moyo's move, he had already gotten too close. Unfortunately for him, he was now within the range of Soul Blaze. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo unleashed his attack, enveloping the man's entire body in blue flames. The swordsman's charge was completely disrupted, and instead of continuing his assault, he was forced to retreat, writhing in pain as his soul burned. All of his plans to attack Lin Moyo crumbled, and regaining his proper form became difficult. To protect himself and prevent Lin Moyo from launching another attack, the man stepped back and raised his sword, activating a skill called Sword Shi Swamp. With this skill, a blinding light erupted around him, followed by the release of countless sword Shi Sharp, fast beams of sword energy directed at Lin Moyo. His goal was either to finish him off or at least distract him long enough to regain his composure and prepare a counterattack. With no other choice, Lin Moyo stood his ground, bracing himself as the barrage of swords Shi came at him. He held firm, his skeleton armor absorbing the full impact of the attack. Despite the damage it endured, the armor remained strong, shielding Lin Moyo until the onslaught subsided. Now, both warriors stood their ground, waiting to see what would happen next. As the battle between Lin Moyo and the mysterious man continues, things don't end with the man sending a barrage of sword energy in his direction. After breaking the chains surrounding him and shattering the curse cast by Lin Moyo, the man once again leaps into the air. Holding his sword tightly, he positions himself to unleash a powerful technique. He grips his sword firmly while gathering energy from his body into the blade, which starts to glow a deep red. With a serious expression on his face, he charges forward, pouring all his power into his attack, a skill called Ground Splitter, capable of destroying everything beneath it. Lin Moyo knows that this attack will be troublesome. He understands he cannot allow the man to get close or use that technique, as even with all his abilities, he can't guarantee he won't take serious damage. To counter the attack, Lin Moyo quickly takes action. He raises his hand and points it toward the man to use his skill, Skeleton Fangs, summoning numerous sharp bone shards that launch toward the enemy. The man freezes mid-air, halted by the piercing bone attacks that begin tearing through his body. Lin Moyo doesn't even glance at the man again. He lets Skeleton Fangs finish the job, watching as the energy composing the man's body slowly disintegrates. Lin Moyo walks away, ignoring his defeated enemy. As he continues walking, Lin Moyo can't help but wonder about the mysteries of this secret realm, especially since it was left behind by the former president of Shujing Academy. It's clearly no ordinary place. He knows there are still many hidden things inside waiting to be discovered. It seems his battles are far from over. Another man appears identical to the one he just fought. This new figure also holds the same sword, but now has two glowing energy rings around his wrists. Standing firmly by the water, the man challenges Lin Moyo without taking a single step back. He warns him to remember the past and gives Lin Moyo only two choices, either kill him or be killed. He then declares that he is a level 49 swordsman. As Lin Moyo looks at this new opponent, he realizes this isn't the same man he just fought, but an older and stronger version. This one possesses an additional pair of energy rings on his wrists. Fascinated yet cautious, Lin Moyo prepares for battle once more. Without wasting any time, he draws his Thanatos, and from it, the trapped souls begin to emerge. Among them, Lin Moyo summons his own creature, the Soul-Devouring King, a level 50 beast nearly equal to his current opponent. It has 40,000 strength and agility, 30,000 spirit, and 50,000 physique, along with skills like Soul-Devouring and Shock and Scream, making it the perfect match against this enemy. Its abilities allow it to bypass enemy defenses and grant immunity to physical attacks. As soon as the Soul-Devouring King appears, Lin Moyo steps back and commands it to eliminate the enemy without delay. He's in a hurry. He doesn't want to waste time with this fight. He must uncover the secrets of the realm before time runs out. The mysterious man acknowledges Lin Moyo as a worthy opponent. Before Lin Moyo can take any more actions, the man charges at him and swings his sword, releasing a powerful surge of energy. He shouts once again, reminding Lin Moyo that he has only two choices: kill or be killed if he wants to reach his destination. But this time, Lin Moyo no longer needs to fight with full effort. His Soul-Devouring King is already enough. The beast opens its mouth, revealing countless sharp teeth, and unleashes its Shock and Scream skill. The charging swordsman freezes, overwhelmed by the force of the monstrous scream. His prepared attack vanishes as he's forced to defend himself against the pressure. Without wasting time, Lin Moyo makes his move. Holding his weapon, he leaps above the man's head. The swordsman is stunned by Lin Moyo's boldness, confused and irritated that he's being ignored like he's not even worth fighting. Holding his head, shocked by the scream that shook his very soul, he calls out to Lin Moyo, warning him not to run. He promises that he will kill him and drag him back to the depths of the realm. Lin Moyo pays no attention. He continues on his journey, leaving the Soul-Devouring King behind to deal with the man. The creature follows him, destroying everything in its path. Time passes. There's no need to show what happened to the man. It's clear he was crushed by the Soul-Devouring King. Several minutes later, Lin Moyo reaches another point inside the secret realm and suddenly freezes, stunned by a familiar sight. He can't believe it. It's the same man again. He becomes frustrated, wondering why this enemy never tires of fighting him, even after being repeatedly defeated. The man appears once more, now looking even more different, stronger than ever. He has 4 energy rings around his wrists and introduces himself as a level 59 swordsman, 10 levels stronger than the last one Lin Moyo faced. He repeats the same words again, reminding Lin Moyo of the past and giving him the same 2 choices. Overflowing with energy, the man stands firm. Lin Moyo's eyes can't look away from his glowing wrists, noticing the additional energy rings right away. He understands this opponent is even more powerful, so he must summon a stronger ally. Raising his Thanatos, he releases more of the souls within. From the ground, bursting through the earth, comes his next summoned beast, the Great Earth Centipede. The earth cracks open as large rocks scatter, and the souls begin to swirl around the massive creature. Towering far above Lin Moyo, the Great Earth Centipede emerges. It is a level 55 creature with 100,000 strength and agility, 60,000 spirit, and 100,000 physique. Its skills include deadly poison, mist cutting, and sweep, and it possesses traits like poison immunity and 30% resistance to all elemental and physical damage. As Lin Moyo summoned his own creature, the man immediately recognized it. He could only shout in disbelief at what he was seeing. Right before his eyes was the Great Earth Centipede. After so many years, it seemed this man had once encountered the monster, but he couldn't understand how it was now standing in front of him, seemingly controlled by Lin Moyo. Countless questions raced through his mind. How could Lin Moyo command a beast that once terrified even the most seasoned professionals? Before he could ask all his questions, he was given no time. The massive fangs of the great Earth centipede lunged toward him. These fangs, several times larger than the man himself, aimed to impale and immediately kill him. The centipede used its cutting skill razor-sharp fangs, generating immense force that forced the man to block with his sword. He barely managed to defend himself and was pushed back by the sheer power of the attack. The man did everything he could to protect himself, wrapping himself in energy to form a barrier. Despite all his effort and resistance, he couldn't keep up and was forced to pour all his strength into defending. He began to sweat and tremble under the pressure of facing this monstrous creature. While the man was locked in combat with the great Earth centipede, Lin Moyo calmly walked away, continuing his journey. The two remained locked in a stalemate, the man struggling to survive the monster's relentless attacks. He had no time or strength left to confront Lin Moyo himself. Lin Moyo simply gave a final command to his creature: do everything it could, for he was leaving the battle in its hands. The great Earth centipede nodded in agreement, showing a trace of intelligence as it accepted its master's order. To finish the fight, it used its poison mist skill, covering the entire area in a thick fog of pure poison. The poisonous mist spread across the battlefield, gradually weakening the man until he could do nothing but accept defeat and death at the hands of Lin Moyo's beast. With that, Lin Moyo continued walking, searching for clues about what awaited him at the end of the dungeon. He didn't look back, confident that his great Earth centipede would easily defeat a level 59 swordsman. He wandered deeper into the mysterious secret realm until he reached a small, old village. The houses had ancient designs, showing they came from long ago. The place was calm, strangely calm, for a chaotic dungeon, and Lin Moyo began to wonder what was going on. He asked himself why the area felt so peaceful. Could it be that all his trials were finally over? But he was wrong. Just as Lin Moyo was about to relax, the man appeared once more, now even stronger than before. Standing on the rooftop of one of the houses, his glowing red eyes radiated intense killing intent. His energy was more ferocious than ever. He declared his challenge again, telling Lin Moyo to prepare to face his sword. If Lin Moyo wanted to pass, one of them would have to die. This time, he declared himself a level 65 swordsman. Lin Moyo noticed 5 glowing rings on the man's wrists, and from the powerful energy surging out, he realized this was a far stronger version of the opponent he'd just fought. He guessed that this would be the final swordsman he needed to defeat in the secret realm. Knowing how powerful high-level professionals were, Lin Moyo didn't take any chances. He didn't send just one follower. Instead, he summoned his entire army, including his undead general. This was going to be a serious battle. The peaceful village was now filled with a terrifying energy, radiating from Lin Moyo and his army of skeletons. To further prepare, Lin Moyo raised his hand and released his primordial rune, using the skill Strong Troops to increase the attributes of his skeleton army, giving them an edge against a level 65 opponent. He knew how important this buff was, especially considering the massive level gap. As Lin Moyo's energy spread throughout the area, his skeletons absorbed the white energy and immediately felt stronger, more durable, and deadlier. The swordsman made the first move. He leapt from the roof, covering his arms and legs with thick energy, ready to charge at Lin Moyo. His eyes locked onto Lin Moyo, determination carved into his expression. He was ready to do everything he could to defeat his opponent. He activated his technique, spinning his sword. He unleashed glowing rings of energy from his wrists that expanded to fill the air. In a flash, countless claws appeared in the sky, flooding the area with his power. His energy distorted the entire battlefield. Then, his sword aimed straight at Lin Moyo, multiple copies of it trying to pierce through him. Lin Moyo was caught off guard. This was the first time he had seen a skill like this. The swordsman had created dozens of doppelgangers, clones that advanced rapidly. Now Lin Moyo faced a huge problem. He couldn't tell which one was the real body. He couldn't land a blow with his soul blade if he didn't identify the true target. Thankfully, his skeleton warriors didn't allow the clones to get close. When they approached, the skeletons swung their blades and pushed them back. Using wide-area attacks, they forced the clones to retreat, unable to break through the solid defense of Lin Moyo's army. Frustrated, the clones couldn't do anything. Lin Moyo smiled as he watched the chaos unfold. Finally, a worthy opponent, someone strong enough to challenge his horde. The battle between the two professionals was joined by their countless minions, making the fight even more intense. Lin Moyo challenged the man. Let's see who has the stronger army and who can survive to the end. The once peaceful place had become a war zone, filled with massive explosions, mostly clones being destroyed. But no matter how many were killed, the clones kept coming. However, the swordsman's power wasn't infinite. Eventually, his clones began to fade, and the real body was exposed. Now alone, he was surrounded by Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors, but he wasn't giving up. He let them come closer as he began preparing a powerful skill, Sword She Swamp. He wrapped his body in energy and focused it around himself. The rings on his wrists flared violently, the source of his power. Seconds passed, then he released a shockwave that pushed all nearby enemies away. The skeletons couldn't resist the force and were blown back. A bright orb of energy formed in the sky, with the swordsman at its center. Then he raised his sword. From it, he unleashed a blinding beam of light, draining the energy rings on his arms. He was forming a massive sword. The skeleton warriors knew they had to stop him before he finished the attack. If not, they would be wiped out. They charged, but it was too late. The massive sword was fully formed. The man launched the glowing blade directly at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo stood still, watching the giant sword approach. His mind raced. What would he do to counter this final strike? Alright guys, that's a wrap for today's episode. It was a wild one. If you're excited to see what happens next, go ahead and drop a like and hit that subscribe button. Catch you in the next one. As the man activated one of the stars embedded on his wrist to unleash a large-scale attack directed at Lin Moyo, the massive surge of energy headed straight toward him. Knowing he couldn't dodge the incoming strike, Lin Moyo immediately prepared himself to take the blow. He moved into position and used his skeleton armor to shield himself. Despite his defense, the force of the impact pushed him back. The armor on his back kept breaking and regenerating, but eventually the power of the attack began to pierce through and reach him. He instantly felt the damage, but thanks to his skills, the brunt of the energy was absorbed by his skeletons, who bravely endured it all. None of the damage reached Lin Moyo himself due to his damage transfer ability. His skeletons, having shared in the pain, began a mob-like attack on the armored enemy, proof of how overwhelming the man's unleashed power had been. Yet, despite the assault he had just withstood, Lin Moyo still managed to smile and even praised the enemy's skill. Though fragments of his armor scattered around him, he remained calm, saying to himself that with the help of his skeleton armor, damage transfer, and connection skill, no one would be able to kill him with just one attack, unless, of course, his enemy was at the level of a demon king. To treat the damage taken by his skeletons, Lin Moyo's undead general raised its weapon and used the skill Legion Heal. A white light spread across the area as Lin Moyo's skeletons received healing from the general. The entire battlefield was bathed in this radiant light, and the skeletons soon returned to peak condition, ready to fight again. After everything had calmed down, the skeletons resumed their positions. Lin Moyo shouted that his army was back to normal and that he was ready to continue the battle. Leading the charge, Lin Moyo raised his hand and aimed it at his enemy, casting Agent Curse. From behind him, Countless red chains surged outward in every direction to restrain his opponent. The chains wrapped around the large sword floating in midair, preventing the man from making any further moves. He was left suspended, unable to prepare a counterattack. But it didn't end there. Lin Moyo then channeled his soul blaze into the chains. Blue flames engulfed the massive sword, spreading across its surface. The man, wrapped in his own energy that formed the giant sword, was affected. He could do nothing to resist Lin Moyo's actions. His soul was disrupted by soul blaze, and the chains immobilized him. Unable to break free or counter, the man grew frustrated. Clutching his head in pain as his soul burned, sweat poured from him. He was overwhelmed, unable to comprehend how Lin Moyo was not only resisting but also destroying his sword. Within seconds, the thing he feared most happened. The sword energy protecting him shattered, and the massive weapon that encased him vanished. Now completely defenseless, he was consumed by Lin Moyo's soul blaze, which continued to burn his body. Adding to this, elemental attacks from Lin Moyo's skeleton mages rained down, causing devastating damage. The relentless onslaught broke his endurance, and he could only surrender. His body crashed violently to the ground under the force of the attacks, causing a massive impact. He could no longer protect himself from Lin Moyo's barrage. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors charged forward, weapons in hand, and surrounded the fallen man, attacking him until he died. With the enemy dead, silence fell across the area, now riddled with deep craters from the battle. Lin Moyo observed the destruction he had caused but continued walking forward, searching for the objective of his journey. He wondered if there were still any enemies left, though he felt confident that his soul-devouring king and great earth centipede had already taken care of the weaker versions of the man, eliminating them cleanly. That was the only thought lingering in his mind. He didn't expect any more enemies to appear before him. He walked on, arriving at a village strangely untouched by the earlier chaos. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful and tranquil, though oddly devoid of people. The atmosphere was peaceful, and Lin Moyo found himself marveling at how serene it was. To find his target, Lin Moyo spread his spirit across the village, searching for clues that could lead him to what he needed to discover. He waited until he received a response and sensed a direction leading him to a corner of the village where a modest two-story house stood. Upon seeing it, Lin Moyo smiled, sensing that his target was inside and that he might uncover important information about whoever resided there. Without hesitation, he approached the house and stood before the front door. He didn't worry too much about the possibility of more enemies appearing, confident in his abilities should his assumption prove wrong. With no fear, he pushed the door open and entered the house, hoping to find what he was looking for in this secret realm. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an old man sitting calmly at a table, surrounded by hanging scrolls and the scent of burning incense. Lin Moyo immediately used his detection technique and discovered that the man before him was none other than the soul of Zhang Yi, the former president of Shijing Academy. Lin Moyo noticed that Zhang Yi looked exactly like the enemies he had fought earlier and now realized that those were younger versions of Zhang Yi. The old man meditated peacefully until he sensed Lin Moyo's presence and opened his eyes to look at his guest. He greeted Lin Moyo with a gentle smile, showing no hostility, and instead welcomed him kindly, inviting him to sit across from him. Lin Moyo obeyed and sat down at the table, where tea and cups were laid out. The old man had no ill intent and even offered him tea. As they spoke, Zhang Yi praised Lin Moyo for his impressive display of strength. He had watched all of Lin Moyo's battles against his younger selves and was amazed by the results, especially since Lin Moyo, despite being only level 40, had defeated even his strongest clone. Lin Moyo, however, felt unworthy of such praise, especially from someone like Zhang Yi. He humbly responded that compared to his senior, the gap between them was too great and that he could never reach his level. Zhang Yi simply told him that there was no need to be overly modest and that Lin Moyo should recognize his own AC accomplishments. In fact, he believed Lin Moyo was even more talented than he had been in his youth and could never have achieved what Lin Moyo had just done. Furthermore, he told Lin Moyo that meeting him had given him hope for the current state of mankind. If Lin Moyo continued to grow stronger, the future of their race would surely be brighter. Lin Moyo agreed with Zhang Yi's sentiments and assured him that humanity's current condition was still good. Though they had yet to completely annihilate the Abyss demons, they already possessed enough power, and their professionals continued to train and grow stronger to keep up with the Abyss. Aside from this, Lin Moyo was confident that they could conquer the Abyss in the future if humanity continued to grow stronger. Upon hearing this, the old man simply smiled at Lin Moyo's response and began to tell him that his dream of destroying the Abyss demons was a difficult one, so difficult that it would eventually seem impossible, as no one had ever succeeded in such a feat. But Lin Moyo did not back down and informed the old man that they now had hope, especially since the strongest among them was close to reaching the level of a super god-level powerhouse. The old man, however, remained unmoved and unconvinced by Lin Moyo's words. He still did not believe that they had a chance at defeating and destroying the Abyss demons. There was, however, one thing he wanted to tell Lin Moyo, that one day, if Lin Moyo reached the same level of power as he currently held, he would understand why he was saying all of this. There were things that Lin Moyo did not yet know, and even though many years had passed, the old man was certain that their situation had not significantly changed. Upon hearing everything the old man said, Lin Moyo was shocked and speechless. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was beginning to realize that Zhang Yi knew many secrets, even ones that Lin Moyo's master was unaware of. He was also starting to discover, from the scattered information he now had, that the Abyss wasn't as simple as people assumed it to be. There were many buried truths in history that no one in the current age knew. The old man noticed the concern on Lin Moyo's face, so to ease his worries, he told him that he didn't need to think about these things for now, especially since he was still at a lower level of power. He advised Lin Moyo to only concern himself with these matters once he reached the level of a god-level powerhouse. To calm him down further, the old man praised Lin Moyo again, saying that despite his relatively low level, he had already achieved remarkable things. Not only did Lin Moyo pass his test and defeat all the clones prepared for him, but he also exceeded all expectations. Impressed by everything Lin Moyo had demonstrated, the old man acknowledged that he was worthy and granted him the opportunity to form a pact with him. The old man then took out a wooden container and opened it to reveal a white bone. Lin Moyo was confused at what he was seeing inside the box until Zhang Yi explained that it was a severed finger of a god. Lin Moyo used his detection technique and confirmed that the old man was telling the truth. Upon learning this information, Lin Moyo was deeply unsettled and stood up in shock. He couldn't believe that a piece of a god's body was right in front of him. This was also his first time hearing about gods existing in this world. His sudden movement triggered his alert instincts, especially upon realizing that gods could have physical forms and could be harmed. Due to the strange energy emanating from the box, Zhang Yi quickly closed it after showing its contents. He then told Lin Moyo that, of course, he could not use the item right now, but with its help, he would find it easier to reach god level and possibly even super god level power. This item would give him a great advantage, and Zhang Yi was giving it to him as a reward for his impressive performance and for passing the test. Lin Moyo understood that this was not a simple reward. The man clearly wanted something in return. If he was offering something so valuable, Lin Moyo couldn't help but wonder what favor Zhang Yi wanted in exchange. The old man brought out another box, opened it, and revealed a violet bowl made of crystal. He explained to Lin Moyo that he wanted him to bring this item into the upper layer of the Eternal Trials and deliver it to the boss located in the core area's center. Lin Moyo was shocked again upon hearing this. He began to sweat, realizing exactly who Zhang Yi was referring to. He asked himself if the being in question was the ancient Earth Dragon. This revelation stunned him, as he never expected their agreement would involve the ancient Earth Dragon. Lin Moyo stood up straight and told the old man that he accepted the terms of the deal and would deliver the item to the ancient Earth Dragon. He quickly collected his rewards, including the box with the special item, knowing he had no reason to hesitate, especially since the reward was great and he had always wanted to meet the ancient Earth Dragon again. The old man noticed Lin Moyo was in a rush and reminded him that he didn't need to complete his part of the agreement right away. It would be better for him to wait until he was strong enough, as the core area was not easy to access due to the powerful monsters inside. The old man said he could still wait a few more years, especially since he had already waited over 600 years for someone capable of completing the mission. The energy surrounding the old man began to change, spreading throughout the room. Lin Moyo could sense this, and he knew that he had only a little time left to speak with the old man. He quickly asked one final question: why did Zhang Yi choose him instead of relying on a god-level powerhouse to carry out the mission? The old man smiled faintly and said he couldn't entrust the mission to those old powerhouses. They had no right to speak with the ancient Earth Dragon and would likely die if they tried to face it. He also said that Lin Moyo was different from other professionals of humanity and had everything needed to complete the mission. The old man's image began to fade, turning back into pure energy. But before vanishing completely, he warned Lin Moyo to never let anyone see the contents of the boxes. He explained that the severed finger of a god contained such intense power that it would cause overwhelming envy and others would try to steal it, which could lead to Lin Moyo's death. He made it clear that whether it be the Abyss, the Dragon Clan, or even fellow humans, everyone would do anything to obtain something that would benefit them. Thus, Lin Moyo must keep the items he received hidden at all costs. The old man finally disappeared in a burst of energy that lit up the entire area, and the secret realm began to close. Now that Zhang Yi's final mission was complete, it was time for him to depart for good and for Lin Moyo to begin his journey. Before leaving, Lin Moyo promised his senior, Zhang Yi, that he would not fail him and would remember everything he had said. Lin Moyo's mission in the secret realm was finally over, and he was ejected from it. He returned to the Tornado Plains dungeon, landing on the platform where the Wind God Mount stood. Now that he was back and had completed the mission, Lin Moyo decided to leave and search for his master to report all that had happened. It seemed that not only Bai Shen was waiting for his return, Kuang Sheng had also arrived to welcome him. While waiting, Kuang Sheng asked Bai Shen if the disciple Lin Moyo would be all right, especially since they had no way of monitoring what happened inside the secret realm. But Kuang Sheng wasn't too worried and told Bai Shen that he was confident Lin Moyo was fine, that Bai Shen should also trust in the disciple's abilities. While they were talking, Lin Moyo arrived through teleportation. Both elders were surprised as a burst of light marked Lin Moyo's return. Bai Shen was amazed by his swift return, while Kuang Sheng asked him how his journey had gone. Lin Moyo then shared everything from his battles with the young versions of Zhang Yi to meeting the old man himself and being entrusted with a mission and rewards. He trusted the three elders completely, knowing they wouldn't try to take what Zhang Yi had given him. Lin Moyo took out one of the boxes and handed it to them, which they opened immediately. A brilliant light shone from the box, and the three elders were stunned by what they saw. They stood in awe as Lin Moyo asked them to safeguard the item for him, knowing it wasn't safe in his hands. Meng Anwen couldn't help but comment on how pure the energy inside the item was. They were beginning to understand why Zhang Yi warned that god-level powerhouses would fight over such an object. Lin Moyo explained that the severed finger of a god contained immense power, possibly the same kind of murder aura possessed by Kuang Sheng. Hearing this shocked Kuang Sheng, and he couldn't believe that Lin Moyo's theory might be right. Hope rekindled in him, and he felt excited considering the item, a sign that he was still on the path to becoming a super god-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng didn't seem too concerned about the recent events. Instead, he looked seriously at Lin Moyo and firmly said, "It's time for you to return to the core area of the Eternal Trials." It had already been decided Lin Moyo was destined to go there, but Bai Sheng was fully aware of the dangers that awaited, which is why he reminded Lin Moyo that he must grow stronger and ensure he doesn't die inside. "You must harden yourself even more. Strengthen the power you possess," he added. Because of this, Bai Sheng once again reminded Lin Moyo of his unique right as the top scholar of their nation. He held the qualification to enter Shengxia Tower once in his lifetime, and now was the perfect moment. Use this opportunity. Explore the contents of Shengxia Tower. Let it become the foundation of your power. As the colossal tower appeared before Lin Moyo, he was reminded of everything the professionals had told him how rare and important it was to enter the Shengxia Tower. From everything he had heard, it was extremely uncommon to get the opportunity to step inside, and the trials within were said to be intense and deeply challenging. With that in mind, he fully prepared himself, knowing that his time had come to face the trial created especially for him. Before Lin Moyo left to begin his journey, his master, Bai Shen, gave him a wise and profound reminder. Lin Moyo must first understand himself and his potential enemies. If he did this, he would never lose a battle and would surely triumph over any opponent he faced. At that moment, Bai Shen entrusted his disciple with essential advice, insisting that Lin Moyo memorize and understand the traits and taglines of every profession. He also needed to study each one's strengths and weaknesses in order to enhance his combat effectiveness and adaptability in any situation he might face inside the tower. Kuang Sheng also gave him a heartfelt warning, sharing that he too had fought in countless battles inside the Shengxia Tower. He admitted that many of those fights pushed him to his limits and caused him great suffering. That's why Lin Moyo needed to be especially prepared mentally. He would surely encounter trials unlike anything he had ever faced before. Despite Kuang Sheng's warnings, Lin Moyo stood firm, declaring that he was not afraid of any hardship or challenge and that he would face everything with unwavering courage. Lin Moyo wasn't only given advice by his masters. Tan Dang Meng, out of kindness, also reminded him that the Shengxia Tower would officially open in 3 days, and that would be when Lin Moyo's trials would begin. He urged Lin Moyo to follow Bai Shen's advice and commit to memory the traits of every profession, so he would be well prepared for what was to come. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo accepted all the advice. He spent the next few days using all his time to prepare and complete the tasks required of him. The 3 days passed quickly, and finally, all the participants gathered at Ziyujing Plaza, located at the edge of an island surrounded by water. Everyone who had qualified waited anxiously for the arrival of the Shengxia Tower. As they waited, the tower suddenly descended from the sky, creating a powerful gust of wind that scattered dust everywhere. Partially shrouded in debris, the professionals cheered as they witnessed the arrival of the Shengxia Tower, also known as the Tower of God. They had waited a long time for this rare opportunity to enter such a legendary place. The professionals gathered there could barely believe their eyes. They murmured among themselves, still overwhelmed by the fact that they were seeing, with their own eyes, one of the 3 divine towers of the Shengxia Empire. According to their knowledge, the Shengxia Tower only opened once a year, and only 500 tickets were distributed per opening. These tickets could not be influenced even by the empire itself. The Shijing Academy held full control over the selection process. Among the professionals waiting to enter were Zia Zhu and other professionals who had once competed with Lin Moyo in the national exam. They were now lining up, hoping to be among the chosen few to enter the tower. Zia Zhu was amazed and excited to finally see the Tower of God before her. She looked forward to the trials it would present, knowing that the entire nation competed for these 500 coveted spots. Though the competition would be fierce, she believed that anyone who could enter the tower must be an exceptionally talented individual. Her companion agreed, saying that regardless of anyone's profession, those who were chosen to enter the Tower of God were undoubtedly among the best talents of all. As the people conversed, they were suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a group of professionals clad in identical armor, marching in unison. Everyone quickly recognized them as the military forces of the Xiangxi Empire. Just from their aura and discipline, it was clear that these individuals were elite professionals. It was known that the military had secured 100 of the 500 available slots for this rare opportunity. Everyone respected the military participants, knowing they had been selected to stand at the front lines to protect humanity from the demons of the abyss. It was only right that they were granted such privileges after all. They were considered true heroes. Among the marching soldiers, one man stood out: his own elder brother. His companions explained that his brother's profession had been upgraded to a holy light swordsman, a mid-level legendary profession. His brother had achieved great things and earned many military merits within the Xiangxia Empire's army. He had risen to the rank of 8-star second lieutenant. From a distance, he glanced over with quiet pride in his eyes. Just from his presence alone, one could tell he had slain many abyss demons. His military badge gleamed in the sunlight, a testament to his accomplishments. It was an unexpected yet proud moment to see his brother there, having earned the right to enter the Xiangxia Tower. Despite the intimidating presence of such powerful professionals, Zia Zhu remained hopeful. She expressed her determination to one day reach the same level and contribute meaningfully to her country. She vowed that she would never fall behind again, though. She made one exception: Lin Moyo. Her companion agreed. Lin Moyo was in a league of his own. He was a monster in terms of talent, someone they could never compare themselves to. There were things only Lin Moyo could do. As they discussed him, someone suddenly noticed Lin Moyo's arrival. His energy was instantly recognizable, and they turned quickly to get a better look. As Lin Moyo appeared, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure from his presence. Even just the way he walked made them uneasy. They were shocked to see how much he had changed in such a short time. Despite it being less than a year since they all officially became professionals, Lin Moyo had far surpassed them. Even more surprising was the badge he wore, a purple and gold military badge, the symbol of a divine general. People stared, but Lin Moyo ignored them and calmly continued walking forward. Without realizing it, all the soldiers and military personnel had turned to face him, stunned by his presence. They hadn't expected a divine general to appear before them. Noticing the soldiers' reactions, Lin Moyo walked toward them. As he approached, all the soldiers stood straight and placed their fists over their hearts, paying their respects to the divine general in their presence. Among those showing respect was the holy light swordswoman herself, his sister, who joyfully welcomed Lin Moyo's arrival and respectfully acknowledged him as a divine general. The presence of Lin Moyo alone was enough to change the entire atmosphere and the emotions of everyone present. In their act of reverence towards Sir Lin Moyo, the soldiers immediately formed a clear path to allow him to proceed to the Tower of God. They lined up in formation, continuously offering their respect to Lin Moyo, who calmly walked right through the middle of them all. Lin Moyo paid little attention to their respectful gestures and simply continued his walk toward the Xiangxia Tower, where he was to become the first professional to enter. This was his privilege as the one who secured the top spot in the national exam. As he approached the Xiangxia Tower, he placed his hand on it and instantly felt something happening. He was engulfed in light as the teleportation process began, allowing him to enter the tower. Watching Lin Moyo's every move was Zia Zhu, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. She hadn't expected that, in such a short time since their last encounter, Lin Moyo would have already completed his career sublimation and become a divine general. The gap between them was growing, and at this rate, it seemed it would only become harder for her to catch up. To begin the trials within the Tower of God, Manhwa appeared via hologram to announce to everyone that the Shangxia Tower was now officially open. He also explained the changes in the tower's rules. Anyone whose name was called would be allowed to enter, while those who hadn't been called yet would need to wait outside. The selection process for participants began, and the first to be called was from Muley College Linlai. He was surprised, not expecting his name to be the first. A level 45 wave master, his companions were also shocked by how suddenly he had been called. He was transported inside a space within the Shangxia Tower and found himself in an extremely dark room where nothing could be seen. But as he arrived, a faint light began to appear. The first to enter that place had been Lin Moyo, who now had a new form with no trace of his true identity. He found himself wondering whether his master Bai Shen and Meng Anwen had planned for him to fight against all 500 professionals selected for the trial. To prepare himself, Lin Moyo tried to summon his skeletons, but to his dismay, he couldn't do it. He was puzzled as to why he couldn't summon them, but eventually realized that it was simply not allowed in this trial. Unprepared for what was happening, Lin Moyo began to observe himself and discovered that he was inhabiting a different body, one with the profession of a wave mage. Worse, he was currently only level 10. He questioned what was going on, but suddenly heard a voice announcing to all participants the rules of the trial. Defeat the enemy in front of you. The more times you defeat your opponent, the higher your score will be. Hearing this, Lin Moyo began to think. When he saw his opponent, he assumed it was just a puppet. With his strength greatly reduced to match level 10, he believed the enemy shouldn't be that powerful. Preparing for battle, Lin Lai raised his staff, gathering energy at its tip. After a short build-up, he released a powerful burst of energy using his skill, Ice Arrow. The attack struck Lin Moyo in the right chest, and he immediately felt the pain from the blow. It was a sensation he hadn't expected to feel again, especially after growing used to relying on his skeleton armor and damage transfer skills. He was shocked by the sharp pain he now experienced for the first time in a long while. But Lin Lai didn't stop there. He followed up with another ice arrow. Smiling to himself, Lin Lai was confident in his victory. The puppet in front of him reacted slowly to all his attacks, and he was now certain he would win and earn greater rewards. His attack landed again, and Lin Moyo's form vanished into smoke and dispersed into the air. Lin Lai looked on, confused, thinking that he might have killed his opponent that easily. But that wasn't the end. From the smoke surrounding the area, Lin Moyo's body reformed, but this time he had taken the form of Lin Lai. Accepting his defeat, Lin Lai could only acknowledge the huge gap between them. Still, he refused to lose hope. He noticed that his new body was now a level 12 wave mage. Facing Lin Moyo again, Lin Lai was confused. He couldn't understand the trial he was part of. The puppet he fought earlier was so weak that he could have defeated it with just 2 ice arrows. And strangely, the puppet didn't even try to dodge or hide, making him question whether this trial was truly real because it seemed way too easy for him. When Lin Moyo faced Lin Lai and was defeated by his hand, he began to understand the purpose of his trial. He realized that Meng Anwen likely wanted him to abandon his previous way of fighting and instead learn and internalize the traits, movements, and battle styles of the professional opponents he would face. He understood that in his current state, he could only take 2 to 3 hits at most before being defeated. Lin Lai once again prepared his ice arrow to launch at Lin Moyo. But this time, at the perfect moment, Lin Moyo managed to dodge the attack. It merely passed by his side. Now he was starting to gain enough confidence to face his opponent properly. To develop his own method of countering and defending himself, Lin Moyo raised his staff and began infusing it with spirit energy. He closely observed every move his opponent made. When Lin Lai launched another ice arrow, Lin Moyo countered with his own ice arrow, casting it back at him. Lin Lai easily sidestepped the attack to avoid being hit. He smiled at last. The puppet he thought would just stand there was now fighting back. As he had hoped, his opponent wasn't going to simply take the hits anymore. He now understood that this was the start of his real trial, and it was time to take things seriously. While Lin Moyo fought using a different profession, his two masters, Quang Sheng and Bai Shen, simply watched from the outside. They were both pleased with what they saw, especially now that Lin Moyo was being challenged. From their point of view, Lin Moyo was undergoing significant changes and improving rapidly, thanks to his exceptional ability to understand his opponent's skills. Quang Sheng agreed, even going as far as to tease Bai Shen, saying that Lin Moyo was even better than Bai Shen was back in his day. Bai Shen wasn't annoyed at the comment. Instead, he was even more pleased with his disciple's progress. He could only hope that Lin Moyo wouldn't lose heart or motivation after experiencing repeated defeats at the hands of his opponents. As his master, he knew there was only one thing he could do now: believe in Lin Moyo. Back inside the Shengxia Tower, Lin Moyo was still battling Lin Lai, who remained unaware that his opponent was Lin Moyo himself. Currently, Lin Moyo had become a level 26 wave mage. Though he had been defeated several times by Lin Lai, not once did he lose hope. He considered each fight a valuable opportunity to grow stronger, and he had gained tremendous experience by learning Lin Lai's combat style. He used his opponent's techniques to strengthen himself. Right now, he was gathering water energy from his surroundings and channeling it into his body to power his attacks and reinforce his body. After a brief preparation, Lin Moyo dashed around his opponent to disorient him and ready his own strike. This was also Lin Lai's style, the very technique Lin Moyo had copied. They began mirroring each other, both trying to anticipate and counter one another's moves. When Lin Lai found a good opening, he immediately seized the moment to release another ice arrow aimed directly at Lin Moyo. But Lin Moyo had already read his next move. He stopped running and prepared to cast his own spell to counter it. He used the same skill, and their ice arrows collided mid-air. Lin Lai was growing slightly irritated with Lin Moyo. He hadn't expected that the puppet could fully copy his fighting style in such a short amount of time. He had done it astonishingly fast, yet Lin Lai still didn't know he was actually fighting Lin Moyo. All he understood now was that something needed to change. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to defeat his opponent. If things continued like this, Lin Lai was certain he wouldn't be able to beat the puppet once it grew stronger. In a last-ditch effort to launch a surprise attack the puppet wouldn't expect, Lin Lai shouted and activated a skill called Stormy Waves. As he roared the name, the skill was triggered and a massive wave surged forth toward Lin Moyo. He had kept this skill hidden, saving it as a trump card for when he could no longer keep up using regular attacks. Lin Moyo hadn't anticipated facing a skill like this. He was left standing there, stunned, watching the wave come crashing toward him, devouring everything in its path. When Lin Moyu realized he had no way to counter the massive wave sent his way by the wave mage, Lin Lai, he chose to surrender, at least for now. Instead of resisting the inevitable, he allowed himself to be swept away by the water, accepting defeat, only to wait for his next opportunity to strike. The entire arena flooded. Lin Moyu was nowhere to be seen. Silence, no trace of his presence. Lin Lai believed he had finally eliminated the puppet. After defeating the puppet before him, Lin Lai felt a moment of relief. At last, he had the chance to fully unleash his skill, a rare moment indeed. But something felt off. He began to notice that the puppet was improving, gradually mimicking his every move, his every strategy. His fighting style was being copied with uncanny precision. Deep down, he knew it wouldn't be long before he was overtaken. Seconds passed. Lin Moyu rose once again, stronger and fiercer than before. He now felt like a level 32 wave mage. The skills he had acquired were overwhelming. Alongside his vast combat knowledge, Lin Mo-yu had developed his own unique fighting style. Not only had he mastered Lin Lai's techniques, but he had also infused them with his own ideas, giving him the edge to surpass his original. With both fighters wielding the same skill set, victory would depend solely on combat instinct, adaptability, and timing. Even as the battle grew more intense, Lin Lai managed to smile. He was excited, eager to fight someone who could challenge his full strength. He began to take things seriously, knowing that if he gave Lin Mo-yu more time, the puppet would soon surpass him completely. Determined to end the fight, Lin Lai launched a counter-offensive. But Lin Mo-yu was already one step ahead, moving swiftly into position and gathering energy for a devastating skill. As Lin Lai stood ready, he felt the ground beneath him tremble. The attack was coming from below. Realizing this too late, he had only a moment to react. With a desperate leap, Lin Lai narrowly avoided the surge of energy that erupted from the ground, shattering the very earth he had stood on. Watching the attack unfold, Lin Lai noticed something strange. It wasn't his style. This puppet had created something new. And the fight wasn't over. Their eyes locked once more. Lin Mo-yu was preparing another skill. Lin Lai finally understood. This was the true trial of the Tower of God. Not something impulsive or predictable as he first thought, but a true test of growth, adaptation, and mastery. And now, Lin Mo-yu, the puppet who once mimicked, was starting to surpass the original. Focused and unwavering, Lin Mo-yu began channeling the most powerful wave mage skill, turbulent waves. When Lin Lai saw his own ultimate move being used against him, dread filled his heart. He had no counter ready, no defense. Lin Mo-yu unleashed the skill, sending a colossal tidal wave crashing toward Lin Lai. With no time to respond, Lin Lai was caught in the very skill he had once mastered. Overwhelmed and swept away by the force, he was powerless to stop it. And just like that, the battle was over. This time, it was Lin Mo-yu who remained standing victorious in a battlefield once again flooded with water. The trial of Lin Lai had concluded. But he wasn't expelled from the Shengxia Tower. Instead, he found himself transported to an isolated space surrounded by blinding light, alone with his thoughts. He could hardly believe he had been defeated. Drenched in sweat and stunned by the outcome, Lin Lai struggled to accept that he had lost to a mere level 32 puppet. Yet, in his defeat, he reflected on everything gained and lost within the Tower of God. And in the end, he realized, despite losing, he had earned something far more valuable, a new way to wield his skill. A gift more precious than any victory. On the other side, Lin Mo-yu remained, reflecting on everything he had gone through, and realized that through his battle with Lin Lai, he had come to fully understand the characteristics of a true professional and the abilities involved in fighting as a wave mage. He now knew that this must be what his masters referred to as mastery, the point where one's professional identity becomes clear and could help him in the future as he developed his own fighting style. While standing there and waiting, he asked himself what profession he might face and learn from next. Outside the Tower of God, a large crowd of professionals remained gathered, with thousands of eyes fixed on the tower, in their anticipation for the next announcement. Especially since there had been no movement after Lin Lai entered, they finally heard the voice of Manhwa announcing the next challenger after 20 minutes. The second position was given to Xing Zioyan of King Feng College. From the crowd emerged a female mage wearing a cloak. She was the one called Xing Zioyan, a level 45 wind mage, and the Tower of God began to surround her with energy, preparing to teleport her inside. Moments later, the teleportation completed and she was transported into the tower. Just like Lin Lai's experience, she appeared in an independent space within the tower, alone. That was the case until Lin Mo-yu reappeared, now taking the form of Zioyan. As a new battle began, Lin Mo-yu once again started at level 10. The moment the woman arrived, she raised her staff and summoned her spirit to activate her skill. Upon seeing Lin Moyo in the area, she understood that she would have to undergo a trial that involved fighting against puppets. She prepared her skill called Wind Blade to eliminate the level 10 version of herself standing before her. With her skill, wind blades flew rapidly toward Lin Moyo. Due to her attribute advantage and the vast difference in their levels, Lin Moyo was unable to dodge and could do nothing but take the full brunt of her attacks. He was knocked down, beginning to understand that facing a wind mage who could control the wind element would be much harder, especially since this style of fighting was far faster than that of wave mage Lin Lai. Lin Moyo felt embarrassed by how quickly he was defeated and was still adjusting to the new fighting style he needed to face a wind mage. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, seeing how easily she had ended the fight, smiled and was clearly pleased by how simple her opponent was. She muttered to herself that this puppet was not very strong and would be easy to defeat. However, Lin Moyo wasn't going to back down. Despite his initial struggle, he began adjusting his fighting approach and increasing his speed. Through repeated battles, he forced Xiaoyan to use all of her skills just to keep up with the puppet, until Lin Moyo eventually reached level 3-2 and finally defeated her. After their battle, Xiaoyan was also transported into an independent space, where Lin Lai was already waiting, and was surprised to see the woman appear beside him. She was only slightly bruised and found herself wondering how this had happened, how she had been defeated by a puppet version of herself that used the same skill set she had. Though she was a level 46 wind mage, she had been beaten by her own level 32 replica. She now felt she hadn't used her full potential during the fight. As the two met and recognized one another, it turned out they were both students of Shijing Academy, even though they came from different colleges. They had even worked together before in dungeons. Curious, Lin Lai couldn't help but ask Xiaoyan how far she had gotten in her trial. Still bothered by her defeat, she replied that she had reached level 32. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai felt somewhat relieved and muttered to himself that at least she hadn't surpassed him. In his opinion, things weren't so bad. Even though his level was lower, how could he expect to beat everyone else? Among the more than 500 challengers attempting the Tower of God, many of them had legendary professions, and others had already surpassed level 50. But since everyone was starting from level 10, it felt like a fair chance for him. Compared to Xiaoyan, Lin Lai looked calmer and more accepting of the results. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was more troubled by her defeat, regretting that she had lost before she could even use her full power. What shocked her was how fast the puppet had adapted at first. It couldn't even move properly, like it had no idea what it was doing, and then suddenly it grew powerful within just minutes. The two exchanged stories until another figure teleported before them. As the space around them shifted, the figure who arrived looked familiar. Xiaoyan quickly recognized who it was, a level 46 flame mage. The three began to talk, and from him, they learned that his trial had gone even worse. He had been defeated by his puppet at just level 28. Hearing this, both Lin Lai and Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. It turned out this guy did even worse than them, and now he stood there embarrassed by his result. From what Lin Lai gathered, he began to understand that the puppet's fighting style had been evolving over time. During his battle, the puppet was clumsy and slow. But based on Xiaoyan's account, it had become skilled enough to control itself. And in the third battle, it had become even stronger, apparently combining both water and wind fighting techniques. From everything he now knew, it seemed the puppet was absorbing the strengths of every profession it faced, while eliminating their weaknesses, making it even more powerful as time went on. While the three of them were talking, Lin Moyo continued fighting inside the tower. At the moment, he had taken the form of a knight. He immediately engaged his opponent, defending against the attacks being launched at him. Just as Lin Lai had predicted, Lin Moyo was now using all the knowledge he had gained from other professions, blending them into his own unique fighting style. As he pondered this, a realization surfaced in Lin Lai's mind, a kind of prophecy or insight. The flame mage beside them was now growing more intrigued by what he was hearing, though he couldn't understand what Lin Lai meant by his prediction. He simply asked Lin Lai what he thought was happening, what they were actually fighting against, and why this mysterious fighter seemed to be getting stronger. With a knowing smile, Lin Lai explained to his companions that from what he'd heard, God-level powerhouses have the ability not only to understand their own capabilities, but also to comprehend the essence of other professions. From what he was seeing now, it all made sense. He warned his companions that he feared they had all become nothing more than whetstones training tools for General Lin Moyo. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan was stunned. She escaped in disbelief if that meant the puppet they had all fought was really Lin Moyo, who had simply copied the techniques. Now, she understood what Lin Lai had been trying to say, that the Tower of God's trials were created solely to strengthen Lin Moyo and help him grasp the characteristics of every profession. Before the three of them could continue their discussion, they suddenly heard a voice echo in their ears. It was Manhwa, who seemed to have been listening the whole time. He told them they were quite clever, but despite their insights, warned them not to reveal anything they had learned to anyone. The three had no choice but to fall silent and obey Manhwa's advice, especially since they knew how unwise it would be to go against such a powerful professional. The trials inside the Tower of God continued, with Lin Moyo facing off against various professions. From knights to assassins who specialized in high speed and stealth attacks, to archers who relied on distance to overcome their enemies, Lin Moyo faced and eventually overcame them all. There were also many types of mages that Lin Moyo successfully defeated. As Lin Moyo fought in the form of other professionals, he often closed his eyes, reflecting deeply on what he was learning. He said to himself that fighting so many different professionals was giving him a deeper understanding of each profession, and there was one truth he now realized that was extremely important. As the trials continued, Lin Moyo's comprehension of each profession deepened more quickly over time. He realized through experience that every profession had its own unique traits and combat styles. No profession was perfect. No matter how powerful a class seemed, it still had its own strengths and weaknesses. He placed himself within this understanding, realizing that even his own class as a necromancer and Lord of the Dead carried inherent flaws. He came to understand that even though a profession may not be perfect, professionals must strive for perfection. Even if it's impossible, the attempt alone is the foundation for becoming a god-level powerhouse. He knew that even if he couldn't master everything, he must still give his all to become a perfect professional, because only through that effort would he have a greater chance of reaching god-level status. He recalled how his masters, Quang Sheng and Bai Shen, came to understand each other's professions through direct combat. By merging the strengths of each profession, Lin Moyo was creating his own fighting method, one that incorporated everything he had learned. As this was happening, the three elders remained in the courtyard, watching everything unfold within the tower. They saw how Lin Moyo was overcoming every challenge and defeating the professionals one by one. Seeing this, Bai Shen couldn't help but smile and say that his disciple was doing quite well, far better than Quang Sheng had done in the past. Quang Sheng replied with a laugh, saying Bai Shen wasn't any different, that his disciple was also much stronger than him at the same stage in life. Manhwa, sipping his tea, interjected and said that if Lin Moyo could truly understand the essence of each profession, then the Tower of Trials would have served its purpose and could be considered a complete success. All they could do now was let Lin Moyo enjoy his next 10 days inside the tower. The three elders knew that it would be best for Lin Moyo to understand himself as soon as possible, because once he passed level 70, many things would need to be set in place, and it would be difficult to change course. The trial continued for 10 days. Outside the Tower of God, some professionals still waited, hoping they would eventually be allowed inside. They began to wonder aloud why 10 days had passed and they had still not been summoned. Yet despite this, they didn't lose hope and simply continued to prepare themselves. The professionals outside discussed the situation amongst themselves, confused about what was going on. They wondered why no one had come out of the tower since entering. People kept going in, but no one came back out. They had no idea what was happening inside, especially since this trial seemed very different from previous ones held in the Tower of God. Then, in the middle of their discussion, an unexpected burst of blinding light flashed before them. They shielded their eyes and could only hear that someone was coming out of the tower. That was when Lin Moyo teleported out of the Shangxia Tower. The moment he arrived, everyone immediately took notice and alerted others nearby. General Lin Moyo has emerged. Even though they could clearly see Lin Moyo in front of them, many were still puzzled. Where were the others who had entered the tower? Before they could ask further, hundreds of professionals began teleporting out of the tower one by one. The onlookers were stunned to see nearly 500 individuals exit all at once from the Shangxia Tower. They noticed that those who came out looked worn down, their expressions heavy with disappointment, as if they were upset by their experience. They sighed deeply, burdened by what they had gone through in the hands of Lin Moyo. The spectators outside had no idea what had occurred inside. All they could do was ask each other, what really happened in there? And why do all of them look like that? Lin Moyo stepped out of the tower and made his way straight to the courtyard, where his master, Bai, was already waiting for him. As soon as Bai caught sight of him, he laughed heartily and asked, "So, Silent Whisper is back." He then eagerly questioned Lin Moyo about his experience inside the tower. "Tell me, how did it feel in there?" Thinking back on it, Lin Moyo responded, "It felt incredible inside the tower. I learned so much, and even my view of the world has shifted. If I can apply the combat techniques I grasped to my undead army, they could reach entirely new heights." Upon hearing this, Bai approached, placed a firm hand on Lin Moyo's shoulder, and chuckled. "With the foundation you now have, combined with the preparations I made for you, you're already capable of reaching the same level as me and Crazy Yan someday. But," Bai added seriously, "if your true ambition is to reach the realm of the super god, then you still have a long way to go." Lin Moyo nodded solemnly and answered, "I'll continue to push forward with everything I have." Later, while walking along a path, Lin Moyo ran into Jezwei and King Long. As soon as Jezwei spotted him, she laughed and called out, "Hey, it's Lin." Grinning, Lin Moyo approached her and said, "It's been a while." Jezwei teased, "Actually, it hasn't been that long. Just a short while has passed. But I didn't expect you to become so powerful so fast. Seeing you now, it feels like I haven't been trying hard enough." Soon after, more of Jezwei's group gathered around them. Fengji also appeared and remarked, "We only took the exam together a short time ago." Lin Moyo replied with a modest smile, "I was just lucky." Then King Long stepped forward, clapping Lin Moyo on the shoulder, and said, "It's only been half a year since we last met, and you've already become a god." In the distance, Yi Yao quietly observed Lin Moyo. As she walked toward him, whispers spread among the crowd. "Is that Princess Yi Yao?" When she got closer, she addressed Lin Moyo formally. "Greetings, General Lin." Meeting her serious gaze, Lin Moyo asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Yi Yao, equally serious, replied, "I wanted to thank you again, General Lin, for escorting me through the dungeon before. The task I promised you is ready now. May I know when you would like to proceed?" Without hesitation, Lin Moyo answered, "Let's do it now." He thought to himself, this is the perfect opportunity to access information about the Dragon King Hall and other ancient dungeons, including the ancient phoenix and ancient earth dragons. With a bright smile, Yi Yao said, "Very well, follow me," and led Lin Moyu forward. As they walked away, Jizui watched them go, her cheeks slightly flushed, and muttered, "That's Princess Yi Yao. She's so beautiful." Noticing this, King Long casually placed a hand on Jizui's shoulder to distract her. Yi Yao guided Lin Moyu to a portal that took them to the royal family's secret vault, a place lined wall to wall with ancient books and scrolls. Upon arrival, Yi Yao spoke seriously. "This is a restricted archive managed by our royal house. Much of the information here is unknown even to your teacher. I ask that you keep what you see here confidential even from your master." Lin Moyu nodded, listening carefully. Yi Yao then led him to a large, sealed gate and said, "Besides giving you access to these records, I also want to propose a deal." "Interested," Lin Moyu said. "Let's hear it." Yi Yao explained. "Our royal family owns a level 45 dungeon. However, it only exists in normal and nightmare difficulty. We've never been able to upgrade it. Would you be willing to help us?" Lin Moyu considered it. A level 45 dungeon might be worth the effort, he thought. After a moment, he replied, "I'll give it a try." Yi Yao beamed with joy and said, "Wonderful. Please state any conditions you have. I'll agree to them." Just then, a loud knocking came from the door, followed by the sound of someone trying to force it open. As the door creaked ajar, Yi Yao quickly said, "Grandpa Lai, I'm here." A terrifying voice bellowed from the other side. "Open the door immediately." Yi Yao hurried to open a nearby dungeon door. The moment it opened, crackling lightning and thick smoke flooded the room, making the entire atmosphere heavy. Mysterious rune stones appeared in the mist. Seeing the distinct lightning patterns on them, Lin Moyu was stunned. A lightning dungeon! I never imagined the royal family would possess such a treasure. Looking Yi Yao straight in the eyes, he stated his terms. "My request is simple. If I succeed in upgrading the dungeon, I want exclusive access for a certain number of runs. Until I'm done, no one else may enter." Yi Yao, surprised, asked, "That's all? You don't want anything else?" Lin Moyu shook his head firmly. "That's enough for me." At that moment, Yi Yao's brother, Dongfang Shun, burst into the room. Upon seeing Lin Moyu, he yelled angrily, "Since when do outsiders get to control the royal family's dungeons?" He stormed up to Yi Yao, grabbed her wrist, and scolded. "Who are these random people you're dealing with? Have you lost your mind?" Unable to bear Dongfang Shun's rudeness, Lin Moyu instantly activated his soul flame. He would not tolerate such disrespect. Seeing the dangerous flare of power, Yi Yao panicked and screamed, "Stop! Please, don't!" But it was too late. Lin Moyu's soul flame engulfed Dongfang Shun, causing the prince to cry out in agony. "It hurts! I can't take it!" Yi Yao, sweating profusely, was horrified it had escalated far beyond what she imagined. Hearing the prince's screams, royal guards rushed in, shouting, "Who dares harm the prince?" Upon seeing Lin Moyu, the guards raised their weapons, ready to attack. Yi Yao tried to stop them, screaming, "Stand down! Do you all want to die?" But the guards ignored her and charged. In response, Lin Moyu summoned his skeleton fangs. From the ground, massive skeletal spikes erupted and shot toward the guards. Though they raised their shields in defense, the fangs pierced through effortlessly, terrifying the guards. From a distance, Yi Yao watched with wide eyes, trembling in fear. "This man, he's truly terrifying," she thought. "I must never offend him." Meanwhile, Dongfang Shun, freed from the soul flame but badly injured, dropped to his knees, trembling with rage. "You dare do this to me?" he snarled at Lin Moyu, his eyes burning with hatred. Just then, a group of senior royal experts arrived, their leader shouting, Who has the guts to attack the prince inside the royal vault? Recognizing the elder, Yi Yao quickly stepped in front of Lin Moyu and cried out, "Uncle Six, please, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't act rashly." Sizing up Uncle Six, Lin Moyu thought coldly. Level 70, huh? It's not like I can't kill him if I need to. Upon seeing his uncle arrive, Dongfang Shun's face lit up with excitement. Immediately, he shouted, "Uncle, kill him! Quickly, kill him!" Turning a furious glare toward Lin Moyu, he growled, "How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you even know who I am? Someone like you should know your place." Hearing those arrogant words, Lin Moyu's anger deepened. Unable to bear the irritating voice any longer, he reignited his soul flame. The moment the soul flame flared, it struck Dongfang Shun squarely, sending him crashing to the ground, writhing in agony once more. Witnessing this, Uncle Six's face twisted with rage. He couldn't stand seeing his nephew attacked right before his eyes. Roaring in fury, he bellowed, "You're courting death." The force he released exploded outward, a terrifying might equal to that of a level 70 warrior. Such power could easily obliterate an ordinary person. But for Lin Moyu, it was manageable, barely worth his concern. Seeing her uncle charging in a blind rage, Yi Yao quickly cried out, "Uncle, stop, he deserves it." Her words caused Uncle Six to pause for a split second. Turning his anger toward her, he demanded, "Yi Yao, you're defending an outsider? Today, anyone who dares insult the royal family must pay the price, no exceptions." Ignoring her uncle's wrath, Yi Yao boldly stepped in front of Lin Moyu and shouted, "This is General Lin, the disciple of the Mad God and White God." Beads of sweat rolled down Yi Yao's forehead, not from concern for Lin Moyu, but from the sheer terror of what could happen to the royal family if they enraged him. The moment the gathered experts heard her declaration, their faces froze in shock. Their jaws dropped open as they stammered. "General Lin, a disciple of two gods?" The atmosphere shifted instantly. Uncle Six's fury turned into panic. Voice trembling, he muttered, "A disciple of White God and Mad God." At that moment, everyone's eyes fell on the badge Lin Moyu wore at his waist, a gleaming purple military sergeant badge. Seeing it, their expressions turned even more horrified. It's true. It's the purple sergeant badge. A general standing equal to god-level powerhouses. Realizing the enormity of their mistake, all the royal experts immediately dropped to their knees, lowering their heads in submission. Softly, they greeted, "Honored to meet you, General Lin." Even Uncle Six, who had been ready to kill Lin Moyu moments earlier, now forced a wide smile, bowing respectfully. The younger royal warriors behind him also lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Moyu's gaze. Turning sharply to Dongfang Shun, Uncle Six snapped in anger. "You arrogant fool! You dared call the general a random nobody. Even the sovereign bows politely before him. Who do you think you are?" He sneered coldly. "You have no achievements, no contributions, just the empty title of prince. What gave you the right to insult the general?" Dongfang Shun, hearing his uncle's furious rebuke, bowed his head in shame. Only now did he realize the grave mistake he had made. Trembling, he whispered under his breath, He's the god general." Yi Yao, scoffing at Dongfang Shun's pathetic state, spat, "You're only good at causing trouble. Get lost." Then, softening her tone, she turned to Lin Moyu with a faint smile and apologized. "Lin Moyu, I'm truly sorry you had to see such an ugly scene. Please don't hold it against us." With the matter finally settled and no obstacles left, Lin Moyu looked calmly at Yi Yao and asked, "About the agreement, do you accept my conditions?" Yi Yao immediately nodded and said, "I promise, as long as you're inside clearing the dungeon, no one will disturb you. Everything is set." With the deal sealed, Lin Moyu moved toward the dungeon. As he approached its entrance, he activated his skeleton armor, encasing himself in a thick, bone-like shield. Without hesitation, he stepped into the lightning dungeon. The moment he touched the dungeon floor, bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens. Even through his armor, Lin Moyu could feel the searing heat of the strikes. The entire dungeon was a barren wasteland, no creatures, no plants, just endless arcs of lightning crashing from above, filling the ground with raw electrical energy. Recalling Yi Yao's earlier words, Lin Moyu understood that the true monsters here were the lightning clouds themselves. Not long after, the lightning spirits began to appear, flickering forms of crackling energy along with orbs of condensed lightning, all rushing toward him. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes, thinking. As Yi Yao warned, these lightning spirits will try to block and destroy me. Drawing on his past experience, Lin Moyu muttered. To upgrade a dungeon, you have to kill huge numbers of monsters rapidly. The royal family probably tried, but their speed must have been too slow. A smirk crossed his face. Let's try it my way. Before him, the lightning spirits began to gather on the jagged cliffs, ready to block his advance. Without wasting another second, Lin Moyu summoned his scythe and the mighty Soul Devourer King. The Soul Devourer King level 50 stood tall, boasting terrifying stats. Strength, 40,000. Agility, 40,000. Constitution, 50,000. With abilities like Soul Devour, Second Stance, and Horrifying Scream, and traits such as Ignore Defense, Ignore Physical Immunity, and Tear Through All, it was a monster made for overwhelming destruction. Seeing his summon, Lin Moyu grinned. Perfect. The Soul Devourer King ignores physical immunity. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Destroy them all." The Soul Devourer King charged forward like a storm, tearing toward the lightning spirits. Sensing the threat, the spirits unleashed volleys of lightning balls from all directions. The mountains echoed with booming thunder. Letting out an earth-shaking roar, the Soul Devourer King plowed into them. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu summoned his skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages to support the battle. The mages erected magical shields and hurled spells to fend off the lightning attacks. Leaving the battle in the hands of his summons, Lin Moyu advanced calmly. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a fork in the road, a massive valley with multiple branching paths. Pausing, he muttered. Just as Yi Yao described. A serious look crossed his face. The monsters guarding these paths are stronger. No wonder all the royal family's teams failed here. Studying the surroundings, a realization clicked in Lin Moyu's mind. 6 forks, 6 adventurers. Each person must clear one path alone. That's why they failed. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Grateful for the coincidence of understanding the dungeon's mechanics, Lin Moyu quickly summoned squads of skeletons. With precise commands, he dispatched each squad down a different path. The mini-map showed their progress, and sure enough, each path would eventually converge. 10 minutes later, Lin Moyu reached the core of the dungeon. He grinned. As expected, it's all unfolding exactly as I thought. His undead army had already cleared out the monsters from the thorny paths, allowing the dungeon to level up even faster than predicted. As he spoke, a massive bolt of lightning split the sky, striking the dungeon's heart. The ground quaked violently, and giant rocks shattered under the energy blast. Then, something astonishing happened. What appeared to be a mountain began shifting and cracking apart, revealing a hidden palace underneath. Outside the dungeon, Yi Yao, Uncle Six, and the others watched in awe. Yi Yao's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "The dungeon has upgraded." The others echoed her joy, shouting, "Finally! After all these years, the dungeon has leveled up." The terrifying aura from the dungeon's upgrade spread, reaching nearly half of the entire palace. Those who lived inside, servants, warriors, and even some members of the royal bloodline immediately felt it. They paused in their activities, confused, and stared in the direction of the dungeon. It was as if a god had descended and blessed the area with intense energy. Moments later, a figure emerged from the dungeon. Dongfangye. From his stance to his presence, the weight of his being was immediately felt. When he saw the gathering of royal family members, his brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected this scene. "What's going on here?" he asked. His tone was cold, but not angry. Many of Dongfangye's older relatives were present. Though they were weaker and of lower status, their age and position gave them the right to speak to him as equals. Father Dongfang Yao approached and bowed in respect. "This is what happened," he quickly explained, including the tension between him and Dongfang Shan. As Dongfang Yao spoke, Dongfang Yi's expression remained calm. He didn't even flinch upon hearing about Shan being struck. To him, fools like Shan needed to be taught a lesson. As long as he wasn't dead, there was nothing to worry about. "So General Lin is the only one inside the dungeon?" Dongfang Yi asked for confirmation. "Yes, father. No one else followed," answered Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yi nodded, seemingly pleased. "Good. If you promise not to interfere, stand by that promise. The dungeon isn't going anywhere. There will be many chances to enter. For now, let General Lin take advantage of it." Dongfang Yao wholeheartedly agreed. At that moment, some of Dongfang Yi's uncles approached him. They had something to discuss, a proposal that might change the future of their clan. They suggested sending young members of the royal family into the military for real combat training. While they had their own cultivation methods inside the palace, it was little more than repetitive drills, safe but meaningless in real battle. In the military, trials were real. Death accompanied every step on the battlefield. Many of those present, including Dongfang Yi himself, had lived such a life. They had gone to war, fought demons, and survived countless battles. Thus, Dongfang Yi fully supported the proposal. The decision was made without ceremony. Dongfang Yao silently observed his blood siblings. In his mind, he knew the days of their luxurious lives were over. Once they entered the military, there was no guarantee they'd return alive. "This is all Dongfang Shan's fault," Dongfang Yao muttered to himself. "If not for him, this wouldn't have happened." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the upgrade process had finally ended. Silence returned to the surroundings. However, the once fiery valley now looked like a sea of lightning, more savage and dangerous than before. Its energy had doubled, echoing in the skies as lightning bolts rained non-stop. Lin Moyo stood before the electrified scene, his gaze cold as he watched the collapsing space filled with electricity. Amid the chaos, something sparkled, a tiny bead floating in the center of the sea of lightning. It was barely visible and nearly impossible for ordinary professionals to reach. With lightning so intense, even a knight with extreme defense wouldn't last more than 5 seconds. Lin Moyo didn't waste time. In an instant, he summoned his skeleton armor, his body encased in bone-like protection glowing under the black clouds. Without hesitation, he stepped into the stormy sea of lightning, like a being not bound by the laws of nature, untouched by fear. Lightning bolts rained endlessly on Lin Moyo. His skeleton armor cracked under the force, emitting a blinding blue glow that wrapped his entire body. He felt the energy intense, violent, and strengthened even more by the dungeon's new hell difficulty rank. With every strike of lightning, Lin Moyo gauged their strength based on the armor's reaction. That was enough to measure who could possibly survive here. Now, fully understanding the difference in professions, he knew that even a level 50 knight with extreme defense, supported by at least 2 healers, might only get the bead if they miraculously dodged a simultaneous lightning strike. Still, Lin Moyo stood with confidence. Amid the storm, he walked toward the center of the lightning sea. Without doubt or fear, he reached out and grabbed the bead. At the moment his fingers touched it, silence exploded. From all directions, lightning bolts converged, trying to reclaim the bead. In a flash, the entire sea of lightning vanished. Only the bead remained, glowing with a deceptive blue brilliance. Inside it, lightning moved a terrifying yet awe-inspiring display of pure power. It was a lightning gem permanently reducing lightning elemental damage taken by 50% and granting a lightning-type skill. Lin Mo-yo took a deep breath as he activated the bead. In an instant, his body became like electricity. Lightning rained around him, each strike creating small holes in the ground. With the skeleton armor still attached to him, he carried power that seemed beyond this world. He hadn't expected much, but 50% lightning resistance alone was more than enough to consider this journey a success. But after a minute, the storm didn't calm. Instead, it intensified. Bolts of lightning gathered behind him, forming an image he didn't expect. Amid thunder and light, a pair of giant wings began to form on his back. Skill acquired, Lightning Wings. Lightning Wings grants the ability to fly for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Lin Mo-yo couldn't believe what he saw. He didn't expect to gain another skill. Even if flight only lasted a minute, it was enough. In a world full of danger, the ability to fly was a tremendous advantage. "How fast is this?" he whispered, activating the skill. In an instant, electricity flared. A pair of wings over 5 meters long appeared behind him. Every movement crackled with tension, as if they could tear the air apart. With one powerful flap, he vanished from sight. The ground below blurred into a vague memory. The ruined valley grew smaller in his view. In a single heartbeat, he crossed over 1,000 meters. It was almost like teleportation. The speed was staggering. At this pace, he could attack or escape before anyone could react. He calculated that he could cross up to 80 kilometers in 1 minute. He never expected this outcome. From acquiring the bead to gaining a new skill, everything had gone perfectly. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Mo-yo flew again, releasing all the breath in his chest. He pierced through the storm, as if dancing with thunder and lightning. In the dungeon's darkness, his wings of pure lightning became a beacon. Their glow streaked across the sky, as if a thunder god had descended, terrifying and untouchable. And after a minute, the wings slowly disappeared in a faint spark. He descended from the sky as if nothing had happened. He noticed that his comprehensive amplification talent had no effect on the duration of the lightning wings. The flight duration remained strictly 1 minute. Moments later, Lin Mo-yo's skeleton armor glowed brightly, shielding him from the terrifying force of lightning once again. Even though he was protected by his skeleton armor, Lin Mo-yo could still feel the raw and pure energy of electricity flowing from the plant, a kind of power strong enough to inflict serious damage even on the toughest nights. If it were any other adventurer, they would have hesitated before approaching the plant. They would likely choose to defeat the Guardian first before retrieving the actual objective. But Lin Mo-yo was not like them. He was used to moving fast and without hesitation. The moment he touched the plant, the entire lightning swamp trembled. Nature itself seemed enraged. He gripped the plant tightly and soared into the sky, lifted by his lightning wings. From below, countless bolts of electricity exploded upward, shooting into the sky along with mud that blasted from the ground. It was as if the world had turned upside down. Once more, a gigantic hand emerged from the swamp, lunging at Lin Mo-yo with incredible speed. But in the blink of an eye, his lightning wings flared, flashing brightly with a burst of energy. He dodged barely outside the hand's reach. This was the second time the giant hand had missed, but this time the entire swamp went berserk. It roared like a beast about to rise from the depths. Lin Mo-yo paused mid-air after dodging the second attack. The lightning that had been surrounding the plant in his hands slowly faded, and it now looked like ordinary grass. It was lightning grass, a material that could be used to awaken the lightning god. "Not bad," he muttered softly, a faint smile on his lips. only the key remained. Carefully, he tucked the lightning grass into his pocket and turned his attention back to the guardian monster. He immediately used detection on the creature. It was a lightning ape hell rank leader, level 48. Its stats: Strength, 60,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 100,000. Constitution, 60,000. Skills: Lightning Wings. Thunder Palm. Traits: 50% lightning elemental damage reduction. 50% physical damage reduction. Enhanced speed. Enhanced health. It has lightning wings too, Lin Moyo whispered, slightly surprised but quickly dismissing the thought. Although its total stats were high 170,000, his skeletal berserk warriors still had higher overall attributes. But Lin Moyo knew that even if his warriors were statistically stronger, in a direct fight, the lightning ape might still prevail. As a hell rank leader, it had massive health and extreme resistance. It wouldn't be easy to bring down. The ape started angrily screeching and screaming while he immediately jumped onto our boy. But Lin was still not going to give up, immediately using his Sloka's technique and stopping the ape in its place. And then he used the elemental explosion attack along with the soul flame, which made the lightning ape scream in pain and agony as he was traumatized by the mental attack. Lin was sure that his warriors would bring an end to the boss's life, as he was continuously using the Slokas and the soul flame. The Sloka's chains made the ape go down onto the ground, and as soon as he reached it, waiting there were countless skeletal warriors of platinum level who started running towards the boss while using the raging strike. They were swinging their swords and axes with all their might. But still, Lin wondered about why the boss did not attack him right away and instead let him prepare to defeat him. Lin thought that maybe the lightning ape was guarding something, and as he turned around, Lin was completely right. He soared through the sky and immediately got near the treasure, which was the electric grass that can be used to awaken the god of thunder. Finally, Lin had got the artifact he had been searching for and knew that with the awakening artifact in his hand, all that was left was the key which he had to find. After the relentless barrage of the skeleton warriors, the lightning ape was finally defeated, giving a whole lot of experience along with some lightning crystal fragments, which can be combined into a complete lightning crystal. Lin thought that it was just in time, and as the boss had been wrapped up, now he could find what he wanted. But suddenly, as Lin turned around, he saw a huge flame coming towards him, and even when he was not able to understand, the flame descended onto the ground and made Lin reactivate his skeletal armor immediately because he was not sure of the danger. Lin was nervous while he wondered about what had finally appeared. And as he opened his eyes once again after the dust and debris cleared, Lin saw that in the place of the fire there was a golden sword which was embedded in the ground due to the impact. It was radiating a red aura from all around it, and Lin wondered about what it was. Lin Moyo's sharp gaze was fixed on the colossal sword as he slowly approached. His face remained calm, but it was clear he was deep in thought. He reached out his hand, slowly extending it toward the blade. The entire sword was wrapped in an unending stream of lightning, like a glowing waterfall of light flowing down its length. The ground around it was scorched and cracked, a sign of nature's long suffering under the sword's presence. Without hesitation, he reached into the flow of lightning and grabbed the sword's hilt. And before him, a being began to take shape, a colossal figure made entirely of pure lightning. In its hand was a massive sword, and from its body flowed an aura that was both divine and overwhelming. Lin Moyo watched as the gigantic being launched a series of devastating attacks. With every swing, monstrous creatures nearby were obliterated as if they were made of paper. Nothing was left, only ash and emptiness. Lin Moyo could feel the sheer force of the attacks, even though it was just a vision. There was no doubt in his mind this being was a god. "This is a god, the lightning god," he whispered, heart pounding. "And those monsters Are they the dread beasts? What the sword revealed wasn't just a memory, it was history. A war the sword had witnessed firsthand. A battle where the lightning god fought against the dread beasts, slaying countless foes in a conflict that shook the entire world. The scene in his vision changed. A new creature emerged, a monstrous beast that struck terror into everything around it. Dread Beast King. Lin Mo Yu immediately recognized it. That monster was carved into his memory, an image he would never forget. He recalled the day Bai Yiyuan and Yan Kuangsheng trembled in fear. At just one glance from the Dread Beast King, they had fled without hesitation. And Meng Anwen he had barely been able to move after taking a brutal blow from the beast. There was no stronger proof of the monster's power, a force that could not be denied. And in a blink, the Dread Beast King attacked its target, the lightning god. At that very moment, the vision shattered like a broken mirror. A cold sensation crept down Lin Mo Yu's spine. The truth crashed into his mind like thunder. The lightning god was dead. Just like that, a being revered as a god had been consumed by the power of the Dread Beast King. The massive sword now pulsed with a sorrowful energy, a song of mourning for the death of its master. Lin Mo Yu felt the sorrow radiating from the weapon, as if it was screaming a silent cry. A lament rising from the depths of its soul. It was as if the sword wanted to say something. A message carried in its aura. "You're grieving," Lin Mo Yu whispered. "I understand. Maybe one day I'll find a way to awaken your master again." As his voice fell, the colossal sword began to shrink rapidly. Moments later, it was no bigger than his palm, quietly resting in his hand. Meanwhile, outside the area, the senior members of the royal clan had already departed. Only Dong Fang Yao and Dong Fang Yi remained. He quickly recognized the latter. It was none other than the emperor of the Shangxia Empire. "Greetings, your majesty," Lin Mo Yu said respectfully. Dong Fang Yi smiled warm, but dignified. "General Lin, despite your youth, you have achieved feats spoken of only in legends. Truly remarkable." Lin Mo Yu offered a modest smile. "Your praise is too generous, your majesty." Dong Fang Yi's tone turned serious, but sincere. "Regarding what happened earlier with Dong Fang Shen as a representative of the royal family, I sincerely apologize. If there's anything you need, simply let Yao know. As long as the royal clan is able, we will fulfill it." These were not empty words. As emperor and a god-level expert, his promises held unmatched weight. Lin Mo Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't dwell much on the issue with Dong Fang Shen, especially since he still owed a debt of gratitude to Dong Fang Lai. "Thank you very much, your majesty. If I can ever be of service to you, do not hesitate to ask." Dong Fang Yi let out a hearty laugh. "Good, good. The royal family will remain your loyal ally. General Lin. Very well, I'll leave things in your hands now. This old man won't intrude any further." Just one sentence, and he got exactly what he came for. He had long been investigating Lin Mo Yu and had already uncovered his true identity. He knew that when the young man made a promise, he kept it. Establishing a good relationship with Lin Mo Yu was a wise move. When Dong Fang Yi finally left, Dong Fang Yao's expression lit up with energy. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she immediately asked about the dungeon, particularly its current rank within the empire. Lin Mo Yu explained all the changes brought by the dungeon's rank increase. Dong Fang Yao carefully wrote down every detail. She knew this information would be important for future raids by their forces. "We'll organize teams to enter the dungeon once you're done with your runs," said Dong Fang Yao. Lin Mo Yu shook his head. "You can enter now. You don't have to wait for me." Dong Fang Yao blinked in surprise, caught off guard. She had assumed Lin Mo Yu would monopolize the dungeon, but instead, the young man gave the green light. She hadn't expected that answer. Lin Mo-yu's second run in the dungeon had a clear goal to acquire elemental crystals, just like the Royal Raiders. Over the next few hours, Lin dove head first into multiple dungeon runs. With his newly acquired lightning wings, his efficiency had skyrocketed, allowing him to blaze through each attempt with ease. Time slipped by quickly, and before long, we hit the 3-hour mark. Stepping out of the final run, he casually mentioned he was done for now. Princess Yao, who had been waiting patiently the whole time, suggested it was time to visit Grandpa Lai. And she figured if anyone knew about the ancient text Lin was after, it would be him. The two of them made their way back to the archives. Yao called out for Grandpa Lai several times, and in the blink of an eye, the world around them shifted. They soon found themselves transported deeper into the archive's inner sanctum. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a quiet chamber. An elderly man sat there, teacup in hand, calmly enjoying his drink. Yao ran over with a bright smile and quickly topped off his cup. She then introduced Lin as the very divine general she had told him about earlier. Grandpa Lai chuckled, admitting that his memory hadn't completely gone soft just yet. Still, inwardly, he couldn't help but be surprised, remarking that Lin was younger than expected. He recalled Yao saying that Lin had reached the Divine General at only level 37, which now felt even more astonishing. After a brief rundown from Yao about what Lin needed, he turned to the shelves and carefully selected a stack of books. They floated down slowly, landing neatly in front of Lin. He remarked that with Lin's status, he had full access. He could read whatever he liked for however long he wanted, which Lin thanked him in response. What followed was a long period of quiet study. Lin scanned through all the books, while Yao occasionally added more water for both of them, though her eyes often drifted his way, lingering just a little longer than necessary. Grandpa Lai noticed it all, of course, and simply stroked his beard with a knowing smile. As for Lin, he couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the archive's collection, noting these ancient records held more information than even Xiajing Academy lacked. Among the entries, he even stumbled across AC counts of Zhang Yi and even a legendary mage, Zhu Yan, he had met before. However, he still found no leads on the dragon inside the Eternal Trial Grounds. After several more hours, Lin finally closed the last book. Yao asked with a hopeful smile if he'd found anything useful. Lin returned the smile and admitted that there was a wealth of information here with things he'd never seen before. However, he shook his head slightly and trailed off. Curious, Yao asked what was wrong. Lin explained that despite the rare content, he hadn't found what he was really looking for. That surprised even Grandpa Lai. He remarked that if the Imperial Archive didn't have it, then it must be something truly obscure. He leaned forward, asking what exactly Lin was after, saying maybe he could help directly. Lin revealed that he wanted to know more about the barren land and, more specifically, about the dragon boss located on the top-level core area of the Eternal Trial Ground. Hearing this, Grandpa Lai's expression shifted dramatically. A moment later, he gripped his robe with enough force to make the fabric wrinkle. Seeing the reaction, our boy was certain Grandpa Lai definitely knew something. Taking in a deep breath, a book bound in chains materialized. He pulled it out slowly and confirmed that the answers Lin wanted were inside. He added that it wasn't the sort of record just anyone could see, adding that not even Yao had the clearance. Lin accepted the book, then thanked him while promising to remember this favor. Grandpa Lai simply smiled and stroked his beard again. Cracking the book open, Lin quickly realized the dragon in question even had deep ties to the barren lands themselves. It was revealed that the dragon had even slain numerous barren beasts in the past. Lin was shocked, but at the same time he realized these barren beasts weren't invincible after all. However, a person would need absolutely absurd level of strength to even try to pull it off. After several hours of thorough reading and analysis, Lin finally and gently closed the special book that had captured his full attention for so long. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the weight of the new knowledge he had gained. In his mind, although he had already discovered many secrets and pieces of knowledge from the vast collection of the Royal Library, he still felt the excitement of possibly seeing, experiencing, and witnessing these things in real life. Actual experience is still different from simply reading about them on pages. He quietly stood up, carefully picked up the books he had used, and returned them to their proper places. In a calm voice, though laced with gratitude, he said, "I'm done. Thank you very much again for the help and accommodation." Yao replied cheerfully, clearly delighted, "Good to hear you're finished." After that, she quickly approached her grandfather and warmly said goodbye. "We're heading out now." "Grandpa Lai, I'll escort General Lin outside. Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Lin bowed once more in respect to the elder, slightly inclining his head as a sign of courtesy, while the old man returned their farewell with a smile. As they walked out, Yao happily approached Lin Moyo's side. She lightly tapped him on the shoulder with a confident smile and said, "Let me guide you out. You know how vast the Royal Library is. You might get lost if you're alone. So don't worry, I've got you." And amid the brightness, she caught a glimpse of tension in his eyes, sharp, watchful, and ready to strike at any moment. Normally, the transfer from inside the royal palace to the outside takes only 1 to 2 seconds. But now, over 5 minutes had passed, and the process was still ongoing. Given the speed of a high-level teleportation formation, such a long journey could only mean one thing. They weren't just taken a short distance, they were brought outside the borders of the Shangxia Empire. Then, as the light faded and their bodies returned to their physical forms, they were greeted by a cold wind filled with a foul, rotting stench, a wind that seemed to carry the scent of thousands of corpses. Both of them froze. Yao's calm composure faltered. Almost in a whisper, she uttered, "Futured corpse land. How did we end up here?" Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed. He immediately scanned the surroundings. From the darkness, a corpse suddenly lunged toward them. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo extended his finger. From it, a white light burst forth. He used skeleton fangs. 2,000 sharp, white bones shot forward like fangs, shredding the charging corpse into pieces. With a heavy voice, he asked, "How did we end up here?" Yao turned pale, the fear visible on her face. She stammered in reply, I don't know either." Lin exhaled slightly, trying to keep his voice steady. "Don't panic. Calm yourself and tell me, what kind of place is this futured corpse land?" He knew there was no point in asking how they got there now. What mattered more was understanding where they were and what dangers surrounded them. Before Yao could answer, 2 more corpses appeared, moving faster and more aggressively. Now, Lin clearly saw their forms, humanoid figures, but rotten and full of holes, as if torn apart by time and evil. In normal circumstances, they should have long been dead. But they still moved, and as they approached, deep, deafening moans escaped their mouths. Lin unleashed skeleton fangs again. The 2 corpses were immediately turned to dust, but even though their bodies were torn apart, their heads continued to moan. The air grew thick, the stench of decay nearly as toxic as poison. Lin frowned and looked at Yao. "This is the futured corpse land," Yao said quickly, her voice trembling with fear. "I really don't know why we ended up here." Just then, a deafening crack of thunder split the silence, followed by a jagged bolt of lightning that tore through the ground. Lin glanced skyward. It had started to rain. But something felt wrong. The raindrops weren't normal. Their unnatural hue set off alarm bells in his mind. His skeletal armor flickered erratically, confirming his fears. This was no ordinary storm. A short distance away, a shimmering blue shield formed over Yao's head, but within seconds, the corrosive rain began eating away at it. Lin reacted instantly, casting a layer of skeletal armor to shield her. Only then did she let out a shaky breath. Though still visibly shaken, she managed a quiet "thank you." Lin wasted no time trying various teleportation talismans, even resorting to an abyss teleportation stone. Nothing worked. Not one tool responded. That's when it hit him this place wasn't just strange, it was far more dangerous and enigmatic than he'd expected. Sensing that Yao might know more than she let on, he asked her if she had any idea how to escape. Yao quickly responded. Her father had once explained that their family's royal status came with a duty to guard the entrance to the corpse realm. She rambled through the history, and almost as an afterthought, mentioned that a hidden teleportation array existed at the center of this realm, offering a way back to the human world. Lin blinked, frustrated. "Why didn't you lead with that?" he asked. Red-faced, Yao looked down and admitted, flustered, that fear had clouded her thoughts. He chose not to dwell on it and instead continued forward with her. They soon crossed a large bridge and came upon a narrow stream. That's where Lin spotted something grotesque. A creature, hunched and decomposing, lingered near the water's edge. It had multiple heads and its body oozed decay. His detection ability identified it as a level 5, low-tier corpse fiend. Without delay, Lin summoned a skeletal warrior and ordered the attack. The skeletal minion charged in, axe raised, and split the monster in half with a brutal swing. But before they could proceed, Yao gasped and pointed at the remains. The severed parts were twitching, and then, horrifyingly, the creature pieced itself back together. Shaken, Yao ducked behind Lin, whispering that perhaps these monsters couldn't be killed. That didn't sit well with Lin. He narrowed his gaze and summoned Soul Flame, only to discover the creature lacked a soul entirely. No target, no effect. Even Corpse Explosion failed. He considered the possibility that they might be living corpses, but it didn't add up. Still, he refused to believe in the idea of something being truly unkillable. There was always a method, even if they hadn't found it yet. Summoning a skeletal mage, Lin gave the command. The mage raised its staff and fired off an elemental blast. The explosion reduced the monster to dust, but strangely, there was no system notification confirming the kill. That told Lin everything he needed to know. These things weren't alive, nor were they real corpses. They were reanimated, soulless husks. It defied logic, but he set the thought aside for now. Then he remembered he and Yao had been transported here from the royal archive. Only a royal family member could have interfered with that process. Turning to Yao, suspicion filled his eyes. She understood instantly and quietly suggested it may have been her third uncle. He was no ordinary figure, an elite level 81 professional with deep influence within the family. More concerning, he was also Shun's father. Lin let out a cold, bitter laugh. "Does that man really think I won't come back alive?" Yao sighed, her voice heavy. Honestly, he probably didn't consider it a possibility. She explained that this was the corpse realm, a place so deadly that even divine-level professionals had perished here. Even if they somehow survived, she added, they'd return without proof of what had happened. Lin scoffed. Proof isn't always required. His gaze sharpened, filled with a chilling promise. He muttered that if he did make it back alive, the royal family had better pray they didn't side with the wrong person. His words sent a tremor down Yao's spine. Instinctively, she backed away. No one had ever spoken of the royal family like that, and yet she understood his rage. If someone like Lin, a divine general, were to die because of royal scheming, the backlash would be catastrophic. The military wouldn't sit idle. Clenching her fists, Yao solemnly vowed that she would give him a proper explanation, one that could clear things up. "All I ask," she said quietly, "is a chance for the sake of the Empire." Lin replied coolly, "That depends on whether your explanation is good enough." Just then, another thunderclap roared. A bolt of lightning struck a nearby corpse fiend. In a flash, the creature surged with lightning energy, and its level shot up to 10. They both froze. The lightning wasn't just part of the weather, it was evolving the monsters. Lin now realized this realm was far more lethal than anticipated. Even he wasn't safe from a fatal mistake. Still, danger often walked hand in hand with opportunity. There might be great rewards hidden here, but those would have to wait. The mission now was simple: escape. Back at the palace, 2 days had passed. Chaos ruled the halls. The emperor, now visibly enraged, demanded answers. None of the elders spoke until one hesitantly stepped forward. He revealed they'd brought in Master Zhang Haiyu to examine the teleportation array. Moments later, an old man entered, leaning on a gnarled staff. It was Zhang Haiyu, a level 89 Grandmaster in formation magic. The emperor rushed to meet him. "Have you learned anything?" Zhang shook his head regretfully. He explained that the array had been tampered with in such a complex way that even he didn't know where to begin. It was beyond his capabilities. Desperation crossed the emperor's face. "Isn't there anyone who can fix this?" Zhang paused, then mentioned a name: Manhwa, also known as Lorden. He was no ordinary figure, holding divine rank in both formations and alchemy, and master of the divine tower. Without hesitation, the emperor made a decision. He vanished in a flash, reappearing at the divine tower, where trials were still ongoing. He called out loudly for Lord N. Students stared, surprised. Moments later, a glowing array appeared, and from it stepped Manhwa. Unshaken by the commotion, he asked what had brought the emperor to his doorstep. After bowing respectfully, the emperor explained the situation: how his daughter and Lin had both gone missing after the teleportation array was sabotaged. Manhwa's expression shifted. "Lin is missing?" he asked, stunned. The emperor confirmed it. Without another word, Manhwa told him to lead the way. They returned to the royal archive, where Manhwa examined the teleportation circle. As he worked, a flood of symbols lit up, stabilizing the array. Finally, he began tracing the last known destination. His face darkened. "They were sent to the corpse realm," he said grimly. The emperor went pale. "That portal was sealed." Manhwa frowned. "It was broken open temporarily using a seal-breaking firestone." The emperor gasped. That was no ordinary artifact, it was from the abyss. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Could someone in the royal family be worshipping demons? Manhwa's expression turned to steel. "If Lin survives and returns, your royal house can continue. But if he dies," his voice dropped to a deadly whisper, "the divine tower won't let it go." He reminded the emperor of White Divine's fist, Lord Berserk's blade, and the power of the military itself. "Lin is our disciple," he continued. "And his sister, she's the sole successor of that old man. You know exactly who I'm talking about." The emperor stood frozen, horror etched across his face. If Lin truly died, the entire royal bloodline might be dragged into the grave with him. King Dongfangyi was riddled with dread. His daughter, trapped in the dreaded corpse realm. Panic clawed at his chest, but there was nothing he could do. His power, vast as it was, couldn't penetrate that cursed world. "There's no known method to reach it," he confessed, voice tight with helplessness. Trying to ground himself with routine, he turned to Manhwa and absent-mindedly issued a command, as if following protocol could soothe the storm inside him. With a deep, shuddering breath, he pushed down his fear and instructed Manhwa to keep calm and come with him. They had to go far beneath the palace. Their destination, a secret, forbidden entry point to the domain of decay, hidden deep beneath the castle's lowest levels. There, suspended unnaturally in the air, hovered a massive boulder bound by radiant golden chains, inscribed with enchantments cast by ancient sorcerers. A glowing golden magic circle pulsed below it. Manhwa's eyes widened in disbelief. This ancient formation had been buried under the palace all along. Dongfang Yi noticed his astonishment and explained that the powerful setup was an ancestral inheritance, a legacy of both duty and protection passed down through generations. Realizing what needed to be done, ManhwaRecap stepped forward, summoned his spirit energy, and called out to reveal the gateway. A shimmering golden orb began to form above the levitating stone, glowing brighter with each second as a notification appeared. The formation spirit was awakening. This spirit was designed to gather wisdom, and the more knowledge it possessed, the longer it took to fully emerge. As the orb solidified, a voice reverberated through the chamber, ancient and majestic, greeting ManhwaRecap as though it had been expecting him for centuries. The spirit introduced itself as the guardian of the cursed seal. Its purpose was to lock down the domain of decay and keep the undead within from spilling into the human realm. Without hesitation, ManhwaRecap declared his intent to enter immediately and asked for the portal to be opened. But the spirit declined. The gate to the domain only opened once every century. Outside of that time, it remained sealed impenetrable from either side. ManhwaRecap clenched his fists in frustration. He had no time to wait. Both his student and Dongfang Yi's daughter were trapped inside, and their lives hung in the balance. Sensing his desperation, the formation spirit warned him gravely. If anyone tried to force their way through, the entire structure would collapse, unleashing devastation across everything it was meant to protect. One wrong move, even a half step beyond the limit, would be fatal unless the intruder bore divine power. Grinding his teeth, ManhwaRecap demanded to know how long until the portal would open naturally again. The spirit answered with chilling accuracy. 3 years, 12 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds remained. ManhwaRecap's face twisted with anger. 3 years was an eternity. Even 3 days might mean death for those inside. Then a thought struck him. What if someone had stumbled in accidentally? Could they still make it back? The spirit confirmed that a hidden exit did exist at the heart of the domain, but reaching it was almost impossible. Just then, ManhwaRecap's senses flared. Someone was returning from the domain. The spirit confirmed it. The portal was about to open. Someone had made it out. Rage surged in ManhwaRecap's chest. This was his chance. The traitor lurking within Dongfang Yi's bloodline had returned. The color drained from Dongfang Yi's face. The Empire's senior elders were already furious over Len's disappearance. Another crisis could tear the realm apart. They teleported at once to the emergence site. ManhwaRecap explained that crossing the shattered firestone would leave behind abyssal scars, marks that made tracking the returnee easier. But before they could act, a voice echoed from the chamber walls, welcoming them to Dongfang Chuo's domain. Dongfang Yi's heart dropped. If the spirit had brought them here, abyssal energy still lingered, and not just one trace. Multiple corrupt signatures floated around them like restless spirits. Acting swiftly, Dongfang Yi ordered Dongfang Chuo to appear. As they approached a crumbling wall, they saw a shadow standing still behind it. Dongfang Yi rushed forward, seized the figure's shoulder, and spun it around only to find it wasn't Chuo. The real Dongfang Chuo lay unconscious, his body manipulated like a lifeless puppet. It had been a ruse. The true Dongfang Chuo had already escaped, leaving a decoy behind. Furious, ManhwaRecap turned to Dongfang Yi and swore to issue a national manhunt. The traitor would no longer be able to hide. He entrusted the Empire's peace to the king, warning that if Lin or Princess Dongfang Yao died, it would trigger a war among the Empire's mightiest factions. Then ManhwaRecap vanished, headed toward the Sanxia Tower, while Dongfang Yi remained rooted in place, crushed by the gathering storm. Meanwhile, divine energy erupted from within the Sanxia Tower. All within felt it. The presence of a god-tier being had arrived. At the tower's highest level, Prince Dongfang Li's grandfather paused his tea mid-sip, unsettled by a sudden, unexplained sense of danger. Moments later, 2 divine-level experts entered the chamber, their expressions grave. They had been summoned without notice and feared the punishment that might await. Among them was the champion of the Eastern Battle Clan, quiet and vigilant, already briefed by Manhwa himself. Then the king's decree arrived, unmistakable and absolute. They were to find Dongfang Chuo alive. If he was dead, they were to retrieve his body no matter the cost. The two nodded without hesitation. They understood that the fate of the empire hung by a single unraveling thread. Back within the domain of decay, 2 harrowing days had passed. Lin and Princess Dongfang Yao pressed onward through the grotesque, decaying terrain, struggling to survive. What had started as a dungeon delve had become a desperate battle for their lives. Yet Lin remained composed. Dongfang Yao confided that her role was that of a shield warrior, a prestigious and rare class rooted in noble lineage. Shield warriors were stalwart defenders and frontline fighters, capable of challenging even berserkers in battle. But despite her pride and elite training, she felt useless beside Lin. She was royalty, a warrior, and yet she relied on him just to stay alive. Lin moved forward, undaunted by the horrors surrounding them. Acidic rain poured from above, corroding the ground and reviving the countless corpses scattered throughout the domain. Lin noticed something unusual with each storm. The undead grew more powerful, as though the rain was fueling their evolution. A bold idea sparked in his mind. What if he too were struck by that storm's lightning? Could it awaken a new power within him? Dongfang Yao was stunned. She stared at him in disbelief. Was he truly that reckless, that mad? She cried out, begging him to stop, her voice thick with fear. But Lin stood calmly, undeterred. With a soft, assured smile, he told her to stay put and not move a single step. Her pleas echoed through the cursed air, but he never wavered. Because deep down, Lin knew this storm might be the very key to becoming something far greater. Lin Mo Yu once again summoned a skeletal berserker warrior to defend them against the decaying corpses, which were now even more dangerous, releasing poisonous miasma as they charged forward. "We need to move quickly," Lin Mo Yu said firmly to Dongfang Yao as he watched the approaching tide of enemies. "These rotting corpses, no matter how many times we bring them down, they just keep getting back up. If we let them delay us any longer, we'll be overwhelmed in the end." Dongfang Yao nodded. She knew Lin Mo Yu was right. In the blink of an eye, the decaying corpses had closed in to within 1,000 meters. The distance meant nothing to their frenzied advance. But Lin Mo Yu was ready. At the front lines stood a solid wall of 500 skeletal berserker warriors, unmoving and unshaken. Behind them, 500 skeletal grade mages had taken their positions, and at the very rear, 2 towering Lick generals stood like commanders on a battlefield. The skeletal berserker warriors, like seasoned veterans, swung their massive axes with precision and fury. Every punch, kick, and drop of poison released by the undead attackers was blocked with sheer force. Not a single creature slipped past their ranks. In that moment, the skeletal berserker warriors were not just minions, they were knights. Defenders who, though without shields, used their very bodies to protect. They did not retreat. They did not falter. Their silence was like a vow sworn in the name of battle. From behind the sturdy front line, the skeletal grade mages unleashed spell after spell. Explosions echoed one after another, shaking the land. Flames and light engulfed the battlefield as though the world itself were being consumed. But these enemies were different. They were tougher, more ferocious than even the future octopuses they had fought earlier. Even the magic of the skeletal grade mages wasn't enough to destroy them instantly. Lin Mo Yu's face grew serious again. A deep crease formed on his brow, and his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. He was not satisfied, not with the pace of the battle, not with how slowly things were progressing. To him, everything was too slow. Every second that passed was a moment that could bring danger. A fleeting instant that might lead to irreversible disaster. Without warning, he activated his flight wings. In one swift and steady motion, He scooped Dongfang Yao up from the ground. The young woman gasped in surprise, her face flushing with embarrassment. She hadn't expected to be carried so suddenly, especially in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. A mix of shock, shyness, and quiet gratitude swirled inside her heart. Within moments, the two of them soared upward, rising quickly past the chaos below. As the wind lifted them higher, Dongfang Yao clung tightly to Lin Moyu, as though her life depended on him, and at that moment, it truly did. She shut her eyes, trying to calm her racing heart. Deep inside, she silently gave thanks. Once they reached a high vantage point, a place seemingly safe from the chaos below, Lin Moyu acted at once. In mere seconds, he cast the skeleton armor spell on Dongfang Yao once more, wrapping her in protective energy. Dongfang Yao stepped closer to him. "Thank you," she whispered gently, "and I'm sorry. Because of me, we ended up in this place." Her voice was soft, almost barely audible. "That doesn't matter," Lin Moyu replied without hesitation. Then he looked up to the sky, as if searching for something, plotting something unseen. His eyes darkened, and in an instant, his mind was consumed with new thoughts. He wasted no time. He gave Dongfang Yao a few final instructions, then prepared to move. As he spoke, his lightning wings slowly spread open once more, glowing and crackling like thunderbolts in the heart of a storm. In a flash, he shot upward a streak of blinding light, piercing the sky wrapped in clouds and fury. Silently, he dispelled the skeleton armor that had once covered his body. Instead, he extended his hand, and the Genesis scepter appeared in his palm, a symbol of power seemingly alive in the heart of the storm. Suddenly, thunder roared. A bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, slamming into him. Under normal circumstances, that would have been enough to obliterate anyone. But for Lin Moyu, the damage was instantly redirected to his undead army. One by one, system notifications appeared before him. Because of Genesis lightning, Lin Moyu gained 2 million experience points. The endless lightning raining down from the sky triggered a massive burst of experience. In just half a minute, his entire body began to glow, a clear sign of his ascent to a higher level. As his strength soared, a burning energy erupted from within his core. It surged through his veins like a flood of power before merging completely with the Genesis scepter. A system alert popped into his mind. He had advanced 2 levels at once. The creation lightning had fueled a massive leap in strength. But a question remained: why hadn't the staff been fully restored yet? How much more energy did it need? As he thought, the staff began to tremble violently. Its glow intensified, and Lin had to shield his eyes from the brightness. Forced to let it go, he hovered back in the air to see what was coming. From a distance, he watched as purple energy gathered around the floating staff. The space twisted and warped until a swirling gate appeared. Lin instantly recognized it, a passage to a hidden realm. He didn't hesitate. With a flash of golden light, he plunged through the portal. What greeted him on the other side was an entirely different world. Verdant fields stretched as far as the eye could see, filled with life and ancient energy. The air was crisp and invigorating, a complete contrast to the rotting world he and the princess had endured for months. Wandering carefully, Lin stumbled across something unusual, a ruined passageway made of pearl-like orbs, cracked and overgrown. It was clearly ancient. Beyond it stood an immense statue of a winged woman, held in place by gnarled roots that wrapped around her like restraints. Then the unexpected happened. The creation staff, now glowing fiercely, lifted itself and floated toward the statue. A beam of radiant light shot forward and touched the statue's chest. Cracks spread across its surface until the stone broke apart and revealed a radiant woman dressed in celestial robes. She opened her eyes and greeted him with a gentle smile. "It's been a long time since I've seen a human." Lin was stunned. The woman wasn't just alive, she radiated divine energy, a goddess of life. Yet her voice was kind, her presence soothing rather than overwhelming. She began to speak of the world they were in. This was once the realm of creation, not decay. Long ago, a dark god had corrupted it, obliterating its people, destroying its beauty, and taking the goddess's life. Eventually, that god perished as well. Though Lin listened closely, his curiosity remained sharp. "How do humans compare to divine beings?" he asked. The goddess laughed softly at his question. She explained that while humans are fragile, they can grow to rival even the gods. She mentioned other divine entities like the Dragon King and the Obesity Demon King, powerful beings that stood at the peak. She then explained the hierarchy of gods, lesser, middle, and greater. She had once been among the highest, equivalent to a level 97 human. Hearing her words, Lin's thoughts drifted to the Mad God and White Divine, two of humanity's greatest legends, both having surpassed level 95. They were considered near invincible, standing at the peak of human power. But as he absorbed what the goddess had revealed, he realized just how vast the gap was beyond the divine threshold. Between each tier of godhood, the difference in strength was astronomical. Even if Mad God and White Divine joined forces, Lin knew they still wouldn't be a match for the goddess standing before him. And yet, she had been defeated. The revelation shook him. If even a high-ranked deity like her had fallen, then what kind of unimaginable force had brought her down? What truly happened in the past? Lin's heart tightened with the question, and the mystery deepened. While holding the staff, she revealed more of its secret. She hadn't been born a goddess, she had become one by bonding with the creation staff. That alone had elevated her to divine status. Lin was shocked. Could an artifact alone raise someone to godhood? Compared to that, even his powerful necromancer gear felt insignificant. The goddess gave him a warm smile. She thanked him for reuniting the staff with her spirit. Thanks to him, she could enjoy one last walk through the realm she had once nurtured. She revealed that the staff's life core was still missing, but if fate favored Lin, he might be the one to find it and return the staff to its former glory. Even as a mortal, she believed he had the potential to harness divine power. With the right will, he could rise to godhood. But her strength was waning. As her body began to fade, she extended a gift, an artificial life core, created from the remnants of her essence, her final blessing. Just then, a system message appeared. The staff had awakened. Lin now had access to 3 divine strikes, each carrying the force of a level 90 human. But Lin had one last question. "Is there any way to bring you back?" he asked. The goddess smiled faintly, her form dissolving into light. "When you reach the level of the gods, you'll know the answer." He couldn't stop himself from wondering what could have been running through the mind of a god who used forbidden powers to destroy the Genesis realm. What reason could have driven him to cause such devastation? But he was not a god. And because of that, he couldn't truly understand the logic or emotions of a being that possessed such immense power. After recalling his undead legion, Lin Moyo stepped forward and finally exited the secret realm. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded around them, as if the entire sky was collapsing. A massive pressure pressed in from all directions, as though the heavens themselves wanted to crush them into dust. From the darkness, an enormous tail struck out, slamming directly into Lin Moyo with terrifying force. His skeleton armor sparked violently as it absorbed the full brunt of the impact. Even so, the hit was so powerful that the armor shattered into fragments. Not far away, a large chunk of stone flew and struck Dongfang Yao. Her skeleton armor crumbled, leaving her completely defenseless. A sharp claw followed, descending with deadly force, aiming directly at her body. In an instant, Lin Moyo snapped out of his shock from the teleportation. He quickly reactivated Dongfang Yao's skeleton armor just in time to block what would have been certain death. He could probably withstand 1 or 2 more attacks, but Dongfang Yao could not. If she were hit again, it would surely be the end for her. The skeleton armor glowed once more at the very moment It was needed. Lin Moyo swiftly repeated the action to ensure Dongfang Yao's continued protection. Only then was he able to breathe a sigh of relief. For the first time since their arrival, he finally took a proper look at their surroundings. A vast valley greeted him, surrounded by 6 towering mountain peaks like swords of heaven descending upon the earth. Lin Moyo's eyes widened. He whispered, "This is the central area." In the vivid description of the god of life, this valley had once been the center of a great war, a place steeped in history, blood, and power. The most striking feature of the central zone was undoubtedly the 6 mountain peaks. They were no ordinary peaks. Their shape and formation seemed to be part of the very fabric of the world. Unshakable, even the violent, destructive storms of the Great War had not left a single scar on their strength and stability. "How did we end up here?" Dongfang Yao whispered as her consciousness slowly returned. Confusion and fear were clear in her voice. Lin Moyo did not answer immediately. He remained silent, quickly scanning their surroundings as if searching for something. His eyes were sharp, filled with caution. After a few moments, his gaze caught something, a barrier, nearly unnoticeable, hidden in a corner of the valley. Dongfang Yao asked again, this time in a softer tone. "Lin Moyo, what's going on? I feel something strange." In a serious voice, Lin Moyo replied, "I've found the exit. But it won't be easy. It's surrounded by the corpses of dragons and demons, beings that were once powerful, and, even now in death, still radiate strength." Dongfang Yao gasped, her eyes widening. She was clearly unprepared for what she had heard. Where is the exit?" she asked, her voice trembling, fear creeping into her tone. Lin Moyo pointed to a high part of the valley, where a faint light shone through the rocks. There. Under his guidance, Dongfang Yao approached the barrier and stared at it. To her surprise, a seal slowly appeared on its surface. "Yes, you're right," she whispered. "This barrier bears the symbol of my family." Lin Moyo spoke again, now with certainty in his voice. "The passage out of the putrid corpse land. Could this really be it?" His question sounded more like a final confirmation. Dongfang Yao nodded, her voice filled with anxiety, hope, and determination. "Yes, this is it. Let's go." Lin Moyo wasted no time. He immediately grabbed Dongfang Yao and unleashed his lightning wings. In a flash, they flew toward the barrier. With full speed and determination. In the blink of an eye, he reached the maximum speed his body could handle, like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky. In less than half a second, he had crossed hundreds of meters as if they were nothing. At the same time, his undead army vanished only to reappear around them a moment later. They gradually formed a circular formation, surrounding them for protection. In that brief moment, Lin Moyo sensed the approaching creatures, and not just one. Many. Each of them radiated an overwhelming presence that seemed to crush the soul. One of them was a dragon-kind putrid corpse. Its tail stretched over 100 meters, and it perched atop a mountain peak. With every movement of its tail, it seemed to tear the very fabric of space itself. What they saw approaching was nothing more than a looming, nightmarish shadow. Another was a decaying demon-like creature, its only remaining wing reduced to bare bone. With its massive arms, it crushed the undead army. Every punch, even from afar, created cracks in the very air, like opening rifts between space itself. Lin Moyo couldn't begin to explain the level of power these creatures held, but one thing was clear: they were no less than level 80. As he neared the barrier, a surge of electricity suddenly coursed through his body. From the 6 mountain peaks, the presence of 6 monsters ignited all at once. Their red eyes glowed, burning with rage, hunger, and death. One of them breathed fire thick, rippling flames so intense that the heat could be felt from afar. Dongfang Yao swallowed hard, clearly distraught. "The dragon's flame breath," she repeated, full of fear. Lin Moyo gritted his teeth. In his mind, He knew there was only one thing left he could do: buy time. He called forth an army of skeletal warriors, linking their energies so that the force of the dragon's assault would be spread across them. A segment of his undead troops surged forward, engaging the beast head-on. Just as Lin had predicted, the dragon unleashed a torrent of breath energy toward the charging skeletons. Instantly, his interface was flooded with red alerts. 3 berserker-class skeletons were destroyed instantly. Soon after, 1 archmage and 23 skeletal archers were wiped from existence. A spike of nervous tension hit him. Each fallen summon chipped away at his dwindling chances of survival. The situation was becoming dangerously critical. And then, as he began to rethink his strategy, the electrified wings that granted him aerial mobility began to dissipate. Time had run out. They fragmented in the air like sparks blown away by wind. Dread surged through his chest. Without his wings, he was grounded and vulnerable. Before he could fully adjust to this new danger, a fresh horror emerged from the shadows. A hulking demon, even more fearsome than the dragon warrior, stomped into the battlefield. Its power level completely obscured. It didn't hesitate. With a single swing of its monstrous weapon, it shattered what remained of his skeletal line. More urgent notifications poured in: 83 berserkers, 12 archmages, and 18 archers obliterated in seconds. But then a glimmer of hope. A system alert blinked across his screen. A high-tier passive ability had activated automatically. For the next 30 seconds, all base attributes his and his minions would be increased by 200%, and their offensive power would surge to 500%. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Lin gritted his teeth. 30 seconds of amplified strength, that was his window to survive. He could only pray it was enough. Pressing on, Lin arrived at the protective barrier shielding the exit portal. He landed in front of it and asked the princess if she could open the gateway. She nodded affirmatively, but warned that it would take a bit of time to complete. Behind them, the monstrous horde continued its assault, tearing through the remnants of Lin's skeletal troops. More system alerts burst into view. 28 berserkers, 15 mages, and 19 archers had just been lost. Additional corpse demons arrived, mercilessly eliminating the last of his defensive force. The scene devolved into utter chaos. The terrain beneath them was scorched and fractured, scarred from countless magical impacts. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burned bone and rot. Lin clenched his fists as he watched the enemy forces close in from all sides. He was almost out of time. His skeletal army had nearly been obliterated, and he had no more summons available. He threw his arm around the princess to shield her from a deadly projectile racing toward them. Then came yet another alert. 24 more skeletal archers and 13 berserkers had perished. The last of the archmages attempted one final magical barrage, but their mana reserves were nearly depleted. Lin could feel the inevitable collapse approaching fast. Sensing his distress, the princess whispered that the barrier was nearly ready to activate. Lin gave a quick nod, never taking his eyes off the oncoming horde. The corpse demons and dragon-like beasts were only meters away now. Their snarls and roars echoed across the battlefield like a chorus of doom. Bracing himself, Lin reached for the creation staff fastened to his side, his ultimate weapon, one he had never dared use until now. It remained untested. At that moment, the front lines of the enemy lunged together. Claws stretched forward. Fangs bared. The final blow was about to land. Lin's fingers hovered over the staff. Was this the time? Should he unleash it? Before he could decide, a flicker of motion darted past him too fast to follow. In the blink of an eye, several enemy limbs were sliced clean through, dark blood spraying into the air. A lone figure now stood between Lin and the charging monsters, calm, still, and gripping a shining blade. Lin froze in shock. The figure turned just slightly, revealing their face. And in that instant, Lin realized this wasn't a demon. This wasn't some undead creature risen from the abyss. This was a person. A living, breathing human. Initially, Lin was under the impression that the decaying human figure was shielding only him. However, it didn't take long for him to understand the deeper truth. This spirit wasn't just watching over him alone. Despite having long lost its physical form, the soul of this ancient warrior clung to its one remaining duty, to safeguard humanity's legacy. Any human who stepped foot into the cursed realm of decay would unknowingly come under its silent protection. Though the body had deteriorated, its purpose endured. With a sudden surge of determination, the corpse launched itself at the monster, slashing with blinding agility and unmatched precision. At the same moment, Dongfang Yao clutched Lin's arm and warned him they had to leave now, or they wouldn't make it out alive. Around them, the shadows thickened as grotesque creatures and decayed dragon fighters began closing in. That's when it clicked for Lin. The true intent behind these monsters wasn't to guard the gate. They had long forsaken that duty. Their eyes were on the divine artifact, the staff of creation, a source of untold strength. But the old corpse wasn't alone in its resistance. It was soon joined by a legion of skeletal soldiers who tore through the horde with brutal, calculated force. No hesitation, no mercy, only sheer determination burned in their hollow eyes. Soon, the situation worsened. Larger, more nightmarish monsters surged into the realm. Just when things looked bleak, more human remains appeared, former heroes of a long-lost generation. Lin's breath caught in his chest. These weren't just corpses, they were ancestors of the human race, defying time and death to defend their future kin. As Lin stood transfixed by the haunting display of sacrifice, Dongfang Yao worked tirelessly on activating the portal. Eventually, she turned toward him and said the escape route was open, they had to flee now. A quiet thought lingered in Lin's heart. Would he ever return here? Would he see these noble spirits again, and maybe, someday, find a way to revive them? But that hope was for another day. Right now, they had to survive. Elsewhere, near the sealed gateway, an ancient entity informed Manhwa that a presence was swiftly traversing the realm, heading straight for Earth. Moments later, humans began reappearing alive and unharmed. Alarmed by the strange turn of events, the king himself came to the site. Even Manhwa was slightly taken aback by the king's unannounced arrival. Mang quickly confirmed, only Lin and the girl were sent through, correct? The king nodded, and Meng's gaze turned toward the figures materializing. A wave of relief washed over him. It was Lin and Dongfang Yao. Exhaling with visible ease, Meng said to the king, "It looks like your household has been spared a catastrophe." Not just them. Others had been equally tense, their very lives hung in the balance with Lin's fate. Now that the danger had passed, Meng returned to the Red Tower while the king remained behind, awaiting their full arrival. A short while later, the palace gates opened to welcome Lin and Dongfang Yao back home. They were finally back on the blue world. Lin appeared composed and quiet, but Dongfang Yao couldn't contain her emotions. She ran straight to her father and threw herself into his embrace, crying freely. She had feared she'd never get to see him again, but now, thanks to Lin, she was safe. The king comforted her, assuring her that she had nothing more to fear. Meanwhile, Lin stepped forward with a serious expression. He addressed the king directly, asking for an explanation. How had something so dangerous occurred under their watch? Before the king could speak, the elderly patriarch interjected. With a solemn voice, he promised Lin full accountability and appropriate reparations. For once, the Eastern family set aside their pride and openly admitted fault. Just as Lin began to walk away, the general called out, mentioning that Lin's older sister had been waiting for him for an entire month. Wouldn't he like to see her before leaving again? Lin froze in place, clearly caught off guard. He hadn't known she was here. The old man quickly added that she was just outside the palace gate and offered to take Lin there. But Lin didn't need assistance. He summoned his lightning wings with ease and replied, "No need, I know the way." Outside the palace, a young woman stood frozen, her eyes never leaving the sky. She hadn't slept, hadn't even sat down. All she did was wait, hoping her brother would return safely. Then, from above, a figure descended. It was him. Without hesitation, she ran to him and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Tears flowed as she told him she'd never stopped believing in his safety, no matter how bad things seemed. Lin smiled gently and reassured her he was unharmed. Still, a question tugged at his mind. How had she sensed he was in danger? The sister offered an answer. She hadn't known the full truth, but her master had a hunch something was wrong, prompting her to rush to the palace. She added that during Lin's absence, a few of his instructors had stormed into the palace, demanding answers. They didn't leave until the Dongfang family guaranteed they would bring Lin back. Lin couldn't help but feel a touch of anxiety, wondering how his mentors would react. Seeing the concern in his eyes, his sister laughed softly and said he didn't need to be afraid. He was strong now, stronger than ever. Still, no matter how powerful he became, she'd always worry. That was just what older sisters did. She wiped her tears and told him he should go meet his mentors. They'd been waiting for him. When Lin asked what she would do, she huffed playfully and said she had to get back to training. She'd wasted a whole month here and hadn't gained a single level. Her master was furious. With a quick wave and a cheeky smile, she walked off. Lin chuckled, imagining just how strict her master must be. Back in the palace, Dongfang Yao gave a detailed account of what had happened inside the decaying realm. The king listened closely and concluded that it was only thanks to Lin that his daughter had survived. The old grandfather agreed silently. Lin had shown incredible calm and composure, not something expected from someone his age. Even in the heart of death and darkness, he had remained unshaken. Where seasoned fighters might have fallen, Lin had emerged unharmed and perhaps even stronger. The king made a decision on the spot. Everyone would rest for 2 days. Then they would formally thank Divine General Lin for his heroism. At a familiar meeting spot, Lin stood before his 3 teachers. Kuang Sheng wasted no time. How did you meet the goddess of creation? How did you come across the staff of creation? He knew that obtaining the core of life could catapult Lin into the ranks of divine powerhouses. Manhwa, however, had a more cautious approach. He warned Lin against becoming overly reliant on the staff. Tools made by human hands could break or be taken, but inner strength could not. The White Divine smiled and accused Meng of being a hypocrite. After all, he wielded a powerful tower himself. Still, he agreed with the message. No matter how great an external tool, Lin had to be his own strongest weapon. Lin promised all 3 mentors that he wouldn't lean on any artifact for strength. Then he asked something unexpected. Is it possible for someone to come back from the dead? The question stunned the teachers. But Lin wasn't panicking, he was simply curious, always seeking the unknown, always looking for answers. Bai Yuan once told Lin that as long as even the faintest spark of a soul remained, resurrection was within the realm of possibility. It was a fragile hope, a narrow window, but it existed. However, for beings who had ascended to godlike levels of power, death meant obliteration. Their end was absolute, no soul remnants, no revival, no coming back from the void. Lin had asked, confused, why such powerful entities couldn't be brought back. Kuang Sheng hadn't answered directly. Instead, he smiled softly, a knowing expression on his face. One day, you'll understand, he said simply. Although he had no clear idea what Lin had gone through inside the realm of decay, Kuang Sheng could feel it. His disciple was no longer the same. The young man before him had changed in ways deeper than words could capture. Even with the legendary staff of creation in his hands, Lin knew the 3 dreams he once chased, resurrection, restoration, and renewal, were still painfully distant. Then Bai Yuan chuckled, breaking the tension with a teasing tone. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. But be more careful next time, all right? Trust me, in a few days, Dongfang Yi's definitely going to show up with an apology in person. Royal family and all they've got treasures overflowing. When the time comes, I'll help make sure you walk away with a nice reward. Watching quietly all this time, Meng Anwen finally stepped forward. His voice was calm, sincere. "How have you been these past few months?" he asked. Lin replied that all he wanted now was rest time to recover. Meng nodded in understanding. "You don't have to worry. We're not ordinary mentors. We know how to handle these kinds of politics." He promised that nothing would happen to Lin under their watch. Lin felt a quiet unease settle in his chest, but he nodded politely, thanked them, and stepped out of the courtyard. Back at the Summer Capital Academy, everything was calm. The familiar surroundings did little to ease the storm in Lin's mind. He found himself wondering again, was it truly impossible to bring back the ancestors? Not as fading remnants or spectral memories, but as living beings once more? He didn't have long to think about it. A soft tap on his shoulder made him turn. He found himself staring into a face that melted the tension from his chest, Ning Yi. Her smile was bright, her presence soothing. She told him she had finally completed the task her grandfather had set for her. Her journey had paid off. She had achieved her second-class transformation. Now, she was a level 40 Shadow Stalker, standing at the peak of her class's power. But despite the strength she'd gained, she confessed that what she missed most was seeing him again. She wanted to hear it all, every step of Lin's journey, every moment they had missed. And with a playful glint in her eye, she hinted that she had a few surprises of her own to show him. Rewards for surviving, for enduring, for coming back. Ning Yi had brought our Lin to a quiet, peaceful place where it was just the two of them. The sun painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson as the sea whispered beside them. They spoke for hours, sharing everything they had bottled up, laughing, crying, comforting one another. As the light faded, Ning Yi gently rested her head on Lin's shoulder, her unspoken affection passing between them like a warm breeze. She didn't need to say it. She was here now, and she wasn't going anywhere. 2 days later, the dungeon hall buzzed with life. Lin and Ning Yi arrived together, ready to dive back into dungeon crawling. Her energy was infectious. She couldn't wait to start again. As they walked through the crowd, people began to take notice. Professionals and adventurers alike began whispering, pointing, and then openly cheering. Many stared in disbelief, calling out that the legendary dungeon god had returned. Lin, ever composed, took the attention in stride. The onlookers were more curious about Ning Yi now, puzzled by her identity and wondering how she had managed to land such a powerful partner. After all, teaming up with the divine general himself for a dungeon run was no small matter. Ning Yi seemed amused by the attention, remarking with a soft laugh that Lin really was incredible. She pointed out how everyone was starring and how different things were from before. Lin simply replied that compared to the great sages of the human race, he was still insignificant. But Ning Yi, unwavering in her belief, insisted that one day he would surpass them all, defeat the Dragon Clan, and even purge the abyss itself. With the crowd still buzzing, they turned their focus to the next dungeon. Lin wanted to level up, and Ning's eyes sparkled as she suggested the Beast God Plateau. Perfect for those between levels 40 and 50, the dungeon offered huge experience gains. They had already beaten the Tyrant Desert and the Beast God Plateau, which was ripe for the taking. Lin considered her suggestion carefully before agreeing. The Beast God Plateau it would be. The moment he touched the crystal at the center of the hall, the information sprang to life. The display showed the instance Beast God Plateau, level 45, with a maximum entry limit of 50 players. Records of past teams and completion times scrolled beneath it, highlighting the many attempts and achievements within. The dungeon records refreshed, each time blinking with competitive tension. Genesis Academy clocked in at 6 hours, 29 minutes and 18 seconds. Creation Academy followed closely with 6 hours, 52 minutes and 1 second, while Flame Emperor Academy trailed at 6 hours, 53 minutes and 31 seconds. The moment the crowd saw the updated records, the hall exploded with a wave of excitement. From every corner, voices rose. One person shouted that General Lin was going to challenge the Beast God Plateau, stunned that he might even break the record for a large-scale dungeon. Another voice carried through the noise, marveling at the girl with him and declaring how lucky she was to be taken along for a solo run. A third voice chimed in, remembering how General Lin had once soloed the Tyrant Desert and confidently assuming that the Beast God Plateau would be nothing in comparison. With the crowd watching closely, Lin and Ning Yi stepped into the dungeon. At that exact moment, a new group arrived, large, well-organized, and exuding strength. The atmosphere in the dungeon hall shifted as soon as people recognized the newcomers. It was the Yan Huang Academy team, their arrival causing an audible stir. Someone recalled with urgency that today marked exactly 3 years since the true form of the Beast God had respawned. Another voice picked up the thread of memory, reminding everyone how the 3 great academies had once fought bitterly over it. And in the end, Genesis Academy had taken the prize. As if summoned by the memory, the elite team from Genesis Academy entered the dungeon hall, fully geared and ready for confrontation. Their appearance sent a ripple of hushed murmurs through the crowd. The presence of Genesis Academy meant only one thing. The clash of the 3 great academies was about to begin again. Whispers of the reward for slaying the true Beast God spread quickly. But amid the speculations, one voice reminded them. General Lin is already inside. Another responded, that may be true, but don't forget he's now facing the best of the best. Inside the dungeon, Ning Yi had assumed she would be grinding levels slowly but comfortably. She had planned to do it while sitting down relaxing, so she immediately pulled out a bunch of snacks and spread them in front of her right across from her. However, the moment Lin Ramsey summoned his side army to clear out the monsters, her assumptions shattered. His skeleton warriors emerged like a disciplined legion, and she could only sit and watch in stunned silence as they moved with terrifying strength and precision. They weren't like the weak minions she remembered from before. She stared for a few moments, trying to understand how the skeletons had become so powerful. It dawned on her quickly that she really didn't need to do anything here. She could just enjoy her food and watch the massacre unfold, as Lin's minions wiped out packs of level 46 monsters in moments. The experience rewards were insane, between 900,000 and 920,000 per kill, and the loot never stopped coming. From her cozy little picnic, Ning Yi munched happily and watched the carnage. This wasn't grinding, it was power leveling on a godly scale. She couldn't stop smiling. Then, without warning, Lin appeared beside her. In one fluid motion, he scooped her up and launched into the sky. She gasped, her heart racing. They soared above cliffs and valleys, the wind rushing past them. She looked up at him calm, confident, and impossibly composed. Her heart fluttered. After flying across the vast dungeon landscape, they landed on the edge of a towering plateau. It was wild and ancient, the wind howling through jagged rocks. Lin told her this was the second of the 4 highlands, the Divine Plateau. The deeper they ventured, the more dangerous the monsters would become. The rarest loot was always at the heart of the final zone. But as they arrived, Lin frowned slightly. Their luck wasn't looking great. They had barely entered the second plateau, and already a boss had appeared. The final boss of the plateau revealed itself as the Highland Giant Tiger, a fearsome level 47 enhanced elite. Its stats were monstrous: 60,000 strength, 30,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and an overwhelming 80,000 constitution. With its powerful roar and devastating tiger paw slam, it was a threat even Lin couldn't ignore. Not taking any chances, Lin immediately commanded his skeletal warriors to enter berserk mode. With a roar of their own, the undead soldiers launched a relentless assault, attacking in waves with no opening left for the beast to retaliate. The onslaught was merciless and unending. Then, the system flashed a message: Lin had successfully taken down the Highland giant tiger. He was rewarded with a huge chunk of experience and an incredible item, the Sword of the Giant Tiger. It was a platinum-grade weapon that boosted all stats by 1,200 and empowered all warrior-type skills by 50%. Standing nearby, Ning Yiyai could only gape in awe. The boss had been obliterated in moments, without a chance to fight back. She couldn't believe how terrifyingly strong Lin's undead army had become. Lin, however, remained cool and composed. Without wasting time, he told her it was time to head to the final plateau, where the true treasure awaited. The two sprinted toward their next destination, and as they ran, Ning Yiyai began explaining the history of the Beast God Plateau. The dungeon was said to be home to two forms of the Beast God. Legend claimed that the deity's real form would appear only once every 3 years. The loot from defeating this true form depended entirely on how fast it was taken down. She recalled how a previous team from Yanhuang Academy took a full 40 minutes to finish the fight, only to receive a tiny shard of the Beast God's bone, a rare crafting material for top-tier accessories. Hearing this, Lin's eyes gleamed with determination. The faster the kill, the greater the rewards. He silently vowed to hold nothing back. Their path brought them to a long, narrow bridge leading into the final zone. The bridge writhed with serpentine life, blue snakes slithered all over it, and it ended at an enormous snake statue that radiated an eerie, almost living aura. Ning Yijai froze at the sight, unnerved by the swarm of snakes. But with Lin at her side, her fear melted away. Without hesitation, Lin activated his lightning wings, lifted her into his arms, and soared effortlessly across the bridge. Startled but comforted, Ning Yiyai clung to his neck as they flew. Below them, monstrous reptiles leaped to intercept, but Lin's skeletal army held the line. They tore through the level 47 canyon giant pythons with ruthless efficiency. Lin never had to interfere. His minions were enough to sweep the field, gathering both experience and rare drops with mechanical precision. Meanwhile, the Genesis Academy team arrived at the same snake bridge. Unlike Lin and Ning Yiyai, they encountered no obstruction this time. Their team leader urged everyone to move faster, determined not to let the Yanhuang or Flaming Academy surpass them. He reminded them how 3 years ago, the Yanhuang Academy had been just one step ahead. Though they had defeated the Beast God's true form, they had taken too long and had received only a meager reward. But this time, Genesis Academy was ready to reclaim its honor by finishing the boss fight quickly. However, just as they began to cross the bridge, they were halted by the sight of a massive tiger standing on an open battlefield ahead. Surrounding it were people from all 3 academies struggling to bring it down. In another scene, the ongoing dungeon fight was being projected in a special room, through magic, allowing several higher-ups to observe it in real time. The director of Genesis Academy, Mo Xing, turned to the director of Yanhuang Academy and remarked that although Yanhuang had won last time, this time Genesis would be the one taking home the rewards. Yanhuang's director, and Chuangshen's head, Liu Gaiaxuan, remained silent. A bold woman named Lao spoke up with certainty the reward would be theirs this year. But suddenly, Ning Taran noticed something unusual on the screen. He narrowed his eyes and zoomed in using projection magic. There he saw Lin and Ning Yiyai traveling together too closely in his opinion. His expression darkened as he stamped his foot in frustration, anger simmering at the sight. He muttered to himself that the boy had better let go of his granddaughter, insisting in no uncertain terms that she would not be with him. None of the directors could believe that the mighty divine General Lin had actually ventured into the Beast God Plateau dungeon and was already on the verge of conquering the 3rd plateau. The Mozing, watching closely, came to a quiet realization. The champion this time would undoubtedly be Lin. But what lingered in his thoughts was how long it would take for Lin to bring down the true form of the beast god. The director of Genesis Academy reminded everyone that the previous record for defeating the beast god's true form was 37 minutes. However, today, he believed that record was destined to be broken, because the one challenging it was Lin, the boy infamous for shattering every record set before him. As the scene shifted, Lin and Ning Yiyai dropped onto the fourth plateau, after clearing the third without much effort. Landing near the bridge, Ning Yiyai quickly began explaining that the real challenge of the Beast God Plateau dungeon was almost entirely concentrated in this final stretch. Everyone referred to the fourth plateau as the Boss Plateau, because no ordinary monsters appeared there, only Predator-class bosses that attacked without hesitation or thought. As they caught their breath, two powerful monsters, a Highland tiger and a giant python, emerged from the shadows, preparing to strike. But before either could move, Lin's skeletal troops responded like a well-oiled machine. In seconds, the predators were torn apart. Every monster here was a repeat boss from the previous stages, now appearing in massive numbers. Lin grinned, seeing it as a perfect opportunity for some real action. He gave the order. His undead forces spread out like a swarm, scouting the area and preparing for what lay ahead. In the viewing chamber, tension rose as the directors debated Lin's chances. The fourth plateau, they said, was where even elite teams needed 2 hours to succeed. No one, not even Lin, could clear it in a short time. But Luo Yan turned to Ning Terran and asked how long he believed Lin would take to defeat the beast god of the forest and conquer the plateau. Ning Terran, despite his obvious dislike for Lin, answered without hesitation 10 minutes. The entire room fell silent. The other directors exchanged glances, wondering if the old man had lost his senses. But Ning Terran simply said, "Wait and see." Back on the battlefield, Lin's undead forces were executing a calculated retreat, pretending to flee from a tiger and a bear. In reality, they were baiting the enemy into a trap. Once the monsters reached the narrow pass, they found themselves surrounded. Skeletal archers waited in the shadows with arrows drawn. Mages stood ready to cast powerful spells. The moment was perfect. In a single command, arrows and magic surged across the battlefield in a devastating rain of destruction. Explosions lit up the area as Lin watched from afar, his eyes glowing faintly with a dark energy. With a calm, satisfied smile, he whispered to himself. The fun was just getting started. As soon as a large number of beast corpses gather in one place, Lin immediately uses the corpse explosion skill. Explosions begin erupting everywhere, blasting all around. The beasts caught in the explosions range scream in pain and start dying one after another. In just a short while, the area that was once filled with beasts is now completely covered with the burnt, roasted corpses of the beasts due to the blasts. Smoke fills the surroundings, and the ground is scarred with small craters from the impact of the explosions. When the dust finally settles, we see the charred bodies of the beasts now lifeless. This entire scene is being watched on a display by the seniors, and they are left completely stunned. Luo Gyeokshuan, in sheer disbelief, says from the moment he attacked, "It's been only 10 seconds, right? And it's already over." Luo Yan, also shocked at the sight, says standing next to them is Mo Xing, who is also greatly astonished by what he just witnessed. Even though he knew Lin was powerful, he had never expected something like this. The thought running through his mind was even for me. This is the first time seeing this guy kill monsters. I never imagined he'd be this fast. Seeing Lin's performance, Luo Gyeokshuan laughs and says, hearing this, Luo Yan, who's standing beside him, replies in a sulking tone, "No way. Your Creation Academy already has more than enough geniuses. General Lin would be a much better fit for our Yanhuang Academy." Luo Gyeokshuan gets a little angry after hearing Luo Yan's words. Shouting in frustration, he says, But Luo Yan dismisses his claim lightly and says, will there even be any resources left for him? Besides, who even acknowledged that your academy is the top among the three? Standing next to them, Mo Xing appears visibly tensed. Sweat is dripping down his face as he listens intently to their conversation without saying a word. Seeing Mo Xing in this state, Luo Gaoxuan and Luo Yan both walk up to him and, with suspicious looks, ask him seriously. Hearing their question, Mo Xing places a hand on his forehead and says to both of them, the truth is, General Lin has already joined the Creation Academy. The moment Luo Gaoxuan and Luo Yan hear these words from Mo Xing's mouth, they are completely stunned. In shock, they exclaim, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Yan then asks, when did this happen? To this, Mo Xing replies, it happened a few days ago. Before he can finish, Luo Gaoxuan raises his finger and points at him, while saying, tell the truth. What trick did you use to deceive General Lin? What kind of offer did you put in front of him? Hearing this, Mo Xing flares up and angrily says, deceive? What nonsense are you talking about? It was clearly his teacher, Bai, who brought him to me. Just then, Senior Ning Terran, having heard enough of this bickering, speaks up and says, everyone be quiet. The true form of the Beast God is about to appear. Meanwhile, in the Beast God realm, our Lin Moyu arrives at Plateau No, 4 along with Ningyi, where a massive gate stands before them and right in front of it stands a statue. As soon as the statue senses the presence of humans, a powerful aura begins to emerge from within it. That aura rises toward the sky, instantly causing the environment to shift. A whirlwind-like phenomenon starts forming in the sky, and due to this, both the statue on Plateau No, 4 and the runes embedded around it begin to shatter. Seeing this, Lin Moyu says in astonishment, this is the true form of the Beast God. However, just moments later, when our Lin catches a faint glimpse of the Beast God, he suddenly exclaims in shock, no, I've seen beings like this before. And right then, explosions start erupting in the area. The statue begins to break apart due to the blasts. Our Lin Moyu quickly pulls Ningyi a little farther back, and in the very next moment, the statue completely collapses. From within its ruins, a creature emerges, and upon seeing it, our Lin thinks in disbelief. I've seen this in the corpse world. As soon as the Beast God manifests, the entire area's atmosphere begins to change. The phenomenon around them transforms completely. At that moment, a notification appears. The true form of the Beast God has awakened. Freed from the stone statue, the Beast God lets out a thunderous roar, and that very roar shakes the entire area violently. However, our Lin isn't overwhelmed by the Beast God's power. He's still stunned from recognition, staring at the creature in utter disbelief, thinking, I'm not seeing it wrong. What I saw in the corpse world must have been the true Beast God. The Beast God stood angrily before our Lin, its eyes glowing fiercely. And at that moment, its full attributes appeared before him. Its level was 55, with strength at 120,000, agility at 100,000, spirit at 50,000, and physique at 130,000. In skills, it could use World-Ending Strike, a devastating swing capable of leveling entire armies, and sweep across the army, a wide-range annihilation technique that clears anything in its path. In traits, reduces physical and elemental damage by 30%, enhanced attack power, and enhanced speed. Looking at the Beast God's attributes, our Lin smiled and said, the attributes are very strong, even surpassing the bosses of the same level in the Eternal Trial Grounds, but having seen it in the corpse world, how could I ever fear you? Standing beside him, Ningyi was scared. She was extremely frightened by the true form of the Beast God, wondering if this was really its true form, because the Beast God seemed overwhelmingly powerful to her. Just then, our Lin asked Ningyi, Ningyi, is it true that the faster you kill, the better the reward? Hearing this, Ningyi replied, yes. As soon as our Lin heard this, He laughed and activated his skills, saying, "If I kill it immediately, how much reward will I get?" Saying this, he used all the skills he had. In one hand, he summoned Soul Flame. In the other, he prepared for explosion. And at the same time, he used the Aging Curse Chain. As soon as the Aging Curse Chain was cast, it moved directly toward the Beast God to ensnare it. The Aging Curse Chain shot forward at full speed and captured the Beast God. Immediately after capturing it, our Lin launched the Soul Flame attack directly at the Beast God's face. The attack landed squarely, causing the Beast God to scream in pain. Seeing this, our Lin said, "Meanwhile, caught in the Soul Flame and trapped by the Curse Chain, the Beast God thrashed about desperately, trying to break free. It fell to the ground, clutching its head and screaming loudly in agony. To finish off the Beast God, our Lin summoned Skeleton Mage, Skeleton Archer, and Skeleton Warrior. The Skeleton Archer and Skeleton Mage attacked from a distance, striking the Beast God with magic and arrows. The Beast God fell to the ground, and then the Skeleton Warriors charged forward, brandishing massive swords. They began striking the Beast God relentlessly. Within moments, the Beast God was completely defeated. As it died, an aura rose from its body and soared up into the sky. Watching the fight, Ningyi covered her mouth in shock and said, "Am I dreaming?" The seniors watching the fight on the display were also extremely shocked. Luoyan said in amazement, "I've lived for decades, but this is the first time I've seen such an unreal scene." Luo Gaoxuan, equally stunned, said, "Is this the wrong footage?" Mo Xing, watching closely, remarked, "Lin General truly lives up to his name." Then Senior Ning Terran spoke seriously, "Whatever you saw here today, don't spread it around. You all know the situation right now. If this news leaks out, those guys will probably try to assassinate Lin at all costs." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield where the Beast God was killed, a large red ball of energy appeared. As Lin Moyu touched the ball, several items emerged from it. The first item was, obtained Beast God leg bone, a bone left behind before the Beast God became a deity, containing a portion of its divinity. The second item was, obtained Beast God essence, blood usable by physical classes. It greatly increases the probability of career advancement at the third tier and also carries a chance to awaken talents. We see Ning Terran completely frozen in shock upon spotting those relics in Lin's possession. The sheer rarity of the items had clearly shaken him. Without saying a word, he vanished from the scene, leaving the three elders dumbfounded in his wake. None of them could understand where he had rushed off to or why. Meanwhile, Lin stood quietly at the battlefield, inspecting the powerful relics in his hands. He analyzed them calmly. The blood was only beneficial to physical-type professions, which didn't help him much. And while the leg bone had similarities to his own divine spirit finger bone, it wasn't of much value to him anymore. A brief look of disappointment crossed his face, but he didn't dwell on it. He turned toward Ningyi and casually handed over both items to her, asking her to hold on to them. Surprised and a little panicked, she immediately protested, saying she had no use for them. Lin reassured her with a soft pat on the head and a gentle smile, saying he already had far superior treasures. Her cheeks turned red as she blushed, agreeing to keep them just for now, promising to return them if he ever needed them again. Just then, a hovering device beside Ningyi activated. It projected a loud, furious voice. It was Ning Terran, shouting from afar, demanding that Lin remove his hand from her. Immediately afterward, Ning Terran's figure materialized as a visible projection on the battlefield. Surprised to see him suddenly appear, Ningyi looked up and gasped, "Grandfather, you're here?" But Ning Terran wasn't in the mood for questions. His face was red with fury, and though it was just a projection, his anger was almost tangible. He had seen enough, and clearly, he didn't appreciate our Lin's gesture. Seeing Ning Terran in this unexpected state, our Lin calmly asked, "What are you doing here?" After that, Ning Terran began to explain why he had come all the way here. Kid Lin, did you just obtain the beast god leg bone and the essence blood? He asked, his gaze sharp. Do you have any idea how valuable those two things are? Then he looked directly at the Lin Moyu and asked, would you like to know the real reason behind their significance? Our Lin replied in a relaxed tone, sure, I'd love to hear the full details. And with that, Ning Terran began explaining each part clearly. The divine energy contained within the beast god leg bone allows top-tier experts to rapidly comprehend higher powers. It significantly increases their chances of ascending to divine rank strength. As for the essence blood, though it can be used directly, it grants a roughly 15% boost in class refinement during a third-tier awakening. Hearing all this, the Lin Moyu curiously asked, so you came all the way here to make a trade with me? Ning Terran gave a slight nod and explained further. To turn the essence blood into a divine blood elixir, you'll need more than just that item. You also need supporting materials and, most importantly, the right alchemist. One portion of essence blood can be used to create 3 vials of elixir. Then he added with a calm smile, I'll handle everything gathering the materials, finding the alchemist. You won't need to worry about a thing. Out of the 3 elixirs, 1 goes to you, 1 to me, and the last. Don't give it to the alchemist. Sound fair? Seeing this offer, our Lin Moyu thought seriously to himself. I had no idea alchemists were so expensive. But Senior Ning Terran wouldn't try to scam me. After a moment's thought, he nodded and said, all right, I'm in. With that, Ning Terran smiled and began to fade from sight. Then we have a deal. Goodbye, kid. As his projections started vanishing from the battlefield, our Lin suddenly asked one last question. By the way, Senior Ning Terran, who exactly are you planning to give the divine elixir to? Standing beside him, Ning Yi looked a bit puzzled by the question. Ning Terran chuckled and replied with pride, I only have one precious granddaughter, if not her. Then who else? Hearing this, a thought quietly crossed our Lin Moyu's mind. So, the beast god essence blood was meant for ye all along. Our Lin agreed with Ning Terran's proposal, and right after that, Ning Yi took out both of the items. The moment Ning Terran saw those 2 items in Ning Yi's hands, he looked a little surprised. As soon as she brought them out, she began to hand them over to her grandfather. Seeing the beast god items in her hands, Ning Terran frowned and asked Ning Yi, how did you get the beast god's blood? Ning Yi smiled cheerfully and replied, Lin Moyu originally said he wanted to give it to me. But now that you and he have made a deal, I'm giving it to you instead. The moment Ning Terran heard that, he froze in place like a statue, completely stunned. He muttered, this beast god's blood was originally yours? It had already been given to you. To this, Ning Yi simply replied, I was just keeping it safe for him. Then Ning Terran turned toward our Lin Moyu, his expression flaring with anger. He burst out, you little brat, you dare to scheme behind my back? Hearing this accusation, our Lin Moyu put on an innocent face and calmly replied, Senior Ning Terran, you didn't ask. Seeing her grandfather so furious, Ning Yi quickly jumped in. Grandpa, that leg bone can help someone comprehend divine powers. Lin Moyu needs it too. Still fuming, Ning Terran snatched the beast blood and the leg bone into his possession, then began to vanish, grumbling, in any case, this Lin brat gave it all to you. I'll just treat it as his betrothal gift. Hearing her grandfather's words, Ning Yi's face turned completely red. Blushing furiously, she stammered, what betrothal gift? Grandpa, you're too much. Just then, our Lin Moyu walked up from behind and said teasingly, Ning Yi, looks like Senior Ning Terran traded you away for a piece of the beast god's leg bone. Hearing his voice, Ning Yi turned around, cheeks still flushed, and said shyly, stop. Don't say anything more. From the battlefield, Ning Terran directly teleported into the room where the 3 seniors were present. As soon as they saw Ning Terran appear, all three of them immediately said, "Senior Ning Terran has returned." At that moment, there was a noticeable expression of joy on Ning Terran's face different from before. The three seniors simultaneously asked Ning Terran the treasures that Lin Moyu obtained after defeating the true body of the beast god. Hearing their question, Ning Terran nodded and said, "Yes, that's right." Then he brought out the items and declared, "These are the beast god's leg bone and beast god's essence blood." The moment Luo Gyaoxuan saw them, he was completely stunned. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he exclaimed, "General Lin's luck is unbelievable. With these two treasures, he's guaranteed to reach god level." Standing beside him, Luo Yan replied with confidence, "What do you mean luck? It's not luck. It's because General Lin is strong enough to earn them." Ning Terran laughed and said, "General or not, what does it matter? Aren't both of these treasures in my hands now?" Hearing that, Luo Yan raised an eyebrow and asked Ning Terran, "Did you make some kind of deal with General Lin?" The moment Ning Terran heard Luo Yan's question, he turned his face away, drenched in sweat, and snapped, "Don't mention the one thing I don't want to talk about. Shut your mouth." Hearing that, Luo Yan immediately went quiet. Then Luo Gyaoxuan asked him, "Ning Terran, could we take a look at the beast god's leg bone? You know, we're all stuck at the demigod stage right now." Standing beside them, Luo Yan and Mo Xing were listening attentively. Ning Terran smiled and raised his hand into the air, saying, "What's the big deal? You can observe it right here. Just return it to me afterward." "Thank you, Ning Terran," the three seniors said gratefully. Then Ning Terran lifted the beast god's leg bone into the air. As soon as it rose, a strange radiance began to shine from it, an extraordinary light that quickly spread and illuminated the entire room. The beast bone was floating in the air, radiating a mysterious energy. The moment that energy became visible, all three seniors sat down to absorb its effects. Among them, Mo Xing seemed to be the most affected by the energy. All of the power was gathering inside him. He looked like he was in pain. Veins on his forehead were clearly visible, and sweat was pouring down his body, especially on his forehead where it glistened. Seeing this, Ning Terran began to think to himself, Mo Xing is the closest among them to reaching god level. The energy from the beast bone was rapidly integrating into Mo Xing's body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and due to the overwhelming energy that had entered him, it surged out of his body in a powerful release. The energy was so immense that it shot up into the sky, clearly visible as golden energy streaking upward. The others, witnessing this, shouted out in shock and excitement, "A god-level aura! Our human race has gained yet another god-level powerhouse." Previously on our journey. As soon as the mystical energy became visible to the naked eye, the three elder cultivators immediately sat down to harness its power. It was Mo Xing who seemed to be absorbing the most, his entire being resonating with the overwhelming force. The power from the beast bone surged rapidly into his body, fusing with him at an astonishing rate. Without warning, Mo Xing's eyes flew open. The energy within him had grown too powerful to contain, and in a sudden burst, it erupted from his body, shooting skyward like a blazing beacon. A golden stream of energy pierced the heavens, leaving everyone who witnessed it in awe. Shouts of shock and celebration rang out. Another god-tier warrior had risen among humanity. And now, the story continues. A radiant yellow light sliced through the palace as Mo Xinghai, elder brother of Mo Xing, felt divine fluctuations ripple across the realm. Mo Xing, the head of Genesis Academy, hovered in midair, his presence radiating power. The two figures nearby stared at him, stunned. They had never imagined he would reach the god level before them. Ning Terran, witnessing the moment, spoke up. He believed the academy director owed him some gratitude. After all, it was Ning who had managed to secure the beast god's lead bone from the divine general Lin Moyu, an action that greatly accelerated their rise to godhood. Turning to Mo Xinghai, Ning emphasized that their success was thanks to Lin Moyu. But that didn't sit well with Mo Xinghai. He wanted the credit for this breakthrough, not to see it handed to Lin. Still, no one could deny it. Another deity-level warrior now stood with humanity. It was a monumental achievement. The scene shifted. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi stepped through a glowing purple portal. Lin glanced at his system panel and was stunned. He held first place with a completion time of 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds. In comparison, Creation Academy and Genesis Academy clocked in at over 6 hours each. Lin, however, wasn't impressed. He muttered about how slow the dungeon felt, as if he had just been strolling through it. Ning Yi was baffled. She pointed out that doubling the other academy's speed should be more than enough. But Lin had already made up his mind he was going back in. This time, he'd rush through in one go. Back in the dungeon hall, a buzz of excitement filled the air. Word had spread the divine General Lin Moyu was about to do another dungeon run solo, fast and record-breaking. People were in disbelief. Not only was Lin smashing records, but he was doing it while escorting beautiful companions and charming the crowd. And yet, they all felt this was only the beginning. The results to come, likely even more unbelievable. Historically, whenever the beast god's true form had appeared, the top 3 academies would race to hunt it down. But now, for once, the crowd was witnessing something new. Those very academies now wore looks of frustration and defeat. A student watching the scene commented that those expressions were going to be priceless, like seeing a piece of art unfold in real time. Lin Moyu's legend was being carved in stone, and for the rival academies, it was nothing short of soul-crushing. Within the dungeon walls, Lin Moyu had already explored this place before, so he had a clear understanding of the path ahead. Wasting no time, he scooped Ning Yi into his arms, unfolded his lightning-charged wings, and flew directly toward the central zone. But unlike before, he wasn't planning to stop at the first 3 boss areas. This time, his goal was to head straight to the 4th Beast Plateau. Holding Ning Yi securely, he took off without the slightest hesitation. Noticing his decision, Ning Yi looked at him in mild surprise and asked, "What about the other bosses?" Even as she asked, her eyes drifted below, where Lin Moyu's summoned skeleton soldiers had already scattered and were advancing quickly across the battlefield. With a calm expression, Lin Moyu replied with a slight grin. "They'll handle it. Leave it to them." His tactic was straightforward yet smart. He'd send his skeleton army to deal with the first 3 bosses, allowing him to focus entirely on the real challenge ahead. That way, he could finish the dungeon at record speed. Soon, Lin Moyu reached the 4th segment of the Beast God Plateau. Without pausing, he approached a towering statue that stood silently, radiating power. This was the very place where the shadow of the Beast God, a world-level monster, would soon awaken. He had battled this foe before and knew exactly what kind of threat was about to arise. The creature was a towering level 52 boss, and its attributes were monstrous. As soon as the presence of 2 humans was detected, a golden beam of light shot up from the statue into the sky. The beast had started to awaken. This light wasn't just a signal, it was a warning. But Lin Moyu was prepared. He had no plans to let this fight drag out. Once fully awakened, the monster would unleash a devastating technique known as sweeping the enemy, capable of destroying everything in its range. Worse still, it had a horrifying trait vitality boost which allowed it to regenerate rapidly, making long battles a losing game. That's why, before the beast could even rise fully, Lin Moyu activated his soul flame. He had to end the battle before it could begin in earnest. As expected, the 4th boss emerged with a deafening roar, slamming into the ground with earth-shaking force. It stood tall, growling with hostility. Opposite it stood Lin Moyu, silent, focused, ready to strike before the beast could retaliate. Meanwhile, warriors from another academy were also making their way to the 4th plateau. The Creation Academy team had just arrived, and their leader, Fang Kao, lit up with excitement. With a satisfied grin, he exclaimed, "Finally, time to slay the true form of the beast god. We made no mistakes earlier this time. The record will be ours." But just as they stepped into the fourth base area, a golden light erupted from the statue and surged upward. The boss began to awaken. When they saw what was emerging, confusion spread across their faces. "Wait, why is it the beast god's phantom?" one of Fang Ko's teammates asked. "Where's the real body? Did the other teams get here ahead of us?" Fang Ko's face darkened with disbelief. "That's impossible. There's no way they were faster." Frustrated, he barked, "Forget it. Let's deal with this phantom version first. We'll figure the rest out later." At the same time, the team from Genesis Academy arrived and was stunned by the same sight. Their captain, Ling Yijin, was equally shocked upon seeing the phantom form. Soon after, the Yanawang Academy team also arrives here, and they too are surprised to see this. Why is it only the phantom? Could we have arrived too late? The story then returns to Lin Moyu's side. Having completed the dungeon run, he stepped out with Ning Yi by his side. Looking at her, he said, "This round was fast enough, don't you think?" Ning Yi chuckled and replied, "It felt like riding a roller coaster. The whole dungeon cleared before I could blink. How could that not be fast?" Lin Moyu smiled and told her, "Let's go again. This time, you can take your time and focus on leveling up." With that, they teleported once more. Onlookers outside the dungeon were left in disbelief. "Did we just see that?" one person asked. "Was that Lin Moyu's new record?" said another. "I wish I could see the looks on the faces of the 3 academy captains when they find out." Roughly 3 hours later, Fang Ko's team was the first to exit the dungeon. He quickly ordered a teammate, "Check the leaderboard." Right then, the other 2 teams also emerged, and tensions rose as they locked eyes. Each team rushed to confirm the rankings. "Look at the list. Who cleared the true boss?" Captain Ling Yijin was the first to react. Seeing a completion time of 99 minutes and 40 seconds, he looked shocked. When he saw the name, he placed a hand to his forehead and muttered, "As expected, General Lin Moyu. He never fails to disappoint his competition." Moments later, the captain of Creation Academy arrives, shouting and bursting in anger, "Absolutely impossible. Even if he's a god general, he must have cheated somehow." But Ling Yijin didn't argue. Turning to his own men, he said calmly, "Let's go. There's nothing questionable about Lin Moyu's results." A teammate responded, surprised, "Captain Ling, you're a fan of Lin Moyu too. Is he really that strong?" Ling Yijin laughed and replied, "When I saw him, I felt like a mayfly staring at the vast heavens." Inspired, the team members shouted to the others, "Let's go, we're heading back." Shortly after, Lin Moyu also walked out of the dungeon. Fang Ko immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Are you Lin Moyu, the youngest ever god general?" The nearby warriors were stunned by the sudden confrontation. They murmured among themselves, "What's going on? What is he doing?" People from all 3 academies gathered to witness what would happen next. Lin Moyu looked at Fang Ko and asked calmly, "And who are you?" With anger in his voice, Fang Ko answered, "I'm Fang Ko from Creation Academy. Tell me, how did you clear the dungeon that fast?" Before Lin Moyu could respond, Ning Yi snapped, "What's your problem? Why should we explain anything to you?" Fang Ko turned on her and shouted, "I wasn't talking to you. Stay out of it." At that, Lin Moyu gave him a chilling glare and said firmly, "I don't owe you any explanation, and here's a word of advice: watch your tone. Know who you're speaking to." Fang Ko took a deep breath and spoke arrogantly, "I am a genius from the Chuangshan Institute. Someday, I'll also become a godly general. And one day, I'll reach the level of the gods." Lin Moyu turned to look at him, and in an instant, His eyes turned ice cold, but his voice remained calm and emotionless. When you become a godly general, then you can talk to me. For now, get out of the way. You're blocking the entrance to the dungeon ranch. Ning Yi glared sharply. You really shouldn't talk about things you don't understand. Fang Kao stepped back. I just want to ask a few questions. Answer me, and I'll leave willingly. In his eyes, Lin Mo Yu was just a level 42 rookie, who had gotten lucky and somehow ended up as a great general. He never believed the rumors about him. To him, stories were often exaggerated far beyond reality. Fang Kao himself was already at level 50 and wore top-tier platinum-ranked gear for his class. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Mo Yu, he was confident the gap between them wasn't too far apart. Suddenly, Ning Yi's gaze intensified and her voice rose. This is the dungeon hall, a territory of the academy. We won't fight you here. This is your last warning. Leave now. Fang Kao didn't move. I said, answer my questions first. Only then will I leave. I will not back down. Lin Mo Yu didn't wait any longer. A terrifying aura surged from him. You really are asking for death. And in the next moment, the entire dungeon hall trembled. A suffocating killing intent enveloped Fang Kao. It was like a soul-crushing wind descending from the heavens like a nightmare. Inside Lin Mo Yu's spiritual world, the divine stone domain began spinning rapidly, releasing a torrent of killing aura that he had amassed, from slaying countless creatures in the immemorial battlefield, in dimensional war zones, burning down cities in the abyss, and fighting the rotting corpses of the undead. Now, that immense power poured forth, almost taking physical form. Fang Kao's vision darkened, as if he had been plunged into the heart of a nightmare. From all directions, blades slashed at his flesh. Corpses rose to attack him, their screams of death echoing all around. He could feel every wound, every slice, as if he were being devoured alive. A scream of fear and pain burst from his lips as he collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes, everything was gone. No blood, no corpses. It had all been an illusion. But the fear was real. The pain felt real. Your resistance is pathetic, Lin Mo Yu said coldly, then turned to walk away with Ningyi. In an instant, they disappeared, teleporting back into the dungeon. Fang Kao was left gasping for breath, soaked in cold sweat. What he had seen felt real, so real he nearly died from fright. What was that? He whispered, trembling, his eyes wide. He knew Lin Mo Yu was behind it. But that kind of power was beyond comprehension. His companions rushed over to help him. His body still shook. He couldn't even stand properly. In the end, he muttered, "Let's go back for now." He needed answers. Only his mentor could explain what he had just experienced. At the other end of the dungeon hall, students murmured in confusion. What was that? He looked like he saw a ghost. Yeah, he just dropped to his knees. What happened to him? Ningyi chuckled and asked what just happened. Lin Mo Yu replied indifferently. Just a bit of killing aura. Didn't think he'd crumble so fast. Ningyi laughed again. He was so brave earlier. Then he had the guts to confront you. He wasn't thinking, Lin Mo Yu replied. Let's not waste time on him. Let's move forward. The scene transitions once again, this time to Luo Gaoxuan's private office, just a few hours later. Fang Kao had come storming in, demanding an explanation. How could Lin Mo Yu possibly clear that dungeon so quickly? He asked, clearly unable to believe what he'd witnessed. He even went so far as to accuse Lin of relying on some underhanded strategy he was keeping hidden. But Luo Gaoxuan wasn't amused. In fact, his expression darkened. He was irritated not just by the baseless accusation, but by the sheer stupidity of it. At the very least, Lin Mo Yu had intellect, unlike Fang Kao. With a cold edge in his voice, Luo Gaoxuan explained the truth. Lin wasn't just some high-level student, he was a divine general, a figure revered among divine-class powerhouses. In the eyes of many, he was already akin to a living god. This wasn't some average accomplishment. Lin Moyu had eliminated more dragons and elite warriors from the demon clan than Fang Kao could even begin to fathom. Even Luo Gaoxuan himself referred to him with full respect as Divine General Lin. For someone like Fang Kao to gossip behind Lin's back, or worse, try to block his dungeon path, was absurd beyond words. At that moment, the reality hit Fang Kao hard. He wasn't as important as he thought. Even the Academy Dean bowed to Lin's achievements. He had completely misjudged his place. Luo Gaoxuan, now visibly fed up, raised his voice. Enough. Be quiet and listen. He went on to explain that Lin's entire dungeon run had been observed live by none other than the three heads of the academies themselves. They watched every moment with their own eyes. Lin didn't just breeze through the dungeon, he annihilated every single creature within it. He even took down the true form of the beast god. And the time it took, Luo Gaoxuan narrowed his eyes and delivered the answer. In less than 10 seconds, he killed the beast god's original body with a single finishing blow. If Lin had really used any kind of shady tactic, it would have been obvious. But there was no such trick, only raw power. At that point, Fang Kao's jealousy stood exposed, naked and humiliating. He had challenged a divine general, throwing accusations and acting as if they were equals. Now, he saw just how foolish he had been. Luo Gaoxuan wiped his brow, exhaling in frustration. You might be one of our academy's top talents, but the gap between you and Lin Moyu is like heaven and earth, he said bluntly. Your pride has blinded you. You believed you were above everyone else. But now you've embarrassed yourself in front of a legend. He gave one final warning. This is your last chance. If you keep your head down and stop causing trouble, we'll let the matter rest here. Otherwise, don't expect leniency next time. Then came the order. Fang Kao was to head to the Eternal Trials Arena for intense training. Fang Kao looked nervous and hesitant. The ancestral land of the Creation Academy will open soon, he said. If I miss it, I'll lose a major opportunity. But Luo Gaoxuan didn't even turn around. He simply replied, It will open again someday. My decision is final. His tone left no room for debate. He was done tolerating arrogance, especially arrogance directed at someone like Lin Moyu. With no options left, Fang Kao lowered his head and quietly accepted the punishment. Meanwhile, for 10 straight days, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi stayed inside the dungeon hall. They didn't rest, didn't stop endlessly clearing the massive dungeon known as the Beast God Plateau. Each passing day, they pressed forward tirelessly. By the end of their grinding, Lin Moyu had reached level 45, while Ning Yi had surpassed level 44. But after hitting level 45, the experience gains slowed dramatically. Each successful dungeon raid now gave them only 4% exp, meaning they had to clear the entire dungeon 25 times to gain just 1 level. At their current pace, slightly over 1 hour per raid, that meant 2 full days and nights of non-stop fighting just to level up once. It was a relentless and exhausting cycle. For Lin Moyu, who possessed divinity force, fatigue wasn't a concern. He didn't get tired, didn't need rest. But Ning Yi was human with no divinity, so her physical and mental recovery was much slower. In the last 2 days, the exhaustion began to take its toll. She was struggling to keep up with Lin Moyu's speed. At times, he had to carry her through the dungeon. Cradled in his arms, Ning Yi slept soundly, finding peace even amidst battle. There was a faint smile on her lips, a sign of trust and calm. After 10 days, Lin Moyu received a message from Bai Yiyuan. At the White God Courtyard, the atmosphere was peaceful, the breeze gentle. Bai Yiyuan, Ning Taran, and Mo Xingyi sat together, chatting and sipping tea. Suddenly, Lin Moyu appeared via teleportation. "Teachers, I'm here." He immediately sensed Mo Xingyi's presence and his eyes lit up. "Congratulations, Dean Mo, for reaching God level." He could feel the change in Mo Xingyi's aura, heavier, deeper, far more powerful than before. Mo Xingyi laughed heartily. "Thank you. If not for the beast god's leg bone you gave me, I wouldn't have ascended this quickly." Lin Moyu replied humbly, "I'm just glad it helped. But it's not mine anymore, I gave it to old Ning." Everyone nodded quietly. Clearly, they were already aware of this arrangement. Except Ning Taran, who twitched slightly, visibly displeased, but chose to remain silent. Bai Yuan broke the silence. "Mo Yu, do you know why I called you here?" There was no need to explain. Lin Moyu nodded knowingly. "It must be about the opening of the Chuang Shi Institute's ancestral land, right?" Bai Yiyuan smiled. "Exactly. It's opening soon, and since Dean Mo is here, I'll let him explain the details." The moment Lin Moyu saw Mo Xingyi, he already suspected this was the reason. Now it was confirmed. Mo Xingyi confirmed it personally. "I've chosen you to take part. This will be a critical opportunity to sharpen your strength even further." He then gave Lin some important insight. "The ancestral land is home to sentient creatures. They will not attack unless provoked, so don't make the first move. Stay calm. As you reach the inner regions, you'll find trees that bear extraordinary fruit. Eat them, they carry great power. Once you do, you'll enter the second stage, spiritual enlightenment. Each person's experience is unique. What you comprehend there will shape what comes next. Those who succeed in enlightenment may enter the third phase. Though little is known about it, it seems to be tied directly to what was gained in the second stage. And then there's the rumored fourth stage. But no one remembers what happens there. All memories vanish, leaving only fragments behind. This era, the fifth opening of the Genesis ancestral land, will be a grand event. You and 29 other chosen ones will enter together. What you gain will depend entirely on your own capabilities." He glanced quietly at Ning Yi. Seeing her attentively listening and taking in every detail, he breathed a little easier. Turning back to Mo Xingyi, he spoke sincerely. "Thank you very much, Dean Mo. I've understood and taken everything to heart." 2 days later, a blinding beam of light erupted from the island where Chuang Shi Institute stood. It pierced the sky brighter than the sun, visible even at midday. The whole island stirred. A thunderous wave of energy pulsed outward, shaking the seas like an ancient beast awakening. At the center, the teleportation formation of Chuang Shi Institute flared to life. One after another, people arrived rushing to not be left behind. Though only 30 slots were prepared, more than 30 participants showed up. This rare event was not just a competition of youth, but a gathering of powerhouses. Among the arriving group was the delegation of Chuang Shi Institute led by Luo Gyaxuan, accompanied by Lin Mohan, Mo Yun, and an unfamiliar man. Both Lin Mohan and Mo Yun were impressive, but Lin Mohan stood out the most. Every movement radiated elegance and strength. She had a charm difficult to describe, a balance of charisma and serenity. If Ning Yi was innocent beauty, Lin Mohan was a flower in full bloom. More captivating, more dangerous to the heart. In the moment she appeared, time seemed to stop. All eyes turned to her. There was no one else in their world but her, like the brightest star in the sky. The legendary ancestral land had finally awakened. A sacred realm that only opened once in a generation now stood wide open, and one by one, top-tier geniuses from every major sect and faction poured in to seize their chance at glory. Among the arrivals stood a particularly notable figure, Fang Wu, the elder brother of Fang Kao. He wasn't just some ordinary warrior, he was a level 61 Knight of Light, a master of a legendary profession. As he stood with perfect posture, his eyes subtly shifted toward a familiar presence beside him, Mohan. With a quiet smile tugging at the corners of his lips, Fang Wu mused silently, "I never thought I'd get to step into the ancestral land alongside someone like Goddess Mohan. This is my moment to shine, I must not waste it." While he daydreamed of impressing her, Mohan remained blissfully unaware of his thoughts. She was chatting comfortably with Mo Yan, the atmosphere between them relaxed and genuine. And just then, from a distance, two new figures began to approach. It was our hero, walking alongside Ning Yi. As they drew closer to the group, Ning Yi's eyes lit up as she spotted Mohan and Mo Yan. She raised her arm and waved with cheerful enthusiasm. Without hesitation, our hero stepped up to his sister and greeted her with surprise. "You're entering the ancestral land too? But wait, aren't you already over level 70? And didn't you complete your third advancement ages ago?" Mohan smiled warmly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Who made the rule that those over level 70 can't join in?" Then she turned toward Ning Yi, her tone softening even more. "You must be Yi, right? Xiaoyu never stops talking about you. I've heard a lot. Thank you for watching over Lin." Ning Yi quickly shook her head, almost embarrassed. No, it's actually the other way around. He's been the one taking care of me. He's taught me so much." Meanwhile, our hero's attention turned toward Mo Yan. Their eyes met, and Mo Yan gave him a familiar smile that spoke volumes. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" she said, her voice light but sincere. Our hero nodded with a nostalgic chuckle. "Yeah, it's been too long." Laughter broke out among the four of them as they stood there, reunited and enjoying each other's company. But not everyone around them felt the same warmth. A group of onlookers nearby began whispering and frowning, visibly annoyed. Their jealousy was obvious. They stared at our hero, their expressions twisted with disbelief. "Who even is this guy?" one muttered. "Surrounded by three beautiful girls like that? Seriously?" But before the crowd could work themselves up further, a sudden shift swept through the atmosphere. Out of nowhere, an immense spiritual pressure blanketed the entire area. It was so strong, so overwhelming, that every person froze where they stood. Even the most seasoned warriors found themselves struggling to breathe under its crushing force. This wasn't an attack, it was the divine sign they had been waiting for. The ancestral land was fully opening. Suddenly, the giant portal began to glow brighter than before, and from within it, a green light surged outward, filling the space with a mystical, almost sacred radiance. Everyone understood this was the moment. The gateway to the ancestral land was now accessible. Even our hero's expression shifted. He narrowed his eyes and looked toward the portal. Something about it was familiar. An eerie sensation washed over him. That light, that form, it looked so much like the staff of Genesis, he thought. Could it be? Could the core of life be hidden within the ancestral land itself? Just then, Mo Xing'e made his presence known, his voice steady and commanding as he addressed the crowd. "The portal is ready. You may now enter one at a time." Cheers erupted throughout the field as people rushed toward the entrance in excitement. The long-awaited journey had begun. As each participant stepped through the gateway, they vanished into the mystic veil. Once inside, all the participants found themselves in a large, unfamiliar clearing. Everyone instinctively gathered together, glancing around in confusion. No one seemed to know where they were or which direction to go next. That's when a young man named Lai Feng stepped forward. He was a level 56 holy mage with a legendary title, confident, determined, and eager to lead. "I'll scout ahead," he declared, and without a second thought, he activated his spell and began to rise into the air. Everyone watched as he soared above the treetops. But standing below, Mo Yan furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, "Didn't anyone from the Lin family tell him? Flying is forbidden in this realm." And sure enough, no sooner had those words left her lips than Lai Feng's flight abruptly failed. He dropped like a stone from the sky, landing squarely on a small glowing spirit creature, a spirit rabbit. The poor creature was destroyed on impact, its glowing light dispersing into the air like dust. Lai Feng scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with frustration. "What is this place? You can't even fly here?" Mohan, calm and composed, turned to the others and said, "He's already harmed one of the native creatures here. Let's keep our distance." At that moment, Fang Wu stepped toward her with a hopeful expression. "Miss Mohan, may I accompany you?" She turned to him, her tone suddenly frosty. "There's no need. I'll be going with my brother's group." Without another glance, she walked toward our hero. As she arrived, he greeted her with a smile and said, "Shall we go, sister?" And just like that, the team was formed. The four of them, our hero, Mohan, Mo Yan, and Ning Yi, began trekking through the dense forest, leaving Fang Wu standing behind, fuming with silent rage. As they walked, Mohan took the lead, her voice clear and firm. "Be cautious. Do not harm any living creature in this realm. Every being here is sacred. We must be mindful of our steps." Ning Yi, ever curious, asked with excitement in her voice, "What happens if someone ends up killing too many creatures here?" Mohan chuckled softly. "If you do that, you'll become one of them, a beast, and you'll be trapped in this place forever." That answer silenced Ning Yi in an instant. She covered her mouth and looked away, thinking, "Yeah, no more questions for now." Suddenly, our hero reached out and stopped Mo Yan mid-step. "Wait, watch out." Startled, she looked down and noticed that she was just inches away from stepping on a tiny beetle nestled peacefully among the leaves. She quickly pulled back her foot and exhaled in relief. That was way too close. "I can sense life more keenly than the rest of you," our hero said quietly. "My spiritual perception is stronger." As they continued forward, Mohan pulled out a mysterious compass from her pouch. After carefully checking it and locking in a direction, she looked up and said, "I've found the right path. Everyone, follow me." And so, the four continued their journey, venturing deeper into the sacred land. Hours passed. Finally, they arrived at a magnificent tree bearing countless glowing fruits. All around them, similar trees filled the forest, creating a surreal garden of light. Mohan stopped and pointed. "My teacher once told me that the fruits found in the ancestral land are ranked in levels, and what we're seeing here, these are the best of the best. The top grade, their effects are unparalleled." By now, Ning Yi had already gathered a handful and was happily munching away. She handed a few to our hero as she ate. "Try these, they're incredible." Our hero accepted one, took a bite, and immediately felt a surge. His level ticked up 2.30%, gained instantly from just one fruit, taking him from level 45 upward. But then he noticed something strange. All of his base stats like stamina, agility, and spirit were sealed at exactly 100%. Still, beside each stat, another number had appeared, a separate plus 100% boost from the fruit. That meant the fruit's bonus worked independently of the sealed stats. Even though his abilities were locked, the boosts were still active. Dark energy began swirling around him, blending with a golden aura. The taste of the fruit was incredible. As he studied his attribute panel, his eyes widened. "All of my attributes and skills, they're sealed." "What?" Ning Yi gasped. "How could that happen?" "It must be the fruit," he said. Without hesitation, he reached for more and began eating them in rapid succession. With each bite, the attribute increases stacked higher and higher. Soon, his stats reached 200% and then kept climbing. Watching him in awe, Ning Yi asked, "So, how do you feel now?" He laughed. "Not bad at all. One fruit gave me an 800-point boost across all four of my core stats." That was all Ning Yi needed to hear. She immediately started shoveling fruit into her mouth at lightning speed. If these fruits could make her stronger, she wasn't going to waste a second. Within the heart of the mountain lay a vast and bountiful orchard of fruits so abundant, It could feed not just a single group, but perhaps dozens more. Ning Yi, like a hungry little kitten, devoured the fruits as if there were no tomorrow. Her speed was astounding. In just a moment, she had already eaten 5 fruits, each one larger than her fist. Her tiny belly was already bulging, and Lin Moyo couldn't help but furrow his brows as he watched her. "Does your stomach even have a limit?" he thought. "Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Yet despite her usually gluttonous appetite, Ning Yi clutched her stomach and winced. "Why do I feel so full? I only ate a few." Normally, she could eat over 10 fruits, but now, after just 5, she felt completely stuffed, like there was no space left even for a single bite. Lin Mohan stepped closer and jokingly rubbed her bulging tummy. "You're fine, you just look 6 months pregnant." Ning Yi nearly choked on the fruit she was eating, not expecting that remark. Lin Mohan was usually quiet and serious. His sister, though a true comedian. In truth, their whole family seemed like a living sitcom. Meanwhile, at the center of the orchard, one strange fruit tree immediately caught Lin Moyu's attention. Unlike the other trees, full of lush branches and heavy with fruit, this one was short, pale in color, and bore only a single fruit. It looked shriveled, almost dried out, as though it held no nourishment. And yet, despite its appearance, there was something mysterious about it, a strange aura that surrounded it. As Lin Moyu chewed on his fruit, his eyes also drifted toward it, surprised. Lin Moyu turned to her. "You know what that is?" Lin Mohan nodded. "My master once mentioned it. On a past visit to this very place, her master brought a genius companion who tried eating that fruit. And afterward, he exploded and died." Because of his sister's words, Lin Moyu immediately activated one of his spell's detection spell. But the spell revealed nothing aside from the fruit's name, First Fruit. No additional details, no warnings. This was strange. Unlike other fruits that came labeled as high-ranked fruit, this one stood alone, hiding something. Lin Moyo furrowed his brows. "Is it poisoned?" Lin Mohan shook his head, hesitating. "No, not poison, according to my master." He believed it was the overwhelming amount of attributes flooding into the eater's body. The body simply couldn't take it. That's why they exploded. Lin Moyo looked silently at the fruit. Despite the dangers and the oddities, he could feel it. This was no ordinary fruit. It was a trial, or perhaps a key. "This isn't the first time," Lin Mohan said firmly. "Others have tried to eat that fruit, and they all met the same end." She continued while locking eyes with Lin Moyo. "You know how these fruits work, Moyo? When you eat one, it seals all your current abilities and traits. In exchange, it gives you new ones, often far more valuable in later stages. High-ranked fruits are safer," he went on. "Fewer side effects, and the traits they provide are more potent." At last, Lin Moyo understood the true meaning behind it all. Even if 2 people ate the same number of fruits, the benefits wouldn't be equal. For example, Ning Yi had eaten 5 fruits, and 4 of her attributes increased by 1,000 points each, a power level that she could now use even inside the realm of the ancients. Had she eaten lower-ranked fruits instead, the same 5 fruits might have only given her 500 points per attribute. A huge difference. Lin Moyo, on the other hand, had also eaten 5 fruits, but he felt nothing. Not even the slightest change. He fell silent, deep in thought. Then, after a moment, he spoke resolutely. "Sis, I want to try it." Lin Mohan's face darkened. Her usual calm expression turned serious. "No, it's far too dangerous." But Lin Moyo remained calm, his voice unwavering. "I trust myself. Besides, my soul is etched in the Hall of Heroes. Even if I die, it won't be permanent." Lin Mohan stared directly into his eyes. She knew her brother well. Once he decided on something, nothing could stop him. Truth be told, she wasn't any different. She sighed. All right. Fine. You can try. But on one condition. Lin Moyo looked at her. What is it? If you fail, if you die and come back, you have to promise me you'll stop. No more putting yourself in danger. Fix your life. Get married. Settle down. Stop chasing after death. Lin Moyo blinked. Was she serious? He studied her face. No sign of a joke. Her eyes were dead serious. He shrugged and smiled faintly. All right, I promise. Only then did Lin Mohan step aside, slowly walking away. Good. Go ahead. Eat it. I'm ready, whatever happens. Meanwhile, Mo Yun, who had been quietly listening in the background, couldn't help but be stunned. What exactly is their relationship, she wondered. Are they really siblings? Carefully, Lin Moyo made his way to the strange, stunted tree. In front of him, within reach, was the first fruit, rare and undeniably mysterious. The 5 fruits he had eaten earlier had effects strange symptoms he'd felt right away. But thankfully, all the negative effects were transferred to his skeleton warriors. Thanks to his damage transferability, he took no real harm himself. His minions from the realm of death suffered in his place. While many of his skills had been temporarily sealed, his unique talents and immunity to harm remained active. Only his active skills were disabled. Because of this, Lin Moyo was completely confident in himself. If even I, with all this strength, cannot withstand the first fruit, then who can? And if no one could eat it, then what was its purpose? With full resolve, he reached out for the first fruit. A sudden, powerful explosion echoed not outside, but within the depths of his consciousness. In an instant, a vision appeared before him. A beam of intense light descended from the sky and struck a barren, lifeless island. Within moments, life bloomed across the land. Plants spread like wildfire, covering the ground in thick greenery. Energy-filled plants began sprouting at every corner. Soon, strange creatures appeared, not true animals, but beings formed from pure life force. From the center of this vibrant world, a single fruit tree grew, uncannily resembling the one before him now. It bore many fruits, and each time one fell, a new tree would sprout, stronger and taller than the last. At last, from that original tree, a shriveled, elder-like fruit emerged on one of its branches, and the vision ended. Lin Moyo's gaze returned to the fruit in his hand, the first fruit. He finally understood the truth. He had just witnessed the birth of a primordial orchard. This tree, plain and unremarkable as it seemed, was the ancestor of all fruit-bearing trees in this grove. And the fruit in his hand held the essence of it all. Amazing, he whispered, smiling faintly as the corner of his lips lifted. Without hesitation, he ate the first fruit. The moment it entered his mouth, it exploded. A burst of thick nectar surged forth, like lightning striking his entire body. His face twisted, body convulsing as though struck by powerful electricity. Ningyi, Mo Yun, and Lin Mohan all immediately noticed the change in his expression. Their brows furrowed in unison. What's happening to him? They asked, clearly worried. Lin Moyo turned pale, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to endure. At last, he managed to speak a single word. Bitter. But this bitterness, it wasn't ordinary. It was a bitterness beyond imagination, more intense than anything he'd ever experienced. It spread from his tongue to every vein, every muscle fiber, down to the very core of his soul. It was an inexplicable torment, punishing not just his body, but his very being. Ningyi rushed to his side, worry etched on her face, only to see Lin Moyo as if he'd just swallowed the most bitter thing in the world. With trembling hands, he reached toward her like a drowning man seeking help. Do you have something sweet? His voice was weak and raspy. Yes, I do, Ningyi answered quickly, pulling a yellow fruit from her storage and gently placing it in his hand. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo bit into the fruit. But instead of relief, a horrifying explosion of spicy heat erupted in his mouth. The liquid burst upwards, stinging his nose and scorching his taste buds. Tears welled in his eyes. It wasn't just bitterness anymore, it had become a monstrous combination of unbearable bitterness and soul-searing spice. It was like a nightmare forced into his mouth, but Lin Moyo wasn't hurt. Any potential damage was instantly absorbed by his skeleton army. At level 45, his summon space had expanded and could now hold 750 units. At this moment, he commanded 25 undead legends and over 19,000 skeletons in total. Included in this were 25 leech generals, each with terrifying physical resilience. Unless the effect of the first fruit was strong enough to simultaneously wipe them all out, it was impossible for Lin Moyo to take direct damage. While this was happening, his attributes continued to rise, each second crawling by ever so slowly, as if time itself had stopped to emphasize the transformation. Only then did he truly understand. The peak of Cap Eaton was beyond what any human could endure. After 2 maddening minutes, the Cap Eaton slowly faded. Lin Moyo immediately opened his interface to check the results. His 4 main attributes had each reached 10,000. At first glance, this might not seem that high, but in truth, it was 10 times greater than Kainani's. Even so, that wasn't the true victory. As Lin Mohan once said, the most important blessing wasn't the 4 main stats. The real reward lay in perception, a hidden attribute whose effects weren't immediately visible. Unlike strength or agility, which had direct benefits, perception gradually unlocked abilities over time. Even though his attributes had greatly increased, he didn't immediately feel the difference in his body. He didn't waste another moment. He took another high-ranked fruit, bit into it, and let the sweet juice wash away the remaining Cap Eaton from his mouth. But as he swallowed, he realized something. The high-ranked fruits could no longer increase his attributes. He had reached the cap, 10,000 was the limit. Meanwhile, Lin Mohan gently caressed the slight bulge in his stomach, smiled softly, and said, "All right, let's go." Within a short time, he had consumed 10 high-ranked fruits, which significantly boosted his abilities. His stats had reached 2,000, far beyond Kainani's. The strength he now possessed was no longer ordinary. Their group continued walking, crossing the rest of the orchard and exiting through another passage inside the mountain. As they emerged on the other side, they were greeted by a vast and fertile fruit plantation that stretched as far as the eye could see. Unlike the hidden grove inside the mountain filled with rare fruits, this area had mostly common types, just low-ranked and mid-ranked fruits. Occasionally, a high-ranked fruit would appear, but that was very rare. As they stepped onto the ground outside, the passage behind them slowly closed, a clear sign that it was a one-way path. Moyen suddenly furrowed his brows. "Why is it so quiet?" he muttered, scanning the surroundings. Even though only a few had entered the elders' lands and the orchard was vast, it shouldn't be this silent. Something was off. Something was wrong. Because of that, Lin Moyo immediately spoke, his expression turning serious. "Stay alert. Something strange is happening." He didn't waste another moment. He moved to the front of the group and led the way. At that moment, he had no undead army with him, no bone armor to rely on. All he had was the damage transfer skill, which meant he had to be more cautious than ever. As they continued walking, the distant echoes of battle began to ring in the air. A surge of energy trembled around them like the wind itself had begun to vibrate. "They're shouting, they're fighting," said one of them, as the entire group exchanged wary glances. Despite the fear in their eyes, they were determined to discover the source of the noise. They ran swiftly, passing through a fruit garden until they reached a wide open space. As the scene transitioned to the battlefield, we were met with a chilling sight, a blue-haired figure ruthlessly dominating other players, all of whom had already been battered by his henchmen. Len Mohan stood off to the side, observing the chaos. She turned to her companions, confusion written on her face. Even with their abilities sealed, and before they could even touch the fruit, how is this happening? She questioned aloud. And then came a familiar face, or was he? Zhu Lisheng entered the scene, and honestly, I barely remember this guy myself. If any of you recall his role from earlier chapters, drop a refresher in the comments. That would really help. This Zhu Lisheng wasn't holding back. He pummeled everyone around him, sneering as he mocked them, asking if the fruit tasted sweet and how it felt to be helpless, stripped of powers, at the mercy of someone stronger. Turns out, Zhu was exploiting a critical vulnerability. Anyone who had eaten the ancestral fruit had their abilities sealed, and he hadn't taken a single bite. One injured player, barely managing to escape, cursed Zhu through gritted teeth, calling him a demon in human skin. After all, Zhu had found the one universal weakness inside the ancestral realm and used it mercilessly. Even worse, Zhu's own skills were fully intact, giving him the upper hand. But Zhu wasn't concerned with the accusations. He was focused only on eliminating as many opponents as possible, reducing competition, one strike at a time. Just as things looked grim, the 4 members of our hero's group stepped in, telling him to stop right there. A spark of hope flickered in the eyes of one of the injured, realizing the divine General Lin had arrived to put an end to the madness. But Zhu Lisheng's reaction was anything but fear. His eyes lit up with rage and twisted anticipation. He faced Lin and declared that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With all his targets finally gathered, the deadly game was about to reach its climax. He began charging up, releasing a frigid aura that immediately began turning everything nearby into ice. Even his own allies weren't spared, frozen solid by his spreading frost. And even now, I still can't fully remember this guy. Maybe he's just another disposable villain, or someone even lower on the food chain. Meanwhile, Lin stood his ground, unfazed by the freezing power. Something about Zhu Lisheng tickled his memory, though he wasn't entirely sure if he was recalling correctly. Surprised by this, Zhu smirked. He hadn't expected a renowned figure like Lin to remember someone as insignificant as him, just like I didn't. But Lin's demeanor shifted. A deep red mist began to rise around him, his anger stirring. He questioned how Zhu could stoop so low as to join forces with the cult of the Forsaken, the very demons they were meant to fight. He even wondered aloud if Zhu had merely allied with them, or if his entire bloodline had become corrupted. Zhu's eyes widened slightly. How did Lin know he'd made a pact with a demon? But Lin's response hit hard. I've slain so many demons that I know their stench better than my own. And the one you carry? It's enough to make me vomit every fruit I've eaten. That was the final straw for Zhu Lisheng. He snapped, outraged that Lin dared to call him a pet, a servant of demons. In his eyes, they were equals. He claimed that his bond with the demons had elevated him to a mid-tier legendary class, the Paladin of the Secret Word. Then things took an eerie turn. Zhu began chanting in a bizarre, unrecognizable language, and with just a single utterance, everything around him froze, as if time itself had been locked in place. He let out a triumphant laugh. Now do you see my power, Lin? This is the true ability of a word paladin. I don't need weapons or flashy spells. Just my voice is enough. And with Lin's abilities also sealed by the fruit, he now stood vulnerable, like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Lin's voice cut through the tension. You've gone mad, Zhu. Even if you kill us here, we've marked our souls in the Hero Hall. We'll return, and when we do, your bloodline will be wiped out. But Zhu only cackled, twisted and cold. You think I'm some amateur? He spat. You think I'd leave any room for resurrection? Then came the real danger, the soul annihilation barrier, an item that erased souls entirely, leaving no trace behind. Without hesitation, Zhu activated it. A shimmering dome surrounded them as he mocked Lin further, daring him to give in to fear. "This is where your story ends," he said with gleeful malice. And then, in the creepiest and most vile way possible, Zhu turned toward the women in the group with a sick grin. "Before I take you all down," he purred, "you'll get a good look at what I'm packing down here. Just another reminder, this guy isn't just a villain. He's the worst kind." Previously, we saw the true power of a word paladin on full display. I don't need blades or blazing spells. My voice alone is my weapon. And now, with Lin's powers sealed by the cursed fruit, he stood helpless like a lamb before the butcher. Lin's voice broke through the tension, calm but defiant. "You've lost your mind, Jew. Kill us if you must, but our souls are marked in the hero hall. We will return, and when we do, your bloodline will vanish from this world." Jew only laughed a cold, jagged sound that cut like glass. "You think I'm some amateur?" he sneered. "You think I'd ever leave a path for resurrection?" Then came the true horror. The soul annihilation barrier, a forbidden relic that didn't just kill, it erased. No soul, no afterlife, nothing left. Without hesitation, Jew activated it. A shimmering dome surrounded them, pulsing with malicious energy. He stepped forward, eyes glinting with cruel delight. "This is your final chapter," he whispered. "No comebacks, no second chances." Then, with twisted glee, he turned toward the women in the group, a vile smirk on his face. His words dripped with venomous arrogance. "You'll watch everything fall apart," he muttered, "and then I'll make sure you understand just how low I can go." This wasn't just a villain. This was something far worse. The kind of evil that poisons the world by merely existing. The video starts here. When Lisheng's chilling voice rang out, its edges sharp as blades, the battlefield seemed to fall into a haunting silence. His words, laced with venom and unshaken arrogance, echoed in Lin Moyu's ears like a dark omen. But what truly ignited Lin's fury was not just the betrayal or the arrogance, it was what came next. The moment that stone wall rose and sealed shut with a deafening thud, everything changed. That was no ordinary trap, it was a tomb. Not a prison for the body, but for the soul. Whoever was caught inside that cursed barrier wouldn't merely die, they would cease to exist entirely. No afterlife, no reincarnation, no remnants. Just nothing. It was a method of execution so brutal, so absolute, that it stripped even death of dignity. A weapon born not just of cruelty, but of complete, calculated annihilation. A betrayal so cold it felt like ice driven into the heart. Lin Moyu's breath slowed, but his heartbeat thundered. The fury inside him wasn't wild or uncontrolled, it was focused. Condensed into something sharp, solid, blazing with purpose. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly with restrained power. Then, with a burst of unseen energy, he summoned his scythe from the void. It didn't just appear, it tore into the air like lightning slashing through the storm. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly, as if unable to contain the energy now coursing through him. The air vibrated. Static danced along his skin. His voice boomed across the battlefield deep, commanding, like the sky itself had spoken. "You really think you can take all of us, alone?" His words weren't a question. They were a call to arms, a soldier's cry before a final charge. But Lisheng didn't flinch. Instead, he laughed. The sound was cutting, mocking, like a man who believed himself untouchable. He tilted his head, expression twisted into something almost amused. "You've finally snapped, haven't you?" he sneered, looking at the scythe in Lin's grip. "A mage with a scythe? Is this some kind of joke?" Disdain oozed from every word, but Lin remained still, eyes locked on him like twin storms. Lisheng, unfazed, slowly unsheathed his own weapon. It gleamed like polished judgment, reflecting the golden aura now flaring to life around him. Radiance coiled around his body, sacred and searing. To the onlookers, he now resembled a divine warrior wholly indomitable, a golden god with wrath in his veins. He raised his sword toward the sky, energy swirling madly, barely contained. "I was going to end you last," Lisheng said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Then, with a roar that shook the stone beneath their feet, he brought the blade down. A massive arc of golden energy surged forth, carving through the air like divine vengeance unleashed. The force of it shattered nearby rocks, sent a shockwave across the battlefield, and blinded the eyes of those too slow to shield their gaze. It moved like judgment itself, absolute and unstoppable. "Split him in half," Lisheng shouted, like a god passing sentence. The attack struck Lin Moyu dead on. The explosion of light that followed was so intense, it turned shadows to ash. A deafening boom echoed for miles, and the dust rose like a storm wall. Then, silence. But as the light faded, a figure stood unmoved. Unburnt, uninjured. Lin Moyu. The dust around him slowly settled. The scythe still in his hand, his stance unshaken. Not a mark on him. His passive ability had triggered the moment the energy touched him. Every fragment of damage redirected, nullified, erased. Lisheng's expression twisted, his jaw clenched. The smirk vanished. "What?" he breathed. "Did I miss? That can't be?" A flicker of panic danced behind his eyes. But pride is a stubborn thing. Rage quickly took its place. His eyes narrowed. He snarled. "Fine. You want more? I'll give you more." Then came the storm. Lisheng moved like a man possessed, launching into a whirlwind of sword strikes. Each slash tore through the air, faster than the last, sparks exploding with every motion. The sheer pressure of his assault bent trees, cracked stone, sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. But Lin Moyu didn't move. He didn't need to. Every strike dozens, then hundreds meant nothing. No damage, no resistance. Just futility. Lisheng's attacks blurred with speed, but still, they passed through Lin like whispers through fog. It was as though the mage was wearing the will of gods as armor. Beads of sweat dripped down Lisheng's face. His movements grew less sharp, more frantic. "What is this?" he gasped. "Why isn't he taking damage? Why?" His voice cracked, dread now pouring through him. The more he struck, the clearer the truth became. It didn't matter how strong his technique was. It didn't matter how divine his blade or how furious his will. Lin Moyu was beyond his reach. "No, this isn't over yet," Lisheng howled. Holy fire halo. Suddenly, golden flames erupted across the battlefield, spiraling like a vortex of divine retribution. The temperature spiked instantly. The ground glowed red-hot. Corpses lying nearby were vaporized in seconds. Even the distant observers began to retreat, shielding themselves in panic. "Drink your potions, now!" someone screamed. A few stared, terrified. "Is he going to survive that?" another whispered, dread creeping into their voice. The sacred fire surged toward Lin Moyu like a wave of punishment from the heavens, wrapping around him in a towering inferno. Flames roared, howled, writhed. Then they faded, and Lin Moyu still stood there completely unharmed. No burns, no marks, no sign of pain. It was as if the fire had simply refused to touch him. Lisheng's eyes widened in horror. He took a step back, then another. His blade trembled slightly in his grip. "No," he whispered. "No, this can't be real." Terror cracked through him. "What are you?" he cried out, voice filled with disbelief. None of it is working." The one who had once hunted now looked like a man being hunted. Cornered, outmatched, terrified. Sweat poured from his face. His breath came in shallow bursts. His mind raced. "Wait," he muttered under his breath, trembling. He didn't eat the fruit? No, that's impossible. He must have. If he hadn't, he'd have summoned those damn skeletons already. But logic crumbled beneath fear, because no explanation made sense anymore. And the monster he thought he could kill was still standing calm, silent, and untouched. Why? Why doesn't the holy fire halo affect you? Why aren't you burning? Lisheng's voice cracked under the weight of sheer terror. The fear that once hid behind arrogance now poured out like a man facing something truly unimaginable. Amidst the blazing inferno, Lin Moyu stood unmoved. With one calm motion, he lifted his hand and swept the divine flames aside, as if brushing away mist. The sacred fire scattered instantly, powerless in his presence. His voice cut through the heat, cool, measured, and edged with danger. I don't need skeletons to end you. He began walking forward, slow, purposeful steps. Every move radiated an unshakable dominance, the kind that announced one thing clearly: the balance of power had shifted. Lin Moyu's words struck Lisheng like lightning. Panic flashed in his eyes, but he tried to mask it with fury. "You overconfident fool!" he screamed, clenching his weapon tighter. "You're a mage. You think you can take on a knight in close combat." His voice shook with desperation, even as he tried to sound fierce. "If skills won't hurt you, I'll rip you apart myself." It was a last-ditch cry, equal parts rage and fear, like a cornered beast preparing for one final gamble. With a feral roar, Lisheng charged. His sword glowed, golden aura flaring wildly as he raced toward Lin Moyu. This was it. He was betting everything on brute force. But just as his blade came down, Lin Moyu was already there. Calm, ready. In one smooth motion, he raised his scythe and blocked the strike with flawless precision. Metal clashed with metal, a sharp, ringing sound, and in that same instant, Lin Moyu twisted his weapon and struck back. His counterattack was swift and merciless, his expression cold as ice. As their weapons met, Lisheng was thrown back, stunned. His eyes widened as realization sank in. How can he be better at close combat than me?" he whispered, stunned. "He's a mage." The words fell from his mouth like a confession. He didn't want to believe his world starting to unravel. Elsewhere within the barrier, frozen figures still trapped in ice, but fully conscious, watched with rising hope. Witnessing Lin Moyu's overwhelming strength and Lisheng's growing weakness, their hearts stirred. Though their voices were weak, they shouted with renewed spirit. "Come on, General Lin, finish him off." Their voices echoed through the battlefield, full of belief, as they clung to the one man still standing between them and death. As Lin Moyu pressed the attack, his thoughts burned with determination and purpose. "All thanks to my master," he thought. "Because of his guidance, I trained in every class at the Divine Zia Pagoda. After consuming the first fruit, all 4 of my core stats finally balanced 10,000 across the board. Not the strongest, but more than enough." Resolute, he gripped his scythe tightly, ready to end this fight. Lisheng was clearly losing ground. His breathing grew ragged. Panic flashed across his face, but something darker began to stir. A surge of demonic energy rippled through his body, and his eyes suddenly glowed crimson. "Even if I'm losing," he thought, "there's one thing I know for sure. He ate the fruit. But his stats, they're still beneath mine." A cruel grin crept across his lips. Fueled by twisted confidence, Lisheng made one final play. With a cry of fury, he raised his sword high and activated his ultimate skill, Holy Sword of Destruction. A brilliant wave of power shot skyward from the blade, blazing like a divine comet. The air pulsed with raw energy, and every onlooker felt their hearts clench in fear. It was as if the atmosphere itself bent under the pressure of that attack. Then, with a thunderous roar, Lisheng brought his sword down in a sweeping arc, the sacred power crashing toward Lin Moyu. "This is the end," he howled. "Die." The sword strike sliced through the air, a whirlwind of divine might. and when it hit, an explosion erupted across the battlefield. Flames and shockwaves tore through everything, the ground itself crumbling under the weight of destruction. But amidst the chaos, Lin Moyu had already closed the gap. Before the flames could even clear, his scythe had plunged deep into Lisheng's abdomen. "You're the one who's dying here," Lin Moyu said coldly. He yanked the scythe back. Blood gushed. Lisheng staggered, eyes wide in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it, couldn't believe it. Then, without pause, Lin Moyu drew a second weapon and drove it straight into Lisheng's gut. "This sword," he said with an icy smirk, "was dropped by an old boss. Nice to see it finally put to use." Blood spilled from Lisheng's mouth. His knees buckled. Before he could collapse fully, Lin Moyu struck again and again. Blade after blade pierced his body, each blow more brutal than the last. By the end, Lisheng looked less like a man and more like a human pincushion riddled with swords, blood pouring from every wound. And yet, somehow, he clung to life. Shaking, trembling, barely able to speak, Lisheng looked down at his mangled body and gasped. You can't kill me." He dropped to his knees, no pride left, only fear. Tears streamed down his blood-soaked face. "Please, don't kill me. I can be useful. I'll tell you everything. The secrets of the demon worship sect, I'll give them all to you." He groveled, begging for mercy with what little strength he had left. But Lin Moyu remained unmoved. Towering over the broken man, his gaze was cold and merciless. "You're just a dog for the demon worshippers," he said quietly. "What secrets could filth like you possibly hold that would make sparing you worth it?" His words hit like a final verdict, sharp, final, and absolute. Then, without another word, he drew a sword and drove it into Lisheng's head. The life faded from Lisheng's eyes in an instant. The moment he died, the ice imprisoning everyone inside the barrier began to melt. Their frozen limbs thawed, their bodies freed. The survivors rushed over, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, General Lin, you saved us." Another shouted, "He didn't even use his main skills, and still took that beast down." "Even with his powers sealed," someone else added. "If he hadn't been here, we'd all be dead." And that wraps up today's chapter. What a showdown. Lin Moyu didn't just win, he dominated. Let us know in the comments what do you think will happen next. Rate this chapter from 1 to 10 and share your predictions below. And of course, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that bell so you never miss an episode. Until next time, stay sharp, stay safe, and keep watching. Lin accepted the wave of admiration with quiet humility, yet he quickly gestured for everyone to drop the ceremonial tone. "Enough with the formalities," he said with a calm smile. "We're all comrades here, people I've sworn to protect as your divine general, not someone to be placed on a pedestal." The soldiers surrounding him nodded with fierce loyalty, their eyes blazing with conviction. One of them stepped forward and said, "General Lin, rest assured once we get out of this cursed place, we will not rest until the Zhao family answers for Zhu Lisheng's betrayal. His actions weren't just cowardly, they were a stain on everything we stand for." Their voices rose in agreement, filled with rage and solidarity. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in. Lin's older sister, Lin Mohan, walked over with arms folded and a mischievous grin on her face. She studied her brother for a moment before shaking her head in mock disbelief. "You were incredible back there, you know," she said. "The way you faced Zhu Lisheng, you looked like some legendary warrior out of a scroll. I don't think I need to protect you anymore." She laughed, tilting her head. "So tell me, should I still call you Little Lin? Or has the time come to start calling you Divine General?" Lin's cheeks turned a faint shade of red, his usual calm cracking under her playful teasing. Ning Yi burst out laughing, and Mohan quickly followed, the tension breaking into light-hearted joy. Despite Lin's momentary embarrassment, the truth was clear to everyone: he had evolved. His strength was no longer in question. Their journey resumed as they ventured deeper into the ancestral battlegrounds, each step taking them further from safety and closer to their destiny. The landscape grew quiet, shadows thickening like ink in water, until they reached a bridge cloaked in swirling mist. Its edges were nearly invisible, vanishing into an endless white veil. The bridge itself gave off an ominous pressure, as if it were alive, testing those who dared cross. Lin Mohan's tone shifted, the warmth in her voice giving way to a solemn seriousness. "This is where we part ways," she said quietly. "From here on, each of us must face our own path. Whatever lies beyond this bridge, we walk it alone." She paused, scanning the faces of her companions, her expression fierce, yet filled with hope. "But I believe in every one of you. Walk forward with courage. Make it through. We'll see each other again on the other side." Without hesitation, Lin took the first step. "I'll become stronger," he said firmly, almost as if promising the mist itself. His figure faded gradually, consumed by the fog. One by one, the others followed, each stepping into the unknown with determination in their eyes. Back in the place where Lin had fought Zhu Lisheng, an eerie stillness fell. The villain's lifeless body, sprawled and broken, began to twitch unnaturally. Then, as if responding to some dark calling, a gnarled root-like tendril emerged from beneath the earth. It coiled around the corpse and yanked it into the ground. Within moments, the soil resealed itself seamlessly, leaving no evidence of what had just happened, as if erasing a crime. Elsewhere, Lin emerged from the mist into a completely different environment. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint hum of energy. In front of him stood an aged stone tablet, plain and weather-worn, yet somehow pulsing with a strange presence. Embedded in its center was a simple blade. As Lin approached, a soft glow radiated from the tablet's surface. Lines of text shimmered into view, followed by a system prompt. Gale/unlocked. A basic sword technique capable of slicing through almost anything. Intrigued, Lin stared at the sword. Suddenly, the carvings etched into the stone started to shift and glow as if coming to life. He realized that the trial required him to not only learn these sword techniques, but master them now, in real time, something most cultivators spent years training to accomplish. Looking around, he spotted more stone tablets nearby. Each bore the name of a different sword technique: vent slash, wood splitter, stone cutter. Each appeared to represent a path, one of fluid grace, sharp precision, or sheer brute force. Though Lin was a mage by origin, he had always excelled in the Divine Tower by adapting bending rules, thinking fast, and using whatever tools were at hand. Picking up a sword didn't intimidate him. He reached out and selected Gale Slash, feeling the new skill imprint itself in his mind. Elsewhere, other contenders were already facing difficulties. Many, particularly the pure mages and scholars, lacked the physical discipline needed to wield a blade. Some couldn't even activate the sword skills, while others collapsed under the pressure of techniques they couldn't control. Murmurs of doubt spread, maybe they'd taken the wrong path. But Lin had always been attuned to the element of wind. Steady and focused, he readied himself. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the embedded sword and pulled it free. A sudden blast of wind whipped through the air, circling him like a cyclone. Within that wind, a figure took shape. It looked human roughly, but its joints whirred mechanically, and its movements crackled with electricity. A cybernetic samurai stepped forward, clad in sleek, wind-resistant armor and a wide-brimmed hat that cast his face in shadow. Lin recognized it at once, the wind puppet, the guardian of this phase. He braced himself. His usual magic was sealed. Only the sword skills would serve him now. The puppet struck first so fast that Lin barely registered it. He evaded by instinct alone, his feet carrying him just beyond the blade's arc. The opponent's agility was staggering. One hit, Lin thought, and I already know this thing has at least 1,500 agility, maybe more. But the system had rules. The puppet could be defeated using only the sword abilities. And there was one advantage: trial fruits. Consuming them would amplify stats, unlocking power that could turn the tide. Lin didn't hesitate. He ate his first fruit, and a rush of energy exploded inside him. His stats leapt 10,000 across strength, speed, defense, and mana. The battle changed instantly. Lin moved like a storm. With precise footing, he stepped into a stance, activated Gale Slash, and unleashed the move. A brilliant arc of wind tore through the puppet. It shattered in a clean, decisive strike. Returning the sword to its place, Lin murmured to himself, "That was easier than I thought." A moment later, another system alert appeared. Stats increased, plus 500 to all attributes. Meanwhile, the rest of the participants continued to struggle. Many were stuck, unable to conquer their puppet opponents, their confidence beginning to crumble. Lin advanced into a new chamber, a space unlike the others. Just as he was getting his bearings, a notification appeared. Warning, skill deleted wind/forgotten. His eyes widened. Then he remembered the instructor's warning: if he reached Phase 3, the system would erase all prior techniques. This was a full reset, a test of how fast you could adapt to an entirely new set of powers. Fresh spells shimmered into view: Fireball, Wind Blade, Ice Arrow, Thunderball. Lin chuckled to himself. Now this is my world. Drawing from his roots as a mage, he swiftly learned Wind Blade. In the next confrontation, he faced off against the Shadow Puppet, a faster and more elusive opponent than before. But he adapted quickly, dodging and weaving through attacks, until his spell finally connected. The puppet fell. Trial complete. Reward, plus 1,000 to all stats. Outside the battleground, the scene shifted once more. Tempest, one of the trial goers, was suddenly expelled from the realm, his body flung into the open field. He crashed to the ground, coughing and dazed. A nearby elder looked startled. What happened? Why has he been forced out? Tempest stood up slowly, blood at the edge of his lips. His eyes were full of dread. Something is horribly wrong inside the ancestral grounds, he warned. His voice drew immediate attention. Elders, guardians, and surviving trial-goers gathered as Tempest revealed the chilling truth. Zhu Lisheng has betrayed us all. He joined the cult of the devil. He's no longer human. Shock swept through the crowd. He didn't eat a single trial fruit, Tempest continued. He waited until the rest of us consumed ours until our powers were sealed, and then started eliminating us one by one. And worse, he activated the soul-sealing barrier. Silence. Then gasps. The realization hit. The barrier disabled resurrection. Once someone was killed inside, their soul mark couldn't bring them back. Death was permanent. Panic spread like wildfire. The stakes had just changed drastically. They had to act before it was too late. Ning Terran stood frozen, completely stunned by what Halberd had just revealed. His mind was in turmoil, struggling to grasp the depth of what had transpired. Zhao Lusheng, a name once associated with genius, promise, and the future of the Zhao clan, had descended into madness, launching an unprovoked and brutal assault within the sacred ancestral grounds. What could possibly drive someone to go to such extremes? Ning Terran's fists clenched. His body trembled not with fear, but with outrage. He took a sharp step forward, fury flashing in his eyes, ready to confront the consequences with his own hands. But before he could act, a few Academy officials quickly stepped in, holding him back. Their voices were calm yet firm. "Please, Elder Ning, this isn't the time," one said. "Let him finish," urged another. "We need the full account before we act." Ning Terran exhaled through gritted teeth, nodding stiffly. He understood the need for clarity. Rage alone wouldn't deliver justice. Halberd, still visibly shaken, continued his recollection. He spoke of how Zhao Lusheng had materialized without warning, his presence like a blade through silence. In a matter of seconds, chaos had erupted. Without hesitation or restraint, Zhao had unleashed a terrifying assault that nearly wiped them all out on the spot. Swords flashed, the air cracked with power, and blood had nearly been spilled on sacred soil. But just as all hope seemed lost, as if the heavens themselves had turned away, a radiant force had broken through the despair. Divine General Lin had appeared. His arrival had been like the calm in the heart of a storm, like a spear of light piercing through shadow. With one sweeping motion, he had turned the tide of battle, shielding the survivors and forcing Zhao Lusheng back. Without him, Halberd said quietly, we would all be dead. The weight of those words sank heavily into the crowd gathered at the portal. A hush fell over the area. People began to murmur. Tension rippled through the air like an invisible wave. Ning Terran gritted his teeth. How could they be so reckless, he muttered, speaking more to himself than anyone around. To unleash their air against fellow cultivators in a sacred trial meant for growth. It's insanity. Mozing stood nearby, his usual calm demeanor shaken. He looked pale, his brows drawn in deep concern. This wasn't a duel. It was an execution attempt, he said quietly. And within the ancestral realm, has the Zhao clan completely lost its mind? He turned his gaze toward the horizon, thoughtful and grim. If they've stooped this low, I fear they will not survive what's coming next. At that moment, a ripple of confusion passed through the officials. One of the academy deans pointed sharply toward where the Zhao clan representatives had been standing. They were gone. No commotion, no words, no signs. They had vanished, slipping away like smoke on the wind. Their disappearance confirmed everything. They ran, someone whispered. They knew the truth would come out. Mozing stepped forward, his voice rising above the growing storm of voices. Everyone, remain calm, he ordered, his tone commanding respect. They cannot run forever. Justice will find them. We will not allow this disgrace to go unanswered. He then looked toward the glowing portal of the ancestral realm. The trial continues. Let us not forget why these young cultivators entered this place: to grow, to be tested, and to emerge stronger. Once it ends, we will deal with the Zhao family. But the damage was already done. Whispers of betrayal, fear, and conspiracy coursed through the crowd like wildfire. The idea that a noble clan had worked with a demonic cult, committing attempted murder within Genesis Academy's most sacred space, was unthinkable. And yet, it had happened. Everyone knew now there would be no more protection, no more excuses. The Zhao clan's downfall was inevitable. Just then, a shift occurred in the portal's energy. A soft hum, followed by bursts of light. From the glowing mist, figures began to emerge, contestants who had failed their trials or had been forcefully removed. One by one, they stepped out, some limping, others solemn, a few broken in spirit. Mozing quickly began counting. 20 had returned. That meant 10 remained. Inside the deeper levels of the ancestral realm, Divine General Lin stood silently before an ancient stone altar. Scattered across it were carved slates, each one emanating faint pulses of wisdom and energy. He studied them quietly, narrowing his focus on a specific one, an archer's technique that seemed to echo with fluid movement and precision. He placed his palm on the stone, and knowledge surged through him. The skills downloaded into his mind felt natural, yet refined, designed for someone with extreme discipline. Soon after, he was ambushed by more shadow warriors, this time in the form of elite samurai archers. But Lin had adapted. With bow in hand, his movements became swift and untraceable. His arrows pierced through illusions and darkness alike. He cleared the test effortlessly. The altar glowed again, 1,500 dimensional points rewarded across his stats. Another leap in strength, another step towards something greater. But Lin paused. His eyes were drawn to something faint in the corner of the chamber, a soft glow beneath the dust-covered platform. He approached it carefully. His teacher's voice echoed in his mind. If you ever see a light like that in Genesis Academy, take it seriously. It's more than a sign, it's a calling. As the light shimmered, Lin realized its aura felt familiar. The same energy he had once experienced through the primal force of creation. The same energy linked to the creation staff he now carried. Could this light be the source, or something even deeper? He didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, he pushed forward, letting instinct and reason guide him. Before long, the path led him to a solitary monument glowing with life essence. This time, the reward was different. A healing spell, healing glimmer designed not to destroy, but to restore. It was elegant, focused, and immensely powerful when used right. Lin understood. The trial was evolving, testing not just combat, but compassion, support, adaptability. He accepted the technique and pressed onward. Suddenly, another round of shadow samurai emerged. But something was different. He wasn't their target. Instead, he was positioned as the healer. His job, protect and sustain another fighter who was locked in battle. This test was brutal not physically, but mentally. It required perfect timing, careful judgment, and unwavering focus. A single mistake would cost both lives. And yet, Lin endured. He supported the fighter to victory. The test was passed. Another surge, 3,000 stat points to all core attributes. He no longer kept count. What mattered now was the next light, the next stage, the final truth. At the portal, Ning Yi and Mo Yun stepped out. Ning Terran rushed to them, his concern painted across his face. Yi smiled confidently. "Grandfather, I've grown stronger. Strength, agility, spirit 3,000 points each. Constitution, 7,000. Terran exhaled in relief. He'd feared for her life, but now he knew. She had surpassed expectations. Mosing soon joined them. 27 out. 1 didn't make it. Everyone grew silent. Only 2 remain, he added softly, Lin and his sister. Inside the realm, Lin cleared yet another brutal trial. But now, the light grew brighter. Warmer, it welcomed him. And yet, the light still called to him. Each step brought him closer to a truth beyond martial skill, to something primal. Then came the glow. It lit up the chamber like dawn breaking in the depths of the world, and in that light stood an ethereal being. Tall, elven, a gem embedded in its forehead. The spirit of life. Lin's eyes widened. That gem, it was the core of the creation staff, a fragment of divine origin. Before he could speak, footsteps echoed behind him. A familiar presence, a warm smile. Lin Mohan. "You always get here first," she said playfully, walking beside him. She faced the spirit and bowed, presenting a glowing cube. "This is what my master entrusted to you. His promise is fulfilled." The spirit accepted it. Radiant energy shot from its hands, enveloping Lin Mohan in spirals of green light. She didn't scream. She embraced it. And when it faded, she knelt. "Thank you," she whispered. Then she turned to her brother. "This reward, it's for you," she said gently. "You'll grow far more from it than I ever could." Lin shook his head. "Wait, why are you giving it up?" "I've already reached the 3rd realm," she replied. "This won't do much for me anymore. But for you, this will change everything." The spirit spoke then, confirming her words. "She has already received the greater gift. What you will gain is not lesser but different." Lin's protest faded. He looked at her, really looked. She smiled one last time. "You've always been Karshal's little brother, but now you'll walk your own path." With that, she vanished, her trial complete. Lin stood in silence, alone, but ready. The spirit turned to him, voice soft, eyes wise. "You are the last contender. Come, child of balance, claim what has always been yours." And Lin stepped forward, toward the final revelation, toward destiny. As the celestial scene transitioned like a dream melting into reality, Lin found himself walking alongside the spirit of life. The spirit floated with a weightless grace, its translucent form shimmering like morning dew under a rising sun. Though its presence was calm, its voice carried the echoes of eternity. "You have done what no one else could," the spirit murmured, its voice neither male nor female but resonating with a serene cadence. "You consumed the first fruit and survived what the heavens themselves once deemed unendurable. Your trials, your triumphs, are not just your own. Today, all the plains rejoice." Lin's steps slowed. The words didn't feel real. For over 1,000 years, candidates had tried. Warriors, scholars, divine-blooded nobles. All had failed. Yet here he stood, the only one in a millennium to reach this point. As he lifted his eyes, the scenery around him began to shift. From the canopy of the sacred grove, faint beams of silvery white light danced across the ground, revealing dozens of ethereal beings. Otherworldly creatures, beasts, spirits, and divine constructs stood quietly, basking in the light as if welcoming a long-awaited hero. Each of them radiated a presence that stirred something deep within Lin's soul. Then, the spirit of life extended an arm, pointing toward a radiant space up ahead. From that singular point radiated an immense light, pure, vibrant, and unlike anything Lin had ever witnessed. It pulsed like the beating heart of the world itself. And Lin recognized it immediately. It was the same radiant light he had chased since the very beginning, the primordial essence of life hidden in the deepest layers of the ancestral trial realm. The first whisper that had lured him into this unimaginable journey. The spirit turned its gaze toward him. "That," it said, "is the true treasure you sought. But understand this, though you have conquered all trials, fate still holds the final key. Whether you claim it or not lies beyond my power. I may guide, but I cannot interfere." Lin's heart pounded. Yet, without hesitation, he stepped forward. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the radiant glow as it cascaded over him like a divine waterfall. Warmth spread through his chest, and then, as though 1,000 locks had been released at once, power surged through his veins. All the abilities, stats, and energies that had been sealed either by trials or restrictions were instantly unshackled. The attribute points he had meticulously earned during his journey erupted within him like a dam bursting. A tidal wave of 16th attribute points flowed through his body, harmonizing with his core. The transformation was instantaneous and absolute. His hands moved instinctively. Reaching into his inventory, he retrieved the ancient, weathered staff of creation, a weapon that had guided him through peril and light alike. But something strange happened. The staff began to tremble. Then, without warning, it floated out of his grasp, as if summoned by an unseen force. It hovered toward the spirit of life, drawing gasps from the ethereal beings watching silently. Suddenly, the gem embedded in the spirit's forehead, an opalescent crystal, began to fracture. Not with pain or fear, but as if answering a sacred call. Lin watched in awe. The gem was no mere ornament, it was the life core, the very soul of the staff of creation. Drawn by destiny, the gem detached gently from the spirit and slowly merged into the center of the staff. The moment they united, a surge of energy exploded from the weapon. A brilliant violet aura engulfed the staff. Swirls of arcane glyphs and celestial runes emerged from its shaft, wrapping around it like a living enchantment. The weapon had been reborn. No longer broken, no longer incomplete. The enhanced staff of creation now granted its wielder an astronomical 400,000 attribute points, an augmentation that defied logic and reason. It had ascended to the mythical tier, a weapon usable only by beings who had crossed into level 90 and beyond. A weapon of gods. New divine skills manifested from its rebirth, light of life, an unparalleled restorative magic capable of restoring armies, and light of destruction, a merciless divine beam whose power scaled with the wielder's very existence. As the energy calmed, Lin opened his eyes. The staff looked pristine, every crack repaired, its body glowing with an inner fire. At its center glimmered the mysterious purple core, proof that it now contained a living soul. It was then that Lin understood. The ancestral grounds of the Genesis Academy and the staff of creation were eternally bound by fate. The land was the forge, and he had been the chosen flame. As Lin reached out and took hold of the restored staff, the spirit of life fell to one knee. The gesture was sudden, deeply reverent. "Why, are you kneeling?" Lin asked, startled. The spirit's expression was solemn, its tone reverent. "Because you are now the rightful bearer of the staff of creation. I have guarded it for centuries, awaiting the one worthy. Now that you wield it, I acknowledge you as my master." Lin took a step back, stunned. "Master, I'm just a human. I'm not." But the spirit cut him off. "You are more than that now. The staff's legacy recognizes your soul. I've waited eons, and you are the fulfillment of that wait. The destined heir." Lin was quiet for a long time. The weight of the moment settled heavily in his chest. He had never wanted to be called a god. He didn't crave worship or titles. But now he held a weapon capable of changing the world, a weapon tied to creation itself. The spirit spoke again. "With this, your path leads toward ascension, toward the divine throne of life itself." A flash of light swallowed the scene. In the next instant, Lin reappeared standing at the threshold of the ancestral battlefield. There stood Ning Yi, her eyes scanning the horizon in search of someone she feared she might never see again. When she spotted him alive, unscathed, and calm, her breath caught. Without a word, she ran toward him and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly despite her grandfather's presence. "You're alive," she whispered. "I told you I'd come back," Lin said softly. But behind them, Ning Taran was less moved. His eyes narrowed. "Did you claim the treasure of the ancestral domain?" Lin met his gaze calmly. "You could say that." Later, in Bai Yiyuan's garden, the atmosphere was more relaxed, but only slightly. Bai Yiyuan, Meng Anwen, and Kuang Sheng listened intently as Lin detailed what had occurred. "Each of my 4 primary attributes increased by 12,000, Lin explained, "and my vitality rose by 30%. I feel like I've entered a new realm entirely." Bai Yiyuan chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. "With numbers like that, you probably outclass every top professional in your category." Kuang Sheng leaned forward. "What's your current status?" Smiling, Lin opened his panel. Name, Lin. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level, 45. Strength, 40,055. Constitution, 40,055. Agility, 40,055. Spirit, 83,110. Kuang Sheng's jaw dropped. "You've surpassed the average for peak legendary ranks. You're not just strong, you're a walking army." Even as a mage, Lin's raw stats in physical categories exceeded elite warriors. His agility dwarfed that of professional assassins. The traditional class roles no longer applied to him. "You're sure you're a necromancer?" Kuang Sheng muttered. "Because at this point, even calling you human seems questionable." Bai Yiyuan's laughter softened into something heartfelt. "I always dreamed of charging into the abyss with a student like you. Once you ascend, the demons will flee at the sound of your name." Lin nodded with quiet resolve. "I'll make sure of it." But then Meng Anwen interjected, his tone grim. "We don't have much time. The Zhao clan, they've been in bed with demonic cults for decades. Their corruption runs deep, and their activity is accelerating." The air turned cold. Meng continued. "They've been infiltrating guilds, institutions, and factions. If we don't act now, we'll lose everything." Just then, Lin's watch vibrated. It was a message from Shu Han, from Dungeon Hall. She asked for a meeting. Bai Yiyuan raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Another lady calling on our young legend? Lin, you're really living a charmed life." Lin gave a polite shrug and teleported away. The moment he vanished, Bai Yiyuan's smile faded. "Anwen, the list." Meng handed him a scroll. As Bai Yiyuan read each name, his expression darkened. The fire in his eyes returned. He stood. So it's come to this. We've waited long enough, Meng said. Time to unsheath our blades. The scene shifts to Empire Fortress No. 9. A crimson barrier crackled around the walls, shielding it from the spreading demonic aura. At its center loomed the tower of the Demon Slayer, cloaked in pulsating darkness. On the fortress walls stood elite soldiers, veterans, and legends. The air buzzed with rumors. Why had Meng Anwen summoned them here? From the crowd, figures emerged. Wang Lin, Divine Knight, level 92. Wei Kang, General of War, level 92. Xia Shais, level 93, Warrior Supreme. They watched as Bai Yiyuan stepped forward. You've forgotten this place, he thundered. But don't forget the man beside me. Meng Anwen doesn't come here for nothing. Meng raised a scroll. These names, he declared, are traitors. Gasps rang out. Someone challenged him. You'll condemn people with a name on a paper? Bai Yiyuan's eyes burned. If Meng Anwen says they're guilty, they are. Interfere and you'll die. The crowd fell silent. Then, deep in the fortress, black mist began to rise. And within that mist sat Yi Hao, level 95, one of the Empire's 5-star generals. His eyes narrowed. If Bai Yiyuan was here, then the hour of reckoning had truly begun. Because now it was no longer speculation. It was war. Bai Yiyuan suddenly stopped and stared at Yi Hao, seemingly surprised to see him there. Yi Hao, I didn't expect to find you here at Fortress No. 9, Bai Yiyuan said, and for the first time, his voice softened slightly. There was respect, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Yi Hao nodded, and in a low voice full of trust, he added, If you're the one conducting the investigation, then the truth will come to light. You've never betrayed me. With a calm gesture, he raised his hand and gave permission. Do what you must. With that simple confirmation, Bai Yiyuan immediately sprang into action. No hesitation, no doubt. He rose into the sky, his body gradually enveloped in light and energy. Hovering above, he looked like a god of judgment surveying the fortress below, searching for his targets. He was unwavering, clear-minded. He knew exactly who he was looking for. A powerful energy burst from his body, an overwhelming presence that spread across the entire area, heavy, cold, and as if sucking the air from the surroundings. Civilians and soldiers instinctively stepped back, not from orders, but from fear. In an instant, Bai Yiyuan raised his fist. It glowed with a brilliant golden light, and from it, a massive punch of pure energy exploded forth like a meteor crashing down from the heavens. The explosion thundered, the earth shook, rocks split, and buildings within the impact zone collapsed. But this attack wasn't random destruction. It was precise, aimed directly at those listed as traitors. As if destiny had guided it, each target was struck with devastating power and instantly wiped from existence. Screams of terror and pleading echoed around. Some cried, some ran, some froze in horror. Yet Bai Yiyuan's eyes showed no mercy. His mission was clear, cleanse the fortress of traitors. And that's exactly what he did. He descended from the sky again and again, each strike delivering judgment. Every movement was decisive. With each attack, a traitor was erased. With every motion, a stain on humanity was wiped clean. After executing all those on the list, Bai Yiyuan slowly wiped his hands with a white cloth, now speckled with blood. Under the light of the setting sun, his silhouette became a symbol of judgment, resolute, cold, and devoid of pity. There was no emotion on his face as he calmly declared, All the traitors on the list have been punished. The next destination is Fortress number 8. His clothing was soaked in blood, not only from enemies, but from former comrades who had betrayed mankind. His hands, stained in fresh blood, reflected the weight of the justice he had delivered, a justice forged by power, devoid of plea or compromise. Silence blanketed the area. No one dared to breathe deeply. No one spoke. All the professionals nearby stood frozen, caught between fear and awe at what they had just witnessed. Behind Bai Yiyuan, Meng Anwen stepped forward, casting a serious look toward Wei Yihao. "Elder Yi," he said with a heavy voice, "even now, the demon-slaying tower still has no true master?" At that question, a cold breeze seemed to sweep through the fortress. Everyone paused. They exchanged glances, and the earlier silence was replaced with a tension hard to explain. Yahao furrowed his brow not from irritation, but from alertness. He asked softly, "What do you mean, Anwen?" But Meng Anwen simply smiled, a smile laced with secrets. Instead of answering, he raised his hand, and in a blink, his body began to fade into the air. "Nothing," he replied as he slowly vanished. "Just make sure the demon-slaying tower is well protected. Its destined master will arrive soon." And in the next instant, he was gone, leaving the high-ranking professionals surrounded by questions and uncertainty. They all looked at each other, utterly confused. One senior general was the first to speak, his voice filled with hesitation. What did he mean by that? Another followed, speaking faster. "The one he mentioned, could it be Lin Moyu?" "If that's the case," added a third, "then what is Elder Yi's role in all this?" Yahao stood silently amid all the questions. But after a few moments, he slowly smiled, a smile touched with both sorrow and hope. In a low voice, with weight in every word, he said, "Lin Moyu is a rare young man. He possesses the kind of talent and power bestowed only once in a generation. If he is indeed the one Meng Anwen referred to, if he is meant to be the new master of the demon-slaying tower, then that's not just a blessing for us, but for all of humanity." He paused briefly, letting the weight of his words settle, then continued, "Even I, after all these years of effort, never succeeded. I've always been one step short, never able to reach it. If Lin Moyu has the power to surpass our limitations, why shouldn't we give him the chance? Instead of restraining him, we should guide him." Once more, silence took hold. Everyone knew that Lin Moyu had already changed the course of many battles. He was not someone to be dismissed. After a while, Yahao added firmly, "Remember this, whatever conflicts, envy, or divisions we may have among us, in the end, our true purpose is one, the survival of humanity." Upon hearing this, the three generals nodded in unison. In their eyes was understanding, acceptance, and the rekindling of trust. They answered with full sincerity, "We understand." After the earlier events, the story shifts to Hiching, a region that appeared quiet on the surface, but underneath, conflict was brewing. Attention now focused on the Zhu family, an old clan known for its power and influence in the region. At the height of the day, Ning Terran arrived, bearing the authority of the state and the weight of his duty. Behind him marched a full army, thousands of soldiers, disciplined and orderly, ready to obey any command. Their armor glinted under the sun, and their banners fluttered uniformly in the wind. The entire area seemed like a stage for a war yet to begin. But the tension in the air made it feel as if it already had. This wasn't an ordinary visit, it was a formal confrontation. From the top of their manor, Zhu Qingshan, head of the Zhu family, watched the ominous sight below. What once was a peaceful landscape had turned into a battlefield in formation. He breathed deeply, furrowed his brow, and watched the army's every move. Fear slowly crept into his eyes. A cold sweat ran down his back as he muttered, "This isn't a normal deployment. There must be a serious reason. Something big is about to happen." He wasted no time. Quickly changing into formal attire, he went to face the army and Ning Terran. His heart was heavy, but he forced himself to maintain the dignity of his name. Upon reaching Ning Terran, he respectfully bowed and spoke with a calm tone. "Sir Ning, may I ask what crime my Zhu family has committed to be treated this way? If we have erred, we wish to correct it properly and justly." Ning Taran replied without hesitation, but instead of answering directly, he handed over a thick book sealed with the state's insignia. His voice was cold and emotionless. Mr. Zhu, see for yourself what your own family has done. The answers are in there. Zhu Qingshan took the book with a heavy heart. When he opened it, page after page revealed damning information, secret transactions, lists of names, and documents proving that several members of the Zhu family had been involved in corruption, fraud, and secret dealings with the enemies of the state. As he continued reading, his expression slowly changed. Shock turned to rage. His face flushed red, his hands began to tremble. No, this is impossible. It can't be true, he whispered repeatedly, staring at each page like it stabbed his heart. Ning Taran observed his reaction and spoke again, his voice like cold steel. It seems even you were unaware. Despite your efforts to uphold the Zhu family's legacy, this is what happened behind your back. Still, as head of the family, you remain accountable. At that, Zhu Qingshan could no longer hold back. He stood tall, trying to contain his fury, though it still echoed in his voice. This is unbelievable. Senior Ning, I will personally handle this matter. I will investigate and deliver justice. I swear, I will not let the name of my clan be disgraced. You'll receive a thorough explanation. Ning Taran responded in a grave but quiet tone. He nodded slowly and said, Good. I trust that Elder Zhu will do what is right. Don't let the situation worsen further. The air around them seemed to still, heavy with tension and an uncertain fate for the Zhu family. The scene shifted to the academy, where Lin finally came face to face with Shu Han. Curious about her intentions, Lin kept his tone composed and encouraged her to speak her mind. Without hesitation, she asked him for a favor and motioned for him to come along. They soon arrived at a secluded chamber lined with ancient tomes and aromatic herbs. But the moment Lin crossed the threshold, his nose was hit by a pungent, all too familiar odor. He knew that stench all too well. It was the unmistakable scent of decayed undead. Realizing Lin had caught on, Shu Han acknowledged the foul atmosphere and admitted that the room bore the remnants of death. Just then, a voice echoed from deeper within, addressing Lin by the title Divine General. Seated inside a tent-like structure within the chamber was none other than Dong Fang Yao. She greeted Lin warmly, but wasted no time getting to the point, reminding him of their earlier conversation and asking if he was now in a position to help lift the Decade Corpse curse. She then opened up about her mother's torment. The curse had afflicted her since Dong Fang Yao's childhood, after her mother was corrupted while protecting the decaying realm. Despite countless efforts, no one had succeeded in cleansing the poison from her body. Lin listened intently, his eyes reflecting the pain he felt for her mother's suffering. Regretfully, he told her he didn't yet possess the power to break such a curse. But Dong Fang Yao quickly interrupted, clarifying that he had misunderstood her. She explained that the means to fulfill the task had already been prepared. Right on cue, Shu Han turned toward the doorway and called out to someone beyond it. A figure was slowly descending the stairs, an old man, silent, yet radiating undeniable authority. Shu Han called out to him, Grandfather, godly General Lin is here. Lin Moyu's gaze sharpened as his eyes met the old man's. In that brief moment of eye contact, Lin Moyu immediately felt an overwhelming presence, an aura so heavy it was inescapable. A god-level powerhouse. Shu Han's grandfather is god-level. Just from the man's attire alone, Lin Moyu understood who he was, a god-level pharmacist. Lin Moyu's eyes widened in shock. In the entire empire, he had never heard of anyone who had reached such a level in the field of alchemy. Such beings were extremely rare and arguably more valuable than most god-level combatants. But if Shu Han comes from a family like this, why is she doing basic academy chores for a few hundred points? Was she simply doing it for fun? With a smile, Shu Han introduced the old man. This is my grandfather. the god-level pharmacist Xu Ping. Lin Moyu's doubts were erased, replaced by astonishment. That name stirred memories he had read about Xu Ping in ancient texts. He was once said to be among the greatest pharmacists in the history of mankind, a contemporary of Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. But then, one day, he vanished, disappearing like a ghost. And now, at last, he stood before him, the lost legend, a living god in the realm of alchemy. Xu Ping gave a respectful nod and said, "Greetings, godly General Lin." Wasting no time, Lin Moyu returned the gesture. "Greetings to you as well, medicine god Xu." They stood across from each other, eye to eye, equal in stature, their exchange filled with mutual respect and absent of arrogance. No one higher, no one lower. This was a meeting of revered figures. But Xu Ping shook his head gently, a bitter smile on his lips. "Please don't call me medicine god. I am not worthy of such a title." His words were heavy, filled with unspoken depth and history like a wound long unhealed. Lin Moyu was not one for meaningless praise or flattery, so he let it go without argument. After a deep breath, Xu Ping spoke again, getting straight to the point. "General Lin, I heard from Princess Yao that your creatures can neutralize the toxins from rotting corpses. May I see it for myself?" Lin Moyu nodded calmly, without hesitation. "Of course. However, my leech generals can only remove poison if it's affecting members of my undead army." With that said, he summoned one of his leech generals. A cold wind swept through the courtyard, and the sky began to darken, as if nature itself felt the arrival of something terrible. The leech general appeared, a towering figure over 3 meters tall. Its presence was like a small mountain, and the weight of its aura made it hard to breathe. With an unspoken command from Lin Moyu, the leech general activated the skill, Nullify. As the ability began to manifest, Lin Moyu explained, "This skill, Nullify, can remove abnormal conditions, including the poison that comes from rotting corpses. However, it has its limits. It can't cleanse high-grade toxins. Dongfang Yao is already aware of that." Xu Han and Dongfang Yao stared in awe, fully realizing the magnitude of Lin's strength. Even Xu Ping, seasoned and revered, looked momentarily shaken. He activated his skill to examine the summoned being, his eyes narrowing in concentration. For a long moment, silence lingered, tense and uncertain. Dongfang Yao's anxiety grew with each passing second. Finally, Xu Ping stepped back, his expression unreadable. He admitted, with rare humility, that Lin's summoning skill was unlike anything he had ever seen before. All his known methods of analysis failed to grasp its essence. For the first time in his storied career, Xu Ping stood baffled. The depths of Lin's power were beyond comprehension, even to a master like him. And that, dear friends, marks the end of today's chapter. Stay tuned for what happens next. We'll see you again in the next video. Don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this one. Thank you for watching. Previously in the story, Xu Ping activated his powerful analysis technique, and radiant beams of light surrounded him as he focused intently on Lin's undead general. Every ounce of Xu Ping's energy was channeled into deciphering the creature's mysterious healing ability. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his face, yet he pushed forward, refusing to stop until the process was complete. After a tense few minutes, Xu Ping finally let out a breath and released his skill. Dongfang Yao quickly hurried to him, her voice anxious. "Were you able to figure it out? Did you manage to crack the ability?" But Xu Ping shook his head, clearly disheartened. He told her that the undead general's healing technique was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was beyond analysis. "For the first time in my life," Xu Ping admitted, "I've encountered a skill that even I, a god-tier alchemist, can't decipher." Hearing this, Dongfang Yao's expression turned ashen. Fear and despair gripped her heart. She had no idea what to do next. Lin looked at her with sympathy, but he knew there was nothing he could offer at this point. He gently apologized, saying, "I truly wish I could help your mother, but I'm just not strong enough yet." With that, Lin dismissed his undead general back to the summoning realm. He turned to Xu Ping and said respectfully, "Senior Medicine God, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Xu Ping nodded, clearly apologetic, and asked his granddaughter Xu Han to escort Lin out. Xu Han did so with a heavy heart. Even though Lin had gone to great lengths to help them, he was still unable to save her mother. Overwhelmed, Dongfang Yao broke into tears. She turned to Xu Ping and asked in a trembling voice, Is there really no hope left?" The old alchemist set down his cup with a sigh and answered solemnly, "This corpse poison, it's the strangest toxin I've ever encountered. At present, there's no known cure except through the creature summoned by Lin." At that moment, Dongfang Yao's remaining hope shattered. Tears streamed down her face as she cried uncontrollably, begging, "Isn't there any other way?" The medicine god offered a small glimmer of reassurance. Maybe, once Lin reaches godhood, he'll be powerful enough to counter it. And at the speed he's progressing, that day may come soon. Meanwhile, Xu Han bowed her head and thanked Lin for everything, apologizing for the trouble. Lin, too, was clearly disappointed that he couldn't do more. He shook his head and replied, "It's all right." Before leaving, he promised Xu Han, "One day, I'll come back stronger, and when I do, I'll save her. But for now, I need to level up." With that, Lin departed and made his way straight to the dungeon hall, determined to grow stronger. What he didn't realize, however, was that a group dressed in black robes had started tailing him. They remained hidden as Lin walked, unaware of their presence. His destination, the Beast God Plateau Dungeon, a place that had helped him power up rapidly during the level 40-50 grind. Confident in its benefits and his familiarity with the area, Lin selected the Hell difficulty mode and teleported inside. But moments later, those black-robed figures gathered at the dungeon entrance. Their glowing red eyes revealed their true identity. They were members of the demon-worshipping cult, just like Zhu Lisheng. The leader glanced at his subordinate. "He's inside, right?" "Yes," the man confirmed. "Then it's time," the leader said coldly. Each cultist pulled out a sinister-looking abyss stone, channeling dark energy into it. With the Academy's guardians, Bai Shen and Lord Meng, away on a mission to eliminate cult members, the cult saw this as the perfect moment to strike. If they could kill Lin Moyu now, it would be a massive victory. Their abyss stones fused together, forming a monstrous abyssal magic stone. Using it, they opened a matching Hell difficulty version of the same dungeon Lin had just entered. Without hesitation, the cultists stepped through the gate, vanishing inside. But the dark energy they left behind lingered in the hall. Nearby hunters sensed something was wrong. "Why does it smell like an abyss demon?" someone asked, their voice shaking. Another spotted the ominous magic residue. "They're from the Demon Worship Society. They're after General Lin." Panic broke out. "Someone go get an instructor now. This is serious." But just as one of them tried to run, a man stepped into their path. He looked like a top-tier professional, calm, collected. "What's the rush?" he asked with a smirk. People gasped as he raised an abyss barrier stone, infused it with power, and shattered it. A dark energy wave burst forth, trapping everyone inside a colossal barrier. The man, also a cultist, laughed maniacally. "What's the big deal? It's just Lin Moyu dying. Why are you all so scared?" Everyone in the hall was stunned. Before they could react, the abyssal barrier sealed off the entire dungeon, cutting off communication with the outside world. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, as Lin fought monsters, a sudden change in the air caught his attention. A wave of abyssal flames began creeping through the dungeon, dark and unnatural. Lin's eyes narrowed. This isn't supposed to be possible. Before he could react, the cultists materialized behind him, their eyes wild and unhinged. They had consumed vast amounts of abyssal power and were completely unrecognizable, more monsters than men. At first, Lin thought they were other students, but the moment they unleashed abyss energy, he knew they were here to kill him. Without hesitation, they surrounded him, leaving no way out. A ritual began. Massive amounts of abyssal energy poured from their bodies as they formed a dark, summoning circle beneath their feet. They chanted as if possessed. "Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the devil." Their bodies ignited with abyssal fire, yet they kept chanting, laughing through the torment, proud to offer themselves as fuel for the summoning. Soon, the entire area was engulfed in flames. And then two terrifying eyes appeared within the fire. Eyes that radiated pure death. Lin froze. He had seen them before. This was no accident. The cult had planned everything, waiting until he was alone and vulnerable. Checking his inventory in desperation, he realized his teleportation items were all broken except one. A rare abyss teleportation stone, a gift from the mage god in the secret realm. Before he could act, a massive hand of fire burst from the flames. A towering flame demon king emerged, its colossal form dwarfing Lin like a shadow over an ant. The demon sneered. "Lin Moyu, you won't escape this time." In the last chapter, a chilling ritual took place, one that sent ripples through the very fabric of reality. A cult of fanatics, devoted to worshipping demons, willingly gave up their lives. Their sacrifice wasn't in vain. From the depths of the abyss, they summoned a force of unimaginable power, the Flame Demon King. A fiery rift tore open in the sky, and from within emerged a towering figure cloaked in flames and malice. As soon as he stepped into the mortal realm, his eyes locked onto Lin Moyu. His lips curled into a cruel smile. "So, we meet again, but this time, you won't get away," the Flame Demon King growled, his voice echoing like molten thunder. Lin's expression hardened the moment he saw him. He wasn't just surprised, he was furious. "You again, Flame Demon," he said coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The size difference between the two was staggering. The demon stood like a blazing colossus, his massive frame dwarfing Lin's. But despite their physical disparity, Lin stood tall, his spirit unshaken. "Not this time," he thought firmly. "You may be more powerful than the bull demon's clone, but you don't have the aura of a god. You're not invincible." He took a breath and looked the demon over. Then, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "So, your power is not what it was. I can tell the sacrificial energy used to summon you is lacking." The demon's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Sharp as ever, Lin Moyu. But even if I'm using less than a tenth of my full strength, I won't need more than that to kill you." Lin chuckled without humor. "You talk too much for someone who's already lost once. Kill me? You're delusional." While their words clashed, an eerie darkness began to spread across the dungeon landscape. Dark energy, thick and pulsing like smoke, surged from an ancient stone nearby, corrupting everything in its path. It quickly consumed a huge portion of the Beast God Plateau, transforming it into a haunted battlefield cloaked in shadow. And then, without warning, the battle ignited. The Flame Demon King didn't strike first himself. Instead, he summoned a wave of beasts from the darkness, ferocious highland wolves at level 46 and a grotesquely mutated plateau wolf at level 52. Creatures twisted by dungeon corruption, their howls echoed like cries from the underworld. The demon crossed his arms, confident. He didn't even deem it necessary to fight directly. But Lin Moyu was already in motion. With a snap of his fingers, his skeletal armor enveloped him like a second skin, and his lightning-charged wings burst to life. He shot into the sky like a bolt of thunder, defiant and fearless. "You think wolves will stop me?" he shouted, voice filled with contempt. "You're in my territory now." Soaring high, he suddenly paused. Why here? Why did this battle have to take place on the Beast God Plateau? Then it hit him, this entire region is filled with my weapons and traps. This is my home turf. Determined, he surged forward, flying even faster. But the demon wasn't about to let him get away. With a deafening roar, the Flame Demon King spread his enormous flaming wings and launched into the sky. You're not going anywhere. I'll reduce you to ash. As the chase began, a monstrous eye appeared above, formed from pure demonic energy. It tracked Lin's movements, firing searing projectiles designed to obliterate him mid-flight. Some of the attacks landed. The impact was immense, but Lin's skeletal armor held firm, absorbing the hits as he darted through the air, dodging like a phantom in the storm. He's fast, Lin thought. Too fast for a frontal assault. I'll have to use strategy, corpse explosions, and my undead troops. I'll need all of them. Without hesitation, he summoned his scythe, its blade gleaming with necrotic energy. Holding it aloft, he called forth one of his deadliest allies, the soul-eating Insect King. The insect emerged in a blur of wings and shrieking sound, heading straight for the demon. It let out a sonic blast that rattled the skies, aimed squarely at the Flame Demon King. The demon grimaced in irritation and reached out, snatching the creature by the throat. "Another pest?" he scoffed. "You dare interrupt me?" But the insect's attack had done something. The demon winced, clearly uncomfortable. Still, he wasn't about to let a bug get the better of him. "You're getting on my nerves," he roared, and in a single breath, a jet of fire erupted from his palm. The flames engulfed the soul-eating Insect King, reducing it to dust in mere seconds. High above, Lin watched grimly. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. "I didn't think it would fall that quickly. It barely bought me any time." He knew he had to act fast. He summoned another ally, the massive undead Great Earth Centipede. Its armored body burst from the ground and lunged at the demon in a violent ambush. The demon faltered for a second, but then retaliated with raw fury. His punch cracked the creature's outer shell. Undeterred, the centipede fought back with its many limbs, wrapping around the demon like a monstrous coil. But the Flame Demon King unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, tearing apart the centipede piece by piece until it finally collapsed, twitching, defeated. Just as the demon prepared to finish it off, Lin countered. A massive eye appeared again, this time under Lin's control. From its pupil, it launched glowing projectiles aimed at the demon. Smoke exploded across the battlefield, and for a fleeting moment, Lin thought it might be over. But he was wrong. The Flame Demon King emerged from the smoke, alive and angrier than ever. Suddenly, Lin's wings began to flicker. The time he had left in the air was running out. "You look tired," the demon mocked, floating behind him. "Can't fly anymore, can you?" He sneered and added, "You're impressive. Flying, summoning undead, all at your level, but none of it will save you." His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "You're getting stronger, Lin. That's why I can't let you live." Lin's heart pounded in his chest. He tried to escape, but the demon was already upon him. With terrifying speed, the Flame Demon King slammed a giant flaming fist toward him. There was no time to react. Boom! Lin was smashed into the ground like a meteor, the earth shattering beneath him. His body convulsed as he coughed blood, pain surging through every nerve. The demon descended, hovering above him. "No more games," he said coldly. "Just die." Dozens of energy blasts formed in the sky and hurled toward Lin. But as they closed in, a strange light burst from the ground. Chains glowing red shot out, wrapping around the demon's limbs. The slow curse had been activated. "What?" the demon gasped. "What trick is this?" His limbs felt like they were made of lead, his body slowed, movements heavy and unnatural. It was Lin's chance. Drawing from the depths of his power, Lin launched the Soul Blaze technique, an attack that didn't just scorch the body but tormented the soul itself. The Flame Demon King screamed, shaking from the mental and physical agony. "You'll pay for this," he roared. I'll rip you apart with my own hands." In desperation, he summoned multiple floating demonic eyes, commanding them to rain laser beams onto Lin, hoping one final attack would finish what he started. The battlefield was chaos, scorched black and trembling under the force of the battle between Lin Moyu and the Flame Demon King. Flames licked the air like living serpents, and the ground itself felt like it might shatter from the power of their clash. The Demon King stood tall, his body radiating a molten heat that warped the air, his eyes glowing like pits of fire. Every movement of his fiery claws left streaks of light in the sky. Lin Moyu, his chest heaving with labored breaths, wiped blood from his mouth. His body ached, wounds stinging, yet there was no trace of surrender in his gaze. The world around him was burning, but his resolve burned brighter. A crushing blow from the Demon King had knocked Lin to the ground moments ago, but he forced himself up once again, the determination in his eyes unshakable. "Not here, not now," he muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse but steady. He understood that there was only one way to bring down this monster. He would need to risk everything. His mind flashed with the Answer Corp's explosion. Nothing else could deliver the damage needed to topple the Flame Demon King. But first, he needed an opening. Summoning his power, Lin called forth the aging slow curse chains. Red, ethereal chains shot forward, coiling around the Demon King's limbs like venomous snakes. The Demon King snarled, straining against their pull, his movements briefly slowed. Lin didn't hesitate. He followed with a blast of soul flame, blue fire igniting from his hands, surging like a tidal wave. The flames slammed into the demon's chest, scorching his skin and forcing a guttural scream from his throat. Yet, the creature's fury only grew stronger. With a roar, the Demon King counterattacked, launching a storm of crimson lasers from his blazing eyes and outstretched hands. The sky turned blood red as beams of death rained down, tearing through the battlefield with explosive force. The earth erupted around Lin in a storm of fire and dust. He dashed, rolled, and twisted through the barrage, each movement as sharp and calculated as the strike of a predator. But even his skill couldn't avoid every attack. One laser beam grazed his cheek, burning the flesh and drawing a hot streak of blood. Lin hissed through his teeth, his hand brushing the wound. Pain shot through him, but with it came a surge of anger. His aura flared violently. He summoned his skeletal armor, the jagged bones forming a protective shell over his body. The armor glistened under the hellish light, absorbing the hits that followed. His rage boiled over as he raised his hand once again, summoning another blast of soul flame bigger, hotter, more ferocious than before. The blue fire raced across the battlefield and struck the Demon King squarely on the head. The impact was violent, the ground shaking from the force, and the Demon King roared in pain. But he still stood, defiant, and his voice thundered over the chaos. "You grow stronger with every moment, boy. If I allow you to live, you will become a threat I cannot ignore." Lin wiped blood from his chin, his eyes narrowing. "Then you should be afraid," he replied coldly. In the distance, Lin's skeleton army was engaged in a merciless massacre of mutated wild wolves. The clanging of bone against flesh echoed across the field as skeleton warriors hacked through their enemies. One skeleton buried its axe into a wolf's neck, splitting it in one brutal strike. Soon, the battlefield was littered with carcasses. The undead warriors, silent and relentless, began carrying the corpses back to their master. Lin Moyu's sharp gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield. The ground was littered with the remains of wild wolves, their once fierce howls now replaced by an eerie silence. His skeleton army was in full motion, tearing through the wolves with cold, mechanical precision. One after another, the skeletal warriors hauled the lifeless bodies and tossed them onto a growing pile of corpses near Lin Moyu. A determined glint appeared in Lin's eyes. "This is it," he thought. "My moment has come." The sheer number of fallen beasts was overwhelming, enough to fuel a devastating skill he had been saving for the right time. The battlefield reeked of blood and smoke, but amidst the chaos, his army of undead moved with perfect discipline, each skeleton tirelessly gathering the dead. The undead general, towering above the rest, raised his weapon high, his hollow eye sockets glowing with a sinister light. With a single gesture, he unleashed a wave of military might that surged through every skeletal warrior like a dark current of power. Instantly, the entire army stiffened, their bony frames crackling with energy as they charged forward with renewed speed and strength, their feet pounding against the ground like war drums. They stood firm, forming an unbreakable line, ready to shield their master from whatever storm was coming next. High above, the Flame Demon King watched with burning eyes, a twisted smile curling on his face. "So, you're relying on these fragile bones to protect you," he taunted, his voice echoing like a roar of fire. "Shall I destroy your little toys first? They've become quite the nuisance." Before Lin could respond, the Flame Demon King raised his flaming hand, and the air itself began to ripple with heat. In an instant, scorching beams of crimson light erupted from the sky like a rain of death. The ground shook violently as the laser-like attacks slammed into the skeletal army with explosive force, sending shards of bone flying in all directions. Lin's vision flickered with a flood of system alerts. 22 skeleton warriors have been annihilated. The notifications kept coming, relentless and cold. 60 skeleton warriors critically damaged. Each message was like a dagger to Lin's heart, a reminder that his forces were dwindling under the overwhelming power of the Demon King. But Lin Moyu refused to falter. Clenching his fists, he barked an unspoken order to the undead general. In response, the general slammed his weapon into the ground, sending a pulse of necrotic energy rippling through the battlefield. A healing buff activated, and a dark, eerie glow enveloped the surviving skeletons. Slowly, their cracked bones began to mend, shattered armor fused back together, and the fallen started to rise again, as if death itself had been reversed. The Flame Demon King raised an eyebrow, momentarily intrigued. "Oh, you dare resist me? Interesting." His grin widened, but Lin Moyu knew this was only the beginning of a far more brutal clash. The Flame Demon King erupted into a deep, sinister laugh as he witnessed Lin Moyu's healing magic breathe vitality back into the skeletal horde. "So, you can mend their broken bones," he sneered, his voice rumbling like an inferno. "But tell me, how long can these frail puppets of yours withstand my flames?" Without hesitation, he unleashed another brutal wave of attacks, his fiery aura scorching everything it touched. Skeletons crumbled one after another, their bones snapping like dry twigs under his relentless onslaught. Just as the Flame Demon King prepared to strike again, a lifeless wolf's body tumbled across the battlefield and stopped at his feet. Before he could react, the corpse detonated in a burst of blood-red light, exploding violently in front of him. Lin Moyu had activated Corpse Explosion, turning the fallen beasts into deadly weapons to slow his enemy's advance. The blast shook the earth, but when the smoke thinned, the Flame Demon King stood unscathed. Not even a scratch. He didn't so much as blink. His towering frame loomed over the battlefield, a twisted grin curling across his fiery face. "That's it," he mocked with a cruel laugh. "This is your great skill? Pathetic. I expected more from you." But Lin Moyu wasn't finished. While the Flame Demon King taunted him, dozens of corpses, wolves, monsters, and demons alike had been arranged all around him, like pieces of a deadly trap. With a sharp gesture, Lin triggered a chain reaction. The battlefield erupted like a sea of crimson fireballs. One explosion followed another, painting the ground with burning waves of destruction. The earth trembled violently, and shockwaves tore through the air. A dense wall of smoke consumed everything in sight, hiding even the Flame Demon King's towering silhouette. When the haze began to lift, the Flame Demon King emerged, his demonic eyes glowing with unbridled rage. The explosions hadn't killed him, but they had ignited his fury. "You wretched insect," he roared. "I'll tear you apart until nothing of you remains." With an ear-splitting roar, he unleashed his own devastating area of effect attack, a monstrous surge of demonic fire that dwarfed Lin's explosions. Unlike Lin's skill, which relied on corpses, this was raw, unbridled power erupting from the king's very being. The heat was unbearable, warping the air and reducing the nearest skeletons to molten ash before they could even raise their shields. System messages began to flood Lin's mind. Skeleton warrior eliminated, skeleton warrior destroyed. The numbers soared, yet Lin did not falter. His nearly limitless mana fueled him, allowing him to summon his skeletal warriors again and again. Each one that fell rose from the ground once more, answering his unyielding command. Lin tightened his fists. He understood that this was the decisive moment. If he didn't bring the Flame Demon King down now, there would be no second chance. Drawing upon every ounce of power within him, Lin activated his ultimate skill Strong Soldier of the Relentless Warriors. The ground quaked as the undead army surged with terrifying strength. For the next 30 seconds, both Lin and his skeletal soldiers would fight with a staggering 200% boost in power. Steam-like energy hissed from their bones as they transformed into brutal war machines, each one ready to tear the Flame Demon King apart. A relentless wave of undead corpses charged forward, overwhelming the Flame Demon King with sheer numbers. Taken off guard by the sudden burst of ferocity, the Flame Demon King raised his arms to shield himself. Lin seized this brief window. With perfect timing, he triggered another corpse explosion, detonating the assault at point-blank range with explosive force unlike anything before. The battlefield trembled as though struck by a violent earthquake. When the smoke cleared, the Flame Demon King was still standing. His body smoldered, but that wicked grin never left his face. "Do you truly believe this will stop me?" he growled. "This is nothing. Surrender now, and I promise your end will be quick." For the first time during the battle, Lin Moyu's voice rang out, calm but laced with fire. "Do you really think I was trying to kill you with those explosions?" he said, his tone icy. "No, all of that was just a setup. Preparation for the real strike." The Flame Demon King's eyes narrowed. "The ancient ruin of the relentless warriors, with this, my power has no ceiling. Not 10%, not 20, but something far beyond anything you've witnessed. These next 30 seconds will be your last." Lin then unleashed his ultimate trump card Soul Flame technique. A wave of eerie blue fire burst from his body, wrapping around the Flame Demon King like chains forged from pure agony. The Flame Demon King's laughter twisted into screams of pain. This was no ordinary fire, it was a flame that burned the soul itself. What is this?" the Flame Demon King roared, thrashing as the ghostly fire gnawed at his essence. His flaming body flickered and wavered under the relentless assault. Lin knew he had no time to waste. His flight skill would expire soon, and with it, his only chance at victory. He shot forward like a thunderbolt, his body blazing with energy. But the Flame Demon King wasn't ready to die. His body flared with power, and dozens of fiery, demonic eyes materialized around him. With a furious scream, he unleashed a storm of searing laser beams, each streaking through the air like serpents of pure fire, homing in on Lin. Lin's speed, however, was unmatched. Twisting and weaving midair, he sliced through the fiery barrage with lightning-fast reflexes, each movement razor-sharp. His eyes never wavered from the Flame Demon King. Every heartbeat counted. He knew this next strike had to end it. But when Lin was going towards the Flame Demon King, suddenly the Flame Demon King fell to the ground in pain, because he could not completely stop Lin's soul flame. Seeing that, Lin decided to first weaken the Flame Demon King's recovery ability. So he first activated his skeleton armor to be cautious, and then landed on the ground where the Flame Demon King had fallen. There, he immediately cast his Poison Star Ring spell, and immediately the whole area got covered in the green poison of Lin's Poison Star Ring. The Flame Demon King was surprised to see that Lin actually had poison skills. He cursed Lin, calling him a bud. Not just that, Lin also summoned his skeleton mages and marksmen. Skeleton mages used their elemental explosion spells to attack the Flame Demon King, while skeleton marksmen used Soul Lock to shoot thousands of arrows at him. The Flame Demon King got hit by thousands of arrows and spells, which made him furious. He told Lin that he completely pissed him off now. The Flame Demon King slowly started to move. Seeing that, Lin immediately flew into the air. He then summoned his skeleton warriors who charged at the Flame Demon King. Now only 15 seconds were left. Lin looked back because these skeleton warriors were his real killer move. As the Flame Demon King stood up, all the skeleton warriors charged at him. Seeing that, the Flame Demon King got annoyed, saying, "Those annoying bugs are here again." But he didn't know that these skeletons had been draining Lin's power. The Flame Demon King was angry and attacked those skeletons, crushing them with his fist. But the skeleton warriors were not backing down. The skeleton warriors activated their brutal blast skill that causes 500% of the target's own strength and damage, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Immediately, a skeleton warrior jumped and attacked the Flame Demon King, dealing massive damage. Before the Flame Demon King could understand anything, suddenly all the skeleton warriors charged at him with full power. They all were cutting him with their swords. Suddenly, the Flame Demon King unleashed a barrage of laser-like beams, each one ripping through the poisonous mist like scorching pillars of light. The deadly beams began locking onto the skeleton warriors, cutting through their ranks with pinpoint precision. But Lin Moyu was already prepared. "Undead General, now," he commanded. The towering undead general, standing silently behind the front lines until now, raised his ancient staff high. His hollow eyes glowed with a faint blue flame as he observed the battlefield. The moment he sensed the skeleton warriors taking heavy damage, he roared a guttural incantation and activated Legion treatment. A wave of dark healing energy surged across the battlefield, wrapping around every skeleton warrior like a protective shroud. Cracks in their bones sealed themselves, and their lost strength returned in an instant. Even their glowing eyes burned brighter, as if reignited by Lin's indomitable will. Lin clenched his fists and growled, "I cannot let them fall. If they die here, everything will be for nothing." His voice carried both desperation and resolve. That's why he had already given the undead general the strict command, "Heal them relentlessly, no matter the cost." Within seconds, the skeletal army was fully restored. Without hesitation, they stormed the battlefield once more, their swords glinting ominously in the poisonous haze. Brutal Blast activate. One after another, the skeleton warriors launched themselves at the Flame Demon King like missiles, their bodies glowing with a dark, violent energy. Each impact sounded like a thunderclap, shaking the very sky. Then, in perfect unison, every skeleton warrior lunged at once, triggering a chain of brutal blasts. For a heartbeat, an eerie silence swallowed the entire area like the calm before the end. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, his gaze unblinking. His face was tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Will it be enough, or have I miscalculated? And then boom, the battlefield erupted in a colossal explosion. A blinding flash of light tore through the poisonous mist, sending shockwaves that rattled the ground and split the very earth beneath them. Rocks shattered. The air screamed as the blast wave spread out, flattening everything in its path. Even as the ground quaked violently, Lin did not move. His expression was grim, his eyes sharp. No, there's no feedback. That means he's still alive. Thick clouds of dust and poisonous smoke churned in the aftermath of the detonation, cloaking the entire battlefield in an ominous haze. Lin hovered in mid-air, his gaze fixed on the smoke below, waiting to see what monster would emerge from it. Lin slowly advanced toward the edge of the cliff, his boots crunching against the charred, broken ground. The battlefield was eerily silent except for the faint crackle of embers burning in the poisonous mist. As the thick veil of dust and smoke began to disperse, a dark silhouette emerged. It was the Flame Demon King. But this time, he was different. His body radiated a malicious aura, far darker and more oppressive than before. His molten skin rippled with lava-like cracks, and his once humanoid form now twisted into something closer to his true, nightmarish appearance. Lin froze for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he took in the horrific sight. His voice was almost a whisper, heavy with shock. "So, this is what you really look like." The demon's grotesque face twisted into a grin, and for the first time, Lin understood why entire armies feared the very mention of his name. The Flame Demon King let out a low, rumbling laugh that quickly escalated into a booming roar. "Mock me all you want, mortal," he spat, his voice dripping with hatred. "But this is where you die." Before Lin could react, the demon's body began to glow violently, cracks of molten fire spreading across his chest. He was preparing another self-detonation. "Again?" Lin muttered, gritting his teeth. The demon had grown obsessed with his suicidal explosions, using them as if they were his ultimate trump card. But this time, the blast was at point-blank range. Lin had no room to retreat. He instantly summoned his skeletal armor, its dark bones snapping into place like a shield. But the explosion was too powerful. Crack! The armor shattered, pieces flying in all directions as the deafening shockwave swallowed Lin whole. Flames roared around him, searing the ground to ash. Yet Lin remained steady, his jaw clenched, refusing to fall. "Does he really think I'll fall for the same trick again?" Lin thought, his mind razor-sharp amidst the chaos. Unbeknownst to the Flame Demon King, Lin had already summoned multiple skeleton warriors in the shadows, their lifelink connected directly to his soul. Through the soul and lifelink technique, Lin could withstand even the deadliest of attacks, his life force split and shielded by the legion of undead surrounding him. When the explosion finally subsided, the Flame Demon King threw his head back and howled with laughter, convinced he had incinerated Lin. The ground was still smoldering, and the air was thick with burning embers. But then the smoke cleared. And there he was, Lin Moyu, alive, unshaken, standing tall amidst the ruins. The Flame Demon King's laughter abruptly died, his expression twisting into disbelief. Lin's shirt had been obliterated by the blast, exposing his hardened, battle-scarred physique, muscles tensed like steel. Somehow, his pants remained untouched, a mystery even Lin didn't care to question. With fire burning in his eyes, Lin glared at the towering demon. His voice cut through the smoky air like a blade. "Your time is over. No matter what you throw at me, you can't kill me." Enraged, the Flame Demon King unleashed his divine curse. "If I can't kill you, I'll destroy your future. I curse your soul. I curse your skills. You will never level up again." A surge of black energy shot toward Lin, striking him with deadly precision. But Lin's status immunity activated instantly. The curse fizzled away like smoke in the wind. "How unlucky for you," Lin said with a smirk. "I'm immune to all curses." And with that, the balance of the battlefield shifted. A crisp system chime rang out in Lin's mind, followed by a flood of messages. "You have defeated the Flame Demon King's soul clone. Reward, 900 million exp gained. Sergeant badge plus 1 level." Before Lin could even react, a golden light descended upon him. It wrapped around his entire body like a celestial cloak, and his level bar skyrocketed at lightning speed. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels, 4. The glow faded, and Lin glanced at his status, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. "I didn't expect the Flame Demon King to hand me such a massive pile of experience. This blast alone pushed me all the way to level 48. With the battle seemingly over, Lin teleported back to the dungeon hall. But the moment Lin appeared in the dungeon hall, his heart sank. The once mighty structure, which had echoed with the footsteps and laughter of students, was now reduced to rubble. The marble pillars were shattered, the walls scarred by demonic claws, and the ground was littered with charred debris and lifeless bodies. The air was heavy, choked with smoke, the stench of blood, and the lingering hum of dark magic. Lin's expression hardened. His eyes scanned the destruction, every step crunching on broken tiles and fragments of shattered weapons. This wasn't just a battle, it was a slaughter. But then, amidst the devastation, he spotted movement. A single figure, a student, was slumped against a half-broken wall, barely breathing. Lin's boots thudded against the stone as he rushed over, kneeling beside the wounded man. What happened here? His voice was calm but edged with urgency. Even before the student spoke, a grim suspicion gnawed at him. While he had been occupied with the Flame Demon King's clone, other demons must have invaded. The student's eyes fluttered open, glazed with exhaustion and fear. His voice trembled as he whispered, "General Lin, it's over. We never stood a chance." A wet cough escaped his lips, flecks of blood staining his chin. High-ranking demons, they came from nowhere. Everyone who resisted, they were. His words faltered, but Lin understood. It had been a massacre. Lin placed a firm hand on the young man's shoulder. His tone softened, yet carried the authority of a leader who could not afford to waver. "Don't panic. Breathe. Tell me everything you saw. I need to know exactly what happened." The student tried to speak again, but his strength was fading fast. Lin clenched his jaw, silently vowing to get justice for those who had fallen. Meanwhile, in the abyssal realm, the sky above the abyss turned into a hellish storm. Fire rained from the heavens, scorching the blackened earth and causing the demonic lands to tremble. The abyssal demons looked up in shock, their twisted faces reflecting confusion and terror. "Why is the abyss burning?" one of them cried. Another demon, more perceptive, hissed through clenched fangs, Something must have happened to our king." Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the demonic castle, a colossal fortress that loomed like a mountain of black steel and jagged stone. The entire structure pulsed with ominous purple energy, each wave rippling with malevolent power. Inside, the great flame demon king sat on his throne, but this was no image of majesty. He writhed like a wounded beast, clutching his head as if trying to hold his soul together. His roars of pain echoed through the cavernous hall, rattling the bones of every servant within earshot. The soul flame's lingering power still burned within him, eating at his spirit like acid. His pride suffered more than his flesh. He, the mighty ruler of flame and destruction, had been wounded by a mere human. "How?" he growled, his molten claws gouging into the arms of his throne. "How could someone like Lin, a human, rob me of 1/10 of my spirit?" The realization was unbearable. That single strike, though not fatal, was a humiliation, a wound to his very essence that no king could forgive. His aura flared, filling the entire castle with scorching heat as his anger boiled over. The great hall trembled under the weight of his fury. "Lin," his voice rolled like an inferno, shaking the pillars, "I will find you, and when I do, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." After the fall of the Flame Demon King, word spread that the Divine Empire had carried out a relentless purge against the cult of demons and monsters, a campaign that dragged on for a month and a half. During this time, the focus shifted deep into the abyss, a realm shrouded in an eerie green glow that seemed to seep from the very air. Within its grand, cathedral-like halls, countless monstrous figures gathered, their grotesque forms cloaked in a palpable aura of malice. The Dark Demon King sat brooding, his crimson eyes glowing beneath a horned helm as he glanced toward the succubus queen, a creature of both deadly beauty and chilling cruelty, seeking an answer to why their supreme ruler had summoned them with such urgency. The queen, draped in a gown woven from living shadows, merely smirked, her voice dripping with venom as she spoke of humans daring to wage war against demonkind. The Divine Empire had shattered their network of cultists, leaving only a few sniveling survivors too frightened to even whisper their allegiance to the abyss. The tension in the hall was suffocating. Even the Flame Demon King, recently returned from battle and still seething with unspoken rage, stood in grim silence among the mightiest sovereigns of darkness. Beside him waited the Sword Demon King, his blade stained with the blood of 1,000 worlds, and the 8-armed demon king, whose monstrous frame loomed like a walking calamity. All eyes fixed on the grand throne ahead, carved from obsidian and veined with streams of glowing green fire. Its empty presence was oppressive enough to force the lesser demons to their knees, yet the true terror had yet to arrive. Then, without warning, the entire palace erupted in a storm of emerald flames. The walls pulsed with otherworldly power, and a shadow coalesced at the throne's center. The air turned heavy, a crushing weight pressing upon every creature in the hall as the figure took form. The Abyssal Demon Emperor, supreme ruler of the Abyss, had descended. His body was a shifting mass of shadow and flame, his eyes twin voids that devoured light, his mere presence warping reality itself. The throne welcomed him like an old friend, and with a single glance, he drove every demon king to their knees, their power meaningless before his dominion. The silence was shattered only when the succubus queen dared to speak, her usually sultry tone quivering with restraint. She reported that Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen, two formidable human powerhouses, had struck without warning, their alliance with the Divine Tower crushing the cult's defenses like dry twigs. Nearly every foothold the Abyss had in the mortal realm had been erased. The Emperor's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring like a tidal wave of malice. His voice was a low, chilling growl as he asked if they truly expected him to believe that demonkind had done nothing to halt such an affront. Panic seized the succubus queen, her composure cracking as she confessed that the cult had indeed tried to retaliate. When Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen departed the Empire's capital academy, the Flame Demon King was entrusted with a mission to eliminate humanity's rising star Lin Moyu, a warrior whose power threatened their entire dominion. The mention of Lin's name was like striking flint against steel. The Emperor's gaze locked on the Flame Demon King, a suffocating dread filling the hall. The question came like thunder: had Lin been slain? The Demon King faltered, fear gnawing at his pride as he admitted defeat, his legions torn apart by the boy he had sworn to destroy. Desperation laced his words as he begged for another chance, but his pleas fell on ears as cold as the void. The Emperor raised a single clawed hand, and a viridian inferno erupted from within the Flame Demon King's chest. The fire was no ordinary flame, it devoured soul and flesh alike, consuming him from the inside out as he howled in agony. The other demon kings dared not move, their fear anchoring them to the floor, knowing that to interfere would mean sharing his fate. When the last of his screams faded to an echo, the Abyssal Emperor finally spoke again, his voice devoid of emotion, yet heavy with finality. The loss of their human cultists meant nothing. They had always been pawns, tools to be discarded when broken. The true purpose of this convocation was far more dire. A storm was brewing, one that would engulf both realms. The ancient dragon warrior clan had begun mustering their legions, preparing for a war the Abyss could not afford to lose. Worse still, Lin Moyu had claimed the heart of the Earth Knight, an artifact that would awaken one of humanity's most legendary warriors. The Emperor could already sense that overwhelming force stirring within the boy, a beacon of defiance rising against the Abyss. His command was absolute, leaving no room for failure. Every demon king was to scour the realms, find the Earth Knight before his power fully awakened, and slaughter Lin Moyu before he reached his third transformation and ascended to his next class. If they faltered, if they hesitated, the Abyss itself would tremble before the might of a new hero, and by then, even the Emperor's will might not be enough to quench the fire that threatened to burn their darkness away forever. The scene then shifts back to the human realm, returning to the serene tranquility of Bai Yiyuan's courtyard. The air is calm here, a stark contrast to the chaos of the Abyss, their soft fragrance mixing with the earthy scent of freshly brewed tea. Within this peaceful sanctuary, the king of the eastern nation, Dongfang Yao, and Bai Yiyuan himself are seated beneath the shade of a towering ancient tree, their conversation hushed yet filled with weighty matters of state and cultivation. Suddenly, the stillness is shattered by a sharp ripple in the air. A radiant flash of light tears through the courtyard, distorting space itself before stabilizing into the familiar form of Lin Moyu. His robes flutter as he steps out of the teleportation stream, a faint aura of wild, untamed energy still clinging to him. After 2 relentless weeks of grueling training atop the Beast God Plateau, he has returned not only stronger but transformed. His once steady mana now surges like a raging tide, and anyone who senses his presence can immediately tell he has reached level 50, an achievement few could claim at his age. The moment the king sees him, the weight of recent burdens seems to lift from his shoulders. A genuine smile warms his otherwise regal features, his voice carrying both relief and admiration. God Lin has returned, he says, his tone filled with unmasked respect for the young prodigy. Dongfang Yao, standing beside him, dips her head gracefully in a formal bow, acknowledging Lin's presence as though greeting a returning war hero. The king then glances toward Bai Yiyuan, his manner courteous yet deliberate. In that case, Lord Bai Yiyuan, we shall take our leave. I wouldn't dare intrude on your time with your disciple, not after all that's transpired. Bai Yiyuan, ever composed and wise, steps forward with a faint, reassuring smile. His voice carries the weight of experience, yet is gentle like a mentor's embrace. King of the Eastern nation, your thoughtfulness honors me. What happened before was nothing more than a misunderstanding. There's no need to dwell on it. With a nod and a polite farewell, the king teleports away with Dongfang Yao, leaving only a fading shimmer in their wake. Once the courtyard falls quiet again, Bai Yiyuan turns to Lin with a warmth reserved only for a beloved student. He strolls over, his hand landing on Lin's shoulder with a firm pat before bursting into hearty laughter that echoes through the serene garden. Ah, those royals, he says, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Their wealth is truly beyond comprehension. I've spent half my life gathering rare resources, scouring dangerous lands, risking life and limb. Yet today, they've gifted me more than all my decades of effort combined, and without so much as a second thought. From a nearby pavilion, Meng Anwen sets down his teacup, his gaze calm yet discerning. His voice carries a quiet depth, like a man who sees more than he chooses to say. Their generosity speaks volumes. It's not just gratitude, it's a sign of how much they truly value this boy. They see what he is destined to become. Bai Yiyuan straightens, a rare, proud grin pulling at his lips as his eyes rest on Lin. Of course they value him. He's my disciple, after all. There's no arrogance in his tone, only pride, the pride of a teacher watching his student surpass even his own expectations. Lin chuckles softly, his curiosity piqued by his teacher's enthusiasm. Teacher, you seem unusually delighted today. What exactly did the Dongfang family give you? The excitement in Bai Yiyuan's expression only grows as he strides over to a nearby treasure chest, opening it with a flourish. They've done more than repay what you used in your second awakening, he explains, voice brimming with anticipation. They've brought nearly every resource you'll need for your third awakening as well. I've stored most of it away for later, but there's one gift you can make use of right now. Inside the chest lies a stack of shimmering intermediate-level skill scrolls, their surfaces etched with glowing runes that pulse with restrained power. Lin's eyes gleam with anticipation as he steps closer, sensing the energy emanating from them. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. His newfound level 50 strength demanded greater skills, and these scrolls were the key to unlocking that next step. Without hesitation, he selects one, feeling its magic stir beneath his fingertips. The instant he activates it, a radiant golden light bursts forth, enveloping his entire being in a cocoon of pure energy. Ethereal hands emerge from his back like phantoms of death, their skeletal fingers curling in the air. But before he can fully comprehend the change, the magic surges, morphing and expanding far beyond the scroll's original design. What emerges instead are dark, majestic wings, vast and otherworldly, infused with the power of the undead itself. The skill's name echoes in his mind, Wings of the Undead. It grants him and his summoned minions the ability to take flight for a precious second, a feat that will evolve further with training, its duration increasing and cooldown diminishing over time. For now, the cooldown is long, an hour, but the sheer potential of flight is enough to ignite a spark of exhilaration in Lin's chest. Bai Yuan's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise breaking through his composed exterior. Manhwa leans forward, sensing something strange in the flow of magic surrounding Lin. The synergy between the necromancer's core and this new power is too perfect, too seamless, as though destiny itself is refining the skill. The magic trembles, reshaping, optimizing, and then evolving. Moments later, Lin's body pulses with a surge of power, and a second set of wings unfurls behind him, this time radiant and electric, arcs of blue lightning crackling along their edges. The new ability resonates within him, Lightning Phantom Wings. At its first level, it grants 10 full seconds of flight to both Lin and his undead army, their speed magnified by the phantom energy blazing around them. With each future level, their swiftness will grow, and the cooldown will dwindle, pushing them closer to unrestrained aerial dominance. Now standing in the center of the courtyard, Lin is transformed. The crimson aura of his necromancer's power burns around him like a living flame, while spectral lightning wings unfurl from his back, casting a fierce glow over the garden. His undead summons rise around him, each cloaked in the same phantom energy, ready to soar at his command. The sight is awe-inspiring, a vision of death and power united, as if a dark seraph had descended upon the mortal realm. Though the ability's cooldown remains an hour for now, everyone present knows this is only the beginning. What Lin Moyu has awakened today is more than a skill, it's a glimpse of the terrifying heights his power will one day reach. There was no denying it anymore. Lin Moyu had truly ascended to a level far beyond what anyone could have imagined. The moment he activated his first scroll, reality itself seemed to bend around him. A surge of necromantic energy burst forth, enveloping him and his skeletal companions, granting them the miraculous ability to fly. For a brief moment, the courtyard was filled with a dark, otherworldly radiance as Lin and his undead soared upward, the faint whisper of phantom wings cutting through the air. Bai Yuan and Manhwa exchanged a glance, astonishment flickering across their usually calm faces. This wasn't just strength, it was dominance. Without pausing for even a breath, Lin unfurled a second scroll, unlocking a new control skill, skeletal chains. Similar to his bone spikes, yet far more sinister, these chains were forged not to pierce, but to snare, trapping enemies in an unbreakable grip. The system immediately recognized the synergy, announcing a skill fusion. Dark energy twisted around the newly formed chains as his withering curse merged with them, evolving into the terrifying skeletal prison, a binding ability that not only restrained foes, but also made them far more vulnerable to his attacks. This alone would have been a game-changer, yet Lin was only getting started. With a glint of anticipation in his eyes, he pulled out another scroll from the overflowing treasure chest, activating it without hesitation. A chilling gust swept through the courtyard, dimming the light as a new power surged forth. The system chimed again, summon unlocked, elemental lick. Powerful dark aura spiraled around Lin, warping the air as the undead general emerged beside him, radiating destructive energy. Before the awe could settle, another system message appeared, announcing the fusion of this summon with his existing undead general skill. When the process completed, and once again, the system intervened, its tone colder this time, almost ominous. Compatible summon detected. Fusing with undead general. What emerged from that fusion was nothing short of monstrous. A towering knight like Lick clad in glistening platinum armor trimmed in silver. A flowing mane of ghostly hair cascading from its helm. Its presence warped the air, its aura radiating not just death, but an oppressive promise of power absolute. This was no mere undead. This was the Lick General, a commander of the damned. A creature that could turn an army of brittle skeletons into a legion capable of toppling kingdoms. Lin gave a brief nod, determination flashing in his eyes as he thought ahead. With his amplification talent, once these new powers reached their full potential, the results would be catastrophic for anyone who stood in his way. Bai Yuan, facing away but unable to mask the excitement in his voice, urged Lin to hurry and test his newfound strength. Without another word, Lin teleported away, vanishing into thin air. 6 hours passed, the sun dipping lower on the horizon before the courtyard grew unnaturally cold. A familiar pressure blanketed the area, the temperature dropping as Lin reappeared. The air around him thrummed with power, a storm barely contained within mortal flesh. This was not the same young necromancer who had left earlier. This was something far more terrifying. His first display was lightning phantom wings, now sharpened and refined by relentless training. Blackened feathers laced with arcs of lightning stretched wide from his back, casting long shadows across the courtyard. At level 50, the skill allowed him and his undead army to fly for a full 50 seconds, and its cooldown had shrunk to a mere 10 minutes. The aura it emitted made even Bai Yuan's breath hitch. This was not just flight, but domination of the skies. Next came Skeletal Prison. When Lin unleashed it, spectral chains burst forth from the earth like vipers, locking onto an invisible target. They constricted with lethal precision, forming an unbreakable cage of bone. Bai Yuan immediately recognized its superiority over the previous withering curse, a masterful control skill that turned battles in Lin's favor instantly. Finally, Lin summoned his ultimate weapon, the platinum-ranked Lick General. This towering undead warrior was a force of nature, boasting terrifying stats, 16,000 in strength, constitution, and agility, and a mind-boggling 180,000 in spirit attribute. Its presence alone shifted the atmosphere of the courtyard, a promise of unparalleled destruction awaiting Lin's command. This newly ascended platinum-level Lick General wasn't just imposing in presence, it was equipped with a devastating arsenal of support skills: Legion Enhancement, Legion Healing, Legion Might, and Lick Aura, each honed to level 5. The aura alone could imbue every member of the Undead Legion with elemental energy, transforming even the weakest skeleton into a deadly weapon on the battlefield. This wasn't just a summon, this was a force multiplier. The Lick General's appearance was nothing short of majestic. Clad in gleaming silver-trimmed armor, its hair flowing like a mane of spectral fire, it carried the intimidating title of Herald of Prosperity and Power. ManhwaRecap, usually composed, found himself speechless, curiosity gnawing at him. He needed to see this skill in action to fully understand its true potential. At Meng's suggestion, Lin summoned a lone skeleton warrior and commanded the Lick General to activate Flame Aura. Instantly, waves of heat radiated outward, surrounding the skeleton in an infernal blaze. Its attacks now carried fiery area of effect damage, scorching anything within a 10-meter radius. ManhwaRecap's eyes widened in astonishment. A single skill had turned an ordinary undead fighter into a walking inferno, devastating against groups of enemies. Lin, ever calm and focused, nodded in approval and instructed the Lick General to switch to Holy Light Aura. A soft, radiant glow enveloped the skeleton, fortifying its defenses against light-based damage while boosting its attack power against dark-aligned creatures. Lin explained that these were just glimpses of what the Lick General could do. Tempest could unleash furious storms, frost could freeze entire battlefields, terra could split the ground itself, and lightning could bring thunder crashing from the heavens. Bai Yuan, listening intently, finally understood the magnitude of what Lin had achieved. Even though the skeleton's physical forms hadn't changed much, the presence of this Lick General had elevated their power to terrifying new heights. Beside him, ManhwaRecap broke into a small, incredulous smile. Level 50, and yet your strength rivals that of a transformation-class warrior at level 70. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought someone like you couldn't possibly exist. Lin lowered his head respectfully, his voice humble despite the sheer dominance he exuded. "It's thanks to both of you," he said sincerely. "Without your guidance, without your trust, I would never have come this far." Bai Yuan smirked, giving his shoulder a firm, approving pat. "Don't give me all the credit, brat. We only gave you the tools. You're the one who turned them into power." ManhwaRecap sipped his tea with a quiet chuckle before asking, "So, what comes next?" Lin's crimson eyes sharpened, his aura flaring like a battlefield inferno. "It's time I return to the eternal trial," he declared, his tone laced with unshakable resolve. The scene then shifts to one day later, where Lin is now in the eternal trial battlegrounds. After teleporting in, he decided to summon multiple skeletal warriors to check their stats. First came the Platinum level Skullberserker, a level 50 warrior with strength and agility stats of 105,000, along with equal values for mental power and physical strength. It could use Frenzied Rampage level 2, which dealt damage equal to 600% of its strength to a target, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Next was the Platinum level Skeletal Mage, also level 50, possessing strength, constitution, and agility of 25,000, and a spirit stat of 150,000. The mage could cast Elemental Explosion, dealing mixed elemental damage to its target. Following that was the Platinum-ranked Skeleton Marksman, level 50, with strength, spirit, and constitution of 75,000 and agility of 150,000. It had the Soul Lock skill, which gave its arrows a guaranteed hit after being fired. After reviewing all their stats and abilities, Lin realized how much stronger he had become since his last visit to the Eternal Trial Battlegrounds. This time, he was ready to clear his name once and for all. Lightning phantom wings burst to life, and Lin took to the skies, his undead legion rising with him. Below, the ground quaked as titanic clashes erupted in the distance, blasts of power lighting up the horizon. But one explosion drew his eyes wider than the rest, a wave of energy too familiar to ignore. His breath caught for a split second, recognition flashing like lightning in his mind. That skill, wasn't that the same one Mu Xiangxian had once used? The battle raged on in every direction, the ground trembling under the weight of clashing powers and monstrous roars. Amid the chaos, the view shifted across the battlefield, gliding past toppled structures, burning craters, and scattered weapons until it landed on a familiar silhouette. The camera pushed closer, the figure becoming clearer with every step, and then, unmistakably, it was her. Mu Xiangxian. She had grown stronger since the last time we saw her, now standing at level 60, her presence commanding and confident. She still carried her rare and precious collection master class, but it had advanced, her aura denser and her movements sharper. But even at her level, she was outnumbered and surrounded. Circling her like vultures were a pack of abyssal sword demons and abyssal blade demons, each at level 60. Their eyes burned with hunger, their jagged mouths curling into cruel grins as they taunted her. In their twisted minds, she was nothing more than fresh meat, soft, young, and irresistible. In her hands, Mu Xiangxian gripped a hammer that looked almost comically oversized, but its weight was no joke. She swung it with what strength she could muster, but her arms were heavy. Her breath, uneven hours of continuous fighting had bled her stamina dry. Every movement came at a cost. The blade demon spotted its chance. With a gleam of malice in its eyes, it lunged forward to deliver the fatal blow. But before steel could meet flesh, a figure darted between them, the shield lady, her shield glowing with divine light. "Shield of Faith," she called, and in an instant, a barrier of pure protection materialized around Mu Xiangxian. For a moment, it held. The abyssal sword demon's strikes ricocheted off harmlessly, the shimmering shield forcing it back. But that victory lasted only seconds. The demon's eyes narrowed, and a searing beam of crimson energy erupted from its blade, pounding against the barrier again and again. Cracks spiderwebbed through the shimmering wall until, with a deafening shatter, it broke apart completely. The shield lady stood her ground, teeth gritted, but her footing was slipping. Mu Xiangxian didn't hesitate. She leapt high into the air, the wind catching in her hair as she brought her hammer down with the force of a meteor. The abyssal sword demon's head snapped to the side as the blow landed, a wave of energy stunning it and locking its body in place. A status effect. A precious few seconds of breathing room. She turned to her allies, shouting desperately, "Go! Grab each other and run now! I'll hold them here." The meaning in her voice was clear. She intended to stay behind and buy them time, even if it meant she wouldn't make it out alive. But the others didn't move. They shook their heads, shouting back that they wouldn't abandon her. To them, Mu Zhangxian was more than just a comrade, she was family. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded again. My skills will only hold them for a few more seconds. If you stay, you'll die too. She locked eyes with the leader of the group. Your duty is to protect the others. Take them and go. Realization hit the leader like a punch to the gut. Mu Zhangxian wasn't just fighting, she was preparing to sacrifice herself. Still, the leader gathered everyone together. Some could barely walk, blood staining their clothes, but they began retreating as fast as they could. The abyssal blade demon spotted them immediately. With a guttural roar, it bellowed, "Don't even think about running, you're all mine." That insult snapped something in Mu Zhangxian. She swung her hammer in a desperate arc, trying to land another stunning strike, but this time the demons were ready. Both the blade demon and the sword demon slipped away from the blow with terrifying speed. The blade demon's voice dripped with venom. You dare challenge us? Then you'll be the first to fall. Energy gathered in their weapons, a pressure so heavy it made the air itself vibrate. They were charging their ultimate skills, one hit would obliterate her. Mu Zhangxian's grip tightened around her hammer. Her heart was calm now. She'd made peace with her fate. If she could buy her friends a few more seconds of life, it was worth it. A small, almost serene smile curved her lips as she braced for the end. When suddenly, a faint shimmer of light appeared in front of her. From within it stepped a figure she knew all too well, clad in skeletal armor that radiated an aura of death and power. Lin Moyu. Without a word, he activated his skeletal armor for both of them. Then, with a flick of his wrist, chains of solid bone exploded from the ground, whipping forward at blinding speed and coiling around the two demons like constricting serpents. The abyssal sword demon roared, thrashing violently. What is this? But no matter how it strained, the chains refused to break. The blade demon fared no better, its body locked in place, rage burning in its eyes. Why can't I move? Lin summoned his skeletal warrior, towering, monstrous, and armed with an axe large enough to split a house in two. The warrior charged forward, raising its weapon high. Panic surged through the demons. What kind of skill is this? They screamed, but there was no answer, only the deafening crash of the axe cleaving both demons clean in half. Silence. Mu Zhangxian's hammer dropped slightly as relief washed over her. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding and smiled. Lin Moyu, you saved me again. Thank you. Lin smirked. Thank me? Then do something for me. I'm heading to the core area, come with me. Why not? She replied instantly. This time will be far more dangerous. Aren't you afraid? Her smile didn't waver. If you're here, I won't die. The two moved forward, cutting through waves of demons with effortless precision. 5 days passed, each battle bringing them closer to the very center of the core zone. It was here Mu Zhangxian remembered placing a tombstone for Lin, thinking he had died for her. Lin groaned, telling her to stop burying him in her imagination. He'd never been dead. But any teasing mood vanished as the sky split open with a shriek. From above descended the ancient phoenix, the same lord-level monster that had once annihilated Lin's entire undead army in seconds. Level 67. Stats that would make even the bravest warrior hesitate: 300,000 strength, 150,000 agility, 200,000 spirit, 150,000 constitution. Its signature move Flame Explosion granted it complete immunity to fire damage. Lin didn't hesitate. Skeletal armor enveloped both him and Mu Zhangxian. He summoned a legion warriors, berserkers, mages, an army of bone and death. The ancient phoenix shrieked, unleashing a barrage of explosive flames that rained down like meteors. But Lin's wings flared to life phantom wings, and his entire army took to the skies, black necromantic energy forming spectral wings on every soldier. Through the storm of fire, they surged forward ready to face the ancient phoenix once more. Previously, Lin couldn't forget the terrifying moment when a single meteor from that colossal bird nearly wiped out his entire skeletal army. A quick scan spell confirms what he feared. The creature now stands at level 67, its stats sharper and deadlier than before. Lin mutters to himself, "Great, it leveled up." One powerful flap of the bird's wings sends a storm of black flames pouring from the sky. Unfazed, Lin unfurls his own spectral wings and launches into the air, his skeletal soldiers following close behind. But as he closes the distance, he realizes it's not only fire raining down, massive meteors are hurtling toward the earth as well. Each strike was accompanied by scorching heat and a force so overwhelming it seemed capable of destroying anything it touched. The first burst of flames struck the center of their formation. Many skeleton warriors were severely hit, some thrown into the air, others forced to halt their flight. Their bones burned, nearly robbing them of the will to fight. The air was thick with the roar of explosions and the heavy stench of charred bone. But Lin Moyu had long anticipated such a brutal assault from the ancient Luin. From the very first spark of fire in the sky, he knew this would be no simple battle. On the ground, his steadfast and powerful summon, the undead Leech General stood ready at his side. Its black cloak fluttered faintly in the wind, and its eyes glowed with a pale blue light, fixed on the wounded soldiers of their army. The moment it noticed many of the skeleton warriors were on the verge of collapse from the continued assault, it raised its long, ancient staff. From its tip erupted a surge of cold energy that spread through the surroundings, accompanied by a low, haunting hum like the singing of thousands of souls. It unleashed the Skill Legion treatment, and in an instant the chilling, distant wave of power swept across every injured warrior. Like frost creeping through the air, the energy flowed into their bones, mending the cracks and fractures caused by battle. With each passing second, the damage vanished completely, and more than that, their shields and bodies seemed reforged under the extremes of heat and cold, doubling their resilience and strength. It was as if each warrior had been granted a second life, stronger, fiercer, and more prepared than before. The skeleton warriors who had nearly been crushed moments earlier rose once more. From sluggish and heavy flight, they suddenly accelerated, the bone wings on their backs humming as they sliced through the air. Like a single body, they surged forward in unison, keeping pace with Lin Moyu's unyielding advance. In the sky, they became a disciplined army, maneuvering as one entity, fearless arrows unleashed into the heart of the battle. But the ancient Luin would not yield. With every inch they closed in, it only intensified its fury and the force of its attacks. From the highest point in the heavens, it spread its massive, flaming wings, and with each beat came waves of fire like vast tides of destruction. One after another, blazing meteors rained down from the sky, as though stars extinguished by fire, each carrying the power to shatter the earth and engulf an entire battalion. The heavens became a burning sea, filled with ash and the blinding light of ruin. Every second, meteors crashed to the ground or exploded midair, leaving behind searing flashes and deafening thunder. The heat rolled over their bones like roaring waves. Yet even so, Lin Moyu's army did not falter. With the newfound strength granted by the Leech General, they continued to dodge, circle, and weave through the air. Each time the flames fell, one or two would shield the others, and with every successful advance, their silent war cry grew louder. Together with their general, they had only one goal to reach and bring down the ancient Luin. Through the sea of fire, through the scent of ash and steel, they pressed forward. Above them, the colossal bird loomed, its piercing, savage cry echoing beneath the blazing clouds, like a king of the skies ready to defend its throne until the last drop of flame. When Lin Moyu finally drew close to the ancient Luin, he unleashed one of his deadliest abilities, Skeleton Prison. From behind him shot out long chains made of gleaming, unyielding bone, like serpents born from the depths of darkness. Under the dim light, each chain glinted as the air howled with their speed toward the colossal bird. In an instant, they wrapped around the ancient Luin's body, and within seconds formed a terrifying prison of interlocking bones, an impenetrable fortress that trapped the mighty creature inside. Realizing it had been ensnared, the ancient Luin thrashed in panic. A piercing, ear-splitting shriek erupted from its throat, shaking the sky and the land below. It beat its massive wings furiously, each movement sending violent gusts in a desperate attempt to break free. But the bone chains were sunk too deep, coiled tightly from its wings to its powerful legs, all the way to its neck. With every passing moment, the bindings only grew tighter, a slow but certain constriction leaving no room for escape. The ancient Luin's cry grew louder, filled with rage and helplessness. The ground trembled from its furious struggle. Yet no matter how much power it exerted, the unyielding grip of Lin Moyu's skeleton prison would not break. It was clear in that moment its power was useless against the cold, merciless cage. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu's entire skeleton army began gathering their strength around the prison, like soldiers long prepared for a decisive strike. Some hovered in the air with skeletal wings, closing off every path of escape. The skeleton mages raised their staffs, weaving spells of ice and lightning. The skeleton archers drew their bows, their arrowheads gleaming with magical energy. And the skeleton warriors on the ground gripped their weapons tightly, ready for brutal close combat. At a silent yet undeniable command, a storm of arrows rained from the heavens. They tore into the ancient Luin's massive frame, each impact bursting in a blinding flare and a thunderous boom. A choking cloud of dust quickly swallowed the colossal bird, veiling it from sight. From within came guttural groans and piercing cries, raw notes of pain and fury. The barrage did not relent. From above, bolts of lightning split the sky, plunging down like furious serpents forged of pure light. Each strike seared with blistering heat and unleashed a violent surge of energy, racking the beast with unbearable torment. The heavens roared with its screams, every twist of its great body a desperate struggle against the agony consuming it. Yet, as the dust began to thin, the ancient Luin emerged, its defiance unbroken. Only a few shallow cuts marred its body, and the armor of its radiant feathers still gleamed, almost untouched. At last, with tremendous force and nearly all its remaining strength, it shattered the chains of the skeleton prison. A shimmering ring of lightning infused incantations now surrounded his skeletal legion, shielding them from toxins and empowering them to keep pressing the attack against the ancient bird. Lin allowed himself a confident smile. He had already landed a crippling blow earlier, and he knew the phoenix wouldn't recover so easily. This time, there would be no repeat of past failures. He was determined to bring it down for good. After enduring the bird's relentless assault, Lin watched as its movements faltered. The mighty creature began to stagger, tumbling toward the ground, with skeletal warriors crashing down alongside it. That's when Mu Xiangxian's urgent cry cut through the chaos. "Lin Moyu, look out above." Lin's expression hardened instantly. He glanced upward, and there it was, a colossal meteor plummeting from the heavens. His pulse quickened, recognizing it immediately. So, it's here again. The same attack that nearly ended me last time. The massive rock tore through the air, obliterating skeletal warriors in its path as it hurtled toward the battlefield. Without hesitation, Lin swept in, grabbed Mu Xiangxian, and carried her as far away as possible. In that moment, he knew survival meant retreat. With the wind screaming past them, Lin flew at full speed, holding her tightly. From within his arms, Mu Xiangxian dared a glance back. The blazing meteor was seconds away from impact. When it struck, the world erupted. The ground shattered, a violent shockwave tearing outward with unstoppable force. The blast caught them mid-flight, hurling them far into the distance. His skeletal armor and wings were ripped apart, but thanks to their protection, Lin escaped without serious harm. Rising to his feet, he stared toward the impact site. A deep crater now gaped where the meteor had landed, bolts of lightning crackling violently from within. Cautiously, Lin approached. Just like before, an egg rested in the center, arcs of raw lightning surging around it. Mu Xiangxian stood beside him as a glowing notification appeared before Lin's eyes. Ancient Luin Bird Lord Level Boss. Level 67 Nirvana Rebirth in progress, currently invincible. Lin's gaze sharpened. So, you really are undergoing Nirvana? Fine. When it's over, I'll kill you all over again. 5 minutes crawled by before the egg began to crack. The phoenix burst free, reborn and even more formidable level 68, boasting strength of 310,000, agility of 160,000, spirit of 210,000, and constitution of 160,000. Its abilities included Flame Jet and Click Strike, and it now resisted all fire damage and possessed formidable physical defenses. Even Lin hadn't expected its power to grow after rebirth. But his resolve didn't waver. Activating the relentless warrior's ancient ruin skill, he bathed his skeletal soldiers in a faint glow, doubling their power. At his command, the army surged forward, charging straight at the phoenix. Lin joined the fray, calling for the collection specialist to prepare her art of spirit collection. She answered instantly, assuring him she was ready. He unleashed his skeletal prison chains, attempting to snare the phoenix while keeping his skeletal armor active for defense. But the bird was faster now, evading the chains with ease and preparing another devastating strike. Even with the skeletal warrior's relentless assault and the marksman's deadly arrows, the phoenix refused to fall. Sensing her moment, Mu Xiangxian unleashed her collecting technique to multiply the potential rewards. Lin's lips curled into a confident grin. Surely this was the end. But the battle wasn't over. His confidence evaporated as the phoenix summoned a massive fireball, larger and more dangerous than before. Its blazing form surged toward them, threatening to obliterate the entire area, and with it, both Lin and Mu Xiangxian. Friends, this is a re-uploaded video. The earlier one had many mistakes, so I fixed them and made it again. The next part is already out, and the following one will be arriving by tomorrow. As the meteors fell faster and faster, sudden notifications flooded his mind, reminders of his undead legion being annihilated. First, a cold chime echoed, 42 skeleton berserkers had perished. Then, 25 skeleton mages were erased. Finally, 19 skeletal archers were gone. The messages kept pouring in, each one hammering his spirit, as if every line was a blow crushing his heart. The meteor's presence was suffocating. Even from a distance, he could feel its destructive weight pressing him down. The very air raged and roared, forcing him toward the ground. When the meteor struck, the explosion was deafening. Its immense force shattered Lin Moyo's skeleton armor like fragile glass. He froze, stunned beyond words, terror flooding his chest. Why had Nirvana reappeared? Hadn't he witnessed this only once before? Could this monster truly achieve Nirvana more than once? In their past battle, the ancient Luin had only displayed this ability a single time. It should have been impossible to repeat. And yet, before him, it was happening again. From the massive crater left by the meteor's impact, something strange emerged, an egg, towering, cloaked in a misty light. Its full statistics appeared clearly before his eyes. The ancient Luin bird, a lord-level boss, now stood at level 68. Status: undergoing its second full Nirvana rebirth. Condition: invincible. From the egg, blazing blue flames flickered, spreading outward as though they were burning the very air itself. Above, lightning tore across the sky, striking repeatedly with thunderous roars that deepened the dread of the scene. Lin Mo Yu could not believe it. This defied all expectations. His chest almost burst from fear and shock. Can a creature like this undergo a third nirvana? Or even a fourth, he muttered, disbelief searing his voice. Despite his fear, he forced himself to breathe steadily, steeling his resolve. His eyes burned with renewed determination. He straightened his stance and, in an instant, summoned his skeletal warriors once more, ready for another deadly confrontation. In that case, I'll just kill you again. His voice was cold, filled with unshakable confidence. From the ground, his skeleton warriors began to rise one by one. Bones clattered as they reassembled into a formidable army. In moments, the battlefield was surrounded by his legion, ready to defend their master. But before they could fully act, the sky changed. The blue heavens turned to a dark gray, shaking with strange waves of energy. Right above Lin Mo Yu and the ancient Luan's egg, a massive crack tore open in the heavens. From it, a colossal storm began to form, swirling like an immense tornado. The winds cut like blades, glowing with deadly light. Not one, but four flaming tornadoes descended at once, crashing down and spinning furiously, blocking Lin Mo Yu's path. He instinctively stepped back, his senses screaming of danger. The fiery cyclones radiated an aura so dreadful, they seemed capable of swallowing his entire army in an instant. Then, from the crack above, a colossal hand began to emerge. The hand was enormous, so vast it seemed to cover the entire sky. Its fingers were like mountain towers, its claws like terrifying swords. Seeing it, a chilling dread pierced Lin Mo Yu's chest. He whispered, trembling, What kind of being is this?" Beside him, Mu Xiangxian stood frozen in terror. Her eyes widened, sweat streamed down her face, and her whole body trembled, nearly collapsing from fear. The mere presence of that hand was enough to crush their souls. Yet, despite the suffocating dread, Lin Mo Yu did not falter. He quickly cast Skeleton Prison. From the ground, countless chains of bone burst forth, glowing and humming as they shot upward, wrapping tightly around the massive hand. The bone chains bound its fingers, struggling to hold it back. Rage flashed in Lin Mo Yu's eyes as he roared. "You dare steal my reward? I will never allow it." His skeletal army charged forward, unleashing a storm of deathly energy. Though their bony bodies rattled and clashed, not one of them hesitated to face certain doom. But the moment the giant hand brushed against the chains and the skeleton army, it made a simple, almost lazy motion, a mere snap of its fingers. The sound echoed like thunder in the stillness. And then everything stopped. In a single instant, all of Lin Mo Yu's summons vanished, scattered like smoke in the wind. The bone prison shattered into dust. The skeletal warriors, who had proven unyielding countless times, crumbled into nothingness. The shockwave from that casual snap was so dreadful that even the skeletons still rising from the earth were obliterated before they could take a step. Lin Mo Yu's confidence collapsed. His eyes widened, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his mind was thrown into chaos. This power was beyond terrifying, beyond anything he had ever experienced. His voice broke as he muttered, "I know this. Could it be him?" With fear gnawing at him, he raised his hand, signaling a ceasefire. "Ceasefire," he shouted, forcing calm into his tone, though his shock was still evident. But the colossal hand showed no sign of care. It descended directly, plunging into the crater, and seized the ancient Luan's egg. Without hesitation, it lifted the egg and withdrew into the rift in the sky. In a blink, it was gone. As if nothing had happened. As if it had all been a dream. The battlefield fell into crushing silence. Lin Moyo and Mu Xiangxian stood frozen. Mu Xiangxian's face was pale, her breath shaky as fear overflowed in her eyes. She turned slowly toward him and whispered, trembling, What was that? What kind of being wields such power?" Lin Moyo swallowed hard, his voice heavy with dread. Do you remember the ancient Earth Dragon boss we once faced? What you saw just now, that was its true form. But before his words could fully sink in, an immeasurable pressure suddenly fell from the heavens. The very air became iron, crushing their chests and squeezing their lungs. Mu Xiangxian could no longer move, her heart pounding violently as if it would burst from her chest. Her eyes were wide with terror, her voice stolen by fear. Lin Moyo, suffocating under the same pressure, gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, bracing himself for an impossible fight. But before he could act, the colossal hand reappeared, faster than lightning. In a blink, it seized both Lin Moyo and Mu Xiangxian, snatching them up like toys. They had no strength to resist, no chance to struggle. The hand lifted them into the sky, and in an instant they vanished into the rift. As if the heavens themselves had erased them from existence. No trace remained, as though they had been wiped clean from the world. When the scene shifted, Lin lay unconscious. Slowly, his eyes flickered open. At first, he thought he had been cast into some unknown hell. But as his vision cleared, recognition struck him. This place, he knew it. The central core of the eternal trial battlefield, the very heart of this realm. Beside him, Mu Xiangxian lay faint, her breath shallow. Lin staggered upright, forcing himself to focus. But before he could steady his thoughts, a sound split the silence. A low growl so deep, so ancient that it rattled his bones. From the mist emerged a colossal figure, scales gleaming black as night, eyes burning with starfire. The Earth Dragon King revealed himself fully, his presence so overwhelming that the dimension itself bent under his weight. His voice thundered, filled with cruel amusement. "So, you finally arrive. You've kept me waiting, little human." Lin immediately bowed. "Senior, this junior's leveling has been fast, but if I have caused trouble, I beg forgiveness." The dragon chuckled, a sound like collapsing mountains. But the moment was shattered when the ancient phoenix suddenly launched an attack on Lin. Shock gripped him as he realized the phoenix wasn't independent at all, it was the pet of the Earth Dragon King. Just as the fiery bird closed in, the dragon lazily flicked it away with his massive fangs, snarling for it to shut up and behave like an obedient creature. Turning his gaze back to Lin, the Earth Dragon King demanded he bring something out, insisting he could sense an item of great importance in Lin's possession. Lin's mind flashed back instantly to the shining box the holy god had once entrusted to him, glowing faintly with divine golden light. The dragon roared with both anger and laughter, his booming voice shaking the very ground. He mocked the irony that a mere human like Lin, once a daring adventurer, had now been chosen as a righteous deity after such a long passage of time. Yet even as he mocked, his laughter carried a strange weight of recognition. Between tremors of laughter, the dragon assured Lin that he would honor his promise, and that Lin was now qualified to uncover secrets hidden from most. A sudden notification appeared before Lin's eyes. The system revealed the dragon's true name Sentry, a world-class secret boss of level 100. His stats were so immense that even Lin's system couldn't identify them. Spirit, strength, agility, traits, everything about him was beyond comprehension. Lin looked like nothing more than an insect before a towering god. For the first time, he realized just how far beyond him this being truly was. The revelation stunned him. Sentry, the Earth Dragon King, standing at the pinnacle of existence. The dragon chuckled at Lin's expression, asking if he was surprised. With a rumbling laugh, he told Lin he should feel honored. Very few ever heard the dragon's true name without paying for it with their lives. But his amusement quickly turned serious. The Earth Dragon King leaned closer, declaring that he wanted to strike a deal. He assured Lin that this pact would bring him no regret, only opportunity. Lin, impatient to hear, urged the dragon to speak plainly. He tapped the air. Golden ripples spread, opening a rift. Before Lin's eyes, a portal to the lower realms of the eternal trial battlefield materialized. The dragon explained that deep within this lower space lay Thunder Canyon, and inside it was a colossal stadium that served as the burial site of ancient beings. Through the portal, Lin could see it a towering purple crystal radiating a strange energy. The dragon's eyes narrowed as he instructed Lin, when he eventually reached Thunder Canyon, he must find that crystal. At that moment, the dragon let a single drop of his blood fall from his fang. The liquid glowed with terrifying power. It was pure dragon blood. His command was simple yet grave. Lin was to place this blood upon the purple crystal and retrieve whatever emerged from within. Stunned, Lin couldn't help but question why such a mighty being wouldn't just do this himself. The dragon's voice rumbled with finality. He explained that there were reasons he could not enter that place, constraints tied to his own oath and the nature of his deal. Lin clenched his fist and swore to carry out the task. Though he knew he was nowhere near strong enough yet to descend into the lower space, the Earth Dragon King only laughed, dismissing his concern. In time, he promised, the chance would come. And when it did, the rewards for completing this mission would be beyond Lin's wildest imagination. The dragon leaned closer, his voice resonating with absolute certainty, as he began revealing the staggering benefits that awaited Lin for taking on this single task. Its eyes gleamed as words slowly emerged. I will grant you a complete set of legendary-grade equipment. But immediately you shook your head without hesitation. I don't need it. Antares froze for a moment, seemingly unable to believe what he had heard. What, you don't need it? Did I hear you right? This is legendary-grade equipment. Your entire human race can barely even forge a few pieces of it. Your voice remained firm, without the slightest trace of doubt. My profession is special. Equipment is useless to me. Antare's eyes widened further, staring directly at you as if probing into the very depths of your soul. In a flash, it read your secret. Necrolord? Ha, I've never heard of that before. Perhaps it's one of your new professions among humans. It tilted its head slightly, a mix of mockery and confusion in its tone. A profession that rejects all equipment? What a cursed fate that must be. Pacing back and forth, it seemed both worried and disappointed. If that's the case, then what else can I possibly offer you? It was nearly unbelievable. This was the first time Antares had faced a profession that gained nothing from equipment. After several seconds, its heavy voice rang out again. You're already at level 50, aren't you? Then here's my offer, the heart of a bloodthirsty python. If you consume it, I will personally guard you. Once you finish, your attributes will permanently increase by 20,000 points each. You know what that means. Such a boost accelerates your growth with every level up, not by a little, but by a massive margin. And when you reach your third class awakening, your chance of achieving class sublimation will skyrocket. Antares spoke with absolute confidence, certain that no human profession could refuse such a tempting reward. And of course, that's just the beginning. Once you finish the task, I'll also give you. Before it could finish, Lin Moyo shook his head again. Antare's voice cut off, clearly confused, disbelief creeping in. What now? I've already consumed it, Lin Moyo replied calmly. Back during my second class awakening. Antares stepped closer, inhaling deeply before slowly speaking. You're right. You carry the scent of the bloodthirsty python. Then what about its brain? My master claimed that for me, Lin Moyo answered steadily. Antares exhaled sharply, then muttered. Fine, let me think, what else can I offer? For any normal class, equipment was everything. A full set of legendary-grade gear would have been irresistible bait. But Lin Moyo was no ordinary man. When equipment failed to tempt him, Antares moved to strengthening the very foundation of his body, something all classes desperately longed for. Yet Lin Moyo seemed to have no need for that either. Now Antares was truly speechless. In any contract, there had to be an equal exchange. But what could he possibly offer before someone who seemed to already have everything? Elemental Divine Stone, Antares suggested at last. It can greatly increase your chance of class sublimation during the Third Awakening. Lin Moyo quietly pulled out an Elemental Divine Stone from his own belongings. I already have one. Talent Divine Stone. Lin Moyo revealed another. I have this too. One by one, Antares listed rare treasures, priceless items that should have driven any human mad with desire. Yet Lin Moyo already possessed them all, or had no use for them. In the end, Antares slumped to the ground, more dispirited than before. Fine. Then just tell me, what do you actually want? Lin Moyo paused, then spoke calmly. I have a few questions. If you can answer them, consider that part of our deal. In Lin Moyo's mind, one thing was clear. Riches meant nothing. What truly held weight were the rarest of things, those that could not be simply gained or seen. To a man dying of thirst in the desert, a single drop of water was worth more than all the gold in the world. That was Lin Moyo's mindset. What he didn't need, he ignored. So if Antares had nothing worthwhile to offer, he would use this chance instead. Antares half opened his weary eyes, his voice cold. Fine, ask your questions. Lin Moyo wasted no time. The putrid corpse poison from the land of decaying corpses, is there a cure for it? Antares was startled, shock flashing across his face. You even know of the land of decaying corpses. This child, he has seen and experienced more than most who stand at the level of gods. I once went there, Lin Moyo answered plainly. Barely made it out alive. Antares' gaze sharpened, piercing him. You truly set foot there and survived. Not only that, you've also reached the life's secret realm. I can sense it, the aura of both the putrid corpse poison and the divine power of life itself within you. It paused, as though peering straight into Lin Moyo's spiritual core. Let me guess, you obtained the Genesis Scepter, didn't you? Lin Moyo knew there was no longer any point in hiding. The moment he mentioned the putrid corpse land, he had already resolved to speak openly. A white light flickered, and the Genesis Scepter appeared in his hand. Upon seeing it, Antares burst into loud laughter, booming through the air. How laughable! You pitiful fools slaughtered each other for that god slot of the god of life. And in the end, none of you survived. Every last one of you dead, and rightfully so. Lin Moyo remained silent, simply watching Antares' manic laughter. Just as he suspected, Antares knew everything about that era. And from its words, one thing became clear. Even the Genesis Scepter, even the god slot of the god of life, meant nothing to it. A daring thought crossed Lin Moyo's mind. The Genesis Scepter, a treasure capable of raising a god to the level of a transcendent god. Yet to Antares, it was nothing more than a worthless toy. What then did the title Transcendent God mean to Antares? Had he perhaps surpassed even that realm? When Antares' laughter finally died down, its voice grew cold and heavy. I'll answer your question. The putrid corpse poison has no cure. Once infected, even a god will surely die. The stronger the bearer, the more deadly the poison becomes. That forbidden power is enough to annihilate everything short of a transcendent god. Lin Moyo hadn't expected this answer. Was there truly no cure? But if that were the case, how did his leech generals purge the poison? Maybe it's me, he wondered quietly. Or perhaps the undead skeletons themselves are simply unique. He kept those thoughts to himself. There was no point in revealing that his leech generals could resist the god-level putrid corpse poison. At that moment, he realized something else. Even Antares was not omniscient. There were still things beyond his understanding. For you to return alive from the putrid corpse land, Antares muttered, that alone is already a miracle. Since you're so fortunate, I'll allow you a few more questions. Without wasting time, Lin Moyo asked, can the dead truly be brought back to life? Yes, Antares answered without hesitation. Aren't you yourself the clearest proof? I can sense it, you've placed a soul brand. Your soul is bound to a specific place. As long as you have not reached godhood, and as long as your soul remains intact, you will always resurrect there after death. Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed, focusing on the key detail. And once I reach godhood, then the fragment of your soul will return to you, and the soul brand will vanish. Resurrection will be much harder, but not impossible. Take Zhang Yi, for example. He sought desperately for a way to rise from death. But unfortunately for him, his level was too high, 98, nearly transcendent. In this entire world, I alone can restore him. Lin Moyo was stunned. So that was the pact. What Zhang Yi traded to Antares was none other than the faint hope of resurrection. A single fragile chance of survival had kept his soul bound until now. And if Zhang Yi were to return, it wouldn't be bad news. On the contrary, another warrior on the verge of transcendence would be a tremendous boon for humanity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyo steadied himself before asking again. Can the dread beasts of Dreadland truly be killed, and how? Antares' interest sharpened, clearly intrigued. You've been to Dreadland? Lin Moyo nodded. That's where I had my second-class awakening. Antares smirked. Your masters are bold indeed. Weren't they afraid you'd run into a dread beast king? We did, Lin Moyo admitted. At once, Antares' tone grew serious. Then no wonder you're still alive. That's incredible luck. Yes, dread beasts can be killed. And it isn't even that difficult. Once you reach godhood, as long as your power is pure enough, you can slay them. Lin Moyo frowned. But my master is already level 95. He could only drive them back, not injure them. Then he's trash, Antares sneered. Even if he reached level 99, he'd still be useless. I've answered. Next question. After a long pause, Lin Moyo's gaze hardened. His voice was heavy, deliberate. How does one become a transcendent god-level powerhouse? He knew Antares wouldn't tolerate endless questioning. Only a few answers would ever be given. So he had to choose carefully. Antares' cold eyes bore into him. You're only at level 50. Becoming a transcendent god is still far beyond your reach. Think carefully. If I answer this, I won't answer anything else. There was mockery in its gaze, as if suggesting Lin Moyo was foolish to dream so high. But Lin Moyo's resolve was firm. This is the question I choose, he said without hesitation. Please answer it. Antares' voice deepened, heavy with finality. If that is truly what you want, then listen. Becoming a transcendent god-level powerhouse is not so difficult. First, you must reach level 98. Levels 98 and 99 are known as the half-step transcendent god realm. Once you stand at level 99, there are 3 methods to ascend fully into transcendence. Lin Moyo's eyes widened. 3 methods. That meant the path to transcendence wasn't as impossibly narrow as he once thought. Antares caught his reaction and smiled knowingly. Crafting a divine-grade formation with the finest of materials could push a person beyond the boundaries of godhood itself. The second method resembled this one, but instead of formations, it required rare mythical treasures, artifacts like the creation staff currently resting in Lin's hand. With such sacred relics, one could climb to the rank of a demigod. The third route, however, was the harshest of all. It demanded that a cultivator reach the absolute peak of human knowledge, while at the same time raising one chosen attribute to an unimaginable level over 10 million. Only by meeting such conditions could someone truly transcend and become what was known as a super god. Lin stood there in disbelief, questioning if these 3 paths of transcendence really led to different kinds of existences. The dragon grew impatient, reminding him that no more questions were supposed to be answered. But Lin spoke gently, insisting that wisdom grows when shared, and that the experience of an ancient being like the dragon should not be wasted on the younger generation. Moved by his sincerity, the Earth Dragon King relented and offered one final explanation. Among the three types of ascendants, those who relied purely on their own attributes were the most powerful. Second came those who used mythical relics, while the weakest were those who depended on formations. Lin immediately remembered the teachings of Bai Yiyuan that true strength could never come from external help. Only through one's own foundation could someone rise as the strongest. At last, the dragon cut him off, declaring that enough had been said and that Lin must now uphold his side of the deal. But Lin stopped him once again with another request. Annoyed, the dragon accused him of greed. Lin remained calm, explaining that risking his life in such a perilous place for the dragon's sake was far from equal to receiving just a few words of guidance. The dragon's eyes narrowed, questioning Lin's intentions. He warned that humans, driven by endless desire, often brought about their own downfall. But Lin didn't falter. He reminded the dragon of the principle of equivalent exchange. Their bargain wasn't balanced, and if the dragon had truly wanted him dead, he wouldn't still be standing there. That logic cooled the dragon's anger, and he finally agreed to hear Lin's request. Lin asked for permission to explore deeper within the eternal trial battlefields, not only to enter the Thunder Cave, but also to head east into the Wooden Forest to gather essential resources. These materials, though worthless to the dragon, would greatly accelerate Lin's growth. The Earth Dragon King let out a booming laugh. If that was all, Lin need not risk his life. Once the task was done, the dragon himself would provide the items. Lin smiled at the unexpected generosity and declared that their deal was truly complete. Satisfied, the dragon prepared the portal that would carry Lin to his next destination. Just as the gate opened, Lin turned his head, a wave of unease gripping his chest for reasons he couldn't explain. When Lin was gone, the dragon's gaze hardened. Looking toward the ancient phoenix perched nearby, he sneered, asking if Lin really believed that such a mighty king could be so easily deceived, or that the boy's wit could surpass his own. The scene shifted once more. Lin stood within the eternal trial battlefields again, but this time in the lower regions. His body froze in shock as his eyes widened. What lay before him was a vastness far beyond anything he had ever witnessed before. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. In a single flash, the world around him shifted, and before he could react, he was standing in the dreaded lower dimension of the eternal trial battleground. He hadn't expected this. Not at all. The Earth Dragon, Antares, had actually thrown him into one of the most dangerous realms directly, without warning or preparation. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. His heart raced as the memory of the Dragon King's deep voice echoed within his mind. Slowly, realization dawned. Antares had suspected him. The Dragon King thought Lin was trying to play tricks on him, daring to deceive a being that no one had ever fooled for 1,000 years. It wasn't just shocking, it was terrifying. And yet, instead of striking him down, the dragon had chosen another punishment. He had demanded Lin fulfill his promise and cast him into the lower realm, where survival itself was uncertain. Lin clenched his fists. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but now there was no escape. If he wanted to keep his word and his life, he had no choice but to push forward. Just then, Antares' booming voice whispered again through the air. In front of Lin lay a dragon scale, a precious relic capable of teleporting him out of this cursed dimension. But there was a cruel limitation. The scale could only transport one person at a time. Lin's gaze drifted to the still sleeping Mu Xiangxian. His heart sank. If he used the scale, she would be abandoned here. And the dragon had made sure Lin understood Antares was not a creature to be trifled with. This ancient being could remember grudges for centuries. The only safe path forward was to deliver on his promise, no matter the cost. A flicker of hope lit in Lin's eyes. He opened his inventory, and there it was, the Abyssal Teleportation Stone. Unlike ordinary stones, which had long since lost their function in this battleground, this one still pulsed faintly with dark energy. It was his hidden trump card, a last resort escape route if things spiraled out of control. Moments later, Mu Xiangxian stirred awake. She blinked in confusion, wondering how she had fallen asleep in such a place. Lin turned to her seriously, telling her where they were. "The lower levels of the Eternal Trial Battleground," he said gravely. Her body froze. "The lower levels?" she whispered, her voice trembling. She knew what that meant. This realm wasn't meant for anyone below level 70. For weaker adventurers, stepping into it was the same as stepping into their own grave. But Lin cut through her fear. "It doesn't matter how or why. We're already here. We can't go back." His tone was firm, steady, the kind of voice that demanded focus when panic wanted to take over. Then, without hesitation, he placed the dragon scale into her hands. Mu Xiangxian's eyes widened. "But if I keep this, what about you?" Lin chuckled softly, almost teasing. "Don't worry about me. I've got one too. If things go bad, I'll run first. So don't expect me to protect you." Her fingers closed tightly around the scale. Though her chest felt heavy, she nodded firmly. "If danger comes, I'll escape right away. I promise I won't hold you back." "Good," Lin replied. His gaze sharpened. "Then let's move." The two of them leapt forward, stepping onto the massive leaves that served as a path through the strange, alien forest of the lower dimension. Each leaf was large enough to fit dozens of people, yet beneath their feet they swayed faintly as though alive. The silence didn't last. Not long after they began their trek, monsters emerged from the shadows. Strange, vine-like creatures slithered across the leaves, their bodies twisting like ancient roots. One lunged at Lin, and he instinctively summoned his skeleton fangs, striking out in a flash. But when the fangs landed, he froze. The attack barely scratched the monster. The vines were as tough as iron, refusing to yield. "So durable," Lin muttered in shock. Before he could analyze further, the ground beneath them rippled. Suddenly, an entire network of colossal vines erupted, stretching across the battleground like a living net. Dozens, no hundreds of tendrils shot toward them from every direction. "Xiangxian, hold on!" Lin shouted. In a heartbeat, he activated his skeletal armor around both of them, summoning wings of bone that lifted them into the air. The vines below lashed wildly, shaking the battlefield like an earthquake. From high above, Mu Xiangxian's face went pale. "How can there be so many? The entire forest is alive." Then a flicker of light flashed across Lin's vision as his system interface displayed the stats of the creatures surrounding them. Giant leaf vine level 72. Strength 250,000. Constitution 100,000. Agility 80,000. Spirit 250,000. Abilities: Vine Slash, Entanglement, Giant Leaf Slash. Attribute: Physical damage reduced by 30%. Lin frowned deeply. As I suspected, this lower realm isn't just dangerous, it's an entirely different world. Even ordinary monsters here are on par with bosses from the upper level. Level 70, it's the boundary between mortals and something else entirely. He landed on a nearby leaf, eyes glinting with determination. For most professionals, this place would mean certain death. But for me, this is a goldmine of opportunity. With a wave of his hand, Lin summoned his entire skeletal army. Archers, mages, warriors, even lick generals, they all appeared, forming ranks around him. At his command, they launched their assault. Arrows rained down, shredding vines. Spells of fire and ice exploded across the battlefield. Warriors swung heavy weapons, hacking the monstrous plants apart like they were nothing but stalks of grass. The clash turned the forest into chaos. Explosions roared, vines burned, and monsters screamed. Yet in the middle of the carnage, Lin stood calmly beside Mu Xiangxian, watching with composed focus. Suddenly, massive hidden vines surged up, surrounding him. They began to glow, preparing an immense energy attack. Lin grabbed Mu Xiangxian and shot upward, narrowly avoiding the first blast. But when the beams struck his armor, cracks spread across it. The power was terrifying. These attacks are too strong, Lin thought grimly. My skeletal armor won't survive more than 2 more hits. The Lick General raised his staff high. In an instant, halos of flame, lightning, and frost radiated out, empowering the entire skeleton army. The tide turned immediately. Empowered skeletons surged forward, tearing into the vines with overwhelming force. One after another, monsters fell, exploding in violent bursts. System notifications rang out rapidly. You have slain a level 72 giant leaf vine. You gain 2,160,000 experience points. Before Lin Moyo could even catch his breath, another notification appeared. You have slain a level 72 giant leaf vine. You gain 2,160,000 experience points. And then another. And another. The messages poured in endlessly, stacking across his vision like an unstoppable tide. The once serene forest now seemed alive with death and rewards as his experience bar surged upward at a terrifying speed. When the dust finally began to settle, Mu Xiangxian opened her eyes slowly. What she saw left her breathless. Lin, calm, composed, commanding, had turned this battlefield into his stage. Against impossible odds, he had carved out victory. For the first time, she felt safe here, in the deadliest place she had ever known. As long as Lin Moyu stood by her side, fear seemed distant. But that fragile sense of safety shattered in an instant. Out of nowhere, a monstrous force slammed into Lin, sending him crashing backward. His skeletal armor shattered completely, fragments scattering across the battlefield. Mu Xiangxian gasped in horror. What just happened? Lin staggered, clutching his side. He raised his head, and his eyes went wide. This was no ordinary vine. Towering above them was a monstrous, tree-like being, its colossal body radiating menace. Each step it took shook the ground beneath them. Mu Xiangxian froze where she stood, trembling violently. Her body refused to move, fear chaining her in place as the towering monster advanced. And for the first time since arriving in this cursed dimension, Lin realized the true battle had only just begun. Right in front of Lin, a monstrous tree emerged from the dense undergrowth, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like jagged spears. The air seemed to thicken as it moved, each step shaking the earth beneath Lin's feet. Slowly but deliberately, it marched toward him, a terrifying aura radiating from every inch of its massive frame. This was no ordinary monster. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the creature, the giant leaf mother tree, a world-class boss of level 86. Its stats alone were enough to make even the bravest warrior tremble. Strength at 1.5 billion, agility and spirit each at 1 million, and constitution at 2.6 million. The creature's skills were devastating. Desperate Bind could immobilize any opponent, while Giant Leaf Cut had the power to cleave through steel. Its traits granted it 70% immunity to physical damage and 50% resistance against elemental attacks. Lin's heart sank at the sight of these figures. There was no denying it, this enemy was leagues beyond his current power. Yet retreat wasn't an option. He had to protect Mu Xiangxian, no matter what it cost him. Explosions of leaves erupted around him like deadly green shrapnel. Lin leapt and twisted midair, narrowly avoiding the serrated edges slicing the ground where he had just stood. Even his skeletal warriors, his loyal and once formidable army, were powerless. The leaf blades shattered their weapons instantly and tore through their defenses as though they were made of paper. Panic threatened to rise, but Lin forced himself to stay calm. The slightest hesitation could mean death. The giant leaf mother tree advanced relentlessly, circling him with lethal precision. Lin barked orders to his skeletal warriors, commanding them to intercept the spinning blades. They obeyed immediately, raising their berserker swords and axes in a desperate defense. But their efforts were futile. The weapons splintered and shattered under the sheer force, leaving the skeletal army obliterated as if they had never existed. Lin's hands moved in a blur as he attempted skeleton prison chains, aiming to bind the world tree's writhing vines. But the chains shattered instantly, snapping like brittle glass. He could hardly believe it. This was a creature of such immense power that not even his strongest skills could restrain it for a single moment. "Xiangxian," Lin shouted, overriding all hesitation. "Leave. Now." His command was firm, leaving no room for argument. The Mu Xiangxian, without a moment's delay, summoned her scale and launched herself toward safety, narrowly evading the fatal swipe of the massive leaves. Lin watched her go, relief mingled with tension. He knew he had only seconds to act before the giant leaf mother tree turned its attention fully toward him. The air trembled as Lin's mind raced. Why had the giant Earth Dragon King sent him here? Was this some cruel test or a calculated attempt on his life? What possible benefit could the Dragon King gain if Lin perished in the lower realms? Despite his fears, Lin relied on the flying scales still at his disposal. The countdown had not yet ended. Otherwise, he would have had no hope of escaping the monstrous tree's deadly range. Then he saw it, a colossal root creeping up from the ground, far thicker than any ordinary tree. His heart skipped a beat. This was another creature, just as menacing as the first, radiating an aura that made sweat pour down his face. Lin pressed himself into the shelter of the giant leaves, hoping his presence went unnoticed. Perhaps this new monster could not sense his comparatively weak energy, he thought, clinging to a fragile thread of hope. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Boss-level creatures were everywhere. The so-called lower space of the internal trial battlefield, previously thought safer, was a den of death. One misstep could cost him his life. Far away, in the quiet garden estate, Bai Yiyuan couldn't shake a growing sense of dread. Something felt terribly off. He turned to his longtime companion, ManhwaRecap, hoping his friend could shed some light on the unease. ManhwaRecap, ever calm and composed, sipped his tea before focusing his psychic senses through the teleportation stone and the divine tower in the country. The moment his sensing concluded, ManhwaRecap's expression fell. "It's not good," he murmured, revealing the shocking truth to Bai Yiyuan. Lin was in the lower space. Panic threatened to rise, but ManhwaRecap steadied himself, instructing his friend to remain patient. Tracking Lin's location required delicate precision. The boy's movements in the lower realms were difficult to trace. As ManhwaRecap continued his psychic probing, the reality became increasingly alarming. Lin was in the wild continent, a perilous expanse crawling with countless monsters, including innumerable boss-level creatures. Bai Yiyuan's concern surged. Venturing there personally was too dangerous. Yet ManhwaRecap remained calm, reasoning that Lin had not arrived here by chance. Someone with unimaginable power had sent him to this place, someone far stronger than even the combined might of Bai Yiyuan and ManhwaRecap. Understanding dawned on Bai Yiyuan. Lin's presence in the lower space was not mere accident. It was orchestrated by a mysterious figure with a purpose. If Lin succeeded in fulfilling that person's request, their race might gain another super god, a being of immense power capable of shifting the balance of war. Slowly, Bai Yiyuan's tension eased. The danger was immense, yes, but the potential reward was unprecedented. He shifted back to the treacherous lower space, where the landscape seemed to conspire against every step. Jagged cliffs rose like the spines of some ancient beast, and towering stone pillars jutted from the ground, casting long, sinister shadows over the rocky terrain. Lin moved cautiously, his skeletal armor catching the faint light in ghostly glimmers. Each step was deliberate, calculated, as though the ground itself might betray him. By staying low and moving quickly between cover, he managed to carve out a small distance from the prowling monsters that haunted this place. Whispering under his breath, he reminded himself, "I have to stay sharp. One misstep, and I'm finished." Suddenly, a brilliant, almost otherworldly light erupted from between two distant mountains. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, and it pulled Lin forward, curiosity battling caution. His instincts screamed at him to investigate, to uncover what lay hidden behind that glow. As he drew closer, he discovered a pit nestled deep within the rocky landscape. At its center bubbled a pond filled with a strange, corrosive liquid. Waves of acidic energy radiated outward like silent warnings. Snake-like creatures, their scales glinting with venomous sheen, coiled around the pond's edge, guarding it with sharp fangs and lethal precision. Frowning, Lin muttered, "This poison pool, there's something unusual about it." Determined to investigate without risking himself, he summoned a skeletal warrior. The warrior appeared instantly, moving with unwavering loyalty. Lin ordered it to scout the area, eyes never leaving the bubbling pond. The skeleton sprinted downhill, crushing smaller snake creatures that tried to block its path. The snakes, cautious of the toxic liquid, retreated just short of the pond's edge. Squinting, Lin whispered, "They won't go near it. What could possibly be inside?" The skeleton plunged its hand into the acidic liquid, and immediately its bones began to corrode under the caustic effects. Lin's eyes widened. "It's being poisoned." But then, the skeleton withdrew something incredible, crystals shimmering with a toxic brilliance, refracting the light from the pond in dazzling patterns. Eager to investigate himself, Lin spread his wings and soared toward the pond, scanning the area for his skeletal companion. But to his alarm, it had vanished. Hovering above the bubbling pit, he shouted, "Where did it go?" At that very moment, the acid pool churned violently, sending thick, poisonous fumes billowing into the air. The pit was like a living nightmare. Countless venomous serpents writhed across its depths, their monstrous bodies slithering through clouds of sickly green gas that spread wildly like a suffocating storm. Each serpent's eyes glowed with a savage hunger, fixed on the same direction, the poisonous lake that frothed and churned with a deadly mist. Lin hovered above, his heart pounding. He had faced many horrors before, but the sight of these serpents willingly gathering toward the poison pond filled him with dread. Why? He wondered. Why would such bloodthirsty creatures risk fighting one another just to approach this corrupted place? The answer crept into his mind: treasure. Perhaps something beyond ordinary value was hidden deep within the poisonous waters, something so alluring that even these abominations were willing to kill each other for it. His suspicion was confirmed when the lake itself suddenly stirred. The poisonous liquid began to swirl violently, spinning faster and faster until a massive whirlpool erupted from its depths. The water exploded upward in a fountain of gas and venom, and from within, a monstrous figure emerged. It spewed venom without care, lashing out at anything in range, its poison spraying like countless green lasers that hardened midair into jagged, crystalline shards. Those crystals shimmered with lethal toxicity, and the snakes instantly became frenzied. Hissing and snapping at one another, they fought savagely to seize the poisonous crystals, knowing instinctively that each shard was priceless yet impossibly dangerous. Their struggle painted the battlefield with gore, fangs tearing scales, bodies crushing one another, venom drenching the ground in burning rivers. But in the midst of their madness, another figure moved quietly, Lin's skeletal warrior. Cloaked in the mist, the undead soldier harvested crystal after crystal, its hollow sockets glowing with eerie determination. None of the snakes noticed its presence, their attention fully consumed by bloodlust. Just when it had gathered a significant pile, the skeletal warrior froze. Its bones rattled as it turned, sensing something colossal and feral drawing near. The air grew heavier. Above, Lin's instinct screamed. A shadow fell across the poisonous lake. Slowly, he raised his head, and what he saw sent a shiver tearing down his spine. A gargantuan snake loomed in the sky, its titanic coils blotting out the poisonous clouds themselves. Its slit pupils, wide as lanterns, locked instantly on Lin's flesh. The beast hissed, revealing a maw lined with dagger-like canines capable of pulverizing indestructible boulders. Then, with a roar that shook the heavens, it descended. The giant python's gaping mouth pulled in everything nearby: crystals, mist, and even the skeletal warrior clutching its treasures. In a single brutal snap, The undead soldier was crushed into fragments, the crystals devoured whole. Lin clenched his fists as he watched. The creature's sheer force was overwhelming. His lifelink technique, his connection to his undead army, none of it could withstand such absolute, godlike power. This monster wasn't just another boss. It was destruction incarnate. The python rampaged wildly, conjuring tornadoes of poisonous liquid that tore apart everything in their path. Dozens of skeletal warriors were obliterated in an instant, their bones scattered like sand in a storm. And then, another whirlpool appeared within the poisonous lake. Lin quickly realized that it was not made by the snake, but instead by the lake itself. He wondered what it was, and as he looked closer, he noticed something hovering within the poisonous lasers. A system notification told him that the snake was the god of venom, and what hovered there was the god of venom's essence. It was an essence that could be used by any poison-type profession, significantly increasing the probability of profession ascension during the third transfer. It could also be used to enhance poison-type skills. The poisonous essence was like a liquid, almost like blood flowing out from the venom itself. Lin realized that this essence was divine. He remembered his teacher's teachings, that anything related to a god was extremely precious and should never be wasted. Lin also knew that the god of venom was watching everything closely, and that this might actually be a trap. But even so, he understood he had to seize the god of venom's poisonous essence somehow, and he decided to give it his all. Activating flight mode once again along with the skeletal armor, Lin tried to move toward the portal. But before he could, the world-class boss, the deadly serpent, appeared in front of him. It was a level 85 monster with a strength of 1.5 million, a constitution of 1.7 million, agility of 1 million, and spirit of 1.7 million. Its skills included Death Bite and Ruthless Devour along with Terrifying Venom. Its traits reduced any kind of physical or elemental damage by 50%. The venomous snake fixed Lin with an intense death stare and tried to absorb not only Lin but his very essence. Lin knew he was not going to give up. He told the poisonous snake to dream on as he immediately activated the skeletal bone prison, wrapping the snake's entire body. The serpent screamed in pain and agony as it tried to break free, but within moments it shattered the prison into countless pieces. No matter how much power Lin used, it was still a boss-level monster. But Lin still had a plan. Even if the skeletal prison couldn't last for long, it had bought him enough time. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. But instead of panicking, he steadied himself, whispering coldly, "Even though the bone prison couldn't hold for a single second, it's enough." By this time, a pale blue fire was already flickering in his palm, the soul flame. As the serpent lunged closer, he launched the soul flame straight toward it. The ghostly fire struck the serpent's head, igniting it in a blaze of soul-burning flame. Immediately after, Lin Moyu summoned his entire undead legion. Skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, and berserkers all appeared at once, filling the battlefield. Their eyes glowed with murderous obedience. "Blind it," Lin commanded. "Take its eyes, block its vision." The army roared to life. Arrows rained like storms, mages hurled fire and ice, warriors clashed with reckless ferocity. Hearing their master's command, the undead army immediately unleashed their attacks one after another. The battlefield erupted as wave after wave of deadly attacks rained down upon the colossal serpent. The serpent was under heavy attack, explosions erupting everywhere around it. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity, Lin Moyu rushed straight toward the poison god essence. With a confident grin, he quickly opened his inventory. The moment the essence was stored inside, a notification appeared he had successfully obtained the poison god essence. Seeing the treasure now resting in his hands, the venomous serpent went into a furious rage. Its eyes burned with murderous intent as it glared at him. With another violent roar, it opened its massive jaws wide and began sucking everything in, trying to swallow Lin Moyu whole along with the toxic air around them. But before it could succeed, blasts of energy detonated inside its mouth. The serpent recoiled, shrieking in agony. Lin's undead army had surrounded it from every angle, firing relentlessly. Lin floated in the air, his gaze cold, his voice cutting through the chaos. "You want to keep me here?" he growled. "You can't." Without a moment's delay, Lin triggered an ancient rune, awakening the strong soldier ability. A surge of energy pulsed outward, doubling the strength of every skeletal warrior on the battlefield. But Lin wasn't finished. The rune was only the first step. He had something far more devastating in mind, a trump card he had been saving for an opponent worthy of true despair. Channeling his will through the deathly silence of the field, he summoned the pale blue soul flame from the depths of his core. It swirled in his palm like a living ghost, cold and hungry, before surging outward in streaks of flickering light. One by one, the skeletons were engulfed, their empty sockets burning with eerie blue fire. The effect was instantaneous. Their bones, once dull and brittle, now gleamed with a faint ethereal glow, as if coated with frost from the underworld itself. They felt no pain. They could not scream, they could not hesitate. And yet, Lin knew that if any living creature dared to bite into one of these cursed warriors, the backlash would be unbearable. The soul flame would invade their very essence, searing nerves, corrupting organs, and gnawing at the soul itself until nothing but an empty husk remained. Lin's lips curved into a cold grin, eyes narrowing on the colossal serpent that loomed in the toxic mist ahead. Its scales rippled as it shifted, jaws twitching with predatory hunger. It had no idea what awaited it. Deep down, Lin almost hoped the beast would try. Lin's skeletal army had the serpent surrounded, their bony ranks stretching endlessly across the battlefield, a sea of pale warriors clattering with weapons raised. The monstrous snake, however, showed no fear. Its slit pupils glowed with baleful fire as its body coiled tighter, muscles rippling like living mountains. With a thunderous snap, its massive jaws unhinged, the sound alone shaking the air. In one horrifying bite, swathes of skeletons vanished, shattered into splinters within its gullet. Their broken remains rained across the field, and the army's formation faltered. Lin's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, the soul flame burst forth. A pale, spectral fire roared through the battlefield, streaking across the poisoned air and lashing against the serpent's glistening scales. Yet the flames slid harmlessly away, scattering like sparks striking steel. Lin's eyes narrowed. Not even the soul flame. The serpent's scales gleamed faintly, as if mocking his effort. With another ear-splitting roar, the beast lunged forward, devouring more skeletons whole. Ranks shattered and bone fragments littered the ground, but the undead did not despair. Instead, they staggered back in unison, retreating like a single entity. Then they struck. Blades slashed like a storm, spears thrust upward to pierce the serpent's scales, skeletal claws raked across its thrashing body. A synchronized counterattack erupted, filling the air with sparks and steel. Slicing arcs of power ripped through the air, each strike leaving radiant trails behind. The force was overwhelming, swift, and unstoppable. His final slash detonated with explosive might, crashing straight into the snake's massive body. The impact triggered a shockwave that rattled the entire area. Undead soldiers were hurled into the air, their bones scattering like broken fragments. The battlefield thickened with a spreading haze of venomous miasma, the serpent's toxic breath seeping everywhere. Lin's gaze hardened. He did not move an inch. His hand clenched at his side, his other hand holding tightly onto the glimmering poison crystal he had secured. The serpent's survival was no longer relevant, the treasure was his. Yet as he prepared to leave, the ground trembled. The soil split, and from the shadows emerged more serpents' dozens, slithering like rivers of muscle and venom. Their eyes glowed, unblinking, filled with hunger. They had been waiting. Now, with the crystal in his grasp, they struck as one. Lin only laughed, voice cold and sharp. If your king couldn't take me down, what chance do the rest of you have? He raised a hand, and the soul flame erupted again, this time expanding like a wildfire unleashed from hell. The pale fire clung to the serpents' bodies, bypassing their scales and igniting them from the inside out. Their screams filled the battlefield as they thrashed violently, tails smashing craters into the earth. Lin did not relent. He summoned skeleton fangs. They pierced serpentine flesh and nailed their writhing bodies to the ground. One serpent collapsed, then another. And then Lin turned their deaths into fuel. Burning corpse explosion. One serpent corpse detonated, then another, then another. A chain reaction tore through the battlefield, each explosion igniting the next. Flames roared skyward, bones shredded into deadly shrapnel. Shockwaves shook the ground until it split apart. The battlefield became an inferno. The Serpent King's roar rose above the chaos, echoing in rage. Lin smirked, his voice carrying across the firestorm. Take this as my farewell gift. The next instant, a tidal wave of explosions surged outward, engulfing everything in sight. Flames consumed the mist, turning the air into an inferno. The earth buckled, pillars of smoke rose into the sky, and the world shook as though tearing apart. System notifications flooded his vision. Messages appeared in rapid succession, listing monsters from level 72 to 75 slain by his attack. Each kill granted him millions of experience points, and the numbers climbed without end. Still, one notification never came. The Serpent King lived, its colossal body battered, burned, and charred, yet still writhing in the inferno. Though the serpent refused to fall, the sheer wave of kills propelled Lin upward. Despite slaying an overwhelming number of serpents and racking up mountains of experience points, Lin couldn't help but feel disappointed. The progress was far less than he expected. After all that effort, his level had only risen once, bringing him to level 51. When the last of the monsters were gone, Lin Moyu remained standing in the aftermath. Then, without warning, the world around him began to shift. Fierce winds swept across the battlefield, lightning tore through the skies, and a massive vortex began to form. Lin's expression grew serious. Don't tell me it's returning. He spun around, scanning the storm. Nothing was visible, leaving him bewildered. What is going on here? What exactly is happening? The rocks surrounding the poisonous pond suddenly cracked and crumbled, tumbling down in massive chunks. Lin dodged narrowly, staring in alarm. Some kind of hidden mechanism? From the lower layers? The winds grew stronger, dragging everything into their swirling grasp. Lin fought against the gale, digging his heels into the cracked earth, muscles straining. For the first time, unease slipped into his tone. If I hadn't leveled up just now, I might have been ripped apart already. When he steadied himself, he realized where he stood right beside the poisonous pond. Despite the storm's fury, the pond lay eerily still. Its surface gleamed black-green, untouched, like an eye watching silently. Why, hasn't this been swept away like everything else? Lin murmured. Compelled by instinct, he extended a finger, dipping it into the water. Poison state immunity detected. The system's confirmation lit across his vision. Lin's smirk returned. So, my immunity is the key. He stepped forward, venomous waters lapping at his legs. Waves crashed, toxic bubbles burst, and gas hissed upward like ghosts. Any mortal would have melted where they stood, but Lin walked unflinching. The poison crystals must have originated here, he said darkly. The deeper he went, the more violent the pond grew. The water writhed, chains of toxin coiling around him, trying to drag him down. Yet Lin pressed forward, his immunity holding strong. He dove beneath the surface. The descent was endless. Poison thickened into liquid chains that clung to his body, pressing from every direction. His vision blurred with green haze, but still he swam deeper. At last, a faint glow pierced the darkness, a tunnel at the bottom, its walls studded with glittering poison crystals, light flowing outward like veins. Lin's pulse quickened. So this is the source. Without hesitation, he swam inside. The tunnel twisted downward endlessly, spiraling like the throat of a serpent. Time lost all meaning. At last, the passage widened, opening into a cavern drowned in faint emerald light. He broke the surface, gasping for air, then froze. At the cavern's center, atop a stone platform, rested a colossal coffin. Lin's voice came out a whisper. "A coffin here?" The sarcophagus glowed faintly green. Its translucent surface revealed a man's body within, pale skin unmarred by time. Long white hair flowed down his chest, and a gaping hole pierced through his forehead. Above the coffin, glowing letters formed. Poison God. Lin's heart pounded. Lin's heart pounded. The poison god, his corpse. He stepped closer, reaching out. His hand brushed the coffin's surface. It was cold, biting, alive with strange energy. And then the body's eyes snapped open. A surge of green light flooded the cavern. Divine pressure slammed into Lin, nearly crushing him. He staggered back, eyes wide. Alive? No, impossible. Dark energy erupted from the coffin, twisting into violent storms. The cavern trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Lin gritted his teeth. His mind raced. Not the true God, only a fragment, a remnant will reacting to me. Even so, the pressure was suffocating. Green light burst outward, tendrils of spiritual essence lashing through the air. Lin roared, forcing his strength against it. Absorb it before it fully awakens. The energy thrashed violently, streams of light separating and fading from the shadowy soul. As the remnants scattered, Lin muttered, "The soul is breaking apart. Soon, it will vanish entirely." System messages began flashing as items were extracted from the collapsing coffin. The green aura rose upward before finally shattering, and the coffin dimmed. The last fragments of the shadow god's essence were absorbed, leaving the cavern silent once more. A sudden flood of brilliance pierced into Lin's mind, like a divine current unraveling secrets he was never meant to know. In that instant, he realized what he had obtained: intermediate divinity. This was no ordinary power. To absorb divinity was to place one's foot on the first true step toward godhood, to peer into the mysteries of the divine and wield forces hidden from mortals. But for Lin, the gift came with something even more shocking. His victory had stirred and awakened the silent throne of the poison god. That dormant seat merged with his success, marking him as a candidate to inherit the position, to rise as the new god of poison. The knowledge shook Lin's very core. His breath trembled, his heart thundered as if his chest could no longer contain the storm within. And before he could steady himself, the badge resting on his chest began to shine. The lone star carved upon it split into two, emitting a brilliance so dazzling it seemed to resonate directly with his newly gained authority. An unstoppable tide of energy surged through him. His veins roared, his flesh sang, his soul trembled. It was a force unlike anything he had ever experienced, as if the heavens themselves had chosen to rewrite his destiny. Closing his eyes, Lin let his consciousness sink into his inner world. There, before him, three marks glowed with extraordinary light: the domain god stone, the intermediate divinity, and the inheritance of the poison god. These were not trinkets or treasures. They were seals of power, badges of authority belonging only to deities. At any moment, he could claim the right to rule over venom and poison. But Lin's resolve did not waver. "I never wished to sit upon a dead god's throne," he thought firmly. His goal was not to inherit power, but to forge it to ascend to the level of a god-tier warrior through his own strength alone. While Lin wrestled with the storm within, the outside world began to change. The poisonous pond rippled as if stirred by unseen hands. Across distant lands, muffled booms of combat echoed like drums of war. Their intent was unclear, but their presence undeniable. In another faraway domain, two mighty lords Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen stood with solemn expressions, gazing up at the sky. Rain had begun to fall, heavy and endless, but the two seasoned veterans instantly understood this was not ordinary rainfall. Their voices shook as they murmured together. This is the rain of fallen gods. A rain that only appeared when a deity's essence was shattered, scattering back into the world. Somewhere in the heavens, a god had been struck down. Elsewhere, inside a shadowy castle within the eternal trial battlefield, the succubus queen paused mid-step. A tremor ran through her. Her patron deity, the one she had depended on, prayed too, offered sacrifice to had just fallen. Her crimson eyes widened, disbelief etched across her beautiful face. Impossible? Who possesses such strength? Who could destroy a god? She whispered, her voice trembling. And deep in the realm of dragons, the colossal earth dragon, Antares, stirred from his ancient slumber. At first, he dismissed the disturbance, believing it to be nothing but static noise across the threads of the world. But then he felt it. The rain, the beams of energy streaking across the skies, the undeniable truth pressing against his scaled body. His golden eyes snapped open. A god had perished. For a creature as old as him, such a reality was nearly inconceivable. Back at the poisonous pond, Lin finally emerged. Not a scratch marred him, yet his gaze was grave as he looked at the fading waters. If the world discovered what had truly happened, that he had slain a god, it would plunge into chaos. Nations would riot, guilds would scheme, factions would clash. This secret could never be revealed. Steeling himself, Lin shifted his thoughts to his elemental god stones. He now possessed crystals of 7 elements gathered through countless battles. The wind crystal from the elemental dungeon, the lightning crystal from the Imperial archives, and others besides. Together, they increased his chances of profession evolution by 35%. Lin allowed himself a small nod. Not bad at all. Packing his treasures away, he turned back to the pond one last time. The poisonous pond will vanish soon, he said quietly. The serpentine beasts will no longer be able to harvest fortune here. Unfolding his skeletal wings, Lin ascended into the skies, his voice carried by the wind. I should focus on completing the Earth Dragon's mission. This land crawls with boss-level monsters. Staying here is too reckless. He flew fast, cutting through clouds at full speed. Yet, mid-flight, he froze. The world beneath him felt different, as if he had suddenly crossed into another realm entirely. Descending, he landed lightly only for his foot to sink into the ground. But this wasn't soil. It was soft, slimy, yielding like some grotesque mixture of moss and sludge. The entire land stretched out, blanketed in the strange substance. Then, without warning, the ground surged. From beneath rose a hideous monster, its form like an octopus, writhing with twisted tentacles. Lin's eyes narrowed, shock flashing across his face. A beast like this on a grassland. The monster didn't hesitate. With a roar, it unleashed its skill. A towering water tornado erupted, transforming the entire field into a vast, turbulent ocean. But Lin reacted instantly. He leapt into the air, landing on a distant peak as the waters raged below. The monster, however, dived back into the ground, disappearing from sight. Lin's expression hardened. At once, he summoned his skeletal warriors. They clawed and hammered at the earth, shaking it with violent strikes. Cracks spread little by little, but the ground refused to yield. Staring into the fissures, Lin muttered. A thick ice layer, that thing was draining water from below. Could this land once have been an ocean? As the battle continued, an explosion thundered in the far distance. Lin turned, eyes narrowing as he spotted figures locked in combat with another octopus beast. His brow furrowed. Who are these people? They aren't from the divine Xia Empire. The perspective shifted to them. The strange group had already slain their octopus monster. With ruthless efficiency, they cut into its body, collecting a clear liquid that shimmered like water. Each drop was carefully stored into leather bags. Once they had finished, their leader bellowed, "Have we gathered all of the purification water?" His team shouted back, "Yes, it's all prepared." A fierce grin spread across the leader's face. "Excellent. With this, the poison's effects will be weakened. This time, the Eagle Guild will slay the venomous flood serpent and finally erase the shame of our past defeat." From afar, Lin's gaze lingered on them, his thoughts calm but edged with irony. So, they are preparing to hunt the venomous deadly serpent. What a pity, they are too late. That serpent has already been consumed by the earth, vanished without a trace. But the guild knew nothing of this truth. "Onward, to the land of serpents," their leader roared. "Kill them all," cried the rest in unison, their voices blazing with determination. With a rush of wings, the entire guild shot into the distance. Lin exhaled slowly. So this is a region where human professionals operate. Perhaps there are members of the divine Xia Empire here as well. Lin continued his flight when suddenly he was forced to halt. Before him appeared an overwhelming number of warriors clad in the banners of the Jailan Guild. They filled the skies, a vast force blocking his path. As soon as Lin Moyu spotted the group ahead, he hurried over and came to a stop right before them. The guild members froze at once. Their eyes swept over him, instantly realizing that this stranger was no ordinary traveler. His aura, his bearing, it could only mean one thing. He was someone from Shangxia. Curiosity flickered in Lin Moyu's gaze. He studied them with quiet interest before finally speaking. "Are you perhaps members of the Jailan Guild?" The moment that name left his lips, the team leader's expression shifted from suspicion to surprise. Then, with a broad grin, he laughed heartily. "So you actually knows of the Jailan Guild?" Lin Moyu returned his smile with calm politeness. "Yes, I've heard of Jailan Yu from the upper realm." At those words, the leader's face brightened even more. His tone turned warm, almost brotherly, as he clapped a strong hand on Lin Moyu's shoulder. "Then you must be one of us. I'm Jailan Liang, a level 82 Holy Word Knight. Yu is my younger sister." Indeed, this was Jailan Liang himself. Yet even now, he hadn't realized just who Lin Moyu truly was. Keeping his composure, Lin Moyu inclined his head respectfully. "I'm Lin Moyu, a necromancer, currently level 52. The words struck like thunder. Jailan Liang's smile faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Level 52? That low? How did you even manage to enter the lower space?" Lin Moyu rubbed the back of his neck, feigning a touch of embarrassment. "Well, it's a long story. I'll explain later." But the shock had already spread. The guild members exchanged looks of amazement and suspicion. One muttered under his breath, "Only level 52, and he came down here alone." Another whispered, voice trembling, "Not just that, look at him. Not a single wound, not even a scratch." A third gasped softly, "How is he still alive?" Jailan Liang's gaze hardened with seriousness as he studied Lin Moyu once more. "Lin, you might have broken a record. In the 2 years we've spent trapped in this lower realm, not once have we seen anyone appear here under level 70. You are the very first." Calm and collected, Lin Moyu replied evenly, "It was an accident that brought me here." Liang's stern face softened into a laugh, and with another friendly clap on Lin Moyu's back, he said, "Then fortune smiles upon you. Had you fallen into the giant leaf forest or the viper wastelands, you would not have survived a day. But you landed here in the Qinghai grasslands and met us instead. Consider yourself lucky. Stay with us for now. Once our mission is complete, I'll take you to our base. There, a teleportation array connects directly outside." Lin Moyu's eyes glimmered faintly as he nodded. Then I'll rely on you, Liang. But in his heart, another thought stirred. This is the perfect chance to observe, to learn more about the lower space. I must use this opportunity well. And so, with newfound companions, Lin Moyu took to the skies once more. The guild flew swiftly across the endless grasslands, their figures streaking like comets under the sun. Lin Moyu kept pace beside them, his mind turning with questions. Finally, he spoke. Liang, could you tell me about the lower space? Liang glanced back at him, smiling warmly. Of course. Listen closely. His voice grew deep, carrying the weight of memory and history. The lower space is divided into 4 vast continents. Long ago, it was one single land. But during an ancient war between supreme powers, the very world was torn apart, shattered into 4 pieces. Now, oceans divide them, and at the center lies the scar of that great battle, a place known as the Devouring Void. We currently stand in the Wild Continent to the south. To the east lies the Dragon God Continent, to the north the Wind Thunder Continent, and to the west the Limit Star Continent. Liang, do you know where the Burial Thunder Canyon lies, and how I might reach it? At once, Liang's expression grew grave. The fastest way would be to head east to the Dragon God Continent. From there, you would need to cross the endless Wind Thunder Sea to reach the northern Wind Thunder Continent. Our guild possesses a teleportation array that links Wild Continent to Dragon God Continent. But beyond that sea, no such array exists. The journey is perilous. Countless storms and lightning beasts prowl its waters. Even I cannot guarantee your safety there. Still, once we return, I will try to arrange a team to escort you across. Lin Moyu inclined his head respectfully, storing every detail deep within his mind. Thank you, Liang. Yet inwardly, doubts churned. So I am at the southern edge of this realm, and the Burial Thunder Canyon lies far to the north. Why would that senior send me here, of all places? His thoughts were cut short when the guild suddenly slowed. Jialan Liang raised a hand, his eyes sharpening with battle intent. Lin, remain behind us. We have reached our target. Lin Moyu followed their gaze downward. There, lumbering across the grasslands, was a monstrous creature. Though born of the sea, its twisted form now slithered and crawled on land, a grotesque fusion of fish and frog. Its lantern-like antenna glowed ominously, casting eerie shadows across the field. The very air grew heavy as the beast exhaled, a wave of damp, suffocating energy rolling out from its body. This is the target, Lin Moyu murmured, eyes narrowing. In the next breath, the guild members descended like a storm, weapons drawn and skills ignited. They moved in perfect coordination, sliding into battle formation with practiced ease. Lin Moyu landed off to the side, silent and watchful. At the front, Jialan Liang raised his shining shield and holy sword. His voice rang with authority, thunderous and unyielding. The sacred battle begins. Everyone, take your positions. The ground trembled as the clash was about to unfold. The moment the guild released their aura, the monster reacted instantly. Its lantern-shaped antenna pulsed with eerie rhythm, glowing brighter and brighter as if feeding off their presence. In the blink of an eye, the Jialan Guild fell into formation, moving with military precision. Skills erupted in dazzling succession, binding chains of light, spells to lull the beast into slumber, and bursts of frost to try and slow its movements. But nothing worked. Every attack landed, only to fizzle away without leaving so much as a mark. The monster stood unmoved, its scales gleaming coldly, as though mocking their futile efforts. One guild member gasped, his voice cracking with fear. Our control skills, none of them work. Another shouted desperately, panic rising. We were too late, it's already begun casting. And then came the confirmation that froze them all. Before Lin Moyu's eyes, glowing lines of data appeared sharper and clearer than ever before. This was no ordinary opponent. It was the Lantern Firefish, a Lord-class boss, a creature feared across the lower space. Its stats made Lin Moyu's chest tighten. Strength, 100,000. Spirit, 1,000,000. Constitution, 12. Its abilities were terrifying Radiant Fire Burst, Radiant Fire Meteor, Radiant Fire Shine. Its traits were worse, still reduced damage from both fire and water, and near total resistance to abnormal effects. This, Lin Moyu whispered under his breath, eyes narrowing. This thing is a nightmare. The lantern atop the beast's head suddenly flared with blinding light. Then it rose into the air, humming with unstable energy before discharging a colossal beam of pure power. The ground trembled. The air split. Reality itself seemed to twist under the destructive force. "Defenders, shields up!" voices cried out in terror. Instantly, glowing barriers shimmered to life across the guild. The beam crashed against them like a divine judgment. Shockwaves rolled outward, tearing through the grasslands with cataclysmic fury. The battlefield shook violently. Fighters staggered, blood spraying from mouths as their defenses strained. Shields cracked, holy wards flickered, and those too slow were hurled away like ragdolls. At the very front, Jialan Liang stood firm. Sweat poured down his face, veins bulging on his arms as he braced his shield against the relentless tide. "Hold strong," he roared. His voice was thunder, cutting through the chaos. "Keep pressing the attack, don't let up." The guild answered with everything they had. Wind howled as tornadoes ripped across the plains. Lightning tore jagged scars into the sky. Torrents of water surged forward, slamming into the beast. Fireballs blazed like falling suns, filling the battlefield with blinding flashes. The grassland became an elemental storm, a raging clash of forces that turned day into chaos. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes, silently impressed. "No wonder they've endured in this realm," he murmured. "Their coordination is flawless." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Liang has everything under control. There's no need for me to intervene. Not yet." At the vanguard, Jialan Liang's aura exploded like a sun. His holy sword and shield burned with radiant brilliance as he called upon his ultimate skill, ultimate victory. Light swallowed him whole, transforming him into a beacon of divine wrath. His roar shook the battlefield as he charged. "This time I strike true. This time I will not miss." He hurled his blade forward, unleashing a devastating arc of divine energy. The strike slammed into the lantern, the monster's core. With a sound like shattering crystal, the lantern tore free, clattering across the ground. The beast screamed, its twisted body convulsing as agony ripped through it. "Don't let it recover the lantern," Liang bellowed, voice thunderous. "If it regains that core, we lose everything. Stop it here, the victory is ours." The guild surged forward, tightening their circle, weapons flashing with killing intent. The monster shrieked in despair, staggering, thrashing. Without the lantern, its power faltered. Its glowing eyes dimmed as it tried to flee, but every escape was cut off. Victory was within their grasp. And then Lin Moyu's instincts screamed. His entire body froze, a cold dread coursing through him. His head snapped around. "Behind us," he whispered. At the same instant, the guild felt it too. A surge of immense, hostile energy. "Behind us! Watch out!" voices cried in alarm. Too late. A colossal arrow tore through the air, shrieking like a falling star. Its speed was monstrous, its force unmatched. The guild turned in horror, but there was no time to dodge. With a thunderous crash, the arrow struck the ground among them. The explosion was apocalyptic. Shockwaves erupted outward, blasting fighters into the air. The battlefield split, earth and stone spraying like volcanic fire. Cries of pain filled the skies as guild members were thrown down, bodies broken and bloodied. The lantern fire fish seized the moment. With desperate speed, it lunged, jaws snapping around its lantern core. Light flared once more as it darted away, vanishing into the distance before anyone could react. "Damn it!" Jialan Liang roared, fury twisting his face, his voice echoing like thunder. "Black Dragon Club, you dare interfere?" From the skies above, shadows descended. Figures in black armor appeared, their presence suffocating. At their head rode a man astride a dark steed, his form outlined by the burning horizon. His companions trailed behind like sinister phantoms, eyes gleaming with malice. The rider sneered down, his voice dripping with mockery. "What a pity. The boss was just about to fall, yet it slipped through your hands. Finding it again?" he chuckled coldly. "That will be far more difficult, won't it?" Liang's glare blazed with unyielding rage. "Black Dragon dogs, are you declaring war against the Jailan Guild?" The horseman chuckled darkly, shaking his head. "War? No. We came for something simpler, your lives." A silence heavier than steel blanketed the battlefield. Liang spat back with venom, holy light sparking off his blade. "You think vermin like you are enough to kill us?" The man smirked darkly and pulled something from his inventory. In his hand pulsed a sinister black stone, the Abyss Magic Stone. At once, a tide of malevolent energy flooded the skies. Darkness surged across the battlefield, suffocating all light. The man's laughter rang out, twisted and manic. "Alone, we might not be enough," he bellowed, "but with this..." The world itself seemed to darken, and dread spread like wildfire. The object pulsed with a malevolent aura, its jagged surface whispering with faint, eerie echoes. It was none other than an abyss stone. His intent was clear. He sought to wipe out the Jailan Guild in one fell swoop. When Jailan Liang's eyes fell upon it, his expression contorted into a mix of shock and unrestrained fury. His voice, fueled by rage, thundered across the battlefield like rolling thunder. "That's the Abyss Magic Stone." The ground trembled beneath his roar as he glared at the Black Dragon Society. His killing intent surged, his rage no longer contained. "You've allied with the Abyss. You dare betray the human race itself." But the Black Dragon leader didn't flinch. He stood there calmly, arrogance carved into every line of his face, as if Jailan's fury was no more than the wind. With a mocking smirk, he responded in a voice dripping with disdain. "Betrayal? Don't make it sound so ugly. This is nothing more than cooperation. Both sides get what they need." Then, with terrifying casualness, he crushed the Abyss Stone between his fingers. The stone shattered like fragile glass, and at that instant, the battlefield erupted. A torrent of corrupted energy spewed forth, spiraling upward like a living storm. The ground split open, black miasma seeping out and coiling into a ritual circle that blazed with ominous runes. The symbols writhed and twisted as if alive, drawing all warmth from the world. From within the suffocating fog, a dark silhouette began to take shape. Step by step, the form became clearer, until finally, the mist dispersed to reveal a chillingly familiar figure. Her beauty was mesmerizing, but her presence was suffused with dread. It was Mina, a high-ranking demon, the very succubus who had once stalked Lin Moyu through shadows. Her aura screamed of danger. Her level shimmered before their eyes 83. The moment she appeared, Lin Moyu's gaze locked on her with deadly focus. Recognition struck like lightning, and his chest tightened. So, it's really her, Mina. His heartbeat quickened, and for a fleeting second, all sound faded. The world shrank to just the two of them. Meanwhile, chaos rippled through the Jailan Guild. Panic spread like wildfire. Pale faces, trembling hands, voices cracking with desperation. "The Black Dragon Society, you've gone mad. Do you understand what this means? If even one of us escapes to report this, your entire faction will be obliterated." But Mina, hovering gracefully in midair, seemed amused by their outrage. Her lips curled into a sly, playful smile, and her melodious laugh danced across the battlefield like a cruel song. She tilted her head, her crimson eyes glinting as she addressed Jailan Liang. "Kill you? Oh, Liang, how could I bear to? I've come for something far more interesting: cooperation." Her words were sweet poison, And before the guild could react, her charm had already begun to seep into their hearts. Invisible threads of temptation coiled around them, tightening with every breath. One by one, warriors faltered. Eyes dulled, pupils dilated. Their weapons slipped from their hands as their feet carried them forward against their will, drawn irresistibly toward her. They staggered like moths to flame, minds stripped bare, bodies moving with helpless desire. In the span of seconds, the proud guild had become puppets. All except Jialan Liang. His face darkened as fury boiled within him. Watching his comrades stumble like marionettes toward Mina, something inside him snapped. With a roar that cracked like thunder, he unleashed his power. His sword blazed with golden fire as he slammed it into the ground. Wake up! A devastating shockwave surged outward, shattering the enchantment's hold. The guild members collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath. Sweat poured down their faces, their eyes wide in horror at what had just happened. One stammered weakly, that was the power of a succubus. Another whispered, trembling, so terrifying, I didn't even realize I was completely lost. But Mina only laughed, her voice carrying mockery as sweet as honey and as sharp as daggers. As expected of Jialan Liang, your will is strong, but your allies, how fragile they are, such delightful toys. Her eyes glowed crimson as she raised a delicate hand. With a casual gesture, another wave of charm pulsed through the air. This time it was stronger, heavier, irresistible. One by one, the guild fell again, collapsing under her influence. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they shuffled forward, powerless to resist. Even Jialan Liang wasn't immune. His body tensed, his brow beaded with sweat. His vision blurred, his thoughts clouded. His heart raced, his will straining against the endless tide of her allure. If I falter, if I slip even for a moment, I'll become nothing more than her puppet, her servant. The battlefield was no longer theirs. It belonged to Mina. At that perilous moment, a new force tore across the field. Lin Moyu surged forward, his speed like a streak of light cutting through the darkness. His eyes burned with resolve as he charged directly toward the Black Dragon Society and toward Mina. The succubus didn't even bother turning at first. A playful chuckle escaped her lips as she mocked, "Oh, a little nobody dares to rush at me. His level is so pitiful I didn't even notice him." But when her gaze finally fell upon him, the smile froze on her lips. Her breath caught. Her crimson eyes widened in shock, disbelief overtaking her seductive calm. Beads of sweat trickled down her temple. Her voice trembled as she whispered the name she thought she would never utter again. "Lin Moyu, you? How are you here?" Hearing those words, Lin Moyu simply smiled, his calm composure radiating an authority that silenced even the chaos around him. With one hand raised in a casual wave, he spoke lightly, almost playfully. "It's been a long time since we last crossed paths. How have you been?" When Lin Moyu appeared, Mina's mocking laughter died in her throat. Her wings trembled, her eyes widened in disbelief, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down her face. Her mind screamed in panic. This man, this is the one that can kill a clone of the Fire Demon King. Fear gripped her heart. Without the power of a Demon King herself, provoking him meant certain death. Down below, Jialan Liang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He could barely breathe as he shouted upward, stunned beyond belief. "Lin Moyu, do you actually know this demon?" The realization hit him like a hammer. The suffocating pressure that had blanketed the battlefield only moments before the charm, the abyssal aura, the weight of a high-ranking demon, it had all completely vanished the instant Lin appeared. Not even a ripple remained. That fact alone made his stomach twist uneasily. Lin turned his gaze to him and nodded ever so slightly. His voice was calm, but each word carried the weight of iron. "We met in the upper realm. She tried to take my life, but she failed." Then his eyes sharpened like blades as he fixed them on Mina. His tone dropped, steady and merciless. Last time, you couldn't kill me. Why not try again now? Perhaps this time you'll succeed." The words hit Mina like spears through her chest. Her wings trembled violently, her throat tightening as terror wrapped its claws around her. Her voice cracked, stammering uncontrollably. "And no, I wasn't trying to kill you. Please, please, Mighty One, don't punish someone as insignificant as me. Don't bully me." But Lin's smile didn't fade. His eyes glinted with cold amusement as he spoke softly, his voice carrying across the silent battlefield. "If you don't try, how will you ever know?" Mina's composure shattered. She shook her head desperately, her whole body quivering like a leaf in a storm. No, it's not like that. Do whatever you wish, I'll leave. I'll disappear right now." With frantic hands, she spun around, fumbling inside her robes until her trembling fingers pulled out another abyss stone. Her face twisted with fury as she hissed under her breath. "Damn Black Dragon Society, you nearly got me killed." She crushed the stone, but instead of instant escape, the portal hesitated, flickering weakly as if resisting her desperation. Her voice rose in panic, cracking under strain. "Open! Hurry up! Damn it, I don't have much time." At last, the dark portal shimmered to life. Mina lunged for it, her movements frantic, wings beating wildly as she tried to flee. But Lin's hand was already ablaze with soul flame. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the attack like a comet. The searing flames struck her full force, igniting her body in burning agony. Mina's scream tore through the battlefield, raw and piercing, yet even in pain she forced herself into the portal. The black vortex swallowed her whole. Her voice faded into silence. Lin lowered his hand, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. "Running away so quickly? Just as I expected." The silence that followed was deafening. On the ground, Jailan Liang stood frozen. His expression was blank, his lips parting in disbelief. Slowly, almost against his will, words slipped out in a hushed whisper. "Did I really just see that? A top-ranked demon fleeing in terror the moment she saw Lin Moyu?" The Black Dragon Society leader was no less shaken. His face had lost its color, his mouth hanging open. His voice cracked as he demanded, What happened? Where did the succubus go?" Neither side had any answer. The battlefield felt like a void, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Lin descended, approaching Liang. His tone was calm but resolute. "I want to wipe them out. Do you agree?" Liang's expression hardened. "They've allied with the Abyss. That's treason. They deserve execution. But that one, the leader's son, carries a soul imprint. Even if you kill him, he'll revive." Lin's eyes glinted coldly. "And what if I erase his soul entirely?" He remembered the Earth Dragon's words destroy the soul, and even an imprint becomes worthless. Liang studied him for a moment, then nodded grimly. "If you can truly do that, then kill them all." Lin's gaze darkened. "Leave this to me. Don't interfere." Facing the Black Dragon Society, Lin's aura surged. Their commander sneered. "I don't know what trick you used to scare off the succubus, but you're only a level 52 insect. Challenging me is suicide." Lin didn't answer with words. With a flick of his hand, Bone Prison erupted. Chains of bone shot out at lightning speed, wrapping around every member of the Black Dragon Society. In an instant, they were all immobilized, eyes wide with shock. What is this?" they cried, unable to move. Lin's expression hardened. He raised his hand again, summoning a vast army of skeleton warriors. His voice was grim as he commanded, "If they must die, then make it absolute. Leave them no chance of return." The skeletons roared as they came alive, empowered by the enhanced troops' ability. Their forms swelled with strength, massive weapons gleaming in their hands. Each radiated killing intent, ready for slaughter. Lin's command rang out. "Go, exterminate them." The skeletal legion surged forward like a black tide, weapons raised, crashing down on the trapped Black Dragon Society with unstoppable fury. So friends, this chapter comes to an end. What will happen next? We'll uncover it in the next chapter. Don't forget to rate this chapter out of 5 in the comments. We'll see you in the next video. Until then, take care and goodbye. What are your predictions for the next chapter? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And most importantly, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The object pulsed with a malevolent aura, its jagged surface whispering with faint, eerie echoes. It was none other than an abyss stone. His intent was clear. He sought to wipe out the Jialan Guild in one fell swoop. When Jialan Liang's eyes fell upon it, his expression contorted into a mix of shock and unrestrained fury. His voice, fueled by rage, thundered across the battlefield like rolling thunder. That's the Abyss Magic Stone. The ground trembled beneath his roar as he glared at the Black Dragon Society. His killing intent surged, his rage no longer contained. You've allied with the Abyss. You dare betray the human race itself. But the Black Dragon leader didn't flinch. He stood there calmly, arrogance carved into every line of his face, as if Jialan's fury was no more than the wind. With a mocking smirk, he responded in a voice dripping with disdain. Betrayal? Don't make it sound so ugly. This is nothing more than cooperation. Both sides get what they need. Then, with terrifying casualness, he crushed the Abyss Stone between his fingers. The stone shattered like fragile glass, and at that instant, the battlefield erupted. A torrent of corrupted energy spewed forth, spiraling upward like a living storm. The ground split open, black miasma seeping out and coiling into a ritual circle that blazed with ominous runes. The symbols writhed and twisted as if alive, drawing all warmth from the world. From within the suffocating fog, a dark silhouette began to take shape. Step by step, the form became clearer, until finally, the mist dispersed to reveal a chillingly familiar figure. Her beauty was mesmerizing, but her presence was suffused with dread. It was Mina, a high-ranking demon, the very succubus who had once stalked Lin Moyu through shadows. Her aura screamed of danger. Her level shimmered before their eyes 83. The moment she appeared, Lin Moyu's gaze locked on her with deadly focus. Recognition struck like lightning, and his chest tightened. So, it's really her, Mina. His heartbeat quickened, and for a fleeting second, all sound faded. The world shrank to just the two of them. Meanwhile, chaos rippled through the Jialan Guild. Panic spread like wildfire. Pale faces, trembling hands, voices cracking with desperation. The Black Dragon Society, you've gone mad. Do you understand what this means? If even one of us escapes to report this, your entire faction will be obliterated. But Mina, hovering gracefully in midair, seemed amused by their outrage. Her lips curled into a sly, playful smile, and her melodious laugh danced across the battlefield like a cruel song. She tilted her head, her crimson eyes glinting as she addressed Jialan Liang. Kill you? Oh, Liang, how could I bear to? I've come for something far more interesting: cooperation. Her words were sweet poison, and before the guild could react, her charm had already begun to seep into their hearts. Invisible threads of temptation coiled around them, tightening with every breath. One by one, warriors faltered. Eyes dulled, pupils dilated. Their weapons slipped from their hands as their feet carried them forward against their will, drawn irresistibly toward her. They staggered like moths to flame, minds stripped bare, bodies moving with helpless desire. In the span of seconds, the proud guild had become puppets. All except Jialan Liang. His face darkened as fury boiled within him. Watching his comrades stumble like marionettes toward Mina, something inside him snapped. With a roar that cracked like thunder, he unleashed his power. His sword blazed with golden fire as he slammed it into the ground. Wake up! A devastating shockwave surged outward, shattering the enchantment's hold. The guild members collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath. Sweat poured down their faces, their eyes wide in horror at what had just happened. One stammered weakly, That was the power of a succubus." Another whispered, trembling, "So terrifying, I didn't even realize I was completely lost." But Mina only laughed, her voice carrying mockery as sweet as honey and as sharp as daggers. "As expected of Jialan Liang, your will is strong, but your allies, how fragile they are, such delightful toys." Her eyes glowed crimson as she raised a delicate hand. With a casual gesture, another wave of charm pulsed through the air. This time it was stronger, heavier, irresistible. One by one, the guild fell again, collapsing under her influence. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they shuffled forward, powerless to resist. Even Jialan Liang wasn't immune. His body tensed, his brow beaded with sweat. His vision blurred, his thoughts clouded. His heart raced, his will straining against the endless tide of her allure. "If I falter, if I slip even for a moment, I'll become nothing more than her puppet, her servant." The battlefield was no longer theirs. It belonged to Mina. At that perilous moment, a new force tore across the field. Lin Moyu surged forward, his speed like a streak of light cutting through the darkness. His eyes burned with resolve as he charged directly toward the Black Dragon Society and toward Mina. The succubus didn't even bother turning at first. A playful chuckle escaped her lips as she mocked, "Oh, a little nobody dares to rush at me. His level is so pitiful I didn't even notice him." But when her gaze finally fell upon him, the smile froze on her lips. Her breath caught. Her crimson eyes widened in shock, disbelief overtaking her seductive calm. Beads of sweat trickled down her temple. Her voice trembled as she whispered the name she thought she would never utter again. "Lin Moyu, you? How are you here?" Hearing those words, Lin Moyu simply smiled, his calm composure radiating an authority that silenced even the chaos around him. With one hand raised in a casual wave, he spoke lightly, almost playfully. "It's been a long time since we last crossed paths. How have you been?" When Lin Moyu appeared, Mina's mocking laughter died in her throat. Her wings trembled, her eyes widened in disbelief, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down her face. Her mind screamed in panic. This man, this is the one that can kill a clone of the Fire Demon King. Fear gripped her heart. Without the power of a Demon King herself, provoking him meant certain death. Down below, Jialan Liang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He could barely breathe as he shouted upward, stunned beyond belief. "Lin Moyu, do you actually know this demon?" The realization hit him like a hammer. The suffocating pressure that had blanketed the battlefield only moments before the charm, the abyssal aura, the weight of a high-ranking demon, it had all completely vanished the instant Lin appeared. Not even a ripple remained. That fact alone made his stomach twist uneasily. Lin turned his gaze to him and nodded ever so slightly. His voice was calm, but each word carried the weight of iron. "We met in the upper realm. She tried to take my life, but she failed." Then his eyes sharpened like blades as he fixed them on Mina. His tone dropped, steady and merciless. "Last time, you couldn't kill me. Why not try again now? Perhaps this time you'll succeed." The words hit Mina like spears through her chest. Her wings trembled violently, her throat tightening as terror wrapped its claws around her. Her voice cracked, stammering uncontrollably. "And no, I wasn't trying to kill you. Please, please, Mighty One, don't punish someone as insignificant as me. Don't bully me." But Lin's smile didn't fade. His eyes glinted with cold amusement as he spoke softly, his voice carrying across the silent battlefield. "If you don't try, how will you ever know?" Mina's composure shattered. She shook her head desperately, her whole body quivering like a leaf in a storm. No, it's not like that. Do whatever you wish, I'll leave. I'll disappear right now." With frantic hands, she spun around, fumbling inside her robes until her trembling fingers pulled out another abyss stone. her face twisted with fury as she hissed under her breath. "Damn Black Dragon Society, you nearly got me killed." She crushed the stone, but instead of instant escape, the portal hesitated, flickering weakly as if resisting her desperation. Her voice rose in panic, cracking under strain. "Open! Hurry up! Damn it, I don't have much time." At last, the dark portal shimmered to life. Mina lunged for it, her movements frantic, wings beating wildly as she tried to flee. But Lin's hand was already ablaze with soul flame. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the attack like a comet. The searing flames struck her full force, igniting her body in burning agony. Mina's scream tore through the battlefield, raw and piercing, yet even in pain she forced herself into the portal. The black vortex swallowed her whole. Her voice faded into silence. Lin lowered his hand, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. "Running away so quickly? Just as I expected." The silence that followed was deafening. On the ground, Jialan Liang stood frozen. His expression was blank, his lips parting in disbelief. Slowly, almost against his will, words slipped out in a hushed whisper. "Did I really just see that? A top-ranked demon fleeing in terror the moment she saw Lin Moyu?" The Black Dragon Society leader was no less shaken. His face had lost its color, his mouth hanging open. His voice cracked as he demanded, What happened? Where did the succubus go?" Neither side had any answer. The battlefield felt like a void, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Lin descended, approaching Liang. His tone was calm but resolute. "I want to wipe them out. Do you agree?" Liang's expression hardened. "They've allied with the Abyss. That's treason. They deserve execution. But that one, the leader's son, carries a soul imprint. Even if you kill him, he'll revive." Lin's eyes glinted coldly. "And what if I erase his soul entirely?" He remembered the Earth Dragon's words destroy the soul, and even an imprint becomes worthless. Liang studied him for a moment, then nodded grimly. "If you can truly do that, then kill them all." Lin's gaze darkened. "Leave this to me. Don't interfere." Facing the Black Dragon Society, Lin's aura surged. Their commander sneered. "I don't know what trick you used to scare off the succubus, but you're only a level 52 insect. Challenging me is suicide." Lin didn't answer with words. With a flick of his hand, Bone Prison erupted. Chains of bone shot out at lightning speed, wrapping around every member of the Black Dragon Society. In an instant, they were all immobilized, eyes wide with shock. What is this?" they cried, unable to move. Lin's expression hardened. He raised his hand again, summoning a vast army of skeleton warriors. His voice was grim as he commanded, "If they must die, then make it absolute. Leave them no chance of return." The skeletons roared as they came alive, empowered by the enhanced troops' ability. Their forms swelled with strength, massive weapons gleaming in their hands. Each radiated killing intent, ready for slaughter. Lin's command rang out. "Go, exterminate them." The skeletal legion surged forward like a black tide, weapons raised, crashing down on the trapped Black Dragon Society with unstoppable fury. The skeletal legion surged forward like a tide of death, hollow sockets glowing with an eerie glimmer as they charged with unrelenting speed. Corroded swords, jagged axes, cracked shields, and warped spears clashed together, each skeleton striking with its own terrifying rhythm. The battlefield drowned in chaos, steel against bone, the sinister chants of undead sorcerers mingling with the furious cries of the living. At the very heart of this storm, even the formidable leader of the Black Dragon Society was forced to retreat, struggling to withstand the assault. Blades rained upon him from all directions, the pressure mounting with every passing instant. His defenses faltered, his aura burned wildly, and for the first time, the mask of composure broke. Panic flickered in his eyes. Desperation drove him to pull out a talisman, its surface alive with ominous runes that squirmed like living worms. With a sharp motion, his body fragmented into a swarm of glowing seals. The talismans scattered like fireflies, weaving through the deadly strikes and narrowly escaping Lin Moyu's fatal blow. Reforming some distance away, his chest heaved as fury twisted his expression. Veins bulged across his forehead, and his thunderous voice exploded, filled with venom and wrath. "Boy, do you seek death? You dare to defy me?" Lin Moyu remained unshaken, his tone cold and merciless. "A borrowed life trick, nothing but a nuisance. On Myoji are cockroaches that refuse to die." Before the Black Dragon leader could retort, one of his men appeared behind Lin Moyu, bellowing as he brought down a massive battle axe. The air cracked from the sheer force, the weapon descending like a blade of judgment. But before it touched Lin Moyu's bone armor, a chilling sound tore the air. Blood sprayed high, the attacker's eyes frozen wide with disbelief as his body split clean in two. Beside the corpse stood a skeletal warrior, its blade dripping scarlet. Lin Moyu looked down at the fallen man, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "You are far too weak." Those words froze the battlefield. Silence lasted but a heartbeat before Lin Moyu raised his hand. Flames of the soul surged forth like a wildfire, engulfing the Black Dragon leader. His defenses melted like paper, his screams filling the air. What is this fire? It sears deeper than death itself. Undead mages raised their staffs, voices joining in a haunting chorus. From above, meteors of flame, jagged spears of ice, and bolts of lightning descended in a storm of destruction. The earth shook, burying the Black Dragon leader under an endless barrage. When the smoke lifted, his body dissolved once more into talismans, reappearing far away, scorched and battered. His face was pale, sweat dripping as his trembling voice cracked. "No, I already used my substitute technique. Why does this cursed flame still cling to me?" Lin Moyu stepped forward, his eyes colder than the void. Skeletal archers raised their bows, arrows glowing with soul-forged light. His words sliced the air like ice. "My flame does not burn your body, it burns your soul." At his signal, arrows rained like a storm, piercing him again and again. Blood sprayed as the leader staggered, terror breaking through his arrogance. Wait, we're both human. There's no need for this. Let us talk. Let us negotiate." Lin Moyu's gaze hardened, merciless. "Human? You abandoned that title when you served the Abyss. You are nothing but a husk. Let's see how many more times you can crawl from the grave." The soul flame tightened around him like chains, consuming him in unbearable agony. His men looked on, horrified, frozen by fear. None dared to intervene. Moments later, his charred body collapsed, lifeless. The mighty Black Dragon leader was no more. Lin Moyu's lips curved into a faint, sinister smile as his gaze swept over the survivors. His voice fell like a death sentence. "Now, it's your turn." Panic exploded. The once arrogant Black Dragon warriors now trembled like prey. Some tried to flee, others resisted, but it was futile. The undead army descended upon them, screams echoing, blood staining the earth until nothing remained but corpses and silence. From afar, members of the Jyalan Guild stood frozen in disbelief. "Am I dreaming? One man wiped out the Black Dragon Society?" a voice whispered. When quiet finally fell, Lin Moyu walked calmly toward them. Jyalan Liang, pale and shaken, stepped forward. "Brother Lin," his voice trembled, "are you truly only level 52? Lin Moyu allowed a faint smile. "Yes, I am." Liang's jaw dropped. "But how? How can anyone wield such power at that level?" Lin Moyu's tone was steady, carrying weight. "Brother Liang, once we return to the human race, you will understand. For now," his gaze shifted. "Practical. Weren't you looking for the lantern fire fish? Shall we continue?" Liang sighed bitterly. "It won't be easy. The creature has burrowed deep beneath the ice. We waited months for this chance, only for those black dragon dogs to ruin it. Lin Moyu tilted his head. Why is this fish so vital? Liang's face turned grim. Some of our members were poisoned. The lantern on its head can cleanse toxins. Without it, they won't survive. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. Poison, is it? Then perhaps my divine position of venom will help. Unless it is something incurable like corpse rot, I can handle it. Hope lit Liang's eyes. Truly, Brother Lin, you can cure them? Lin Moyu nodded. Yes. Overjoyed, Liang turned to his team. Then what are we waiting for? Let's return. Their path led them to the ruins of an ancient palace. Amidst shattered pillars, a soft glow lit the interior, where a young woman waited. Her face brightened with relief. Brother Liang, you've returned. He gestured toward Lin Moyu with respect. This is Brother Lin, our savior. Then he introduced her. Brother Lin, this is my wife, Han Donger. Lin Moyu offered a courteous smile. An honor, sister-in-law. They sat together, tension heavy in the air. Liang sighed, his voice heavy. Donger was struck by frost poison during battle. Her attributes are suppressed, her strength fading. She cannot endure teleportation like this. That's why we needed the lantern fire fish. His voice broke with desperation. Brother Lin, you said you had a way? Lin Moyu reached into his inventory, drawing out a vial filled with swirling, venomous liquid. The room trembled with its aura, divine yet deadly. This fragment of my venom position, it should suffice. Han Donger accepted it with trembling hands. As she opened it, waves of energy flooded the room, overwhelming in power. Incredible, so much energy, she whispered. Liang rose to his feet, stunned. This is divine. Brother Lin, is this truly a divine relic? Lin Moyu chuckled softly. Brother Liang, no need for such formality. Sister-in-law, please, drink. Carefully, Donger raised the vial to her lips. As the liquid touched her tongue, all eyes fixed upon her, waiting for the miracle to unfold. The moment Han Donger lifted the small vial that Lin Moyu had handed her and drank its contents, a strange green aura began seeping out from her body. It was the clear sign that the deadly poison inside her was finally being forced out. Standing nearby, Jialan Liang's face lit up with joy the instant he noticed the change. His expression alone revealed the relief in his heart. Han Donger had finally been cured. Realizing this herself, Han Donger's face blossomed into a bright smile. She exclaimed with genuine happiness that the poison really was gone, and with it, her lost strength and attributes had fully returned. Her once hidden level now shone clearly before everyone's eyes, level 80, and a skilled pharmacist at that. A short while ago, her true state couldn't be seen, but now, with the poison purged, everything about her was restored. Jialan Liang looked at his wife with pride and joy, his smile widening as he turned to Lin Moyu. Brother Lin, he said with heartfelt gratitude, I don't even know how to thank you for this. But Lin Moyu simply raised his hand with a calm gesture and replied lightly, Think nothing of it. It was just a small favor. Besides, you've helped me as well. Without your aid, I might still be lost in the wild continent. After saying this, Lin Moyu rose from his seat and added, There's still something important I must do. I plan to head to Burial Thunder Canyon, and I'll be needing Brother Liang's support once again. Without hesitation, Jialan Liang stepped forward, clapped him on the shoulder, and said with a hearty laugh, Say no more, it's nothing at all. Whatever help you need from me, you'll have it. Not long after, Jialan Liang led Lin Moyu to a secluded area where a circular teleportation array glowed faintly on the ground. Gesturing toward it, he explained, This is our Jialan Guild's teleportation array. It can't send you straight to the Eastern Divine Dragon continent, but it can transport you to the only human city within the lower space. Hearing this, Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed with curiosity. So there really is a human city in the lower space? He asked. Liang nodded with a knowing smile. Indeed, and it belongs to our divine Xia Empire alone. Legend says it was built long ago by a half-step super god powerhouse of the empire. Even today, the city still stands strong. Behind them, guild members who had followed quietly began whispering when they saw Han Donger standing tall and healthy again. One of them boldly asked, "Young President, has sister-in-law really been cured?" Laughing proudly, Jialan Liyong nodded. "Yes, all thanks to Brother Lin Moyu. Our guild once more has a level 80 pharmacist among us." Lin Moyu waved a hand humbly, a bit embarrassed by the praise. "Truly, it was nothing. I only did a small part." But Jialan Liyong, still brimming with excitement, added firmly, "From this day forward, Brother Lin, you are one of us, a member of the Jialan Guild. Now come, let me take you to the divine Xia city." As his words faded, the teleportation array hummed to life, and with a flash of light, both men vanished into its glow. Their journey carried them to the fourth layer space of the ancient trial ground, deep within the divine Xia ancient city. Upon arrival, Jialan Liang frowned slightly and turned to Lin Moyu. "Brother Lin, I forgot to mention something. I don't have the qualification to use the city's teleportation array. It requires at least a 6-star colonel's badge." Lin Moyu paused thoughtfully, then replied calmly, "Only a 6-star colonel? That's not a problem. I have a way to deal with that." They walked toward the massive gates of the city, where a strict line of people waited to enter. An officer-only passage stood nearby, and without hesitation, Lin Moyu and Jialan Liang headed straight for it. The crowd began whispering as they noticed. "Are they insane? That's reserved for officers only. Maybe it's their first time here. Just watch, they'll be thrown out any second." Then someone gasped, "Wait, isn't that kid only level 52? At the gate, an 8-star second lieutenant blocked their way. "Both of you, show your military badges," she ordered firmly. "If you don't meet the requirements, join the regular line." Liang presented his 1-star colonel badge. The woman gave him a respectful nod, but then said apologetically, "You are indeed a colonel, but unfortunately, even that doesn't meet the standard required here." Her eyes then shifted to Lin Moyu. "And you, where is your military badge? A soldier should never be without it. It represents honor. To walk without one is a disgrace," she scolded. Lin Moyu calmly summoned his badge into his hand. The instant her eyes fell on the stars etched upon it, her face went pale, her body stiffening. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead as she stammered, "T2-star God General." Snapping to attention, she saluted sharply. "Ancient City Legion's Lieutenant Ling Nan greets the God General." Lin Moyu asked evenly, "So then, am I permitted to pass through here?" "Of course," she replied quickly, bowing deeply. Gesturing to Liang, Lin Moyu asked about his companion. Ling Nan straightened and declared loudly, "By regulation, the authority of a God General surpasses all others in the ancient city. Whoever you recognize is free to pass." Jialan Liang, stunned, stared at Lin Moyu's badge. His thoughts raced. A 2-star God General? At level 52. That means he must have defeated opponents at the Demon Lord tier. Have I really been away from the human race for this long? Lin Moyu then addressed Ling Nan, "Lieutenant, I'll be needing a map of the lower layer space." She immediately invited him to follow, leading them through the city gates. The murmurs of the onlookers rose behind them. "Didn't we say they'd get kicked out? Then how did they enter? Could one of them be a 6-star colonel? Are you blind? Look at the way Lieutenant Ling Nan is bowing. No colonel gets that respect." Before the whispers could die down, a powerful aura swept across the sky. A figure descended rapidly, and the crowd erupted in shock. "That's the Legion commander, Fong Yaming, a 9-star colonel. Why is he coming here personally? Could it be because of those two?" The crowd buzzed in disbelief as Feng Yaming landed, bowed deeply, and announced, "Ancient City Legion Commander, 9-star Colonel Feng Yaming, greets the God General." Lin Moyu chuckled warmly. "Commander, no need for such formalities. Back in the day, I was classmates with your Feng Ziu." At once, Feng Yaming produced several scrolls and respectfully handed them over. "God General, these contain all our information on the lower space, including maps. Please take them." Unrolling the scrolls, Lin Moyu studied them carefully. Just as Liang had mentioned, the teleportation points connected across the Shenlong continent, passing through the Wind-Thunder Sea to reach the Wind-Thunder continent. Near its center lay the Zhangle Canyon, his true destination. Closing the scrolls, he said decisively, "Commander Feng, I wish to borrow the city's teleportation array." Feng Yaming immediately agreed. "Whenever you're ready, the array is yours." Lin Moyu answered without hesitation, "Then I will depart at once." As they walked toward the teleportation array, whispers rippled through the city streets. "My heavens, he's really a god general." No wonder Commander Feng rushed over personally. "I never imagined our race would have someone so young reach this level." Stepping into the teleportation array, Lin Moyu turned back to his companion with a smile. "Brother Liang, I'll go on ahead. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Liang raised his hand in farewell. "I'll be waiting for that day." With a brilliant flash, Lin Moyu vanished from sight. Feng Yaming exhaled slowly, relief written on his face. What a remarkable god general. Ling Nan, still trembling, asked cautiously, "Commander, you've met many god generals before. Why are you so respectful to this one in particular?" Feng Yaming gave a grave look. "Because not all god generals are the same. Tell me, have you ever seen one who reached that rank at level 52? Ling Nan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Level 52? I thought he was concealing his real strength." "He isn't hiding anything," Feng Yaming said firmly. "Check the records if you wish. His true level really is 52. The scene then shifts again to a teleportation array standing in the middle of the sea, lightning crackling endlessly above its surface. Someone nearby exclaimed in awe, This must be the Wind-Thunder Sea." As Lin Moyo gazed down at the vast and raging ocean beneath him, he could not help but wonder what kind of being could possibly shatter an entire original continent and divide it into 4 pieces. The land was not only split apart, it even formed seas between each fragment, while the very core of the continent had become an endless, terrifying void. Even beings at the god level were incapable of such destruction, and not even half-step transcendent gods could achieve it. At the very least, it would require a true transcendent god, or perhaps someone like Antares. Lin Moyo grew silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. Maybe one day, even he would be able to accomplish such a feat. But as he pressed forward, violent winds and deafening thunder continued to block his path. He carefully avoided the destructive gusts of wind, and in the midst of the chaos, he spoke in a serious tone. "It seems crossing the Wind-Thunder Sea won't be so simple." Still, retreat was not an option. Determined, he spread his skeletal wings wider and surged ahead at full speed, ripping through the air as he braved the surrounding storm. All around him, massive tornadoes infused with lightning spun violently, flashing in every direction. He cautiously maneuvered past them one by one, continuing steadily forward. A thunderous roar suddenly jolted him out of his deep thoughts. He had entered the dreaded lightning zone. The winds grew stronger, tossing and twisting the ocean below. Waves rose like mountains, crashing into each other with such force that water exploded upward, falling back down like endless rain. In the darkened sky, lightning constantly danced, flashing, striking, and illuminating the heavens for brief moments. At first, the bolts seemed random, but once Lin Moyo fully stepped into the zone, they shifted like beasts sensing their prey. Every bolt of lightning turned its focus on him. A storm of lightning descended from the sky, raining down like fire and light. But Lin Moyo remained calm, his face showing not the slightest trace of fear. With his 80% lightning elemental immunity and 600% elemental resistance bonus, the strikes were nothing more than mosquito bites, annoying but powerless to harm him. The crackling energy coursing over his skin even reminded him of his time in the Forsaken Corpse land, where endless bolts of lightning had relentlessly crashed into his body day after day. As bolts of lightning exploded around him, he only accelerated, flying faster toward the direction of the wind-lightning continent. Minutes later, dark shapes gradually emerged in the distance. Suddenly, from the center of the sea, a massive tornado erupted, wrapped in thunder and lightning. From within it, countless flying creatures appeared, monsters emerging from the heart of the storm. Lin Moyo's eyes widened as he recognized them. So these were the creatures that lived within the wind-thunder sea-flying fish. An enormous horde of them surged together, moving through the sky like an army. They were sea creatures capable of swimming in the ocean and soaring through the skies. They quickly swarmed past Lin Moyo from all directions. His expression stiffened as he realized he had unintentionally flown straight into their ranks. Seeing their overwhelming numbers, he could not help but mutter, "No wonder the records say the best way to cross the wind-thunder sea is with a 50-man team." The sheer mass of flying fish was truly terrifying. Casting a detection spell, his magic immediately locked onto the creature leading the swarm, the Flying Fish Lord. In an instant, detailed information appeared. The Flying Fish Lord was a Lord rank boss, level 75. Strength, 500,000. Agility, 750,000. Spirit, 500,000. Constitution, 600,000. Skills, Piercing Wind and Chain Lightning. Traits, 50% damage reduction against wind elemental attacks, total immunity to lightning elemental damage, and greatly enhanced speed. Altogether, its attributes totaled around 2.7 million, not particularly impressive compared to the foes Lin Moyo had faced before. He was already accustomed to battling world rank bosses, so a mere Lord rank boss hardly made him flinch. To him, it was nothing more than an obstacle to be overcome. Remaining calm, he only needed one glance at the creature's stats to form a clear strategy in his mind. Suddenly, one of the creatures turned, its sharp gaze locking onto him. The instant their eyes met, Lin Moyo felt its killing intent. Without wasting even a heartbeat, he unleashed his undead army in full force. His voice rang out sharply, echoing across the battlefield. "Come then, let's see, do you have more flying fish, or do I have more skeletons?" At once, he cast his bone prison skill. Chains of hardened bone burst from the ground, glistening with light as they shot upward like living serpents. They immediately bound the flying fish, wrapping around their wings and restricting their movements. Struggling as they might, none could break free. But Lin Moyo was not done. He commanded his skeleton general to activate Fire Halo, a terrifying ability that spread relentless flames within a 10-meter radius. In an instant, fire engulfed the battlefield, devouring everything it touched. The monstrous fish shrieked and thrashed as they were consumed by searing heat, their forms flashing before disintegrating into smoke and ashes. The skeleton warriors joined in, each strike of their weapons blazing with fire. Every slash and blow dissolved more flying fish into cinders. The once endless swarm darkened the skies, but now it began to vanish into ashes and smoke, destroyed by fire and steel. When Lin Moyo killed a level 72 flying fish, a notification appeared he had gained 4,320,000 experience points and obtained a flying fish scale. The system messages cascaded across his vision like crashing waves, reward after reward flooding in. But this was not the end. His army pressed on relentlessly, slaughtering without pause. Flying fish fell one after another, each turning to ash in mere heartbeats. The skies dimmed, veiled in smoke and soot, while the sea below reflected crimson like a bloody mirror of violence. Notifications continued to pour in endlessly, and his experience surged like a river that could not be stopped. Yet in the midst of his dominance, the battle shifted. A deafening roar thundered from the heavens as every flying fish's wings suddenly flared with light. They unleashed their deadly skill-piercing wind. Thousands of razor-sharp wind blades formed, sharper than the finest swords, and hurtled downward all at once. The sheer force of their combined assault was terrifying. At the very first strike, several skeleton warriors were shredded into dust without leaving a trace. System messages of their destruction appeared in rapid succession. 3 berserkers disintegrated instantly, followed by 2 more that were sliced apart. The skeletal army began to fall apart one by one, while the flying fish pressed forward, revealing the true ferocity of their strength. Rather than falling into panic, Lin Moyu's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. His movements were calm, almost casual, as he slowly raised his hand. He was preparing to unleash one of his most dreaded techniques, a power feared by all who had ever seen its corpse explosion. A sharp gleam shone in his eyes as he whispered in a low, chilling voice. "For someone like me, the more enemies I face, the better the outcome will be." The words had barely left his mouth when the corpses of the slain flying fish that floated lifelessly in midair began to quiver unnaturally. Then boom, the first body detonated in a violent flash of fire and bone. The explosion triggered another and another, until one by one they all erupted, linking together in a horrifying chain reaction. The battlefield instantly transformed into a storm of fire and destruction. Each blast rolled through the air like a crashing wave, throwing out fragments of flesh and shards of bone, engulfing everything nearby in chaos. The once serene sky was now painted red with flame, and the sea below trembled as shockwaves rippled across its surface. Amid the endless carnage, Lin Moyu threw his head back and let out a wild, unrestrained laugh. "Ha ha ha! It's been far too long since I've witnessed such a glorious massacre." The destruction not only satisfied his thirst for dominance, it also brought him immense rewards. His experience points surged to new heights, and among the countless corpses lay the fallen flying fish lord. Its death gifted him 6.6 million experience points and, more importantly, 2 priceless treasures: the Flying Fish Knight Sword and the Flying Fish Essence. The Flying Fish Knight Sword was no ordinary weapon. Forged specifically for knights, this quasi-legendary blade pulsed with an aura of unmatched might. It granted plus 20,000 to all attributes, and when used by a knight, it doubled the force of every skill unleashed. A true killing weapon in the right hands. The Flying Fish Essence, however, was even rarer, something beyond imagination. It offered not just power, but an eternal boon, a permanent increase in lightning resistance. As Lin Moyu held the glowing essence in his palm, his eyes widened with astonishment. Its radiant light reflected in his pupils as he muttered in disbelief. To think such a treasure actually exists, immunity to lightning itself. This is beyond priceless. But before he could admire his newfound prize for long, the world beneath his feet suddenly erupted into flame. A scorching strike came crashing down from above, swallowing his body in searing fire. The blaze raged fiercely for several moments, but when it cleared, Lin Moyu still stood tall and unscathed, his figure untouched by the inferno. His voice thundered from within the flames, shaking the battlefield. "Come out." Slowly, several silhouettes emerged from the burning sky. Their presence was oppressive, their formation disciplined. One of them, radiating authority, stepped forward and shouted, "Shanxi man, hand over the Flying Fish Essence." Lin Moyu's expression turned icy as he glared at them. His reply was firm and cold. "The boss was mine to defeat. Why should I give away what rightfully belongs to me?" The man sneered as he introduced himself. "My name is Clade. We are a squad from the Holy See. That flying fish lord only appeared here because of our efforts. And you shamelessly stole the kill we worked for." Lin Moyu burst into mocking laughter, his voice carrying scorn. "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, where were you when I was locked in battle with it, risking my life? Why show up only after the boss has already fallen?" Clade's face darkened with rage, his tone growing grim and threatening. "Enough, Shanxi man. I won't waste more words. This is your final warning. Hand over the flying fish essence immediately." At his command, the squad behind him raised their weapons in unison. The sharp glint of steel filled the air as Clade roared, "Surrender it now or suffer the consequences." But Lin Moyu's lips curved into a disdainful smirk. "Or else what? Kill me? You pathetic fools. If I alone could slay the flying fish lord, what makes you think I can't annihilate your entire squad without even breaking a sweat?" Sweat began to drip from Clade's brow, though he tried to hide his unease. His men, however, shouted angrily, their pride fueling their defiance. "You dare insult the Holy See?" one roared. "Hand over the essence, or we'll tear you apart," another threatened. And then it appeared. Behind Lin Moyu, the domain divine stone materialized. Its overwhelming aura spread like a tidal wave, pressing down on everything around it. Lin Moyu's expression twisted with fury, and his killing intent swept across the battlefield like a raging storm. The instant Clade's eyes landed on the divine stone, his heart nearly stopped. His face went pale, his body trembled violently, and his voice cracked in terror. Run, run for your lives." But by then, escape was impossible. From Lin Moyu's side, countless chains of bone shot outward like lightning, ensnaring every last one of Clade's men. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu's massive skeletal army emerged, their hollow eyes glowing eerily as they completely surrounded the intruders. Panic spread like wildfire. What is this nightmare?" one screamed in horror. Another collapsed to his knees, wailing, "He's not human. This Shanxi man is a demon." Bound in bone chains and trapped within an endless sea of skeletal warriors, their fear reached its breaking point. With no pause, Lin Moyu summoned forth his bone prison. From the ground beneath him, chains of ivory bones burst upward with a chilling clatter, each link gleaming as though carved from death itself. They lashed out like living serpents, snapping through the air in a frenzy, coiling tightly around the warriors who dared oppose him. Every loop constricted with brutal force, bones grinding against flesh and steel alike. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A crushing pressure erupted from Lin Moyu's body, his killing intent spreading like a suffocating storm. The weight of it pressed down on every soul present, smothering them until even drawing breath felt unbearable. Just moments ago, those men had stood with mocking grins and fearless bravado, their weapons raised as though victory was assured. That pride evaporated in an instant. Shock filled their eyes as the bone shackles gripped their limbs, their weapons, even their bodies, trapping them in place. Chaos broke loose. Desperate cries and the screech of steel echoed across the field as they struggled wildly, veins bulging, muscles tearing, yet not a single link gave way. The more they resisted, the tighter the prison became, rattling ominously like laughter from the grave. One warrior shrieked, voice breaking under terror. "This aura, this killing intent, it's not possible. No one at level 52 could possess such power." Another, drenched in cold sweat, stammered. "He's lying about his rank. He has to be. He's no ordinary man, he's concealing his true strength." Then, from the crowd, a desperate cry cut through the panic. "Run! Don't fight him, flee before it's too late." But escape was impossible. No matter how hard they pulled or slashed, the bone chains refused to break. They were forged from death itself, unyielding, merciless. Hopelessness seeped into their veins, smothering every spark of defiance. A bloodshot warrior screamed in despair. "What kind of cursed power is this? Why won't these bones shatter? Are they truly eternal?" Even their leader, the most arrogant of them all, found himself ensnared. His body shook as rage clashed with fear, veins bulging as he roared out with all his strength. Ultra Limit Defense Super Extreme Defense. In a flash, his body blazed with golden light, radiant as a miniature sun. The chains cracked under the force, then burst apart in an explosion of fragments. He stumbled forward, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. His pale face twitched into a proud grin. "This is the evolved extreme defense," he declared. "Only those above level 70 can wield it. For 60 full seconds, I am untouchable, immune to every effect. Not even a raid boss can harm me." But before he could savor his triumph, the ground shook beneath him. From the corner of his vision, a towering skeletal warrior lunged forward with terrifying speed, its massive blade tearing the air itself apart. With a thunderous roar, the undead warrior struck. The golden barrier shattered like brittle glass, splintering in an instant. The colossal blow smashed into the leader's chest, flinging him like a broken doll through the air. Blood gushed from his mouth as his agonized scream pierced the battlefield. Then Lin Moyu's voice rang out, icy and merciless. "With such feeble strength, how dare you posture before me?" The leader hit the dirt, coughing blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes widened in horror, disbelief flooding his heart. "And no, my super extreme defense, broken, shattered so easily. Just how monstrous is that skeleton's power?" Around him, the battle descended into slaughter. Lin Moyu's skeletal army advanced like an endless tide, their blades carving through armor and flesh alike. Screams rose, bodies fell, and the earth was painted crimson with blood. The leader's pulse raced as he spun in desperation, only to find skeletons in every direction, cold, unrelenting, and countless. "They're everywhere," he whispered in terror. "There's no way out, no escape." His heart pounded wildly, despair crushing him as he watched his comrades collapse one after another. The air was filled with agony and the stench of death. His knees buckled, but he forced himself to stand. At last, driven mad by desperation, he tore his radiant sword from its sheath, veins swelling along his arms. His eyes blazed red with resolve as he bellowed, "Evil One, I will never bow. Even if I must give my life, I will resist you. Holy sacrifice." His cry ignited what little hope remained. The surviving warriors, battered and bloodied, raised their glowing swords with trembling hands. Together, their voices roared across the battlefield. "Holy sacrifice." Their weapons blazed brighter than the sun, golden energy spiraling upward and splitting the heavens themselves. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes, watching the torrent of light gather. His voice was calm but edged with suspicion. "Sacrifice. This aura. It feels exactly like the Abyss Demon's forbidden ritual." The warriors pressed on, their life force draining into the spell. Their bodies cracked, blood streaming, yet they refused to falter. The earth quaked beneath the strain as the light grew unbearably bright, tearing at the fabric of the sky. Finally, one warrior, his body breaking apart, forced the final words through trembling lips. "We beseech the descent of God." The heavens split asunder. A torrent of divine brilliance poured forth, shaking the world itself. The ground trembled, the sky wailed, and for a moment it felt as though creation itself had frozen, waiting for what would emerge. From the blinding pillar of golden light, a figure slowly emerged. With every step she took, her majesty grew more suffocating. Behind her stretched vast, resplendent wings, each feather shimmering like crystal bathed in dawn's glow. She descended with divine grace, as though the heavens themselves had opened to pass judgment upon the world. The battlefield shone with her arrival, lit as though by a second sun. The broken warriors who had sacrificed themselves stared in awe, despair melting into wild hope. Their leader's eyes burned feverishly, his chest swelling with manic relief. A hysterical laugh escaped his cracked lips as he cried, "Angel God, please strike down this monster. Deliver us with your holy might." Lin Moyu's gaze sharpened, his expression carved from stone. He understood instantly this was no common foe. Such power did not descend by chance. The angel turned first to those who had summoned her. Her eyes glowed with warmth, her voice carrying the clarity of countless bells ringing in harmony. Lifting one radiant hand, she released waves of healing light that rippled outward like a tide of salvation. Wherever the light touched, wounds knit closed, bones reformed, and fatigue vanished. Warriors who moments ago had been drowning in terror straightened once again, gripping their weapons with renewed fervor. Their faces glowed with zeal, as though reborn from the brink of despair. But when her gaze shifted toward Lin Moyu's undead legion, her aura changed. The serenity in her features hardened into fury. Her voice thundered with the weight of judgment. Such corruption, this mockery of life, cannot be allowed to exist. You will burn in holy fire. She was not a simple angel. She was the angel Holy Spirit born from sacrifice and faith, a manifestation at the edge of godhood. Though her time in the mortal world was limited to 5 short minutes, those moments carried the might of divine wrath. Lin Moyu's voice rang cold and unwavering. I have committed no sin, yet you dare brand me as evil. But in the depths of his mind, his strategy was already sharpening. A false god, a fragment of heavens will formidable, but not untouchable. She could bleed. She could fall. The angel did not answer with words. Her wings flared open, and in a flash she surged forward, her palm blazing with concentrated holy fire. Within her hand, a sphere of divine annihilation condensed, radiant enough to blind. Your end is here, evil one, she cried. The attack descended like the sky itself collapsing. The earth shuddered, the air screamed, and skeletons near the impact were instantly reduced to ash under the blazing inferno. Lin Moyu's eyes burned with grim resolve. With a swift gesture, he summoned Soul Flame. Blue-black fire burst forth, clinging not to flesh but to spirit itself, striking directly at her essence. The angel's scream split the battlefield, piercing and raw. She clutched her head as the soul fire gnawed at her being, agony deeper than any mortal wound. Rage flared through her. Her aura surged outward, erupting in a storm of golden fire. Holy flames enveloped her body, smothering the soul fire until it vanished. But the inferno spread, searing through the air, catching Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers one after another. They ignited, their bones splintering before collapsing into glowing ash. Lin Moyu cursed under his breath, his jaw tight. As long as she wields holy fire, my summons cannot even approach. He wreathed himself in skeleton armor, pale plates crawling across him like a second skin. Yet when her next blazing strike struck home, even the armor hissed and cracked, breaking away piece by piece under the holy flames. His lips curled in frustration. Even this won't hold. The armor crumbled, forcing him to retreat through the searing gale. Yet his eyes remained cold, his will unmoved. From his storage, he drew forth the essence of the poison god, the viscous green liquid glowing with corrosive divinity. His voice cut through the blaze like steel. If you are a god, then I will fight you as one. At his side, the Lick General raised his staff, skeletal fingers gripping tightly as Lin Moyu infused him with the poison god's essence. A guttural roar erupted from the Lick, his aura swelling monstrously. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed toxic aura. A poisonous storm surged outward, a green miasma flooding the battlefield. The very air seemed to rot, and the skeletal army was cloaked in venomous power. Their weapons oozed with poison, hissing as droplets scorched the earth. The corruption stacked endlessly, feeding upon itself, growing stronger with every passing second. The angel's lips curled in disdain. Poison? Pathetic. Such filth cannot touch the divine. Her radiant blade carved through the haze, golden light cleaving apart the miasma like dawn's splitting night. But she failed to realize the trap. The undead legion advanced from every direction, their poison blades gleaming, their bodies wrapped in the ever-thickening mist. The air closed around her like a tightening noose. From the distance, Lin Moyu's voice echoed, cold and absolute. You don't understand. My undead never end. If one falls, another takes its place. Alone, a single poison may be weak, but when it stacks without limit, then even gods will rot. For the first time, the angel's face faltered. Her radiant glow flickered, her flawless expression twisted with unease. The toxins gnawed at her brilliance, staining her golden aura with venomous green. Her voice cracked into a desperate cry. No, this poison, why doesn't it fade? Why won't it end? Her wings dimmed, her flames sputtered, and the battlefield shook not with her power, but with the erosion of her divinity. Poison swirled around her in a suffocating haze, hissing and writhing like a living serpent. The mist pulsed with venomous life, devouring the very air it touched. Within its depths, a fading golden light flickered weakly, the last embers of divinity fighting a losing battle. Lin Moyu stood unmoving at the heart of the storm, his expression unreadable. The reflection of that dying light glimmered in his cold eyes. Slowly, he lifted his head, a faint, razor-edged smile curving his lips. "Struggle all you want," he said softly, his voice cutting through the mist like a blade. "It's over. What you breathe now is divine venom, a toxin no false god can ever purify." The angel's calm shattered. Her once serene features twisted into fury, divine light flickering wildly across her trembling form. The poison coiled tighter around her, corroding her celestial radiance. "Wretched mortal," she screamed, her voice cracking with rage. "Sword of judgment." A burst of golden light cleaved through the darkness. From her divine essence, a brilliant blade formed radiant and pure, blazing with the wrath of heaven itself. She swung it wildly, each slash detonating bursts of gold and green as light met poison. For a heartbeat, she seemed to reclaim the sky. The mist recoiled under her assault, thinning as her wings spread wide once more, though their glow flickered, faint and uncertain, like a candle in a storm. For a moment, it seemed to work. The angel steadied herself, her divine glow flickering weakly but holding on. Yet her desperate flurry of strikes had consequences. One after another, Lin Moyu's skeletal warriors were shattered to dust beneath her attacks. System messages echoed in his mind. 25 skeleton berserkers eliminated. 16 skeleton archers destroyed. 10 skeleton mages lost. But instead of frustration, a cold laugh escaped Lin Moyu. "It's useless," he murmured. Raising a hand, he summoned even more undead soldiers from the abyss. "I can summon an endless army of the dead whenever I wish." Meanwhile, the poisonous mist had begun to thin, the air momentarily clearing. But not for long. With a single command, he ordered his Lick general to unleash the venom again. The undead general raised his staff high into the sky. Green light flashed from its tip, and once more, the poisonous cloud erupted outward, flooding the entire battlefield. Toxic vapors surged through the ranks of the skeleton army, empowering their bodies with lethal energy. They charged, releasing waves of venom-infused attacks toward the struggling angel. Explosions of green light struck her one after another. She tried to defend, but the poison was relentless. Her strength began to wane, her wings trembling under the pressure. "Cursed poison," she cried, voice cracking with anger. "My power? It's fading." Seeing her falter, Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. He rushed forward, moving swiftly through the deadly fog. "To bring down a false god like you," he said coldly, "it'll take more than one strike. I can't afford a single mistake." He stopped briefly, calculating every move, making sure nothing could interfere. The poison thickened around her, coiling tighter with every breath. The angel tried to raise her sword again, but her strength was gone. The light in her hands flickered, then died. Her body began to dissolve into the mist, her final cry swallowed by the storm. And in seconds, the divine presence vanished. Silence fell. Then, a faint chime echoed within Lin Moyu's mind. Angel defeated. Experience gained 90 million. Lin Moyu stood there, staring into the dissipating fog, unmoving. Far away, in the holy church of the Divine Order, the devout were in prayer. Beneath a towering statue of that very same angel, priests and believers chanted hymns. The cathedral shimmered with golden light until it began to twist. Through the stained glass windows poured a strange, sickly green glow. "What is that light?" someone cried. "The divine radiance, it's changing." The poisonous gleam struck the statue's heart. With a deafening crack, it shattered into countless shards. Holy seals burned to ash. Panic erupted. "The statue, it's breaking. Summon the bishop." "Is this a curse?" But it was not a curse. It was the trace of Lin Moyu's venom divine poison that had slain their goddess. Back on the battlefield, Lin Moyu raised his hand. His army of skeletons disintegrated into dark motes, scattering like dust in the wind. The world grew still again, the only sound, the faint hum of corruption lingering in the air. He let out a quiet breath and sat against a shattered pillar. "Finally," he murmured, "that pest is gone." But peace was fleeting. Before him stretched an endless black ocean, its waves roaring, lightning splitting the skies above. The storm raged with the fury of a god, yet Lin Moyu's gaze remained steady. He stepped forward without hesitation, each stride carving through wind and rain like a blade. Hours passed. The poison mist vanished behind him, replaced by the sound of crashing waves. Through the chaos, a faint light appeared on the horizon, an island glowing like a jewel amid the storm. Its radiance shimmered mysteriously, as though concealing something far greater than gods or demons. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. "The next stage," he whispered. "Let's see what awaits beyond that light." He pressed on, cutting through wind and lightning toward the radiant island on the horizon. As he neared the shore, the air crackled with energy. Lightning slithered across the sky like serpents. The scent of ozone filled his lungs. "So this is it," he murmured, a faint smile forming. The continent of wind and thunder. Each step carried purpose. The storm winds clawed at his cloak, arcs of electricity dancing across his path. The deeper he went, the stronger the power grew, bolts of lightning striking the ground, melting it into glass. He paused only once, pulling an aged scroll from his pack. The parchment was frayed, its ink faded with time. Tracing a finger across the map, he muttered, "From here, Wind Thunder Canyon should be only a few hours away. Let's hope whatever's waiting there isn't too much of a hassle." He rolled it shut, tucking it away. But unease lingered. The storm's hum felt almost sentient, as though something unseen was watching him. Far away, in the abyssal domain, the scene shifted. In a throne hall of black crystal and crimson light, the succubus queen reclined upon her throne. Her beauty was deadly skin like moonlit glass, hair a river of scarlet. At her feet, a trembling servant knelt, clutching a sealed parchment marked with ancient sigils. "Your Majesty," the servant stammered, voice shaking, "Lin Moyu has been sighted in the lower realm." At the name, the queen straightened. Her eyes, twin embers of red, glowed brighter. "Lin Moyu," she repeated softly, "level 52, and already within the lower layers?" Then the ancient earth dragon, Antares, truly sent him. A dark smile touched her lips. "So he's made a pact with that relic. Interesting and troublesome." Her gaze turned distant, piercing unseen worlds. "But if he walks the lower realm alone," she whispered, "then perhaps this is the abyss's chance to erase him for good." The servant, Mina, raised her head in alarm. "Your Majesty, you don't intend to engage him personally, do you?" The queen laughed softly. "Engage him? Oh no, dear. The mark you placed on his soul, it's still active, isn't it?" "Yes, my queen," Mina answered. "He hasn't detected it yet." "Perfect." The queen rose gracefully, her gown of flame and shadow flowing like liquid night. "Then we'll let others do our work for us." Turning toward a massive vortex window showing countless realms, she commanded, "Inform King Dark Sky Demon King that Lin Moyu has appeared alone in the lower dimension." Since Lin Moyu slaughtered his son, I imagine the good king will be eager for revenge. Her tongue brushed across her lips as she added with a dark chuckle. We'll honor the demon emperor's command, of course, but when it comes to sending someone to their death, better to let another fool do the job. The story then returned to Lin Moyu. He had reached another part of the Wind and Thunder continent, a massive battlefield that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chaos ruled the skies. Gigantic dragon warships hovered above, their cannons roaring as explosions painted the heavens with fire. Lin Moyu raised his head, eyes narrowing. "Dragon warships?" he muttered in disbelief. Almost as if they heard him, the warships instantly locked onto his presence. Beams of blinding energy rained down, cutting through the sky like meteors. Reacting instantly, he dashed aside the blasts slammed into the ground where he'd stood, sending shockwaves that shook the entire plain. Dust and fire erupted behind him. When he looked back up, dozens of dragon warriors were already descending from the skies. Their eyes glowed blood red, their movements jerky and unnatural like marionettes dancing on invisible strings. Lin Moyu frowned deeply. "Something's not right," he said under his breath. He could see faint crimson threads of energy trailing from each of their bodies, controlling their every move. "They're not real dragons," he realized. "They're being manipulated." With a deafening roar, the warriors charged. Each carried an enormous dragon spear, moving with deadly precision. These were dragon spear fighters, once proud soldiers of the dragon race, now reduced to soulless puppets of war. Their power was terrifying. Level 70 beings with 200,000 strength, 120,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 150,000 constitution. Their signature move, Whirlwind Sweep, could rip through entire armies, and their scales carried an innate resistance to curses. As the horde rushed forward, Lin Moyu acted immediately. He summoned his skeleton army, the ground trembling as waves of undead soldiers emerged to intercept the attack. The clash was brutal, blades rang out, magic exploded, and the battlefield descended into utter chaos. Lin Moyu watched from the center of the storm, cloak billowing, eyes calm and calculating. "These puppets," he muttered. "Their energy flow is perfect, no fatigue, no emotion. This isn't natural." His gaze darkened. If the dragon race truly found a way to mass-produce warriors, then the world faces a threat beyond imagination. Lightning split the sky again, revealing endless fleets of dragon warships glowing crimson in the storm. Lin Moyu took a breath, his voice low and resolute. "So this is what the continent of Wind and Thunder hides." The storm roared, the ground burned, and somewhere beyond the thunder and flame, an unseen power watched, ancient, patient, waiting. The skeleton warrior wasted no time. In the blink of an eye, it cut down several enemies with ruthless precision, bone blades singing through the air, cleaving limbs and armor as if they were made of glass. Meanwhile, Lin raised his hand and with a calm, chilling tone cast Corpse Explosion. A blinding, nauseating flash blossomed like a miniature sun, followed by the roar of a massive detonation that threw up a cloud of dark ash and scattered feathers. The shockwave flattened grass and shook the nearby cliffs, sending pebbles rattling down into the ravine. In an instant, a whole squadron of dragons was blown to pieces. Their scales, once glittering with war paint and runes, now lay across the water and rocks like broken mosaics. Even their mighty warship, a black behemoth of obsidian and iron, tore apart as though it had been constructed from nothing but paper. Splinters the size of spears spun through the sky. The stench of burnt flesh and ozone hung heavy, bitter on Lin's tongue. The remaining dragons aboard nearby ships froze in terror. Panic spread through their ranks like wildfire. Crews shouted and scrambled. Rigging snapped as they tried to turn away. Engines flared and coughed, and within heartbeats they vanished into the distant streaks of ember and smoke, receding until they were only a memory on the horizon. They were far too fast for Lin to pursue, and he didn't bother to try. He simply watched them go, quiet and unreadable, his eyes following their flight with methodical interest. He catalogued their heading, their speed, the angle of their retreat. For now, he had more important matters to handle, namely, retrieving the item that Antares required. Everything else could wait. Moments later, a portal rent the air, a torn seam of violet and black, a soundless wound that spilled ash and cold. From it stepped Mina first, her tail flicking like a metronome behind her, eyes sharp as a blade. She pointed forward, voice like polished honey. "He's over there." Behind her, a squad of elite demons poured through the portal, armor rippling with abyssal energy that drank in light and returned a dim, sickly sheen. Their helms were horned, their faces either masked or marred beyond recognition. One of them, hulking, arrogant, scoffed, a cruel chuckle scraping his throat. "Really? The Lord's sending us just to deal with a level 52 human? Isn't that overkill?" Mina's sigh was almost inaudible, a single soft sound that betrayed nothing and everything. They had no idea what they were about to face. Huo Lai, the squad's captain, shouldered forward, all muscle and venom. "How close are we?" he demanded. Mina unfolded a map, a living thing of parchment and glowing sigils, and peered at it. The markings shifted beneath her fingers. "Judging from this," she said, voice steady, "his next destination is likely Thunder Burial Canyon. If we hurry, we can cut him off before he gets there." She tossed Huo Lai a teasing smile, one that could have been mistaken for warmth if you didn't know how to read demon smiles. "I'll be waiting for your good news," she said playfully. Beneath the jibe, a pulse of more private worry thrummed. Would this be the last time they met? Of course, Huo Lai didn't care for her secret doubts. His eyes glittered with bloodlust and the kind of confidence forged from victories to which his name clung like carrion. On Lin's side, the world had gone eerily quiet. For miles, not a single monster stirred. The absence of life felt deliberate, like the breath held by a predator before the kill. It should have unnerved him, and yet Lin's attention was glass steady, because strange as it was, it fit a pattern he'd learned to smell, the residue of deliberate clearing. That thought coiled in his mind until a faint, familiar scent threaded the air. He turned, and there she was. Mina. She waved, a practiced motion that didn't reach her eyes. Lin lifted an eyebrow and smirked, the corner of his mouth skittering into a grin with edge. "So, back for another beating?" he said dryly. Mina didn't rise to it. She bowed the kind of bow that was equal parts respect and calculation. "I come with a message from my queen," she announced, syrup sweet. Her tone unspooled into something almost dangerously tender. "The queen is quite impressed with you," Mina continued. "She wishes to offer you a place under her command. You'd have access to her forces, including your own personal army of succubi." She paused, punctuating the temptation with a wink. "Myself included." Lin didn't blink. He answered before the bait could be fully set. "As a human," he said flatly, "the sight of demons disgusts me." The smile drained away from Mina's lips like light from a room. Her eyes flared with a heat that had nothing to do with charm. She ground her teeth, and venom lined her words. "If you refuse the toast, then you'll drink the penalty." The threat hung in the air like iron. At that signal, swarms of monsters shifted. The ranks around Mina surged forward, folding into a massive semicircle that cut off any path of retreat. Huo Lai moved like a living rampart, blade heavy and keen. "Why waste time talking to this worm?" he snarled. "A level 52 human. I'll slice him apart myself and feed what's left to the demon hounds." Mina smiled again, but the spell contained in her smile was more than flirtation. It was a textile of magic. A charm drifted from her palm, a glittering mote of corruption aimed with deft cruelty. Huo Lai's eyes softened in a breath. The charm found purchase, a light bloom of insanity and obedience. As it hit, his face brightened with a grin so wide it split the air. He raised his weapon with abandon and bellowed, "Prepare to die, human." The horde charged like a tide, the ground trembling with their thundered approach. Mina lifted a black stone between her fingers, the abyss sealing stone, and crushed it with slow, deliberate force. Dark energy poured out, a suffocating fog that wrapped the battlefield in shadow. The world within the stone's radius felt smaller, as if the sky had been lowered by a hand. This stone, she said, mockery threading her voice, was forged to counter human summoners. Within this barrier, any summoning below God tier will be completely sealed. Let's see how long your little tricks last now. Her laughter trailed through the fog like a serpent's tail. Lin felt the seals tighten, a squeezing pressure against his bones and spirit. He snorted under his breath. Another barrier, huh, he muttered. There was a faint, sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth as he activated his skeleton armor. Bone plates slid into place across his skin like pale, willing scales. The armor hummed with the cold whisper of death. But my power isn't what it used to be. Huo Lai surged forward in a single, brutal motion, a mountain of a man with a weapon that cleaved light. The attack struck Lin's armor with a shattering clang. The sound rippled like a bell, and the shock split the air. Something had cracked in the bone, plating a starburst fracture that sent pain like lightning through Lin's arm. Lin's eyes narrowed, the color of a storm. This guy's power, it's comparable to a lower-dimensional boss, he thought, measuring, calculating. The abyss really went all out this time. He didn't hesitate. He channeled his skill bone prison. The earth answered like a living thing. Hundreds of spectral chains erupted from the ground, pale and humming, like the ribs of some vast, buried leviathan. They snaked through the air in serpentine arcs, latching onto Huo Lai and the demons behind him. The chains coiled, tightened, shouts turned to screams. "This is a curse," one of them howled, the word cracking on his tongue. As they struggled, Lin unleashed another wave of attacks. Huo Lai's eyes widened in panic. "These are dead skeletons," he shouted. Mina, watching from a distance, froze in shock. Her voice trembled. "No, it can't be. He's summoning inside the sealing field." Her mind reeled in disbelief. The demon lord himself created that barrier, unless... She gasped. "Unless he's already reached God-level summoning, that's impossible." Fear gripped her heart. When we first met, he was barely more than a weakling. How could he have grown this powerful in such a short time? Watching the battlefield crumble under Lin's control, she bit her lip in panic. "If I can't kill him in 30 seconds, she thought, I'll run." Meanwhile, Huo Lai struggled within the bone chains. He suddenly roared and activated his defensive skill body protective flame. Fire surged around his body, forming a blazing shield. Lin's next wave of attacks collided with the flames and disintegrated instantly. Using the momentary gap, Huo Lai broke free. The bone prison melted away under the heat. Reclaiming his weapon, he charged again, eyes burning with fury. "Now," he shouted, "you'll die by my hand." Without hesitation, he seized his spear, its shaft gleaming with infernal energy, and lunged straight toward Lin Moyu like a bolt of purple lightning. The ground trembled under his sprint. Every step left behind scorched marks as the protective flame danced wildly around him, pulsing brighter with each heartbeat. His aura burned hotter and hotter, condensing until the very air around him warped with heat. When he closed in, he let out a guttural roar and swung his spear, a blow so swift that the air itself screamed in protest. But Lin Moyu was already moving. His eyes narrowed, his body flowing with uncanny precision. He stepped aside with effortless grace, the spear missing him by inches, slicing through a trail of afterimages. Dust spiraled around them as Lin turned, calm as ever. His gaze flicked briefly toward the spear in Huo Lai's hands, analyzing, calculating. A spear user again, he thought coldly. Just like the ones from the upper realm. Every strike is meant to kill. They truly are formidable. For a moment, his focus drifted to the landscape ahead, the vast thunder gorge, stretching endlessly into the distance. Forks of lightning occasionally flickered within its depths, illuminating the fog that veiled its secrets. He could feel an ominous pull from within, something ancient, something alive. I should save my strongest ability for what's ahead, Lin reasoned silently. I could crush him now with the strong soldier skill, but wasting it here would be foolish. His expression didn't change, but the decision had already been made. Immediately, he triggered Toxic Star Burst, unleashing a poisonous explosion that filled the area. A sickly haze of venomous gas began to glow and creep outward, suffusing the battlefield. Huo Lai glared at the spreading poison, trying to evade it while his anger and unease grew. "This is poison," he growled. The concentration was potent enough to dissolve and kill smaller beasts outright. At that moment, the Lick General stepped forward, following orders, and raised his weapon. Upon Lin Moyu's command, the Lick General cast Poisonous Halo, thickening the toxic fog even more. The skeleton forces surged in power as that skill took effect. Toxic fumes seeped from their bones as well. They bristled with poisonous enhancements and prepared for assault. Then the skeletons launched themselves at the nearby monsters. On closing in, they began to butcher their foes one by one. Creatures that had been dominating moments earlier were now slowed and weakened by the gas. Seizing the advantage, the skeletons cleaved them down with wide, brutal strokes. Monsters fell apart under the skeleton army's blades like vegetables being chopped. Cries of pain cut off one after another. From the rear lines, Mina stood frozen in disbelief, as her wide eyes darted across the battlefield, trying to comprehend what she was seeing. This can't be real," she whispered, voice trembling. They were supposed to be the elite forces of the Black Sky Demon King. Yet before her eyes, that elite force was being wiped out utterly and completely by Lin Moyu's precise, merciless strategy. The battlefield now moved to his rhythm alone. The poison crept deeper, eating away at vitality, corroding flesh, and even weakening the mighty Huo Lai himself. He gasped, coughing violently as green liquid dripped from his mouth and nose. His protective flame flickered, no longer brilliant, but faltering. Realizing what was happening, Huo Lai let out an enraged snarl. "My strength, it's draining away. If this continues, I'll die here," he muttered, fear creeping into his tone. No matter how fiercely he fought, the venom clung to him, unrelenting. Driven by desperation, he roared, "Summon the demon ancestor." Instantly, dark purple energy crackled around him like lightning, twisting the air itself. The surrounding monsters quickly retreated from the toxic zone and began chanting, channeling their power toward the ritual. The air grew heavy. An ancient energy, cold and oppressive, swirled upward, forming a vast vortex of demonic power. The ground cracked. The sky above split open. A colossal portal materialized, spinning like a black sun. A shadow began to take shape, an enormous figure mirroring his movements. It was the projection of the demon ancestor, a towering, semi-transparent image of pure malice and might. Its voice rumbled through the world like thunder, shaking the heavens. From a distance, Mina's face turned pale. "He's summoning a Lord-level demon ancestor's projection," she breathed. That's impossible. No wonder the Black Sky Demon King trusted them with this mission." The shadow raised its colossal spear, its tip glimmering with killing intent. Below it, Huo Lai grinned, blood dripping from his mouth, his expression wild. "This time, boy, your life ends." The projection mimicked him perfectly, thrusting its massive spear forward. The ground cracked open as energy surged down the weapon's length, aimed straight at Lin Moyu. Lin stood firm, his cloak fluttering in the violent wind. His eyes glowed faintly as he assessed the projection's power, his calm demeanor never breaking. "So that's the true strength of a demon ancestor's fragment," he mused. "It feels almost as strong as the angelic saint I fought before." A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "If that's the case," he said quietly, "then it's time to finish this." And with that, He whispered the words that sealed the outcome of the battle. Activate strong soldier ability. Huo Lai erupted into cruel laughter, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield. His crimson eyes gleamed with madness, his mouth twisting into a sneer that oozed contempt. Pathetic, he spat, his tone dripping with arrogance. The Ancestors' projection carries the combined will of our entire legion. Under its protection, you can't even lay a finger on me. The projection behind him loomed higher, its demonic aura spreading like a storm. Purple lightning danced along its shadowy outline, and the air trembled under its oppressive might. The surviving demons cheered in unison, their faith renewed. The tide, they thought, had turned. Across the field, Lin Moyu remained calm. He lifted one hand toward the towering demonic phantom, a faint smirk curling his lips. "Oh, really?" he said softly. The next instant, he released Soul Flame. A surge of ethereal fire burst from his palm, streaking across the sky before slamming into the demon projection's chest. The massive shadow convulsed violently, letting out an ear-splitting scream. Every demon around had merged their spirit into that projection, and now the pain that tore through it was reflected back upon them all. Huo Lai was caught in the blaze as the searing soul flame spread outward. But Lin Moyu wasn't finished. He widened the spell's reach, letting the ghostly fire sweep through the entire battlefield. Agonized shrieks filled the air. Beasts and demons clawed at themselves, writhing as their souls burned away. "It hurts. It burns. Make it stop," they wailed as the flames consumed their essence. The cries echoed through the choking haze of poison. Under that relentless torment, the demon projection began to flicker and weaken. Lin Moyu watched its power drain away and let out a low, mocking laugh. "So, your souls are all tied together," he remarked coldly. "How convenient saves me the trouble." He raised his hand and gave a single order. "Soldiers, finish them." The skeletal legion responded with a thunderous roar. Their hollow sockets ignited with the same ghostly soul flame, bodies radiating deadly energy from the strong soldier skill. The ground trembled beneath their charge. Huo Lai could only stare in horror as his troops were torn apart by the blazing skeletons. "Withdraw your spirits. Use body protective flame," he began to shout. But before he could finish, a flaming strike from one of Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors crashed into him. The blow exploded outward with a violent shockwave. Huo Lai staggered, disbelief in his eyes. "Impossible. How did your skeletons gain this much power?" From afar, Mina stood frozen, her face pale as she watched the chaos unfold. "Huo Lai's finished," she whispered shakily. "I need to." But her voice died out as the air thickened with dreadful energy. Her eyes widened in horror. No, he wouldn't dare. At that same moment, Huo Lai's expression twisted into madness. "There's no choice left," he snarled. "Better to die destroying everything than to die helpless." Throwing his head back, he roared to the heavens. "I offer my life to the Demon King." Without hesitation, he plunged his weapon into his abdomen. Blood splattered across the ground as he bellowed. "In the name of my lord, the Black Sky Demon King, I sacrifice my blood essence descent, my king." All around, the remaining monsters followed his lead. They stabbed themselves, chanting the same dreadful incantation. Dark crimson energy streamed upward, twisting together into the sky. The clouds above churned violently. Winds roared as the swirling blood energy solidified into a massive, ominous portal. Mina's voice trembled as she gasped, "They're summoning a fragment of the Black Sky Demon King. Lin Moyu can't survive that." Lin Moyu's gaze hardened, his heartbeat quickening as the monstrous aura expanded. That presence, the Demon King himself. If he descends, it's over for me. He swiftly reached into his storage and pulled out a vile poison god's blood essence. Staring up at the growing portal, his mind raced. If this doesn't work, then I'll have to use the poison god's corpse and detonate it with corpse explosion. Meanwhile, Huolai's laughter echoed through the storm. Human, you're doomed. No power can save you now, he howled madly. And then, the sky tore apart. Two colossal hands emerged from the vortex, exuding a suffocating aura that warped the very air. The world darkened as the hands slowly pushed through the rift, dragging shadow and despair with them. Yet amid that consuming darkness, one glimmer remained. The eerie green glow of the poison god's blood essence in Lin Moyu's grasp, shining like a final spark of defiance against the endless night. As Lin hurled the venom god's green blood, it detonated on impact, bursting into a violent cloud of toxins that shimmered in the dim light like a living storm. The air seemed to sizzle and twist, carrying with it the acrid stench of decay. Within seconds, the poisonous mist began to converge, swirling together into a massive, churning vortex that roared with unholy power, pulling itself inexorably toward the gaping abyssal portal. Its motion was almost intelligent, as if the poison had a mind of its own, eager to consume everything in its path. Just as the Demon King began emerging from the portal, the green venom struck him with brutal precision. A thunderous scream tore from his throat, half agony, half disbelief, as the toxic wave wrapped around his towering form like a living curse. The ground beneath him quaked, and shards of darkness fractured outward with every movement of his limbs. His eyes widened as fury transformed into raw terror, the realization that this was no ordinary poison, but something far deadlier, sent a shiver through the abyssal air. Nearby, the Dark Sky Demon Squad's captain was equally unprepared. The toxic haze crawled over his armor, corroding it almost instantly. His skin blistered and bubbled beneath the venom, and he let out a strangled, horrified scream. The poison clung to him, devouring everything in its path with relentless precision. Panic overtook his mind as his flesh began to melt, his bones cracking under the corrosive effect. Every instinct screamed to flee, but there was nowhere to hide. How? How can such poison even exist? He shrieked, his voice cracking as his body dissolved into a steaming, green-hued sludge. From above, Succubus Mina's eyes widened in shock. She watched helplessly as the captain reached out toward her, his final plea carried away in the toxic wind. Her lips went pale, her heart hammering as she realized the truth: the Dark Sky Demon King's descent had failed spectacularly. Trembling, she whispered to herself, "Even the Corruption Demon King's poison wasn't this terrifying. What has Lin Moyu done?" Without a second thought, Mina drew a glowing violet teleportation stone. Crushing it in her hand, she released a brilliant flash of light that momentarily turned the skies purple. In an instant, her figure disappeared, leaving behind only the captain's melted remains as the eerie green mist continued to writhe and churn. Moments later, the abyssal ceiling barrier, starved of its energy source, collapsed into a shower of sparks and molten shadows. Lin's system pinged with a crisp notification. "You have slain the Dark Demon Lord's clone. You have earned 90 million exp." His hunter badge pulsed, a new star engraving itself onto the surface. He had officially ascended to a 3-star Divine General. Lin exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. "So it really was the Dark Sky Demon King," he murmured, recalling the terrifying battle with its offspring. He knew that if the true Demon King had descended, he would now be reduced to nothing but ash. Far beneath, in the heart of the abyss, a colossal black gate loomed over the Demon King's citadel. From behind it, a roar echoed with such depth that the ground shuddered violently. The Dark Sky Demon King had sensed the poison strike, the attack strong enough to scar even his true body. Abyssal flames ignited across his massive form as he bellowed, "Lin Moyu, I will burn you to ash." His voice carried across the realm, shaking mountains, splintering towers, and sending lesser demons fleeing in terror. Yet before his full form could materialize, the poison energy that had been absorbed through the portal spread outward like wildfire. Green mist snaked through the shadowed valleys, licking at every surface, devouring everything in its path. Structures groaned and cracked, Lesser demons screamed as their flesh liquefied under its influence, and the air itself seemed to hiss and burn. The abyss was unraveling, collapsing under the relentless tide of death. Meanwhile, Lin's system began flashing incessantly. Level 69 Abyssal Sword has perished. Level 70 Abyssal Blade has perished. Multiple Abyssal Beasts defeated. Lin blinked in disbelief. What the? I'm gaining exp without even lifting a finger? Then, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The poison was spreading throughout the abyss, annihilating everything in its wake, and he was reaping the rewards automatically. Back in the Dark Realm, chaos ruled supreme. The royal city and surrounding lands were smothered under a rolling green haze. Monsters stumbled blindly, screaming and clawing at the air. Run, run, or you'll die. Where did this poison come from? Life itself wilted wherever the venom touched, and the demon lord's roar of fury barely cut through the deafening wave of death. You killed my child, destroyed my clone, and now my royal city. Lin Moyu, don't you dare cross my path again? His voice trembled with rage, yet even he could not stop the relentless tide. Lin pressed forward, gliding through the skies as the system notifications poured in like a cascading waterfall. Each monster's demise added to his strength, experience piling up in an endless stream. 10 hours passed since the last battle, and he finally reached the summit of a jagged mountain. Looking down, lightning arced violently across the valley, illuminating the jagged terrain below. His lightning wings flickered and died, automatically deactivating. What? My undead lightning wings, they've deactivated automatically? He muttered, frowning. Looks like flight's restricted here. He had arrived at Burial Thunder Canyon. Wasting no time, Lin activated his skeleton armor, scanning the treacherous terrain as he advanced cautiously. Every muscle in his body was taut, every sense alert, ready for the instant danger struck. Ahead, a massive bolt of lightning split the ground, revealing a vast circular formation that glowed with blinding energy. At its center stood a monstrous creature of pure thunder, the Thunderlight Beast, a leader-class boss. Its stats glimmered in Lin's vision. Level 75. Strength 300,000. Agility 350,000. Spirit 250,000. Constitution 400,000. Skills: Lightning Absorption Passive, Thunderlight Annihilation. Traits: Lightning Immunity, Power Amplification via Absorbed Lightning. Arcs of electricity danced across its immense frame as its glowing eyes fixed upon Lin. Without hesitation, he summoned his entire skeleton legion. The Thunderlight Beast roared, charging with unimaginable speed, shredding the first wave of skeletal warriors to pieces in a single strike. It's way too fast, Lin muttered, sharp with urgency. Gotta stop it now. He unleashed Bone Prison. Jagged chains of bone shot forth like comets, wrapping around the beast with a resounding crash. Skeleton mages unleashed torrents of spells, and archers rained arrows, coordinating flawlessly to overwhelm the trapped monster. The creature collapsed under the combined assault, but then a surge of lightning erupted from its body, tearing the sky apart. Its entire frame glowed like a miniature sun, and the bone restraints began to splinter under the electric onslaught. A heartbeat later, it opened its jaws and unleashed Thunder Blast. A blinding explosion erupted in all directions. Lin shielded his eyes, heart racing. No, this isn't an attack, it's a self-destruct, he shouted, bracing for the catastrophic energy about to engulf him. Electricity began to surge violently across its body. The ground trembled. The air grew heavy. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. He realized it instantly. The creature's going to explode. A split second later. Boom! The world turned white. The explosion ripped through the canyon, vaporizing everything in its path. Skeletons shattered to dust, the shockwave tearing them apart mid-air. Lin Moyu was thrown back, his skeleton armor cracking and breaking apart. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he hit the ground, skidding through the dirt. For a long moment, Everything was silent, except for the faint hum of residual lightning. Panting heavily, Lin Moyu slowly got back to his feet. His armor was broken, his body battered. He wiped the blood from his lips and muttered coldly, "I had to repair my armor 3 times just to survive that." He glanced at the charred remains of the battlefield. Even a level 70 skeleton warriors would have been vaporized. As the echoes of thunder faded, the canyon fell into eerie silence. Only faint sparks flickered in the air as Lin Moyu pressed forward deeper into the Thunder Burial Canyon. Soon, the jagged cliffs gave way to a vast, cave-like passage. The deeper he went, the dimmer the light became, until only faint pulses of electricity shimmered along the floor. The smell of ozone filled the air. Then, the static began to rise again. Out of nowhere, 3 circles of lightning appeared in midair, spinning violently. Arcs of lightning energy crackled, forming runes that pulsed like living veins of power. 2 massive thunder beasts emerged from the portals, one level 76, the other 77. Both glared at Lin Moyu with blazing eyes filled with primal fury. "So, stronger than before," Lin Moyu muttered, gripping his scythe. He glanced down the tunnel, realizing something chilling. "The deeper I go, the stronger they get. 2 this time." His expression darkened. "Does that mean the next will be 3? 4? Until the 9th fork? 9 thunder beasts at once?" No time to think. They attacked. Bolts of lightning rained down, scorching the earth. Lin Moyu moved like a shadow, skeleton armor reforming around his body as he commanded. Skeletons attack. The undead army surged once more, clashing head-on with the twin beasts. Thunder roared. Bone shattered. The entire cave shook under the chaos. For minutes, the battle raged like a storm trapped in stone. And then, boom! Both beasts exploded simultaneously. The dual blast lit up the entire cavern, tearing through everything. Half of Lin Moyu's army was wiped out instantly. He barely managed to shield himself with layers of skeleton armor, but even so, the shockwave knocked him off balance. When the smoke cleared, he exhaled sharply. "I didn't expect their combined explosion to be this strong." His eyes scanned the destroyed chamber. "If this continues, my army won't last to the end." But he didn't stop. Moments later, Lin Moyu reached the 3rd fork. Lightning danced across the walls, brighter than before. The pressure in the air grew heavy like a storm about to burst. Then, right on cue, 3 thunder beasts emerged. Levels 77, 78, and 79. Their combined presence filled the chamber like a living thundercloud. Lin Moyu cursed under his breath. 3 of them now, just great. And the next instant, the cave erupted into chaos once more. Lightning met bone. Each strike sounded like worlds colliding. Lin Moyu fought at the center of it all, his scythe glowing with deathly energy. His skeletons were obliterated and resurrected over and over, their shattered forms reassembling through his will. When the final beast fell, Lin Moyu was on one knee, panting, his armor in pieces. The 3 beasts began glowing brighter and brighter. "Don't tell me." Kaboom! The chain explosion consumed the entire cavern, tearing through stone and echoing through every tunnel of the canyon. Lin Moyu's skeleton armor shattered completely. Blood splattered the ground. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. "Without damage transfer, I'd be dead 10 times over." He exhaled, exhausted but resolute. If 9 thunder beasts truly await at the end, this might be a one-way trip. Far away, in another realm, the abyss world burned with green light. The air was thick with venomous gas, the remnants of Lin Moyu's deadly poison. In the grand hall of Black Throne, the Dark Demon King sat upon his throne, his skin corroded by poison, his body trembling. Before him stood another figure, the Corruption Demon King, his eyes gleaming with malicious curiosity. Dark Demon King's voice was rough, strained. Corruption Demon King, can you remove this poison? The other demon chuckled darkly. You? Begging for help? I never thought I'd see the day. Enough, Dark Demon King barked, slamming his clawed hand on the throne. Do it! With a mocking smirk, Corruption Demon King lifted a dark crystal. I'm curious myself. Let's see what kind of poison could make a king suffer. He tossed the crystal into the air. It began to glow, absorbing the toxic mist that filled the hall. But as the energy surged into it, his smirk vanished. His face twisted in shock. What? The poison seeped into his arm, turning it black within seconds. He growled, slicing his own arm clean off before the toxin could spread. A new limb regenerated instantly, but his expression had grown grim. This poison is terrifying, even more potent than my own. Dark Demon King leaned forward. Did you find anything? Corruption Demon King hesitated, then spoke in a low, serious tone. There's something else inside this poison, a trace of law power. Dark Demon King's eyes widened. Law power? Impossible. Lin Moyu is only level 50. Impossible or not, the Corruption Demon King said, it's real. If I could comprehend it, my strength would rise to a new realm. He turned, his tone growing hungry. When do you plan to capture him? A mortal with power like this must have something incredible hidden within him. Dark Demon King's lips curled into a cold smile. If I ever get the chance, I'll drag him into the abyss myself. But deep in his mind, another thought burned. No, I'll kill him. No one can threaten me. Meanwhile, in the succubus palace, the scent of roses and corruption filled the air. Mina knelt before the succubus queen, her head bowed low. Your Majesty, she said softly, it's confirmed. Lim Moyu destroyed Dark Demon King's clone. The queen leaned back, her wings spreading slightly. So first the Flame Demon King, now Dark Demon King. A faint smile played on her lips. He's interesting. Mina hesitated. Shall we continue pursuing him? The queen waved a hand lazily. No, there's no point. A man like that can't be killed easily. Her smile turned sharp. Let the others chase him. Let the abyss tear itself apart trying to claim him. We'll just watch. She tilted her head, her tone softening into a whisper. Or maybe we should befriend him instead. Her red eyes shimmered with intrigue. Lin Moyu, just what kind of man are you? Back in the canyon. Lin Moyu's steps were heavy. His body burned. Each breath sent pain rippling through him, but his eyes, those eyes, still blazed with determination. After endless battles, he finally stood before the ninth fork. The air here was unbearable. Lightning danced across every surface, and the ground itself pulsed with raw power. This is it, the final one. He took one step forward. A blinding bolt of lightning struck the ground in front of him, shaking the entire cave. The explosion was deafening. When the light faded, something massive stood there. A creature of pure thunder, glowing with blinding intensity. Its roar shattered the silence, echoing like the wrath of a god. Its power was beyond anything he had ever felt. Level 80. The Thunderlight Beast Boss. Its stats were monstrous strength over 300,000, spirit 500,000, constitution 10 million. It radiated lightning so intense that it bent the air around it. Every spark that left its body burned small craters into the ground. Lin Moyu lifted his gaze to the towering creature and, for the first time, felt genuine astonishment. So this is it, the true Thunderlight Beast. He raised his weapon, black energy swirling around the blade. If I can kill you and summon your soul. He lowered his stance, voice calm and resolute. My strength will rise to a whole new level. As the monsters slowly emerged from the smoke and light, I watched intently. I already knew the pattern of their attacks, but this one was different. stronger, fiercer. If I didn't finish it quickly, it would start absorbing the energy of lightning and use it to heal itself. And if that happened, it would unleash thunderlight destruction and attack I couldn't possibly take head-on. Right after muttering those words, he summoned his undead army. In an instant, the dry earth trembled as his troops rose from the shadows. Skeletons emerged one by one from the darkness, standing in unison, every movement synchronized as though controlled by a single will. At the front stood the skeleton berserkers, firm and ready to charge. Behind them, skeleton archers took their positions, their arrows shimmering with the energy of death. At the very rear, skeleton mages gathered blue fire in their hands, preparing their spells. And at the very center stood the Leech General, its eyes blazing with the blue flame of death, a reflection of pure darkness and power itself. Lin Mo Yu raised his hand and activated the primordial rune. Enhance troops. In that instant, a surge of energy swept through the entire army. Each skeleton was suddenly infused with unnatural strength. Their movements became faster, their weapons gleamed brighter, and their eyes glowed with a deadly fire. Lin Mo Yu felt the flow of power coursing from himself to his army, a connection of command, discipline, and undying loyalty. If the enemy is this powerful, Lin Mo Yu said firmly, his tone cold but full of authority, we have no time to waste. End this within 30 seconds. Use your full power, don't hold back. As his hand fell, the army moved all at once. The skeleton archers unleashed volleys of death, charged arrows that exploded upon contact with the beast's flesh. The skeleton mages cast spell after spell, flaming bolts, icy curses, and thunder crashing from above. At the front, the berserkers charged with full force, each strike echoing with the sound of clashing steel and cracking bones. Through the chaos, Lin Mo Yu remained calm. His sharp eyes tracked every movement of the monster, waiting for the slightest gap in its defenses, the perfect moment to strike the killing blow. The Thunderlight beast was being bombarded relentlessly, spells raining from one side, arrows streaking from the shadows, each leaving trails of blue light upon impact. The earth shook and roared under the power of the clash. Bursts of magic lit up the battlefield like a storm of fire and ice. The undead army moved as one, fearless, tireless. Berserkers struck with blazing blades, hammering the beast's thick scales. The ground quaked with every blow, bones cracking and metal clanging beneath the rumble of thunder. Behind them, archers rained death from afar, while mages chanted ancient incantations, creating glowing blue circles of energy to strengthen their allies. But instead of retreating, the Thunderlight beast grew even more enraged. It raised its massive claws, and with a deafening roar that shattered the air, it screamed. The sound tore through the world itself, a roar so powerful it could ignite fear in any living soul. Lightning surged from its maw, a terrifying herald of what was to come. In an instant, it unleashed its dreadful skill tenfold thunderstorm. The sky darkened. Bolts of lightning poured down endlessly from above. But they didn't just come from the sky. Arcs of electricity burst from the beast's own body, striking everything around it. Thunder crashed as lightning exploded across the battlefield, obliterating everything it touched. The berserkers at the front were struck directly, their bones shattered and scattered into dust. The mages struggled to form barriers, but even those barely held against the beast's divine wrath. The archers continued to fire even as they were struck one by one, vanishing into blinding flashes of white electricity. The battlefield had become a storm-ravaged hell, the ground splitting apart, the air alive with electricity, every step accompanied by thunder's roar. Even Lin Mo Yu could not escape unscathed. Several bolts struck him, pain coursing through his muscles as if his very body were being torn apart from within. Despite his high lightning resistance, he felt the overwhelming might of the monster's power. Each strike seemed to test the limits of his body and soul. Then, slowly, the storm subsided. The dust fell, revealing Lin Mo Yu's figure standing firm amid the ruins, his body faintly wrapped in arcs of crackling lightning. Around him, the remnants of his undead army reformed their lines, ready to fight again. He quietly surveyed the devastated battlefield, the marks of death etched across the earth. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, "That damage was terrifying. If not for my lightning resistance and the undead army's full-strength formation skill, we would have been annihilated instantly." As he stared at the Thunderlight Beast, Lin Mo Yu's mind raced with possibilities. "The tenfold thunderstorm alone is that powerful?" he muttered, narrowing his eyes. "If it uses Thunderlight destruction, I might not survive the next hit. I need to attack first before it can move again." Without hesitation, he channeled his soul flame and followed it up with Bone Prison. Focusing all his power in the beast's direction, he shouted, "It's a higher-level entity than me. My Bone Prison won't last long, but it'll be enough to buy a moment. I'll use my trump card and finish this before it's too late." From the ground burst chains of bone, engulfed in the blue fire of the soul flame. The air shimmered as the energy twisted reality itself, the chains shooting toward the Thunderlight Beast. In an instant, they coiled tightly around the creature, binding its neck, limbs, and tail like the merciless hands of death itself. The beast roared furiously, lightning bursting from its body as it struggled, but the more it fought, the tighter the bone chains constricted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo Yu acted swiftly. From his inventory, he drew out the corpse of the poison god, a creature that once brought ruin upon the world. He raised his scythe and struck the corpse gently. At first, it seemed like a mere scratch, but a deep cut appeared, oozing thick, green blood that reeked of death and venom. As the blood spilled, a wave of searing energy spread, a blinding emerald light that corroded the very earth. Even the air became poisonous. Amid the toxic aura, Lin Mo Yu declared firmly, "The blood of the poison god, my ultimate trump card. Against lightning, poison shall be my weapon. Let's see which one prevails." He gathered the blazing green blood in his left hand and with a powerful swing, hurled it straight at the Thunderlight Beast. A streak of emerald death cut through the air, colliding with the creature of thunder. The venomous blood exploded upon contact, spreading rapidly, cloaking the beast in a dense toxic mist that seemed alive, consuming everything it touched. But the Thunderlight Beast was no ordinary foe. Even trapped within the bone prison and the poison god's venom, it continued to struggle, lightning bursting violently around it. It tried to resist both forces, but soon its endurance faltered. Within moments, the deadly mist fully enveloped it. From the heart of that poisonous storm, only the ferocious roar of the Thunderlight Beast could be heard, echoing throughout the valley like the desperate cry of a creature defying death itself. The rocks and trees touched by the spreading venom turned to ash, and even the air grew heavy and toxic. From afar, Lin Mo Yu watched coldly, whispering under his breath, "Will it explode and die from that?" But even within the choking haze of poison, the Thunderlight Beast refused to perish. It continued to thrash violently, its body wrapped in lightning that burst out with every enraged howl. Now, deep wounds had opened across its skin. Blood streamed from its eyes and mouth, and its roars of fury turned into cries of agony. Yet with every jolt of pain the venom inflicted, the beast only grew wilder, like it was trying to challenge death itself. Lin Mo Yu showed no hint of joy, his face cold and his eyes sharp with caution. He knew that the poison god's blood essence had once slain a clone of the Demon King with a single strike. And yet, this creature, shattered and bleeding, was still alive. A deep frown creased his brow. "It's still not dead," he muttered darkly. "The blood that could kill a Demon King's clone couldn't finish this beast. I see now, it's because of its unique nature." Just then, a powerful surge of electricity gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in unison, building into a deafening roar. But this lightning didn't come from the Thunderlight beast, it came from the heavens themselves. It was natural lightning, drawn by the beast's immense energy. The earth shook violently, and the wind howled with terrifying force, moving in rhythm with the creature's power. And when the colossal bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, the Thunderlight beast roared and released its own lightning to meet it. Two forces, one from the heavens, one from the beast, merged into a titanic storm of pure electricity that lit up the world. Under the blinding light, the Thunderlight beast began to heal again. Its wounds closed. Its broken body hardened. Even the venom of the poison god's blood was being purged by the overwhelming current surging through it. Seeing this, Lin Mo-yo's eyes widened with fury and shock. "This isn't good. It's absorbing the lightning to heal itself," he shouted. "Hurry, stop the lightning." His command thundered across the battlefield, and instantly the entire undead army moved. The skeleton mages, archers, and berserkers all surged forward in unison to attack the beast. But before they could reach it, the lightning gathered in the clouds crashed down all at once, blinding bolts like spears of light falling from the heavens. The ground cracked open as electricity struck, forming barriers of burning light that blocked their advance. Skeletons were hit one by one, some narrowly dodged, others burned, but not one of them retreated. Even under the furious storm, they pressed on like fearless shadows of death. Lin Mo-yo laughed coldly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "When all that lightning fades," he whispered, "let's see how you'll defend yourself from the poison of the god of death." At his side, the Leech General activated its skilled toxic aura. A thick green energy spread across the battlefield like a mist of death. The poison didn't just kill, it also empowered the undead army, strengthening their bones and amplifying their attacks, as though they'd been blessed with a dark miracle. "Enhanced troops," Lin Mo-yo shouted once more. Instantly, the skeletons glowed with an eerie green light. The mages' hands blazed with venomous energy, the archers' arrows dripped with deadly poison, and the berserkers roared as their every strike became infused with lethal force. The undead army charged again, stronger, faster, and deadlier than before. Each wave of attacks unleashed curses, toxic energy, and relentless strikes. Every hit didn't just wound, it corroded the beast from within. Its once radiant body now blackened, its lightning flickered weakly, fading like a dying flame. System notifications flashed before Lin Mo-yo's eyes. Continuous poison damage inflicted. Critical hit. Lethal toxin effect active. One after another, they appeared every second, delivering another wave of agony to the Thunderlight beast. The once mighty creature began to weaken. Its brilliant light dimmed. Its towering form trembled under the weight of the poison. The venom spread through its body, devouring even its soul. And finally, after enduring the endless assault and the creeping death within its veins, the Thunderlight beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Its radiant form dissolved into green smoke, swallowed by the fog of death. At that moment, Lin Mo-yo gave his final command. "It's weakened. Finish it." The undead army obeyed instantly. Like a black storm, they swarmed around the fallen beast, shaking the ground and darkening the air with dust and fury. The Thunderlight beast writhed helplessly, still struggling, but the venom in its blood drained its strength. Its shining scales cracked and burned with black marks. Every roar carried pain and rage, but it could no longer resist. Moments later, a beam of light appeared before Lin Mo-yo. A glowing notification in the air. "You have slain the level 80 Thunderlight beast, plus 80 million experience gained." A surge of energy rushed through his body, his power rising sharply. But instead of smiling, Lin Mo-yo remained silent. He stared at the lifeless form of the beast. Its once colossal presence now nothing but ash carried by the wind. In his eyes shone a glimmer of respect for a worthy and noble enemy. Slowly, he raised his scythe. In its dim reflection gleamed the cold light of death itself. "A powerful boss indeed," he said quietly. "Now, rise again and serve me." With those words, he activated his skill soul summon. He lifted the scythe, and a dark light spiraled around the beast's corpse. The air trembled as a dreadful energy filled the valley. The weapon began to draw out the Thunderlight beast's soul. And in that moment, Lin Mo Yo felt a chilling surge of power flow into him. Soul summon successful. A brilliant light burst from the ground. From within that glow, the Thunderlight beast's form slowly reappeared. But when Lin Mo Yo opened his eyes to behold it, he froze, his expression shifting to shock. Wait, something's wrong. The creature before him was not the same Thunderlight beast he had fought. Its once blue lightning had turned into a fusion of green and blue. Poison and lightning intertwined, dancing across its body. Its eyes gleamed with a strange, new vitality, as though it had been reborn from the abyss of death itself. Its wounds were gone, and every breath crackled with electrical discharge. Before Lin Mo Yo, the system window appeared. Venomous Thunder Divine Beast Soul Form. Level 80. Strength 800,000. Agility 800,000. Spirit 500,000. Constitution 1,000,000. Skills: Lightning Engravings, Toxin Engravings, Deadly Venom Strike, Tenfold Thunder, Thunderlight Strike. Traits: Complete immunity to lightning and poison. Can absorb both energies to increase its own power. Lin Mo Yo stared silently, still stunned, as thunder rumbled above. He could feel the immense pressure of his new summon. A monster that once fought fiercely against him, now standing by his side, ready to destroy anyone who blocked his path. Lin Mo Yo's eyes widened as he whispered, "Poisonous Thunder God Beast." He instantly understood before it died. The former Thunderlight beast had been contaminated by the divine blood of the god of venom. That blood, brimming with monstrous power, had entered its body and caused a mutation. What once wielded only the power of lightning had now become a monster fused with venom and the force of the thunder gods, a being beyond nature's usual creations. He swiftly drew its soul back into his scythe, and in that moment, a cold yet satisfied smile traced his lips. "This is actually good," he murmured, his voice low with a hint of delight. "Its abilities are stronger now. From this day on, it'll be my true trump card." The air around him seemed to echo his words, quiet, yet heavy with tension. He then turned his gaze forward, toward a dark passage lit by faint golden flames. Every step weighed on the ground. The sound of his boots on broken stone beat like the slow rhythm of a drum, rasping through the stillness. "If I cross this corridor," he said calmly, "I'll reach the promised land." As he walked on, the surroundings changed. The tunnel walls gave way to carvings etched with glowing sigils, ancient runes that seemed to move and breathe with each stir of air. Every light was like a guide, pointing the way toward a great purpose. Soon he arrived at a place that felt like another dimension, a vast hall brimming with mysterious energy. At its center stood a colossal crystal, shimmering between purple and violet, encircled by magic circles, as if for some ancient ritual. He halted and smiled faintly. "At last, I've made it," he whispered. But before he could savor the triumph, his expression shifted. He sensed a strange energy from one of the side circles. The power there was familiar, a presence he had felt long ago, now stronger and more dangerous. He approached with caution, each step accompanied by a chill breeze. As he stepped into the circle, the entire space flashed. The great crystal rose into the air, spinning as it unleashed a blinding radiance. Smaller crystals around it took flight like living stars. From them streamed purple and golden energies, lightning that whipped through the air, forming a breathtaking storm of light. In that instant, the crystals suddenly shot toward Lin Mo Yo fast, like hundreds of arrows loosed at once. They moved so quickly there was no room for error. In a blink, he was surrounded by glittering shards, each packed with dazzling electrical energy. Seeing the danger, he activated his skeleton armor without wasting a second. The crystals crashed into him with tremendous force. Thunder boomed, and searing light washed over the hall. The ground quaked, the air burned with overflowing power. Yet amid the chaos, a strange notification appeared before his eyes. Your electric immunity has increased by 1%. Then more followed. Electric element activated. Electric element limit increased. Those messages appeared again and again, a ceaseless rain of light. He paused, surprised yet intrigued, watching them. The electrical voltages from the magic crystals pierced his skeleton armor, crawling over his body like living energy. Instead of pain, he felt something else happening within him, a kind of fusion. "These lightning bolts, they pierced my armor," he whispered, a slow smile forming, "but I took no damage." He felt a strange current flow through his veins, as if a new element within him were awakening. His eyes glinted faintly, and a cool smile curved his lips. "Is this my reward for clearing Thunder Canyon?" he murmured. "My electric element immunity has reached 90%. He didn't waste any more time. He stepped into the center of the magic circle and stood firm, as if fated to open a new chapter of power. Gazing at the crystal turning in the air, he said quietly, "Sir Antares, this is the orb you wanted, isn't it?" He opened his inventory and took out dragon blood, the same blood once given to him by a great dragon as a token of trust. The moment it emerged, the air seemed to stir. A heavy presence wrapped the space, as though an ancient force had awakened. With a swift but controlled motion, Lin Mo Yu hurled the dragon blood toward the magic crystal suspended over the shining circle. The instant the blood touched the crystal, a blinding light burst forth. The crystal flared with azure energy and slowly began to melt, magical fire dancing around it. Waves of energy shimmered and spread like awakening stars, and from the heart of that wondrous scene emerged a small yet dazzling orb, a dragon pearl, its pure light seeming to contain the very life of a dragon. Lin Mo Yu didn't hesitate. He leapt forward, letting the air carry him, and gently reached for the orb. As soon as he touched it, a surge of power rushed from his palm through his entire body. Light gleamed in his eyes, and in a soft whisper he said, "At last, I've obtained it." Before he could move again, a familiar voice rolled through the air, deep, weighty, laced with the laughter of wisdom and power. "You really are something, boy. You've already secured the dragon pearl," the voice said. Lin Mo Yu froze, eyes widening as he glanced upward. Before he could answer, the dragon pearl flared, gradually wrapping his body in light. For several heartbeats, he saw nothing but brilliance as energy roared around him, as if carrying him elsewhere. Within the radiance, his awareness stirred once more. From the depths of his mind came the voice of Antares, the ancient dragon who had given him the blood. Thunderous, yet tinged with respect, it spoke, "Then you may return. Activate the teleportation array within the dragon pearl, and it will take you back to the upper space area." Lin Mo Yu fell silent for a moment, then smiled gently. "I still have a few things to settle in the lower space. I'll return once everything is done," he replied calmly. As the light faded, Lin Mo Yu pondered. It seemed the dragon pearl was truly important to Antares. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to summon him back. But if Lin Mo Yu showed less interest in returning right away, perhaps Antares would allow him to remain here longer. Elsewhere, in the dragon realm, Antares answered in a low voice, carrying the authority and wisdom of millennia, "Very well, it's your decision. Once you complete this trial, we shall speak properly and finalize our pact." Lin Mo Yu smiled and chuckled softly. "All right, expect me back as soon as I'm finished here." Their conversation ended there, a quiet promise exchanged between two beings, each guarding their own secrets. Moments later, the scene shifted again. The surrounding light vanished. When Lin Mo Yu opened his eyes, he found himself in a new place. It was dark yet full of energy, the air cold with the scent of ancient magic. Before him yawned a cave, deep, silent, yet humming with power, as if something slept in its depths. A hidden cave, he whispered, eyes shining with anticipation and awe. His heart stirred once more with the urge to unravel mysteries. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and summoned his companions. From his shadow emerged skeleton warriors, one by one, some bearing weapons, others shields, all ready to obey their master's command. "Come, let's explore," Lin Mo-yu ordered softly as they moved into the cave. Meanwhile, far across the cosmos, in the dark and terrifying demon realm, a deafening roar of rage thundered from the depths of a colossal palace. The air tasted of electricity and brimstone. Shadows along the pillars seemed to move with lives of their own. The entire place felt steeped in a cold intent, as though every stone and wall were storing wrath. A voice filled with fury bellowed, the air trembling, a green light spreading across the chamber. "Who dared insult me? Find them. Find at once who has provoked my anger. In these past days, who went to Thunder Burial Canyon in the lower space area?" That voice belonged to none other than the Demon Emperor himself, a being whose presence made even the palace pillars shudder under the weight of his power. His aura pounded in the veins of all who knelt before him. Iron ornaments around them sang in a strange pitch. Before him, every demon subject was prostrated forms, snarling yet trembling, suffocated by fear. None dared lift their eyes. Each one shook, feeling the lethal wrath of their ruler, a rage that could annihilate a being in a blink. The hall fell silent, save for the demon's heavy breathing and the faint rustle of garments woven from smoke. Among them, a dark demon knelt, chest heavy, fingers trembling. At the mention of Thunder Canyon, his heart pounded and fear flashed in his eyes. "My clone, it was destroyed in the Thunder Burial Canyon. Could it be? Lin Mo-yu is there now," he thought, almost unable to believe it. The succubus queen was present as well, watching in silence. She said nothing, but her eyes, sharp and discerning, seemed to probe every movement and weakness. Beneath her teasing smile flowed a dim desire, a subtle thrill at the unfolding tension around Lin Mo-yu. Her presence was fleeting yet heavy, a threat and a delight at once. Suddenly, a trembling voice rose from the ranks of demons, breaking the quiet. It was Lin Mo-yu. The moment the Demon Emperor heard that name, a storm of savage rage exploded. His terrifying aura surged and rumbled through the palace. Mud and frost flaked from the pillars, and even those kneeling felt the air itself change. With a booming, icy voice, he roared, "Again, Lin Mo-yu, spread my decree. Whatever the cost, kill Lin Mo-yu. Whoever accomplishes this will receive the reward of a low thrasher." The hall fell deathly silent. Not a single demon moved. Their eyes widened in shock. A low thrasher, that was no trivial prize. It was a rare reward coveted even by high demon lords, a treasure with power nearly equal to a sacred relic. The mention of a low thrasher's value and presence opened a new door to corruption and schemes, the lingering shadow of control in that hall. From the side, the dark demon glanced at the venom demon beside him. His cold stare was like lightning in the dark. "Venom," he whispered, voice barely audible, fear and hope mingling. "Aren't you tempted by a low thrasher?" The venom demon smiled low, full of confidence. It was not a kind smile, but one of calculated ambition. "A low thrasher isn't something easily obtained," he said in a cold, flat tone, tinged with pride. "As the Venom Lord, I'd rather continue my research into lethal poisons. Slaughter and war are for blood-hungry fools." There was a faint taunt in his voice, as if to say that true power is not a contest, but an art and a science forged by patience. As their voices faded into the palace's cold air, the image of darkness dissolved, and we returned once more to Lin Mo-yu. He walked quietly through a cave shimmering with golden energy. Every step carried a faint crackle of electricity. Crystals around him blazed, breathing in rhythm with his presence. Each time the light struck his skin, it felt as if living lightning flowed through the air, sharp, cold, and thrumming with strange vitality. As he neared one of the sparkling crystals, a powerful wave of energy rolled out. Light burst, and a notice appeared before him. "You have obtained electric essence. Your immunity to the lightning element has permanently increased by 1%. Lin Mo-yu picked up the gleaming crystal, watching it flicker between his fingers. A gentle smile touched his lips. My limit, he said softly. It's reached 90%. He grew quiet, letting the crystal's energy merge with his body. He felt a mild warmth in his veins and the flow of a new force, as if lightning itself now coursed in his blood. With these electric essences, I can push my resistance to the limit, he thought, then paused, peering into the cave's deeper reaches where the light barely reached. But what else lies in its depths? He continued in silence, his footsteps echoing down the long passage. Cold, heavy air wrapped the place, each breath carrying a glitter of energy as if nature's own power were watching him. After several minutes, a massive palace slowly emerged ahead, an edifice forged from metal and lightning. The whole structure blazed with golden light. Electricity flowed through it like blood through a creature's veins. Lin Mo-yu stopped, eyes widening, breath nearly catching. Is this the palace of the Thunder God? He whispered, scarcely believing. And I hold the key to open it. Before the palace stood a colossal door, lofty, carved with living patterns. Symbols upon it burned with golden lightning, and at the center was a sword-shaped slot, gleaming as if devouring light. Floating right before him was a small sword, turning slowly as a gentle current flickered around it. As though it called to him, he reached out carefully. At the mere brush of his fingers, a powerful surge of energy rang out. You have obtained the Thunder God's sword, the divine blade of the God of Lightning, and the key to open the Thunder God's palace. Lin Mo-yu's eyes widened. He felt the weight of the moment. The sword wasn't just a weapon. It was a symbol of power long hidden beneath history's clouds. Gripping it firmly, he drew a steady breath and stared at the towering door. If this truly is a god's palace, he murmured, what awaits inside? Slowly, he aligned the sword with the slot. A deep sound rumbled, and with a swift motion he inserted the blade. At once, a deafening hum echoed through the cave. The ground trembled. Lightning all around danced like living things. The sword began to turn, shining with azure light as the door started to open. A blinding brilliance burst from within, holy, warm, as if from lightning's very heart. The air flooded with a power that seemed to sear the soul, and with every beat of Lin Mo-yu's heart, the door seemed to answer. The massive gate slowly sank, a cold breeze pouring out, tinged with a god's might. Lin Mo-yu's heart pounded. This doorway wasn't just an entrance to a palace. It was a passage to a power long hidden by the gods. It wasn't the kind of palace sung about in legends, no splendor, no majesty. The pillars were fractured and blackened by lightning scars. Deep fissures veined the ceiling, and the floor was laced with thick rivers of electricity that slithered like living things. Every step answered with a soft crackle, while a cold, golden glow pulsed along the walls as if the whole place were quietly breathing. At the hall's center rested a coffin. From it, waves of lightning rose and fell in the dark, the currents humming like an ancient chant. The power inside felt stubbornly alive, strength that time had failed to dim. Lin Mo-yu stood staring, his face hardening by degrees. I remember, he murmured, the Thunder God was killed by the king of desolate beasts. So, was this their battleground? He swept the room with his eyes. Only the hiss of arcs and the distant, rolling thunder answered. He advanced, slow and vigilant, ready for a hidden strike or for whatever lay within that coffin to stir. Up close, the truth struck him. A colossal corpse lay inside. Yet it showed no decay, shrouded instead in snapping lightning. The skin gleamed like tempered steel, and streams of light flowed around it, forming a sanctified armor of thunder. Lin Mo-yu stopped short, struggling to believe. This is the Thunder God's body, he whispered, breath catching. Even after countless years, not a trace of rot. Then he noticed a peculiar mark on the deity's brow, a lightning-shaped sigil flashing between cerulean and gold. Awe resurfaced in his gaze. That must be where the discharge grass belongs, he said, the thought crystallizing. He drew out the discharge grass from his storage, a rare sacred herb said to awaken lightning's guardian gods. As he approached, thunder howled, and the lightning around the coffin flared as if roused from ages of sleep. The herb began to spin, its released energy entwining with the power coursing from the thunder god's form. The forces collided, winding into a spinning cyclone of pure electricity. Wind roared under the strain, and thunder crashed like 1,000 storms detonate at once. Before his eyes, the discharge grass combusted and vanished, devoured by the awakening force within the god. A searing flash burst from the coffin, nearly blinding him. Lin Mo-yo stumbled back, shielding himself with his own energy as the floor trembled and the palace stones seemed to vibrate with fury and might. The thunder god's titanic body rose from the coffin. A deafening roar like 10,000 thunders swept across the hall. At last the god's eyes opened, golden as an eternal storm, a deity waking after millennia. Lin Mo-yo recoiled, eyes wide. Awake, the thunder god, he gasped. Power poured off the god in raging tides. Lightning storms crashed through the chamber, savaging pillars and walls until the palace shook as though it had a soul. Bolts collided midair, throwing sparks of golden fire. The icy air seemed to ignite. With each flare, the cavern felt like an altar to a storm-reborn god. From the heart of the tempest, a blade of light cut down from above lightning masquerading as a sword. It split the storm, shattered the air, then drifted into the thunder god's grasp. The instant his fingers closed around it, his presence surged. Golden lightning burned in his eyes, and the palace roared, as if the heavens themselves bowed to his return. I did not expect, before I finally fade, to behold my dearest companion once more, he said, voice gentle as a breeze yet wearing a peaceful smile. Thank you, young one. Lin Mo-yo froze, scarcely able to accept what he was hearing. Only the quiet lash of lightning broke the hush between them. Wisdom and light lived behind the god's gaze. With every pulse of power, Lin Mo-yo felt history's weight. With a tremor in his voice, he asked, "What do you mean? Are you truly awake?" The thunder god's eyes dimmed with sorrow. "No," he replied softly. "What stands before you is a remnant, a fragment of my soul preserved in the lightning herb. My true spirit perished in that war that ended the god's age." He lifted his hand. Holy radiance flowed from his palm, clear, immaculate, mesmerizing, unfurling into a mirror of space. Within it, the outer world took shape, rivers of energy, soaring creatures, cities washed in a new dawn. "Humanity has advanced far," he said into the reverent quiet. "So much has changed." Then his gaze returned to Lin Mo-yo, his tone deepening with a king's gravity. "Tell me, does Antares yet live?" Lin Mo-yo drew a steady breath. "The ancient earth dragon dwells above, in the upper space. He lives quietly noble and at peace." The thunder god nodded, a small, gentle smile touching his lips. "Good. While he remains, the world is secure. I can rest." Even as he spoke, his form began to unravel into filaments of light, each thread thinning like thunder smoke. Hope and trust lingered in his eyes. "I must go, young one," he said, his voice fading. "My light is nearly gone. Remember, keep moving forward, do not shrink from ascension. Become a transcendent god. Only then will your voice carry among the divine." For a final benediction, he raised his sword. A lance of pure radiance erupted bright enough to blind, bearing power like skyfire, and wrapped Lin Mo-yo in a divine embrace. "Accept my gift," the god's fading voice murmured. Power surged again. The last of the god's strength gathered, forging itself into a sword, pure electricity, breathing like a living thing. Thunder cracked, and a bolt struck Lin Mo-yo squarely. It did not wound, it anointed. Vast energy flooded him into blood, muscle, and soul. The godly blade fractured into countless strands of light and swept outward. Bathed in radiance, Lin Mo-yo was swallowed by the tide of power. Notifications cascaded before him, gleaming like sacred sigils. "Your lightning element immunity has increased by 1%. Your lightning element immunity has increased by 1%. They kept coming relentless until every last filament of light had settled within him. His body tightened with new strength, his energy surged. The old borders of resistance didn't merely hold, they shattered under the Thunder God's might. At last, one final message appeared: you have reached the maximum lightning element immunity. You are now permanently immune to lightning. Light sparked again around him. Voltage played over his skin, threaded through his hair, and synchronized with his heartbeat. Lin Mo-yo's body became a vessel of storm, a living conduit of the sky. He lifted his hands, fingers gleaming, and whispered, stunned, "From this moment on, lightning cannot harm me." Silence gathered, and then the air stirred. Bolts began to orbit him, dancing to the same rhythm that once crowned the Thunder God. Distant thunder rolled in homage, and above the palace, it felt as though the divine were watching their eyes on a new air. Another message blazed into view. Heavier than all the rest, you have attained mid-level godhood. Absorb it to become a true god, or comprehend its power to ascend as a god-tier powerhouse. You have obtained the Thunder God's godhood. Merge it to become the new Thunder God. In an instant, Lin Mo-yo's being fused with lightning. Divine current rushed through him. Golden radiance shone from his skin. He felt the sky raging in his veins, as though he'd merged with the heavens themselves. Startled, he cried, "Just like with the god of poison, I've inherited the Thunder God's legacy." He turned a palm and noticed the crystal he held mythic, blazing, the air around it humming with living current. He brushed its surface. Law. These crystals contain the power of law itself. Only one who transcends all an actual god rules at that level. What are the gods scheming? Why leave such traces among mortals? He shook his head, a faint smile pressing at his lips despite the weight in his voice. "I'm not there yet. One day, perhaps, I'll learn the truth from Sir Antares." Before the thought could settle, a violent tremor screamed through the cavern. Stone shuddered, and embedded crystals rained down. "This is bad," Lin Mo-yo shouted. "The whole place is collapsing." Cracks spidered across the floor and ceiling, thunder battering the air. Lightning hammered the chamber like spears from the clouds. He sprinted for the exit as the cavern fell apart in his wake. He burst outside just as a colossal flare swallowed the landscape. In a breath, the entire Thunder Canyon disappeared beneath a raging storm. Clouds ignited. The air burned like the sky itself. Then, gradually, the thunder ebbed, leaving only the soft, persistent fall of rain. It wasn't ordinary rain. It glowed holy, descending when a god passes. Lin Mo-yo lifted his face to it, each drop a quiet elegy. "Rain of the fallen gods," he said. So its true Thunder Canyon was the Thunder God's final rest. This sacred rain falls across all realms, human or divine alike. Meanwhile, high above, a dragon gazed at the falling rain and murmured, "So, he's finally gone. That brat actually carried the Thunder God's sword. Good. At least now, you can rest." Meanwhile, in the human world, a sudden downpour opened. The sky blackened, mourning aloud with each rumble. In the city, Manhwa lifted his gaze as rain traced his cheeks. "Another god has fallen," he breathed. "For 1,000 years, there's been no such rain, and now too. Back to back?" Dread and wonder mingled in his eyes, shock giving way to a dawning comprehension. The scene shifted. In a dim chamber scented with incense, Lin Mo-yo knelt before her master. "Master," she asked, gently but resolute, "could you divine Zhao Yu's condition?" The elder sat veiled in shadow, face unreadable, presence vast as if he'd long watched the threshold between worlds. "You know the price," he said calmly. "Each divination requires a drop of your blood." She hesitated only a heartbeat. "A drop is nothing beside my brother's life. Please help me." The old master inclined his head slightly. After a long, heavy pause, his voice came soft but steady. "There is no need to worry, Mohan. Your younger brother still walks among the living safe and unharmed." Lin Mo-yo drew a soft breath and bowed her head. Relief warmed her eyes, the world suddenly lighter. "That's good. Thank you, Master," she whispered as the weight in her chest eased. The scene then returned to Lin Moyu, who was leaving the shattered canyon when he suddenly sensed something behind him. He turned and saw a massive stone tablet racing toward him, wrapped in an unfamiliar force. "What is that?" he exclaimed, eyes widening. He unfurled his skeleton wings, ready to take flight only to be crushed by an invisible pressure. He grimaced. "So the anti-flight restriction is still in effect," he said through his teeth. The tablet slammed into the earth nearby with a bone-shaking impact. Boulders skittered from the shock. Lin Moyu edged closer, eyes narrowed. "A primordial rune," he breathed, stunned. The rune on the ground began to glow, forming a circular pattern. At the same time, the rune mark on his hand shone brightly in response. Raising his hand toward the tablet, he watched as red streams of energy burst forth, spiraling around him, engulfing his body in their mysterious power. A surge of blinding energy erupted upward, piercing the sky like a crimson spear. The blast was so immense that it blanketed the entire canyon in a deep red glow, turning the air itself into a sea of burning light. The mountains trembled, the wind howled, and even the stones beneath Lin Moyu's feet cracked under the force. Around him, that same power began to gather an aura of pure red energy swirling furiously around his body, surging like a living storm. The air shimmered and rippled from the heat and pressure, and the ground was covered in glowing runes that pulsed with an ancient rhythm. Feeling that unimaginable force coursing through his veins, Lin Moyu drew a sharp breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Another primal source," he muttered under his breath, his voice carrying through the trembling canyon. He clenched his fist, feeling his blood boil with the energy of the rune, the world itself responding to his awakening power. "That means for the next 10 days, every alien race out there will have their eyes locked on me." A sharp grin split his face. He tilted his head back and laughed a low, wild laugh that echoed across the stone walls of the canyon like the cry of a god descending upon the earth. "This time," he said, voice dripping with excitement, "I won't wait for you to come find me." His crimson eyes burned brighter. "I'll be the one hunting you down. It's my turn to begin the slaughter." Without hesitation, he leapt up the mountain's jagged slope, his boots leaving trails of molten dust in his wake. When he reached the peak, he changed his battle gear dark armor forged from the bones of fallen beasts, plated with silver runes that glowed faintly with necrotic energy. His skeletal wings unfurled behind him, stretching wide and glinting in the red light. The moment they spread, a gust of power surged outward, shaking the clouds above. Then he launched himself into the air. With a single, mighty beat of his wings, Lin Moyu shot across the skies like a scarlet comet. The canyon vanished behind him as he soared higher, slicing through the storm clouds that boiled in the distance. The primal rune's energy pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, every thrum echoing across the horizon. His expression hardened as he whispered to himself, "Let's start with the Dragon Clan. I want to see those warlord-level puppets for myself. If I'm not mistaken, they're already gearing up for war." His voice was steady, but his aura surged with a killing intent that could suffocate the wind itself. But as Lin Moyu flew onward, his presence couldn't remain hidden. The red radiance of the primal rune enveloped him completely, traveling with him like a beacon shouting his location to the entire world. Meanwhile, somewhere far off, the Dragon Clan's warfleet thundered through the skies. From one of the colossal ships, a warrior caught sight of the crimson beam streaking across the horizon. "Look, a red light, it's a primal rune, someone's claimed it," he yelled. At once, the commander barked an order. Full speed ahead, head straight for the source of that light. The entire armada, thousands of warships roared to life and surged forward as one, their battle cries echoing across the heavens. Back in the skies, Lin Moyu continued his flight. He had been traveling for nearly half a day, yet the crimson glow still burned fiercely around him, blazing through the clouds and painting the sky red. Every creature that glimpsed it knew what it meant. The primal rune had awakened, and every greedy eye, every hungry heart, now turned in his direction. When Lin Moyu looked ahead, his eyes narrowed. Thousands of dragon warships were approaching, filling the sky like a metallic storm. He smirked. "So, you've all come to deliver yourselves to me?" Most of those approaching soldiers were Dragon Clan Spear Fighter Ordinary War General, each one formidable in their own right, many already above level 70. They glared at him with fiery hatred, their formations stretching endlessly across the sky. A flicker of tension crossed Lin Moyu's face as he murmured, "Hundreds of warships, and each with 100 warriors on board. That's nearly 100,000 puppets. Where in the world did the Dragon Clan get so many resources?" Then, as the armies drew closer, one of the dragon warriors spotted him clearly. "Lin Moyu," the soldier screamed, pointing furiously. "It's him, the one who slaughtered our king, the Dragon King's kill-on-sight target. Kill him and seize the primal rune." Instantly, every battleship began charging its cannons. The air crackled as they drew lightning energy from the skies above, gathering immense power. Bolts of light danced across the storming heavens. Watching them prepare, Lin Moyu's eyes turned icy. "So, you're channeling the thunder elements of this canyon to attack me. Clever," he said calmly. Then, a sly grin spread across his face. "But let's see if it works." The Dragon Fleet commander's furious voice tore through the air. "All units fire! Destroy him immediately!" A moment later, the sky erupted. Thousands of cannons fired at once, unleashing an ocean of blinding energy blasts that tore through the air toward Lin Moyu. The attacks crashed into him all at once, engulfing him in a colossal explosion that shook the heavens. But then, notifications appeared around his body in glowing text. Electric element immunity. Electric element immunity. Electric element immunity. No matter how many blasts hit him, he stood there untouched, calm, confident, and smiling faintly. With a quiet chuckle, he said, "Unfortunately for you, lightning doesn't work on me." The dragon warriors froze, disbelief spreading through their ranks. "How is that possible?" one shouted. "With this much firepower, even a god-tier warrior couldn't survive. How is he still standing?" Then another warrior's eyes went wide. "Wait, does he have lightning immunity?" The commander clenched his jaw. "Enough. All units attack. Engage in close combat." At once, dragon warriors leapt from their ships, blazing with energy as they charged straight at Lin Moyu. Seeing the wave of enemies surging toward him, Lin Moyu simply smiled. "Perfect," he said quietly. Then, with excitement flashing in his eyes, he shouted, "Now it's your turn, my soldiers." In an instant, countless skeleton warriors materialized around him, summoned from the depths of his necromantic power. The Lick General appeared among them, chanting rapidly to cast buffs on every skeletal soldier. The battlefield transformed into chaos. Dragon warriors on one side, skeletal soldiers on the other, both armies vast enough to fill the horizon. Lin Moyu glanced around the carnage and smirked. "With this many enemies, I might just level up again," he said. Then, his expression hardened as he raised his hand. "Since you're so desperate for the primal rune," he said coldly, "allow me to show you what its true power feels like." With that, he activated his mighty soldier ability. In an instant, his undead army flared with violent energy, their eyes glowing crimson as they charged. The dragon warriors met them head-on, the air filled with the sound of clashing steel and thunderous roars. One dragon warrior sprinted forward at incredible speed, but before he could strike, an arrow of light whistled through the air and pierced his skull. He collapsed instantly, lifeless. A nearby skeleton soldier grabbed his corpse by the leg, spun it in a full arc, and hurled it straight into the enemy ranks. Lin Moyu raising a hand. "It's been a while since I've watched fireworks," he said. "Let's make this one big." He snapped his fingers, and corpse explosion activated. The fallen dragon's body detonated in the middle of the battlefield, unleashing a violent wave of destruction that ripped through the enemy lines. The explosion annihilated dozens instantly, but Lin Moyu didn't stop. His skeleton army gathered more bodies, throwing them into enemy clusters. And each time, Lin Moyu triggered another explosion. A devastating chain of blasts tore across the battlefield. Flames consumed the air, metal ships shattered, and entire squadrons vanished in storms of blood and light. The dragon commander screamed, "Barrier! Activate the barrier now!" But the glowing barriers flickered and cracked almost instantly. "Retreat! Protect the fleet!" Too late. The barrier shattered. The explosions swallowed the warship's whole, melting armor, splitting the sky apart. In moments, the once glorious fleet of the Dragon Clan was reduced to wreckage raining from the heavens. At every moment the range of destruction widened. The sky became like a blazing light, dust, and pieces of flaming metal raining down onto the scarred earth. The thunder of every explosion spread far away, echoing off mountains and the heavens as if the gods themselves raged. That horrific spectacle continued for a long time. There was no pause in the blasts one after another, without interval, and each wave was more violent than the last. In the middle of the chaos, between colliding darkness and light, stood Lin Moyu quiet, unshaken, his gaze cold. The fire of ruin was reflected in his eyes, like a mirror of his calm savagery. With each falling flake of burning ash, he seemed ever more like a sovereign of death. He smiled slowly, a cold, feelingless smile as the flames kept dancing around him. In a voice almost a whisper yet carrying across the air, he said, "What a splendid view." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battle, the leader of the dragon warriors frozen in the air. At first he could not believe what he was witnessing. Warships that once dominated the skies now burned and were smashed in the midst of terrifying detonations. His chest felt squeezed by the weight of defeat. He could not understand how, in only a few heartbeats, the strength they had spent centuries building had vanished. His hand trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword. He looked at the blazing sky as if it had become hell. From behind him, the voice of one of his officers thundered, filled with fear and panic. "Grand General, in just 1 minute we have lost more than 200 ships. Over 4,000 warriors are dead." Those words pierced his heart like a spear. He fell silent for a moment before striking his fist on the armrest of the ship's throne, swallowing his fury and desperation. He retreated a step, voice shaking between rage and anxiety. "Order every remaining unit to leave the blast zone this instant. Whatever happens, we must get out of here." The officers moved immediately. The few warships that survived the initial onslaught turned and pushed their engines to top speed like wounded beasts desperately fleeing a savage predator. But even as they sped away, Lin Moyu's pupils remained fixed on them, cold, sharp, full of resolve. In a voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air, he said, "Let's see how far you can run. If you do not return to your base, how will I find where you make those battle puppets?" His eyes glittered as he produced his weapon, a deadly blade fragrant with the scent of death. In an instant he lunged into the air, leaving trails of black energy with every sweep of his skeletal wings. As the wind intensified around him, a faint whisper of determination and fury escaped his lips. "I cannot allow the dragon line to advance to such heights. If they make a battle puppet that surpasses level 80. He paused, glancing in the direction the ships had fled. The whole of humanity would be endangered. For a full hour his pursuit was relentless. Like a shadow they could not outrun. Lin Moyu followed every movement of the dragon ships. The sky became a chase field, beams of energy, fire, and black smoke filling the air. With every passing moment Lin Moyu felt the tension's weight. The remaining ships desperately sought an escape route. After a long pursuit, at last their base loomed in view, an enormous area stretching to the horizon. In its center, Thousands of warships lay arrayed like iron monsters, glinting in the sunlight. They waited, ready to strike at a single command. But the true sight that gripped Lin Moyo's attention was the dreadful fortress at the very center, a colossal stronghold floating in the sky, wrapped in magic and steel. From it emanated a powerful aura of dragon bloodline. Lin Moyo narrowed his eyes and murmured, heavy with wonder and doubt, "I never thought the dragon line could build a flying fortress of this scale. The time, strength, and wealth they poured into this, what secret are you hiding?" Before he finished thinking, a blinding light erupted from the fortress's core, followed by a dart that plunged out with deafening speed. Like lightning it flew toward Lin Moyo, trailing purple flames across the sky. He tracked its motion quickly, expression cold. Beneath his breath, he spoke with curiosity and tension. "Dragon horns, a regression bloodline." He closed his eyes briefly to examine the aura. "So, you are the leader of this fortress." The approaching being stopped a few meters before Lin Moyo. Its face wore a challenging smile, the grin of a creature accustomed to war. "Lin Moyo," said the dragon leader, voice cold, laced with mockery. "I never imagined you had the courage to follow us here. It seems you are ready to die in your own folly." At his words, Lin Moyo's eyes darkened slightly. The once calm gaze was gradually replaced by a cold light of rage and resolve. Any trace of hesitation vanished from his face. Now he looked like a judge about to pass final sentence upon his enemies. In a voice like frozen steel, he said, "There is nothing left to discuss. Between the human race and the dragon brood, there has long been no path to unity. Only the end remains for you, so fight." As he spoke, the atmosphere seemed to change, the air quivered and the energy around them began to surge, responding to the force of his will. The dragon leader first smirked, then his expression darkened with fierce anger. His eyes set ablaze, and a mighty roar burst from his chest like thunder foretelling doom. "Destroy Lin Moyo," he shouted, and at that instant the world seemed to explode with light. The surroundings flared. Every wall of the fortress ignited with blue and golden energy. One by one the protection shields activated, enveloping the stronghold like a massive crystal tank. Lines of energy shimmered and crawled across the sky, forming an energy dome that seemed unbreakable even by the greatest force. At the same time, the warships around them activated their shields, glittering like stars amid the storm. Moments later, from the fortress and the surrounding ships, thousands of cannons roared in unison, each casting beams of energy as sharp as lightning. The sky became a battle of fire and light. Their rays left marks of destruction wherever they struck. The surrounding mountains trembled and dust cloaked the land as the sky continued to be torn by ceaseless detonations. Amid that chaos, Lin Moyo remained calm, his face without fear. But beneath the silence one could sense the tremendous weight of power slowly awakening within him. "These are true dragon warriors," he murmured, voice low, watching the hundreds of ships encircling him, each flashing with dazzling light and ready to crush him in an instant. From the fortress's towers, successive beams of energy struck, relentless lightning raining down in his direction, ripping the air and leaving burning trails across the sky. Lin Moyo did not waste a moment. With a cold, steady motion, he slowly drew his scythe. Its edge shimmered with black-green energy and, as he spun it in his hand, the very surroundings seemed to bow before his power. "If that is so," he said with emotionless tone, "then let us indulge in a true battle." With a shout that echoed through the sky, he ordered, "Appear." A poisonous thunder god beast instantly manifested in the air, and from the blade a titanic creature burst forth, shrouded in thick clouds of venom and green lightning. The ground shook with each of its steps, and its eyes blazed with the deep light of poison. In that moment Lin Moyo raised his hand and channeled energy from his body into the beast, filling it with spiritual strength. In only a few heartbeats it grew fiercer. The sky rang with its piercing roar that rolled among the clouds. Then Lin Moyo raised his hand to the heavens. From the bowels of the earth thousands of skeletal warriors surged forth, each armed and wrapped in a black energy. Their eyes glowed with blue fire, and the ground was shadowed as the cold presence of death carved through the air. With every move one could hear the creaking of bone and metal, a soulless army obeying only their lord's command. Then he opened his inventory and took out a vessel that contained the blood of a poison god. The moment he revealed it, a dreadful energy burst out, a dazzling green, blinding light exuding a lethal scent. The air grew heavy, and the clouds above began to tint green. Its presence was so strong that even the leader of the dragons, used to immense power, trembled with fear. His eyes widened as he felt an inexplicable force enveloping them, an energy that seemed to come from between life and death. The aura of a god? What is that? How is that possible? He shouted, his muscles trembling as the poisonous force crept through the air. His eyes flashed with fear and astonishment, while the surroundings suddenly chilled and darkened. Lin Moyo raised the vessel and released the poison blood essence into the air. In an instant, the poisonous energy spread across the battlefield, a thick green cloud flowing from his hands, swallowing each corner of the field. Every breath in the vicinity seemed to be linked to death. They tasted the cold, horrifying stench of the venom. The air itself grew heavy, making it hard to breathe amid the lethal chemicals. Witnessing this, the dragon leader clenched his fist. His whole body trembled with rage, and through clenched teeth he shouted, "I can feel your poison, Lin Moyo. It is strong, yes, but no matter how powerful, you cannot destroy our ships and fortress with poison alone." A deep, cold laugh escaped Lin Moyo, laced with darkness and mockery, and carrying a warning to anyone who heard it. "Ah, you noticed it too," he said, his voice low and mocking. With a swift motion he pointed his great scythe toward the fortress and shouted, "Poisonous thunder beast, attack!" In an instant the beast unleashed a deafening roar. With every step it exhaled thick, lethal fumes, carving a path toward the fortress. The ground quaked at its stride, and the air filled with deadly poison that seemed to kill any life nearby. As it neared the stronghold, its vast maw opened, channeling horrifying energy within, a clear sign of an annihilating strike to come. The fortress's metal walls and the surrounding ships began to tremble, sensing the weight of death traveling on the wind. With the thunder's roar, waves of electricity and venom whirled around the beast. Its whole body shone with blinding green lightning, a scene of chaos and terror, as if the beast were born from nature's own savagery. It prepared to unleash the notorious technique, venomous thunder annihilation. Even before the attack was released, the poison and lightning flashing from the beast's body nearly extinguished all life nearby. A suffocating pressure spread across the battlefield, squeezing the chests of even the strongest dragon warriors. Every dragon close by was forced to pause their breathing, almost numb with fear and trembling. On the dragon leader's face a profound sense of danger appeared. "This is bad," he whispered. Before his men could act, it was already too late. With a massive, ear-splitting thunderclap, energy burst from the beast, a colossal explosion of poison and lightning that swept everything before it. The air flared with green and yellow light as the fortress and the dragon's ships were engulfed by the deadly storm of venom. Within seconds, the dragon warriors struck by the attack began to rot away until only bones remained. Their screams were drowned by roaring thunder, and the scene filled with utter devastation, darkness, death, and chaos with no escape. As the dragon commander watched the unfolding catastrophe, his eyes widened in fear. Every nerve trembled and dread rose in his heart. He screamed at the top of his lungs and fell back, trying to escape the blast's radius. But it was already too late. On his orders, the remaining dragon warriors scrambled to flee, but the poison was too swift and savage to avoid. With each heartbeat, the air filled with toxic smoke, devouring anything it touched. The cries of terror and suffering mixed with the sounds of exploding ships. As the poison raged and flowed like a living beast, it mercilessly consumed everything in its path. After a long, dreadful span, the poisonous clouds finally began to thin. When the light returned the air, only a few warships near the fortress remained in the sky. and a scant number of dragon warriors had survived trembling and sweating. But before they could even breathe, the fortress itself began to quake violently. Within seconds, it detonated, collapsing into dust in a thunderous explosion. As the fortress disintegrated, dark energy began to swirl in the air above. Then, out of that darkness, a portal appeared. Lin Moyu's eyes widened. A secret realm, so that's what they were protecting all along. The dragon leader roared furiously. Abandon the warships. Kill Lin Moyu at all costs. Protect the secret realm. The humans must never take it. But Lin Moyu only smiled, his voice calm and confident. Sorry, but that secret realm now belongs to me. And with that, the battle came to a breathtaking end. So friends, this chapter comes to an end. What will happen next? We'll uncover it in the next chapter. Don't forget to rate this chapter out of 5 in the comments. We'll see you in the next video. Until then, take care and goodbye. What are your predictions for the next chapter? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And most importantly, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The moment all the scattered dragon warriors who had been desperately trying to save their lives just moments earlier heard the commander's furious order, something snapped inside them. Their fear turned to blind rage. All at once, they roared together, their voices shaking the battlefield. Kill him! Kill Lin Moyu! Fueled by anger, they rushed forward in a massive wave, determined to stop Lin Moyu from stepping into the secret realm. But as the army of dragon warriors charged, Lin Moyu's summoned forces were already waiting. The countless skeleton warriors hovering in the air like a storm of white bones instantly launched themselves toward the advancing dragons. They flew together in a terrifying swarm, forming a wall of death to block the warriors' path. The collision was explosive. Weapons clashed violently. Shields shattered. Cold steel scraped against bone. The very ground trembled from the force of their clash. From the moment the dragon warriors and skeleton warriors met, neither side held back. This wasn't a simple battle, this was a brutal struggle where every fighter unleashed their absolute peak strength, trying to annihilate the enemy. But right in the midst of this chaos, something strange began to happen. A few dragon warriors suddenly froze, their expressions turning from anger to confusion. A strange green fog was spreading around them, silent, creeping, and deadly. At first they panicked. What is this? Where is this fog coming from? But within seconds, realization struck them. It was poison. All around them, faint green symbols flickered to life on the skeleton warriors. A venomous aura swirled around their bodies, coating their weapons and armor. The Lick General, standing at a distance, had activated a massive poison buff spell, enchanting the entire skeletal army with toxic enhancement. Now every slash, every stab, every impact carried poison deep into the dragon warriors' bodies. Their strength began fading instantly. Their limbs trembled. Their skin began to melt and blister as the poison spread. Those who were weaker collapsed almost immediately, their bodies dissolving under the toxic effect. And the few powerful dragon warriors who managed to resist the gas, those who remained standing, were quickly finished off. The skeleton warriors hacked them down with their axes, giving them no time to recover. The poison slowed the dragons so severely that they could barely lift their weapons. Every slash from the skeletons hit like a fatal execution. Dragon warriors fell one after another, powerless to stop the relentless assault. While the skeleton warriors were pushing forward, Lin Moyu calmly gathered the fallen corpses with a wave of his hand. His expression turned serious, almost emotional, as he raised his hand. Then, with cold determination, he activated his signature skill. For me, numbers mean nothing. The soldiers you're so proud of now become my weapons. The corpse explosion began. The dead bodies of the dragon warriors scattered everywhere across the battlefield started to glow ominously. Then, one by one, they detonated. Boom, boom, boom. Gigantic explosions erupted across the entire area, lighting the sky with terrifying brightness. The ground cracked. Fire roared across the plains. Dust, debris, and body fragments were thrown everywhere. More than half of the Dragon Clan's battleships were already destroyed. The explosions shook the very sky. The few surviving dragon warriors looked around in horror, their courage evaporating. They screamed in panic. "Run! Escape as fast as you can!" But before they could flee, Lin Moyu raised his hand again. With fierce intensity he commanded, "This time, I will not let you escape." The skeleton prison skill activated. Countless bone chains shot out from the ground and the air, moving like venomous serpents. They wrapped around the fleeing dragon warriors at lightning speed, binding their limbs and freezing them in place. Panic spread instantly. "What is this? We can't move. Someone break free." "No, no, no, let me go." But it was too late. The skeleton warriors charged at them with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages on the ground raised their staffs, summoning deadly magical orbs crackling with destructive power. Physical strikes from the warriors. Magical blasts from the mages. Both attacks struck at the same moment. The impact was devastating. The bound dragon warriors couldn't defend themselves. They were torn apart one by one until none remained. Far away, the Dragon Clan's leader witnessed his forces being slaughtered. His fury erupted like a volcano. Grinding his teeth until they nearly cracked, he screamed, "Lin Moyu, I will kill you." Enraged beyond control, he awakened his bloodline power. A violent, ancient aura burst from his body. His muscles expanded, bones shifted, and scales began forming all over him. The transformation was painful, but he ignored it. "This power harms my body. But to kill Lin Moyu, I no longer care." Within seconds, he fully transformed into a massive dragon. His wings tore through the air, and his eyes burned with murderous hatred. He glared straight at Lin Moyu and roared, "You deserve to die. The ancestral bloodline has granted me divine strength. I will use your blood to honor my fallen warriors." With unbelievable speed, he lunged forward and struck Lin Moyu with his enormous claws. The attack slammed into Lin Moyu's skeleton armor, cracking it slightly. Lin Moyu looked at the cracked armor and scoffed. "That's it. Did you not eat or something?" Barely had he finished speaking when the dragon leader Furious struck again with even greater force. This time, Lin Moyu took some visible damage, but he immediately activated damage transfer and full link, redirecting the injury away from himself. When the damage disappeared from his body, Lin Moyu smirked. "So this is your ultimate strength? A dragon's bloodline? Pathetic, nothing remarkable." The dragon leader froze for a moment, utterly confused. How was Lin Moyu completely unharmed? His confidence began to crack. But Lin Moyu didn't give him time to think. With a sharp gesture, he activated skeleton fangs. Bone spikes erupted violently from the ground like giant spears. They pierced through the dragon leader's wings, legs, chest, every part of his transformed body. Blood poured from his mouth as he roared in pain and fury. "You dare insult the dragon bloodline? Prepare to die." He activated one of his strongest skills. A massive aura-constructed phantom appeared behind him, an enormous spectral dragon mimicking his movements. When the leader opened his mouth, the giant aura phantom opened its mouth as well. The moment Lin Moyu saw this, he became serious. Even he felt nervous. Suddenly, multiple tornado-like whirlwinds formed around him, spinning and slicing with incredible force. Lin Moyu was trapped in the center, fighting against the violent winds. "The power is not bad," he muttered calmly inside the raging storm. "It won't harm me, but it might instantly kill my skeletons." The tornado spun him around for several seconds. Then it vanished. Lin Moyu regained balance and looked around for the dragon leader. But the battlefield was silent. Not a single dragon was in sight. He frowned. I underestimated him. I expected him to fight me to the death like the Abyss demons. Who would have thought he'd use this chance to run? He even abandoned the flying fortress. Before him, the portal to the secret realm glowed quietly. No one was left to stop him. Suddenly, a bright beam descended from the sky. Level up. Level 53 achieved. Lin Moyu smiled with satisfaction. I killed so many of the Dragon Clan's war generals. Finally, level 53. With confidence, he walked toward the secret realm portal. This is the place the Dragon Clan hid inside the fortress. He stepped inside. But in the very next second, boom, the portal violently expelled him, throwing him across the ground. Shocked, Lin Moyu stared at the portal. What? I was rejected. Then he noticed the primordial rune's symbol glowing on his hand. The symbol showed the secret realm area inside it. I see. I'm still in the primal rune's trial period. 10 days until the red glow disappears. I cannot enter any dungeon or secret realm, nor leave the ancient trial grounds. He sighed. It seems I'll have to return once the time runs out. But just then, a suffocating, overwhelming aura appeared behind him. Lin Moyu's entire body stiffened. His eyes widened in shock. This aura, it's the Demon King. So friends, this chapter comes to an end. What will happen next? We'll uncover it in the next chapter. Don't forget to rate this chapter out of 5 in the comments. We'll see you in the next video. Until then, take care and goodbye. What are your predictions for the next chapter? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And most importantly, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel.